The Tianyao cloud whale soaring in the vast sea of clouds, the Jiaying spirit leopard galloping freely on the grassland, the Yuing giant python lurking in the deep woods, the Moyuan dragon sleeping in the deep sea. This world is embellished with countless strange beasts like a dream. There are also the dancing blue butterflies, the noble and dazzling Victoria regia, the nine-headed dragon cypress perched on the top of the mountain. All of them demonstrate the fantasy and magnificence of this world of beast taming. Luo Chen accidentally traveled through time and bound to a mysterious shop. As long as he successfully cultivated and sold the beasts, he would not only receive generous rewards, but also get a glimpse of the multiple evolutionary branches hidden behind each beast. The evolution in the eyes of others is Wolverine golden-winged wolf golden armored werewolf. But what Luo Chen saw were two completely different possibilities. Wolverine broken blade silver wolf frost blade wolf king, or chained hell wolf blood spirit mad wolf. From then on, he embarked on a journey destined to be extraordinary. He opened a god-level beast taming shop, explored the infinite possibilities of beast taming, and could never stop. It had been drizzling in Qingyang City for several days in a row. Even though it was the hottest summer, the long-awaited rain dispelled some of the heat. Luo Chen sat in front of the window, staring at the rain curtain outside without saying a word, his eyes empty, as if he was caught in a vortex of thoughts. Suddenly, a fluffy kitten was struggling to pull at his trouser legs, using its short little paws to support its entire body, trying to climb up, but always sliding down in vain several times. This slight movement drew Luo Chen's attention back. He looked down, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips. His originally stunned expression seemed to have softened a bit. "Mauchio, are you hungry? I'll go get some cat food." He skillfully held the little guy in his arms, walked to the cupboard, poured out the cat food, and pushed it in front of the furball. The kitten was not polite at all. Almost the whole body went into the food bowl, eating with great concentration. Luo Chen watched quietly, and his mood gradually relaxed. In just a few minutes, the pile of cat food, which was bigger than its body, was swept away. This ordinary-looking kitten is actually his contracted beast, the light spirit cat, a spiritual beast. Luo Chen's world changed quietly after he woke up one day. People and the city remained the same, but a brand new concept, beast control, was integrated into his life. What was even more incredible was the voice that kept ringing in his mind. "Beep, please choose a suitable store to bind as soon as possible." This voice sounded once every hour, following him like a shadow, and almost drove him crazy. Luo Chen looked at the rainy street outside, patted the furball's head, put it on his shoulder, and walked out the door while holding up an umbrella. There are not many people on the street, but there were beasts of various shapes everywhere, some huge, some agile, and from time to time you could see beasts interacting with their masters, as if everything was natural. Luo Chen has gradually adapted to these strange creatures, and is no longer as dumbfounded as he was when he first came. The rain is getting heavier, and the umbrella can't stop the splashing water. Luo Chen subconsciously frowned and tried to avoid the puddle. At this moment, the ball of hair on the shoulder shook slightly, and a gentle energy was released from it. A thin layer of white light film wrapped around Luo Chen's whole body, and the rain could not penetrate at all. He looked down and saw that it was the skill that the light spirit cat mastered, spiritual membrane, which could isolate the body from the outside world. Looking at Mauchio's slight panting appearance, he raised his hand and stroked it gently. "Mauchio, I'll give you a meal when I get back later." The little guy seemed to understand, opened his eyes and looked at him, his eyes full of expectation. While this spiritual film lasted, Luo Chen quickened his pace, crossed 2 street corners, and finally arrived at the door of an old store called Qinyang Pet Store. He pushed the door open, tore off the "For Rent" note on the glass, and looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar store. This was the property left by his parents before they disappeared. He had no intention of operating it, but just wanted to rent it out and collect some rent. But that system-like voice forced him to change his mind. "Found a suitable store. Do you want to bind it?" Sure enough, the voice sounded again. Luo Chen responded in his heart without hesitation, "Yes." As soon as the words fell, the shop suddenly shook. The originally narrow space seemed to be stretched and expanded, and the view in front of him suddenly became brighter, more than doubling in size. A group of exquisitely shaped furniture and pet racks appeared out of thin air in the room. Luo Chen took a step back and walked out of the door to check. only to find that the external space had not changed. Looking back at the room, he was shocked. This is a spatial ability? He entered again, but did not immediately explore the second floor. Instead, he sat back at the cashier counter and asked tentatively in his mind, "What are you? Can you get out of my head?" This time, the voice actually responded. This system is a pet store system dedicated to assisting store owners in training, operating, and selling pets. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Then how can you help me? The store owner will be given two permissions: Eye of True Knowledge and Evolutionary Deduction. The Eye of True Knowledge can display all the information of the beast. The Evolutionary Deduction can predict the possible evolutionary paths of the beast in the future. After hearing the explanation, Luo Chen was very excited. He had been studying beast, taming knowledge crazily recently, so he naturally knew the value of these two abilities. He immediately used the Eye of Truth on the fur ball on his shoulder. Race, Light Civet. Rank, Fierce Beast, 3 stars. Category, Psychic Superpower. Status, Healthy. Qualification, Excellent. Skill, Spiritual Membrane, attaching an energy membrane to isolate from the outside world. The information was clear and basically consistent with the textbook, which showed that the Eye of Truth was indeed reliable. Then he tried to activate Evolution Deduction. Evolution Route 1. Light Cat Moon Cat can manipulate moonlight to fight, strong spell ability. 2. Light Cat Shadow Cat, Dark Assassin, high burst but weak constitution. 3. Light Cat Two-Tailed Cat, spiritual, custom skill combination. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. The textbook only mentioned the moon spirit cat, and the other two never appeared. This means that he may have mastered the evolutionary route of the new beast. As long as the deduction is true and feasible, it will be an incomparable wealth. Luo Chen took a deep breath, calmed his excitement, and looked towards the second floor, his heart full of anticipation. Dong, dong, dong. Luo Chen walked up the wooden stairs slowly to the second floor. The second floor was surprisingly empty, with only a small pool that was steaming and gurgling. He stood at the edge and looked around. It looked like a small hot spring. Luo Chen pointed at the pool and asked curiously, "What is this pool used for?" In his mind, the system's voice sounded, "The cultivation pool can purify impurities in the pet's body and improve its aptitude." His eyes lit up. This was a treasure. He looked down at the furry little creature on his shoulder, picked it up decisively, and stretched it toward the pond. The little fur ball sensed something was wrong and struggled with all its limbs, looking like it had lost all hope in life. But it could not resist the orders of the Beastmaster. As the water surface got closer and closer, it wailed, "Meow." The pitiful cry made people mistakenly think that it was being abused by its master. The water wet its fur, and it was full of resistance at first, but soon the little fur ball calmed down. The warm energy flowed into its body through the water, and an indescribable comfort enveloped it. Luo Chen felt that it was no longer struggling, so he let go of his hand, with a look of confusion on his face. "How long does it take to soak this thing?" he asked the system. "It takes different amounts of time, depending on the size of the beast. For a small beast like the light civet, it only takes 10 minutes. A large beast will need more than half an hour. In addition, the energy in the incubation pool can only serve 3 small beasts per day. If there are more, it will become ineffective." 10 minutes later, Luo Chen activated the Eye of Truth precisely to check the status of the little ball of fur. Race, Light Spirit Cat. Level, Fierce Beast 4-star. Section, Psychic System, Psychic. Status, Comfortable. Qualification, Excellent. Skill, Spiritual Membrane. Generates a layer of energy membrane on the target surface to isolate it from contact with external substances. What attracted his attention the most was the upgrade in rank. It was actually promoted directly from 3 stars to 4 stars. Just soaking for 10 minutes? This is an incredible value for money. According to Luo Chen, the current work of a breeder is mainly divided into 4 categories. One is beast evolution, which is the most expensive and the main source of their income. The second is rank upgrade, such as the star upgrade of the little fur ball just now. The third is combat capability training, including skill mastery and physical fitness enhancement. And the fourth qualification improvement is the rarest and most complex and is almost an area that only senior breeders can get involved in. The store he opened now already had the second function of level upgrade. Even though he had not yet become a formal breeder, he already had the capital to receive customers. At this time, the system issued a task. Yellow level task requirements. The store traffic reaches 50 people within a week, and 3 pets above the fierce level are successfully sold. Task reward, Xianling grass times 10. Xianling grass, a spiritual treasure that can absorb environmental impurities and release spiritual energy, greatly improving the training efficiency of pets. It is a scarce resource for changing the cultivation environment. Seeing the reward, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Of course, he had heard of this thing. It was on the hot search list almost every year. Its value was even higher than that of a spiritual beast. It was a rare treasure in the market. And now, as long as he completed the task, he could get 10 plants at once. In his excitement, he fished the little fur ball out of the pool. The little guy was obviously still not satisfied and reluctantly leaned towards the pool. If you soak it for too long, your hair will fall off. Don't blame me if you become a bald cat. Luo Chen teased. The little fur ball really believed it and immediately shivered and ran out. After drying it with a clean towel, he put it on the ground and let it play by itself. He took out his terminal, opened the registration interface for the animal breeder qualification examination, filled in the information, and without hesitation selected the nearest one 3 days later. The efficiency of the government is really fast, he said to himself. Looking up, it was already 6 o'clock in the evening. Mauchio, go home. Hearing the call, the little guy immediately turned into a shadow, jumped nimbly onto Luo Chen's shoulder, licked his neck, and laid down quietly. When I opened the store door, I found that the heavy rain outside had stopped long ago and the heavy clouds had dispersed a lot. It would probably be a sunny day tomorrow. The water on the ground had not dried yet, and the little fur ball once again considerately released the spiritual film, forming a transparent protective film around Luo Chen's calves to prevent his clothes from getting dirty. On the streets, the flow of people gradually resumed, and many beasts of various shapes were jumping and playing in the crowd, making the scene very lively. According to Chinese law, pets under half a meter in height are classified as small beasts and are allowed to roam freely on the streets, but are strictly prohibited from releasing offensive skills. Violators will be automatically monitored and punished by the system. The giant imperial eagle hovering in the sky. It was the patrol eagle, the standard imperial beast of the city security department, specifically designed to monitor all abnormal behavior in the city. In the city, both the beastmaster and the pet can get the maximum security guarantee. But outside the city is different. That is the real wild world, where danger and opportunity coexist. Only when you reach the level of a spirit beast can you apply to go out of the city to explore. For most people, the city is both a shelter and a cage. The next day, it was a cloudless, sunny day, perfect for going out shopping. Luo Chen had a casual breakfast, took his little fur ball, and set off for the beast farm. The purpose of this trip was to buy suitable beasts for sale in his store. In order to save money, he did not choose the expensive beast tamer car, but took the bus, which was said to be the most cost-effective before the beast tamer's arrival. In this era of beastman civilization, small beastmen are allowed to ride on the bus, but the ticket prices are divided into different levels according to their size. Luo Chen bought an adult ticket and a half-price ticket and boarded the bus smoothly with his little fur ball. It was the morning rush hour, and the carriage was crowded with people, students, elderly people taking a walk, and office workers in a hurry. Almost everyone had 1 or 2 beasts with them, which became a unique landscape. Luo Chen's eyes were quickly attracted by the beast, next to a female student in the front row. It was a beast that looked like a rabbit, with soft pink fur all over its body and several crystal stones inlaid in its earlobes, which was gorgeous and dreamy. Luo Chen, before the time travel, he would probably complain that the rabbit was dressed too exaggeratedly. But now he knew that this was the natural form of the fragrant rabbit. A faint fragrance wafted from the beast, refreshing the heart. Race, fragrant rabbit. Rank, 1-star ferocious beast. Department, medical department. Status, shy. Qualification, excellent. Skills, fragrant. Continuously releases a calming aroma that can relieve mental fluctuations. He was watching intently when he suddenly realized that the fragrant rabbit was shyly peeking at him. He immediately looked away and coughed awkwardly. Although these beasts are pleasing in appearance, docile in character, and can accompany children to grow up, they have poor ambition and low combat power, so not many beast masters are willing to contract them. However, for Luo Chen, this is a high-quality product suitable for sale in stores, low price, popular among middle-class families, and no worries about sales. At this moment, There was a commotion in the carriage, and several young people suddenly exclaimed, "What kind of beast is that? It's so cool." Everyone followed their gaze and looked out the window, only to see a royal beast that looked like a war horse standing in the middle of the road, its blue scales gleaming in the sun, and it had two sharp horns on its forehead, looking very imposing. "It's the wind-controlling spiritual horse." Someone recognized it and said with awe, "It's a spiritual beast of the same level." Race: wind-controlling spirit horse. Rank: spirit beast 4-star. Category: wind. Status: anxious. Qualification: ordinary. Skills: 1. Wine control power, yellow level. Speed up running, 2. Scale armor, mysterious level. Strength and defense, 3. Wind blade, yellow level. Condensed wind blade, long range attack. This configuration is not outstanding among spirit beasts, but rather weak. Perhaps the owner did not pay much attention to its cultivation, or perhaps it only looks cool, but is unable to continue to invest resources. Luo Chen wanted to check its evolutionary path, but when he came to his senses, the blue shadow had already gone far away, so he had to give up. The bus continued to drive, stopping and starting in the bumpy ride, and finally arrived at the destination, Qingyuan Beast Breeding Center, after an hour. Looking ahead, a huge building that occupies an entire street loomed in front of us. The fact that this center can have such a large scale in an urban area where every inch of land is valuable undoubtedly shows that there is an extraordinary force behind it. As Luo Chen looked away, he saw an angry young man running out of the farm gate, muttering, "The Qingyuan store is bullying customers. It doesn't even sell beasts." A staff member from the back caught up and patiently explained, "Sir, this is a breeding center. We only supply goods in bulk to stores. Please go to the authorized store to buy. Why can't we bypass the middleman? Can't I just come and choose directly?" The young man was very emotional, and his tone became increasingly unfriendly. "Please understand that some of the beasts have not yet reached the contract age, and some female beasts are pregnant. They're easily frightened by frequent contact with strangers." But the other party was not listening and kept complaining louder and louder. Luo Chen smiled calmly and prepared to avoid this little disturbance. Unexpectedly, the young man saw him at a glance, as if he had found an ally, and shouted at him, "Brother, this shop does not sell beasts to individual customers." Luo Chen was stunned and pointed at himself. "Are you calling me?" The other party nodded excitedly. "Yes." Luo Chen smiled politely and replied softly, "I'm here to purchase," representing the store. The young man's face turned red, as if he was choked, and he couldn't speak for a long time. It was no wonder that he misunderstood that Luo Chen was here to make a private purchase like himself. Luo Chen's appearance was too deceptive. He was only 16 or 17 years old, with a childish face. He looked like a student who had just entered high school. He didn't look like someone who could come to purchase on behalf of the store. Without paying any more attention to the young man behind him, Luo Chen turned around and calmly walked into the gate of the Beast Breeding Center. The hall was spacious and bright, with a well-arranged layout and several sofas for people to rest. Behind the service desk on the right, there were several young women in uniform sitting. When they saw someone coming in, they all had professional smiles on their faces, but when they saw that the person coming was just a teenager, their smiles faded instantly. Only one of the girls, who looked sweet and lovely, stood up and asked with a polite smile, "How can I help you?" Her voice was as sweet and gentle as her appearance. Luo Chen noticed that the nameplate on her chest had the words Zhangya printed on it, so he responded softly, "I want to purchase a few beasts. What's the process?" Zhangya paused, as if she had misunderstood something, and her face became a little stiff. She seemed to have put Luo Chen in the same category as the man who had caused trouble before, and she couldn't help but regret that she had taken the initiative to talk to him. She forced a professional smile and said, "Young man, I'm sorry, we don't sell beasts to individuals." Luo Chen was not in a hurry. He was prepared. He took out a business license wrapped in special materials from his backpack and handed it to her. "I'm here on behalf of Qingyuan Pet Shop. This is our business license." Zhangyu was stunned for a moment, then took the license and whispered the name of the store. "Qingyuan Pet Shop?" Another girl who was putting on makeup nearby couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise when she heard the name. "Qingyuan Pet Shop? Didn't the owner go missing?" Her reminder reminded Zhangya of that sensational event. Not long ago, the newly emerged vast sea secret realm outside Qingyang City was designated as a 7-star spiritual realm, which attracted great attention from the authorities. Luo Chen's parents, Luo Yuheng and his wife were one of the members who participated in the exploration. However, more than a month has passed since the secret realm was opened, and they still have no news. Although the outside world said that this was a temporary loss of contact, everyone knew in their hearts that it was more dangerous than good. Zhang then realized that the young man in front of her might be the child of the missing explorers. Seeing his handsome face, but with a somewhat sickly paleness, she couldn't help but have more respect for him. Your license is fine. What kind of beast would you like to buy? She quickly returned to her professional state. Can you first introduce me to the common types you have here? Luo Chen asked politely. Zhang nodded, leaned over, and took out a thick picture album from under the counter. After opening it, she pointed to the catalog and introduced, the beasts we have here are roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category is domestic pets, such as Xinjiang rabbit, funny parrot, and lucky clover, which are mainly used for companionship and viewing. The second category is playmate-type beasts with basic combat capabilities, such as Guanghui dog, spirit shieldbird, and water turtles. The third category is fierce beasts that are good at fighting, such as extreme shadow cat, sawtooth tiger, and howling moonwolf. Luo Chen nodded after hearing this, and he already knew about this classification. He thought for a moment and then said, I want to see the 3 types of Xinjiang rabbit, Guanghui dog, and lightning mouse. Lightning mouse is the representative of the combat beasts he prepared for the store, which just happened to cover all 3 categories. Zhang put away the album and made a guiding gesture. Okay, please follow me. They passed through an archway and stepped into a long corridor. A faint white gas was sprayed in the corridor. This is disinfection mist. The small beasts inside are still very fragile and need special protection. Zhang explained. Luo Chen nodded slightly to show his understanding. 15 minutes later, they finally arrived at the Xinjiang rabbit breeding area. Half of it was open grassland, and the other half was indoors. The ground was neatly covered with green grass, and the familiar Qingyang grass was the favorite staple food of Xinjiang rabbits. Groups of little rabbits jumped in the grass, and their furry appearance was very pleasing. Zhang said outside the railing. You can choose which one you choose, and you can grab it directly, but there will be no return or exchange after it is released. Luo Chen naturally understood the rules of the farm. He quietly opened his eye of truth and checked the properties of these Xinjiang rabbits one by one, giving priority to those with docile personalities, healthy physiques, and good qualifications. In the end, he picked out 3 satisfactory Xinjiang rabbits. Considering that it was his first time to purchase, he chose the strategy of few but good. He then went to 2 other breeding areas and selected 2 Guanghui dogs and 1 electric mouse, thus completing the first batch of purchases. Zhang accompanied him throughout the whole process. Although the purchase quantity was not large, she did not show any impatience, and her attitude was always professional. When checking out, Zhang skillfully quoted the price. 3 fragrant rabbits for 30,000, 2 radiant dogs for 40,000, and 1 electric mouse for 50,000, a total of 120,000. Do you need some more food? Luo Chen nodded. Each one will last for 30 days. Zhang calculated. She smiled and said, the total price is 135,400 spirit coins. I'll round it off for you and make it 135,000. Luo Chen handed over his bank card with a little pain. This was the living expenses left by his parents for his 2 brothers, a total of 500,000, and he spent a quarter of it at once. He secretly comforted himself in his heart. Investment always has to start. After receiving the payment, Zhang asked, do you want to take the beast away yourself, or do you want us to arrange delivery? Delivery is free within Qingyang City. Please deliver it to my door. Luo Chen nodded without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked a little embarrassed again. Can you take me back as well? Zhang was stunned. Her expression was subtle, but she quickly regained her composure. Of course, no problem. Although this request was a bit sudden, it was just about adding 1 more person to the car, so she quickly accepted it. Compared with the bus, the freight truck of Qingyuan Breeding Center was much faster. In just half an hour, Luo Chen and his newly purchased beast arrived at the door of Qinyang Pet Shop. When the delivery man offered to deliver the goods to his door, he declined and just let them leave the beast at the door before leaving. Then, he skillfully took out the key, opened the door, and began to carry the beasts into the store. When the last one was settled, Luo Chen was able to take a breath. The little fur ball jumped onto his shoulder and patted it gently with its velvety paws, as if to help him relax. Although his strength was limited and it was more of a psychological comfort, Luo Chen still smiled and raised his hand to rub its head. The fur ball's massage is amazing. The little fur ball immediately worked harder after receiving the praise, and the rhythm became faster, which made Luo Chen laugh even more happily. After a short rest, Luo Chen stood up and devoted himself to the main point of the day, the initial training of the newly purchased beast. Qinyang Pet Shop is located. To stand out in this fiercely competitive environment, it is not luck that counts, but the quality and expertise of the animal pets. It is difficult for ordinary customers to distinguish the quality of pets, which highlights the importance of breeders. Breeders can accurately judge the condition of pets, which is the core criterion for many customers to choose a store. The reason why Qinyang Pet Shop was once so popular is that the owner Luo Yuheng, Luo Chen's father, is a famous star breeder. But since Luo Yuheng and his wife disappeared, the market share of Qinyang Pet Shop has been quickly divided up by the other 4 stores. If he wants to reverse the decline, Luo Chen must play the professional card again. He is determined to obtain the qualification certificate for pet breeders. Although the exam is the day after tomorrow, the difficulty of the apprenticeship stage is not high, and he is confident that he can get the certificate. Of course, the trainee certificate is far from enough, and the other several companies are not short of it. Only by being promoted to a star breeder or creating a unique beast selling point can Qinyang's reputation be rebuilt. Looking at the beasts that were a little wary in the new environment, Luo Chen made up his mind. He first took the 3 Xinxiang rabbits out of the cage, holding one in each hand, and walked upstairs to the second floor's breeding pool. He gently put the 3 slightly shivering little rabbits into the pool. The little fur balls jumped in excitedly and started to take a bath by themselves, looking as comfortable as if they were the masters of the place. In contrast, the 3 rabbits seemed much more reserved, curling up together and not daring to move. But as the light from the pool water seeped into their bodies and a faint fragrance emerged in the air, their emotions gradually calmed down. 15 minutes later, Luo Chen fished them out, dried them carefully with a towel, and used the Eye of Truth to check their latest status. Race: fragrant rabbit. Rank: 2-star ferocious beast. Section: medical status: frightened. Qualification: excellent skills. Fragrant, yellow level. It has a special fragrance that has the effect of calming the mind and concentrating the spirit. In just one bath, their star rating was raised from 1 star to 2 stars. This would be unbelievable in other shops. Most of the Xinxiang rabbits on the market are 2 stars or 3 stars, with prices ranging from 15,000 to 20,000 spirit coins. If they can continue to be cultivated to 4 stars, it will definitely become a selling point to attract customers. He placed the 3 rabbits back in the special cages and prepared food for them as well as for the glow dog and electric mouse. He mixed tranquilizer grass into the food. After the beasts had eaten, they fell asleep peacefully and their emotions gradually stabilized. As night fell, Luo Chen had a simple dinner at a street restaurant and went to the supermarket to buy a bed. He decided to stay overnight at the pet shop. After all, these beasts were the cornerstone of his future career and he couldn't be careless. Back in the store, he made his bed on the 2nd floor, preparing to look up the breeding data of Glow Dog and Light Mouse before going to bed. But the moment he opened his personal terminal, a red, unread message made him stunned. Qinyang Zhiguang. Brother, we have a holiday the day after tomorrow. The familiar nickname made Luo Chen's heart tremble slightly. Qinyang Zhiguang is his younger brother in this body, named Luo Yang, 16 years old, studying at Qinyang No. 1 Middle School. The name of Qinyang Pet Shop is also taken from the 2 brothers. He pondered for a moment and still replied, Chen Luo. Okay, I'll prepare delicious food for you. A few seconds later, Luoyang sent another message. Brother, have you had any of your old problems recently? Luo Chen felt a little warm in his heart and replied, No, it has been pretty normal. That's good. You stay at home these few days, have a good rest, and don't run around. At this moment, Luoyang is more like a brother. Luo Chen smiled and responded, Chen Luo. Okay, Yang's easy. The other party only replied with an ellipsis. He put down the terminal, looked at the ceiling, and fell into deep thought. Am I a time traveler? He did not suddenly travel through time one day, but his consciousness quietly awakened when Luo Chen was still in the mother's womb. When he was a child, it was his consciousness that dominated Luo Chen's body, so he showed extraordinary intelligence. However, he soon realized that there was another weak but clear consciousness in his body. He couldn't bear to erase the other's existence, So he gradually gave up the leadership and gave more growth opportunities to the original Luo Chen. Later, the consciousness of the two gradually merged, until half a month ago, they finally completed the real fusion. Therefore, he cannot simply define himself as a traveler. Now, he is both Luo Chen and himself. And Luoyang and his relatives in this world have long become his true concern and belonging. Luo Chen shook his head, cleared those messy thoughts from his mind, and refocused on the content that he had not finished checking. He typed the 3 words "glory dog" into the Star Network search box, and a series of related entries immediately popped up. What combat skills are suitable for glory dogs? At what age can they mate? Glory dog market price. Evolutionary roadmap. These were all hot search recommendations, but Luo Chen was not interested in paying attention to these popular topics. He was more concerned about the actual operation, so he simply typed in "how to train a glory dog." As expected, a bunch of content popped up on the page instantly, but before he could even take a few glances, his brows furrowed. The Guanghui dog is upgraded to the Blazing Sun dog. The whole training program is guaranteed to teach you until you learn it. The title is quite impressive, but when you click on it, you will find that there is a fee, a full 10,000 star coins. Scrolling down, there are similar ones. Master Lu shares his experience in training Guanghui dog and recommendations on the best skill combinations for Guanghui dog. It seems to be full of useful information, but when you click on it, it is full of pay first, then learn routines, which is exactly the same as those websites selling metaphysics courses in a previous life. Luo Chen gave up after flipping through a few pages. He didn't want to be cheated because of these contents that were hard to tell true from false. It would be better to go back and read the breeder's notes left by his father Luo Yuan. At least they were reliable. The night quietly faded away, and the sun shone again on the streets of Qingyang City. There were more and more pedestrians on the streets, including old men who were doing morning exercises with their beasts, young people who were rushing to work, and students with school bags on their backs, full of energy. Even though there were dangers lurking outside the city, under the protection of the city guards, the city was still peaceful and tranquil. Qinying Pet Shop. Luo Chen woke up early in the morning. To be honest, sleeping in a shop is not as comfortable as sleeping at home. After yawning, he began to deal with daily affairs. Adding food and water, cleaning, everything was in order. After finishing a portion of steamed dumplings from a street-side breakfast shop, he carried 3 Xinxiang rabbits to the breeding pool on the 2nd floor and let them take a comfortable bath. The unique perception ability of the animal tamer allowed him to clearly sense that the energy of the little guys was stronger. He nodded with satisfaction and put the rabbits back into the cage. But then he looked at the glow dog and light mouse beside him, and he started to worry. As a novice breeder, he was really unsure how to train these 2 beasts. Of a breeder is about inheritance and specialization. Each breeder has his or her own specialty, relying on skills and experience. Just like his father Luo Yuheng, who specialized in light spirit cat. This was also the reason why Luo Chen chose that beast in the first place. It was easy to use and had someone to guide it. But at the moment, no one taught him how to raise a glory dog, so he had to figure out on his own. He opened the cage door, and the 2 glorious dogs jumped out, running around the store like they were on stimulants. Even if he had been prepared and locked the door, it would be difficult to chase the 2 little guys if they rushed out. They were about the same size, about 20 centimeters tall, with yellow and white fur that occasionally emitted a faint glow. As they ran, the glow stopped flickering and became steady and dazzling, like 2 moving balls of light colliding in the pet shop. This is a typical manifestation of unstable energy control. When the cubs are emotionally excited, they can easily release the light energy in their bodies accidentally. As a breeder, he must teach them how to restrain their energy to avoid accidentally hurting their owners in the future. He silently read the data panel. Race, Radiance Dog, Level, Fierce Beast, 2-star, Type, Light Daylight, Status, Excited, Qualification, Good, Skill, Radiance, Yellow Level. Converts the energy in the body into radiance form, slightly raising the surrounding temperature. The 2 Radiance dogs had almost the same panel, and both knew only one basic skill, which was normal. The knowledge he had just learned yesterday told Luo Chen that the beast taming qualifications were divided into 6 levels: inferior, ordinary, good, excellent, perfect, and peerless. The 2 in front of him were of good caliber. Although they were not the best, they were pretty good. Seeing the 2 balls of light flying all over the store, Luo Chen decisively turned his head to look at the little fur ball lying on the side. "Fur ball, go," and cleaned him up. The little fur ball's eyes lit up, ready to strike. With a light leap, it flew in front of one of the glory dogs, with its claws raised high. "Pah!" A crisp slap landed, and the little glory dog was stunned, lying straight on the ground, with shock written all over its face. The other one saw its companion being punished, and instantly quieted down, quickly lying down beside it obediently. Anyone who saw this scene would be puzzled. How could a dignified, radiant dog be intimidated by a light cat that looked even smaller? There are two reasons. First, the little fur ball is a 4-star beast, 2 levels higher than them. Its suppression power should not be underestimated. Second, the Guanghui dog has a gentle personality and is suitable as a child beast. It does not like to fight by nature. In addition, Luo Chen has fed them several times and has been tacitly regarded as a temporary master, so they naturally dare not act rashly. Seeing that the two dogs finally quieted down, Luo Chen turned his back to them and quietly gave the little fur ball a thumbs up. When he turned around, he immediately changed to a heartbroken face, slowly squatted down, and gently stroked the Guanghui dog that was beaten. "Hey, does it hurt?" The little guy seemed to have been wronged for a long time and whimpered softly. Luo Chen took out 2 spiritual fruits from somewhere and handed them over, coaxing them to feed them. Sure enough, the little guy's eyes lit up, and they immediately forgot the pain and started eating happily. However, the little fur ball next to them was stunned by the change. "Jump! Keep jumping, that's it." Luo Chen's commanding voice echoed in Qinyang's shop. The 2 glorious dogs flexibly passed through the increasingly high obstacles with crisp and clear movements. After a series of tests, he carefully recorded the data in a notebook. A 3-month-old Guanghui dog, with a maximum jumping height of 2.3 meters, a sprint speed of 3 meters per second, and a horizontal jumping distance of 2.5 meters. All the parameters were clear at a glance, just like a professional physical test. Compared to the general data on the internet, Luo Chen was more convinced by the values he measured himself. He had a clear understanding of the physical fitness of the 2 beasts. Although these tests were not of practical use for the time being, they at least allowed the 2 little guys to release their vigorous energy. Just as he was sorting out the records, the lightning mouse in the corner curled its lips, its eyes full of disdain. It lazily moved its body, curled up again, and closed its eyes to rest. Race, lightning mouse. Level, 3 stars of fierce beast. Type, electricity. Status, lazy. Qualification, good. Skill, lightning. Yellow level releases electricity through the tail, causing damage to the target. Just lie down for a few days. While I get the qualification of trainee breeder, I will slowly torture you. Luo Chen smiled and knocked on the cage. The electric mouse in the cage was covered with silver-white lines flashing, like a natural circuit board. Hearing the threat, it simply turned its back to Luo Chen and turned its butt towards him with an arrogant attitude that was laughable. Luo Chen was not angry, but laughed out loud. He made a note of this account in his heart. When he can officially take up the post, this little guy will know what the authority of Big and Small King is. Although the interior of Qinyang's pet shop has been completely renovated, the sign at the door still reads closed. After all, he is not a formal pet breeder yet, so it's too early to open the shop. After cleaning up the test site, he sat down and began to study today's content, the distribution map of wild beasts around Qingyang City. The more he looked, the more Luo Chen's brows furrowed. Qingyang City was almost surrounded by king beasts. 20 miles to the south was the bloodthirsty, falling feather pung king. 15 miles to the west was red flame lion. To the east were sunlight royal lotus and blue moon carp. To the north lay 3 king-level secret realms, where the king beast could appear at any time. The strongest in Qingyang City are only 3 king-level beastmasters. Such a gap makes Luo Chen's heart tighten. Not to mention the rumor that a certain city was once invaded by a beast tide because a rich kid stole a young king beast from a secret realm. Although that city was not captured, it also fell to the bottom of the national city defense rankings. Thinking of this, Luo Chen became more and more aware that the vast sea secret realm where his parents disappeared was definitely not an ordinary place. With Luo Yuheng's strength as a beastmaster close to the king level, plus his background as a breeder who was good at predicting the attributes of beasts, it was impossible for him to die easily. They were most likely blocked at the entrance and exit of the secret realm by a high-level king beast. Although his analysis was correct, his emotional worries were getting worse. He sighed, closed the terminal, fed several beasts, and checked their status again, to prepare for the upcoming trainee breeder assessment tomorrow. The next morning, the sun was shining brightly. Luo Chen got up in high spirits and put the 3 Xinjiang rabbits into the cultivation pool to activate them. Unexpectedly, the 3 Xinjiang rabbits were promoted to 3-star beasts at the same time, which surprised him greatly. Only then did he set off to the assessment center with satisfaction, taking the little fur ball with him. The breeder center is located in the center of Qingyang City, only a few blocks away from Qinyang Pet Shop. Luo Chen strolled over and saw a long line outside the gate from a distance. The team had 3 generations of people. Some of them were not yet puberty, and some of them were already gray-haired. In comparison, there were not many people like Luo Chen who were in their early 20s. He stood at the end of the line and was quiet for a moment when a fat young man next to him took the initiative to talk to him. "Brother, how many times are you taking the assessment?" "First time," Luo Chen answered honestly. "No wonder. You look so unfamiliar." The little fat man showed an "I understand" expression and patted Luo Chen's shoulder in a familiar manner. "What about you?" Luo Chen responded. "The 6th time." The little fat man did not hide his feelings. "This breeder assessment is much more difficult than I imagined." Luo Chen was a little puzzled. He had clearly checked the information and knew that as long as he awakened the eye of true knowledge, it would not be a problem to pass the test. How come this person failed the test 6 times? Not to mention that the old man in the team looked like he had been taking the test since the archaeological era. Luo Chen's heart began to tighten. Could it be that the information on the internet was outdated? Or was it simply misleading? Seeing Luo Chen's nervous expression, the little fat man patted him again and said earnestly, "Don't panic. It's normal to fail the first time. Look at the white-haired old man in front. It is said that he has been taking the exam for half his life and still hasn't obtained the qualification." Luo Chen's mouth twitched after hearing this, and the pressure instantly doubled. He began to wonder, is this little fat guy trying to show off to potential competitors? Just when everyone was getting impatient, the queue finally started to move. The door to the breeder center slowly opened, and the examination officially began. The exterior looks ordinary, but the interior of the breeder center is surprisingly spacious. The lobby on the first floor is about 500 square meters, with 20 doors of the assessment rooms made of special materials on each side, which is very impressive. Luo Chen was observing the surroundings while secretly counting the number of doors. At this moment, a lively girl walked up to him and handed him a number plate, number 135. After dealing the cards, she moved lightly among the crowd, quickly distributing the remaining numbers to the people in the line. It didn't take long for all the cards to be dealt to more than 300 people. At this time, an old man with elegant clothes and extraordinary temperament quietly appeared and stood at the front of the team. The badge on his chest was particularly eye-catching. 3 stars were inlaid on the light blue background, symbolizing a 3-star level breeder. Luo Chen recognized the badge. He knew that the levels of breeders range from apprentice, starry, bright moon to shining sun. Starry was further divided into 1 to 5 stars, and his father, Luo Yuheng, was a starry 5-star breeder. In other words, the old man in front of him was slightly inferior in level. The old man glanced around and confirmed that the distribution was complete before he slowly spoke. "I'm the chief examiner of this trainee breeder assessment, Lu Qingyu. There are 324 candidates today. The examination rooms are assigned according to the numbers, with 50 people in each group and the last 24 people in each group. There are 7 examination rooms in total. They are in the 7 rooms on the left." After the words fell, everyone quickly went to their respective examination rooms according to their numbers. Luo Chen also followed the crowd to the gate of the 3rd examination room. Pushing the door open, 50 tables and chairs were neatly arranged. There were no designated seats. Whoever came first could sit wherever they wanted. Luo Chen found an empty seat at the back and sat down, as the front row had already been taken. Not long after, the girl who handed out the number tags appeared again, but this time she brought a tall beast, a gorilla, and 3 cages covered with black cloth. She placed the cage on the podium and smiled warmly. "I am Lu Qingyu, the invigilator of this examination room. When the examination begins, please record the information of these 3 beasts as detailed as possible. The more detailed, the higher the score." After she finished speaking, she lowered her head and began to operate her terminal device, seemingly checking data. The next second, a crisp ringtone pierced the air. As if receiving a start signal, Luo Chen skillfully lifted the black cloth on the 3 cages. The assessment has officially begun. Please remain quiet. Everyone held their breath and focused, and Luo Chen also looked intently at the 3 beasts on the stage. The first one was a small parrot-like beast with tail feathers. The second one was a cat-like creature, and the third one had a strange appearance, looking more like a statue made of several stones, making it difficult to tell its biological attributes for a while. Despite this, Luo Chen was not panicked at all. He whispered, "Eye of Truth, activate." The information of the first beast quickly emerged. Race, crested parrot. Rank, 5-star fierce beast. Category, sound. Status, depression. Qualification, ordinary. Skills, 1. Simulated sound. Xian level can accurately reproduce the sound heard with a unique voice. Luo Chen immediately recorded this information and even added something based on its appearance. It is about 30 centimeters long, with a blue-white crown and feathers as long as its body, bright blue feathers, and agile posture. Then, he turned his gaze to the second cat-like beast. Race, long-tailed cat. Rank, 6-star fierce beast. Category, martial. Status, lazy. Qualification, good. Skills, 1. Long-tailed whip. Yellow level, use the tail to attack the target. Although the aptitude was better than the previous one, Luo Chen knew that the value was not necessarily high. The rarity and potential of the crested parrot far exceeded that of the cat. Finally, he stared at the strange stone creature to find out. Race, little spirit stone. Rank, 9 stars of fierce beast. Category, earth. Status, dormant. Qualification, ordinary. Skills, 1. Spirit in stone. Earth level, racial talent, devour stone materials to enhance talent and combat power. 2. Earth sink, mysterious level, extract earth elements to create a sinkhole. 3. Falling rock. Yellow level, summon boulders to smash down enemies. Seeing this string of information, Luo Chen was shocked. Earth level racial talent? This potential is enough to become a king beast. He was secretly shocked and couldn't believe that such a level of beastmaster would appear in the apprentice assessment. But when he saw that the status was dormant, he seemed to understand. There might be something wrong with this beast, and even the breeders at the center couldn't solve it. That's why it frequently appeared in the assessment, waiting for a talented newcomer to appear and solve the mystery of it. Luo Chen filled in all the information he had observed, and when he looked up, he found that most of the candidates in the examination room had hardly started writing. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the 3 beasts in the cage, with solemn expressions, as if they were immersed in difficult thinking. He couldn't help but have a little doubt in his heart. So he opened the Eye of Truth again and carefully checked the beast control information. As a result, everything was correct and the information was complete, so he raised his hand without hesitation. Luo Chen, the invigilator standing on the stands, had already noticed this quiet but outstanding candidate. After all, he was the only one writing furiously, so he was naturally very eye-catching. She walked down the stands and asked softly, "What's the problem?" "Can I hand in my paper early?" Luo Chen asked bluntly. Luo Chen glanced at the answer sheet on his desk and smiled slightly. "Of course. You can go to the hall to wait for the results. The results will be available in about an hour. The Breeder Center is very efficient, and the assessment results can be released on the same day. If you pass, you can get the trainee badge, and if you fail, you have to wait for the next opportunity." Luo Chen already knew this, and after nodding his thanks, he left the classroom and went to the hall to wait. His back as he walked out of the classroom attracted envious glances from fellow examinees, which made him even more nervous. After he left, Luo Chen picked up the answer sheet, and after reading it carefully, her expression changed. She then took out her terminal, edited a message, and sent it out quickly. Luo Chen was bored and browsing the terminal in the hall when he suddenly heard a gentle call. "Student Luo Chen, can you come with me to the examiner's office?" He looked up and saw the invigilator from before. She was wearing a blue dress and standing not far away with a calm expression. Luo Chen nodded slightly and stood up to follow her. "Is there something wrong with my answer sheet?" he asked curiously as he walked. Luo Chen replied softly, "No problem. On the contrary, it is perfect. It's just that the examiner Luo Chen wants to see you." Hearing the name Luo Chen, Luo Chen's heart moved, and he immediately searched for relevant information in his memory. But he could not find any memory of any intersection with this examiner. which made him even more confused. The two walked through the corridor and came to a heavy stone door on the second floor. Luo Chen knocked on the door, and a hoarse response came from inside. "Come in." The room was simply furnished with a desk, a few chairs, and a shelf for displaying beast taming materials. The old man sitting behind the desk was the examiner Luo Chen, with deep eyes, staring directly at Luo Chen, who walked in. After the two of them sat down, Luo Chen got straight to the point. "Excuse me, what is the relationship between young friend Luo Chen and Master Luo Yuan?" Luo Chen was stunned. Although he was alert, he knew that if the other party wanted to find out, he would not be able to hide it, so he answered truthfully, "He is my father." "It is true." Luo Chen nodded, his expression calm as usual. Obviously, he had guessed it long ago. "Master Lu knows my father?" Luo Chen asked tentatively. Luo Chen laughed. "Who in Qingyang City doesn't know Master Luo Yuan? He is the only one who has the potential to become a Haoyue breeder in the past few years." He changed the subject and said in a gloomy tone, "It's a pity that Master Luo is now trapped in the secret realm of the vast sea and cannot return for the time being." Luo Chen's expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly asked, "Do you know any news about him?" Luo Chen's tone was gentle. "There is not much specific information, but it is certain that the vast sea secret realm is a large king beast secret realm, and the entrance has been blocked by several king beasts, causing the exploration team to be stranded inside." This was consistent with Luo Chen's speculation. He felt relieved that his parents were not in danger for the time being, but he also understood that he had to improve his strength as soon as possible to rescue them. Luo Chen seemed to see his worry and comforted him. "The city lord has sent a request for help to the superior Lioang city, and a support team will arrive soon." Luo Chen felt relieved after hearing this. Although Qingyang City is a lower-level city, it is affiliated with the middle-level city of Lioang City, where there are many experts, and perhaps they can really bring back a glimmer of hope. "Thank you, Master Lu, for telling me," Luo Chen said solemnly. "You're welcome." Luo Chen waved his hand. "I'm just confirming your identity. Seeing that your answers are so accurate, I guess you have awakened the eye of true knowledge." Luo Chen nodded. "That's right. If I hadn't awakened this talent, I wouldn't have dared to take the exam." He paused and asked doubtfully, "But I'm a little confused. Why is this exam so difficult for others?" Luo Chen smiled meaningfully and turned to look at Luo Chen. "Chen, you explain it." "Okay, Grandpa." Luo Chen smiled and explained, "The eye of true knowledge is a gift that only a few people have, but the country has a huge demand for breeders. In order not to block the opportunity for ordinary people to enter the industry, the assessment is set so that everyone can participate. But for people like you who have talents, it is naturally very easy. Ordinary candidates need to memorize a lot of knowledge and rely on experience and memory to judge information. However, even so, many people have become excellent breeders and made great contributions to the country." Luo Chen finally understood that those candidates with frowning brows had no talent and could only rely on hard work. At this time, Luo Chen took out a green grass-shaped badge from the drawer and handed it to Luo Chen. "This is your trainee breeder badge. But with your talent, you'll be able to upgrade to a formal star badge soon." Luo Chen excitedly took the badge. This meant that he could finally officially open a store, complete the system task, and take the first step toward becoming a strong man. His heart was warmed, and he was already looking forward to the arrival of the reward. Luo Chen took the badge made of tender grass and said softly, "Thank you, Master Lu." After saying goodbye to Luo Chen, he followed the same path back to Qinyang Pet Shop. He took down the temporarily closed sign on the door, and at that moment, the pet shop was reopened. The shop was still empty, so he walked in the warehouse, found a blank sign, and wrote neatly, "Qinyang Pet Shop, main business, sale of pets, foster care services." He originally wanted to start a pet breeding business, but unfortunately, with only the qualification of an apprentice breeder, he did not have the qualifications yet. He had to give up temporarily. He placed the sign in the most conspicuous position in the hall, then sat back at the front desk, quietly waiting for the first customer to arrive. From the sun rising to the sunset, Luo Chen watched the number of pedestrians on the street gradually decrease, and he couldn't help feeling a little lonely. Why is there not even a single customer? Squeak! The door of the shop was finally pushed open. Luo Chen looked up instantly, with a little more anticipation in his eyes. The person who came in was a cute girl with a high ponytail and a bit of baby fat on her face, wearing the school uniform of Qingyang No. 1 High School. She was stunned by Luo Chen's passionate gaze, her hand still holding the door handle, as if she was going to turn around and run away in the next second. Luo Chen noticed her hesitation and immediately tried to persuade her to stay. "Classmate, is there anything you want?" The girl said awkwardly, "I just take a look." "Of course, it's no problem to just take a look." Luo Chen relaxed his tone and opened his personal terminal, trying not to put pressure on her. Without the oppressive feeling of being stared at, the girl gradually relaxed. After looking around, she couldn't help but be surprised. This small shop actually used space expansion technology to make the interior space ridiculously large. She walked all the way to the middle of the south wall and finally saw a few beasts locked in cages. A hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. This store with expensive decoration and space only sold these few beasts? She secretly glanced at Luo Chen, and when she saw that he didn't notice her, she quietly approached the cages. There were 6 beasts in the cages: the docile and well-behaved Xinxiang rabbit, the lively and enthusiastic Guanghui dog, and a lazy and arrogant Dingguang mouse. The glorious dog was the most enthusiastic, trying to pounce on her through the cage. Luo Chen secretly praised him. Not bad. He has a sense of self-promotion. On the other hand, he couldn't help but frown at the lazy, electric mouse. Too lazy, no one would be willing to take him away like this. Suddenly, the girl said timidly, "Brother manager, your Xinxiang rabbit seems a little different." Luo Chen put down the terminal, walked closer to take a look, and asked with a smile, "What's different?" The crystals on the oracles seemed to be much larger than the ordinary ones. She almost used up all her courage to say this. "You observed very carefully." Luo Chen smiled. "Did you find that their fragrance is also stronger?" She sniffed carefully and nodded. Luo Chen smiled and said, "The size of the crystals actually reflects their rank." The girl's eyes lit up. Could it be that they have surpassed the common 2-star beasts? Luo Chen smiled calmly and nodded in affirmation. Yes. With the basis for communication, the girl became more relaxed and continued to ask, "But I have never seen a fragrant rabbit higher than 2 stars. Luo Chen explained, "It's not that no one can breed it. It's just that the cost is too high, and the cost effectiveness is not as good as the ordinary 2-star beast." The girl looked at the fragrant rabbit in the cage, her eyes full of novelty. "What about these?" Luo Chen generously advertised, "We only sell high-quality products in Shenyang Pet Shop. Naturally, they're different." "Then, what's the price?" she asked quietly. Luo Chen smiled and quoted the price. 25,000 spirit coins. The little girl's eyes widened immediately, and she waved her hands while stammering, I don't have any money." Seeing her nervous look, Luo Chen chuckled. "It's just a joke. Don't be nervous. Just take your time." The little girl finally breathed a sigh of relief, stayed for a while, looked at the time, and then left in a hurry. Ding dong. A message popped up on the terminal. "Shenyang Jiguang. Brother, where are you?" Luo Chen slapped his head and remembered that his brother was also on holiday today. "Chen Luo, I'm in the store. I'll be home soon." After replying the message, he prepared dinner and water for several beasts, closed the store door, and walked quickly towards home. On the way, I passed by a familiar restaurant and packed my brother's favorite food. Click! The key turned the door lock, and the light in the house was bright, but there was no sign of Luoyang. However, a lion-shaped beast with red hair and nearly 1 meter in height pounced on him, and Luo Chen instantly felt the heat coming towards him. He quickly put down the food, opened his arms, and hugged the beast tightly. The light spirit cat, that was originally lying on his shoulder, seemed to dislike the burning sensation on this guy, and jumped onto the chair. This beast was Luoyang's contracted beast, the fiery lion. Beast taming information: race, flame lion. Rank, 9 stars. Attribute, elemental fire. Status: joy. Qualification: excellent. Skills: 1. Flame, yellow level attached to claws or mouth to form a burning attack. 2. Flowing flame bomb, yellow level, gather fire elements to form a fireball and throw it. 3. Flame true body, mysterious level, summon a flame clone twice the size to continue fighting. The sound of footsteps echoed in the stairwell, and a figure appeared from the corner. The boy had short, neat hair, wheat-colored skin, and immature facial features, but with some hard lines and a firm look in his eyes that did not belong to his age. "Brother, you're back." His eyes lit up the moment he saw Luo Chen, but when he noticed the flame lion lying in Luo Chen's arms, his face immediately darkened. Qian, get down from my brother's arms, he said in a bad tone, as if he was jealous. Qian shuddered immediately and jumped down from Luo Chen's arms with a resentful look on his face, looking reluctant. Luo Chen chuckled and patted Qian's head as a comfort. The two brothers sat at the dining table, unpacking their meals, and Luo Chen asked about his brother's recent situation. How is school lately? It's okay, but I'm about to enter the 3rd year of high school, so I have to practice more than usual. Luo Chen noticed the fatigue he was hiding from his slightly drooping eyes, and a trace of pity rose in his heart. He knew that the child was under a lot of pressure. Remember to buy the beast taming materials. Don't skimp on them. I'll transfer some money to you later. Don't let me down at the critical moment. For now, Lioang shook his head. My parents didn't leave much money, so I'd better keep it. Even if I don't invest extra resources, I'll still be number 1 in the school. Luoyang has always been confident. The beast taming talent he awakened is called ability inheritance, which is an inherent part of the power of the contracted beast, which can be called a bug-level existence in the beast taming field. In order to avoid getting into trouble, Luo Yuheng and his wife had long ago told him not to expose this ability easily, and Luo Yang always kept a low profile. Even so, with his own beast control ability, he had long been the uncrowned king of the campus, and almost no one could beat him. Luo Chen understood him, and his tone was still gentle. Resources cannot be lacking. If you miss out on the growth stage of the beast, you will miss out. You can't save on this. Luoyang was silent. He knew he couldn't persuade Luo Chen, so he could only nod silently. After a moment, he looked up and asked softly, Brother, is there any news about Mom and Dad? Yes. Luo Chen told him the clues he got from Lu Qingyu, and then said softly, Just prepare for the entrance examination with peace of mind. Your parents will come back safely. Knowing that his parents were not missing but were temporarily trapped in a secret place, Luoyang was obviously relaxed, and the tension on his face also loosened. Brother, did you go to the store today? Hasn't it been closed for a while? Hey, I have good news to tell you. I have awakened the Eye of Truth. Luo Chen raised the corner of his mouth, took out the trainee breeder badge he had just received from his pocket, and waved it in front of Luoyang. Is this true? Luoyang's eyes lit up, and he was happier than when he first awakened. He knew that this family hadn't received good news for a long time. His parents had lost contact, his brother was seriously ill, and now his brother had recovered and awakened a rare talent. Everything seemed to be moving in a good direction. Of course it's true. Luo Chen looked at him with a smile, his tone confident. Luo Yang gently stroked the tender leaf pattern on the badge, his eyes full of relief. He had watched his brother suffer from illness since he was a child, and now that his condition has improved, he is happier than anyone else. Luo Yuheng and his wife entered the secret realm in order to find a rare beast resource that could cure the soul-leaving disease. Now it seems that the day of their return may be coming soon. After calming down, Luoyang joked, Then I will leave the training of my beast masters to you, big brother. Luo Chen smiled and nodded. No problem. I will make you the strongest beast master. The two brothers laughed at each other. Their laughter was a bit relaxed and full of long-lost hope. After dinner, Qian started to act like a spoiled child next to Luo Chen again, asking him to comb his hair. Luo Yang couldn't stand it anymore. This guy's my beast. Why does he always pester you? Luo Chen reluctantly took out a small comb, and while combing Qian's dark red hair, he sank his mind into his body and quietly activated his other talent, evolutionary deduction. Flame lion, red flame lion, lava lion, flame lion, ice flame lion king. 3 evolutionary routes come to mind. The first is the regular evolution that can be seen in the existing data, which is mastered by professional breeders. The second and third are unknown evolutions that Luo Chen has never heard of. The flame lion belongs to the spiritual beast species, and after evolution, it is at least the king beast level. And through evolutionary deduction, he not only saves a huge amount of money, but also may help Qian step into a higher level. But unfortunately, this talent seemed incomplete, and there was no specific information about the evolution result, only the name. Luo Chen could not confirm which route was the best, so he could only grope forward. Thinking of this, he sighed. What's wrong? Brother, are you too tired? Luo Yang looked at him warily, then kicked Qian in disgust. Get out of the way. You're clinging to me all day long. Luo Chen smiled and patted him. It's okay. I just have too much to do today. I'm going to rest first. Okay, go ahead. Luo Yang nodded, his face full of concern. Luo Chen led the little fur ball back to the room, and the sound of footsteps gradually disappeared on the stairs. After the door closed, Luoyang immediately turned back to his room and changed into a dark suit. His movements were quick and neat, as if he had been prepared. He raised the silver bracelet on his wrist and called out to the air, "Qian." Qian ran over from the corner and was collected into the bracelet space by a silver light. Putting on his backpack, Luoyang quietly walked out of the house. His expression was calm and determined, and his eyes seemed to be looking at another plan that was about to unfold. That night, Luo Chen slept particularly soundly and woke up at dawn without even having a dream. When he went downstairs to prepare breakfast, he wanted to call Luoyang to eat together, but then he changed his mind and thought that he should let him sleep a little longer after a few days of rest. After dinner, Luo Chen hurried to Qinyang Pet Shop to continue his busy day. In the store, Flame Lion carefully inspected the first floor, then walked upstairs with a clattering sound and pushed open Luoyang's door. "My brother is gone." The young man's voice came from inside the house, with a hint of caution in his tone. He was sitting at the desk. His lean upper body was naked, and several wounds on his chest and arms were clearly visible, as if they were left by the bites of some beast, and there were also several bruises and scratches, which showed that he had experienced a fierce battle. The blazed lion nodded slightly. It also had wounds on its body, but they were covered by its thick hair. Luoyang stood up with a grin on his face, walked to the storage room to look for the medicine box, and applied some ointment to the blazed lion while applying medicine to himself. That steel butterfly was too cruel yesterday. Today, I must teach it a lesson, he muttered, and it was obvious that he was furious about the battle last night. Luo Chen opened the door of the pet shop early. Today he arranged for 2 beasts, Glow Dog and Light Mouse, to be placed in the breeding pool. Fragrant Rabbit is a 3-star beast, and its quality is already top-notch among its kind. Its price is only slightly higher than the 1-star rabbits on the market. Luo Chen is very confident in its competitiveness. In order to attract customers, he specially made information cards in front of the cages, indicating the race, level, skills, price, and other detailed information, and also wrote "No bargaining" in a striking font. The 3 Xinjiang rabbits were sold at a uniform price of 25,000 spirit coins. After the initial soaking, the energy concentration of Glow Dog and Electric Mouse has been slightly improved, but they have not yet advanced. Therefore, the price of Glow Dog is 25,000, and the price of Electric Mouse is 57,000, which is consistent with the market price. While busy tidying up the cages, I heard hurried footsteps outside the door. "Yao Yao, does this store really have 3-star fragrant rabbits?" A well-dressed girl rushed in, pulling a girl with a sweet temperament. The one being pulled was Cheng Yao, who had been to the store yesterday. She was dragged into the store by her good friend Fan Hongxiang with a helpless look on her face. "There were still 3 when I came yesterday. I wonder if they are all sold out today," Cheng Yao whispered as they walked. Fan Hongxiang was anxious. "Hurry, check it out." Luo Chen poked his head out from behind the counter and said calmly, "We still have stock. Don't worry." Fan Hongxiang looked him over and asked in surprise, "Are you the boss?" Luo Chen smiled and nodded. "That's right." He was thinking in his heart, when his father comes back, he wonders if he will take back the store. He pointed to the south. "Xinjiang Rabbit is over there." Upon hearing this, Fan Hongxiang immediately rushed towards the cage. Cheng Yao was dragged by her and staggered a little. She could only turn back and give Luo Chen an awkward smile. "Slow down, Fan Hongxiang." But Hongxiang didn't listen to him. After a while, she stood in front of the cage and breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the 3 rabbits were still there, she felt relieved. A new sign. Cheng Yao noticed that there were some more information cards in front of the cage. 3-star beast. Fan Hongxiang looked at the 3 fragrant rabbits with ear crystals larger than those of ordinary rabbits and believed most of it. But she still took out the terminal and operated it a few times. A green scanning light shone on the rabbit. The information popped up on the terminal screen immediately. Energy concentration 300, 3-star beast. Confirmed. Fan Hongxiang nodded with satisfaction. Cheng Yao leaned over and said enviously, "Wow, this terminal is the latest model? This function is so convenient." Fan Hongxiang shook her head and smiled. "It's very convenient to use, but it's not very useful in the wild. Those wild beasts will not let you sweep them obediently, and you may even anger them." She took Cheng Yao's hand and said softly, "But I'll give you one on your birthday." After that, She stopped talking and turned to Luo Chen and shouted, "Boss, I want a Xinjiang rabbit." This was the first order of the day. Luo Chen suppressed his inner excitement and walked over calmly. "Which one do you want? Help me choose." Fan Hongxiang responded with a smile. All three were similar, so Luo Chen chose the one in the best condition, carefully put it in a portable cage, and handed it over. "Do you need special rations?" "No," she refused decisively. "The total is 25,000 spirit coins." He swiped his card, and the money was credited to his account. When the notification sound of funds credited sounded, Luo Chen felt that it was the most beautiful sound in the world. Fan Hongxiang was in a good mood. She pulled Cheng Yao and said with a smile, "Come on, sister will treat you to a big meal." Cheng Yao whispered goodbye to Luo Chen before leaving with her friend. Luo Chen stood there, watching the two girls leave with a faint smile on his face. The first deal was successfully concluded, and the beast sales task issued by the system was also completed by 1/3. However, the goal of 50 people has just taken the first step, and there is still a long way to go. After receiving Cheng Yao and Fan Hongxiang, Luo Chen put up a striking sign at the door. New store opening, selling high-quality beasts, providing beast foster care services. I don't know if it's because the signboard worked, or if Chinyang Pet Shop finally attracted attention today, but customers started to come in. Although most people just looked around and had no intention of buying, Luo Chen still felt relieved when he saw the rising number of customers on the system task panel. Compared to the beast shops on the street that have a large number of employees and lively publicity, Chinyang Pet Shop is run by only him, and there is not even a cashier. Therefore, customers who enter the store can only visit at will, and the number of beasts on display is also very few. However, the 3-star Fierce Beast Fragrant Rabbit in the store still attracted a lot of attention, and some customers even couldn't help but ask, "Young store manager, is the fragrant rabbit you introduced reliable?" Luo Chen stood up from behind the cashier counter and responded patiently. Customers can observe the crystals on the ears of Xinjiang rabbits. The size of those crystals is a reflection of their strength. Some authoritative breeders believe that when the crystals cover the entire ear, the Xinjiang rabbit will naturally evolve. Although no one has really done it yet, you can take a look at the two rabbits in the cage. Do they have much more crystals on their ears than usual? Several customers came closer to take a look, and just as he said, the earlobes of the two Xinjiang rabbits were covered with crystals at a density far beyond the norm, which immediately caused a lot of exclamations. An older, smiling uncle suddenly joked, "Young store manager, apart from the Xinjiang rabbit, which looks reliable, why don't you have any introductions to the other two beasts in your store?" Facing the teasing, Luo Chen remained calm. Those two were just purchased and have not been cultivated yet. If you're interested, come back in 5 days to see the results. The uncle, who was originally just joking, became serious after hearing it. "Okay, my son is almost 12 years old. If it is really a fine product, I will come to your store to choose one for him. Then see you in 5 days." Luo Chen responded loudly, his tone firm. These interactions in the morning were just minor episodes. What really concerned him was that he had sold another fragrant rabbit. At this point, he only needed one more to complete the sales task assigned by the system. The number of customers decreased during lunch break, and Luo Chen looked at the remaining Xinjiang rabbit in the cage, his heart full of hope. But it munched on the grass pellets calmly, without any reaction to the changes around it, and even though its companions disappeared one after another, it still ate leisurely. He checked the evolution information of Xinjiang rabbit again. Evolution route. Xinjiang rabbit Ruxanguan spirit rabbit, king of beasts. Evolution conditions. Must reach the 6-star of fierce beasts, and use the liquid medicine made from Qingxin flower, Xianling grass, and Shiyue vine branches and leaves to feed it, in order to have a great evolution probability. Every time he saw this route, Luo Chen would be silent. Qingxin flower was still okay, but Xianling grass was 30 times more expensive, and Shiyue vine was a high-level spiritual plant. The three materials together would cost at least 6 or 700,000. Not to mention that he had to cultivate Xinjiang rabbit to 6 stars first, which would take a long time. More importantly, this soft, fragrant rabbit is a king beast. Can he, an apprentice breeder, really control it? Instead of forcing miracles, it is better to develop down to earth. Although this 4-star fierce beast Xinjiang rabbit is rare in the market, it has grown well under his careful feeding, which can be regarded as a good helper to attract customers. At this time, Luoyang walked into the store with his lunch. He put down his lunchbox and looked around curiously. Brother, have you renovated the store? As a regular customer, Luoyang noticed the big change in the store's layout at a glance. Luo Chen had no choice but to respond. Well, I spent some money to rearrange it. Luoyang did not ask any more questions, but instead stared at the beasts. You really have good taste in choosing these ones. Luo Chen like a brother. After all, Luo Chen's occasional illness is really worrying. Luo Chen laughed. Let's eat first, and then watch after eating. As soon as he sat down, Luo Chen noticed that Luo Yang's face was a little pale. You don't look very good. Are you feeling unwell? Luo Yang was stunned for a moment, then perfunctorily said, Maybe I trained too long in the beast taming battle hall this morning. Luo Chen didn't think much about it. Where's Qi Yin? He's consumed too much energy. He's resting in the bracelet now. At this time, Qi Yin was sulking in the space of the bracelet and didn't say much. Luo Chen nodded, then go back and rest after dinner, and don't work too hard. Luoyang lowered his head to eat, and only responded with a few vague, appearing to be worried. In order to prevent him from discovering the secret on the second floor, Luo Chen persuaded him to leave early. The two brothers finished this piecemeal with their own thoughts. After the meal, Luoyang did not stay in the store for long and left in a hurry. The customer flow in the afternoon was even greater. After a while, the system prompted that the customer flow had reached the target and the task was halfway completed. Now, he only needed to sell one more beast, and Luo Chen's first system task would be successfully completed. Chapter 14 Mission completed. However, beast tamers are not daily consumables after all. Even if people have the need to buy them, they will only make a real decision to buy after observing several stores. So throughout the afternoon, most people came to take a look, but no one bought anything. There may be too few beasts in the store, and there are not more options for customers to choose from. It is also possible that the owner of the store looks too young and does not seem to have enough experience in beast training. Luo Chen's mission was also stuck on the sale of the last beast. Today, Luo Chen did not close the store early like yesterday. He planned to extend the store's business hours to 10 o'clock in the evening. Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Luoyang came to Luo Chen with food to have dinner together. Naturally, he bought the food from a nearby restaurant just like he did at noon. When Luo Chen saw Luoyang, who was worrying about how to sell the last beast, his eyes suddenly lit up. Isn't Luoyang a ready-made customer? So when Luoyang put the food on the table, Luo Chen eagerly pulled him and said, Brother, aren't you going to be promoted to a spirit beast tamer? You haven't bought the second beast yet. I think this fragrant rabbit is very suitable for you. Luoyang was confused by Luo Chen's sudden action. Did his brother want him to contract Xinxiang Rabbit to be his second beast? He placed his palm on Luo Chen's forehead and asked in confusion, Brother, do you have a fever? It's not hot. Luo Chen slapped Luo Yang's hand away and showed his dignity as an elder brother. I see you like that Xinxiang Rabbit very much. You must want to buy it home. Well, take it to the front desk to pay the bill now. Luoyang had more question marks on his face. Could it be that because the business was not good, his brother was upset by something? This seemed even more terrifying than the soul-leaving syndrome. However, Luo Chen didn't care what Luoyang was thinking at the moment and dragged him to the cashier. 25,000 spirit coins. Luoyang looked at Luo Chen worriedly, and in a daze, he took out his terminal and paid. The mission has been completed. Do you want to claim the reward now? Luo Chen immediately chose no. He took the Xinxiang Rabbit back from Luoyang's hands and put it back into the cage. Luoyang looked at Luo Chen's actions and scratched his head in confusion. But it was good that Luo Chen did not really intend to let him contract this Xinxiang Rabbit. Warning, you must not bully customers because of your size. Please return the beast to the customer. 10% will be deducted from this reward. Luo Chen froze when he heard the system's voice. It seemed that the bug in this system was not so easy to fix. He immediately shouted with an idea. Brother, you want to keep this fragrant rabbit in the store for foster care, right? Yes. Anyway, as long as Luo Chen doesn't let Luoyang take this Xinxiang Rabbit back to sign the contract, whatever Luo Chen says is what matters. Luo Chen felt relieved when he heard the system notification sound no longer sounded in his ear, but he immediately felt the pain in his heart. The reward of 10% is a Xianling grass worth 300,000 spirit coins. After hurriedly finishing dinner, Luo Chen rushed Luoyang back home. He locked the door of the shop and put up a sign outside saying temporarily closed. Then I can't wait to check the rewards I got. Withdraw the reward. Luo Chen muttered to himself. A crack appeared without any warning in the air on the first floor of Qinyang Pet Shop, and then several things were thrown out from the crack like garbage. Then the crack was quickly closed again. Luo Chen could even feel that the crack was full of disgust towards the store and the reward items. But when Luo Chen saw the Xianling grass piled together on the floor, he didn't feel disgusted at all. These grass-like plants with a few scattered branches and leaves do look the same as the Xianling grass in memory. The ones on the ground even looked taller than the ones that often appear in the news before. Luo Chen hurriedly found the flower pots used to cultivate plant-type beasts from the warehouse on the second floor, and planted the 9 Xianling grasses one by one in each pot. After just a short while of work, Luo Chen could feel the energy level in the store increasing. The little fur ball beside him even took the initiative to hug one of the pots of Xianling grass and refused to let go, so Luo Chen could only let it go. When the air became rich in energy, the most obvious impacts were on the few beasts kept in the store. They could now absorb a large amount of energy with every breath they took. Therefore, they don't even need any training to have a better foundation than other beasts. Mission released. Sell 6 beasts. Receive 200 customers and foster 3 beasts. Time limit, 10 days. Mission reward. Permanent exploration rights to the first level secret realm. Store level system is turned on. The current store level is 1. Comment. It's just a rubbish store run by a rookie. No one would really buy anything here, would they? This time, what appeared was not a sound, but a panel similar to the Eye of Truth. Some of them are like the web version of the business games that Luo Chen played in his previous life. Very rough and simple. Luo Chen forced himself not to read the reviews of the store system to prevent himself from being angered by the bad-tempered system. What is this store level about? What permissions does it have? Luo Chen asked in his mind. The system's voice answered in Luo Chen's ear. The store level is determined based on the store's turnover, customer satisfaction, the level of the beasts managed, and the store's influence. Different levels correspond to different permissions. Level 1 shops have the following privileges. The number of small beasts that can be cultivated in the breeding pool is increased to 5 per day. 1 permanent secret realm quota is available. The shop space is 500 square meters, 2 floors, and there is 1 store manager. It seems that there is no difference from before, but the number of places in the cultivation pool has increased by 2, which is a good thing. So what is this secret realm like? It can be understood that the store will have an exclusive secret realm, and only with the permission of the store manager can other people or beasts enter and exit. And there's an environment for breeding beasts or some special beasts. The upper limit of the beasts that can survive in the first level secret realm is fierce beasts, and the level of beasts that can be cultivated is also fierce beasts. Luo Chen understood all of this. Wasn't this providing himself with a stable supplier? As long as he owned the secret realm, he could capture the beasts from it and sell them. He no longer had to go outside to select the beasts, cultivate them, and then sell them for a second time. After figuring this out, Luo Chen couldn't wait to complete the second task issued by the system and have a secret realm exclusive to the store. Chapter 15, Frostwolf. As a reward from the system, Luo Chen placed 3 plants of Xianling grass on the first floor, 3 plants upstairs, and the remaining 3 plants he prepared to take home. Unlike the colorful nightlife in the previous life, there are not many people wandering on the streets of Qingyang City at night. After waiting for a while, no guests arrived. Luo Chen closed the shop and returned to his home 2 blocks away. As soon as he got home, the little fur ball jumped lightly onto his own kitten nest, closed his eyes comfortably, and took a nap. Lioang and Qi Yin were not seen on the first floor of the house. Luo Chen went up to the second floor as if he was familiar with the place, came to Luoyang's door, knocked, and prepared to open the door and go in. After turning the doorknob, but it didn't budge, Luo Chen realized belatedly that Luoyang had locked the door from the inside. Wait a moment. Luoyang's somewhat panicked voice came from the room. Then there was a sound of rummaging through drawers and cabinets, and after about 2 minutes, the door was open from the inside. Luo Chen leaned against the door with his arms crossed and raised his eyebrows. You've grown up and started to have secrets? Luoyang smiled awkwardly without arguing. Brother, what do you want from me? He turned sideways, as if to invite Luo Chen to come into the room and sit down. Luo Chen waved his hand and said, I'm not going in. I'm not an unenlightened parent. Children still have to have some privacy. I came to you to ask you to do me a favor. Tomorrow I will go to the beast farm to select some beasts. Can you help me check the store? Luo Chen stared into Luo Yang's eyes and asked, "You should be free tomorrow, right?" "Oh yes, of course." After getting a positive answer, Luo Chen stopped bothering Luo Yang. "Okay, that's all. You can continue playing." After saying that, Luo Chen disappeared around the corner, and the sound of dong 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 coming from the stairwell was heard. Luoyang locked the door again and opened the healing medicine he had just hidden. He lifted up his clothes and continued to apply medicine to the hideous wound on his abdomen, sprinkling the white medicine powder on the wound that was slightly bleeding. Luoyang couldn't help but let out a slight hissing sound. Looking at the cold sweat on the boy's forehead, he could also understand that he must be suffering from pain that was hard to accept. After applying medicine to the wound, he opened his terminal and edited a message and sent it out. "Light of Qinyang, tonight's event is canceled." That should be a small group, because after Luoyang sent the message, received popped up in a message box one after another. Luo Chen got up very early the next day. Without disturbing Luo Yang, he went to the store by himself first. The little ball of fur, a fragrant rabbit, 2 glow dogs, and an electric mouse were all put in the cultivation pool on the second floor to take a bath. After today's bath, the information of several beasts also changed to varying degrees. Xinxiang rabbit broke through to the 4-star level of the ferocious beast. The 2 Guanghui dogs also successfully broke through to the 3-star level of the ferocious beast, and the electric rat broke through to the 4-star level of the ferocious beast. The little ball of fur also upgraded from a 4-star ferocious beast to a 5-star ferocious beast. This wave of promotions gave Luo Chen a big surprise. It should be because of the upgrade of the system yesterday, which also upgraded the effect of the incubation pool. Moreover, the 6 Xianling grass in the store increased the energy concentration of the environment, so it was normal for them to be promoted one after another. But no matter what, Luo Chen's mood brightened up because of the promotion of these beast tamers. The information column of Glorious Dog was adjusted to 3 stars, and the price was also changed to 28,000 spirit coins. The price of Electric Mouse is adjusted to 60,000 spirit coins. Then, the position of Xinxiang Rabbit was adjusted from the cage on the south side to the north side. The beasts on the south side were used for sale, and the 2 rows of cages on the north side were used to place the beasts that were fostered here. Therefore, there are only 3 beasts for sale in the store now, which is not even enough to complete the minimum number of the second task. Luoyang arrived at the store around 8 o'clock in the morning. In fact, there was nothing to explain, except that he was asked to sell the beast at the price indicated above. Without giving Luoyang a chance to ask anything, Luo Chen said a few words and went out. However, Luo Chen did not take the bus this time. After all, he was a man who could earn money, so spending this small amount of money was acceptable to him. Qingyuan Beast Breeding Center. Familiar location, familiar reception staff. Zhanya, the staff member who had received Luo Chen before, obviously did not expect that Luo Chen would come to the breeding center again so soon. She asked anxiously, "Did something go wrong with the batch of beasts we bought last time?" Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. "Business is pretty good. This time I'm here to buy beast cubs. Please take me to choose some." Hearing that there was no problem with the last batch of beasts, and that Luo Chen was coming to buy beasts again, Zhang Ye's face blossomed with a bright smile. "Okay, please follow me." Just like last time, after Luo Chen chose the type of beast to buy, Zhang Ye took him to different breeding centers to choose beasts. This time, Luo Chen still chose 4 fragrant rabbits first, and then chose a new beast, Frostwolf. Frostwolf is considered a relatively high-level beast among the ferocious beasts, and has a complete and developed route for evolving into a king beast. It is a kind of beast that is very popular among the middle-class families in Xingyang City. Of course, it is also relatively expensive. A cub costs more than 80,000 spirit coins. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and bought 2 Frostwolf cubs for fragrant rabbits and their food, spending a total of 210,000 spirit coins. Another big order was closed, and Johnny was very happy to give Xinxiang Rabbit an extra half-month's worth of food for free. I came back by riding on the delivery truck of Qingyuan Breeding Center. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when we arrived at Qinyang Pet Shop. Seeing Luo Chen coming back with the beasts, Luoyang came out of the store and helped move a few beasts into the store. After packing up everything, Luo Chen keenly discovered that one of the beasts in the store was missing. There were originally 2 glory dogs, and now only 1 was left. When I opened the system panel, I saw that the share of the beast sales task had become January 6th. He patted Luoyang's shoulder in surprise and encouraged him. "You did a good job, young man." Luoyang smiled helplessly. The sale of the beast didn't seem to have much to do with him. After the customer came in and took a look around, he took a fancy to one of the glorious dogs. It should be a playmate for his 6-year-old son, and the family seemed to be well off, so the deal was made quickly. The store was still open at this time, and naturally there were still some customers watching the newly purchased beasts being locked in the empty cages on the south side. The relatively handsome Frost Wolf naturally attracted the attention of customers. "Young store manager, how much do you want to sell these 2 Frost Wolves for?" Apparently, someone quickly identified the species of this beast. Luo Chen looked at the person who was speaking. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He had a very rough appearance, and there were various scars on his exposed skin. His eyes were also sharp and very aggressive, and based on his aura, Luo Chen could guess that he was a spiritual-level beastmaster. An adventurer who often wanders in the wild? Luo Chen muttered to himself. "This Frost Wolf was just bought and has not been trained yet. If you want it, I will sell it to you at the purchase price. It only costs 85,000 spirit coins." Luo Chen did not make any money, because 83,000 was the price of the Frost Wolf itself, and the remaining 2,000 was the price of its rations. The man who asked the question became interested. "If the young store manager cultivates it, how much will this Frost Wolf cost?" The price will be determined based on the level of cultivation. If the cultivation is good, it may be worth 150,000 or 160,000 yuan. Luo Chen did not directly answer the question about the pricing of Frost Wolf. The man laughed when he heard Luo Chen's answer. He seemed to be a cheerful person. "Then I will buy this Frost Wolf at the original price now. Later I will come to see the breeding results of the other Frost Wolf. If it is better than mine, I will definitely take care of the fostering service for the young store manager." Luo Chen's original purpose was not to make money, but to complete the system's task. If this happened in other beast taming shops, even if it was just a resale, the price of this Frost Wolf would probably increase by 10,000 spirit coins. "Swipe the card and pay." The man picked up the Frost Wolf cub by the scruff of its neck and carried it away. The Frost Wolf cub did not resist at all. It was indeed a spiritual beast, and it obviously felt the man's powerful aura. Chapter 16, Qingyun Treasure Auction. June 15th, 552nd year of the New Life Calendar. Today's sales revenue from the sale of 2 beasts, Glow Dog and Frost Wolf, brought in 113,000 spirit coins. It cost 210,000 spirit coins to purchase 4 fragrant rabbits and 2 Frost Wolves. Today's account balance is reduced by 97,000 spirit coins. After the man who bought the Frost Wolf left, Luoyang quietly pulled Luo Chen aside. "Brother, what's the situation with the Xianling grass in our store? Many customers have asked me this morning if I would sell it." Luo Chen then understood why there seemed to be dozens of people lingering in the store, and they didn't look like they were here to watch the beast taming. Instead, they were discussing something around the 3 Xianling grasses. After hearing Luo Yang's words, Luo Chen quickly asked the system in his mind, "System, after the Xianling grass is sold, does it count as completing the system's task?" "System." The system seemed to crash for a moment before responding. "Xianling grass is the predecessor of some kind of beast, so it can be counted as sales for now." After getting confirmation from the system, Luo Chen asked mysteriously, "What kind of store are we?" "Pet shop." "So?" Luoyang still didn't quite understand what Luo Chen meant. "So why not sell it if you can make money?" Luo Chen took down a board from the second floor and wrote a lot of things on it with a pen. After writing, he handed the board to Luoyang and asked him to put it in the most conspicuous place in the hall. "Instructions for purchasing Xianling grass in our store. Our store has 2 Xianling grass for sale, each priced at 400,000 spirit coins, and you must purchase at least 1 beast from our store when purchasing." Luo Chen shamelessly adopted the bundling sales model. Given the popularity of the 2 Xianling grasses, if both were really sold out, the system's second task would be completed. When Luoyang put the sign in the middle of the hall, it instantly attracted the attention of customers staying on the first floor. After reading the requirements written by Luo Chen, many customers felt that this request was reasonable. Because the last time the Xianling grass appeared in Qingyang City, it was sold for 610,000 at the auction house. Now the items in this store only cost 400,000, so even if you add a Beastmaster, it's not a big deal. Just after reading the notice, a customer came to the cashier and found Luo Chen. He was a young man in his 30s with shiny hair. I want to buy a Xianling grass and a fragrant rabbit." When the man was about to pay, the other customers reacted instantly and swarmed to Luo Chen's cash register. "I also want a Xianling grass and the Guanghui dog. I want one too. I want one too." Luo Chen's eyes widened unconsciously. Are there so many rich people in Qingyang City now? Among the dozens of customers in the store, are there so many people who have the money to buy Xianling grass? Luo Chen stretched out his hands and pressed them down slightly. After the scene became quieter, he said, "Everyone, our store only has 2 Xianling grasses for sale, but so many people want to buy them, it's really not easy to divide them. Everyone, I am a purchaser of Liang Group. Please give me some face." It was the greasy-haired man who first told Luo Chen that he wanted to buy a Xianling grass. He took out a business card from his shirt pocket and placed it on the cashier counter. The person on the business card is Wei Yansheng, the purchasing manager of Liang Group. After hearing what the man said, the other customers' discussions became quieter. I have to say that his identity is quite intimidating in Qingyang City. It is said that the Liang Group moved from the central city to the lower city. It has only been in the lower city for more than 10 years, but it has been thriving in Qingyang City with the help of 2 king-level beastmasters in the family. Now it has become a giant in Qingyang City, so people in Qingyang City rarely provoke the Liang Group. But at this time, a few more people walked in from outside the store, wearing the same neat uniform. When everyone present saw the attire, they instantly recognized who the people were. They were from the Qingyang City law enforcement team. The leading man was very tall, about 1.9 meters, but he looked very young. He looked around the store and then spoke. "I heard that there is Xianling grass for sale here. I wonder if our law enforcement team has the honor to buy one." Although his words were questions, his tone was unquestionable. Luo Chen frowned, feeling that this person was a little too strong, and couldn't help feeling a little displeased. "We only have 2 Xianling grasses for sale in this store. Please wait until you have discussed it with us before buying." Luo Chen's voice sounded calmly, but the impatience in his tone was very obvious. As the person who knew Luo Chen best in the field, Lioang clearly felt the unhappiness in Luo Chen's tone. He frowned and stared at the law enforcement team and the manager of the Liang Group. Among the dozens of guests present, it was obvious that these 2 had the highest status, so the others did not compete with them to buy the 2 plants of Xianling grass. The character who later became the law enforcement captain also got a Xiangxiang rabbit when he bought the Xianling grass. After successfully holding the Xianling grass in his arms, he asked, "Will you sell the last Xianling grass?" There were a total of 3 Xianling grasses placed on the first floor. After 2 people bought 1 each, there was still 1 left for calming the area. Luo Chen shook his head coldly. "That one is kept in the store for use and not for sale." Tisk. The man from the law enforcement team sighed softly. What a pity. He could clearly feel from Luo Chen's attitude that he disliked him, but he didn't care. Seeing Luo Chen's firm attitude, he retreated from his store with his minions behind him. Instead, the man from the Liang Group pushed his business card in front of Luo Chen and said in a gentle manner, "Young store manager, if you have any rare items to sell in the future, you can contact me." Luo Chen looked at the 3 words, Wei Yansheng, on the business card and nodded. "Okay." But in the eyes of Manager Wei, what kind of items are considered treasures? Facing Luo Chen's curious question, Wei Yansheng smiled gently. "There's no need to say much about treasures like Xianling grass. You can also notify me of some rare and uncommon beasts." Luo Chen frowned and thought for a moment, then pointed to the Xianxiang rabbit. Quietly staying in a cage on the north wall, does a Xianxiang rabbit cub like the 4-star fierce beast count? What? Even the knowledgeable Wei Yansheng was shocked by Luo Chen's words. A 4-star ferocious beast, a fragrant rabbit cub? Luo Chen nodded naturally and led Wei Yansheng, who had an expression of disbelief on his face, to the cage of the Xinxiang rabbit. The fragrant rabbit in the cage is less than 2 months old. Judging from the size of the crystal on its ear, I think Manager Wei can sense its approximate level. Wei Yansheng himself was also a beastmaster of a fairly high rank, so he naturally had some sense of what was happening. He stared at the fragrant rabbit in the cage and marveled at it. It's possible for a cub to reach this level. I really don't know how they were trained. Has this fragrant rabbit learned any other skills? No, Luo Chen answered truthfully. Wei Yansheng's expression was visibly regretful. Young store manager, to be honest, this fragrant rabbit is indeed amazing, but it has no skills, and considering its racial positioning, it is indeed a bit far from being called a fine product. Luo Chen knew what Wei Yinqing meant. Even if the Xinjiang rabbit was of a higher level, it was still a Xinjiang rabbit, after all. It had not learned any new skills and had not undergone any qualitative changes, so it could only slightly attract other people's attention. However, young store manager, if you can cultivate the Xinjiang rabbit to the level of 6-star fierce beast, I can send it to the Qingyun treasure auction. Luo Chen knew about the Qingyun treasures auction. It was an auction held by the Lioang group and was held once a month. All of the items listed above are rare treasures. Logically speaking, items of the ferocious beast level are not even qualified to be included in the auction. As long as the products have been put up for auction, their values have skyrocketed. The last time the Xianling grass appeared was at the Qingyun treasures auction. It was sold for more than 600,000 yuan. Presumably, the Xianling grass purchased from Luo Chen this time will also be listed at the Qingyun treasures auction again. Luo Chen smiled and said, Manager Wei, didn't you buy a Xinjiang rabbit this time? You can leave it with me for foster care. After I train it to a 6-star fierce beast, you can come and claim it then. How about that? No matter how much the Xinjiang rabbit is sold for, it will be your personal income. Chapter 17, Steel Butterfly. Wei Yinqing looked confused, and he asked tentatively, how much is the foster care fee? Luo Chen silently calculated in his heart. How about charging you 60,000 spirit coins? Pay a deposit of 10,000 spirit coins before fostering. 60,000. Wei Yinqing looked at the Xianling grass in his arms, as if he had made up his mind. Okay, 60,000. As he said that, he handed the cage of the Xinjiang rabbit in his left hand to Luo Chen. After paying the money, Wei Yinqing eagerly left the shop protecting the Xianling grass in his arms. Without the eye-catching Xianling grass, the customers in the store dispersed in 2s and 3s, leaving only a few who remained in the store to observe the beasts. Luo Chen called up his task panel. Task progress. Sold 6 beasts, completed. Received 200 customers, completed. And fostered 5 beasts, completed 2. Time limit, 10 days. Mission reward. Permanent exploration rights to the first-level secret realm. When Luo Chen was away, Lioang sold a glow dog and a frost wolf that had just arrived in the store for sale. These are the 2. Then the 2 Xianling grasses and the 2 Xiangxiang rabbits, sold in a bundle, just completed the system's task of selling beasts. There are only 3 foster beasts left to complete the mission. Luo Chen turned his gaze to Luoyang and showed a friendly smile. Brother, where is Qi Yan? Why can't I see him? Well, Luoyang was stunned for a moment, then pointed at the bracelet on his hand and said, I was afraid of scaring the guests, so I let it rest in the bracelet. Luo Chen looked at the store and saw that there were not many customers now. It's okay, let it out. Although Luoyang felt a little strange, his trust in his brother made him release Qi Yan directly, and the bracelet shone a green light on the open space in front of him. Then a mighty flame lion appeared. It first looked at the surrounding environment, then saw Luo Chen behind it, and pounced on him without hesitation. If Luoyang hadn't stopped him in advance, Luo Chen, who had never experienced the beating in a beast-taming battle, would have been knocked to the ground. Luo Chen stepped forward and touched Qi Yan's head, then said to Luo Yang beside him, Before you start school, leave Qi Yan in the store. Go to the cashier and pay the bill yourself. It's 2,000 spirit coins. When Luoyang heard Luo Chen's words, he froze in place for a moment. What? Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Foster care is free, right? Go quickly. No, if you open a store and don't make money from other people, but just take advantage of your brothers, is that really a good thing? Luoyang could only complain silently in his heart. He didn't dare to resist. He could only walk to the cashier silently and swipe 2,000 spirit coins from his terminal. People were coming and going in the store, and before we knew it, it was already evening. Seeing that there would be no more customers coming, Luo Chen prepared to close the shop and go home with Luo Yang. At this time, a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old came in with something in her hands. When she saw Luo Chen near the door, her eyes lit up and she said crisply, Big brother, can you treat the beast here? Luo Chen smiled gently at the little girl and said, Little sister, if you want to treat your beast, you need to go to the beast hospital. We sell beasts here. While answering the little girl, Luo Chen also saw clearly what she was holding in her hand. A butterfly with a silver body and wings that seemed to be made of steel, emitting a cold light. If it were healthy, it would definitely be a very good-looking beast. But now, one of its steel-like wings was broken in the middle, and the other wing was in even worse condition, as if it was about to fall off its body, with only half of its parts still connected to the body. Luo Chen could feel that this butterfly-like beast was on the verge of death. Hearing Luo Chen's answer, the little girl was obviously disappointed. She clenched her hands together in an attempt to make the butterfly beast feel more comfortable. Luo Chen quietly asked the system in his mind, "System, can this butterfly be saved?" "It can be saved. Just soak it in the incubation pond, and it will be able to maintain its current state of life." After getting the system's answer, Luo Chen stopped the little girl who was about to turn around and leave. "Wait a moment." The little girl turned around and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Big brother, I have a way to save it." Luo Chen pointed to the silver butterfly in her hand. "Really?" Hearing Luo Chen's words, the little girl's eyes instantly widened, like a cute version of a little squirrel. "But you have to leave this beast with me, okay?" Facing such a lovely little girl, Luo Chen spoke softly unconsciously. "Foster care." The little girl blinked nervously. "How much does it cost?" As if she was afraid that Luo Chen would not save the butterfly, the little girl gently placed the silver butterfly on the ground, and then took out a handful of small banknotes and coins from the backpack behind her. He hurriedly handed it to Luo Chen. "Big brother, this is all the money I have, please save it." Luo Chen took out a 10 spiritual coin note from the banknotes she handed over and placed it on the cashier's counter. "Okay, that's enough." Then he picked up the silver butterfly from the ground and held it in his palm. The silver butterfly was too big to fit in the little girl's two palms, but in Luo Chen's hand, one palm was enough to cover the entire body of the silver butterfly. Holding it in his palm, Luo Chen could more intuitively feel the weak life breath of this silver butterfly, like a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. Lioang, who had been observing the whole process, came over and whispered quietly in Luo Chen's ear, "Brother, don't lie to the little girl. There's no chance of this steel butterfly surviving." Luo Chen glanced at Luo Yang and said, "You are the breeder, and I am the breeder. If I say I can save her, I can save her. You stay here with the little girl and wait for a while." After saying that, he came to the second floor with the steel butterfly, mentioned by Luo Yang in his hand. Luo Chen gently placed the steel butterfly in his hand into the water of the incubation pool. The pool water slowly covered the body of the steel butterfly, and then the steel butterfly sank to the bottom of the pool without any reaction, just like a corpse. Luo Chen couldn't help but doubt the system's words. "System, you are not lying to me, are you?" "No, wait a moment." The system's answer was still so confident and firm. Luo Chen calmed down and paid close attention to the silver butterfly sinking to the bottom of the pool. Sure enough, after a while, a faint fluorescence appeared on the wound on the butterfly's body. It was as if there was an invisible force attached to the wound. The broken wings were returning to their place, and new flesh and blood were growing on the damaged parts of the body. Its own aura gradually became stronger and more stable, and it seemed that there would be no problem for it to survive. "You can fish it out now. If you soak it like this for another week, it will heal." Luo Chen followed the system's advice and fished the steel butterfly out from the bottom of the pool. It has opened its little eyes and is now looking at Luo Chen with gratitude. Luo Chen touched its wings and said, "It wasn't me who saved you. She was waiting for you downstairs." Chapter 18, Foster Care Mission Completed. On the first floor of Qinyang Pet Shop, Luo Chen held the steel butterfly in both hands and bent down slightly so that the little girl could see its current condition. Wow, Big Brother's amazing. The wound on its body healed so quickly. When the little girl saw the intact wings and steady breathing of the steel butterfly, she screamed in surprise. Compared to the little girl's pure joy, Luoyang's expression was incredible. He opened his mouth wide, as if he didn't know what to say. "This is not." As a beastmaster who had received school education, Luoyang understood what it meant to rescue a dying beast in just a dozen minutes. Even though the creature that was rescued was just a small, ferocious beast, he knew that his brother had a secret, but he didn't expect his brother's secret to be so scary. Thinking that there were outsiders around, Luoyang calmed down a little, closed his mouth, and waited for a time when there was no one around to have a good talk with his brother. Luo Chen didn't know how shocking his actions were. He just smiled as he looked at the little girl who was carefully stroking the steel butterfly in his palm. Now its surface injuries are much better, but the internal injuries still need to be healed. After another 3 days of treatment, you can take it home. When the little girl heard about taking it home, her brows furrowed visibly. Big brother, I picked up this beast from outside, and I don't even know where its home is. Was it picked up? Was it abandoned by its own beast master? Or was it a wild beast that strayed into the city? Luo Chen immediately ruled out the second option. The city was heavily guarded, and a small 4-star steel butterfly would not be able to break in. Regardless of the situation, Luo Chen could be sure that there was no mark of the contract on this steel butterfly, and it was still a pure beast, which would not affect the subsequent contract with the Beastmaster. This is not its original home. You saved it, so from now on, wherever you are is its home. Luo Chen looked at the little girl in front of him with a loving face. After all, who doesn't like a well-behaved child? The little girl's eyes suddenly lit up, looking at the steel butterfly in Luo Chen's hand. My home is its home. Her chubby little hands slowly slid over the wings that seemed to be made of fine steel. Take good care of yourself, and I will take you home when you recover. The little girl's tone was full of responsibility. Seeing that it was getting dark, Luo Chen hurriedly urged the little girl to go home. The little girl reluctantly said goodbye to the steel butterfly. After the little girl left, seeing that there was no one in the store, Lioang hung up a sign saying temporarily closed and locked the door. Luo Chen, who had just put this steel butterfly in the cage, turned around and saw his brother's series of actions. He felt a little strange and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Lioang held his forehead with his hand. His brother's safety awareness was too poor. "Brother, do you really not know how dangerous it is for you to treat this steel butterfly?" Healing beast tamers were not uncommon, but the ability to bring a dying beast tamer back from the brink of death was indeed too rare. Rarity meant being coveted and dangerous. Seeing Luo Chen still looking confused, Luo Yang continued with some regret. Qingyang City's #1 beast hospital, the signature medicine for treating beasts, Lingzhu, cannot cure a dying beast in just 10 minutes, even if it reaches the spiritual beast stage. Even their dean's king animal medicine, Lingzhu Wang, couldn't do it. That Jinging butterfly was cured in your shop. What do you think it means? This means that he has a beast tamer in his shop with more terrifying healing effects than the medicine bamboo king. But Luo Chen is just a small beast tamer. Hearing Luoyang's words, Luo Chen obviously thought of something and his face turned pale. The peaceful life in his previous life, coupled with the fact that he was so well protected in this life, made him often forget that this was a world of beast taming full of dangers and a world where personal strength was extremely exaggerated. Now that their parents are missing, the two brothers have no one to rely on. If there are people with bad intentions, there are probably 1,000 ways to make them disappear quietly in the city. As he thought about it, Luo Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Luoyang saw that his brother was aware of the danger and was afraid that Luo Chen's old illness would relapse. So he hurriedly comforted him. But luckily, it's a little girl this time. She probably doesn't know what this means yet. "Brother, you don't need to worry too much. Just be more careful next time." Luo Chen let out a long sigh, with a guilty look on his face. "Brother, this is just the first time. It won't happen again." With a stronger sense of security, they had no interest in opening the store today. After simply packing up, Luo Chen and Luo Yang returned to their home in the community under the moonlight. No words were spoken that night. On the second day, Luo Chen arrived at the store early, as usual, to start business. The current beast situation in the store: 1 electric rat, 1 frost wolf, and 2 fragrant rabbits. Fostering situation: 2 fragrant rabbits and 1 steel butterfly. Luo Chen remembered that he had just brought in 6 beasts yesterday. So why did it feel like there were still so few beasts in the store now? Luo Chen looked at his taskbar first. He was still short of 2 more beast samples. Then he would be able to complete the system's task and would not have to go to the beast breeding center to buy beasts. First, take the 3 foster beasts to the 2nd floor and soak them in the breeding pool. Among these 3, 1 was prepared as a gift for Luoyang to be promoted to a spirit beast tamer. 1 had signed a contract with Wei Yinsheng, and the other needed to be saved. There were 2 remaining spots in the incubation pool, 1 for Luo Chen's own furball and the other for the new frost wolf. Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. Although there weren't many beasts in the store, there were even fewer spots in the incubation pool. Perhaps the news of the existence of Xianling grass in the store spread, and there were a lot of customers in the store today, most of whom came for the reputation of Xianling grass. Not many people buy beast tamers, But because the concentration of spiritual energy in the store is high, more beast tamers choose to foster beasts. In the whole morning alone, 12 customers chose to foster their beasts. Due to the high concentration of spiritual energy in the store, when their owners left, the beasts seemed reluctant to leave. After working all morning, there were fewer customers at noon, so Luo Chen was able to take a break and check his task rewards. Task progress: sold 6 beasts, completed. Received 200 customers, completed, and the number of beasts in foster care reached 5, completed. Mission reward: permanent exploration rights to the first-level secret realm, available for collection. Luo Chen closed the shop door, hung up a sign saying temporary rest, rubbed his hands, and chose to receive the reward. Task rewards have been issued. After seeing the words on the panel, Luo Chen looked around the first floor and didn't find anything extra. That means it is on the second floor. With this guess, Luo Chen actually felt relieved. He was really afraid that the system would directly place the entrance to the secret realm on the first floor, which would make it difficult for him to open a store. Coming to the second floor, Luo Chen finally saw the first-level secret realm rewarded by the system. Chapter 19: Entering the Secret Realm. As soon as he went up to the second floor, Luo Chen discovered the secret realm rewarded by the system. In the southeast corner of the second floor, a light gate more than 2 meters high stands there quietly, and the light gate is dark blue. Luo Chen walked to the light gate. The faint blue light shone on his face, and he inexplicably felt an eerie feeling. Originally, he wanted to go directly into the light gate, but after looking at himself and the little fur ball beside him that was still a cub, he sighed silently and stopped thinking about it. Entering the secret realm is important, but your own life is also important. According to the system, the first-level secret realm is full of beasts of the same level as ferocious beasts, which means that there may be ferocious beasts from 1 star to 9 stars. The light cat that I have contracted is only a 5-star ferocious beast now, so it is not safe to go in rashly. Luo Chen opened his terminal and dialed a number. Brother. When Lioang rushed to the pet shop, he found that the door was closed and there was a sign outside saying suspended and closed. He shook his head helplessly. This pet shop was really run too casually. It closed down all the time, which could easily leave a bad impression on customers. He sent a message to Luo Chen on the terminal, and the store door quickly opened from the inside out. Luo Chen popped his head out, and when he saw that Lioang was the only one there, he quickly stretched out his arm and pulled him in. Then there was a click sound of locking, and the door was locked again from the inside. Brother, what's the matter? Why did you call me here in a mysterious way? Lioang couldn't wait to ask as soon as he entered the store. Luo Chen did not explain directly, but said to Lioang, "Follow me." After that, he first walked towards the second floor. Lioang followed Luo Chen's footsteps to the stairs and found a note that was not there. Cultivation site. No visitors allowed. He remembered that there was no note when he came yesterday. It seemed that his brother had posted it today. It was just a piece of paper. Lioang didn't care about it. What he cared about was something on the second floor that made his brother close the store. I went up the stairs very quickly. There was not much on the second floor, just a pool and a light door. Secret realm. As soon as he saw the light gate, Lioang exclaimed. Obviously, he was very familiar with this thing. However, the secret realm should not be opened in the city, because there is a certain spatial law on the air membrane that protects each city, which will interfere with the formation of the secret realm and make the entrance to the secret realm open outside the city. Luoyang's expression changed slightly, and the flame lion instantly appeared in front of him. Then he rolled quickly to protect his silly brother. Luo Chen looked at the figure in front of him blankly. He poked Luo Yang's back and said, "Brother, what are you doing?" Luo Yang and Flame Lion looked at the light gate vigilantly. Seeing that no beast had come out of it for the time being, he decided to popularize the knowledge of beast taming with his brother, who had not received much education. That light gate leads to a secret realm, where beasts of unknown rank may rush out at any time. Let's go down first and report the situation here to the law enforcement team. Then he looked at the silent light gate while preparing to protect Luo Chen and retreat towards the stairs. Luo Chen now knew that Luoyang had misunderstood, and he had to explain it somehow. He grabbed Luoyang's forearm from behind to stop him from retreating any further. Luoyang turned half of his head and glanced at Luo Chen with a puzzled look. Luo Chen touched his nose and said weakly, "Brother, is there any possibility that the secret realm was summoned by me?" Question mark. Luoyang's face was filled with even more confusion. Brother, do you want to take a look at what you were saying? Luo Chen easily analyzed Luo Yang's current mental activity from his facial expression. Luo Chen's voice sounded very confident. You can understand this as part of my talent. This secret realm was indeed summoned by me, but is a one-way passage. We can go in, but the beasts inside cannot come out without my permission. A look of bewilderment appeared on Luoyang's youthful face. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, just like the treatment of the steel butterfly yesterday, is it part of your talent? Luo Chen nodded and looked at Luo Yang with a firm gaze. That's right, and this secret realm is full of beasts of the same level as the fierce beasts. I called you here because I want you to go in with me and take a look. It took Luoyang a long time to digest the news that Luo Chen told him, but he still looked skeptical. In front of the light gate where the two came from, the ferocious beast 9 stars flame lion stood in front of them. Behind it was Luoyang, and at the end was Luo Chen, who was carrying Light Spirit Cat on his shoulder. The two people and two beasts entered the light gate one after another. When Luo Chen entered the light gate, he didn't feel anything special. It seemed to be no different from passing through any other ordinary door. The difference is that after entering the light gate, the different body surface temperatures allow them to truly feel that they have arrived in another space. There is light in this space, but it is not bright, just like the brightness of sunset turning into dusk. However, the flame lion had flickering flames on its body, making Luo Chen and the others much brighter than the surrounding areas. Looking around, the two of them and their two beasts should now be standing on an open grassland, surrounded by wilderness. Luo Chen could feel the grass under his feet brushing against his trouser legs. This space is not very big, the kind that you can see the end at a glance. It is estimated to be about 10,000 square meters in size and about 50 meters high. As for why Luo Chen made such a speculation, it was because he could see the air membrane representing the boundary of the secret realm as far as he could see. At the edge of the air membrane, there were distorted space ripples which emitted unreal light of various colors, and it was easy to find. System, is this the level 1 secret realm? It doesn't look like there are any beasts to tame. Luo Chen secretly asked the system in his heart. The arrogant voice of the system sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Host, please actively explore and discover. Luo Chen curled his lips, not really understanding what there was to explore in such a small space. He squatted down helplessly and used the eye of truth to look at the green grass all over the ground, hoping to discover something. Name, green grass. Uses, food that two-headed antelopes like to eat. Long-term consumption can promote evolution. Although it was not a beast-taming herb, it was at least a spiritual herb related to beast taming. Luo Chen's inner loss dissipated a little. The flame lion circled around Luoyang and Luo Chen. Although the flames on its body were illusory, the high temperature of its body still made the green grass wilt. Luo Chen first observed the surrounding environment vigilantly. After seeing the size of this secret realm, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was so large that even if there was a beast tamer, it would not be very strong. Brother, what are the uses of these grasses? Seeing Luo Chen observing these grasses for a long time, Luoyang couldn't help but ask. Luo Chen nodded. It's a kind of green grass that two-headed antelopes like to eat. It's quite useful. Let's walk around and see if there are any beasts in this small secret realm. Having said that, Luo Chen stood up, picked a direction at random, and walked forward. Luoyang naturally had no objection, but he and the flame lion stood on the left and right like two great guardians, protecting Luo Chen and the little ball of fur in the middle. After walking about 100 meters, Luo Chen discovered plants that were different from the green grass, and he felt that the energy on them was more than twice as strong as that of the green grass. Good news. There are indeed beast tamers in the secret realm. Bad news. It's a plant-type beastman. There's a ranking of the types of beastmasters that are popular among the current low-level beastmasters. The first class is naturally the beast tamers that can fly. The second class is the beast tamers that run on the road. The third class is the plant-type beast tamers. And the fourth class is also the beast tamer that is least recommended for novice beast tamers to contract, and naturally, it is the beast tamer that can only live in water. But after a while, Luo Chen collected his thoughts and turned to carefully observe the plant-type beast in front of him. In appearance, it grows to 1/2 meter tall, much taller than the green grass next to it. It is dark blue in color all over, has no roots, and only 3 flat leaves protruding from the ground. Looking at the appearance of this plant, Luo Chen somehow remembered a plant called gladiolus in his previous life. Although the leaves were very similar, the color was completely different. Choosing this dark blue plant that looks poisonous as the target of the Eye of Truth, Luo Chen carefully observed its detailed information. Chapter 20. End of Secret Realm Exploration. Race, Chinyu grass. Level, Fierce Beast 6 star. Type, wood grass, nether. Status, healthy. Qualification, good. Skills, 1. Whip. Yellow level Chinyu grass uses its tough and slender branches and leaves to whip the target. 2. Phantom phosphorus. Xian level phosphorus powder is attached to the leaves of Chinyu grass. When attached to the target's body, the phosphorus powder will continuously invade the netherworld chi, causing negative effects on the target, corroding the body and consuming energy. At this time, Luo Chen and Lioang were still more than 10 meters away from the Chinyu grass. Perhaps it did not notice them, or perhaps its long life in the secret realm had made it relax its vigilance. It was still emitting a faint blue phosphorescent light. Luo Chen told Luoyang beside him the information about Chinyu grass and thought his mind how to capture this Chinyu grass back. Chinyu grass, I don't seem to have learned this kind of beast taming, and I don't have any impression of it. Luoyang frowned and thought for a while after hearing the news and said, but judging from its skills alone, it should be a top-level beast that is not inferior to the flame lion. What Luoyang said was correct. Being able to possess mysterious level skills in the ferocious beast stage made him one of the excellent and top-level ferocious beasts in any case. Hearing Luoyang's evaluation, Luo Chen licked his lips and said excitedly, I haven't heard of it, which means I haven't seen it near Qingyang City. It can be sold as a special beast in the store. Brother, capture this Chinyu grass. Luoyang nodded heavily, and Yin seemed to have received some order, crawling on the ground with all 4 limbs and entering hunting mode. It stared sharply at the Chinyu grass that was dozens of meters away from it. The temperature of its body was rising rapidly, and the remaining green grass around it was becoming more and more wilted. Attack! At Luoyang's command, he and Yin quickly ran towards the Chinyu grass. While running, 7 or 8 fist-sized fireballs condensed around Qian's body and rushed towards the Chinyu grass at a speed faster than Qian. The distance of dozens of meters was reached in a moment, and the fireball, which was moving even faster, hit the branches and leaves of the Chinyu grass mercilessly. The branches and leaves, which were covered with faint blue phosphorescence, were forced to fall to the ground under the impact of the fireball, and traces of burnt yellow appeared on the surfaces of the branches and leaves that were touched. The sudden attack was indeed effective, and the Chinyu grass, which was originally lower in level than Qian, was seriously injured. At this time, Qian, who was following closely behind, swung his sharp claws and slashed fiercely at the 3 branches of Chinyu grass. Fortunately, the leaves of Chinyu grass are quite tough, and the sharp claws only leave deep scratches on the surface of the leaves, without breaking the branches and leaves. However, after these 2 attacks, the aura of Chinyu grass instantly weakened. It was obvious that Qian's 2 attacks were still significant. The disadvantage of plant-type beast tamers is that when they are at a low level, they can only passively take hits on the spot. The phosphorescence on the leaves of Chinyu grass suddenly brightened for a moment, and then its branches and leaves fiercely lashed towards the red flame next to it. Qian easily dodged the attack by jumping backwards, and then took advantage of the gap between the attacks of Chinyu grass. With the flames attached to its claws, it hit the Chinyu grass fiercely several times, and the momentum of Chinyu grass was completely weakened. Luoyang was a few meters away from Qian's formation. This was the scene that Luo Chen, who arrived later, saw. He took out a ring-shaped object from his bracelet that could only store items. Beast Binding Ring. Luoyang recognized it at a glance. The Beast Binding Ring is a major technological invention of mankind combined with beast taming. It is worn on beasts that have no ability to resist. It can limit the use of their body's energy and control them when the beasts resist. It is a powerful helper in catching beasts in the wild or taming wild beasts. It is very popular, but the price is also very high. Qian took the beast binding ring from Luo Chen's hand, came to the side of the Chinyu grass, which had basically no power to resist, and then put all 3 of its leaves into the beast binding ring. Seeing that the beast binding ring was put on, Luo Chen took out a remote control-like object from his arms and gently pressed the red button on it. The beast binding ring began to shrink and just stuck to the root of the Qingyu grass. The faint blue phosphorescence on the Qingyu grass dimmed instantly, and its aura disappeared as well, as if it had become an ordinary weed. The little fur ball jumped off Luo Chen's shoulder curiously, circled around the Qingyu grass, curiously for a few times, and occasionally stretched out its small paws to touch it, looking curious. Luo Chen scooped up the small ball of fur in his arms, then took out tools to dig the Qingyu grass out of the ground with its roots and transplanted it into a large flower pot. First, capture this one and bring it back to try to cultivate it, and then explore the number of imperial beasts in the secret realm. This sentence was said to Luoyang, who was beside him. Luoyang nodded in understanding, took the flower pot from Luo Chen naturally, and led Qi Yin to continue walking forward. Luo Chen looked at his empty hands, shook his head helplessly, and stood up and followed Luoyang's footsteps to continue exploring this little secret place. Luo Chen and Luo Yang spent a total of 1 hour to explore this small secret realm. During the whole process, apart from Qingyu grass, no other beasts were found. However, apart from the first Qingyu grass, they later found traces of Qingyu grass in other locations in the secret realm, but did not capture it. 3 stalks of Qingyu grass for the 8-star beast, 5 stalks of Qingyu grass for the 7-star beast, and 8 stalks of Qingyu grass for the 6-star beast. Some green grass is left for the rest. Luo Chen wrote down the information about the beasts in this secret realm that he had collected in a small notebook, and then said to Luo Yang, who had been silent beside him, "The information has been collected. Let's go out first." Luo Yang nodded, still silent, but came to the light gate of the secret realm and followed Luo Chen's footsteps back to the 2nd floor of the pet shop. Luo Chen took the Qingyu grass from Luoyang's hand and first placed it in the animal cage for sale on the 1st floor. As soon as he put it in, the system's voice sounded in his mind. System task release, Task 1. Sell 3 beasts obtained from Secret Realm 1. And the reward is a 50% increase in the spiritual energy concentration of the Secret Realm 1. Task 2. Sell 10 beasts in the store, and the store level will be upgraded to level 1, unlocking new permissions. Task 3. If the number of samples sent by the store's beasts reaches 10, you will be rewarded with a store-guarding beast. Hearing that the system released 3 tasks in succession, Luo Chen couldn't help but show joy on his face. Finally, there were tasks to be executed. In order to complete the first task, he would have to trouble his younger brother to go to the secret realm to help him capture 2 plants of Qingyu grass. This was easy enough, but he didn't know what the market response would be for the plant-type beast taming product, Qingyu grass. In Luo Chen's opinion, the 3rd task is definitely the easiest to complete. After all, the Xianling grass is there, and it is the cheapest and fastest way for a beast master to let the beast absorb energy. Luo Chen looked around at the few beasts waiting to be sold in the shop and sighed silently. The number was still too small. Perhaps he could take bigger steps next time. Chapter 21, The Fall of 4 Cities. Elder Brother. Luoyang's voice sounded from behind Luo Chen. Luo Chen turned around and saw Luoyang looking at him with a complicated expression. "What's wrong?" Luo Chen looked at his brother curiously. Luoyang stood at the corner of the stairs. His lips moved, and after a while a sound came out. "Brother, you must keep your secrets well, and don't reveal too much even to those close to you." Luo Chen chuckled. It turned out that Luoyang was worried about this. He walked in front of Luoyang and realized belatedly that he was almost as tall as him. Patting Luoyang on the shoulder, he said, "Don't worry, I'm not that naive. Besides, we are a family. Don't we have trust in each other?" Luoyang hesitated for a moment, then whispered, "That's not what I meant." The voice at the end was too soft, and Luo Chen, who was standing opposite him, didn't hear it clearly. "What?" Luo Chen asked, wanting to hear clearly what Luoyang said. "Nothing, brother. Don't tell anyone about your ability to summon a one-way secret realm and your ability to save dying beasts." Seeing Luoyang's serious look, Luo Chen made a promise with a smile on his face. "Okay." After hearing Luo Chen's promise, Luoyang turned around and went into the utility room, not knowing what he was busy with. Luo Chen ignored him and looked at the time. It was already around 7 in the afternoon. He had been busy all afternoon and only now realized that he was hungry. "Luoyang, what are you busy with? Hurry up and go eat. Wait for me. It will be ready soon." A few minutes later, Luoyang came out of the utility room and saw that he had posted a new note below the note. "This is a cultivation area. no visitors allowed. There's a vicious dog above, no entry. Luo Chen looked at the 8 characters written in a flamboyant style and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lioang didn't think there was anything wrong with this, and he took Luo Chen's arm and went out to find the food he liked. After eating and drinking their fill, the two returned to Qinyang Pet Shop. The purpose was not to continue opening the store at night, but to enter the secret realm and capture 2 Qingyu grass. No matter what, the system's task had to be completed as much as possible. With the experience gained in the afternoon, the catching trip at night went very smoothly. Without wasting much time, we successfully caught 2 Qingyu grass. One was a 6-star fierce beast, and the other was a 7-star fierce beast. After finishing the capture, he cleaned up the store. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, which was basically Luo Chen's rest time. The two of them simply closed the shop and took Qi Yin and Xiao Maoqiu home to rest. The two of them were indeed very tired today, so after returning home and simply washing up, they went to bed early. Have a good night. Urgent report. Huiyin City, Bi'e City, Fenghua City, and Luiyue City were declared destroyed by the beast tide. The reason for the beast tide attacking the city is still unknown. The upper city Xingyue City has sent strong men to investigate the cause and search and rescue the people who fell in the 4 cities. Luo Chen had just finished feeding all the beasts in the store and arranged for today's 5 beasts to soak in the breeding pool before he opened his personal terminal and received this message push. Luo Chen read the news with a serious expression. Only then did he realize the seriousness of the matter. Xingyue City was the upper city, and among the other 4 cities that were breached, Fenghua City was the middle city, and the remaining 3 cities were the lower cities. 4 cities were breached at the same time. This had never happened in China since the emergence of beast control. What's more, one of the cities was a large city. This was definitely an unprecedented major event. Fierce beasts, spiritual beasts, king beasts, wild beasts, star beasts. The top fighters in the lower city are usually the beast masters of the king beasts, and the top fighters in the middle city are basically the beast masters of the wild beasts. If you want to break through the 4 cities, you must have the participation of star beasts, and there must be no less than 3. Thinking of the analysis of some beastmasters on the internet, Luo Chen clenched the terminal in his hand, and somehow he suddenly felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Ding dong. Someone sent him a message on the terminal, and Luo Chen came to his senses and clicked on the screen to check the message. Lu Qingyu, master of the breeding center, the support from Liuang City has arrived. We will explore the secret realm of the vast sea today. I estimate that good news will come soon. It took so long for support from Liuang City to arrive. Suddenly, Luo Chen seemed to think of something. His fingers moved quickly on the screen, and 2 messages were sent out. Luo Chen. Chen Luo, thank you, Master, for telling me this news. Luo Chen. Chen Luo, the support came at this time. Is it related to the news that the 4 cities were breached by the beast tide? After a while, the message from the other side came. Lu Qingyu, master of the breeding center, my friend, is smart. Is indeed related. Liuang City is investigating the secret realms of its subordinate cities, including the newly emerged Hanhai secret realm. Luo Chen. Chen Luo, thank you very much, Master. If you have any more information, I hope you can let me know. I'll be very grateful. Lu Qingyu, master of the breeding center, no problem. It was rare that Lu Qingyu still remembered him and told him the news. Luo Chen silently kept Lu Qingyu's kindness in his heart. He put down the terminal in his hand and focused his attention on the 3 Qingyu grass he caught yesterday, hoping that someone would buy them today. He found a piece of paper, wrote the information of the 3 plants of Qingyu grass on it, and then pasted them on their respective cages. After 8 o'clock in the morning, more and more customers came. Just as Luo Chen expected, there were not many people buying beasts, but many people wanted to foster them. In just one morning, 8 customers had fostered 11 beasts, completing the 3rd task of the system. As for Qingyu grass, although it attracted the attention of customers, it was just a novelty for them. After seeing the price of 70,000, they backed off. With a price of 70,000, the Beastmasters were more inclined to purchase a Beastmaster that could move on land. Even though Qingyu grass possessed profound skills and was of good quality and was a rare Netherworld Beastmaster in Xinjiang City, no Beastmaster had purchased it the entire morning. At noon, Luo Chen quietly opened his shop panel, then selected the 3rd task and chose Submit. He chose to receive the reward only after he came to the 2nd floor. A familiar space crack opened up in mid-air, and a bird-like beast with bright feathers fell from it. Squeak! An exasperated voice came from the mouth of the bird beast. It covered its butt with one wing and pointed the other wing at the space crack that had disappeared. It kept squeaking and jumping around as if it was cursing something. Luo Chen quietly opened his eye of truth. Species name, Kain Linke sealed. Level, Spirit Beast 9 stars sealed. Department, Sound Department, Light Department. Status, Angry. Qualification, Peerless. Skills, 1. Colorful Aura. Earth level colorful aura of different colors will add different characteristics to the skill effect. Colorful Aura Red. The skill has burning damage. Colorful Aura Blue. It has healing effect. Colorful Aura Yellow. It has penetrating effect. Colorful Aura Orange. The aura turns into a shield. 2. Imitation of sound. Xian level the colorful sound bird can imitate the sounds of different races or different musical instruments. 3. Calming sound. Earth level the colorful sound spirit bird emits a calming sound, which can dispel the effects of mental skills on friendly targets and cause mental damage to malicious targets. 4. Spirit bird. Xian level Kain spirit bird summons the spirit bird's true energy body to fight on its behalf. Before Luo Chen could admire the powerful skills of Kain Linke, he was caught off guard by a clear and pleasant sound. What the hell are you looking at? Chapter 22. Bird Song and Flowers. Luo Chen was stunned. He really didn't expect that the exquisite and beautiful, colorful sound spirit bird in front of him would suddenly say such a thing. Before he could say anything, Xiao Niao seemed to react and glanced at Luo Chen from head to toe. Are you the owner of that shop? You look just so. The tone was not polite at all. Luo Chen clenched his palms and ignored the sparrow in front of him. Instead, he silently called the system in his mind. Is this the rewarded spirit beast for protecting the store? The spirit beast has seen it, but is it sure that it can protect the store? A crackling sound of electric current flashed through my heart, as if the system had also fallen into some kind of stuck state. Although the beasts have some differences in personality, they will absolutely obey the orders of their hosts 100%. Kain Linke waited for a long time, but the shop owner ignored him, so he was a little upset. Go and prepare some spirit beast meat for me. I am hungry. After hearing the system's guarantee that the beast in front of it would absolutely obey its orders, Luo Chen raised a meaningful smile. Hold your head and squat down. As soon as Luo Chen gave the order, the body reaction of colorful sound spirit bird was obviously much faster than its mouth. Its body was still flying in the air, and its wings glittering with various colors were neatly held behind its head. Even its legs were slightly bent, and it did a standard squatting posture with its head and its hands in the air. Boom! The dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground was heard on the second floor. Luo Chen could even feel the floor shaking. He looked at the colorful sound spirit bird in surprise. He did not expect that its small half-meter body could have such a great weight. Fuck, sir. Why are you giving orders? Can't you see I'm still flying? Judging from the strong sound it made, it was obvious that the fall from midair had not caused it any harm at all. Shut up. This was the second order Luo Chen gave it, and its ears instantly became much quieter. Luo Chen rubbed his brows. Next, I'll ask you a question, and you answer it. Without waiting for it to respond, Luo Chen asked his first question, Where are you from? The colorful sound spirit bird that had been silenced finally realized that it could speak, but the words it spoke were not under its own subjective control. I don't know. Although he had expected this result, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that the existence behind the system had already been prepared. How old are you? 2,342 years old. What level are you originally? I don't know what it said. It just turned into a vague tone, and Luo Chen couldn't understand what it meant. Say it again. It was still an unclear noise, and it seemed that this was information that was not allowed to be disclosed. Why did you become a store guardian spirit beast? To break through. What does the store guarding spirit beast have to do with your breakthrough? Have no idea. Luo Chen was furious. Well, that's the same as not saying anything. Then Luo Chen asked some other questions, but basically didn't get any useful information. Either they didn't know, or the answers were perfunctory. Move freely. The colorful bird then lowered its wings from its head, and the whole bird flew up from the ground. It flew up and down in front of Luo Chen, looking like it was eager to say something to Luo Chen. Speak. Luo Chen lifted the order to shut up. His grandmother. No talking. Kain Linke had just uttered 3 words when he received the gift package of silence from Luo Chen. As a pet guarding the shop, I have 3 requirements for you. 1. You're not allowed to swear. 2. You're not allowed to pretend to be an ordinary pet in front of customers. 3. You're not allowed to leave the pet shop without my permission. Otherwise, don't even think about talking anymore. Just nod your head if you agree. Colorful Sound Spirit Bird looked at Luo Chen for a long time before nodding reluctantly, its little eyes rolling around dishonestly, and no one knew what bad thoughts it had. Seeing that it agreed, Luo Chen lifted the order to silence it. Cough, cough. 2 light coughs came from a mouth of Colorful Sound Spirit Bird, confirming that it could make a sound. It looked at Luo Chen and said, I'm hungry. Do you have any spirit beast meat to eat? Luo Chen was speechless. This guy came up and asked for spirit beast meat. He really didn't treat himself as an outsider. A pound of spirit beast meat was several thousand spirit coins, and a better one might cost tens of thousands of spirit coins. That's not something a small, newly started shop can afford. In other words, the only people in the entire Qingyang city who can afford it are the few king-level beastmasters. So Luo Chen rejected the request of Kain Linke without hesitation. No. Kain Linke sighed humanely. The meat of the ferocious beast will be fine, right? Colorful Sound Spirit Bird was also crying in its heart that one day it would be reduced to eating such low-grade meat as the meat of ferocious beasts. The price of ferocious beast meat ranges from a few hundred to thousands of spirit coins. This time, Luo Chen did not refuse, but nodded as a sign of agreement. He sent a message to Lioang, asking him to buy some ferocious beast meat for the store, and then return to the first floor to act as a ruthless store-watching machine. However, what was different from the morning was that there was an exquisite and beautiful bird beast, Colorful Sound Spirit Bird, on the cashier table. Its colorful feathers always attracted customers who wanted to touch it. When it wanted to use its wings to swat away the customer's dirty hands, Luo Chen gave it a threatening look, and it froze in place, allowing some brave customers to touch it back and forth. Luo Chen's face was full of satisfaction. Judging from the appearance of Colorful Sound Spirit Bird, it was indeed a good sign to attract customers. Kain Linke had a look of despair on its face, and it was no longer clean. Zhang Heng is a junior high school student at Qingyang No. 1 Junior High School. As it is the time for the college entrance examination for senior high school students, their classroom has been requisitioned, and they naturally got a week's vacation. Besides his busy studies, he likes to visit some beast taming shops and get in touch with beast taming in real life. He heard from his good friend that Qinyang Pet Shop had reopened after renovation, so he took advantage of his break to go into the store to see if there was anything new. As soon as I walked into the store, I saw a group of people gathered next to the cashier counter. I don't know what attracted so many people's attention. He tiptoed quietly and saw only densely packed heads and had no idea what was surrounded inside. With his height of 1.65 meters, it was indeed a bit difficult for him to squeeze in. Zhang Heng gave up the idea of joining in the fun and decided to observe more about the beasts in this store. Zhang Heng was silently looking forward to encountering species he had never seen before. Chapter 23, I bought them all. There are so few beasts. Seeing that there were only a few cages with beasts in them, Zhang Heng couldn't help but murmur in his heart that compared with other beast taming shops he had visited, the number of beasts here was not even a fraction of what was in other beast taming shops. Zhang Heng shook his head and gave a 2-star evaluation of the 2 fierce beasts, Xinxiang rabbit, in his heart. These 2 fragrant rabbits were from the batch that Luo Chen bought just 2 days ago. They had never been cultivated in the breeding pond. When they were first bought, they were only 1-star beasts. They were only promoted because of the existence of Xianling grass and the abundant energy in the environment. Zhang Heng naturally would not pay too much attention to the most common beastmaster, the Xinxiang rabbit. He looked at the electric mouse in the cage next to him, and this time there was some interest on his face. He first identified the species of the beast in the cage, and then recalled the information about the beast in his mind. Then I looked at the information and price posted on the upper left corner of the cage. A 4-star vicious beast. Surprise flashed in Zhang Heng's eyes. It was rare for the lightning rat in the beast taming shop to reach this level. Not to mention, this lightning rat was still in its infancy and had a lot of room for growth in the future. Now he was more interested in looking at other beasts. The frost wolf in the cage next to him was just above normal in his opinion, but a 5-star frost wolf cub could also get excellent reviews in the same store. He looked at the last plant-type beast on the wall, frowned, and thought for a long time, but couldn't remember what kind of beast it was. The three slender diamond-shaped branches and leaves are about half a meter long, with a faint blue phosphorescence on the surface. He guessed in his heart that it might be a variant of gladiolus, because they looked very similar. But when he saw the introduction in the upper left corner of the cage, he fell into a daze. Ghost system. Even his words were a little stuttering. Manager. Where is the manager? After reading the information, he couldn't find anyone and just shouted loudly while looking around. Luo Chen, who was behind the cashier counter, naturally heard the boy's strange cry and walked out puzzledly. Here. Seeing the boy's excited and overwhelmed look, he asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Seeing his young appearance, the young man's eyes flashed with suspicion, but he immediately rushed over excitedly. "Boss, that Xingyu grass, ahem, is it really a beast of the netherworld type?" Luo Chen scratched his head in confusion and answered as a matter of course. "Isn't it written on it?" Seeing Luo Chen's calm face, Zhang Heng knew that he was too excited. He quickly calmed down his excitement and rubbed his hands awkwardly. "I'm sorry, but we rarely see netherworld beasts in Qingyang City. I'm a little excited." Luo Chen nodded to show his understanding, and then he pushed the idea, "If you are interested, you can buy it back." "I won't buy it, but I know someone will be interested." Zhang Heng raised his eyebrows and said mysteriously. Luo Chen didn't know what he was trying to say, so he just cooperated and said, "Please do as you please." Zhang Heng took out the terminal in his arms and seemed to have connected a number. "Brother, good news. Your second beast has been found. Don't disbelieve me. This is really a netherworld beast. There are 3 of them in the store right now. Come quickly, or they might be gone if you're late." Location? Qinyang Pet Shop. Having said this, Zhang Heng hung up the terminal and stood in front of the cage of 3 Qingyu grass like a guard. Luo Chen's heart moved. It seemed that this Qingyu grass might really have customers. After a short wait, a silver scale horse stopped at the door of the pet shop in a proud and majestic manner. Silver scale horse is the evolved form of black iron horse, a very powerful mount-type beast that only the top families in Xinjiang City can own. Such a fine horse parked at the door of the store undoubtedly attracted the attention of passers-by and customers in the store. Silver-scaled horse. Isn't that the Zhang family's representative beast? Will the Zhang family members come to the store to choose the beast themselves? Different from ordinary beastmasters in Xinjiang City, the families with powerful beastmasters usually have family members who personally go to the wild to capture beasts for contracts. Otherwise, they would buy beast tamers that were eligible to appear at auctions. They rarely came to a store like this that was clearly designed to provide the first beast tamers with a chance to buy one. Amidst the speculations all around, a weathered man in his 20s with a face full of green stubble came down from the silver scale horse. Seeing his appearance, some of the onlookers exclaimed, "Is it him?" Seeing his companion's behavior, the people nearby couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong with this person?" "You don't know. This is Zhang Jing, the eldest son of the Zhang family. At such a young age, he has already advanced to a 4-star beastmaster of spirit beasts, and his talent is extraordinary. His most horrifying battle record some time ago was that he was chased by 2 6-star spirit beasts, but he successfully fought back and killed them both. The most terrifying thing is that he has only contracted 1 beastmaster so far. The people around him were also shocked that he could kill 2 wild beasts that were 2 stars higher than him. But what was even more shocking was that he had only contracted 1 beast at the moment. Normally, a beast tamer of fierce beasts can contract 1 beast, while a beast tamer of spiritual beasts can contract up to 2 beasts, and each level up increases the number of contracts. No one would think that the eldest son of the Zhang family cannot afford a beastmaster. He must have not encountered a suitable beastmaster, so he has kept his second beastmaster pen empty. While Luo Chen was eavesdropping on the conversation of passers-by, the young man called Zhang Jing had already strode into the store with a barely perceptible eagerness in his eyes. Zhang Heng, who was in the store, had already seen his brother. He jumped up and waved to attract his brother's attention. Here, he came to Zhang Heng and touched the little kid's head with his hand, but did not ask where the netherworld beast tamer was, because his talent as a beastmaster had already guided him in the direction of netherworld beastmastering. When he saw the type of netherworld beastmaster plants, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. But we can't blame him too much now. There are not many nether beast tamers in the nearby cities, and he bought his first beast tamer at a great cost in the central city. He had been worrying about his second beast, but he didn't expect to encounter it in Qingyang City. It was really a pleasant surprise. Qingyu grass. He couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at the beast taming introduction in the upper left corner of the cage. Only after reading the complete introduction of Kinjiuko did he resolutely walk towards the cashier counter. Who is the store manager? As expected of a family member, Zhang Jing maintained his facial expression very well, not letting anyone see his inner urgency at all. Luo Chen held the little fur ball in front of him in his arms and answered, "I am." Zhang Jing paused for a moment, then forced out a friendly smile. "I bought all 3 Qingyu grasses." Chapter 24 Parents Return. Somehow, a strong domineering style came over me. The big customer spoke, and Luo Chen also smiled from the bottom of his heart. "Okay, pack it right away. The discount is 320,000 spirit coins." The Qingyu grass of the 7-star ferocious beast is priced at 120,000 spirit coins, and the other 2 6-star ferocious beasts are priced at 100,000 spirit coins. Take off the beast binding ring. This expensive, reusable item will naturally not be given to customers for free. Place the 3 plants of Qingyu grass in the same cage. Zhang Jing swiped his card to pay neatly. 320,000 spirit coins have been received. The sound of money arriving was so nice. But what sounds better is the sentence in my mind. Task 1 has been completed, and the reward is waiting to be collected. Zhang Jing, who got the Qingyu grass, did not rush to leave the store. Instead, he put one hand on the cashier's table and looked at Luo Chen and asked, "I wonder if the store manager can get more nether beast tamers? I won't buy a lot. Is this a test? Or is he simply trying to buy more beasts?" Luo Chen's heart sank slightly, but he remained calm and replied, "These are all we have in the store for now, but if the customer wants them, I could try to contact the supplier." Hearing Luo Chen's answer, Zhang Jing's eyes lit up for a moment. "Then can the store manager add the terminal number? When there's a product, we can contact you in time." Luo Chen did not refuse. The 2 of them added each other as friends on the terminal. Then Zhang Jing took Zhang Heng on the silver scale horse and quickly left Qinyang Pet Shop. Because the reward for Task 1 was only to increase the concentration of spiritual energy in the Level 1 secret realm by 50%, which had no effect on the outside world, Luo Chen directly chose to receive the reward in his mind. When collecting the reward, Luo Chen was pleasantly surprised to find that the sales of the 3 stalks of Qingyu grass he sold were also counted in Task 2, which was to sell 10 beasts. Luo Chen now had the urge to call back Zhang Jing, who had just gone out, and immediately sell him 7 more Qingyu grass to complete the second task. However, as soon as this thought came to his mind, Luo Chen immediately dismissed it. Qinyang Pet Shop had been in the spotlight too much, so he should be cautious first. In the afternoon, I finally sold another Xinjiang rabbit. In the evening, a little girl came into the store skipping and jumping. She was the little girl who sent Steel Butterfly for treatment that day. She took out an exquisite little cake from her arms and handed it to Luo Chen. "Thank you, brother, for treating Shadowy." Luo Chen did not reject the little girl's kindness. He took out the steel butterfly from the cage, handed it to the little girl, and instructed, "The steel butterfly is almost fully recovered. Take it home and let it recuperate for a few days before it can move normally." Race, Steel Butterfly. Level, Fierce Beast 4-star. Department, Gold. Status, Grateful, Minor Injury, Recovering. Qualification, General. Skills, 1. Body of Steel. Yellow level. The steel butterfly is covered in steel, possessing great strength and toughness. The attributes of Steel Butterfly cannot be said to be very good, but after all, it is a serious combat-type beast tamer like Fragrant Rabbit and Glow Dog, and is also more rare and scarce. The little girl's chubby little hands stroked the silver wings of the steel butterfly. The steel butterfly glanced at her lazily, and when it saw that she was its benefactor, it lowered its eyes and rested with peace of mind. "Big brother, do you mean that I could take Shaodai away now?" After receiving Luo Chen's affirmative response, the little girl cheered excitedly, bowed politely to Luo Chen, then carried her small school bag and staggered out of the pet shop. As the night progressed, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the street, and the stores gradually emptied of customers. "Brother, Qinyang Zhiguang brother, come home soon." Without any beginning or end, Luo Chen's terminal received a message like this from Lioang. Luo Chen asked him what happened, but he didn't give a direct answer, just asked him to go home quickly. So mysterious. Luo Chen murmured unconsciously, but seeing that there were not many customers, he simply closed the shop. He wanted to go home and see what this kid Luoyang was keeping secret. Furball, it's time to go home, Luo Chen called out, and the little furball swiftly climbed up his clothes and onto its designated spot, Luo Chen's left shoulder. Colorful bird rolled its eyes, aimed at Luo Chen's right shoulder, and flapped its wings as if trying to stand on it. Who knew that Luo Chen had seen through its movements and said directly, "No flight allowed." Snap! The slender and graceful, colored sound spirit bird fell to the floor of the store in a panic, its eyes gleaming with ferociousness and its mouth wide open. "You?" Luo Chen's eyes glared at him, and he held back the rest of the words. The little fur ball on his shoulder tilted its head and looked at the colorful sound spirit bird, curiously. However, colorful sound spirit bird immediately changed its strategy and looked at Luo Chen with resentment, like a poor little thing who had suffered a great injustice. "You are the store guarding spirit beast. Stay inside and watch over the store." Luo Chen ignored its pitiful expression and instead gave it a task. After saying that, he ruthlessly locked the shop door from the outside and left in style. Kain Linke was left alone in the store, jumping up and down. It was so angry that it kept its eyes on the beast in the store and let out a sinister laugh. Luo Chen didn't know what kind of inhumane torture the beast in the store had suffered from the colorful sound spirit bird, but he had already arrived at the door. After opening the door, Luo Chen quickly discovered 3 people talking in the hall. Before Luo Chen could react, he felt himself being embraced in a warm embrace. Then he heard soft sobbing. Luo Chen's body stiffened. After realizing who it was, he quietly relaxed his body and stretched out his arms to hug back. The person who came was his mother, Su Muqing, an 8-star beast tamer of spiritual beasts, a gentle and tough beauty. "Chen'er, Mom thought I would never see you again." A pleasant female voice sounded in Luo Chen's ears. The woman holding him in her arms relaxed her hold on him a little, held up his face with both hands, and after a closer look she commented, "You've lost weight." "Ahem, don't stand at the door, come and sit down." The young man sitting on the sofa coughed twice in a low voice, then spoke in his deep bass voice. This is his father, Luo Yuheng, a 9-star beast tamer and a 5-star star breeder. The support from Central City came slowly, but the rescue efficiency was quite high. The people were rescued between morning and afternoon. Luo Chen thought silently in his heart. Su Muqing pulled Luo Chen to sit on the sofa, looking at him constantly. Seeing that Luo Chen hadn't spoken, he couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Chen'er, is the soul separation syndrome acting up again?" Luo Chen came back to his senses and shook his head to deny it. "No, it's just too surprising. Dad and Mom are finally back safely." Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Chen and said, "Chen'er, I heard from your brother that you have awakened your talent and reopened the store. There is nothing to hide." Luo Chen nodded. "Come here, let me check you out." Luo Chen sat down obediently and stretched out his arms in front of Luo Yuheng. Such examinations had been conducted countless times since he was a child, so Luo Chen was already familiar with it. Luo Yuheng placed his hand on Luo Chen's wrist, and a gentle mental force passed through his wrist, conducting a comprehensive examination of Luo Chen's entire body. After a long time, Luo Yuheng withdrew his hand. His face turned pale, but he was still smiling. Those old quacks who said Chen'er couldn't awaken his talent were simply exaggerating. When Luo Chen was a child, he had always been a guest of famous medical masters in the surrounding cities, and he even went to the hospital in the upper city, but most of them were helpless against his soul-leaving syndrome. It was also claimed that he would never be able to awaken his talent as a beastmaster and would not live past the age of 25. Going to the middle city and upper city is not as easy as in peacetime. Just the travel expenses and the qualifications to enter the city are very difficult things to get. Moreover, his parents were obviously gifted beastmasters, but they used most of the resources they obtained to treat his illnesses, so he never made any progress. No matter what, he felt the sincere love of the parents in this world. After scolding him, Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Chen solemnly. "Chen'er, don't tell anyone about your talent. Even your mother, and I don't need to know the details." Lioang should have told him something, but Luo Yuheng and Su Muqing were obviously not prepared to ask more questions, and let Luo Chen keep his own secret. "But I'm a little curious about the shop you reopened. Then I'll take you there tomorrow. Luo Yuheng naturally agreed readily. Seeing that Su Muqing and Luo Yuheng looked exhausted, Luo Chen knew that they had obviously endured all kinds of hardships in the secret realm, so he advised them to rest first and deal with anything after they had rested. When Luo Yuheng and Su Muqing saw that their two children were safe and sound, their biggest worries disappeared. They also understood that the two needed enough rest, so they did not refuse Luo Chen's arrangement. Chapter 25, Boldly Selling Qingyu Grass. The Luo Chen family had a good sleep tonight, but Qingyang City had a sleepless night. Even though it was night, huge birds and beasts could be seen flying over Qingyang City from time to time, and dull footsteps could be heard on the streets, as if a large army was migrating. The disturbances in the outside world were blocked outside the Luo family's area by a huge air membrane, so Luo Chen, who was sleeping soundly, had no idea that a big event had occurred in Qingyang City. The uneasy movement in the city continued until dawn. Newspaper media, sensing something unusual, jumped on the news, and all kinds of gossip emerged. Breaking news: the Qin, Feng, and He families of Zhongqing Liuguang City have jointly launched an attack on the Hanhai secret realm. Shock. The three families have sent out a total of 60 beast masters to attack the vast sea secret realm this time. When he saw the second one, Luo Chen couldn't help but sigh. He could only say that it was worthy of being the central city. The strength of just 3 of the families was enough to plow Qingyang City back and forth 3 times. At 6:12 a.m., the 3 teams withdrew from the vast sea secret realm. However, many of the beastmasters in the teams were injured, and the number of personnel was greatly reduced. It is suspected that the 3 combined teams suffered heavy losses. The family of 4 ate the breakfast carefully prepared by Su Muqing while listening to the news. After hearing the news report, Luo Yuheng and Su Muqing looked at each other solemnly, and both smelled a hint of something unusual. Lioang asked carelessly, "Dad, what treasures are there in the vast sea secret realm that even the noble families of Liuguang City couldn't help but join forces to take action?" Luo Yuheng originally didn't want them to know so many things. As school-aged children, they should focus on their studies. However, looking at Luo Chen's equally curious eyes, he suddenly felt that the children had grown up. After organizing the language for a while, he began to talk about some situations in the vast sea secret realm. The environment in the vast sea secret realm is mainly ocean, with occasional scattered islands on the sea. Most of the beasts inside are sea beasts. This is also the reason why the beasts in this secret realm, although they're all very powerful, have not attacked the outside of the secret realm. The one that attracted the 3 major families in the secret realm should be a king beast race, the tide caller mermaid. Luoyang scratched his head. King beast species? It is indeed rare in Qingyang City, but for a medium-sized city like them, it should not be a big deal, right? Just looking at the fact that they dispatched 60 king-level beastmasters to attack this secret realm, it seems that they are not short of a few king-level beastmasters. So this race named Tide Caller Mermaid must have something special about them. Hearing Luoyang's doubts, Luo Yuheng's eyes flashed with a smile, and he patiently explained, "You should know that there is a difference between the king bee species and the king beast species. Although some king bee species can be promoted to king beasts, they still have to break through the threshold. If they cannot break through the bottleneck, they may never reach the level of king beast in their lifetime. As for the other king bee species, once they reach adulthood, they will definitely reach the king beast level without any bottlenecks in the process." Luoyang exclaimed, "Could the tide-calling mermaid be the second type?" Luo Yuheng smiled and nodded, confirming his words. Now it is not difficult to understand why the 3 major families in the middle city would make such a fuss. As long as they get hold of tide-calling mermaid, their descendants will be able to grow into king beast tamers continuously. Since it concerns the prosperity of the family, they naturally can't wait to attack the secret realm of the vast sea overnight, probably because they are afraid of more trouble. However, the matters concerning Central City and the king-level beast tamer were still far away from Luo Chen at present. So after listening to the excitement, Luo Chen did not take them seriously. After breakfast, the family of 4 went to the current Qinyang pet shop together. When Luo Yuheng and Su Muqing saw the changes in the store, they would be lying if they said they were not surprised, but they both kept their doubts in their hearts and did not ask the reasons for these changes. Luo Chen picked out some things that he could tell and took the initiative to tell Luo Yuheng and his wife, such as the function of the cultivation pool the secret realm, and the store guardian spirit beast, colorful sound spirit bird. After visiting the secret realm, Luo Yuheng was most interested in two kinds of beasts he had never seen before, Qingyu grass and Kainlinke. Perhaps this is a common problem that breeders like to study. He cut off a leaf of the Qingyu grass for research purposes and also wanted to conduct a comprehensive test on the Qingyu grass. Even the colorful sound spirit bird, with Luo Chen's tacit consent, provided a feather and a small tube of blood for Luo Yuheng to use for research. Seeing that his parents accepted the changes in him well, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Now he had a backer in Xingyang City, so he remembered Zhang Zhang's request yesterday. Chen Luo, another batch of Qingyu grass arrived yesterday. Do you still want to buy some? Zhang Zhang, Chen yes, how many? I'll be in the store right away. Chen Luo, 7, probably going to cost 1,000,000 spirit coins. Zhang Zheng, Cheng, Okowo. After the deal was done, Luo Yuheng went to the second floor to study the materials from Qingyu grass and Kainlinke, not knowing what he was doing. Luo Chen fixed his eyes on his mother, who was cleaning up the store. Mom, I just talk about a deal. Can you help me capture some beasts in the secret realm? As for his younger brother, Luo Chen selectively ignored him. Now, there's a more suitable and powerful candidate. Who is his younger brother? I don't know him. Su Muqing smiled gently, patted Luo Chen on the shoulder, said okay, and followed Luo Chen into the first-level secret realm on the second floor. After entering the secret realm, a huge bird more than 1 meter tall appeared in front of Su Muqing. Its feathers were all snow white. What attracted people the most was probably its unruly eyes. Although it doesn't have human facial features, this bird gives people a cocky feeling. It stretched out its slender neck and rubbed Su Muqing first, then looked at Luo Chen and also patted Luo Chen's shoulder gently with its wings as a greeting. Su Muqing signaled with his eyes to Luo Chen and the hook in front of him to tell him his request. Daheo, help me capture 7 6-star or 7-star Qingyu grass of fierce beasts in this secret realm. Afraid that Hulk would make a mistake, Luo Chen considerately retrieved the image of Kinjiyuko from the terminal's photo album and held it in front of Hulk for it to identify. Hulk glanced at the appearance of Qingyu grass on the screen, flapped its wings slightly, and flew into the air, searching for Qingyu grass that met the requirements in the secret realm according to Luo Chen's request. Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth to secretly check the information of How UK. Name, Hulk. Level, Spirit Beast 7 stars. Category, Psychic. Status, Relaxed, minor injuries. Qualification good. Skills, 1. Object control. Shin level how UK's spirit appears outside the body and can grab objects that do not resist through the air. 2. Mental barrier. Shin level how UK controls mental energy to form a pure mental barrier that can block energy, mental, and physical damage. 3. Mental piercing. Shin level how condenses his mental power to form sharp spikes, which directly attack the target's mind. 4. Claw attack. Yellow level how UK consumes the least energy and uses its claws to cause damage to the target. 3. Mysterious level skills, which should be considered excellent among spirit beasts. It is worthy of being his mother's beast. Hulk acted very quickly. In less than 10 minutes, it had completed its mission and flew back. It slowly landed in front of Luo Chen and Su Muqing, with 7 somewhat wilted Qingyu grass quietly floating behind it. There was not one more, not one less, and there were deep scratches on the surface of their branches and leaves, which were obviously left by the Haoyu bird. Luo Chen took out the flower pot that he had prepared long ago, and together with Su Muqing, planted the 7 Qingyu grass into the pot. He then asked Hulk to use the skill of controlling objects to help transport them to the first floor. Not long after finishing his work, Zhang Zhang hurried into the store. Perhaps it was influenced by the 3 attacks on the secret realm yesterday. In any case, the store has been open for a long time today, but there are not many customers coming in, and the store seems deserted. The kid from the Zhang family? As soon as Zhang Zhang entered the store, Su Muqing recognized him. Chapter 26, Shop Upgrade. Zhang Zhang, who had just entered the store, was slightly startled when he heard the familiar voice. After seeing Su Muqing in the store, his expression obviously stiffened. It turned out to be Madame Luo in person. Congratulations to Madame Luo for returning safely from the secret realm. Looking at the obedient Zhang Zhang in front of him, Su Muqing nodded. Are you the client doing business with Chenner? Chenner. Zhang Jiang looked at Su Muqing, calling him affectionately, then looked at Luo Chen next to him and said in surprise, could it be that Luo Chen is Madame Luo's eldest son? It's no wonder that Zhang Jiang didn't know Luo Chen. Luo Chen often sought medical treatment in other places and seldom stayed in Qingyang City. Even when he returned to Qingyang City, he seldom went out. So basically, he was not very close to Luo Yuheng and his wife, and he didn't even know about Luo Chen's existence. After all, they were not very close, so Su Muqing had no intention of explaining anything to it. He waved his hand and said, hurry up and start the transaction. Seeing that Su Muqing had no desire to continue the conversation, Zhang Jiang tactfully stopped asking questions. After Luo Chen took him to the hall to check the 7 plants of Qingyu grass and found no problems, he signed a sales contract and swiped his card to pay. The 6-star beasts were still sold for 100,000 spirit coins, and the 7-star beasts had their prices slightly adjusted according to their qualifications. The total price of the 7 beasts was 840,000 spirit coins. After Zhang Jiang left with the Qingyu grass, Luo Chen curiously asked Su Muqing, Mom, how do you know him? Su Muqing teased Kain Linke with his hands, and Kain Linke had to pretend to be well-behaved and cute. As for him, his soldier skeleton was promoted by your father 2 years ago. We have met each other a few times. I didn't expect that he was promoted so quickly. Is that so? Luo Chen suddenly realized, but he seems to have a great demand for netherworld-type beasts. Su Muqing threw a small piece of meat of the ferocious beast, little fragrant pig, in the air. Colorful, sound spirit bird flew into the air quickly and accurately to catch it, and then swallowed it with a fragrant taste. This may be related to his talent for beast control. It seems that he can only contract beasts of the netherworld. When his talent for beast control first appeared, he did not contract a beast for a long time. His current beast soldier skeleton was obtained by his father at a great cost from other cities. As if he had thought of something, Su Muqing's expression was a little sad. After briefly understanding the whole story, Luo Chen suddenly calmed down, because the system had prompted him that the task had been completed and he could collect the reward at any time. Task 2. Sell 10 beasts in the store, completed, and the store rank will be upgraded to level 1, to be claimed. Since there were no one in the store now, Luo Chen locked the door and put up a sign saying the store was temporarily closed. Then he took a deep look at his mother and decided to give her a shot of defense in advance. Mom, no matter what you see later, you must stay calm. Su Muqing didn't understand what Luo Chen meant when he heard his instructions. He looked at Luo Chen calmly, waiting for his explanation. Who knew that Luo Chen finished this sentence without any beginning or end, and then closed his eyes. The reward has been received and is being distributed. Su Muqing did not hear Luo Chen's explanation. Instead, she heard the sound of click, click of space expansion. Even the distance between her and Luo Chen doubled. In addition to the expansion of space, the facilities in the store are also changing. The cages are no longer small spaces stacked together, but have become some kind of stone cages. The space inside seems to be about 10 square meters, so there is no problem in placing some medium-sized beasts. However, even though the space was doubled, there were only 30 cages on the entire first floor. The rest of the space was used as aisles or to provide some tables and chairs for customers to rest. Luo Chen couldn't help but nodded. It seemed that the system was also planning to go the high-quality route. The beasts that were originally prepared for sale were now placed in cages near the door. Luo Chen glanced around, but did not find any of the beasts. System, where are the beasts that others have kept here? Where did you take them to? On the second floor. The system's voice sounded a little lazy. After hearing the system's answer, Luo Chen patted his chest and felt relieved. The disappearance of so many beasts that were fostered with him would only cost him money, but the big deal would be that the store could not continue to operate. Luo Chen touched his nose, looked at Su Muqing, who was already stunned by the changes around him, and said softly, Mom, are you okay? Su Muqing rubbed his head, clearly doubting his life. Wait a minute, let me digest it. Shrugging his shoulders, Luo Chen could only walk to the second floor by himself to see the changes in the store. When I went up to the second floor, I found that the space on the second floor had been completely divided into 2 parts. The door of one room was written with foster room, and the door of the other room was written with cultivation room. Luo Chen looked at both rooms and found that they were about the same size, each occupying about 500 square meters. There are more than 20 cages inside the foster room, which appear to be used to house the imperial beasts for sampling. This arrangement can be regarded as a complete separation of the imperial beasts for sampling and those for sale. It also avoids the problem of disturbing the beasts that are sent in during normal store openings because of the coming and going of customers. There have also been some changes in the breeding room. In addition to the existing breeding pool, there is a new device called a tax simulator. The share of the breeding pond changed again, becoming 10 medium and small beasts per day. This special installation takes up a quarter of the size of the entire room, and from the outside, it looks like a special glass covering an area. Luo Chen studied it carefully before he understood how to use this device. First of all, this device can simulate various skills of the spirit beast strength. Then place the beast in this simulation device, and you can simulate various skills to attack the beast, thereby training the beast's ability to withstand attacks or reaction speed, shield strength, and other abilities. After reading the introduction, Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he realized that this was a good thing. However, one thing that was certain was that if he wanted to simulate a skill, the beast must have been released in this device before it could be simulated. However, Luo Chen did not take this small shortcoming seriously. After leaving the breeding room, Luo Chen looked towards the third floor with anticipation. After this upgrade, Qinyang Pet Shop actually had one more floor. He was very much looking forward to what kind of surprises the third floor would bring him. After going up to the third floor, there were no rooms and no doors that Luo Chen needed to open. After going up the last section of the stairs, the entire third floor was in sight. There was only a lonely light door standing in the corner of the third floor, and the rest was just the ceiling and the floor. It could be said that the house was completely bare. Well, there was nothing else on the third floor except a room for him, so Luo Chen suppressed the slight sense of loss in his heart. At this time, the light gate fluctuated, and the figures of Luo Yuheng and Luo Yangning emerged from the light gate. Judging from the slight joy on Luo Yuheng's face, he must have researched something just now. The two people who came out of the light gate looked around and clearly felt the changes in the store. "Brother, where's the pool on the second floor?" Lioang still thought they were on the second floor. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "During the time you were in there, the store was upgraded a bit." Hearing Luo Chen's answer, Luoyang widened his eyes. What happened in such a short time? You guys look around on yourselves first. I'll go study the upgraded store." After saying this, Luo Chen ignored the two people's reactions, turned around, and disappeared around the corner of the stairs. Luo Chen came to the first floor, found a seat, and nestled comfortably in the sofa. He closed his eyes, and the shop panel appeared in front of him. The number in the upper right corner representing the store level has changed from 0 to 1. The originally crudely made panel has become a little more refined, but it still has the style of a web game produced by a small company. But none of this matters. What matters is the new features that have been added. As if the system noticed that Luo Chen was studying the store panel, its voice rang out in time. The store level has been upgraded to level 1. The store point system has been enabled, and the store supply section has been enabled. Complete different tasks, or successfully sell beasts in the store, and you will get corresponding points. The points you get can be used to buy the required items in the supply section. Luo Chen looked at his points balance, and a big 0 stung his eyes. He knew that the tasks he had completed before and the beasts he sold would not make up for his points. Open the supply section on the panel, and pictures of 5 items will appear on the virtual shelf above. Clicking on them will also display their detailed information. The first one is Xianling grass, which is sold for 10 points. The second one is a level 1 secret space expansion stone, which can expand the secret space by 100 square meters, and the selling price is 50 points. The third one is a level 1 secret realm spiritual energy concentration stone, which can increase the spiritual energy concentration in the secret realm space by 20 cubic meters, and the point price is 20 points. The fourth one is a level 1 spiritual spring, which can produce 10 cubic meters of spiritual water every day. The point price is 100 points, and the purchase is limited to 2. The fifth one is the level 1 marrow cleansing pill, which can effectively improve the qualifications of ferocious beasts. Each beast is limited to 1, and the price is 50 points. These 5 items were placed on the supply board, and each one of them made Luo Chen envious. But he had no points in his pocket, so he could only look but not touch, which made him feel very uncomfortable. According to most time travel settings, the supply of this store should be enriched and upgraded as the level increases. Naturally, Luo Chen asked the system in his mind. After getting a positive answer, he closed the panel contentedly. When he opened his eyes, he found that his mother Su Mooching was not on the first floor. She must have gone to other floors to hang out. Luo Chen didn't care. When he opened the shop door, the heavy rain outside unexpectedly splashed Luo Chen's trouser legs. The weather forecast didn't say it would rain today. Generally speaking, the weather forecast in the beast taming world will not be wrong unless the weather is changed artificially. The next moment, Luo Chen knew who the culprit was. A towering figure stood outside the city. Luo Chen's pupil shrank. Could this be? Follow the laws of heaven and earth. Chapter 27. The Rage of the Mermaid. With Luo Chen's excellent eyesight, he could even see the scales on the body of that towering figure. The upper body of a human, the lower body of a fish, the green scales spread from the fish's tail to its neck. Her face seemed to be created by gods. Every detail was flawless, and the fish fins beside her ears were embellished with pearls. This is a mermaid. Luo Chen recalled the description in the children's book from his previous life. Doesn't this fit the description of the strange creature outside the city very well? The beast that Luo Yuheng told him about yesterday should be called tide-calling mermaid. He took another quick look and was absolutely sure that this was a female. But now the creature outside the city is full of momentum, staring at Qingyang City, and a violent voice echoes throughout the city. Human, hand over my people within an hour, or the sea will flood the city. The sound was as powerful as the might of heaven, and hearing it in the ears was like a heavy hammer on the spirit. As if to confirm its words, 100-meter-high wall of pure water rose up behind it. The towering wall of water remained frozen, waiting for the order from the mermaid, and then it would transform into a huge wave and crash into the protective membrane of the city. The rain is getting heavier. Luo Chen originally wanted to use the Eye of Truth to check the information of the tide-caller mermaid, but he didn't know whether it was because the distance was too far or the level difference was too big. He couldn't see anything. At some point, Luo Yuheng and his wife, as well as Luo Yang, arrived at the door of the store and looked at the huge building outside the city with Luo Chen. Laws of heaven and earth, wild beasts. Luo Yuheng's face was full of solemnity. Qingyang City was really going to face the biggest crisis since its establishment. Ferocious beasts, spiritual beasts, king beasts, wild beasts. The most powerful beast tamers in Qingyang City are only at the level of king beasts. How can they resist the attack of a wild beast that is at a higher level? Even the air membrane that protects the entire city and its people can probably only withstand a few attacks from wild beasts. Woo-woo. A long and desolate horn sounded in the city. The sound of the horn dispelled the mental oppression brought by the voice of the tide-calling mermaid just now. Luo Chen could clearly feel his spirit relaxed, and the feeling of palpitations dissipated a lot. You two stay in the store. Your mother and I need to go out for a while. Luo Yuheng looked at the two brothers with a serious expression. Luo Chen couldn't help but feel worried. Are you going to join the defense of the city? Su Mooching gently touched the two brothers' heads and said, this horn will only sound when Qingyang City is at risk of life and death. All beast masters above the spiritual level in the city must participate in the battle. Luo Yuheng took out a token from his storage device and handed it to Luo Chen. If the city is breached, both of you will drop blood on this token. Then he looked at the two brothers deeply and then resolutely rushed into the rain with Su Mooching. Gurgle, a beast covered with blue-gray scales, 6 meters long, and somewhat similar to the crocodile in his previous life, appeared at Luo Yuheng's feet. However, unlike the crocodile, its limbs were more developed, and it was at least 1 meter tall. The heavy rain that others tried to avoid seemed very comfortable to it. Su Mooching and his wife sat astride the beast. The ground shook, and the two of them and the beast disappeared at the end of the avenue. Luo Chen tightly grasped the token in his hand, be sure to be safe. After the horn sounded, more and more people began to appear on the streets. Some were beast masters rushing to the city wall, and some were logistics personnel transporting various supplies. All kinds of strange and bizarre beasts seemed to flood the streets all at once. In the time of preparation for war, the previous rules and regulations prohibiting various beasts from going on the streets were temporarily abolished. The wild beasts were attacking the city, and the mere prelude of declaring war had made it difficult for ordinary people to move around in the city. How many beastmasters are here now? Feng Qingyang, the mayor of Qingyang City, rubbed his brows and asked the adjutant beside him. The adjutant pushed up his glasses, and a morning glory on his shoulder created slight ripples, as if creating some kind of connection with the city wall beneath his feet. There are 17 king-level beast masters and 3,672 spirit-level beast masters. He did not mention the ferocious level ones, because the rest were naturally ferocious level beastmasters. Feng Qingyang had a bitter smile on his face. How could such a little strength be enough to withstand the siege of a wild beast, even with the existence of a protective air membrane? Have the three from Central City left? The adjutant shook his head. No, the beast next to Princess Calling Tide should have space-related skills. The space of Qingyang City has been anchored, and now all space teleportation skills are restricted, including the teleportation array in the city. This is the information Master Chang observed about the beasts outside the city. As he spoke, the adjutant handed the tablet in his hand to Feng Qingyang. Race, Tide Caller. Level, Wild Beast 5-star. Type, Water, Spirit, Illusion. Status, Violent. Qualification, Excellent. Age, 325. Skills, 1. Tide Calling. Xian level tide, calling mermaid calls for the tide to surge on the sea. 2. Rain call. Earth level the tide caller changes the weather in the target area and calls for rain to fall. 3. Illusion sound. Xian level the tide calling mermaid uses her powerful mental power to create illusions through sound and confuse the selected target. 4. Giant wave. Xian level the tide summoner forms a huge wave and mixes spiritual power in it to create damage. 5. Hailing trident. Earth level, a regular weapon formed by gathering the power of an area of sea. When attacking a target, it is equivalent to the entire sea area attacking the target. 6. Dharma of heaven and earth. Earth level consume energy to create a Dharma image that is 100 times stronger than one's own. The Dharma image has 100 times the strength of the caster's physical fitness. 7. Water spirit. Earth level controls the power of water element to form various forms, thereby granting different characteristics. 8. Water tornado. Xian level, a large amount of water elements roll up into the shape of a tornado, causing massive damage to targets wherever it goes. 9. Guardian water shield. Xian level, condense water elements to form a water shield to protect the target. 10. Water cage. Xian level, a huge water cage is formed in the target area, causing suffocation and imprisonment of the target. After reading the information about the tide-calling mermaid, Feng Qingyang felt a little autistic. How the hell is he going to beat her? There are still many restrictions on Blue Star for those above the level of wild beasts. I guess this tide-calling mermaid must have paid some price to get out of the secret realm. First, find a way to disrupt the beast next to it, so that support from the central city can arrive. The method was not wrong, but it was not easy to interfere with the beast next to it under the protection of a wild beast. I was afraid that it would be torn to pieces before it could get close to people. At this time, a big man rushed in from outside the door. He was burly and strong, like a human beast. He was cursing as he came in. Damn it, why should we, the people in the lower city, have to clean up the mess caused by those people in Middle City? He looked at Feng Qingyang and kept talking. City Lord, why don't you hand over the people from those 3 families? After all, it only wants its clansmen, so why not give them back to it? Feng Qingyang's face darkened. Wang Xiaolin, can you use your brain? If you don't hand over its people now, it will be more cautious and not act so crazy. If you return its people to it without any worries, how can you be sure that it won't take revenge? Feng Qingyang paused for a moment. Even if the bet succeeds, and Tide-calling mermaid returns to the secret realm with her people, how can you stop the revenge of the Central City family? Feng Qingyang glared at Wang Xiaolin. The situation was urgent. He obviously didn't want to waste any more words with him. He turned to his adjutant for instructions. Notify the survivors of the 3 families in the city to come and defend the city. This city cannot be defended by only the people of Qingyang City. Also, ask when the support from Luoyun City will arrive. Yes. The adjutant received the order and immediately went to arrange it. Feng Qingyang walked out of the door and came to the top of the city wall. It turned out that the room he had just stayed in was an attic on the city wall. Looking at the more than 200-meter-tall figure outside the city, one can feel the power of tide-calling mermaid more and more at this distance. It's like a 1,000-pound burden pressing on one's heart, which makes it really hard to relax. The heavy rain has paralyzed the city's sewer system, and the accumulated water has reached the height of an adult's knee. Looking down from the city wall, one can see various water-attributed beasts beginning to appear in the stagnant water, including shrimp soldiers, crab generals, ink snakes, spiny-backed turtle, densely packed and countless. Feng Qingyang's guess was correct. The tide-calling mermaid had never thought of letting things go peacefully. She had created such a big scene because she definitely wanted to destroy the entire city. The reason why it limits the time to 1 hour is probably to create an environment suitable for combat with marine beasts. But now every minute and every second is equally important to the hundreds of civilians in the city. They need time to wait for support from the upper city. So now all they can do is watch helplessly as more and more sea water gushes out from the light gate, and more ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts appear, with a few king beasts among them. Chapter 28 Siege. Feng Qingyang stood on the city wall. When the raindrops were about to fall on him, they were separated from him by an invisible film. His resolute face stared at the soldiers and law enforcement officers running back and forth, his expression flickering. City Lord, what is the current situation? A slightly old voice suddenly appeared beside Feng Qingyang's ears. Feng Qingyang turned around in surprise, and the tone became a little respectful. Master Chang, why did you come here in person? Qingyang City has reached a time of life and death. I still have the strength to fight in my old bones, so why can't I come? The old man was wearing a gray gown and had gray hair. There was a shadow of an ancient giant tree surrounding him, blocking out all the rain. The wrinkles on his face showed that he was indeed very old. If he did not break through from the king level to the next level, his life would be extinguished like a candle in the wind. He is Qingyang City's royal level 5-star beastmaster, Hao Yue Erjan Breeder, and the president of Qingyang City Breeders Association, Chang Heng. Now that the space gate cannot be used, it will probably take some time for support from Luoyan City to arrive. Feng Qingyang was silent. If the people coming from Luoyan City had not reached the wild level, or if there were wild level beasts appearing in the Hanhai secret realm, even if the reinforcements came, they might not be able to beat back the wild beasts. Li, a giant bird flew in from the city, its wingspan estimated to be over 20 meters long. It flew to the sky above the east city gate and hovered. Several people jumped down for the back of the giant bird, 2 young men and 1 middle-aged man. These 3 people were received by Feng Qingyang yesterday, so naturally he knew them. The middle-aged man in the front has a full beard and looks very tough. His name is Qin Zhou, and he's the head of the Qin family in this operation. The thin and younger-looking young man on the left is from the He family of Liuguang City, and his name is Liang Yu. The person on the right, who exudes a rebellious temperament, is a member of the Feng family of Liuguang City, named Feng Lixiao. Qin Zhou clasped his fists towards Feng Qingyang and said, I'm sorry for causing trouble to City Lord Feng this time. We have already sent a message for help to our family. The important people in the family will arrive in an hour. During this period of time, we will do our best to help the City Lord protect Qingyang City. Feng Qingyang sneered in his heart. It was clearly Qingyang City that was implicated by them, but his words made it seem as if they were helping Qingyang City overcome the difficulties. But now was not the time to express his dissatisfaction. Feng Qingyang replied with a fake smile. There are few king-level beastmasters in Qingyang City. We have to rely on the experts from the 3 families to defend the city. I will do my best. Qin Zhou didn't seem to feel the low pressure around Feng Qingyang and was still smiling. Liang Yu gently bent down to express his attitude. Although Feng Lixiao was unruly, he also showed that the Feng family would do their best. The rain between heaven and earth suddenly stopped in midair. Outside the city gate, the lips of the Dharma image of mermaid calling the tide moved, and the oppressive voice appeared again. The time is up. It seems you are not ready to hand over my people. Fine, fine, fine. Siege. The word siege was uttered angrily. Many ordinary people in the city could not withstand such pressure, and blood continued to seep out of their earlobes. The rain fell from the sky again, hitting people's skin and causing pain. The 100-meter-high wave behind the Dharmakaya also smashed down toward Qingyang City. As the first line of defense for the city-protecting air membrane had been deformed by the impact of the huge wave. But at least this attack was blocked by the air membrane. Seeing this scene, the corners of tide-calling mermaid, its mouth curled up as if everything was not beyond its expectations. The huge waves hit the ground, causing the accumulated water on the ground to increase by several dozen centimeters in an instant. The water, which had originally reached above the knees, suddenly reached an adult's waist-deep level along the river. The right hand of the mermaid calling the tide was stretched out, and a 100-meter-long trident appeared in its hand. Needless to say, all Beastmasters could feel the terrifying power contained in the trident, and the aura of destruction gathered on it. However, in an instant the trident changed from an illusion to a reality. The tide-calling mermaid aimed directly at the air membrane that protected Qingyang City and threw the trident out. The trident connected with the air membrane, but this time the air membrane could not resist. A crisp tearing sound was heard, and cracks spread from the place where the two were connected. Then the air membrane protecting Qingyang City shattered into pieces in the air like punctured glass, while the trident continued to move forward without slowing down. Boom! The sound of a violent collision rang in my ears, and the city wall could not withstand the attack of the trident. It collapsed, and a large hole of several dozen meters appeared. But the only good news is that this time the trident finally disappeared. A crack appeared in Qingyang City, and the sea beasts that had been waiting outside the city gate for a long time did not act like hyenas that smelled blood and rushed towards the gap one after another. City guards blocked the gap. It was the adjutant's voice. Immediately, well-trained soldiers summoned their beasts to the gap to resist the strange beasts in the water. The fight began, and all kinds of colorful skills collided at the gap. From time to time, various body parts were carried away by the water and floated towards the city or outside the city. The tide-calling mermaid looked at the gap with an obviously dissatisfied look on her face, and then a second trident reappeared in her palm. Feng Qingyang, who had been watching its movements, narrowed his eyes slightly. Beastmasters above the king rank of 5 stars, join me in resisting this attack. After shouting this, his body came into the air, and 3 bird-like beasts with different appearances appeared around him. A flying bird with its whole body glowing, the ultimate light bloomed from its body, and then a huge shield formed by a thick layer of light appeared in front of it. The other 2 birds should not have shield-type skills, but offense is the best defense. They simultaneously use their strongest skills, targeting the trident in the hands of Tidecaller Mermaid. Qinzhou, Liangyu, and Feng Lixiao, who were originally standing on the city wall, heard Feng Qingyang's order and followed him to the mid-air and stayed beside him. Each of them summoned their own beast and released their skills to attack the flying trident. At the same time, flying feathers, water streams, lightning, and wind whirlpools collided with the trident at the same time. A sharp explosion sounded, like the sound of the creation of the world. The Beastmasters and Beastmasters near the city wall all lost their perception of this world for a moment. Then there was a flash, and after the brilliant light, the Beastmasters standing in the air were all blown back by the shockwave. But the trident was finally blocked by their combined efforts. Snort. The tide-calling mermaid snorted coldly. It realized that among the people who had just joined forces to resist was the murderer who had captured its people. It continued to attack in anger. After all, this is not the sea, and the power of hailing trident has been greatly weakened. Its hands were slightly raised upwards, and 4 streams of water swirled upwards slightly countercurrently around its body, then accelerated to form a water spout 100 meters high. The 4 water tornadoes, with terrifying power, moved towards the city gate. Wherever they went, all the beasts in the water, friend or foe, were sucked in and torn into pieces by the terrifying pressure inside. Every attack of the Tidecaller seems to involve the power of heaven and earth, which is really terrifying. I'll hold one off. Master Chong Hung walked out from a corner of the city wall and then resolutely went to meet the water tornado on the far left. When he was closer to the water spout, the shadow of the tree covering him suddenly became real and took root outside the city gate in an instant. As if it had absorbed enormous amounts of energy from the ground, its body, branches, and leaves grew wildly, and soon they were about 70 or 80 meters high. Ancient and vigorous vines hung between its branches. At the top of the tree poked out a green snake head, looking at the attacking waterspout with cold eyes. Leaves fell from the ancient trees one after another, forming a wall made entirely of leaves in the path of the waterspout. After the waterspout hit the wall of leaves, its speed slowed down significantly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, The green snakehead spit out a stream of cold air that swept towards the water tornado. The cold air directly formed a thick layer of ice when it touched the water surface. The cold air touched the bottom of the water spout, and the ice was torn into powder as soon as it turned into ice. However, it was still useful. The speed and height of the waterspout were slowly decreasing. The remaining water tornadoes were resisted together by several king-level beastmasters who controlled 7 or 8 king-level beasts using different methods. Chapter 29, Inside the City. The tide-caller mermaid had contempt in her eyes, looking at the beastmasters and their beasts who were resisting the water tornado as if they were bugs. With its current size, humans were indeed the size of bugs in its eyes. Its lips opened slightly, and a soft chant sounded from the eastern city gate, like a mother's gentle call or a lover's warmest comfort. Feng Qingyang, who had been distracted by the actions of tide-calling mermaid, said hastily, "Don't listen to its voice." No one knew how he could make his voice ring in the ears of the beastmasters before that of tide-calling mermaid. The thunder-like sound made all the beastmasters daze for a moment, and then they recognized it as the voice of their city lord and immediately did as they were told. But does this approach really work? The next moment, even if they turned off their hearing, the beastmasters and their beasts on various parts of the city wall could not avoid hearing this soft and ethereal voice. Although the medium is sound, in essence, phantom sound is still a mental attack launched by Smerchant-sama. Even if you are deaf, as long as your spirit is still moving, you can hear this voice that follows you like a shadow. Then a strange scene appeared on the city wall. All human beastmasters and their beasts suddenly stopped attacking the sea beasts near the city wall. But the sea beasts were not affected at all, and they launched fierce attacks at the beastmaster and the beast from under the waist-deep water. With just this moment of control, a large amount of blood spurted out, and many beastmasters of lower levels lost their lives. There was a gap in the defense of the city wall, and many sea beasts sneaked into the city through the gap. It was also because of this moment of control that several king-level beastmasters who had originally tried to stop the water tornado were caught off guard and were knocked away by the water tornado. If they hadn't reacted in time, they would have been pulled in and torn to pieces. The water tornado was unstoppable, and this time it hit the city wall hard, without any air barrier. The seemingly thick city wall built with special materials turned out to be as fragile as a piece of paper under the power of the waterspout, and all kinds of building debris were rolled up and flew high into the sky. In an instant, 3 large holes appeared on this side of the city wall. Countless sea beasts underwater took advantage of this opportunity to bypass the waterspout that was continuously causing damage and rushed into the city frantically through the gaps. Feng Qingyang lay on a giant bird with white wings and a black body, spat out the blood that had accumulated in his mouth, and looked in the direction of Qinzhou. When will the support from your 3 families arrive? If not, we will die here together. Qinzhou's current condition is not much better than Feng Qingyang's. Blood is oozing from all over his body, but he still forces himself to stand up. It should be soon. Just need to hold on for another 20 minutes. Why don't we abandon the city? With dozens of our king-level beastmasters, it's easy to hold out until support arrives. An inopportune voice suddenly interrupted the conversation. It turned out to be a relatively unfamiliar king-level beastmaster. There was a big Chinese character for he embroidered on his clothes. He must be a member of the he family. Feng Qingyang's face darkened, and he laughed in anger. The lives of the aristocratic families of Lioang City are more precious than those of us in the lower city. Why do you need to use the lives of the people of Qingyang City to buy time for you? Liang Shu, shut up. The young man wanted to say something, but Liang Yu, who always showed a gentle face, scolded him and then turned to Feng Qingyang. Liang Shu's words are out of control. City Lord Feng, please don't mind. I will arrange for the he family's beastmaster to clear out the sea beasts that have sneaked into the city. I will definitely protect the safety of the people in the city. Feng Qingyang looked at Liang Yu deeply and said to him, all that matters is not gold and jade. Ignoring the livid face that formed on Liang Yu's face after hearing his words, he commanded the giant bird under him to fly towards the largest gap in the city wall. At the same time, his voice seemed to have been blessed by something, and it rang in the ears of all the beastmasters near the city wall. All the beastmasters in Qingyang City, listen to my orders now. All the city guards and law enforcement personnel will go to guard the 3 gaps. The beastmasters recruited in the city, you will hurry back to the city to clear out the sea beasts that have entered the city. I know there are too many sea beasts, but support is coming soon. Our families are behind us, so please hold on. Please, everyone." The sound of the wind blowing gently was heard, but there was no response. However, the beastmasters on the city wall and on the streets inside the city rushed to the gap despite the heavy rain from the sky. Various defensive skills began to be released at the gap in the city wall. Many beastmasters with earth-related skills struggled to build a city wall in the water, while the rest of the beastmasters released skills to block the sea beasts that wanted to enter the city through the gap. For a time, the sea monster's pace of entering the city was curbed. Feng Qingyang looked at the tide-calling mermaid 100 meters away with concern. He didn't know why it didn't release any more skills, but this was a good thing for them for the time being. Qin Zhou looked at Liang and said, "Since the He family wants to clear the sea beasts in the city, we should set off quickly. My Qin family is more accustomed to doing this kind of hard work of defending the city." After saying this, Qin Zhou waved to several beastmasters wearing Qin robes behind him and rushed to a gap in the city wall. Feng Lixiao sneered, as if he looked down on the He family, and rushed to another gap with a group of people behind him. Liangyu stared at the direction where the Qin and Feng families were going with a gloomy face and murmured as if he was cursing. "If you like to be a hero, it depends on how many people from your two families can survive in the end." He turned his head towards the city, summoned a turtle-like beast, and stepped on it first. "Follow me." The voice was a little louder when he spoke to the people behind him. Several members of the He family looked at each other and stood on the giant turtle one after another. Some sea beasts have broken through the blockade of the city wall and entered the city. Please close your doors and windows and stay away from the water. Wait for the high-level beastmaster to clear the wild beasts in the city. The announcer's voice was trembling a little, but the people who heard the broadcast news fell into even greater panic. As early as when the air membrane guarding the city was ruptured, the people in the city had already made some guesses. In addition, they were able to see the power of the skill of Tidecaller Mermaid, so they could estimate how tragic the battle would be just by imagination. After hearing the announcer's broadcast, they immediately took active self-rescue measures and rushed to the top floor in the heavy rain. Even though it was still raining heavily outside, they didn't dare stay in their seemingly safe home at the bottom of the water. In the low and dark rain, the 4 or 5-story buildings were filled with shadowy figures. The brothers Luo Chen and Luoyang, who were staying in the store, also heard the broadcast. They couldn't help but feel deeply worried about their parents who were out guarding the city wall. Luo Chen opened the shop door and looked at the water in front of him that was almost up to his chest. His expression couldn't help but look a little ugly. However, the pet shop was not affected at all, as if there was an invisible barrier that kept the accumulated water outside the store. "Brother, there seems to be something in the water." Luoyang, who was beside Luo Chen, seemed to have seen something with his sharp eyes, and he spoke up to remind Luo Chen. "What?" Luo Chen realized belatedly. Luoyang was about to say something when a 3 or 4 meter long beast with bone spurs on its sides suddenly rushed out from the turbid water and pounced in front of Luo Chen. Its speed was so fast that Luo Chen, who was still a rookie, was completely unable to react. Just as its mouth was about to bite off Luo Chen's head, a red stream of light rushed out from behind Luo Chen and passed directly through the mouth of this fish-taming beast covered with bone spurs. Luo Chen could even smell the stench coming from its mouth. There was still a look of fear in its eyes as it fell weakly into the water. "You fought in front of me, but you didn't even go out and ask who the father is on the street." A defiant voice came from behind Luo Chen, and Luo Chen patted his chest in shock. Luoyang realized it belatedly and pulled Luo Chen back into the store. Only at this time did the two have time to look at the colorful sound spirit bird that had just taken action. They saw it standing arrogantly on the cash register table, staring arrogantly outside the store. Well done. Having his life saved by the colorful sound spirit bird, Luo Chen rarely praised the colorful sound spirit bird out loud. He almost forgot that this guy was also a beast that was sealed to the spiritual level. Chapter 30, Capturing Sea Monsters. The colorful sound spirit bird, which received the praise, almost raised its head to the sky, which made Luo Chen feel a little funny. Ahem, are there any other sea beasts on this street? The water on the street outside was turbid and had a salty smell. Luo Chen couldn't see whether there were any sea beasts lurking beneath the turbid water. Kain Linke flew to the store entrance, stared at the flowing muddy water for a while, and then answered Luo Chen's question. There are also 2 fierce beasts and 1 spiritual beast. Luo Chen's heart sank. You know, Qinyang Pet Shop is a shop close to the city center in Qingyang City. There are sea beasts even here. With so many sea beasts sneaking in, the situation must be extremely critical. It shouldn't be a problem for you to get rid of all the sea beasts on this street, right? Luo Chen looked at the colorful sound spirit bird uncertainly. Kain Linke glanced at the street outside with disdain. This is a piece of cake for me, but you have to allow me to leave the shop first. As if remembering something, Kain Linke added a premise at the end. Okay, no problem, but if I ask you to capture them alive, can you do it? Colorful sound spirit bird had a resentful look in its eyes, as if to say, why are your requests becoming more and more difficult? Perhaps it had strong confidence in its own abilities, and in the end, it nodded with difficulty. Then go ahead. Luo Chen looked at the colorful sound spirit bird with bright eyes and even clenched his fists and waved them up and down to cheer it up. Colorful bird shook its head and spread its colorful wings. Before Luo Chen and Luo Yang could react, it had already arrived in the center of the street. Although it was still raining, the Kain Linke was surrounded by a shield made of orange light, which blocked the impact of the rain on him. The water surface, which had some ripples just now, strangely became a lot calmer after the appearance of colorful sound spirit bird. Perhaps these sea beasts also sensed the powerful aura of the colorful sound spirit bird and its ill intentions. However, if they were in real sea water, as long as they hid at a certain depth, the colorful sound spirit bird might not be able to do anything to them. But now they are in a street with water less than 2 meters deep. No matter how much they reduce their presence, they still cannot escape the perception of the colorful sound spirit bird. Colorful sound spirit bird made a gorgeous 360-degree rotation in the air, during which brilliant light spread and grew from its body, and then a large, colorful sound spirit bird, composed purely of colorful light, appeared behind it. Luo Chen recognized it immediately. This was the skill spirit bird of colorful sound spirit bird. It looked quite beautiful. There was no sign of any movement from the colorful sound spirit bird itself, but the spirit bird, energy body behind it, dived straight into the water. Luo Chen and Luo Yang couldn't see clearly what kind of battle was taking place underwater, but judging from the splashing and boiling water, it seemed that the battle must have been quite intense. The two didn't have to wait long before the spirit bird flew into the air with a strange fish that looked about 2 meters long in its mouth. Open the cage and lock it in. Kain Linke shouted to the two brothers who were watching the show at the door. Luo Chen looked back at the cage with a diameter of 3 meters, and then at the strange fish that was more than 2 meters long. He thought that the fish could be put in the cage, but if he threw it directly on the ground, would the fish die of thirst? After hesitating for a moment, Luo Chen swiftly opened one of the cages, and then the spirit bird held the dying strange fish in its mouth and threw it into the cage from the top. Just as the spirit bird flew into the store, a large amount of water splashed suddenly on the street. Several other shadows hidden under the water sensed that this colorful sound spirit bird was not someone they could afford to offend, so they seized the opportunity and quickly fled in 2 directions of the street. Want to run? See if your grandfather will agree. The words he uttered while looking at the delicate and graceful, colorful sound spirit bird were so fierce. After saying this, a quick cry came out of its mouth, and to Luo Chen and Luo Yang's ears, the sound just sounded a little sharp. However, the few figures underwater who wanted to get away from the street seemed to have suffered a serious blow, as if all they could see was a bright red floating on the water surface. The water surface calmed down temporarily, and no one knew whether the sea beasts that were attacked were dead, unconscious, or escaped in some way. The spirit bird in the store put down the strange fish in its mouth and immediately flew out of the store. Then it looked for the place where the bright red bloodstains were left just now, dived down, and actually caught the strange fish in its mouth. It took several trips back and forth to move all the strange fish. Luo Chen looked at the strange fish in the cage and was extremely excited. Now the store finally didn't seem so empty anymore. Although sea beasts are not very popular among beastmasters, especially in inland cities, it is still a no-cost business after all. If they cannot be sold, they can be killed and sold for meat. However, the next thing that worried Luo Chen was that these 6 sea beasts obviously could not leave the water for too long. How to arrange them was a problem that needed to be solved urgently. Luo Chen thought about it carefully and decided to dig a big pit in the secret realm on the 3rd floor to temporarily place the 6 strange fish. Brother, let's go to the secret realm on the 3rd floor and dig a pit to place them. Luo Chen naturally told Luoyang his thoughts. Luoyang came back to his senses from the fierce, fighting power of colorful sound spirit bird and nodded obediently. Kai and Linke had just returned from the store. Luo Chen assigned her a new task. Akwi, let's go to the 3rd floor. Remember to sprinkle some water on these sea beasts regularly to prevent them from dying. There was no time to check the information of these strange fish, so Luo Chen could only call them by their names temporarily. The colorful sound spirit bird, who was standing at the cashier counter combing her feathers, looked at Luo Chen suspiciously. What are you doing on the 3rd floor? Are you leaving these sea beasts like this? Luo Chen looked at the puzzled look on the Cayenne spirit bird's face and could only patiently explain it to it again, since it was the biggest contributor today. Upon hearing that Luo Chen was going to dig a big pit in the secret realm on the 3rd floor to place these strange fish, Cayenne Linke suddenly burst into a strange laugh. Ha! You actually want to go to the secret realm to arrange these sea beasts? Ha! Luo Chen looked at Cayenne Linke, who was laughing so hard that he couldn't catch his breath with a frown and was wondering whether he should give him another order to mute him. But the colorful sound spirit bird flew straight to a cage that contained a strange fish and pressed somewhere on the cage with its tiny claws. The next moment, the bottom of the cage sank half a meter, and then the strange fish inside shrank proportionally in all directions, directly shrinking to 1/5 of its original size. It was originally 2 meters long, but now it looked only about 40 centimeters from the outside, and its appearance became a lot cuter. Then clear water began to seep out from the bottom of the cage, and soon the water level was higher than the ground level, but the outside of the cage had been covered with a layer of glass at some point, sealing the water from flowing out. The strange fish, which was originally dying, has now regained its vitality and is swimming freely in the water. Luo Chen and Luoyang looked at this scene in surprise, especially Luo Chen. As a store manager, how could he not know that this cage had this function? After a long while, Luo Chen came back to his senses. Okay, how did you do that just now? Cayenne Linke raised his eyebrows and looked at Luo Chen, pretending to be in deep thought. Seeing its attitude of asking for benefits, Luo Chen still didn't understand. Tomorrow's fierce beast meat will be replaced with spiritual beast meat. Is it just for tomorrow? Cayenne Linke sighed sadly. Luo Chen gritted his teeth and said, 3 days the next 3 days. You know, spirit beast meat is very expensive. Colorful sound spirit bird smiled and decided to stop while it was ahead. It flew to another cage, flapped its wings, and called the Luo Chen brothers to the front of the cage. As it worked, it explained to the 2 brothers, look, there's a secret compartment here. Just open it like this, and then press this red button, and the inside of the cage will change according to the type of beast inside. Simulate a suitable living environment for them. Luo Chen looked at the button and saw a diamond-shaped grid next to it that looked like something needed to be placed. He curiously asked colorful sound spirit bird, Akwi, what is this grid used for? That is used to place energy stones. After placing the energy stones, in addition to the most basic environmental simulation, the cage can also provide suitable energy elements, which are more suitable for the beast to absorb and accelerate their growth. Energy stone, what is that? Luo Chen's questions were so many that Cayenne Linke felt a little tired. Energy stones are stones that contain energy. Okay, there's no difference between explaining and not explaining. It's probably just like someone asking Luo Chen what money is, a common sense question. Luo Chen did not ask any more questions, but went to the cages of other strange fish with Luoyang respectively and turned on the environmental simulation function in the cages. Sure enough, the living environment inside turned into water. After finishing the cage of the strange fish, Luo Chen came to the cage of the fragrant rabbit curiously and turned on the environmental simulation function. The environment inside the cage really changed as expected. However, instead of water appearing, it turned into a grassland. The grass was short, retaining the appearance of green grass while not allowing the Xinxiang rabbit to hide under the grass and be difficult to observe from outside the cage. Frostwolf, the environment inside the cage, turned into an ice field with some ice and snow covering the ground. The originally listless Frostwolf actually showed a somewhat comfortable expression in this harsh environment. The environment inside the electric mouse's cage has changed the most. except for the side facing the outside for observing the electric mouse. The rest is covered with strange minerals. The electric mouse has also changed its original lazy appearance and is now crawling around excitedly inside. Seeing this, Luo Chen also marveled at the thoughtful facilities of the store, which would greatly prevent the Beastmaster from having any psychological problems in the store. You should know that the psychological problems of beastmen are difficult to cure. A living environment suitable for them can at least avoid this problem in terms of living conditions. Into Chapter 31. During the time that Luo Chen was studying the cage, the battle situation outside the city wall seemed to have taken a new turn. "Don't be so presumptuous, you evil creature." An old voice came from behind, the tide-calling mermaid, and along with it came a white feather that seemed to be able to tear space apart. When Bi'e was about to stab the back of tide-caller mermaid, a thin layer of water shield appeared behind it, and Bi'e could not move forward in front of the water shield. The tide-calling mermaid turned around and looked at the uninvited guest behind her. 3 people were standing on the giant pure white bird: an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young-looking, beautiful woman. However, judging people's age by their appearance is the most unreliable thing. Maybe the woman who looks the youngest is actually the oldest among them. The white feather, just now, was stabbed out from the giant bird under the feet of the 3 visitors. After sensing the aura of the 3 visitors, tide-calling mermaid, S expression became somewhat ugly. "Oh, you humans are the only ones who can snatch my young children, but my mermaids are not allowed to attack the city." The mermaid, calling the tide, looked at the 3 old men opposite her, and her huge voice spread far away. The thin old man among them responded, "Of course it is allowed, but you have already attacked this city. I am here, you should stay on Earth now." Another middle-aged man next to him had a hot temper. "Oldie, why waste time talking to a beast? Just fight directly." Then, a red-haired lion covered in iron armor appeared beside him, running towards the tide-calling mermaid, opposite him as if walking on flat ground. As it ran, its body gradually grew larger, and in a moment its size was almost the same as that of the tide-caller mermaid on the opposite side. The lion did not hesitate and pounced on the tide-calling mermaid on the opposite side with the most primitive attack method. The attack method was simple, but the power was earth-shattering in the eyes of the beastmasters on the wall of Qingyang City. The tide-calling mermaid had a gloomy expression on her face, and she condensed the hailing trident in her hand and fought with the fierce warrior that was rushing towards her. The woman on the giant bird frowned slightly and looked at the rain that enveloped the entire Qingyang City. She put her hands forward and slightly lifted them up. A lotus blooming with soft light appeared in her hands. The lotus rotated smoothly and automatically, and it was obviously an extraordinary divine object. The woman opened her red lips slightly, as if saying something. The lotus in her hand slowly rose into the air and landed above Qingyang City. Then its body suddenly became bright and spacious, as if a small artificial sun had appeared in the sky above Qingyang City. The light emitted by the little sun dispelled the darkness covered by dark clouds, and the rain was suppressed and gradually became lighter. The tide-calling mermaid, who was fighting with the armored lion, looked at the lotus in the sky with resentment and summoned a water tornado to attack it out of anger. However, the lotus was not afraid of the water tornado's attack at all. A petal fell off its disc, then grew larger and wrapped around the water tornado, making it disappear into thin air. The rain was dispersed, and the accumulated water in Qingyang City was slowly evaporating. Affected by this, the aura of tide-calling mermaid was also weakening. The middle-aged man who summoned the armored lion licked his lips and said excitedly, "Mermaid, a new species, just in time to catch it and study it." He looked at the old man who had not moved and urged him, "Oldie, why don't you do something? If he gets away, it's all your fault." The old man called Old Man, he shook his head helplessly. A green light flashed on his body, and a jade-like pine tree floated in front of the giant bird. As soon as it appeared, the pine needles on the tree turned into thousands of sharp swords and stabbed at the tide-calling mermaid, who was fighting with the armored lion. As the rain was gradually fading, it was already difficult for tide-calling mermaid to deal with the armored lion on the opposite side. At this time, pine needles were flying all over the sky, and it no longer had the strength to block them. The pine needles penetrated through the Dharma image of the mermaid of the tide calling, and there was no scene of blood splattering. Instead, the huge Dharma image of the mermaid of the tide calling gradually shattered and disappeared into thin air. In the middle of the Dharma image, there was a shadow about 2 meters long falling from midair. It was the real body of the tide-calling mermaid. More than one. After the Dharma image of tide-calling mermaid collapsed, the beast that had been blocking the space of Qingyang City also appeared in the field, but it was protected in the middle by a huge water ball. The figure saw tide-calling mermaid falling from the sky and hurriedly caught its body before it hit the ground. There's one more. The middle-aged man was a little surprised, but his expression turned excited the next second. Who doesn't like buy one, get one free? However, the mermaid in the water ball, who looked similar to the tide-calling mermaid, just looked at the sturdy man angrily and then tightly grasped a teardrop-shaped pendant on her chest with both hands, while seeming to chant an ancient spell. A deep blue light gate opened behind the two of them. The figure in the water ball rushed into the light gate without hesitation, holding tide-calling mermaid in his arms. Then the light gate closed directly, leaving the armored lion that wanted to stop it helpless. The sturdy man even exclaimed, "Tian'in, the Space Department is too shameless, isn't it?" Then he turned his gaze to the light gate, representing the vast sea secret realm 2 kilometers away, and suggested to the 2 people beside him, "How about we chase them in?" The woman who had been silent the whole time spoke up. "No, when the space door opened just now, my beast sensed the aura of several wild-level creatures inside. If we go in rashly, we will be caught in a trap." The middle-aged man looked embarrassed and did not question the woman's words. They were able to suppress the tide-calling mermaid just now because they had the advantage of terrain, and the Earth suppressed non-native wild-level creatures. Otherwise, they would not have one so easily. First, seal the entrance to the secret realm, and wait for people from the city to move the entrance to the secret realm into Luoyan City. The old man took back the pine tree and made such arrangements. Yes, the sturdy man and the beautiful woman nodded in agreement. The 3 of them had decided the destination of the vast sea secret realm in just a few words, without considering the opinion of the city lord at all. This is the advantage of being strong. The dark clouds completely dissipated, and 2 suns appeared in the sky. One was the original sun, and the other was the sun transformed from a lotus. The woman did not take it back, but continued to emit light to evaporate the accumulated water on the ground, and also provided some benefits to the people in the city. Anyway, under the illumination of the light emitted by the lotus, the people in the city felt that their physical strength was constantly being replenished, and the cold aura that had been drilling into their bodies also dissipated. It seems that the light of this lotus has certain therapeutic effects. After the battle, the survivors of the 3 families immediately came to the 3 men excitedly. Some bowed to greet the head of the family, while others met the elders, uncles, and the like. The battle was over, leaving Qingyang City in ruins. There were still many sea beasts inside and outside the city that had not been cleared out. After Feng Qingyang paid his respects to the 3 of them, he hurriedly commanded the city guards and law enforcement team to clean up the mess. However, the biggest threat is gone. After the water receded, the remaining sea beasts can no longer cause any waves. This can at least stop the losses for Qingyang City a little. Chapter 32. Resurrection of Spiritual Energy. Qinyang Pet Shop. Luo Chen looked at the 2 suns in the sky and suddenly realized that the sea beast siege was over. An exciting broadcast voice appeared in Qingyang City at the right time. Good news. The sea beast siege has ended. All residents, please wait patiently where they are. The beast masters have already started clearing out the sea beasts and stagnant water in the city. I believe that you will all be able to return home soon. Just as what was said on the broadcast, several animal tamers soon appeared on the central street, where Qinyang Pet Shop was located. They summoned their own beasts, and through the beast skills, they either absorbed the energy into the scales on their bodies or condensed it into a huge water ball, which was then transported out of the city on a flying bird. In any case, the efficiency of these beasts is still quite high. The height of the accumulated water is decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and it is estimated that it will be cleared up in no time. Luo Chen looked for a while and then turned back into the store. What worried them most now was whether their parents were safe. They didn't know how they were doing now. In order to divert his attention, Luo Chen set his sights on the 6 strange fish caught by Colorful Sound Spirit Bird. First, use the Eye of Truth to look at the strange fish with bone spurs on its sides and back, and successfully see some information about it. Race, cold-bone fish. Level, Spirit Beast 2-star. Department, Water System. Status, Injured. Qualification, General. Skills, 1. Cold bones. Yellow level cold bone fish will grow cold bones from different parts of their bodies. These cold bones are extremely hard, and they can use them to attack. At the same time, these cold bones make them one of the foods that seabed predators dislike. 2. Bone spikes. Yellow level the bone fish will shoot out the cold bones on its body, causing damage to the target. 3. Water shield. Yellow level the bone fish condenses water elements to form a shield around itself. After reading its information, Luo Chen was a little disappointed. Beast masters that can only survive in the sea are not liked by inland beast masters. The skills of this cold-bone fish are mediocre, so even a spiritual beast would probably find it difficult to take action. Luo Chen took a look at the 6 strange fish caught by colorful sound spirit bird. Wow, 3 of them were cold-bone fish. He would raise them for a while. If no one is interested in them, he could use them as food for colorful sound spirit bird. Continuing to look at another sea beast, this one looked somewhat like the manta ray that Luo Chen had seen in the oceanarium in his previous life. Its body was flat like a blanket. Race, green ray. Level, spirit beast 1-star. Category, water light. Status, slightly injured, confused. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Light concealment. Yellow level the blue stingray refracts the propagation path of light to make itself disappear from the sight of other creatures. 2. Swift swimming. Yellow level the blue ray changes its swimming state to swift swimming, greatly increasing its speed. 3. Star flash. Yellow level the blue stingray flashes star-like lights around itself. Those who look directly at it will suffer damage to their eyesight, and those who get close will be harmed by the high temperature of the flash. 4. Light energy ray. Shin level the green ray accumulates energy and then spits out a light energy ray from its mouth that can cause huge damage. After seeing the introduction of green manta, Luo Chen realized belatedly that this beast was actually quite good and had excellent qualifications. Colorful sound spirit bird captured 2 green rays in total. The panel of the other one was quite ordinary. Not only was its aptitude ordinary, it also did not have the skill of light energy ray. Although they are of the same race, there are sometimes great differences between individuals. Luo Chen set his sights on the last sea beast, hoping that it could bring him some surprises like the green manta just now. Race, iron-toothed fish. Level, spirit beast 5-star. Category, water gold. Status, slightly injured angry. Qualification, general. Skills, 1. Iron teeth. Yellow level the iron teeth fish will devour the ores on the seabed to absorb the metal elements in them to make its teeth harder. 2. Huge strength. Yellow level the iron tooth fish has a terrifying bite force and can easily bite through even metal. 3. Iron armor. Yellow level some of the metal elements absorbed by the iron-toothed fish will adhere to the scales on the surface, forming an iron armor to protect the iron-toothed fish. Luo Chen sighed quietly. If this iron-toothed fish couldn't be sold, it would probably not be popular as food. There are 6 sea beasts in total, 3 cold-bone fish, 2 green rays, and 1 iron-tooth fish. Relatively speaking, the one most likely to be sold should be the green manta with excellent qualifications. In Luo Chen's opinion, the possibility of selling the other 5 beasts is not very high. Task 1. Sell a spiritual beast. Reward 100 points and 5 energy stones. Mission 2. Successfully evolve a beast. Reward 150 points and a mystic skill crystal. Task 3. Sell 20 beasts with good qualifications, and you will be rewarded with 50 points and new items for sale in the store. Just after checking the information of 3 sea beasts, the system finally released a new task. Luo Chen asked the system in his mind in surprise, "System, are you alive?" System. Host, please note that this system is non-living. There is no life or death. Okay then, but why is there such a long interval between the release of this mission? Luo Chen was a little curious. The store upgrade consumed a lot of energy, and it will take some time for this system to upgrade as well. Not knowing whether the system's explanation was true or false, Luo Chen could only choose to believe it. The first task is to sell beasts. There are exactly 6 beasts in the store now, but I don't know if anyone will buy them. You can also sell one of them to your family. Although this method is a bit tricky, it is considered allowed if the system does not prohibit it. To complete the task, don't shiver. The second task was to evolve a beast. Luo Chen also had a direction. The Xinxiang rabbit that Luoyang had fostered had reached the 6th star of a fierce beast and could be tried to evolve. The third task was a headache for him. There were less than 20 beasts for sale in the store, let alone those with good qualifications or above. This task can only be accomplished slowly. The two figures that appeared at the door on the first floor interrupted Luo Chen's thoughts and also attracted the attention of Luoyang, who was observing the cage. "Mom and Dad," Luoyang exclaimed in surprise. Outside the door were Luo Yuheng and Su Muqing, who had just returned from the battle to defend the city. Now that he saw the two of them returning safely, Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Not only that, he also observed that Luo Yuheng's aura was very different from before he went out. It seems that he has successfully advanced to the king-level Beastmaster in this battle, and Luoyang naturally discovered this. "Dad, which of your beasts advanced?" Luo Yuheng smiled slightly, and a huge cat that was more than 1 meter tall appeared and squatted beside him. The big cat's body is snow white with fluffy fur, which is very consistent with human aesthetics. When Luo Chen looks at it, it's as if he is looking at the grown-up version of the little fur ball in the future. This is exactly Luo Yuheng's beast, the Light Cat, but now it should be called the Light Cat King. When the little fur ball saw the appearance of the Light Cat King, perhaps it smelled a familiar scent and came to its side step by step, tiptoeing and sniffing gently around it. The Light Elvis used his fluffy and wide tail to gently sweep across the little ball of fur, looking very intimate. Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth to check the detailed information of Light Elvis and found that he could not see anything. The failure of this information exploration made Luo Chen certain of one thing. That is, now he can only explore the information of beasts of 2 levels, ferocious beasts and spiritual beasts. Luo Chen looked at the little fur ball that was happily playing with the tail of Light Elvis. This little guy couldn't be so carefree anymore. As his beast, how could he just lie there like that? The innocent little fur ball doesn't know yet that its beastmaster has already made up his mind to curl it up. A family of 4 sat down at the tables and chairs on the first floor for customers to rest. Since the battle had just ended and there were no customers coming in, the store was still very quiet. "Dad, how is the battle outside?" Luoyang couldn't wait to ask as soon as he sat down. Luo Yuheng prepared his words for a moment, and then said with a heavy voice, "It was tragic. Many spirit-level beastmasters died, and many king-level beastmasters also sacrificed. The city walls were breached by the tide-calling mermaid. If it weren't for the arrival of support from Flowing Cloud City, Qingyang City might still be under siege by sea beasts. Why did that tide-calling mermaid suddenly stop attacking halfway through the siege?" This is a question that Luo Chen has always been curious about. Logically speaking, the tide-calling mermaid should have already broken through the city wall. With its strength as a wild beast, no one in Qingyang City could stop its attack. If it had used all its might to destroy, Qingyang City would have become a dead city by now. However, it did not do so. Instead, it let the lower-level sea beasts attack through the gaps. Luo Yuheng laughed when he heard Luo Chen's question, and then explained to him, "This is because of the suppression of heaven and earth." Heaven and earth suppressing? Yes, these mysterious creatures cannot enter the earth at will, because the current earth does not allow such powerful alien creatures to appear. Currently, the upper limit of the level of beasts allowed to enter the earth is the king beast, but some wild beasts can temporarily enter the earth by paying a certain price. However, when they use skills that exceed the upper limit multiple times, they will still be repelled by the rules of the earth. So the Tidecaller Mermaid only maintained the rain to create a suitable environment for those sea beasts after releasing skills several times. Then, Tidecaller Mermaid can be said to have entered Earth Planet for the sake of her tribe. But why do the beasts from other secret realms also want to enter Earth Planet and occupy territory? One doubt was explained, but more doubts arose. There's a more scientific guess that the Earth is recovering. In the process of this recovery, various opportunities will arise, allowing the beasts in the secret realm to break through racial restrictions and their bloodline evolution to climb to a higher peak. Therefore, these low-level beast masters landed on Earth as the vanguard, just to seize the good hilltops and places to settle down for the big guys behind them. In this process, they naturally became the opposite of humans who occupied the largest territory, but humans were supposed to control beasts, so they were originally in an opposing relationship. Originally, Luo Chen thought he had come to a world of taming beasts, but now he realized that he had come to a world where spiritual energy was revived, but humans happened to have the ability to taming beasts. According to the news from the capital, the next Earthstar upgrade is about to arrive, and it may be the most intense one yet. Luo Yuheng told the two brothers this news, which he got from an unknown source, just to let them be prepared. Chapter 33, Purchase Materials. Lioang also exclaimed in surprise. Obviously, this was something that had never been mentioned in the books. Or perhaps these things would only be covered in college. Okay, you guys take good care of her in the store. I'm going to continue my research and try to pass the Haoyue breeder's assessment as soon as possible. Ever since he learned that Luo Chen's soul separation certificate had been healed, Luo Yuheng had devoted his entire body and mind to the research of the breeder. Just as he had settled down, he rushed back to participate in research. As far as Luo Chen knew, if one wanted to become a star breeder, one had to make 3 9-star beasts break through and become spirit beasts in the assessment. The assessment of Haoyue's breeders is relatively difficult. He requires breeders to master at least 5 routes for the evolution of ferocious beasts into spiritual beasts, and 1 route for the evolution of spiritual beasts into king beasts. Of course, this assessment will not be an assessment of knowledge content, but it will really require the breeder to train the beast to that level. I heard before that this kind of exam would not be conducted in the real world, but simulated in a virtual world, so there was no need to consider the problem of beast taming and lack of materials. Through these, Luo Chen remembered that he was still an apprentice breeder, and he felt a little depressed, but the most important thing now was to complete the system's task first. Looking at the streets outside that were still being cleaned, Luo Chen suppressed the urge to buy materials immediately. He decided to buy them tomorrow. He estimated that the city should be cleaned up tomorrow, and the shops might not be open if he went to buy them today. As expected, there were no customers that day, so Luo Chen closed the shop early and took his parents and brothers home. On the second day, Luo Chen handed over the task of looking after the store to his mother Su Muqing, and excitedly took Luoyang to the Chamber of Commerce building. The height of the Chamber of Commerce building is nothing compared to the 100-story buildings that Luo Chen had seen in his previous life. From the outside, it looks only a dozen stories high. However, this is already the tallest building in Qingyang City. Because of the beast-controlling structure and the city-protecting air membrane, the buildings in the city cannot be built too high. However, I heard that there are many tall buildings in the central city and the upper city, which Luo Chen has never seen. Downstairs in the Chamber of Commerce building, Luo Chen and Luo Yang took the gold card handed to them by their mother and walked into the largest trading center in Qingyang City. The first floor is a spacious hall that stretches as far as the eye can see. It is lined with shops, most of which sell daily necessities. There are quite a few people in the building. It seems that this is the place least affected by the siege crisis. Luo Chen had no intention of hanging around downstairs, so he pulled Luo Yang directly into the VIP elevator and swiped his card to go to the 6th floor. Ding! The elevator door opened, and the first thing that greeted the two of you was a sweet welcome. A good-looking woman in professional attire stood outside the elevator door and made a gesture of invitation to Luo Chen and Luo Yang. After being surprised at first, Luo Chen controlled his emotions well and walked out of the elevator. I wonder what you two need. Several kinds of materials: Qingxin flower, fig, autumn moon vine, golden sandstone, and ice jade. Luo Chen listed several materials in succession. Okay, please follow me. Hearing that the materials Luo Chen mentioned were all relatively precious, the woman guiding the two people remained calm and led the way in front of them. After exiting the elevator hall, the first place you enter is a lobby. In the lobby, there is a huge stone made of black iron with 3 big characters, Qingyun Pavilion, written on it. Then there are 6 entrances distributed in a circle behind the boulder. Materials Hall, Spirit Mine Hall, Beast Taming Hall 1, Beast Taming Hall 2, Breeding Hall, and Pharmacy Hall. Qingyun Pavilion, an industry under the Lioang Group, is known as the pillar industry of the Lioang Group along with the Qingyun Treasures Auction. The various beast taming items in Qingyun Pavilion are the most abundant in Qingyang City. If his family can't buy them, they basically can't be bought anywhere else. The receptionist took the 2 of them into the materials hall on the far left. Although there wasn't much to see from the outside, the inside was a different world. The space inside should have been expanded using the beast taming skills, and it appears particularly large, with hidden compartments on the background walls everywhere. Luo Chen remembered that it was very similar to the Chinese medicine store he had seen before, but this one contained materials for taming beasts, and all the grids were covered with a special energy layer. If you want to take out the items inside, you must use special methods. The receptionist led the two to the counter in the lobby and said, "Master Li, there are two guests who need to buy some materials." Hearing what the receptionist said, Master Li, who was reading a book, put down the book in his hand and asked gently, "What materials do you two need?" Luo Chen repeated the ingredients he needed, and Master Li nodded in understanding. "How much do you need for each?" 3 Qingxin flowers, 2 figs, 3 10-year-old autumn moon vines, and 3 pounds each of gold sandstone and ice jade will do. After hearing Luo Chen's request, Master Li smiled and touched a small green bird on his shoulder and saw the bird flying up and down in the cubicle. After a while, for items that Luo Chen needed came back floating behind him. You too can check the quality of the materials. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. The items in Qingyan Pavilion are still very reliable. Even a layman like Luo Chen feels that these materials are of excellent quality. How much? Luo Chen handed the gold card in his hand to Master Li. Master Li smiled and quoted, "A total of 450,000 spirit coins." Luo Chen felt a pang of pain when he heard this, but luckily the money spent was from the gold card, so after rounding it off, he didn't spend any money. Luo Chen instantly got rid of his pain. Master Li packed up the 5 materials, and Lioang took them and put them into his storage bracelet. The two who had no other needs were preparing to go home, but they met an acquaintance in the hall. Manager Wei. Wei Yinsheng tilted his body and saw a handsome young man calling his name, and immediately took 2 or 3 steps forward in surprise. "Little boss, why are you here?" "Buy some materials." Manager Wei's fragrant rabbit has been cultivated to a 6-star fierce beast. I wonder when Manager Wei will have time to take it away. Yesterday, the Xinxiang rabbit it fostered had already reached the requirements of a 6-star ferocious beast. However, yesterday there were sea beasts attacking the city and the shop was upgraded, so he forgot about it. He only remembered it when he saw Wei Yinsheng. Wei Yinsheng was very surprised when he heard Luo Chen's words. He really didn't expect that in just a few short days, Luo Chen had actually cultivated the Xinxiang rabbit to such a level. It's really surprising, but I'm really too busy these days, so I'd like to ask the little boss to foster the fragrant rabbit for a few days. Luo Chen nodded hesitantly. Of course, it's okay, but you have to pay for every subsequent day. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Wei Yinsheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Okay, I'll hand it over when I go to get the beast." "But are you interested in the Qingyun Treasures Auction, young boss?" "Qingyun Treasure Auction?" Luo Chen muttered. "What does Manager Wei mean?" The Qingyun Treasure Auction, originally scheduled for the end of the month, will be held 5 days in advance. This will be the grandest Qingyun Treasure Auction yet, with many hidden treasures appearing. If you are interested, I have an invitation here. Before Luo Chen could react, Lioang was pulling his sleeves frantically from behind. Luo Chen smiled helplessly. "Thank you very much, Manager Wei. I wonder how many people this invitation can bring." Wei Yinsheng took out a blue invitation card with gold-plated text and handed it to Luo Chen. "One card can bring 1 follower. However, according to the previous specifications, the 6-star fragrant rabbit could also enter the auction. Now that the specifications have been upgraded, it can't, which is a pity. However, that Xianling grass is still among the items for auction, and it will definitely be sold at a high price this time. If the boss is willing to sell the rest of the Xianling grass, he must not miss this opportunity. The beast masters in Luoyan City are the ones who are truly wealthy and powerful." After listening to Wei Yinsheng's last words, Luo Chen seemed to understand why this Qingyun treasure auction was brought forward and the scale was unprecedentedly large. It turned out that it was for the beast masters of Luoyan City. After saying this, Wei Yinsheng said goodbye to Luo Chen in a hurry. It seemed that he was really busy. After putting away the invitation, Luo Chen and Luo Yang went back home. Chapter 34. Glorious Evolution. Crush the Qingxin flower into juice. Add 2 leaves of Xianling grass. Let it sit for half an hour. Then pour it into a crucible. Add water and heat until the liquid turns blue. Then turn off the heat and let it cool, and the Xinxiang rabbit's evolutionary potion is ready. Luo Chen repeated the process of preparing the medicine, then looked at the blue liquid in the crucible, nodded with satisfaction, and operated completely according to the requirements. "It seems that I have a talent for cooking. The color of this potion is so beautiful." Pour the potion in the crucible into a small bowl. Luo Chen looked at the Xinxiang rabbit that was caught on the second floor with a smile. It was the one from Luoyang. Come on, big bunny, it's time to take your medicine. The color of this bowl of potion is brighter, but it smells refreshing and sweet. If Luo Chen didn't know what the consequences would be if people drank it, he would really want to try his first potion in this world. A small bowl of medicine was placed in front of Fragrant Rabbit. When Fragrant Rabbit smelled the medicine, it quietly moved towards the small bowl. It first sniffed tentatively near the small bowl, and then most of its ears, which were covered with crystals, stood up, indicating that it was now in a state of alert. Eventually, unable to resist the body's instinctive desire for the bowl of potion, Fragrant Rabbit stretched out its pink tongue and quietly licked the potion in the small bowl. Xinxiang Rabbit ate very quickly, and a limited amount of potion was licked clean in no time. Luo Chen looked at Xinxiang Rabbit with anticipation. This was the first time he saw the evolution of a beast, so he had to observe it carefully. So, under Luo Chen's gaze, Xinxiang Rabbit licked the corner of its mouth with aftertaste, then rolled its eyes and lay stiffly on the ground. Luo Chen blinked his eyes belatedly in realization. This shouldn't be a normal sign of evolution, right? Shit, is the potion I made poisonous? Was Xinxiang Rabbit poisoned to death by myself? He quickly touched the neck of Xinxiang Rabbit and found that it was still beating, so he breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the Fragrant Rabbit, under Luo Chen, suddenly emitted a soft light from its ear, and then the light flowed to all parts of the body like water. Luo Chen hastily retracted his fingers, fearing that they would interfere with the evolution process. More changes began to appear. The body of Xinxiang Rabbit doubled in size, and the crystal-like objects on its earlobes began to grow and appear on its four ankles. It was like it was wearing small boots made of crystal. In addition, a smell that was softer than the original fragrance appeared, and when you smelled it, you could feel that your whole mind was clear. At this point, the entire transformation process was finally completed, and Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth with great anticipation. Race: Soft Fragrant Rabbit, King Rank. Level: Spirit Beast 1 star. Department: Life Science. Status: Satisfied, Confused. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1. Soft Fragrance. Xian level: The soft fragrance spontaneously released by the soft fragrance rabbit can calm the mind, and smelling it for a long time can enhance the resistance to mental attack skills. 2. Familiar Spirit. Earth level: The soft fragrant familiar spirit rabbit anchors 3 plants as its own familiar spirit. As long as it consumes enough energy, it can replicate the familiar spirit. The familiar spirit has no reproductive ability and cannot be divided. The energy level of the familiar spirit cannot be too different from that of the soft, fragrant familiar spirit rabbit. 3. Life Crystal. Xian level: The soft, fragrant rabbit consumes energy to condense the life crystal. The life crystal contains rich life energy. Swallowing it can continuously produce a healing effect for the beast. After reading the information about the evolved Yingri Wanglian rabbit, Luo Chen couldn't calm down for a long time. Was such a powerful beast really evolved from the pet beast, Xinxiang Rabbit? Not to mention other skills, the spirit alone can make it instantly become a focus of attention. Let's put it this way, Xianling grass is a precious plant. If the Roxiang Wanling rabbit can mark it as a Wanling, not to mention a lot, as long as one Xianling grass can be produced every month, given the rarity of Xianling grass, the person who owns it can make a fortune. This is even more true for those large families, as they possess even more precious materials. If they were to add the soft and fragrant rabbit, their families would surely take off. After a while of self-satisfaction, Luo Chen finally remembered to ask the system a question. System, why is there an additional king-level species after the name of the race this time? That means that this beast race, if it has enough resources to grow normally, will have no bottleneck in breaking through to the king level. Luo Chen, he said that if it was just a spirit beast, it shouldn't have earth-level skills, but it turns out to be a king beast when it grows up, so there's nothing to worry about. However, thinking about it, I still feel that it is a bit outrageous to get such a beast just by consuming those materials. Task 2. Successfully evolve a beast completed. Reward 150 points and a mystical skill crystal to be claimed. Luo Chen directly confirmed the receipt of the reward, and then his original balance finally became 150 no longer a lonely zero. As for the skill crystal, it appeared in Luo Chen's hand. Holding it in his hand, its detailed information naturally appeared in Luo Chen's mind. Wild wind slash, Xian level by manipulating the wind element in a special trajectory. A whirlwind with great damage is formed to slash the target. Learning conditions. Beast Tamer of Wind Spirit rank or above. The method of use is to let the Beastmaster eat it raw or stick on the forehead and use mental contact with the skill crystal, and the skill information in it will naturally flow into their minds. However, even with the help of skill crystals, there is no 100% guarantee that the Beastmaster can learn the skills. It just increases a certain probability. After figuring out how to use the skill crystal, Luo Chen carefully put it away and waited to use it when the time was right. Luo Chen held the Roxiang spirit rabbit in his arms and then sent a message in his own family group. 900. Chen Luo. All members come to the cultivation room on the second floor. I'll show you something good. Xinyang Ji Guang. What good stuff? Wait, I'll be there soon. Beautiful mother. Okay. 920. Light of Qinyang. Handsome dad. Daddy is waiting for you. 922. Handsome dad. I was so absorbed in my research just now that I didn't look at the terminal. Handsome dad. I'll be there soon. Son, what good stuff do you have? I heard his voice before I saw him. Luo Yuheng opened the door of the breeding room and walked in. Looking at his red and swollen eyes, it was obvious that he had not had a good rest for a long time. Luo Chen held the rabbit in his arms in front of Luo Yuheng. Here, this is it. Luo Yuheng carefully observed the appearance of this rabbit-shaped beast tamer and found that it was quite different from all the rabbit-shaped beast tamers he had seen. As a 5-star breeder, Luo Yuheng naturally used his innate eye of truth to examine the rabbit. Chapter 35, Ideas for Sale. After a long silence, Luo Yuheng suddenly looked at Luo Chen with shining eyes. My eldest son, is this the advancement gift you gave to your father? It just so happens that I have no idea about the third beast to control. Luo Chen didn't react for a moment. He quickly put the rabbit in his arms into the arms of Luo Yang beside him. This beast belongs to my brother. You can ask him. Retreating behind Luo Yang, Luo Chen said that this beast had nothing to do with him. Little kid, Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Yang expectantly. Luo Yang felt under tremendous pressure under his gaze. He looked to Su Muqing on the other side for help, and his voice changed several times. Su Muqing smiled lightly, walked to Luo Yuheng and patted him gently. You're so old and you're still fighting with children. Ahem, all right. Where did this beast come from? Luo Yuheng coughed lightly twice in embarrassment. Do you still remember those 2 6-star fierce beasts, the fragrant rabbit? This is the evolution of one of them. Luo Chen had already explained it to them just now, so this sentence was explained by Luo Yang to his father. After hearing the explanation, Luo Yuheng's eyes suddenly became eager. Xiaochen, did you evolve this? After seeing Luo Chen nod in confirmation, Luo Yuheng walked around the store excitedly. Haha, I didn't expect my son's talent as a breeder to be so terrifying. He can evolve such a beast before he even enters the spiritual level. As if he had thought of something, he looked at Luo Chen seriously. Xiaochen, this evolution process shouldn't be accidental, right? Well, it is through a fixed method that this strange, soft, fragrant spirit rabbit can be evolved. It should be no problem. I already have the relevant knowledge about its evolutionary route. Hearing Luo Chen's answer, Luo Yuheng breathed a sigh of relief. As everyone knows, the assessment of a breeder requires a complete grasp of several beast taming evolutionary routes. Obviously, these routes are either deduced by oneself through consuming a lot of materials and various research, or inherited from others through some kind of apprenticeship, or purchased from other breeders at a cost of a lot of money. No matter which one, the resources and money spent will not be a small amount. So the breeders who appear to be glamorous on the surface actually have a lot of hardships behind them. Now, as an apprentice breeder, Luo Chen was able to master a unique evolutionary route. Anyway, he had never seen a beast like the Roxiang spirit rabbit before, so it must be the first time it appeared on Earth. Moreover, he observed the skills of the beast as long as he could firmly grasp this evolutionary route. Whether it is selling beasts or replicating and producing rare plant resources through beasts, it means that his son will not lack money and resources and will definitely be able to go further on the path of a breeder. So what are your plans for this kind of beast control in the future? Luo Chen looked at Luo Yuheng with confusion. not quite understanding what he meant. Looking at his son's clear and foolish eyes, Luo Yuheng rubbed his head. What I mean is, you want to hide the existence of this beast first, and use its skills to replicate and produce some precious plant resources, so as to make a fortune in silence. Or do you want to use this beast as a store sign and earn various resources by selling it? Luo Chen also knew how rare this beast was, and looked at Luo Yuheng with some entanglement. If this beast is revealed, will it have any impact on our family? No one knows a son better than his father. Luo Yuheng completely understands Luo Chen's worries, which are nothing more than the kind of thing that would make one guilty of possessing a treasure. It's okay. As long as we control the quantity sold, your father, as a king-level beastmaster and soon to be the breeder of Luolan, still has some power. Seeing his father's confident look, Luo Chen put aside his worries and suggested with a smile. The Lioang group is going to hold an auction of Qingyun treasures soon. Why not use that as the debut for the Ruxiangjuan spirit rabbit? Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Chen, who was smiling like a little fox with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Boy, I'm afraid you have had this idea for a long time, right? In response, he got Luo Chen's embarrassed smile. Luoyang scratched his head. During the conversation between his father and brother, just now, it seemed that his soft and fragrant rabbit had flown away. Isn't this rabbit mine? Seeing that the two of them didn't notice him, Luoyang could only speak weakly. Luo Chen looked kindly at his 1.85-meter tall, but pitiful little brother. Be good. I'll evolve a better one for you in a few days. Let me use this one first. Luoyang turned to look at his mother, wanting her to speak for him, who knew that Su Muqing just patted his shoulder and said, "Listen to your brother." 3:1. Luoyang was completely defeated, and in the end he could only watch the innocent and lovely Yingri Wanglian rabbit fall into the hands of his brother, the big devil. Chen Luo, there's a new beast in the store. Do you think it can be included in the Qingyun treasure auction? Wei Yansheng, broken wings, what kind of beast? What level is it now? Chen Luo, soft and fragrant spirit rabbit, a king of beasts, a beast that has not appeared so far, and now a 1-star spirit beast. Wei Yansheng, broken wings, king beast species? That's fine, but I still need to come to the auction house to identify in advance. Chen Luo, okay, then I'll go to the auction house tomorrow. Wei Yansheng, broken wings, I will be there to receive you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. After agreeing on a time with Wei Yansheng, Luo Chen put down the terminal in his hand. Just like yesterday, there were not many customers in the store today. Qingyang City was still under reconstruction, so this depressed scene was normal. However, many beast masters came today and took away the beasts they had kept in the store. Suddenly, the foster room in the store seemed much emptier. When closing the store at night, Luo Chen suddenly thought of a question. System, if the beast sent to us is sold at the auction house, the sales revenue should be counted as the store's, right? Host, are you talking about the soft and fragrant rabbit? Right? No, that beast was left in the store by a customer. It is not our own beast. Luo Chen then remembered that he had sold the Xinxiang rabbit to his younger brother in order to complete the task. My goodness, this is really a case of shooting oneself in the foot. Well, what if I buy this beast back? Luo Chen's mind suddenly lit up, and he came up with a good idea. No, this system prohibits the repeated sale of a beast. Please run the store well, and don't always think about speculation and taking advantage of loopholes. Well, the state of the beast was completely different when it was sold twice. It was a small, ferocious beast at first, but now is a spiritual beast. The system seemed to be stuck in some kind of state and responded after a while. After analysis by this system, it is suspected that the host took advantage of loopholes when the first sale was made. If the host insists that such behavior is reasonable, the system will take back the first mission reward as well. No, let's talk it over nicely. If it doesn't count, then it doesn't count. Under the threat of the system, Luo Chen wisely gave in. I just silently complained in my heart, saying that he was so smart and couldn't adapt at all. Luo Chen was a little dejected. It seemed that in this auction, Xiang Wan's spirit rabbit could only make a name for the store, but could not complete the task of selling a spirit beast. Chapter 36, Advertising. On the second day, Luo Chen came to the Chamber of Commerce building accompanied by Luo Yuan. Last time he came to buy materials, and this time he was treated as a guest in the reception room. Under the guidance of the receptionist, Luo Yuan and Luo Chen did not stay in the reception room for long before Wei Yansheng and an energetic old man arrived. Master Luo, The old man exclaimed in surprise when he saw Luo Yuheng, looking very familiar with him. Luo Yuheng also recognized the person who came. Master Lu, what a coincidence that we meet here. Have you joined the Lioang group? The visitor was none other than Lu Qingyu, the chief examiner of Luo Chen's breeder assessment at the time. After listening to Luo Yuheng's words, Lu Qingyu waved his hand and said, "No, they're short of manpower for the auction in recent days, so I was pulled in to serve as a soldier. I haven't congratulated you yet for successfully returning from the secret realm. Oh, let's not talk about it. Xiao Chun, this is Master Lu Qingyu. Come and meet him." Luo Yuheng called Luo Chen behind him to come and meet the person. "Master Lu, thank you for telling me about the secret realm last time." Luo Chen thanked Lu Qingyu. An unnatural look flashed across Lu Qingyu's face. "Hey, it's just some news. It's not worthy of thanks." Wei Yinsheng and the other three on the side finished talking, and then he embarrassedly urged, "It turns out that Master Lu and the young boss know each other. This is easy, but I'm really busy now. Can you identify the beast first?" Seeing this, Luo Yuheng did not hesitate and took out the Roxiang Wan's spirit rabbit from the storage bracelet that could store living things and placed it on the table in the living room. Wei Yinsheng looked at the rabbit on the table and always felt that this beast had an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Moreover, the crystals on its earlobes and paws were too similar to those of the Xinxiang rabbit. Lu Qingyu did not show any special expression. He just tried his best to use his innate eye of truth to check the information of Roxiang Wanling rabbit, while his hands kept writing on the paper. Wei Yinsheng at the side took out his business card and handed it to Luo Yuheng. "You must be Master Luo Yuheng. I am the purchasing manager of Lioang Group. If you have any rare beasts for sale in the future, you can contact me." Luo Yuheng took Wei Yinsheng's business card with a calm expression. "Thank you. I wonder if Master Luo is interested in becoming a consultant for our Lioang Group?" Wei Yinsheng continued after handing over the business card. Today, Luo Yuheng wore his breeder badge when he went out. Apparently, Wei Yinsheng tried to recruit him only after seeing his status as a 5-star breeder. But this was not the first time that Luo Yuheng heard about the recruitment of a powerful force. But he was not interested in these things at all. So he said coldly, "No need. I don't want to be bound by the power." Seeing Luo Yuheng's firm attitude of refusal, Wei Yinsheng wisely did not pester him and stopped trying to recruit him. Top quality, top quality. Lu Qingyu exclaimed in amazement after writing the information of soft, fragrant rabbit on the paper. Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng smiled at each other. Wei Yinsheng hurried to Lu Qingyu's side, took the paper in his hand, and read it carefully. "Master Luo, are you really selling this beast?" Lu Qingyu's tone was full of disbelief. He really couldn't understand why someone would be willing to sell a beast tamer of this level. Luo Yuheng's attitude towards Lu Qingyu was obviously much gentler than his attitude towards Wei Yinsheng. He nodded affirmatively towards Lu Qingyu. It's such a waste of resources." Lu Qingyu didn't finish his words because he thought of a possibility and his pupil shrank. Since he was willing to sell it, it must not be an accidental acquisition. It must have a complete evolutionary route. Lu Qingyu, who had figured it out, took a deep breath and said enviously, "Congratulations to Master Luo for making further progress in his ability as a breeder." Luo Yuheng smiled at him and did not deny it, nor did he explain to him that this was an idea evolved by Luo Chen, because this was something the two of them had discussed in advance, to have Luo Yuheng, who was about to be promoted to Haoyue breeder, stand in front of the stage as a shield. Instead, Luo Chen hoped that this beautiful misunderstanding could last a little longer. Being able to take on the position of purchasing manager of Lioang Group, Wei Yinsheng has good vision. After reading Soft and Fragrant Rabbit, his eyes lit up. If such a beast can't be put on the auction house for rare items, then there's no need to sell other things. Perhaps this beast could really be the final item to be auctioned. Wei Yinsheng suddenly had such an idea in his mind. However, the order of the items was decided after discussion by several bigwigs of the Lioang Group. Now the order has been almost determined. Once this beast is delivered, I don't know whether they are willing to change the original order. Shaking his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind, Wei Yinsheng came to Luo Yuheng and asked carefully, "I wonder if Master Luo has any requirement for the starting price of this product, or if it will be determined by our auction house. The time and materials consumed in cultivating this beast are extremely precious, so the starting price cannot be too low. Let's set it at 1 million spirit coins. And I have another request. When auctioning, I have to state that this beast is from Qinyang Pet Shop." This Wei Yinseng looked embarrassed. The starting price of 1 million seemed very reasonable to him, but the last request put him in a difficult situation. There has never been a precedent for advertising other stores at an auction because rare items appear at the Qingyun Treasures auction. On the one hand, it increases the selling price of the products, and on the other hand, it also enhances the reputation of the Qingyun Treasures auction. These are two mutually reinforcing things. However, Luo Yuheng's request for advertising is obviously to use the Qingyun Treasures auction as a springboard to attract traffic to his own store, which is obviously contrary to the interests of the auction itself. Master Luo, I need to ask the higher-ups for instructions on this. Luo Yuheng nodded and motioned Wei Yinseng to go ahead. Wei Yinseng left the reception room in a hurry. About half an hour later, Wei Yinseng returned, but this time he looked full of confidence, and it was obvious that he had good communication with his boss. Master Luo, our auction house provides you with two options. The first is that our auction house will spend 8 million spirit coins to buy this beast. At the same time, we will advertise for Qinyang Pet Shop throughout the city for half a month. The second one is to explain the origin of the beast at the auction according to your request, but the commission for the final transaction will be increased to 7%. Which one do you choose? I choose the second one. Luo Yuheng did not hesitate and directly chose the second method. Advertising all over the city may look attractive, but it is meaningless. Qinyang Pet Shop will take the boutique route in the future. Qingyang City was originally a lower city, and the consumption capacity of the residents was limited. The goal of Qinyang Pet Shop was to spread its fame from Qingyang City, rather than limiting its fame to one city. For this auction, the Lioang group will definitely invite some people from the central city, Luoyan City, so this beast will be sold at this auction. Seeing that Luo Yuheng was so determined and chose the second method without hesitation, Wei Yinseng took out a contract with some regret. Master Luo, this is the auction contract. Take a look. If there is no problem, just sign it. After Luo Yuheng and Luo Chen looked at it carefully and found no problems, they signed their names neatly. I have to take this beast away first. You won't be able to take care of it if it stays here. I'll bring it back on the day of the auction. Luo Yuheng's behavior is very reasonable, because beasts are different from other auction items. If it is a more common beast, the auction house will be able to take good care of it if they know how to feed it. However, for some rare beasts, the auction house's breeders have no experience in taking care of them, which can easily cause the beast to become poorly maintained or fall into a negative state. Therefore, it is allowed to bring living beasts to the auction day. Of course, if the seller changes his mind at the last minute and does not want to sell them, he will face a large amount of compensation. Therefore, the auction house will not prohibit such things and even encourages such behavior, which is equivalent to reducing the manpower of the auction house. Even though he was very busy, Wei Yinseng still personally sent Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng downstairs before going back to deal with his own affairs. Chapter 37 Choice. Qinyang Pet Shop. Luo Chen pushed 3 pieces of paper in front of Luo Yang and Qiyin. Qiyin lay on the ground, scratching his head in confusion with his furry paws, not understanding what Luo Chen meant. Red Flame Lion, Lava Giant Lion, Ice Flame Lion King. Luo Chen picked up each card, looked at it, and then read out the contents. Brother, is this the beast that Qiyin can evolve into? Luo Yang's tone was 3 parts excited and 7 parts uncertain. Luo Chen tapped the card of the Ice Flame Lion King. The materials to evolve into this beast are not sufficient. However, the materials for the Lava Lion are complete. If you agree, you can try to evolve it directly. If you want to evolve into a Red Flame Lion, you should go find your father. He has more experience in this area than I do. Luoyang felt like he was hit by a huge surprise. He patted his head and forced himself to calm down. Brother, wait a moment while I look up information about these 3 beasts on the internet. As he spoke, Luoyang took out his terminal and started searching impatiently. Luoyang was mainly searching for the 2 types of beasts, Ice Flame Lion King and Lava Giant Lion. After all, on the first day he contracted Qiyin, he knew that it would evolve into Crimson Flame Fire Lion in the future. Therefore, he was already very familiar with the basic information about the Red Flame Lion. Log into a software called Beast Taming Encyclopedia, which basically covers all the currently known beasts. I heard that the Chinese government is behind this software. However, apart from some common beast taming information, there are many other contents that can only be unlocked by paying. Luoyang entered the 4 words Lava Lion into the search bar. The small wheel representing the search kept spinning, and the results appeared after dozens of seconds. Sorry, no relevant information was found. There is no information, which means that the information of this kind of beast has not been recorded by Chinese officials. New species, these 3 words made Luoyang's eyes light up, and he continued to look up the information of another beast, the ice flame lion king. Similarly, a line of, sorry, no relevant information was found, appears on the terminal screen. It was learned that except for the red flame lion, the other 2 beast tamers have not appeared or have never been officially included. Luoyang is now feeling both happy and worried. He is happy that the Beastmaster he evolved is special enough to catch people off guard at some point in time. What is worrying is that without knowing the information of these 2 beast tamers, it is impossible to determine whether this beast tamer is really strong enough. It is also possible that after evolution, its performance may not even be as good as that of the red flame lion. After hesitating for a moment, Luoyang set his sights on the card of Ice Flame Lion King. Judging from the name alone, this was most likely a king bee species. The king bee species does not have a bottleneck and does not provide enough resources to grow normally into a king beast. Although the red flame fire lion can also grow into a king beast, it is not a king bee species and will also encounter a bottleneck when it reaches the 9th star of the spirit beast. So from this point of view, the red flame lion is completely inferior to the ice flame lion king. Even if the skills are not strong, it should not be too bad. Luoyang gritted his teeth and decided to go for it and take a gamble. Brother, let's go with the ice flame lion king. The young man's voice was firm and resolute. What materials are missing? Luo Chen was not surprised at Luoyang's choice, because if it were him, he would probably make the same choice. Maybe this is the gambling gene running in the Luo family. I've already bought the ice jade, and I'm still short of a portion of ice fire. Fire and ice is a general term for a type of flame, referring to the flame burning in ice. The ice spiritual flame, the falling snow white flame, the cold marrow spiritual fire, all belong to fire and ice. However, no matter which type of ice and fire it is a rare treasure for Qingyang City. This ice fire is not easy to find. How about choosing the lava lion to evolve? I feel that the lava lion may not be worse than the ice flame lion king. Although he understood, as an outsider, Luo Chen still wanted to persuade him. Luoyang smiled and said, Brother, give me a few days to look for it. If I can't find it, I will choose the lava lion. Luo Chen shrugged his shoulders. Okay, this kind of stubborn guy needs to be made to hit his head against the wall before he turns back. Well, it is also possible that you will hit the wall and not turn around, and will die on it. Thinking of this possibility, Luo Chen laughed softly. Luoyang looked at Luo Chen, who suddenly laughed, with a suspicious expression on his face. Brother, what are you laughing at? Ahem, nothing much. Aren't you going to look for ice and fire? Why don't you hurry up and go? Ah, Okowo. Luoyang took Qian's bracelet back from the side. You don't have to wait for me for dinner tonight. After saying this, Luoyang's figure had disappeared around the corner of the stairs on the 2nd floor. Looking at his hurried posture, it seemed that he would not give up until he visited all the shops selling materials in Qingyang City. The mission has been updated. Mission 1. Sell a spiritual level beast. Reward 100 points and 5 energy stones. Mission 2. Make 3 beasts evolve. Reward 200 points and a level 2 secret realm. Mission 3. Sell 20 beasts with good qualifications, and you will be rewarded with 50 points, and the system store items will be updated. The system's voice suddenly appeared, prompting Luo Chen that the task had been updated. There are no changes to Task 1 and Task 3, but the number of tamers required to evolve in Task 2 has changed. The rewards from the secret realm appeared again, and Luo Chen was very envious. Not only did the secret realm have its own unique beasts, but could also be used as a breeding farm, experimental center, warehouse, etc. It was really useful. Unfortunately, his current level is too low. He can only see the evolutionary paths of ferocious beasts, but not those of spiritual beasts. Otherwise, he could have given those sea beasts a try. Today was also a day of slow business, but the performance of several beasts in the store had been greatly improved. The most expensive beast, Frost Wolf, was only a 4-star ferocious beast when it first arrived, but now it has reached a 6-star ferocious beast. How about raising beasts in our Qinyang pet shop? Both Xinqiang rabbits are now 3-star ferocious beasts. The electric rat has also reached the level of a 5-star ferocious beast. Luo Chen felt that if he couldn't sell the electric mouse, it would become a waste of his money. However, he didn't want to sell the 5-star electric mouse at a low price, so he decided to raise it and evolve it when it reached a high enough level. It is just right for completing the task of system evolution and beast taming. In the next 2 days, only a few customers came sporadically to foster their beasts. The work of clearing the debris from the sea monster attack in Qingyang City has come to an end, and the new city wall on the east side has been completed. The city protecting air membrane, which symbolizes safety and protection, also covered the heads of the residents of Qingyang City again, giving them a full sense of security. It may be that there have been too many king-level beastmasters coming and going in Qingyang City recently. So the beastmasters in the secret realms near Qingyang City that have king-level beastmasters or who have already settled on Earth did not take the opportunity of the disappearance of the protective air membrane to attack the city. Overall, the post-war reconstruction process went very smoothly. June 25th, the Qingyun Treasures Auction, which can be regarded as a major event in Qingyang City, was held today. The location is still in the Chamber of Commerce building. Qingyun Pavilion is closed today, and all staff members need to serve the Qingyun Treasures Auction. This time, there are not only distinguished guests from other lower cities who came through the teleportation array, but also some distinguished guests from the medium-sized city of Lian City. It can be said that this is the most grand Qingyun Treasures Auction since its inception. Various rare beasts that were rarely seen in Qingyang City in the past were ridden by beastmasters of various spirit or king levels. In order to increase the popularity of the Qingyun Treasures Auction, the Lioang Group also broadcast today's auction items live on the big screen in Qingyang City. Moreover, a live broadcast room was simultaneously opened on the terminal's network to broadcast this grand event. It can be seen that if this auction is successful, the Qingyun Treasures Auction will reach a higher level. In the past, king-level beast tamers were considered a rare top combat force in Qingyang City, but today, at least 20 or 30 of them were seen in the Chamber of Commerce building. Luo Chen's family of 4 came here on Su Muqing's beastly vehicle, Haiyuke. Fortunately, Haiyuke passed the beastly vehicle driver's license test, so the family of 4 don't have to get stuck in traffic today. However, the air traffic was indeed quite congested. The closer to the Chamber of Commerce building, the more people there were. The various beasts that appeared along the way almost dazzled Luo Chen's eyes. Whenever he saw a beastmaster with a strange appearance, he would stare at the person's information for a while. By now he was feeling a little dizzy, so Luo Chen had to close his eyes and choose to curb his damn curiosity. Luo Chen closed his eyes and rested for half an hour before he heard Su Muqing's gentle voice. "We're here." Luo Chen opened his eyes and found that they had arrived at the square in front of the Chamber of Commerce building, with various beasts parked nearby that serve as mounts. However, judging from the situation outside, it seems that only customers with an invitation to the Qingyun Treasures Auction can park in this square. The team entering the Chamber of Commerce building was also divided into 2 teams. One team should be customers with private rooms, and the other team should be customers in the lobby. Luo Chen's invitation letter was for a seat in the ordinary hall, but after deciding to auction the Roxiang Wan's spirit rabbit here, Wei Yinsheng gave Luo Yuheng an invitation to a private room, which allowed him to bring 5 people. So Luo Chen naturally followed Luo Yuheng's steps and entered the auction house through the VIP channel. Led by the receptionist, Luo Chen and his family came to the 9th floor of the Chamber of Commerce building, which was only opened when the auction was held. Entering the box, I found it was decorated in a very stylish way, and all the facilities looked like they were worth a lot of money. One side of the box is made entirely of special material, through which one can see outside and the lobby downstairs without any obstruction, but people outside cannot see clearly inside, thus ensuring the privacy of the guests. Moreover, with a size of 10 square meters, 5 people can sit in the room, plus a table for snacks, and it doesn't seem crowded at all. As the time gradually approached 10 o'clock, the seats in the hall were gradually filled with people, and it could be said that every seat was occupied. Luo Chen silently estimated that there were nearly 3,000 people in the hall alone. You know, even those who stayed in the hall were the richest group in Qingyang City. Including the distinguished guests in the box, it is estimated that there are nearly 5,000 customers at today's auction. It is a rare event. Chapter 38 auction begins. Ding ding. The doorbell of the box rang, and when it was opened, Wei Yinsheng appeared in front of the door. After seeing Luo Yuheng, he smiled and said, "The auction is about to start, and the beast can be handed over to the backstage now." This had been discussed beforehand, So Luo Yuheng naturally had no objection and readily handed over the soft, fragrant rabbit to Wei Yansheng. Not long after Wei Yansheng left, with a dong sound that spread throughout the venue and attracted everyone's attention, someone walked up to the high platform at the front. Welcome everyone to the Qingyun Treasures Auction. I am today's auctioneer, Liang Jingxi. A tall, intellectual, classical beauty stood on the stage, as if she had walked out of a painting. She looked at the guests below with a proper smile on her face. Today's auction has a total of 132 items, all of which are rare and exquisite. If you're interested, don't miss it. In the box of Luo Chen's family, Luo Yuheng saw the auctioneer clearly and spoke in surprise. The Lioang family really takes this auction very seriously. Even the eldest daughter of the Lioang family has shown up to be the auctioneer. Su Muqing said calmly, "It's normal. I guess the Lioang family wants to use this auction to return to Luoyan City." Luo Yuheng frowned and twitched the corners of his mouth. That might be a little difficult, but it should be possible to attract the attention of some of the upper echelons of Floating Cloud City. Maybe, Su Muqing said noncommittally. After a brief opening speech, the auction officially began. Our first lot is a 16-leaf xianling grass. As we all know, the more branches and leaves a xianling grass has, the more spiritual energy it can produce every day. The xianling grass sold on the market today is rare, and even those that are sold mostly have 4 to 10 branches and leaves. And this xianling grass should be considered the best among the best. When Liang Jingxi started to introduce, the curtain on the booth in front of her had been lifted, and a plant of xianling grass with lush branches and leaves and full of green appeared in the glass display case. At the same time, the large screen behind the entire stand also displayed the xianling grass in 360 degrees, and a three-dimensional projection appeared on the table in the box. Luo Yuheng stretched out his finger and slid it on the three-dimensional projection. Then the three-dimensional model expanded or shrunk or changed angle along with his finger. It was very convenient. Luo Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw this scene. He originally thought that the technological level of this world was at most similar to that of his previous life, but who knew that it had developed to this point? What's the feeling of suddenly changing from fantasy style to science fiction style? Liang Jingxi gave the customer some time to check the information about this xianling grass, and then continued. The starting price of this xianling grass is 100,000 spirit coins, and each bid must not be less than 1,000 spirit coins. Bidding starts now. You don't need to shout out your bid at the Qingyun auction. You just need to enter your bid price on a tablet on the table in front of you, and the current highest bidder will be displayed on the big screen behind Liang Jingxi. The numbers on the big screen changed very quickly, and finally, after a few minutes, the speed of change slowed down a little. The current highest bid is 450,000 spirit coins from customer number 132. Is there a higher bid? However, the number only paused for a moment, and even before Liang Jingxi finished his sentence, the number started to jump. 470,000 spirit coins. 480,000 spirit coins. 483,000 spirit coins. Looking at the soaring prices, the customers in the hall could only sigh in despair and silently put down the tablets in their hands. It was not that they did not have the financial resources to bid. If the price rises too much, they will consider whether it is worth it. For them, it is better to save the money and compete for the high-level beasts that will appear later, which can quickly improve their strength, rather than buying a long-term, effective xianling grass. 600,000 spirit coins, the guest in box 25 is offering. When the price reached a certain level, customers in the box also began to bid, and the atmosphere in the auction venue gradually became heated. Liang Jingxi smiled and looked at the guests in the audience. 600,000 spirit coins for the first time. The numbers on the big screen changed again. 620,000 spirit coins. Box 17. This time, the price of xianling grass reached its peak, and no customer made any bids afterwards. Then this xianling grass belongs to the guest in box 17. Luo Chen blinked in the box. That xianling grass should be the one he sold to Wei Yansheng. He bought it for 400,000 spirit coins at that time, but now he sold it for 620,000 spirit coins? It's not that I regret it. They spent a lot of money in the early stages to hold such an auction. I can only say that they deserve to make the money. The first lot was a success, and Liang Jingxi's cheeks were also slightly pink, making her even more charming. Let's start with the second lot. In the subsequent auction process, various products appeared. Most of them are spiritual beasts. Of course, those that appear at the Qingyan Treasures auction are not ordinary ones. Most of them are either rare or have some attractive characteristics of their own. Most of them also bid high prices, but the appearance of these beasts made the guests in the hall very excited. However, when facing the guests in the boxes, they were a little cold and seldom participated in the bidding. Liang Jingxi glanced at the boxes with the earlier numbers. There had been no movement from the opening to now. It seemed that the products at the auction really could not attract their attention. The box where the He family is located is box number 2. The arrogant young man looked at the products being auctioned off the stage and said with some disdain, "The countryside is the countryside. Such inferior products can also be brought to the auction. But this auctioneer is indeed okay. After the auction, ask the Lioang family if they can offer someone to us. Maybe we can consider their request to open a store in Luoyan City." At the end of his words, there was an obscene gleam in his eyes. He Liangyu looked at He Liangshu, who was talking nonsense in front of him, with a well-hidden disgust between his brows. The captain of the law enforcement team of Luoyan City will soon come to move the secret realm. You'd better behave yourself recently to avoid leaving a bad impression. After hearing what He Liangyu said, He Liangshu seemed to remember something, and his expression became a little more restrained. "I'm not robbing you. It's something we both agreed to. How could it be reported to the law enforcement team?" He Liangyu glanced at him and said calmly, "You'd better be. This guy always relies on the fact that he has a wild-level ancestor, a king-level father, and a genius brother to stir up trouble everywhere. Fortunately, he has some foresight and will not offend people with strong backgrounds, so most families indulge him. You'd better not provoke the mayor of Qingyang City. He is a member of the Feng family. What you said during the last siege has already made him unhappy." Speaking of this, He Liangshu's expression was completely indifferent. Even if he is a member of the Feng family, so what? I'm still a member of the He family. His sister is Feng Manhwa. In response to his indifference, He Liangyu said calmly, "Feng Manhwa again, huh? Feng Manhwa? The wild-level beastmaster that the Feng family sent to support this time." He Liangyu nodded. He Liangshu shrugged. "It's really troublesome. I'll just avoid him from now on." Although his grandfather and Feng Manhwa were both wild-level beastmasters, his grandfather only had one wild-level beastmaster, while Feng Manhwa had 2. Therefore, he classified Feng Manhwa as one of the people who should not be provoked. The next lot is the 55th lot, the extremely cold spiritual flame. Chapter 39, the appearance of the soft, fragrant rabbit. The next lot is the 55th lot, the extremely cold spiritual flame. After hearing these words, Lioang, who had been listless, suddenly became energetic, like a puppy smelling the fragrance of food. His eyes brightened up. In the past 2 days, he ran almost all over Qingyang City, but couldn't find ice fire. Unexpectedly, he found it at the auction. The energy contained in the extremely cold spiritual flame auction today has reached the peak of the spiritual level. It is a good choice whether it is for fire-type beasts to absorb as a collection or as a gift. The starting price is 100,000 spirit coins. As the voice fell, the price displayed on the big screen soared all the way. After the price reached 460,000 spirit coins, it began to rise slowly. The rarity of this item is similar to that of Xianling grass, but Xianling grass is a general auxiliary material, while this extremely cold spiritual flame is a disposable consumable material. Therefore, its value will be lower than materials such as Zuanlinko that can be used for a long time. At this time, Su Muqing also started to participate in the bidding under Luoyang's whisper. The price increase each time is not much. After the highest price appears on the screen, the price is slowly increased by an additional 2,000 spirit coins. 523,000 spirit coins for the 3rd time. Deal. Congratulations to the guest in box 50 for obtaining the extreme cold spirit flame. After Liang Jingxi uttered the word deal, Luoyang's tense spirit relaxed, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Soon, the extremely cold spirit flame was delivered to their box. Su Muqing took out his gold card in a domineering manner and asked the waiter to swipe the card to pay. The extremely cold spiritual flame, a kind of fire and ice, is truly wrapped in a ball of ice, but it is only the size of a palm. Through the half-meter square ice block, you can see it slowly fluctuating in it. It really looks like a flame burning quietly with ice as fuel. Luo Chen could feel that since the extremely cold spiritual flame entered the box, the temperature was dropping rapidly. It was obvious that this was not something that the ice that wrapped the extremely cold spiritual flame could do. This feeling of dropping temperature disappeared only after Luoyang put the extremely cold spiritual flame back into the storage bracelet. The following lots are becoming more and more valuable. Many of them are spirit beasts that have the opportunity to be promoted to king beasts, attracting many customers. Sangshuelinga, crystal butterfly, cloud tit, and so on. Luo Chen was even interested in several of the beasts and wanted to buy them to study. Because these beasts seem to be very rare in Qingyang City, they are relatively rare. I don't know how the Lioang group got them. Luo Chen also saw what the general price of a high-level spiritual beast was. Just like the Sangshuelinga, that looks like both a tiger and a lion. Its current level is a 7-star spirit beast, and its appearance is also in line with human aesthetics. It was finally sold for 1.35 million spirit coins. Crystal Butterfly has a beautiful and dreamy appearance and is an 8-star spiritual beast. However, its skills are more auxiliary, so its price is not as high as the previous, Sangshuelinga, and it was sold for only 1.275 million spiritual coins. Clouded Tit is the third to last lot, and it is also the most valuable lot that has appeared so far today. A true king beast species. Although its current rank is only 3-star spiritual beast, if this beast is given to the younger generation in the family, or a contract is made with a spiritual level beastmaster, and is trained well, a king-level beastmaster will surely emerge. Therefore, its bidding price kept soaring, and it was all thanks to the people in the insurance boxes in the first few numbers who couldn't help but bid. In the end, it was bought by the Qin family of Luoyang City in box number 3 for 3.45 million spirit coins. We have 2 lots left. For those of you who have not bid today, you must not miss the next 2 lots. I guarantee you will be pleasantly surprised. I will not introduce the second to last lot, which is also known as the finale, in detail. Please look at the big screen. Liang Jingxi walked to the side, fully displaying the view of the big screen behind her, and then a text introduction appeared on the big screen. Race, soft and fragrant rabbit, king-level species. Level, spirit beast 1-star. Department, life science. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Soft fragrance. Xian level. The soft fragrance spontaneously released by the soft fragrance rabbit can calm a mind, and smelling it for a long time can enhance the resistance to mental attack skills. 2. Familiar spirit. Earth level. The soft, fragrant, familiar spirit rabbit anchors 3 plants as its own familiar spirit. As long as it consumes enough energy, it can replicate the familiar spirit. Familiar spirits have no reproductive ability and cannot be divided. The energy level of the familiar spirit cannot be too different from that of the soft, fragrant, familiar spirit rabbit. 3. Life crystal. Xian level. The soft, fragrant rabbit consumes energy to condense the life crystal. The life crystal contains rich life energy. Swallowing it can continuously produce a healing effect for the beast. It's basically the same information as the Eye of Truth, but they just removed the status column. Another king bee species. Why are king bee species like cabbages in today's auction? This is the second one. This one is even lower in rank than the previous one. Why is it ranked lower than the cloud tit? That's right. The cloud sparrow at least has some attack skills, but this one is worse. It only has auxiliary skills and can't even protect itself. Well, man, this is an excellent king bee species. Not only does it advance quickly, but it is also easy to learn other skills from it. If you don't know how to use offensive skills, just learn them. Similar remarks are heard frequently. In box number 3, Qin Zhou and other members of the Qin family were sitting in the box. After reading the skill introduction of soft and fragrant spirit rabbit, Qin Zhou's breathing became heavy. A boy next to him who looked no more than 15 or 16 years old saw Qin Zhou's excitement and asked in confusion, "Second uncle, what's so special about this beast?" "Xiaomu, let me ask you how much the longyang grass in your family is worth." The young man thought it was his uncle testing him. One plant is worth 2 million spirit coins, and there's still no market for it. Qin Zhou nodded. "You are right, the yield of longyang grass is scarce. If we have this soft, fragrant rabbit, the family's longyang grass may not have to worry about the yield in the future." The young man turned back and carefully read the skill introduction of soft, fragrant rabbit. Then he murmured belatedly, "So that's it." Qin Zhou stared eagerly at the Ro Xiangwan spirit rabbit that appeared on the exhibition stand, wishing he could go down and snatch it right away. He didn't know how others evaluated the value of this beast, but to him, the value of this soft and fragrant rabbit was even higher than the mermaid obtained during this trip to the secret realm. Lioang grass is their family's special beast taming material, the most critical material for upgrading to a king beast. They may even be able to use it to cultivate a king beast with a higher concentration of dragon blood, and the family will therefore enter a period of vigorous development. There may still be some people in the hall who have not realized the true value of Yingri Wanglian rabbit, but everyone in the box has reacted, just waiting for Liang Jingxi to say start bidding. Liang Jingxi estimated that everyone had finished reading the information about soft and fragrant rabbit before she walked onto the stage with graceful steps. This beast comes from Qinyang Pet Shop in Qingyang City. Liang Jingxi's eyes moved, and he suddenly said this. Regardless of what the people in the hall and the box thought after hearing this, she continued. The starting price of a soft, fragrant rabbit is 1 million spirit coins, and each bid cannot be less than 10,000 spirit coins. The bidding begins now. Qin Zhou in box number 3 had been waiting for her to say this for a long time. So as soon as Liang Jingxi finished speaking, he had already entered a number on the tablet. 5 million spirit coins, box number 3. Chapter 40, the boss is coming. 5 million spirit coins, box number 3. This should be the fastest price surge in this auction, with the auction starting at 5 times the reserve price. But this is just the beginning. 8 million spirit coins, box number 1. The price jumped drastically again, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the venue. The cloud sparrow, which is also a king bee species, is at a higher level than the soft and fragrant rabbit, but it was only auctioned for 3.14 million or 3.15 million spirit coins. The auction of Luo's spirit rabbit had just begun when the guests in the front row seats at the top started bidding for it. Now, even those who were sitting in the hall and didn't know the true value of soft fragrant rabbit could smell a hint of something unusual. But even if they understand it now, this price is enough to discourage most people. 8,200,000 spirit coins, box number 2. This competition was limited to boxes 1 to 3, and other competitors also knew the identities of the people in the boxes in advance, so they wisely chose not to bid. 8.5 million spirit coins, box number 3. Qinzhou frowned, feeling that he was in some trouble. Although he was a king-level 7-star beastmaster and had a lot of say in the family, the amount of money he could use at one time was only limited to 15 million spirit coins. Moreover, they had already purchased the king bee species cloud sparrow, and now they could spend only more than 10 million spirit coins. Now they were afraid that the other 2 families were also determined to get this beast. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and said, Qin Mu, contact your grandfather quickly and send him the information about this beast. 9.5 million spirit coins, box number 9. Originally, it was a competition among the 3 major families in Luoyan City, but suddenly, a mysterious box number 9 appeared. Qinzhou just frowned and started entering numbers on the tablet again. 9,500,000 spirit coins, box number 3. This time, Qinzhou decided to increase the amount little by little, just to delay time and give Qin Fuzhong, the Qin family's wild-level beastmaster outside Qingyang City, time to arrive. 9,520,000 spirit coins, box number 1. Box number 1 only increased by 10,000 spirit coins. Thinking of a certain possibility, Qinzhou not only cursed. Fuck, the Feng family and I are going together. 10 million spirit coins, box number 2. Liang still looked elegant and dignified, but what he was thinking in his heart was that in terms of financial strength, his family was not inferior to the other 2 families. When the other 2 families wanted to add little by little to delay time, Liang was thinking about using the financial resources he could control to crush the other 2 families and get the beast in his own hands. When Qinzhou saw the numbers on the big screen, he couldn't help but slam the table. This black-hearted boy from the He family. After Liang Jingxi confirmed the price twice and was about to confirm it for the 3rd time, she sent out the number that had been entered on the tablet. 1,100,000 spirit coins, box number 3. Liang Shu snatched the tablet from Liang Yu's hand and directly entered a string of capital numbers. 1,100 spirit coins, box number 2. The extra 10,000 at the end seemed like a provocation. Qinzhou had never been so sensitive that he felt that the 0 and 10,000 were a mockery of himself, which caused his Fangjing face to darken further and further. There was no other way, so he could only hold his nose and raise the price again. 1,102,000. 1,002,100,000. Box number 2. The price of box number 2 was increased very quickly each time, as if saying to Chinjo, "Is that it?" Boom! A heart-pounding aura descended upon the auction venue. I heard that there are some good things in this auction. Can I ask for an invitation? Everyone looked towards the direction where the sound came from, only to find that at some point, a strong middle-aged man riding an armored lion appeared at the entrance of the venue. He was one of 3 people who came to support when Qingyang City was attacked by the mermaid who calls the tide. That day, Liang Xiao, the current head of the Liang group, was sitting in box number 9, happily watching the competition among the 3 major families. However, when he saw the figure of the burly man, his face suddenly became distorted. It was really exciting, but he immediately calmed down and walked out of the box. The arrival of Lord Qin really brings honor to my humble place. Please come and see me. Every step taken by the lion under Qin Fu Zhong seemed to be stepping on the hearts and minds of everyone in the hall. Everyone could even hear the boom-boom of its heartbeat. That's good. After all, I'm here uninvited. I'll just stay here. Let's continue the auction. The armored lion stopped at a position closer to the platform in front, and Liang Xiao had no choice but to stand beside it with a smile. After receiving Liang Xiao's signal, Liang Jingxi was about to continue the auction process when another inappropriate voice sounded. Since Qin Fuzhong is able to participate in this auction halfway, Patriarch Liang doesn't mind having 2 more of us, right? There are 2 more figures at the entrance of the auction house, 1 old and 1 young, 1 man and 1 woman. They are also the remaining 2 of the 3 people who came to support the battle to defend Qingyang City. Facing a big boss of the wilderness rank, what could Liang Qiao do? His face, which already had many wrinkles, was now almost smiling like a chrysanthemum. Of course you can. Old man he, why are you everywhere? Being disrespectfully addressed as old man he, the man was not angry at all. He continued to smile and said, "This world is so big, you should always allow someone to walk the same path with you." Tisk. Qin Fuzhong glanced at him disdainfully, then said, "I offer 15 million spirit coins." "I offer 18 million spirit coins." "Old man," he said lightly. "Fuck, you old man. You haven't taken out all your pension, have you?" Qin Fuzhong complained in a slightly vulgar manner. As soon as he said this, even the smiling old man, his expression cracked a little. "It's just a little money. It won't cost me my pension." I don't know why he emphasized the word pension. Oh, that's good. If you use your pension to buy this beast, your descendants will be miserable if they are unfilial and end up living on the streets. Qin Fuzhong seemed to be giving advice with good intentions, but every word he said was secretly cursing the He family for their bad family traditions. He Song, also known as Old Man, he finally couldn't bear it anymore and said coldly, "Qin Fuzhong, if you have the ability, just use your financial resources to speak directly and don't talk endlessly like a gossipy woman." "Tisk, I'm thinking about you. Why are you still angry?" Okay, I'll offer 20 million. Feng Manwu, who had been silent the whole time, seemed not to notice the undercurrent between the 2 of them. She just said coldly, "On behalf of the Feng family, I bid 21 million. Hearing that Feng Manwu had also joined the bidding, Qin Fuzhong showed a trace of helplessness on his face. "Big sister, this is just a king beast. There is no need to raise the price so high. Brother really likes this beast. How about you give it to brother?" Feng Manwu looked at Qin Fuzhong, who was acting like a drama queen, with no change in expression. "I'm sorry, I also like this beast, but I still want to try it with my financial resources." Looking at the 2 people who were uncooperative, Qin Fuzhong finally showed some helplessness on his face. The family did have some financial difficulties recently, and it was difficult to directly take out 20 million spirit coins. "Okay, I won't compete with you guys anymore. I'll just offer the highest price I can, 15 million spirit coins, plus a king-level beast, the red blood dragon cypress. If you can offer a higher price, I will withdraw from the competition." Qin Fuzhong's words shocked everyone in boxes 1 to 3. Even the 2 people next to him could hardly control their expressions. The Qin family is really bold. They can even trade out the special beasts in the family. My family is withdrawing. Old man, he regained his smiling expression, but his trembling eyebrows showed that he was not in a calm mood. Feng Manwu also shook her head. Unlike Qin Fuzhong of the Qin family, there was more than 1 wild-level beastmaster in the Feng family. She did not have much autonomy over the family's beastmasters or funds, so she took the initiative to withdraw from the competition. Although he felt very painful about the price he paid, Qin Fuzhong showed a look of relief on his face after hearing that both of them had withdrawn from the competition. As long as he could capture this soft and fragrant rabbit, he thought it would all be worth it. He looked at the auctioneer Liang Jingxi on the stage, somewhat dissatisfied with her days. Little girl, didn't you hear that they all withdrew from the competition? Why don't you announce the result quickly? Liang Jingxi, who had just come to her senses after being reminded, pounded the stage 3 times and said, "Then this gentle and fragrant rabbit was successfully photographed by this gentleman." Chapter 41 Schedule. The 3 families in the first 3 boxes had already walked down early during the bidding between the 3 big guys and came to the center of the hall. Seeing that Qin Fuzhong had auctioned off the Ro Xiangwan spirit rabbit, Qin Zhou was now both happy and heartbroken. The good news is that with the addition of Ro Xiangwan Ling rabbit, maybe it will be able to change the current predicament of the family. What was heartbreaking was naturally the red blood dragon cypress, the family's beast that was never allowed to leave the family. One of them was actually traded away as a bargaining chip. When paying by credit card, Qingyan Treasure's auction house will deduct a commission of 1.05 million spirit coins from the 15 million spirit coins, and the rest will be transferred to the terminal left by Luo Chen in advance. As for the king-level beast, red blood dragon cypress, that Qin Fuzhong mentioned, Qingyan Treasure's auction house wisely did not mention the matter of taking a commission. I wonder if you can contact the seller? There are many things to pay attention to when cultivating this red-blooded dragon cypress. I need to explain it to the seller in person. Qin Fuzhong watched Qin Zhou swipe his card and pay the spiritual coins before asking casually. But even if it was just a casual question, Liang Xiao could directly feel the unquestionable nature of it for the reputation of Qingyun Treasure's auction house. Liang Xiao was still under tremendous pressure. He didn't even have time to wipe the sweat off his forehead. He answered carefully, "In order to protect the privacy of the seller, we have to ask the seller for his or her opinion." However, he thought that the seller had taken the initiative to advertise at the auction house and would not hide his identity. He did this just to gain favor in front of the seller. He thought that Qin Fuzhong, who seemed carefree, would not be angry about this. When saying this, Liang Xiao had already gone through many thoughts in his mind. After making sure that he was sure to make a profit, he straightened his shoulders slightly and relaxed a little. "Okay, contact him quickly." As Liang Xiao expected, Qin Fuzhong did not care. After receiving a signal from his boss, Wei Yinsheng sent the message early. After receiving a confirmation reply, he walked up and whispered a few words in his boss' ear. After hearing this, Liang Xiao's face showed a look of relief. "Master Qin, the seller has agreed. Should we go directly to our reception room now, or should we wait until the last beast is auctioned off?" Qin Fuzhong, who was holding the soft, fragrant rabbit in his arms, was in a particularly good mood. He asked, "What is the last beast? Is it more precious than this rabbit?" Hearing this, Feng Manwu and He Song on the side both paid some attention and were obviously looking forward to what the last beast would be. Well, the last one is a 2-star king-level red flame fire lion. Liang Qiu's face was a little embarrassed. If he had known earlier, he would have let soft and fragrant rabbit be the last item to be auctioned. The price of the auction is now enough to buy several king-level red flame lions. It is indeed a bit embarrassing now. Qin Fuzhong's expression was indifferent when he heard Liang Qiu's answer. "Oh, then let's go directly to the reception room now." Although there is no direct evaluation of the value of the last beast, this attitude of ignoring is the best evaluation. Liang Qiu had no choice but to respond with a smile. He turned and looked at the other 2 masters, thinking that they were probably not interested in the last beastmaster either. "My lords, we have prepared a VIP room for you 2. If you don't want to stay here, you can go and have a rest first." Old man He Song said with a smile, "We are together with this Lord Qin. Wherever he goes, we will go there too. Don't worry about us." Although Feng Manhwa didn't show any expression, she didn't say anything against it, which naturally meant she agreed. But Qin Fuzhong was not happy about it. "Who is with an old man like you? We have nothing to do with each other. Stay away from me." He Song kindly reminded, when carrying out tasks assigned by the law enforcement team, leaving one's post without permission is not a minor crime. Qin Fuzhong's face darkened, and his tone became somewhat hostile. "Aren't you 2 the same as me? You also left the entrance to the secret realm." Hearing his rebuttal, He Song shook his head and said, "We left the secret realm to find the first teammate to leave his post, and we each left a beast to guard there, so we can sense the edge of the secret realm at the first time." As he spoke, Song glanced at the armored lion he was sitting on, the beast named Earth-Shaking Armored Lion. It's indeed different from you. Qin Fuzhong's expression changed again and again, but now he had the handle in the hands of this old man. So he could only speak, "Okay, the three of us will go, and let your younger generation stay wherever it's cool." Old man, he didn't mind his bad attitude at all. He waved to Liang Liangshu, and others around him, signaling them to leave. Feng Manhwa didn't need to say anything. The Feng family members behind her left on their own accord. Qin Fuzhong's expression softened a little. "When the law enforcement officer comes, you'd better keep your mouth shut." Song's smiling expression seemed to be engraved on his face. His eyes narrowed into slits, making it impossible to tell what he was really thinking. "Of course, I have never been a talkative person." "Oomph." A light snort expressed Qin Fuzhong's inner distrust. Liang Xiao, who had been standing aside for a long time, saw that their argument had finally ended, and then he carefully led the way for them. The VIP room was just upstairs from the auction house, and they soon arrived at their destination. There were only 3 people in the VIP room at this time: Luo Chen, Luo Yuheng, and Wei Yinsheng, who were accompanying them. Liang Xiao gave a brief introduction, emphasizing the identities of the 3 people as wild-level beastmasters, to prevent Luo Yuheng and Luo Chen from offending important people. Luo Chen sighed. He was just a rookie in the 1st realm, ferocious beast realm, but now he could meet a big shot in the 4th realm, wild realm. From this perspective, there is nothing special about these big shots, apart from the fact that they look particularly energetic and there seems to be an invisible vibration around them. They're not much different from normal people. While Luo Chen was absent, everyone had already taken their seats. "Master Luo, I wonder if this soft, fragrant rabbit is a beast of a new evolutionary route that you researched, or was it discovered by chance in the wild?" After sitting down, Song asked directly. "I, Luo, have discovered a new evolutionary route by chance recently. However, the evolutionary materials are hard to come by, and it took a long time, so I have only managed to evolve one." Even though he was facing 3 wild-level beastmasters, Luo Yuheng's answer was still neither humble nor arrogant, because in China, the status of a breeder is still very honorable. The Animal Breeders Association is notoriously protective of its own people. If a serious animal breeder dies, there will definitely be people at the top who will investigate the cause of death. Moreover, they will even use beast tamers that can travel back in time to investigate. Don't doubt the financial resources and background of the Breeder Association. Qin Fuzhong smiled cheerfully. The beast itself is a treasure, so it is understandable that the breeding process is difficult. Luo Yuheng smiled at Qin Fuzhong. Feng Manhwa's clear and pleasant voice rang out. "I wonder if this beast can evolve into another one. If I know what materials are needed, maybe I can find a way." Luo Yuheng tapped the table with his fingers regularly. "Master Feng also wants to buy a Ruxianguan spirit rabbit?" Feng Manhwa nodded. "Master Luo, if you have any requests, you can mention them. Originally, we don't allow beast taming reservations in our store, but the 3 adults still have to give us face in person. 20 million spirit coins, plus several hard-to-find materials, will be provided by the adults. I will make an exception here. However, the species of the beast can remain consistent, but their qualifications cannot be determined. If the 3 adults can agree, shall we sign the contract now?" After Luo Yuheng said this, he looked at the reactions of the 3 people opposite him. This price was naturally determined after Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng discussed it after the auction. It was not very cheap, but it was within their acceptable range. After thinking for a while, Feng Manhwa spoke first. "Okay, I accept this condition. Then our Qinyang pet shop will reserve the next soft, fragrant rabbit for Lord Feng." Seeing that Feng Manhwa agreed, Song also agreed to this condition. Finally, even though he had already obtained Ro Xiangwan's spirit rabbit, Qin Fuzhong still asked to reserve another one, but he still had some foresight and stayed last. This would reserve a lot of time for the family to raise spirit coins and also allow them to verify the effect of the soft, fragrant spirit rabbit in their hands in advance. If it is not worth it, they can then use the excuse that they cannot find the corresponding materials to invalidate the treaty. After signing a treaty with each company and leaving contact information, everyone's faces showed some sincerity. The contract has been signed, and the beast has been reserved. You 2 can go now, right? Do you want to stay and spy on the secrets of my beast? After the contract was signed, Qin Fuzhong immediately started to chase the people away. The other 2 did not stay long, and left the VIP room after Qin Fu Zhong finished speaking. Liang Qiu, who left last, even considerately closed the double doors made of fragrant wood. Qin Fu Zhong's face showed a look of pain and reluctance. He said to Luo Yuheng, like an old father who had entrusted his daughter to someone else. Master Luo, next is the other part of the reward for today's auction. Our Qin family's signature beast, the red blood dragon cypress. You must take good care of it. Chapter 42, Evolution. A bright red plant appeared in front of Luo Chen and Luo Yueng. This plant is bright red from its branches to its leaves, but the color of the branches and leaves is darker than the main trunk. Compared to its tiny branches and leaves, its trunk is very wide, and there seem to be strange protrusions on the main trunk which serves as the base, as if some reliefs were carved on it. Luo Chen looked around and saw that the relief vaguely looked like a swimming dragon. No wonder this beast was called the red blood dragon cypress. However, his realm is too low, and the Eye of Truth cannot check some information about red blood dragon cypress. Qin Fu Zhong was still watching here, and he needed to maintain his stable personality, so Luo Chen forced himself to suppress his curiosity. Similarly, Luo Yuheng was also attracted by the beast in front of him, but unlike Luo Chen, he obviously saw more information from the beast in front of him. But after watching for a while, his face showed some doubts. Luo Chen only heard Luo Yuheng ask Qin Fu Zhong, Master Qin, is this beast lacking a lot of necessary resources to support it? How can it be in a state of lacking the nourishment of dragon energy? Qin Fu Zhong had a trace of worry on his face, and he sighed before saying, This is what I want to tell you about the things you need to pay attention to. The growth of the red blood dragon cypress must be nourished by sufficient dragon energy, otherwise its growth will stagnate, and it may even regress or eventually die. In our family, there's a kind of Lioang grass with very low yield, which can provide the dragon energy needed for the growth of the red blood dragon cypress. But the yield is extremely low. But I am in charge, and I can allocate 5 pieces from the family every month to ensure that the level of the red blood dragon cypress will not fall. After hearing what he said, Luo Yuheng finally understood why Qin Fu Zhong was willing to sacrifice the bloodline of the family's guardian beast to get this soft and fragrant rabbit. In that case, thank you very much, Lord Qin. However, now that the Ruxiangjuan spirit rabbit has arrived at the Qin family, I believe that the Lioang grass will not be too scarce in the future. After hearing Luo Yuheng's words that sounded like a promise, Qin Fu Zhong's face showed a little more joy. Haha, if it's really as you said, I will take the initiative to give you a few more leaves of Lioang grass every month. Over the next period of time, Qin Fu Zhong and Luo Yuheng carefully discussed some matters that should be paid attention to during the daily growth of red blood dragon cypress. Finally, because he was in a hurry to go back to guard the secret realm, he took a reluctant look at the red blood dragon cypress and left the VIP room resolutely. After Qin Fu Zhong left, Luo Chen finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and urged to ask for information about red blood dragon cypress. Race: red blood dragon cypress. Level: King Beast 3 stars. Category: Wood Martial. Status: Weak, lack of dragon energy, dormant. Qualification: Good. Skills: 1. Blood Dragon Shadow. Earth level. The blood dragon relief on the body of the red blood dragon cypress consumes a large amount of blood and energy and can briefly break away from the body to engage in combat. 2. Blood Encouragement. Xian level. The red blood dragon cypress boils its own blood and energy, increasing its combat power in a short period of time. 3. Qi and Blood Conversion. Xian level. During a battle, the red blood dragon cypress can absorb the blood in the field, temporarily enhancing its own combat power. At the same time, it can use the collected qi and blood to perform other skills. 4. Blood Barrier. Xian level. The red blood dragon cypress uses its blood to transform into a solid shield to protect its own body. 5. Dragon Might. Earth level. The red blood dragon cypress consumes the dragon energy in its body to generate dragon might, which deters the same level or lower level, weakening the target's skill strength, and will also have a certain impact on beasts with higher realms than itself. After listening to Luo Yuheng's retelling, Luo Chen's expression became somewhat indescribable. This Beastmaster is obviously a combat-oriented one, and judging from Qin Fu Zhong's confident speech just now, it seems that he has a strong combat capability. But the shortcomings are now too obvious. That is, he cannot get enough nourishment from the dragon energy. Not only can he not exert his full combat power, but his current growth is also restricted. The auction was over, but compared to the fierce competition for the second-to-last item, the bidding for the last item, Red Flame Lion, seemed a bit sloppy. In the end, it was only sold for nearly 5 million spirit coins, which was not a very high price. However, these naturally have nothing to do with Luo Chen, who has already returned home. The most difficult materials for Qi Yan's evolution have been found, so it is natural for him to start his long-awaited evolution. At night, the moon is bright in the sky. Qinyang Pet Shop. Looking at Luoyang and Qi Yan opposite him, Luo Chen's expression was very serious. Are you ready? Perhaps it was because Luo Chen's expression was too serious. Luo Yang couldn't help but feel a little more uneasy. He said tentatively, "Brother, how about I make some more preparations?" Luo Chen looked at him speechlessly. "It's not you who evolved. You don't need to prepare. I'm asking Qi Yan." Qi Yan looked at Luo Chen with innocent eyes, then nodded. His serious look was so endearing. Luo Yuheng, the caretaker, stood nearby, watching their conversation with great interest and smiled silently. "Okay, Qi Yan, you go into this breeding room." Luo Chen pointed to the breeding room behind him, which was surrounded by some special transparent material. After Qi Yan had crawled obediently in the breeding room, Luo Chen took out the two materials needed for its evolution, the extremely cold spiritual flame and the ice jade. Luo Chen looked at Luo Yuheng, who had been acting as a transparent man beside him. "Dad, it's up to you now. You need to use your mental power to refine the ice jade hammer into liquid." Then the extremely cold spiritual flame was divided into 5 parts, each of which was wrapped in liquid melted from the ice jade. Wait until the ice jade is burned back into jade by the extremely cold spiritual flame, and then let Qi Yin swallow it. The whole process seems very simple, but each step is a great test for the breeder, requiring the breeder to have a strong control over his or her own mental strength. Only then can the ice jade be successfully melted into liquid, and then the ice spiritual flame can be divided into 5 parts. This will test the resilience of the breeder's mental strength. If the strength is not enough, it will be easy to be injured by the extremely cold spiritual flame. Luo Yuheng is worthy of being a 5-star breeder, and he perfectly replicated Luo Chen's requirements. Looking at the finished product floating in the air like an ice crystal jade ball, and to the naked eye, each grain is basically the same size, about the same size as the glass marbles I played with when I was a child. However, the miniature version of the extremely cold spiritual flame inside kept beating, but the cold air it brought was locked inside by a layer of ice jade outside. "Qi Yan, swallow one first." After hearing Luo Chen's arrangement, Qi Yan first looked at Luo Yang, and when he nodded, he swallowed one of the ice crystal jade pills without hesitation. Qi Yan tilted his head. The cool feeling was quite good. After a while, special changes appeared on Qi Yan's body. Its originally deep red skin suddenly turned white, and even the flamboyant red mane next to its head suddenly turned white from the roots. However, this change only lasted for a moment, and the mane soon turned back to red. At this time, Luo Chen and the other two were standing outside the cultivation room. Luo Chen shouted to Qi Yan inside, "Qi Yan, take another ice crystal jade pill." Qi Yan obediently swallowed another one. This time, the changes on its body seemed to have follow-up power, and large areas of its skin turned snow white. After about 10 minutes, Luo Chen asked it to swallow the 3rd ice crystal jade pill. It was like a large army approaching. Qi Yan's body had turned completely snow white, but this white had a distinct layering feeling. Luo Chen then let Qi Yan swallow the 4th one. This time, light blue stars appeared on its body, dotted on its white jade skin. The 5th and final one, a faint blue flame suddenly emerged from its head. It opened its mouth, and then a blue flame emitting a low-temperature flame emerged. It was so scared that it immediately closed its mouth, and then ice blue flames would occasionally emerge from all over its body. Finally, it was the tail. Unlike other parts of the body where flames only appeared from time to time, the extremely cold spiritual flame continued to burn on Qi Yan's tail as if it would never go out. The tail also turned completely blue. After eating the last one, Luo Chen confirmed that its evolution was complete because Luo Chen had used the Eye of Truth to see all the information about its evolution. Chapter 43, Ice Flame Lion King. Race: Ice Flame Lion King, King of Beasts. Level: Spirit Beast 1-star. Type: Fire Ice. Status: Confused. Qualification: Excellent. Skills. 1. Ice Flame. Xian level. The Ice Flame Lion King controls the fire in the ice that emits low temperature. This allows it to have the characteristics of continuous burning fire and can also use extreme low temperatures to cause damage to the target. 2. Ice and Fire Spreading across the prairie. Earth level. The Ice Flame Lion King controls the extremely cold spiritual flame in his possession, which quickly spreads out in all directions with himself as the center. Wherever the ice and fire pass, they're all frozen. 3. Flame. Yellow level. The Ice Flame Lion King can inhale and spit out or attach ice flames to its claws to cause damage to the target. 4. Stream Flame Bomb. Xian level gathers ice flames to form a fist-sized fireball that can fly towards the target. 5. Ice Flame True Body. Xian level consumes a large amount of ice flame energy in the body and summons a flame true body that is twice the size of itself. 6. Fire Devourer. Earth level. The Ice Flame Lion King can enhance the strength of itself and its skills by devouring different types of ice and fire. Luo Chen simply couldn't believe that a beastmaster who had just been promoted to a spirit beast could possess 6 skills, 2 of which were earth level, even though one of them was just a passive skill like fire devouring. Normally speaking, it's not impossible for a spirit beast to have so many skills, but that's usually only the beast tamers that have stayed in the spirit beast realm for many years and have no hope of advancement, so they'll spend more time learning skills to find hope for a breakthrough. However, it is rare for a beast tamer to be able to add 3 new racial skills directly after evolution. Most of them add new effects or mutations based on the original skills. This beast is pretty good. Luo Yuheng had obviously also seen the skill introduction of the Ice Flame Lion King and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although Luoyang still doesn't know the specific situation of the Ice Flame Lion King, but when he saw the amazement on Luo Chen's face and heard Luo Yuheng's praise, he knew that he had made the right bet this time. The next moment, the feedback of Qi Yin evolving into a spiritual beast came to him. A layer of blue flame suddenly and strangely appeared on his body, but it did not cause any harm, as if it was an illusion. Considering his talent as a beast master and his inherited abilities, the Ice Flame Lion King has not yet mastered his own skills, and this kid may also lose control of his skills. Luo Yuheng quickly opened the door of the breeding room and decisively threw Luoyang in. When will you two learn to control the power in your bodies? I will let you out. Having said that, he locked the door of the breeding room without hesitation. If other beastmasters were promoted as spirit beasts, it is possible that only their physical fitness, reaction ability, and the energy level in their bodies would be improved. However, Luoyang is able to inherit the skills of the beast, so the various changes in Qi Yin may also happen to him. Before you can control your own strength, it is better not to come out and harm others. It's getting late, Xiao Chen. Let's go back and rest first. Luo Chen looked at Luoyang in the cultivation room, with a faint blue flame on his head, and tapped the glass gently. Brother, you should reform yourself in there. I will come to see you tomorrow. The two brothers looked at each other through the glass window, and it really felt like they were visiting a prisoner. However, after hearing Luo Chen's words, the depressed look on Luoyang's face was almost solidified. Brother, do you want to play like this? You should hurry up and get familiar with your own strength. We will come back to see you tomorrow morning. After saying that, Luo Chen followed Luo Yuheng downstairs and went home. As for the problem of sleeping at night, as a Tauren-level beastmaster, it would be no problem for him to not sleep for a night. Luoyang and Qi Yin, who stayed in the cultivation room, looked at each other. Luoyang sighed and said, "Take control of your own power, or you won't be able to get out tomorrow morning." After saying that, Luoyang closed his eyes, felt the energy flowing throughout his body, and tried to control it. After this feedback, he was able to inherit the power of taming beasts, also knew the various skills that Qi Yin now had. After a while, a fist-sized ice-blue fireball emerged from his body and smashed into the wall. Or a giant made of ice flame more than 3 meters high would appear, moving left and right or waving his arms constantly under Luoyang's control. There was also a cold white flame spreading from his body to the surroundings, but could not get close to Qi Yin because Qi Yin also used the skill called Ice and Fire. The man and the beast each occupied half of the breeding room. From the previous release of skills by each of them, to the final confrontation between the man and the beast using skills, it is unknown when they completely mastered the power they now possess. Luo Chen arrived at the store early in the morning and saw Luoyang and Yin sleeping in each other's arms in the breeding room. Luo Chen opened the door of the breeding room and woke up the man and the beast who were sleeping soundly. Wake up, have breakfast, and then go home and rest. Luoyang and Yin, who had just woken up, were slightly stunned. Okay. Their voices were all soft, and it seemed that practicing skills yesterday really tired them out. However, after eating the breakfast brought by Luo Chen, the man and the beast wanted to go back to rest but still failed to do so. At the Qingyan Treasures auction yesterday, when auctioning the Xiangwan spirit rabbit, Liang Jingxi mentioned a Qingyang pet shop, and the effect was indeed seen today. Not long after Luo Chen opened the store, the number of customers in the store grew wildly, and soon the store was as bustling as a vegetable market. Luoyang took a look at the bustling crowd downstairs and quickly decided to stay in the quiet space on the second floor. Is this the pet shop that bred the Xiangwan spirit rabbit? The decoration looks pretty good. Is the cage filled with a sea beast? Isn't this the sea beast that appeared during the siege a few days ago? Why is this kind of store still selling low-level beasts like the Xinxiang rabbit? Wow, this frost wolf looks so powerful. 120,000 spirit coins. Sorry to bother you. Where's the boss? I bought this electric mouse. But in addition to these doubts or discussions about the store, there's also all kinds of noise. Brother, move aside. You're stepping on my foot. Oh, sorry. I didn't see it. In the surging crowd, voices would be heard from time to time. How dare you squeeze into this young master? Fuck, which family's young master is this? Let me see him. Ah, it's Master Lioang? Sorry to bother you. Luo Chen stood at the stairs on the second floor, looking at the densely packed people on the first floor, and felt his temples throbbing. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Silence!" Startled by the sudden sound, the people on the first floor all looked towards the source of the sound. Seeing that he had attracted everyone's attention, Luo Chen took a deep breath and said calmly, "Those who said they wanted to buy beasts just now, come to the front desk to check out." After saying that, he walked downstairs leisurely. Even though there was a crowd, they still made way for him with difficulty. Fortunately, Luo Chen was thin, so he was able to successfully reach the cashier counter. You want to buy the frost wolf? I'll give you 120,000 spirit coins. Lightning mouse, 73,000 spirit coins. Cold bone fish, 320,000 spirit coins. Those two fragrant rabbits? They are ornamental animals, not for sale. After a while, Luo Chen registered all the people who wanted to buy the beasts. Seeing that all the beasts had been sold, some people still said that they wanted to buy them, but they were directly rejected by Luo Chen. Well, sorry, all the beasts in Qingyang Pet Shop have been sold out. We're closed today. Thank you all for coming. Except for the few people who bought the beasts, other customers please leave in an orderly manner. Thank you again for your visit. Luo Chen repeated this sentence twice before customers started to come out. There were some stubborn people who didn't want to leave, and Luo Chen had to step forward and persuade them to leave one by one. After nearly an hour of hard work, the store finally became deserted, with only a few people who had invested in purchasing the Beastmasters remaining. Luo Chen looked at the crowd that was gathered outside the store and refused to leave, and closed the door without hesitation. Chapter 44, The Mysterious Little Fatty. You bought the Frost Wolf, right? Luo Chen looked at the middle-aged man closest to him. After the middle-aged man nodded, Luo Chen walked to the cage of the Frost Wolf, which was now a 7-star ferocious beast. How are you going to take it away? Luo Chen sought the man's advice. The man simply took out a beast binding ring with a leash and handed it to Luo Chen. Luo Chen released the Frost Wolf from the cage and put the beast binding ring on it. He handed the end of the leash to the man and said, "Okay, sir, take care." However, when the man heard Luo Chen's obvious words of sending him away, he did not move to leave. He said sincerely, "Well, could you introduce me to the breeder in your store?" Luo Chen paused and said, "I'm the manager of this store and also the breeder. What's your question?" "You?" The middle-aged man was indeed surprised. He thought Luo Chen was handsome and young and was just a clerk in the store. So he tried to summon a beast from his beast bracelet. This beast was generally very similar to the wolf in the previous life, but it was much larger in size and was more than 2 meters tall just when standing there. There are light gray patterns on its brown skin. The strength of my gray wolf has not improved for a long time. I want to find a breeder to develop a training method for my beast. Luo Chen looked at the information of the gray wolf while listening to the man's request. Race, gray wolf. Level, spirit beast 5-star. Department, gold. Status, curious. Qualification, General. Skills, 1. Iron Claw, yellow level when attacking, metal elements are attached to the claws. 2. Gray Marks, Xian level. The gray marks on the body increase the energy flow of the gray wolf throughout the body, allowing it to absorb energy from the outside world and recover faster. 3. Iron Sand, yellow level. The gray wolf condenses metal elements to form iron sand, which interferes with the sight of local targets or causes damage to the eyes. 4. Pounce, yellow level. A skill developed through years of training and practice that instantly increases speed. After checking the information, everything seems to be relatively normal. This gray wolf must have reached the bottleneck of its growth. If it wants to make some breakthroughs at this time, it either needs reasonable stimulation from the outside world or consumes some special resources suitable for it. But Luo Chen doesn't have any good solution now. He is still a small apprentice breeder. Luo Chen could only tell him the two methods he had deduced. The materials suitable for it were actually very broad, as long as they were not very special gold materials. As the middle-aged man thanked him, Luo Chen escorted him out of the store. Luo Chen took the electric mouse out of the cage and handed it to the customer who bought it. Originally, he wanted to wait until it reached the 9th star of the ferocious beast and then see its evolved form. But since it had already been bought, he could only say that it did not have this blessing. Luo Chen looked at the last wealthy guest, a little fat man wearing gold and silver. Somehow Luo Chen always felt that he looked familiar. Are you sure you want to buy all the remaining sea beasts? Although in Luo Chen's opinion, this little fat guy is not short of money, but 6 spirit-level beasts, even if they're all sea beasts, will still cost more than 2 million spirit coins. Wouldn't it be better to use this money to buy a high-level spiritual beast that can run on land? The little fat man didn't answer his question, but said to himself, "Don't you remember me? The one who talked to you during the last breeder assessment." After the fat boy's reminder, Luo Chen finally understood where the sense of familiarity came from. "So it's you. So you really want to buy all 6 sea beasts?" The little fat boy, who originally wanted to keep in touch with Luo Chen, was caught off guard. Isn't this the procedure for negotiating business with people that he learned at home? Shouldn't we exchange pleasantries first, build up our relationship, and then talk about business? But the fat guy is not someone who doesn't know how to adapt. He nodded decisively. "Yes, I want to buy them all. How much is it in total?" Hearing that he really wanted to buy it and was not making fun of him, Luo Chen's attitude became more friendly. "The total is 2.36 million spirit coins. I'll round off the difference for you. Just pay 2.35 million spirit coins in total." The fat man did not bargain with Luo Chen. He took out a black bank card and asked Luo Chen to swipe the corresponding amount. Then he continued, "Now can we reconnect?" Hearing this, Luo Chen looked at the little fat boy in surprise. He really didn't understand what kind of relationship he had. However, considering that he was the biggest customer in his store, Luo Chen still gave him face and did not reject him. Instead, he asked, "What kind of relationship do you mean?" "Of course we are friends." "Okay, please start your performance." "My name is Chang Guiheng. I'm from Xiyue City. I'm 17 years old, and I'm a 5-star spiritual beastmaster." After saying that, he stretched out his right hand and looked at Luo Chen with sparkling eyes. Luo Chen could only imitate his sentence structure and introduce himself again. Luo Chen, Qingyang City, 18 years old, a fierce level 6-star beastmaster, and also an apprentice breeder. At the same time, he stretched out his slender hand and shook hands with Chang Guiheng's chubby hand. "You are amazing. You passed the breeder assessment on your first try. I have taken the test dozens of times, but still haven't become a trainee breeder." Luo Chen touched his nose and said, "It's just because of my talent. Talent is also part of strength." "Well, you're right." As a person with social phobia, Luo Chen was not used to such awkward conversations with others. On the contrary, the fat boy Chang Guiheng seemed very comfortable. Seeing Luo Chen's embarrassment, Chang Guiheng decided to get straight to the point. An egg with a star-speckled surface appeared in his hands. "Pet eggs." There was a look of interest in Luo Chen's eyes. "Race, Louis West Star Spirit. Level, hatching. Department. Status, incubating. Skill." When Luo Chen used his eye of truth to look at the information about this beast, all he saw were question marks, or it was still in the process of hatching. The only useful information he knew was the name, Louis West Star Spirit. "What is this?" Luo Chen asked in confusion. "There is a pet egg that has not yet hatched. I would like to entrust it to Brother Luo to see if it can be hatched. The reward can be discussed in detail. Chang Guiheng looked at Luo Chen with anticipation in his eyes. The name of this beast sounds very high level. Luo Chen, who didn't know Chang Guiheng's background, didn't agree immediately. Why are you looking for me? I'm just a trainee breeder. With your financial resources, it shouldn't be difficult to find a Haoyue breeder. They may have more experience in this area than I do. After hearing his words, Chang Guiheng said calmly, perhaps it was fate that guided you. Only you can hatch this beast. And we are friends now. Isn't it normal for us to help each other? What the hell is this guidance of fate? Luo Chen always feels it's weird. They've only known each other for a few days, and they're already just friends. Luo Chen subconsciously wanted to refuse. I'm sorry, this pet egg. I have to try it before I know if it's okay. Halfway through his refusal, Luo Chen suddenly made a U-turn. What made him change his mind? It turned out that the system had just issued a new task in his mind. Task 4. Successfully hatch the Luo Star Spirit and be rewarded with Starlight Protection. Starlight Protection. Starlight creates protection, making the target immune to curse skills. The skill of immunity to curse is known as the most difficult skill to defend against. With such a generous reward, it is too difficult to just give up. But you need to leave this egg with me for a while. I need to study it before I know whether it can be hatched. Luo Chen felt that he should still leave room for himself. So he gave Chang Guiheng a shot of prevention. Chang Guiheng nodded as a matter of course. Sure, if there are any materials you need, you can also tell me and let me find them. Seeing that he agreed, Luo Chen took the starlight egg from him and said, okay. Chapter 45 Energy Stone. The starlight egg felt cold to the touch and felt like fine jade. Luo Chen could even feel the vigorous yet weak throbbing of life in the egg. These are clearly two completely opposite feelings, but now they appear at the same time. Perhaps this is the reason why Fatty and the others cannot hatch this beast? Luo Chen held the starlight egg in his hand and examined it carefully, then raised his eyes to look at Chang Guiheng, who was looking at him expectantly. His eyes clearly asked, why are you still here? Did you see anything just now? Chang Guiheng rubbed his chubby little hands and asked expectantly. No, it's only been a short while. What can you tell? I'll put it upstairs and study it when I have time. As he spoke, Luo Chen took a step forward and walked up to the second floor of the store. Chang Guiheng also moved his legs, obviously wanting to follow, but Luo Chen immediately stopped him after noticing his intention. The second floor is a training ground. No one is allowed to disturb us. If you have nothing to do, go back first. Not even friends? Can't. Well, all right then. Be sure to contact me on the terminal if you have anything. After saying that, the fat boy Chang Guiheng walked out of the store, looking back every few steps. After waiting for the strange little fat man to leave the store, Luo Chen immediately locked the door from inside the store. Thinking of Chang Guiheng's inexplicable desire to be friends with others, Luo Chen always felt something was weird and had no idea what his purpose was for the time being. You can only take one step at a time and see what happens. After a long time, the truth will be revealed. The fat little man Chang Guiheng walked out of the store, ignoring the other people gathered at the store entrance and their prying eyes. I just quietly asked in my mind, can he really hatch the star spirit? A clear voice answered in his mind. The revelation of fate points to this place. I only heard a vague voice, and the two words Luo Chen were among them. Although fate may be unpredictable, all the predictions this time are on the positive side. The egg of Luo Star Spirit has been handed over, so there is no point in worrying here. In his opinion, Luo Chen is not a bad person, and at worst he will not damage the egg. Chang Guiheng still has some confidence in the defensive power of this egg. Qianzhe, thank you. This voice was very sincere. He and Qianzhe Fortune Wheel traveled through many cities and finally saw a trace of the hatching of Luo Star Spirit here. Among them, the destiny exploring skill of Qianzhe Fortune Wheel was of great help. Thank me after the Luo Star Spirit hatches. Being thanked so formally by the fat man, Qianzhe Fortune Will seemed a little shy. Chang Guiheng responded, okay, in his mind, and walked into a shop next to Qinyang Pet Shop. How much is your store selling for? Qinyang Pet Shop. After closing the shop door, Luo Chen carefully carried the egg up to the second floor. I first placed the egg in the incubation pool on the second floor. I don't know if it will be useful, but considering the effect of the incubation pool, it will not do any harm. The starlight egg slowly sank to the bottom of the incubation pool, and then Luo Chen witnessed the horror of this egg. Originally, the water in the incubation pool was only 1 meter deep. After placing the starlight egg into the pool, the water level of the incubation pool dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just when Luo Chen thought that the starlight egg was absorbing energy to hatch, after absorbing half of the pool of water, he did not see any special changes in the starlight egg. Luo Chen immediately stepped into the pool and took it out, otherwise this guy would definitely suck the pool clean. This pool is an important facility for opening my own shop and completing my mission, so there must be no problems with it. System, how do we hatch this thing? Don't just push me to take on the task and then leave it alone. What is the difference between this and digging a light pipe without burying it? System, after a long silence, the system's voice appeared in his mind again. Once you obtain the second secret realm, you can hatch this egg there. Luo Chen quickly opened his shop panel and took a look at the status of his tasks. Task 1. Sell a spiritual beast completed. Reward 100 points and 5 energy stones can be collected. Mission 2. Make 3 beasts evolve. 1 has evolved. Reward 200 points and a level 2 secret realm. Task 3. Sell 20 beasts with good qualifications for have been sold, and you will be rewarded with 50 points and new items will be added to the store. Mission 4. Successfully hatch the Liyue Star Spirit and receive the Starlight Protection as a reward. The reward for the first completed task has been collected, and 100 points have been credited to my account. The current balance in the store system is 250 points. Then 5 pieces of jade the size of a baby's fist appeared in Luo Chen's hands. It's crystal clear and looks very expensive. It seemed that this kind of thing could be used on the animal cages on the first floor and next door. Luo Chen first collected the 5 energy stones and planned to use them when there were new residents in the cages. When Luo Chen was staring at these energy stones in a trance, the little fur ball that had been quietly lying on his shoulder suddenly took an energy stone from his hand and swallowed it when Luo Chen was not paying attention. Luo Chen, who noticed the movement of his hands, broke out in a cold sweat after just one look. My God, how could you eat such a big thing? Spit it out quickly, don't let it get stuck in your throat. During the intense movement, several energy stones fell to the ground. Luo Chen didn't care, but just anxiously pried open the little ball's mouth. No. The open mouth was empty, with only the little fur ball and little lotus showing their pointed milk teeth. Did you really swallow it? Luo Chen looked at the bewildered little ball of fur with a serious expression. Didn't you swallow it? Luo Chen searched the ground and only found 4 energy stones, but did not find any trace of the 5th energy stone. He picked up the little fur ball in his hand and squeezed its soft belly, but there was no feeling of any hard object. That's strange. Where did the stone go? After searching for a long time without finding it, Luo Chen decided not to look for it anymore. Instead, he ordered the little ball of fur to stand in front of him obediently. From now on, you are not allowed to eat anything without my permission. Do you hear me? If I catch you eating something else next time, you will fast for 1 day. If you do it again, you'll fast for 2 days. When dealing with little ones like these, they must be educated strictly and naughty children must be supervised more. Luo Chen pressed the little ball of fur on the head and made it nod a few times, forcing it to sign the treaty before he let it go with satisfaction. The system, which had been a bystander, could no longer bear it and said, My stupid host, it did eat the energy stone. But there's nothing abnormal in its stomach. Worried, Luo Chen picked up the little fur ball again and checked its stomach again. The energy stone melts in your mouth and turns into the purest and gentlest energy, replenishing every part of your body. So the energy has been completely absorbed by it. If you don't believe it, you can look at its current level. Race, light cat. Level, 7 stars of fierce beast. Category, psychic. Status, satisfied, sleepy. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Spiritual membrane. Xian level attaches a layer of air membrane formed by energy to the target's body surface, blocking the target from exchanging substances with the outside world. Indeed, the rank of the little fur ball has been upgraded from the original 6-star ferocious beast to the current 7-star ferocious beast. It turns out that energy stones can also be used as food for beasts. How come this effect seems to be even better than the breeding pool? As if knowing what Luo Chen was thinking, the system spoke. Energy stones are good for providing energy, and they do have a great effect in promoting the early growth of beasts. However, The nurturing pool is used to warm up the beast's physical quality in all aspects, including removing the remaining hidden injuries in the body and improving the aptitude imperceptibly, which has a great effect. The two cannot be regarded as the same. Okay, then I'll use both together. Looking at the little fur ball squatting on the ground and feeling very sleepy, and knowing that it had absorbed too much energy, Luo Chen didn't want to think about educating it anymore. After placing it in its own nest, Luo Chen looked at Luoyang, who was struggling with the terminal in the beast taming skill simulation room. I had been on the second floor for such a long time, but he didn't seem to notice me. I wonder what is on the terminal that attracts him so much. Luo Chen walked in and patted Luoyang on the shoulder. What are you doing? You are so focused. Chapter 46, Spending Points. Hearing that it was Luo Chen's voice, Luoyang pushed the terminal in front of Luo Chen and said in an angry tone, "Someone is blackmailing the pet shop online." Luo Chen took the terminal that was about to be put into his mouth a little further away from himself, and then he could see the contents clearly. The Qinyang pet store had a poor service attitude and drove customers out of the store. Then followed several thousand words, which described what the author saw and heard in Qinyang pet shop with some exaggeration. The staff had poor service attitude, the store was small, and there were few beasts in the store, so everyone went there in vain. Moreover, the store only keeps some ordinary useless beasts, and the photo of Xinjiang rabbit is given a big close-up. Under this post, many people agreed and said they would not shop at this restaurant anymore. When he first saw it, Luo Chen was a little angry, but after a while he gradually calmed down. Because apart from the large amount of personal emotional words in this post, Luo Chen felt that the rest of what people said made sense. Poor service attitude? Luo Chen thought about it. There were too many people just now. His face seemed to be a little cold, but he could explain that it was just not a cold face. So many people didn't go out. The space inside the store is small. With more than 400 people coming in at the same time, my store is only more than 500 square meters, so it seems small. There are not many beasts in the store. Luo Chen has no way of refutation on this. But our store will go the boutique route in the future, so isn't it normal to have fewer beasts? Let's talk about the close-up of the fragrant rabbit. Can our fragrant rabbit be the same as those in other stores? Have you ever seen the fragrant rabbit with a 5-star rating? Luo Chen touched his chin and thought, should they also open an official account like other internet celebrity stores? But when he thought about the busy state of the store, Luo Chen had to give up this idea temporarily. In addition to running the store, he also had to practice, so he didn't have so much time to maintain the account. However, you can directly open a certified official account, and when you have beasts for sale in the future, you can post them on it, which will be convenient for customers. Luo Chen took out his terminal and followed the authentication process to create an official account for Qinyang Pet Shop. But now it's empty and there's nothing inside. After finishing it, Luo Chen put it aside and didn't care about it anymore. Luoyang watched Luo Chen authenticate an official account and then stopped taking any other actions. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother, why don't you do something to fight back against those posts that slander you? What are you fighting back for? Don't you think what they said is right? Besides, black and red are still red. This is a good thing. When our beast masters have new ones in the future, we can fight back with equality." Although what Luo Chen said made sense, Luoyang still felt a little aggrieved, so he simply turned off the terminal and stopped reading the content. Luo Chen patted his shoulder, and his calm eyes calmed Luo Yang's emotions. "You are now a spiritual beast master. You should consider the contract for your second beast. Also, school will start the day after tomorrow. Have you finished your homework?" When Luo Yang heard Luo Chen mention this, a trace of panic flashed across his eyes, and he smiled at Luo Chen awkwardly. "Brother, well, I'm going home to rest first." He picked up his coat that had fallen to the ground and patted Qi Yan on the head. Qi Yan is gone. Looking at Luoyang and Qi Yan's embarrassed escape, Luo Chen smiled silently. Opening the system panel and looking at the account balance of 250 points, Luo Chen felt inexplicably dazzled. It would be better to spend part of this number. He looked at the 5 items on the supply board and wanted everything on them. After hesitating for a while, I finally spent 100 points to buy a level 1 spiritual spring, which can produce 10 cubic meters of spiritual water every day. This can be placed in the secret realm. Then he spent another 50 points to buy 5 xianling grasses, which he planned to place in the store, 2 downstairs, 2 on the 2nd floor, and 1 on the 3rd floor. Moreover, xianling grass can not only continuously increase the concentration of spiritual energy every day, but it is also the key material for the Xinxiang rabbit to evolve into the Ruxiangjinling rabbit. It can be said to be the material that has the greatest effect on Luo Chen now. With the last 100 points, Luo Chen bought a level 1 secret space expansion stone and a level 1 marrow cleansing pill. Both items cost 50 points, which just used up all his points. The level 1 secret realm space expansion stone is naturally used in the only level 1 secret realm. Now that secret realm has been renamed by Luo Yuang, called Qingyu Secret Realm. The origin of the name is naturally related to the only beast in the secret realm, Qingyu grass. The level 1 marrow cleansing pill is naturally prepared for the little furball. It's your own beast, so if you don't feel the pain yourself, who else will feel the pain? In the second task of the system, one of the 3 beasts has been evolved, the Frost Wolf King, and Luo Chen plans to complete the remaining 2 with the little furball and the fragrant rabbit. The items purchased from a system were still delivered very quickly, but this time they were not thrown on the ground like garbage like last time, but were placed more gently on the only table in the cultivation room. A purple hexagonal stone with the word empty written on it. It should be the secret space expansion stone. A bead the size of an adult's fist that emits the glow of white jade. It is impossible to tell what it is from the outside. There are also 5 Xianling grasses that Luo Chen is familiar with. The last thing he saw was a purple square jade box. When Luo Chen stepped forward and opened it, he discovered that there was a thumb-sized pill inside. When the jade box was opened, a faint fragrance lingered around Luo Chen's nose, making him want to swallow it. He picked up the pill from the jade box, walked to the sleeping little furball, and shook the pill under its nose. As if it had dreamed of something delicious, it closed its eyes, stuck out its pink tongue, licked the pill, and then rolled its tongue, and the thumb-sized pill disappeared into its mouth. It even smacked its lips with satisfaction. Luo Chen smiled and rubbed its head, letting it sleep peacefully in its nest again. Find the flower pots in the store and transplant 5 Xianling grass into them. Then put 2 pots on the first floor, 1 pot each in the cultivation room and foster room on the second floor, and 1 pot in the empty room on the third floor. While Luo Chen was arranging these Xianling herbs, with his sensitive perception as a breeder, he could clearly feel the abundant spiritual energy in the store. Holding the remaining 2 things, Luo Chen has guessed that the bead emitting white light should be the spiritual spring, although he doesn't know why it is a white bead. But the system says that as long as you dig a hole and put it in, a fixed amount of spiritual spring will be produced every day, which is very convenient. Luo Chen took these 2 things to the 3rd floor and entered the quiet and secret realm. The ground was still covered with dense green grass, and walking on it felt like walking on a soft carpet. However, the only flaw is that there are large patches of black stains on this green carpet, which are the empty spaces left after the Qingyu grass was dug up. Now the remaining green grass has not yet occupied the land they left behind, so this inharmonious picture appears. However, what attracted Luo Chen's attention most was a small hut standing on the flat land. In front of the door of the hut was an enlarged version of a small furball crawling. Luo Chen walked nearly 300 meters before arriving in front of the wooden house and greeted the Light Elvis at the door. "My dad is still practicing in there." Light Elvis nodded lazily, then turned around and arched the door, indicating that Luo Chen could go in directly to find him. Luo Chen shook his head and came to the front of Light Cat King with a friendly smile on his face. "Big Furball, do me a favor." The Light Cat King, called the Big Hairball, tilted his head and looked at Luo Chen curiously, as if asking, "How can I help you?" Luo Chen stretched out his hand and touched the fur on the broad back of Light Cat King, and sighed in his heart that it was so smooth, and said, "Just dig a hole for me in front of this house." Light Elvis tapped his feet, not quite understanding what was going on. Luo Chen quickly said, "No, not under your feet." He walked about 30 meters in front of the wooden house, then looked at the distance and felt that it was appropriate. Then he pointed at his feet and said, "Here, just dig a pool about 15 meters long and 5 meters deep." Light Cat King stared at Luo Chen's feet thoughtfully and waved its paw at Luo Chen, signaling him to move aside. Luo Chen obediently moved away from his spot and saw that the eyes of Light Elvis became bright, and then a transparent big hand appeared where Luo Chen had just stood. The transparent giant hand stretched out its 5 fingers and dug hard into the soil underground. The dark brown soil was easily grabbed out and then placed on the open space next to it. A large hole more than 1 meter deep was left on the spot. Seeing that Light Elvis moved quite quickly, he understood what he meant. Luo Chen took out another hexagonal purple stone and pressed it on the ground in the secret realm. An invisible wave spread out from the secret realm, and then the boundary of the secret realm suddenly retreated a little, and more dark brown soil appeared at the boundary. If you look from top to bottom, you can find that the secret realm has become a whole lot bigger. After all, 100 square meters is equivalent to 1/10 of the size of the original secret realm. For the secret realm, this increase is still very obvious. The Light Cat King, on the other side, just looked up at the expansion of the secret realm, and when he saw there was no danger, he no longer paid attention to it. He continued to use his giant hands to diligently dig a hole for Luo Chen. However, Luo Yuheng, who had been immersed in cultivation, was startled by the vibration. However, his original cultivation came to an end. When he noticed that Light Cat King used his skills, he stopped practicing. The changes in the entire secret realm now made him feel even more surprised. He immediately walked out of the wooden house and saw the scene outside. He spoke with some doubts. "What are you doing?" Chapter 47, Soul Tempering Method. Light Cat King controlled the giant hand formed by mental power and dug within the range defined by Luo Chen. When he saw Luo Yuheng asking questions, he just raised his claws and pointed at Luo Chen. Luo Yuheng was just about to ask Luo Chen something when he looked up and saw the expanded edge of the secret realm. After his mental power was spread out, he measured the size of the secret space and felt that the secret realm had really expanded by nearly 1/10. "How was this done?" Luo Yuheng murmured, extremely confused by the scene before him. Based on his own experience at the age of 42, this was the first time he saw a secret realm growing on its own. He looked at Luo Chen with a confused look, who was most likely to know the answer. A stone that can increase the size of the space in the secret realm. Luo Chen had no way to give him a better explanation. Anyway, the facts were already in front of him, so what else did he need to explain? Seeing that Luo Chen found it difficult to give a reasonable explanation, Luo Yuheng realized that it was related to his magical talent for taming beasts, so he buried this matter deep in his heart. Luo Yuheng raised his chin and looked at the more than 10 meters wide pit dug by Light Elvis. "Then what are they doing?" When it comes to this, Luo Chen is a little mysterious. Wait a minute. When the pit is dug, you will know. Light Elvis was very fast, and a 15m x 15m pit with a depth of 5m appeared in front of the wooden house. Even some irregular corners were flattened back and forth by the mental power of Light Cat King, and a big pit that looked quite perfect from the outside appeared in front of Luo Chen. Luo Chen took out the fist-sized white ball and asked Light Cat King to put it into the middle of the deep pit. Light Elvis did as he was told, and the white ball of light formed a sharp contrast with the dark brown land. It could be unblocked now. Following Luo Chen's instructions, the system silently removed the seal on the white light ball, and then water droplets were seen continuously oozing out from the surface of the light ball. As time passed, the speed at which water seeped out of the surface of the light ball became faster and faster, almost becoming a small water pump. There was water gathering at the bottom of the pit, but it seemed that more of it was seeping down. From Luo Chen's visual observation, about half of the water was seeping down. In the end, the water in the pool only filled a small half of the pit, and the water level stopped rising. Spiritual energy? Luo Yuheng took out some water and smelled it in front of him, his eyes bright. The concentration of spiritual energy contained in this water is very high. However, Luo Chen's focus was different from Luo Yuheng's. After the water level stopped rising, he saw that the ball of light at the bottom of the pool was still there, and he felt confident. It seems that this spiritual spring can be moved at any time in the future. After Luo Yuheng took out some spring water, he dripped it next to a plant of Qingyu grass not far from the deep pit. The branches and leaves of the Qingyu grass were visibly stretched out and became more energetic. Light Elvis also used his mental power to take out some spring water, drank a sip quietly, and smacked his lips. There's a special sweetness, and at the same time, one can feel spiritual energy flowing to every part of one's limbs and bones. Although for a king beast like it, this spiritual energy is very weak, drinking it regularly will still have great benefits. While Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng were not paying attention, Qingling Elvis secretly took a few more big gulps and did not stop until he was full. Luo Yuheng looked eagerly at the ball of light at the bottom of the pool. This was a really good thing. It could produce spring water containing spiritual energy. It should be something that could serve as a foundation for those big families. The look he showed towards Luo Chen became very complicated. This kid kept taking out good things continuously, and it was hard to tell when his limit would be. Xiao Chen, come with me to practice. By the way, I will explain to you some important points to pay attention to after becoming a star breeder. He decided that for the next period of time, he would keep a close eye on Luo Chen's training. Only when his strength improved could he protect what he had in his hands. Luo Chen originally wanted to study hard, and Luo Yuheng's request coincided with his, so he agreed without hesitation. Following Luo Yuheng into the cabin looked very ordinary from the outside. In fact, when I came in, I found that it was really nothing special. The wooden house is only about 100 square meters in size, but the left half of the house looks particularly messy, with several wooden tables filled with materials. The table was a very ordinary wooden table. Although the materials on it were arranged in a messy manner, they were very valuable. The few types of materials that Luo Chen could identify were all worth 2 or 300,000. The right side of the wooden house should be where Luo Yuheng usually rests. There's a low bed with several futons placed on it. However, through the back window of the wooden house, you can find that there is actually a backyard with 4 cages, 3 of which contain beasts resting. 2 antelopes and a plant of Qingyu grass, which seem to be related to Luo Yuheng's recent research. Luo Yuheng was the first to sit cross-legged on the futon on the low bed, and Luo Chen followed his move and also sat cross-legged. In this simple wooden house, the first class of the Luo family father and son began. The condition for an apprentice breeder to become a star breeder is to successfully upgrade 3 different 9-star beasts to spirit beasts during the assessment. Only when you are a star breeder can you truly become a breeder. Luo Yuheng placed his hands on his knees. However, there's another most important prerequisite for becoming a star breeder, and that is that you must first become a spiritual level beast master. Then above are the 1-star to 5-star breeders. We divide them from 1 star to 5 stars based on the source of their spiritual power. After you become a star breeder, your mental power will form a small star-like that in your mind, and this small that will gradually grow larger as your mental power increases. When it reaches a certain level, new star points will be regenerated, which is the origin of the 5 stars. Although 5 stars seem rare, it is difficult to accumulate. Some breeders waste their entire lives and remain at this level. Luo Yuheng emphasized this very solemnly to prevent Luo Chen from really doing something wrong. The next step is the bright moon breeder. At this time, the stars and the spiritual power will merge into a bright moon. This is an improvement in the quality and quantity of spiritual power. Similarly, when one reaches the realm of Lioang, the spiritual power will be as vast as the sun, illuminating the entire spiritual world. But these are still a little far from you now. You just need to have a general idea, and then the focus of today will come. Luo Yuheng cleared his throat, and then Luo Chen straightened himself to show that he was listening carefully. Since your talent of the eye of true knowledge was awakened, your mental strength has also been greatly improved. Every time you use the eye of true knowledge, your mental strength is consumed. Whenever you observe the information of different beasts in succession, do you always feel dizzy or have a tingling sensation in your mind after so many times? Luo Chen thought about it and realized that he had indeed had such a feeling, so he nodded. That's because you have consumed too much of your mental energy, and you need to get enough rest before your spirit can recover. Our mental strength can also be trained. This is the soul-hardening method I got at an auction house. It can greatly enhance the toughness and strength of the spirit. Luo Chen took the jade slip handed to him by Luo Yuheng, followed Luo Yuheng's instructions, and placed the jade slip on his forehead. Then, a flood of information suddenly flooded into my mind. Soul tempering method. To put it simply, this piece seems to be something like a martial arts method, explaining in various aspects how to temper one's soul, but this jade slip should have been left behind by the old scholar, because there were many unfamiliar and incomprehensible parts in it. But fortunately, there were special pictures demonstrating how to temper it, so it was not that difficult for Luo Chen to follow suit. So Luo Chen quickly got into the state and began to temper his soul. Seeing that he got into the state so quickly, Luo Yuheng nodded with satisfaction. In this quiet and mysterious place, you cannot feel the passage of time. In Luo Chen's spiritual world, Luo Chen carried out tempering 5 times according to the description in the jade slip before stopping. It was because he had reached his limit and he had no extra mental energy for tempering. Moreover, he had no way of using the Eye of Truth today as his mental strength had been exhausted in the process of tempering. I opened my eyes and found that Luo Yuheng had left without me noticing. Luo Chen got off the low bed and came to the outside of the wooden house. He found Luo Yuheng's figure beside the spiritual spring not far from the door, as well as Su Muqing, who had arrived at some point in time. 2 people are now planting something next to the spiritual spring. When he got closer, Luo Chen saw that what they were planting was the Qingyu grass. There were nearly a dozen Qingyu grass planted on this piece of land. If it weren't for the presence of Luo Yuheng, a king-level beastmaster, and Su Muqing, a high-level spiritual-level beastmaster, and if they weren't so close, Luo Chen estimated that they would have started fighting long ago. How's your training going? Su Muqing learned from Luo Yuheng that Luo Chen had learned the soul tempering method today and asked with concern. Not bad. Hearing Luo Chen say this, Su Muqing felt relieved. There's no need to rush your practice. Just take your time. You're still young. Su Muqing's voice was gentle. Luo Chen really wanted to say that he was already 18 and not too young, but when he saw Su Muqing's eyes, he swallowed his words back. Are you bringing all the Qingyu grass in the entire secret realm here? Luo Chen looked at Luo Yuheng and Light Cat King, who were busy and happy on the land, and spoke. Su Muqing raised the corner of his mouth. Your father said that putting these Qingyu grass together will make it easier to take care of them. And with the nourishment of this spiritual spring water, there is no need to worry about their lack of energy. Won't they fight? No, those who dare to fight have been taught a lesson. Su Muqing's words were meaningful. Luo Chen looked carefully and found that there were obvious scratches on the leaves of several of the Qingyu grass plants. Some of the plants even had 1 or 2 leaves missing, which showed that they had been severely punished, and in a very tragic way. Chapter 48, Sky-Splitting Bird. Luo Chen left the quiet secret realm and came to the cultivation room on the 2nd floor. At this time, the little fur ball had already woken up. Luo Chen observed his realm and was surprised to find that he had reached the realm of the 9th star ferocious beast. Is this how powerful an energy stone and a marrow-cleansing pill are? But now we can consider the evolution of the little fur ball. The little ball of fur jumped accurately onto Luo Chen's shoulder, and Luo Chen could clearly feel that it had become a lot heavier. Now it can still stay on my shoulders, but I guess it won't be able to grow any longer. 1. Light civet moon civet. Doi liegt cat shadow cat. 3. Light civet double-tailed cat. 4. Light cat king. When Luo Chen observed the evolutionary path of the little fur ball now, he found one more path than when he first observed it. However, Luo Chen immediately understood the reason. This was probably because as the beast itself grew, its possible evolutionary path would also change accordingly. Some evolutionary routes require reaching a certain level before they can appear, while others require the beast itself to meet certain conditions before they can appear. Just like the light spirit cat, even if it does not evolve itself, it can still grow to the spirit beast stage as long as it evolves into the light spirit cat king. When the spirit beast reaches 9 stars, just like Luo Yuheng's big fur ball. Which of the 4 evolutionary routes is better? It's a pity that he can't see the detailed information after the evolution, otherwise he wouldn't be in the same dilemma as Luoyang at the beginning. After struggling for a while, Luo Chen finally made a choice. The material of this evolutionary path looked more rare, so he decided to go with it. As for the material problem, don't we have the Feng family, the He family, and the Qin family in Liuguang City? It's impossible that someone from Central City can't even find some materials. Anyway, the level of those 2 fragrant rabbits is almost reached. I looked at the time, and it's a bit late now. I'll send a message tomorrow. A good night's sleep. The next day was the 3rd day after the auction. Outside the east gate of Qingyang City, facing the rising sun, a space crack wider than the Qingyang City gate slowly unfolded, as if something had forcibly torn a hole in the space. When the space crack opened up, people from the Feng, Qin, and He families, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed to the space gate and waited. Judging from the behavior, it doesn't seem to be a precaution against enemies behind the space rift, but rather a welcome for the arrival of some important person. After a long while, the gap in space stabilized and became a regular space gate. However, there was a gloomy darkness inside the space gate, and nothing could be observed when looking inside from the outside. In the He family's team, Liangshu looked up at the space crack and grumbled with some dissatisfaction. Who is coming? Such a grand ceremony. They want us all to come here to welcome them. Liangyu beside him glanced at Liangshu's grandfather, He Song, who was also the He family's wild-level beastmaster, who was floating in the air, and then took over Liangshu's words. The highest commander of the Liuguang City Law Enforcement Team, Tang Zhao. Is it him? When Liangshu heard the name spoken by Liangyu, he exclaimed in surprise, causing the people around him to look at him in surprise, wondering what he was crazy about. Liangshu reacted and lowered his voice. Even if the secret realm is a wild beast secret realm, it shouldn't be possible to invite him, right? Hearing Liangshu's doubt, Liangyu also shook his head and said uncertainly, maybe he just happened to be on his way and came to deal with things here. It is more likely that there is a deeper value in this secret realm of the vast sea. That's right, an old voice sounded beside the two's ears. Sure, learn more from Liangyu in this regard. Liangyu looked at Hisong's back and bowed slightly to show his respect. Yes, Liangshu was very arrogant and naughty in front of other people, but he was still very well-behaved in front of Hisong. After hearing his words, he quickly bent down and responded. At this time, something was finally coming out of the stabilized space gate. Li. The first thing that came out was a loud cry. This simple cry alone could be heard throughout the area within 100 miles of Qingyang City. All the beasts that heard the cry prostrated themselves on the ground, showing their submission to the king. Only a few king-level beasts in the surrounding area were still able to stand on the ground, but they did not dare to roar to counter the cry. An enormous bird's head poked out from the space gate, with red crown feathers on its head, as red as if blood was dripping from it. Then there is its slender neck, with layers of light purple feathers piled up on its neck. The huge wings are darker purple than the ones on the neck. When the two wings are spread out, they give a feeling of covering the sky and the sun. And there are 3 tail feathers that are almost as long as the body. One tail feather is platinum, one is light blue, and one is purple, the same color as the body feathers. After seeing the full appearance of the beast, people from the 3 families recognized it and called out its name. Sky-splitting bird, it's sky-splitting bird. That's really cool. The beast called sky-splitting bird did not flap its wings, but just hovered quietly in the air. At this time, a loud voice came from the back of the sky-splitting bird. Where is the secret land of the vast sea? The old man of the He family bowed slightly and answered respectfully, 3 miles east of here. According to Hisong's description, Tang Zhao, who was sitting on the back of the sky-splitting bird, discovered the location of the secret realm with a slight sweep of his mental power. Sky-splitting bird turns in midair and faces backwards. Then its platinum tail feathers lit up slightly. At the light gate of the secret realm in the vast sea 3 miles away, dense light and shadows similar to the platinum tail feathers of the sky-splitting bird suddenly appeared. These lights and shadows covered the light gate of the vast sea secret realm. Just when these lights and shadows were about to attach to the light gate, a thin stream of water emerged from the light gate. First, it turned into a layer of water film covering the light gate, and then separated into a stream to fight against the light and shadow tail feathers. Then we were faced with those dense lights and shadows. The confrontation was silent, and the tail feathers of lights and shadows and the water flow formed a kind of stalemate. The water flow protected the door of the light gate, causing the light and shadow of the tail feather to be unable to move forward another step. Tang Zhao, who was sitting on the back of the sky-splitting bird, stood up. His eyes seemed to see through the void in the light gate of the vast sea secret realm to see the person who made the move inside. Interesting, there really is a big one. Sky-splitting bird flapped its wings slightly and arrived in front of the light gate of the secret realm of the vast sea. Then the purple tail feather lit up slightly, and a small ball containing purple lightning power flew quickly towards the light gate and exploded above the water film. The small thunderball contained violent power, and the water film was easily blown apart, while the light gate itself was safe and sound. Human race, don't go too far. Strange words came out of the light gate, as if someone had just learned to speak. You're going too far. I think you're the ones with the most evil ambitions. If it weren't for the suppression of heaven and earth, you would have turned this inland into an ocean long ago. Why would you hide in the secret realm and talk to me here? Tang Zhao's face was full of coldness, and his whole body was filled with the bloody, murderous aura of iron-blooded killing. "We are waiting to leave the secret realm. You can't stop us. We are waiting." The owner of the voice revealed a piece of information. Now, it is not the only one paying attention to the light gate of the vast sea secret realm, and there are more than one at the same level as it. "Okay, let me see if you dare to leave this secret place." A second beast appeared behind Tang Zhao, a little man formed of pure fire. The body and limbs are made of red flames, but inside the two eyes, one is jumping with white flames and the other is black. What comes from this fireman is more of a sense of tyranny, as if he wants to burn everything. Tang Zhao was accompanied by two beasts, and it seemed that he really wanted to have a big battle with the owner of Shinin in the secret realm. The owner of the voice in the secret realm was obviously very angry. For a moment, the sea surface where the light gate was located in the secret realm of the vast sea was turbulent. Outside, the scene of the rising sun just now has turned into a scene of dark clouds. There's a kind of oppressive feeling as if a storm is about to come. A hand that was 80% similar to a human's hand stretched out from the light gate, but it was covered with scales, and there were thin structures like fish fins between the fingers. Under the control of this strange palm, the swirling dark clouds also formed an extremely huge palm. Compared with it, the sky-splitting bird became like a small ant. After this giant palm was formed, it grabbed towards sky-splitting bird and Tang Zhao like a dark cloud covering a city. Chapter 49. Training begins. A wild beast that has broken through the limit realm still dares to attack. The fireman looked at the palm above his head, and his whole body suddenly exploded and then reorganized, and a fire lotus that was no less powerful than the giant hand bloomed in the air. The entire lotus is red, and the high temperature it emits causes the surrounding air to distort. Boom! The flaming lotus and the giant hand collided with each other, and the shock wave caused by the collision rushed far away, and the sky and the earth became clear. Then the giant hand broke into pieces, turned into ashes, and dissipated between heaven and earth. The flame lotus was not feeling well either, and the outermost petals disappeared. The flame between the lotus petals suddenly turned slowly into a dark blue color. A cold and strange aura emanated from the lotus, and it became even stronger. Always be prepared to counterattack the hand that extends from the light gate. The hand that stretched out from the light gate in the vast sea secret realm stretched out a little further, and a green, scaly forearm appeared from it. However, before it could make any other moves, a crack was seen spreading from between its fingers to its arm. As if encountering some terrible danger, the owner of the forearm immediately withdrew his arm from the light gate. A suppressed and painful sound came from inside the door. "Human, it will take not long before we can get out." Tang Zhao stood tall. The breeze lifted a few strands of his hair, revealing his deep eyes. As if declaring war, he said to the owner of the voice, "At your service." "Humph, human, you'll regret this." After saying this harsh word, the voice fell silent. This time, the phantom of the sky-splitting bird's tail feathers finally landed on the door, leaving an imprint of the tail feathers patterns on it. At the moment the brand was formed, a transparent chain grew out from the brand and then connected to the tail feathers of the sky-splitting bird. The light gate, which had stood still during the two previous clashes, was now swaying left and right as the platinum tail feathers of the sky-splitting bird swayed gently. It feels like a hydrogen balloon hanging from Child's arm. After the battle ended, the large force formed by the three families finally arrived. Tang Zhao turned around and looked at the three families behind him and said casually, "The mission of guarding the vast sea secret realm has been completed. The missions of the three of you have also been completed. If you want to return to Lioang City with me now, you can set off now." After he finished speaking, without waiting for the three families to react, the space in front of Sky-Splitting Bird was torn apart by an invisible force, and a space crack as wide as the one just now at the city gate appeared. As it flapped its wings, the Sky-Splitting Bird, carrying Tang Zhao and the Flame Man, with a light gate like a floating balloon hanging from its tail, entered the space crack. However, after they entered, the space crack did not close immediately, but remained in place. The meaning was obvious. Almost all the Beastmasters of the Feng family have a flying beast. So under the order of Feng Lixiao, who was beside Feng Manwu, they flew into the space crack one by one. A willow tree appeared next to Hisong, with dozens of willow branches hanging down, which were tied around all the He family members to prevent them from being dispersed by the turbulence in the space cracks. At the Qin family side, a pure white bird was using its skills. White feathers fell from its body, and every member of the Qin family got one. Then the white feathers formed the same white wings behind them, and the white wings led them to fly into the space crack. Only after all the people from the three families disappeared into the space crack did Feng Qingyang, who was watching on the city wall, withdrew his gaze. Now Qingyang City is finally safe and quiet. This is what the black-faced man next to him thought. The disturbance outside the city had little impact on the residents of Qingyang City. Even if it suddenly got dark in the morning and they heard a loud bird call, they thought that some beasts were probably fighting outside the city again. Anyway, as long as they don't attack the city, everything will be fine. Even if they do, the worst that can happen is that we can just run away. It won't be like the last time when the sea monsters attacked the city. After all, this is a world of beast taming, and only by being more calm can you survive better. Shenyang Pet Shop. After Luo Chen sent the information about the required materials to the three families who originally wanted to purchase the Roxiang Wan spirit rabbit, he went back to the secret realm to practice. Seeing that the people from these three families are quite powerful, these materials should not be difficult for them to find, and I guess there will be good news soon. The store is still closed today, and there are currently no new tasks released by the system. Luo Chen was also stunned by the booming situation yesterday. He decided to stay out of the spotlight for a few days. He also needed to use this time to improve his own strength and let the little ball learn a few skills. Now, this lonely skill looks a bit pitiful. After completing the evolutionary mission, you will obtain a new secret realm, which may contain some surprises. In the morning, Luo Chen tempered his mental strength in the secret realm and felt that his mental strength had been greatly improved. This feeling of rewarding as long as you make efforts made Luo Chen unable to stop. In the afternoon, I went to Qingfeng Breeding Center and bought more than a dozen Xinxiang rabbits. Luo Chen plans to raise these fragrant rabbits in the quiet secret realm. As long as all these fragrant rabbits evolve into soft fragrant rabbits, he will basically not be short of plant-type materials in the future. After arranging the Xinxiang rabbits he bought in the Qingyu secret realm, Luo Chen also specially asked Qingling Cat King to look after them a little. Don't let the water in the spiritual spring attract them too much, or they might fall in and drown if they try to drink the water. Looking at the stupid eyes of these rabbits, Luo Chen felt that this was very possible. After reminding Light Cat King again with concern, Luo Chen left the secret realm under his impatient eyes. The cultivation room on the second floor. Gomein, Luo Chen said gently to the little ball of fur. The little fur ball first looked at Luo Chen, then turned around to look at the beast taming skill simulation room behind him and walked in without any doubt. Luo Chen had a weird smile on his face. After the little fur ball came in, he quickly locked the door from the outside. Hearing the sound of the door closing behind him, the little fur ball looked at Luo Chen behind the floor-to-ceiling glass in confusion, as if asking why he didn't come in. Luo Chen showed an innocent smile to the little fur ball, and then reminded him warmly, "Little fur ball, be careful to avoid the skills that attack you later." The control method of the beast taming skill simulation room is very advanced. It is just a panel that stores all the skills recorded in this simulation room. Luo Chen took a look at them. Ice and fire spreading across the prairie, flames, flowing flame bombs, ice flame true body. Wow, all of them are the skills of the ice flame Lion King. It's about to begin. The little fur ball immediately became alert, keeping a close eye out for any unknown attacks that might occur around him. Luo Chen clicked on the skill, Flowing Flame Bomb, and then two options appeared. 1. Set reasonable skill strength according to the star level of the beast in the simulation room. 2. Set the skill strength by yourself. Luo Chen naturally chose option 1. A small bullet-sized stream of flame formed by ice and fire fell straight down from the top of the little furball's head. Dodged it easily, but the real simulation has just begun. The next moment, a stream of flame attacked the little ball from above, in front and to the right. However, the gap left for dodging was still sufficient this time, so he managed to avoid the attack without any danger. The next moment, flame bombs came from all directions. Meow. The little fur ball screamed. There was not enough space for it to dodge, so it could only gather a layer of air film on its side. It took the damage from the flame bomb and rushed out of the encirclement. The flare bomb hit its air membrane and did not ignite its white fur, but the actual impact force hit its body, which was very painful for the little fur ball that had never experienced a battle. In the following time, the speed of the flame bomb became faster and faster, forcing the little ball of fur to speed up. Moreover, the intensity of the flame attached to the flare bomb also increased. The little ball had to consciously increase the thickness of the air film in order to isolate the increasingly terrifying low temperature on the flare bomb. After doing this many times, the little ball of fur began to show signs of fatigue, so Luo Chen took the initiative to stop the training. The first thing the little fur ball did when he came out of the simulation room was to punch and kick Luo Chen's trouser legs, as if blaming him for leaving his cat all alone in the simulation room. After venting for a while, after Luo Chen took out an energy stone, the little fur ball completely forgot about attacking Luo Chen's trousers. Instead, it rubbed against it in a flattering way. Luo Chen looked at its worthless appearance, feeling neither amused nor helpless. He pretended to be disgusted and pulled it up from his trouser leg. "Here you go, stop rubbing it." The little fur ball didn't care about anything else. He swallowed the energy stone in one gulp, ran quickly to his nest, and fell into a deep sleep. Luo Chen's eyes lit up. Judging from his speed, today's training was quite effective. He would continue tomorrow. Chapter 50 Little Fur Ball Evolution. In the next few days, Luo Chen tempered his mental strength in the morning. Then in the afternoon, I picked out a few fragrant rabbits in pure grass and soaked them in the breeding pond together with the small fur balls. During this period, the cultivation pool showed Luo Chen its special features. The ordinary qualifications of pure grass and fragrant rabbit were successfully turned into good after soaking. It brought a big surprise to Luo Chen. Today is July 2nd, 552 in the new calendar, 1 week after the auction ended and 3 days after the 3 major families left Qingyang City. Ever since Luo Chen sent out the information about the items he needed, Feng Manwu collected resources very quickly and had sent all the necessary resources yesterday. When Luo Chen checked yesterday, he found that these resources were even more sufficient than what he had requested, which made Luo Chen have a much better impression of her. The 3 beasts for evolution, the little fur ball and 2 fragrant rabbits, have been prepared in the breeding room. Luo Chen took out the small crucible that he used to prepare the evolution liquid of soft fragrant rabbit for the first time and prepared double the evolution liquid according to the material ratio of last time. 2 portions of blue liquid medicine were placed in 2 small bowls respectively. When the 2 fragrant rabbits smelled the potion, they couldn't wait to drink it up. After experiencing a state of suspended animation, the 2 rabbits began to evolve from their limbs one after another, including but not limited to the body doubling in size and dreamy and beautiful crystals rapidly growing in the legs. After reading the information of the 2 soft and fragrant rabbits, with the eye of truth, Luo Chen still felt a little regretful. The 2 rabbits that had evolved only had good qualifications, and it was unknown if it was for this reason that they both lost their 3rd skill, Life Crystal. Fortunately, the second most important skill, Spirit Favored, still exists as a talent skill. Although the skill Life Crystal does not appear as their innate skill, it is still possible for the Beastmaster to allow them to possess this skill in the future, but it will require a certain amount of energy and resources at that time. Put these 2 evolved little rabbits aside. The next step is the evolution of the little fur ball. Luo Chen actually felt a little nervous. After all, this was his own beast, and he was always afraid of any accidents. Take out the prepared materials one by one. The tail of a white jade fox, the tail of a diamond tiger, and 3 golden wheat flowers. The tails of the white jade fox and the King Kong tiger cost 320,000 spirit coins respectively. The golden flower is cheaper, costing only 130,000 spirit coins. This set of materials costs nearly 700,000 spirit coins, which is much more expensive than the evolution materials of Roxiang Wan's spirit rabbit. I hope the final evolved form won't disappoint me. At least it can't be worse than soft and fragrant rabbit. Crush 3 goldenrods in a powder and sprinkle them on the 2 tails. Fill half of the crucible with water, bring to a boil over high heat, and throw the 2 tails in. Use mental power to attach to the 2 tails, and use the mental decomposition technique mentioned by the system to decompose the 2 tails at a microscopic level. Looking from the outside, you can see the 2 tails slowly dissolving in the water. After half an hour, the liquid in the crucible became viscous and gelatinous. You can turn off the fire at this time. Luo Chen looked at the small pot of light green viscous gelatinous substance in the pot, recalled the whole process, and found that there was nothing he had missed, then nodded with satisfaction. The little fur ball jumped onto the table, lowered its head, and sniffed the crucible. A pungent smell that was definitely not pleasant filled its nostrils. All of a sudden, the little fur ball's entire face was distorted, and it quickly jumped backwards in response to the stress. Then it looked at Luo Chen with suspicion, silently accusing Luo Chen of actually cooking something that was obviously poisonous for it to eat. Luo Chen laughed. "This is not for you to eat. Come closer first. This is for wiping." Seeing Luo Chen waving at him, the little fur ball came over with confidence, but his expression was still full of disgust for the smelly, sticky substance. After all, kittens have a very sensitive sense of smell and always have a physiological aversion to overly irritating smells. "Lie down on the table and don't move." Luo Chen scooped out a small spoonful of the refined potion from the crucible and smeared it on the little fur ball's body. A coat of fur as smooth as satin was suddenly stained with a piece of light green medicine. It was not only unsightly in appearance, but also a mental torture for the little fur ball. As Luo Chen applied more and more medicine all over its body, the little fur ball closed its eyes with hopelessness. But the feeling of the fur being condensed together became clearer. Several times, the little fur ball couldn't help but want to jump into the pool next to it. Compared with water, it now hates the green sticky gel on its body more. When half of its body was covered with the medicine, the little fur ball's feeling of uneasiness finally subsided because another feeling began to appear in its body. A cool feeling, or rather streams of pure energy, flowed into its body from the place where the potion was applied. This feeling of absorbing energy made it temporarily forget the physical discomfort. Therefore, applying the medicine to half of the body did not take up much of Luo Chen's energy, and the speed was much faster than at the beginning. At this time, the little ball of fur was lying on the ground with its eyes closed as if it was asleep. As the energy from the potion was absorbed, bits of green light emanated from the potion on his body. These dots of light gathered more and more, and then turned into a green cocoon of light, enveloping the little ball of fur. After about half an hour, the light cocoon finally dissipated, and the little ball of fur jumped towards Luo Chen from it. However, Luo Chen seemed to have seen something terrifying and immediately moved aside. It's no wonder that Luo Chen behaved like this, because the little ball of fur has grown to more than half a meter long and suddenly jumped towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen said that he really couldn't bear it. The little ball of fur missed its target, and when it fell to the ground, it was surprised to see that its claws seemed to have become much bigger. It didn't care why Luo Chen didn't catch it, but ran to the foster room next door to look in the mirror. Luo Chen was just about to look at the information from the little ball of fur when suddenly a special energy surged into his body. This is the power feedback that the little fur ball gets after it advances to the spiritual level. Luo Chen sat down immediately, carefully feeling and digesting this sudden power. The power feedback of the spiritual level is nothing more than some improvements in physical fitness, such as strength, power, reaction speed, etc. I heard that only after reaching the king level will a beastmaster have the power to float, and not only that, his lifespan will also be increased. There seems to be more changes when it comes to the wild level. So Luo Chen accepted this power very quickly. After accepting it, he immediately checked the current information of the little fur ball that came back with elegant steps. Race: two-tailed cat, king beast species. Level: spirit beast 1 star. Department: psychology. Qualification: excellent. Skills: 1. Spiritual membrane. Xian level: a layer of air film formed by energy is attached to the target's body surface, blocking the target from exchanging substances with the outside world. 2. Cut off the tail to survive. Earth level: when a two-tailed cat is fatally injured, it can choose to cut off one of its tails to avoid the injury. 3. Light tail. Xian level: one of the tails of a two-tailed cat. This tail contains a large amount of mental power and can condense the mental power into substance to interfere with the outside world. 4. Tail of illusion. Earth level: one of the tails of the two-tailed cat. Through this tail, the two-tailed cat can create illusions in the outside world to a certain extent and interfere with other targets. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and carefully split the tail behind the little fur ball in the middle. He found that there were indeed two tails. Just now, the two tails were just pressed together, making him mistakenly think they were one. At first, Luo Chen thought that the evolutionary route was wrong, and he evolved into Light Cat King. Judging from the information we have now, the race of the double-tailed cat that the little fur ball evolved into is not bad, with 2 Earth-level skills. Cut off the tail to survive. This life-saving skill looks really good. However, Luo Chen instantly thought that cut off the tail to survive seemed to mean that one needs to cut off one tail. Doesn't that mean that after the tail is broken off, the unique tail and the skills above it will also be lost? It seems that this is a disadvantage. When you really need to cut off the tail, you do need to be careful. It would be great if the animal could actively control the tail after it is cut off. Chapter 51. The Power of Skills and Spirits. Today's little fur ball is much bigger than before and can barely be called a medium fur ball. It stood on the ground, and its head was able to touch the shoulders of Luo Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Apart from the fact that it has a tail behind it, its appearance is actually not much different from that of the light cat. After the evolution, Luo Chen was finally able to check the evolutionary path of the spirit beast. Luo Chen set his first target on the little fur ball. Dabalid kat inyang kat. Evolution conditions. 2 materials with opposite properties. The 2-tailed cat reaches the realm of 9-star spiritual beast, uses mental power to mix the 2 materials with opposite properties in a 1-to-1 ratio to form an absolute balance, and then lets the 2-tailed cat drink it. 2-tailed cat, 3-tailed cat. Evolution conditions. As long as you normally upgrade from a 9-star spirit beast to a king beast, you can become a 3-tailed cat king. There are only 2 evolutionary routes, and the second one cannot be considered an evolution at all. It is just a normal breakthrough in the level of the beast master. The first evolutionary route seems interesting, but it is still a long way from the current furball. Streamer City. As a medium-sized city, it has a population of tens of millions. Whether in terms of the height of the buildings or the prosperity of the streets, it cannot be compared with the border town Xingyang City. The Qin family is considered a large family in Lioang City. Their mansion is located in a slightly quieter location in the south of the city. The entire family built a very modern villa complex here, covering a very large area. In one of the largest and most magnificent villas, which is usually used for family meetings, Qin Fuzhong, Qin Zhou, and Qin Fong, the current head of the Qin family, are together. The 3 of them gathered around the table, looking nervously at the half-meter-long rabbit on the table. If other people in Lioang City knew that the 3 leaders of the Qin family treated a spiritual beast so seriously, they would be shocked. "Uncle, how is it? Can we start?" Qin Fong, the head of the Qin family, asked Qin Fuzhong impatiently. He couldn't help but be nervous. Whether the Lioang grass could be successfully copied by the Ruxiangjuan spirit rabbit was a matter of great importance to the future prosperity or decline of the Qin family. The Qin, He, and Feng families did not publicize the information of Ruxiang Wanglian rabbit in Lioang City. After being taken care of by the Qin family for a few days, I successfully got it to anchor a plant of Lioang grass in the house and become its spirit companion a few days ago. Although Ruxiang Wanglian rabbit has not yet signed a contract with the Qin family. However, the spirit beast intelligence allowed it to clearly sense the demands of the 3 people in front of it. So, streams of light flashed across its earlobes, and these streams of light gathered on the table in front of it. Then, as if they were woven, these streams of light were woven into the shape of a grass that was more than 10 centimeters high. Then, after the top leaves were woven, the whole grass gradually changed from the shape of light and shadow to a real shape. A Lioang grass with brown branches, green leaves, and red veins appeared as the 3 people waited with bated breath. Qin Fuzhong carefully took the Lioang grass that appeared out of thin air in his hand, and after checking it over and over again, he excitedly confirmed. This kind of aura, the dragon energy contained in it, is indeed the dragon yang grass. The remaining 2 people also took the Lioang grass one by one and confirmed it. Yes, the dragon energy here feels stronger than that on the Lioang grass we cultivate at home. God bless our Qin family. Now the danger of Lioang grass decline can be solved. Qin Zhou's rough face trembled, and tears could be vaguely seen in his eyes. After a while, their mood calmed down. Qin Fuzhong had a friendly smile on his face, like a strange uncle. "My dear, how many plants of Lioang grass can you make in a day?" The little rabbit tilted its head, not showing the necessary alertness. After making 3 more plants for Qin Fuzhong in succession, Roxiang Wanling rabbit, refused to make any more plans for Qinfu Zhou no matter what. Now, they have a rough estimate. It can produce up to 4 strains per day. But they only have this one, Roxiang Wan spirit rabbit, and they dare not treat it like a workhorse. Therefore, Qinfu Zhou decided that Roxiang Wanling rabbit could only produce 2 Lioang grasses a day at most. For the rest of the time, you just need to consume the resources provided by the family and grow with peace of mind. Qin Fong, the head of the Qin family, suggested, "Uncle, in order to make the spirit rabbit grow quickly, should we find a beastmaster contract from within the family?" This beast taming world has a very peculiar feature. Often, beast tamers that sign a contract with human beast tamers will grow faster. Perhaps this is also the revival of spiritual energy between heaven and earth, a gift to mankind, and the talent of a beastmaster is one of them. Qin Fuzhong was in a good mood now. He looked at Qin Fong with a smile and asked, "What do you think?" First of all, the combat power of the person who makes the contract cannot be too low, otherwise he will not be able to protect the clan beast well. Secondly, the person who contracts this beast tamer cannot leave the family often, otherwise he will not be able to provide the family with a stable supply of Lioang grass. Finally, and most importantly, this person must be loyal to the family. Qin Fuzhong nodded in agreement. Then who do you think is suitable? Qin Fong pointed at himself proudly and said, "Look, I'm a king-level 8-star beastmaster. My combat power is not low, and I am the clan leader. I stay in the clan all year round to handle affairs, and I can provide the family with a stable supply of Lioang grass. My beastmaster talent is double release, which means there is a chance that the beastmaster's skills will be used twice. When I cooperate with it, I can directly increase the output of Lioang grass. Aren't you excited about this? Finally, and most importantly, my third beast taming slot is still empty." At this point, Qin Fong had a silly smile on his face. "Look, am I not the chosen one?" After thinking about all these, it seems that not agreeing to him would be inhumane. But what impressed Qin Fuzhong the most was the double release of the beastmaster's talent, which could increase the yield of Lioang grass. There is no way the family beast, red blood dragon cypress, demands too much Lioang grass. If there were enough Lioang grass, the 9-star king-level red blood dragon cypress in the family would have a chance to break through and become a wild-level beast, thus restoring the family to its former glory. Okay, then you come to the contract and make sure you take good care of it. After entrusting the Roxiang Wan spirit rabbit to Qin Fong, Qin Fuzhong turned to Qin Zhou. From now on, you will be fully responsible for all transactions with Qinyang Pet Shop. Remember to communicate with them on an equal footing. Pay attention to what is going on in their store. After saying that, Qin Fuzhong paused, then changed his mind. Well, you go directly to Qingyang City to guard it, and keep an eye on the movements of this store. If there is any news about the soft fragrance rabbit, report it to the family immediately. Qin Zhou scratched his head in confusion and said, doubtfully, "But didn't we have an agreement with them? They will contact us if there is any news about the beast tamer." Qin Fuzhong was a little disappointed. "We sent someone to wait for them, which showed our respect for them. They were willing to sell to us first. We bought the remaining rabbits earlier than the other 2 families. We will have more time to grow." "Oh, okay, I'll go right away." Qin Zhou nodded belatedly. Seeing that he had listened to his words, Qin Fuzhong nodded with satisfaction. Looking at the Roxiang Wan spirit rabbit, resting peacefully in Qin Fong's arms, with an ample supply of Lioang grass, there is no need for the Qin family to worry about not being able to return to the position of the number 1 family in Lioang City. Chapter 52, Second Level Secret Realm. Luo Chen naturally knew nothing about what happened in Lioang City. He was now happily opening his task panel. Task 1. Make 3 beasts evolve completed. Reward 200 points. A level 2 secret realm can be claimed. Task 2. Sell 20 beasts with good qualifications for have been sold, and you will be rewarded with 50 points and new items will be added to the store. Mission 3. Successfully hatch the Luo Star Spirit and receive the Starlight Protection as a reward. Luo Chen chose to collect the reward from the level 2 secret realm. On the 3rd floor of Qinyang Pet Shop, next to the Qinyu secret realm, a new light gate appeared. The light gate of the quiet secret realm emits a faint blue light, while the door of this newly emerged secret realm emits star-like fluorescent light, making it look even more dreamy. The little fur ball created a layer of air film around Luo Chen and himself, and then they entered the starry light gate. vast, deep, and broad. This was Luo Chen's first feeling after entering the light gate. Looking up, there's the eternally lonely starry sky. The ground beneath Luo Chen and the others' feet is like a speck of dust floating in the entire starry sky. Various stars, planets, white dwarfs, red giants, comets, etc. pass by the earth beneath our feet. The power of various star elements is extremely active here. Is this level 2 secret realm so big? Luo Chen sighed in surprise. Host, wake up. If the system had a physical body, it would definitely wake Luo Chen up. The space of the secret realm is only the land under your feet. The rest of the background is projected and fake. Why didn't you say it earlier? What a waste of emotion. Luo Chen's head, which had been held high, drooped down instantly, and his eyes glanced nervously to the left and right. The surrounding terrain is quite flat, with a large area of bare rocks exposed under the starlight, looking extremely barren. From any perspective, it is hard to imagine that life can exist in such an environment. Luo Chen suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. Is it true that there are no beast tamers here? Holding on to a glimmer of hope, Luo Chen reluctantly carried the little ball of fur and continued forward in the predetermined direction. Along the way, there were nothing but stones. Various stones of strange shapes were scattered randomly on this empty land. After running for a long time, Luo Chen finally gave up the search reluctantly, and with a slightly helpless look, he randomly found a relatively smooth stone and sat down to rest. System, you are too unreliable. What do I need this secret place with nothing in it for? As a warehouse. System, the wonders of the secret realm. Please discover it yourself. Host. Luo Chen lay relaxedly on the smooth boulder behind him. You know what? The energy around the boulder was extremely active, and it was extremely comfortable to lie on it. After lying down for a while, Luo Chen seemed to remember something and took out an egg with starlight on its surface. The system said that the secret of your hatching is in this secret realm. Your name contains the word star spirit. I hope the rich starlight energy here could be useful to you. Luo Chen looked around, preparing to find a suitable place to place the egg. Who would have thought that the starlight egg, which had been safely in Luo Chen's hands, would suddenly float in the air? The starlight on the surface of its eggshell seemed to be inspired by something and began to move slowly along a certain trajectory. The rich starlight energy in the secret realm was strongly attracted to it, turning into a visible energy vortex surrounding it. For a moment, this egg seemed to become the only center of the secret realm, and even more star power came out from outside the secret realm. Luo Chen looked at the few stars nearby above his head, which were emitting a large amount of starlight, shining directly onto the starlight egg through the membrane at the top of the secret realm. Didn't you say that those stars outside are fake? Hearing Luo Chen's question, the system did not agree. The secret realm is an independent space. Those stars are just projections of the stars in the outside world. They came here across time and space after receiving the call from the Luo star spirit. Really? Luo Chen was skeptical. Really? The system answered with certainty. Luo Chen felt a shaking beneath his body, and then he was lifted into the air. The sudden movement made the little fur ball stand up instantly. He protected Luo Chen and was ready to attack the invading enemy at any time. Luo Chen looked up and saw that not only the ground under his feet, but also the strange-looking stones in the secret realm that originally had no breath of life seemed to have suddenly come alive. They looked very strange, and their entire bodies were made of stone. Luo Chen found it hard to imagine how they could eat and reproduce. Moreover, when they were lying on the ground, there was no sense of life in them at all. They were really like dead objects. Before the stone creature under their feet could attack them, Luo Chen and the little ball of fur quickly jumped off it. Fortunately, during the whole process when Luo Chen and Xiao Maoqiu were looking for a relatively safe position, this stone life form did not actively attack them. Their attention seemed to be completely absorbed by the starlight egg floating in the air. While these stone men were not paying attention to him, Luo Chen immediately used the Eye of Truth to spy on their information. Race, Starlight Stone Spirit. Level, Spirit Beast 5-star. Category, Light, Starlight, Earth. Status, Excited Worshipping. Qualification Good. Skills, 1. Starlight Stone. Xian level Starlight Stone Spirits absorb starlight for food all year round, and the excess starlight that is not consumed is combined with earth elements to form a special resource, starlight stone. 2. Falling boulder. Xian level the starlight stone spirit condenses a boulder above the target, and then drops it according to its will. 3. Starlight body tempering. Xian level starlight stone spirits repeatedly receive starlight to temper their physiques, which makes their already hard physiques even harder and more difficult to break. Their bodies are their best weapons. 4. Body reorganization. Earth-level starlight stone spirits do not have a fixed external form. They can change the stones on their bodies to form the form they want at will. Luo Chen read the information of several starlight stone spirits, one after another, and even found that there were several king beasts among them. But now they all don't know why they are all worshipping in the direction of Luo Star Spirit. It was like meeting the king, and also like meeting my benefactor. The process of the starlight egg absorbing starlight power is still continuing, and bits of starlight on the body of the starlight stone spirit are also converging towards the starlight egg. Luo Chen, who was originally worried about what they would do to the starlight egg, felt relieved a little. These beasts wouldn't intend to fatten up the starlight egg before eating it, and even if they did, they wouldn't worship it. After watching for half an hour, Luo Chen found that the starlight egg had no intention of stopping. It was like a bandit who had not absorbed starlight for thousands of years and did not want to stop for a moment. Luo Chen really couldn't tell when it would stop, so he could only leave and estimate the size of the edge of the secret realm first. It is almost 100,000 square meters, 10 times the size of the quiet secret place. After walking around, I found that there are quite a lot of starlight stone spirits here, probably several hundred. The lowest realm is 3 stars for spirit beasts, and the highest is 6 stars for king beasts. The one with the highest realm is also the closest to the starlight egg. Just standing there, Luo Chen feels that he is not even as tall as the other person's calf. After having a general grasp of the situation in the secret realm, Luo Chen named this secret realm number 2 the Shurling Secret Realm, which is a good summary of the characteristics of the secret realm. After waiting for about half an hour, new changes appeared on the starlight egg. Chapter 53, Hatching of Luo Star Spirit. Click! A crisp sound rang out in the secret realm, and a crack appeared from the top to the bottom of the starlight egg. Luo Star Spirit is finally about to be hatched. The appearance of the first crack seemed to be a signal, and then irregular cracks appeared everywhere on the starlight egg. The dense, spiderweb-like cracks were eventually broken from the inside by the creatures inside. A creature with transparent wings jumped out from inside, and its appearance was extremely similar to that of a human. It has a slender body, only about 30 centimeters tall, and a crown decorated with stars is worn on its head. She is wearing clothes with the background of the universe, and the stars embroidered on them are moving according to a certain specific pattern. The tiny feet are exposed. The first impression that Luo Xingling gave to Luo Chen was that this was a two-dimensional creature that existed in cartoons. Could it really appear in the real world? Fortunately, its face is relatively normal, and the eyes do not take up half of the face as in real life. If that were the case, Luo Chen estimated that he really couldn't accept it. Race, Luo Star Spirit. Level, Spirit Beast 6 star. Category, Light, Starlight, Moonlight. Status, Newborn New. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1. Starlight Pendant. Xian level Luo Star Spirit summons starlight to infuse into the target's body, healing the target's injuries in a short period of time. 2. Starburst. Earth level Luo Star Spirit throws stars at the target area and detonates them when needed. 3. Moon attracts stars. Earth level the Luo Star Spirit blesses the target with a star, allowing the target to draw on the power of starlight and change and enhance their physique. 4. Moon summoning technique. Earth level the Luo Star Spirit summons the moon to appear, amplifying itself in all directions, and can emit moonlight from a moon to attack the target. Although he could feel from the beginning that this beast was not simple, Luo Chen was still shocked when he saw its information. It is a spiritual beast as soon as it is born and has 4 innate skills, which can definitely kill most beasts in seconds. It is true that some beastmen are born in Rome, while others are born to be cattle and horses. The Luo Star Spirit slowly flew over the beasts that were bowing down to it, and scattered starlight fell from its body and sprinkled on the starlight stone spirits. The starlight stone spirits, that were visibly becoming somewhat sluggish due to the loss of starlight, became better after absorbing the starlight. No one knew how they communicated. The stone spirits surrounding the star spirit gradually dispersed, returned to their old places, and turned into a piece of lifeless stone again. During this period, all the stone spirits ignored Luo Chen and the little ball of fur. Perhaps they felt they posed no threat, or perhaps it was just the nature of this race and they were not aggressive. Louis West Star Spirit passed through the scattered Starlight Stone Spirit team and came to Luo Chen's side. "Take me to him." A childish voice sounded in Luo Chen's mind. Roar, this Louis West Star Spirit not only looks somewhat similar to humans, but its intelligence also seems to be much higher than other beasts of the same level. This is the third beast that Luo Chen has encountered that can communicate with humans. The first is the store-guarding beast, Colorful Sound Spirit Bird, and the second is the city attack beast, Calling Tide Mermaid. Changgueheng? Luo Chen uttered a name. Right? Do you still have memories of being an egg? Luo Chen's eyes narrowed. Louis West Xingling paused, then said belatedly, "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to pry into your secrets, but I promise not to tell anyone what I saw and heard in the store." Although Louis West Star Spirit is a newborn, the genetic memory retained in the tribe still allows it to realize how shocking the things in this store are. Moreover, he seemed to have seen the preparation ratio of the evolution potions of the two beast tamers, Fragrant Rabbit and Light Cat. Now it feels like the boy in front of me will never let me go. Sure enough, Luo Chen smiled at it and said, "I'm sorry, I still need you to stay in this secret realm for a while. I can't completely believe your promise." Louis West Star Spirit was a little discouraged. Although it believed that it was trustworthy, its words alone were not enough to gain the trust of the handsome young man in front of it. "If you need any resources, I can tell Changgueheng." Louis West Star Spirit swayed his body up and down, shook his head and said, "The starlight energy here is very sufficient. I don't need anything at the moment." Good. Seeing that it really didn't need anything, Luo Chen didn't stay in the secret realm any longer. He needed to ask the system how to deal with this, Louis West Star Spirit. In the breeding room on the second floor of Qinyang Pet Shop, Luo Chen sat in a chair with his eyes wide open, his attention entirely focused on his mind. "System, come out. What's going on with the Louis West Star Spirit? You didn't tell me how it could sense the outside world when it was an egg." "Host, you didn't ask either." Although a little weak, the system still carefully refuted. Luo Chen said in a mocking voice, "I don't even know what this beast is. If you hadn't issued the task, I wouldn't have accepted the commission to hatch it. Now you say I didn't ask." Without saying anything else, "Do you have any way to eliminate the hidden danger of leaking store information?" The system froze for a while before responding. "When you complete the task of selling 20 or better beasts, I will swap the available items on the supply panel for you and add a related item. Is that okay?" Luo Chen looked at the completion status of his task. He was still 16 short of 20. Well, at least there was a solution. "You should know that the wealthy little fat man, Chang Gueheng, already lives next door to me, and he would greet me warmly every time I go out." Although he was not urged to hatch his egg, Luo Chen still felt a strong psychological pressure every time he saw him. "If I run into him now when I go out, and he gets tired of waiting and asks for his balls back, but I keep them and refuse to give them to him, wouldn't that make me a shady shop? No, I have to calm down this little fat boy Chang Gueheng first. I can't let him ask me for the starlight egg before the mission is completed. But if you want to delay, there are still many ways to do it." Luo Chen stretched out an inexplicable smile. Task 3. Successfully hatched the Louis West Star Spirit, completed, and was rewarded with the Starlight Guardian. Can be claimed. Task 3 has been completed. Although the result is not very good, the reward must be collected. After Luo Chen chose to receive the reward, he didn't feel anything special. Simply a crack spanning time and space appeared in front of him, and a beam of starlight shone out from it, enveloping Luo Chen. The starlight passed through Luo Chen's body and touched his soul, as if it was covering him with a layer of gauze woven from starlight. A layer of protection was added to Luo Chen from his body to his soul, allowing him to avoid damage from some curse skills that were difficult to defend against. Chapter 54 Pricing. After leaving the store and looking through the transparent glass door, Luo Chen saw Changgueheng sitting in the store, leisurely drinking tea. However, after seeing Luo Chen coming out of the store, he glanced at Luo Chen. Seeing Luo Chen walking towards his shop, a hint of expectation appeared on his face. He put down the teacup in his hand and went to open the door for Luo Chen personally. "No interruption, huh?" Luo Chen spoke as he secretly looked around the store. Chang Guiheng enthusiastically led Luo Chen to sit down at the tea table. No, I just happen to be free, and I'm waiting for someone to disturb me. Luo Chen remembered that this store was originally a restaurant, but now all the tables and chairs have been removed, and it has been renovated with many ornaments and shelves. There are many things like antiques or works of art placed on it, which are very elegant and grand, but out of place in this bustling pedestrian street. Chang Guiheng elegantly poured Luo Chen a cup of freshly brewed hot tea. The porcelain cup, as white as jade, was filled with amber tea soup. Brother Luo, try this cup of tea. A faint scent of tea lingered in front of Luo Chen. When he took a light sniff, he felt as if all the pores on his body were opened. Luo Chen, who had hardly ever drunk tea, didn't bother to be polite with Chang Guiheng. He picked up the teacup and took a sip. A stream of pure energy flowed from the stomach to his limbs and bones, and Luo Chen could clearly feel that his spirit had become active as well. After drinking the remaining tea, his mental strength was significantly improved. Good tea. Luo Chen really couldn't come up with anything profound to say to comment on this cup of tea, so he could only give a simple compliment. As long as Brother Luo likes it. Chang Guiheng poured another glass for Luo Chen. After drinking 3 cups of tea, Luo Chen finally remembered the purpose of his visit today. That little fatty. Guiheng, I've made some progress on the starlight egg you entrusted to me. But what? If you have any requests, Brother Luo can just ask directly. Hearing Luo Chen's words involving the Luo Star spirit, Chang Guiheng couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Luo Chen pressed his hand down, signaling Chang Guiheng to stay calm. But it may take me a while because the previous egg lost too much power. I also need some materials that are hard to find in Qingyang City, so I need your help in finding them. How to better delay time. It takes time for Chang Guiheng to find materials. It takes time to recuperate the starlight egg, and then it takes time to prepare the medicine, and it takes time to hatch it. This delay should be enough time. Luo Chen handed Chang Guiheng a list of materials he had prepared earlier. Because it was to delay time, the materials on the list were not very precious. However, these are the kind that are hard to find in Qingyang City and need to be purchased from other cities. Chang Guiheng looked at the list in his hand with a strange expression, but he didn't say anything after all. Okay, I will find these materials as soon as possible. There's no need to be so fast. Luo Chen muttered softly. Chang Guiheng didn't hear clearly, so he asked, what did Brother Luo say? It's all right. I have other things to do in the store, so I'll take my leave now. Okay, I'll see you off, Brother Luo. Chang Guiheng stood up and walked Luo Chen to the door. Watching Luo Chen enter Qingyang Pet Shop, a voice sounded in Chang Guiheng's mind. He is lying. I clearly sense the unique aura of the Luo Star spirit on him, which proves that the Luo Star spirit has been hatched. Chang Guiheng was not very surprised when he heard the analysis of Qianzhe Fu Yunlin. He also felt it. Then what is his purpose? To delay time, to cover up something? Qianzhe Fu Yunlunis! Exclamation interrupted Chang Guiheng's thoughts. I heard that breeders are all weird research geeks. He won't do any weird experiments with the Luo Star spirit, right? Probably not likely. Chang Guiheng's tone was uncertain. Regardless of what Chang Guiheng and his beast, Qianzhe Fu Yunlin, think, Luo Chen has already returned to the store. He first came to the Qinyu secret realm and selected 5 plants with good quality or above from the only 15 remaining Qinyu grass plants, sent to the cage on the first floor. Then he invited Luo Yuheng, the king-level beastmaster, to act as his bodyguard, and selected 15 Starlight Stone Spirits, with good qualifications from the Level 2 Secret Realm, now named the Stone Spirit Secret Realm by Luo Chen. When he saw another secret realm coming out, Luo Yuheng accepted it much faster than the first secret realm. They said they would capture 15, but in fact they captured 17 because 2 of them were taken by Luo Yuheng to the Qinyu secret realm for research. After settling the 20 beasts on the first floor, Luo Chen took out his personal terminal and sent a message to the official account of Qingyang Pet Shop, which he had just registered not long ago. Qingyang Pet Shop. After a week of closure for improvements, Qingyang Pet Shop is open again. Let's see what beasts are for sale this time. Picture 1. Qinyu grass, with good qualifications and less demand for resources. Picture 2. The Battle Beast Starlight Stone Spirit, with good qualifications, powerful momentum, and the ability to change at will. Below are the detailed information of the 2 beasts, Picture 3 and Picture 4. If you want to know more, you can come to the store for detailed consultation. Luo Yuheng, Fanqing 5-star breeder certification. Su Muqing, spiritual level 8-star beast tamer certification. Luo Chen, Qinyang Pet Shop Manager certification. Luoyang. After publishing it using the official account of Qinyang Pet Shop, Luo Chen reposted it using his own account. Although I don't have many friends on my account, it's better than nothing. Then Luo Chen sent a message to their family group, asking them to forward the news about Qinyang Pet Shop for him. Su Muqing was the first to reply and immediately forwarded the message from Qinyang Pet Shop. Luo Yuheng was the second one. As for Luo Yang, he should have been in class and did not see the message. Soon Luo Chen found that someone had replied to the post he posted. Zhang Zheng, certified spirit level 5-star beast tamer, Qinyu Grass, is on sale again. Come to the store immediately. Luo Chen, certified manager of Qinyang Pet Shop, forwarded. When Luo Chen saw his name, he immediately remembered that this was the guy who bought all of his Qinyu Grass last time. But last time he was only at the 4-star spiritual level, and he has reached the 5-star level so quickly. As the first customer to reply to him, Luo Chen was very considerate and replied to him below. Luo Chen, certified as the manager of Qinyang Pet Shop OK. This time the Qinyu Grass has been selected and cultivated, and I look forward to meeting your needs. Zhang Zheng, certified as a spiritual grade 5-star beast tamer. It was already afternoon, and the popularity of Qinyang Pet Shop had almost died down. Although Luo Chen has now opened the shop door and hung up a sign saying open for business. The customers who came into the store were not as crazy as they were the day after the auction. They were all quietly watching the beasts in the store. However, Qingyang City is a lower city after all, and the purchasing power is limited. Basically, the customers who come to the store at this time cannot afford spiritual level beasts. Even the Qinyu Grass of an 8 or 9-star ferocious beast cannot be consumed. The price of Qinyu Grass of an 8-star ferocious beast is 150,000 spirit coins, and the price of Qinyu Grass of a 9-star ferocious beast is 180,000 spirit coins. Starlight Stone Spirit. This time there are 3 types of spirit beasts ranging from 3 stars to 5 stars. The 3-star one is priced at 550,000 spirit coins. The 4-star one is priced at 600,000 spirit coins, and the 5-star one is priced at 660,000 spirit coins. Starlight Stone Spirit. As a beast that has never appeared in China, it is naturally priced higher. Its skills are also very powerful. As it is born with an Earth-level skill, it is impossible for it to be priced too low. Moreover, it is the kind that is very easy to cultivate. Even if you don't invest resources, letting it absorb starlight every night can allow it to maintain its current state and even improve. However, this rate of improvement is too despairing for human lifespan. However, if you want to grow quickly, Qinyang Pet Shop also has after-sales service and provides Starstone sales services, which are not difficult to condense in the secret realm with rich starlight resources. However, in this kind of outside world, the starlight is relatively weak, and the Starlight Stone Spirit generally will not condense starlight stones. The starlight stones produced in the secret realm are then very useful. Although Zhang Zheng was the first to reply to Luo Chen's post, the first person to enter the store to buy the beast was Chang Guang, who was close to the store. Chapter 55. Rushing on the road to completing system tasks. Chang Guiheng first went to the front desk to greet Luo Chen, and then went to the cage where the beast was placed to observe. Unlike other customers who came into the store just to look around, the wealthy Chang Guiheng took a look around and decided to buy the beast. And it was not just one. The fat guy directly ordered 5 beasts. 1 Qinyu Grass of 8 and 9 stars for the fierce beasts, and 1 Xinguang Stone Spirit of 3 to 5 stars for the spiritual beasts. Just like the last time he bought those sea beasts, even though the beasts he bought this time were much more expensive than last time, he still had no qualms. Knowing that he was not joking, Luo Chen moved the beasts he pointed out from the cages into small cages and placed them in front of Chang Guang. A total of 2.14 million spirit coins. After paying with the card, Luo Chen handed Chang Guiheng 5 or 6 starlight stones and explained, "These are the starlight stones that the Starlight Stone Spirit needs to grow. You can come to the store to buy more when you run out. These few pieces are given to you as gifts." Chang Guiheng said thank you politely, and then asked, "How much is this starlight stone?" 10,000 spirit coins each. Luo Chen saw that those starlight stone spirits condensed this thing very quickly. He just took a few pieces from them, and soon new ones were replenished next to them. So Luo Chen felt that the price of 10,000 spirit coins was neither too much nor too little. It should be just right. Give me $50 then. Chang Guiheng seems to have a hobby of hoarding goods, and he buys everything in large quantities. However, Luo Chen only hopes that there will be more customers like this. After counting out 50 starlight stones from his own inventory and trading them with Chang Guiheng said to Luo Chen, I will be leaving Qingyang City in the next few days to buy the materials you need. If there are any changes to the egg, you can contact me on the terminal. Luo Chen, who used the materials on the list as a strategy to delay time, felt a pang in his conscience. Okay, I wish you a smooth trip. When Luo Chen and Chang Guiheng were saying goodbye, another voice interrupted. Young boss, where's the Qinyu grass? Luo Chen waved goodbye to Chang Guiheng and turned to look at Zhang Jiang at the door. You're here quickly. There are still 3 Qinyu grasses left to sell. They're over there. Luo Chen's finger pointed to the location where the Qinyu grass was. Zhang Jiang clasped his fist towards Luo Chen and then hurriedly found the location of the Qinyu grass. After a quick look, he found that the price had changed, but it was still within his acceptable range, so he shouted to Luo Chen, Young boss, I want all the remaining 3 Qinyu grasses. To be honest, Luo Chen was really curious about why Zhang Jiang needed so much Qinyu grass. He probably doesn't have that many contract positions reserved for these pure grasses, but this is the guest's privacy, and it would be a bit abrupt and inappropriate to ask. 480,000 spirit coins. In the end, Luo Chen suppressed his curiosity. Perhaps his father knew something. Wasn't Zhang Jiang's first beastmaster trained by Luo Yuheng? Just like before, Zhang Zhengxing came in a hurry and left in a hurry, just like a tool. In addition to these 2, a 3-star spirit beast, Starlight Stone Spirit, was sold in the evening. The buyer was dressed like a member of a hunting team on an outdoor adventure. Following Luo Chen's recommendation, he purchased 5 more star stones. Yes, ordinary citizens who live a stable life in the store would not have so many spirit coins to buy beasts. Except for those larger families, most individual beastmasters choose to join hunting teams. Risking their lives to hunt beasts in the wild or in secret places is a common way to obtain resources. Shaking his head, seeing that it was getting dark and there were no customers in the store, Luo Chen simply closed the door and the business ended. July 3rd, 552 in the new life calendar. Today, I sold 9 beasts and 55 starlight stones, with a profit of 3,720,000 spirit coins. Mission: sell 20 or better beasts. 13 have been completed. After closing the shop, Luo Chen came to the quiet secret place and found Luo Yuheng lying on a recliner to rest. Dad, do you still remember that Zhang Jiang? Luo Yuheng opened his eyes with a flash of doubt in his eyes. Which Zhang Jiang? It's Zhang Jiang, the nether beast tamer who has a contract with the Zhang family in Qingyang City. It was you who helped his first beast to break through. Oh, him. Luo Yuheng understood. Why are you asking him? He has already bought a lot of Qinyu grass in the store. I'm a little curious why he bought so many netherworld beasts. This is related to his talent. His beast taming talent is called netherworld absorption. The disadvantage of this talent is that it can only allow him to contract nether beast tamers, but it does have an advantage. He can extract nether chi from different nether beast tamers, improve the netherworld talent of your contracted beast, and promote the growth of your own beast. This kind of extraction often works better on beastmasters of the same species as your contracted beastmaster. He bought so much Qinyu grass, probably for the growth of the Qinyu grass that he contracted with. So that's how it is. Luo Chen suddenly understood something. He felt that the talents of other beastmasters seemed to be all kinds of strange, each with its own advantages and disadvantages. Then what is my mother's talent as a beastmaster? Luo Chen had never asked this question since he was a child. When Luo Yuheng heard Luo Chen's question, a look of disappointment flashed across his face. Your mother, her gift, is the blood of the phoenix. Phoenix bloodline, this name sounds very powerful. Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Chen and shook his head slightly, with a puzzled look on his face. Phoenix blood is indeed very powerful. It can double the strength of the skills released by the beasts with phoenix blood, increase the probability of the beast comprehending the true phoenix exclusive skills, and can continuously purify the phoenix blood. Luo Chen's eyes lit up after hearing these descriptions, but he thought that Su Muqing was only at the 8th star spiritual level now. Luo Chen suddenly became much more sober. There must be some drawbacks, otherwise Su Muqing would not have reached this level. Sure enough, Luo Yuheng immediately continued. But the prerequisite for using this talent is that you must contract a beast with the blood of the phoenix. Otherwise, it will not be of any help to the beast you have contracted with. In the entire country of China, there is no news of any beast with phoenix bloodline appearing. Some pseudo-dragon species or beasts with real dragon bloodline are relatively common. Indeed, even if a beast with phoenix bloodline appeared, how could it be the turn of commoners like them with no background? Even though Luo Yuheng was a 5-star breeder of the stars and had a distinguished status in Qingyang City, he was just an ordinary person in the whole of China. When Luo Chen thought of this situation, he felt a sense of unwillingness in his heart, unwilling that Su Muqing's talent was not treated as it should be. But luckily, now that I am here, he no longer believes that he cannot evolve a beast with the blood of the phoenix. Luo Yuheng stood up from the recliner. You are now a spiritual beast tamer. When you plan to take the Star Breeder qualification exam? Speaking of this, Luo Chen asked cautiously, you have participated in this kind of assessment before. Do you have any experience to share? This kind of assessment will not allow loopholes. It relies on real talent and knowledge. Unlike the assessment for trainee breeders, registration is simple and anyone can take the assessment. The assessment for star breeders is very formal, and each trainee breeder has only 2 opportunities per year. Moreover, the assessment is conducted in an illusion, where 3 different beasts will be generated according to the examinee's own requirements. As long as the examinee can train the beasts into spiritual level beasts within the specified time, she will pass the assessment. Luo Chen could not help but doubt this kind of assessment method. Can this illusion be guaranteed to develop according to the actual situation? And can he simulate the appearance of beasts that have not appeared in China? And will he steal the unique evolutionary route of the breeder? Luo Yuheng smiled and looked at Luo Chen. I used to have the same doubt as you, but now that you know who created this illusion, you don't have to worry about it. He is Zhuang Shengwulao. Seeing that Luo Yuheng's expression was full of admiration and respect when he mentioned this person, Luo Chen searched for information about him in his little head, which still seemed a little lacking in knowledge, even though he had been cramming for relevant knowledge. Unfortunately, the retrieval failed. He could only ask stupid questions under Luo Yuheng's murderous gaze. Who is Zhuang Shengwulao? Chapter 56 Explosion Debate. Zhuang Shenghua, founder of the Chinese People's Beast Taming University, Lioang 5-day Beast Tamer, Star-Level Beast Tamer, and honorary lifetime president of the Beast Tamers Association. At the same time, he is also a breeder of commoner origin and has been guarding many secret places for the country. Many of the top beasts in China were bred by him, the real pillar of the country. There was a strong sense of excitement and yearning in Luo Yuheng's words. Luo Chen was secretly shocked when he heard this long list of titles. It really sounded quite intimidating. After a pause, Luo Yuheng continued. The assessment of the breeders was jointly formulated by several big bosses and implemented by their beastmasters. The dream butterfly weaves the dream world. The wheel of destiny carries out the development of the way. The white jade spider connects many cities, and the Shirong cornerstone serves as the foundation to jointly build such an assessment world. It can simulate the real world to the greatest extent possible without worrying about any errors. Beast taming levels. Fierce beast, spiritual beast, king beast, wild beast, star beast. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva. Are they all star beasts? Luo Yuheng shook his head regretfully. Mengdai and Tian Yinfluan have already been star beasts, but Bai Yinjiu Spider and Shirong Foundation Stone are said to have been stuck at the realm of 9-star wild beasts. The level of the wild beasts makes it too difficult for them to connect all of China continuously, so this fantasy world has never been used on a large scale and is only used for the assessment of breeders across the country. As for your intellectual property rights and stuff, can a star-level elder really care about your low-level evolutionary path? Thinking of the abnormal degree of the soft, fragrant rabbit, evolved by Luo Chen, Luo Yuheng changed his mind again. How about this? I'll give you 3 evolutionary routes for beast control. You should study them hard during this period and use the 3 evolutionary routes I gave you to participate in the assessment. Good. This seems to be the best solution at the moment. On the second day, the shop was officially opened after the small ball of fur and the separately selected Qingyu grass and Starlight Stone Spirit were soaked in a cultivation pool. But I don't know if the news of the opening of Qinyang Pet Shop has been spread. When I opened today, I saw a huge crowd of people outside the door. Luo Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he decisively closed the shop door, leaving a confused crowd outside the door. Didn't they say that this store has reopened? Ah, I didn't squeeze in last time. I must be the first one today. Is this store going to close today? You must have gathered too close and scared the little brother. Everyone disperse. Everyone, please disperse. You want to be in the front, right? Luo Chen calmed down a little, then walked back to the warehouse and took out a sign with a QR code on it. This was prepared for him by Lioang before he went to school. He said that if there were too many people, a flow control policy would be adopted and entry would be required only by appointment. Luo Chen opened the shop door and placed the sign across the front of the shop. Everyone, please be quiet, line up, and scan the QR code to enter. The space in the store is limited, and only 200 people are allowed to enter the store at the same time. Those who exceed the limit will not be admitted. Thank you for your understanding. After saying that, Luo Chen put up the QR code sign in front of the store and called out Little Ball and Colorful Sound Spirit Bird to help him maintain order in front of the store. The little ball of fur still seems rather reserved and shy, but the Colorful Sound Spirit Bird seems quite tough. Some people didn't want to queue and push forward, causing the scene to be quite chaotic for a moment. The colorful bird let out a loud cry. It shocked everyone present for a short time, and then it started to curse and call out those who didn't follow the rules. Do you have donkey hair in your ears? Can't you hear me? Go and queue up. With your body that has no flesh on it, you're trying to imitate others and rush forward. Do you want to turn into a paper man so you can go on a date with your 2D wife? In your greasy hands, are you trying to take advantage of others? You look okay, but your character is a bit disgusting. You're the one who looks good on the outside, but is rotten on the inside, right? Kain Linke opened fire at full force and scolded a few of the unruly people, making them retreat in disgrace. The scene immediately became orderly. One by one, they scanned the code in an orderly manner and entered the pet shop. The little fur ball guarding the door looked at the colorful bird, flying back and forth in the long line, with a gleam of admiration in his eyes. Luo Chen was happily watching Colorful Sound Spirit Bird, teaching a lesson to those who didn't follow the rules next to the little ball of fur, but when he saw the look in the little ball of fur's eyes, he immediately became wary. He covered the little ball's eyes with one hand and its ears with the other, and kept muttering, "Children should not learn to curse. We should have good manners. Those without manners should be left to Kain Linke." Kain Linke, thank you. In any case, the situation has been completely stabilized. After the number of people in the store reaches 200, no further customers will be allowed in. New people will only be allowed in after someone leaves the store. Luo Chen directly gave the job of guarding the gate to Kain Linke, but the price was a few kilograms of spirit beast meat. It's okay. Luo Chen is rich now and can afford it. Perhaps this is the advantage of internet celebrity stores. It attracts more customers and also means that the products in the store are easier to sell. Although most people came to watch the fun, 3 Starlight Stone spirits were still sold throughout the morning, along with their food and a lot of Starlight Stones. Luo Chen admitted that he had underestimated Qingyang City's spending power yesterday, as there are still a large number of wealthy people there. The pet shop did not close for a break throughout the afternoon and continued to entertain customers who came here to visit. The official account of Qinyang Pet Shop has also gained hundreds of followers, and the number is still increasing. Because even though many people cannot judge the quality of the Beastmasters sold in the store, they can only side that the Beastmasters are really too expensive. However, resources like Xianling grass, which has appeared many times at auctions and is often in the news, are very familiar. The value of a plant of Xianling grass is about 500,000 spirit coins, and there are 3 of them on the first floor of this store. Even if they don't practice beast control, they feel that they can gain great improvement just by simply breathing the air here. Not to mention that some people have actually analyzed that the selling price of Starlight Stone Spirit is more expensive than that of spirit beasts of the same level, which is very reasonable. After all, it is very rare for spirit beasts to possess Earth-level skills, and most of them possess mysterious-level skills. Moreover, as the first beast to appear in Qingyang City, the Starlight Stone Spirit is a rare creature in itself. Many wealthy families or research institutes don't mind buying one to study or learn about its habits. So in the afternoon, people from larger families in Qingyang City who heard the news came and basically bought up all the remaining Starlight Stone Spirits. Among them is Wei Yinshen. I heard that he is now the full-time manager of the Qingyun Treasures auction. Although he has the same name, his position and salary have increased by more than one level. He rushed to grab the last Starlight Stone Spirit, on sale, and Luo Chen had to admit that he was really lucky. However, when he left, he also took away the Xinxiang rabbit that had been fostered by Luo Chen, even though he had not specifically trained this rabbit during this period. It was promoted to the level of a 7-star ferocious beast, surpassing the originally agreed 6-star level of a ferocious beast. Wei Yinsheng not only paid the money agreed upon at the beginning and the foster care fee, but also paid a little more for the training of the 7-stars beast. However, Luo Chen did not want it. Since he was an old customer, he was given it as a benefit. After selling the last Starlight Stone Spirit, Luo Chen decided to close the store and sent a message on the official account of Qinyang Pet Shop. Qinyang Pet Shop. This batch of beasts has been sold out. Please look forward to the next wave of new beasts. One of the fans who followed the store responded quickly. Sunny Banana. I was planning to go to the store tomorrow to take a look. Now I can't go. The cutie eating candy. Yes, luckily I went there today. I have to say the spiritual energy there is very rich. Popsicles are too cold. Sister, if it weren't for the fact that you are not allowed to bring beasts into the store, I really want to summon the beast to practice. A little cutie eating candy. The cutie eating candy. The popsicle is too cold. Who are your sisters? I'm a boy, but I got the last foster care spot. So happy. The popsicle is too cold. Go to hell, you crying monster. Zhang, certified spiritual level 4-star Beastmaster beast taming is great, and I look forward to the next batch of new beast tamers. It would be even better if they are of the netherworld type. Jade makeup. There are too few beasts in the store. It's impossible to get one. Luo, I'm just a passerby. Is this store so willful? It just closes down without the Beastmaster? The supply chain is too bad. Light of Qinyang. Xiao Haizi, don't pretend to be a passerby. This store only sells high-quality beast tames. We don't use inferior beast tames as a storefront. Of course, the demand exceeds supply. Luo, how could such a crappy store have such a loyal fan like you? How much did you buy it for? Chunyang Zhiguang. You have 2 eyes and are deflated. Didn't you read the information about the beast tamer above? It's a netherworld beast tamer, a spirit-level beast tamer, and has earth-level skills. Oh, maybe you haven't received a good education and don't know it. Forget it. Don't communicate with uneducated people. Luo, Wei Yinsheng, certified by General Manager of Qinyun Treasures Auction, I have tried the skills of Starlight Stone Spirit, and they are very powerful. There's a 5th-level spirit beast, Starlight Stone Spirit, that will appear at the next Qinyun Treasures Auction. If you're interested, please continue to pay attention to Qinyang Pet Shop and forward it. Qinyun Treasures Auction Official Account, forwarded by Qinyang Pet Shop. The reposts of Wei Yinsheng and Qinyun Treasures Auction brought huge traffic to the Qinyang Pet Shop account. The attention to Qinyang Pet Shop soared rapidly, and even the number of fans under Luo Chen's account increased rapidly. The number of fans soon soared to 30,000 in Qingyang City, which has a population of only about 1 million in this era of popular local area networks. This number of fans is already very good. It is equivalent to that when you go out, 3 out of 100 people follow the account of Qinyun Treasures Auction House. Chapter 57 Mission Refresh. Under the post of Qinyang Pet Shop, there are some unique comments as well as many weird ones. However, Luo Chen didn't care too much about it. Anyway, this account was only used for promotional notifications. The next time a store was open, the message could be conveyed. Task 3. Sell 20 beasts with good qualifications completed. Reward 50 points can be collected, and add new items for sale in the store updated. Luo Chen first collected the 50 points, and then adjusted the page to the redemption panel to see that new products have been added. The first 5 are the same ones that appeared last time, so Luo Chen simply ignored them. Item 6. Energy Stone. Each piece is sold for 15 points. Item 7. Random Beast Tamer Blind Box. Priced at 100 points. Limited to 1 purchase per day. Item 8. Forget Dust Flower. Weakened version. This flower can make the target who eats it forget the memory of the last month. Price. 50 points. Only 1 purchase. Item 9. Ancient Wood Spirit World Shuttle Card. Priced at 550 points. Limited to purchase once a week. Item 10. Ancient Relics Heritage Card Blind Box. Priced at 1,000 points. Limited to purchase once a week. Of the 5 new products that have been released this time, purchase restrictions have been implemented for the other 4 items except the energy stone. After looking again and again, Luo Chen finally spent his only 50 points to buy the Forget Dust Flower, which was obviously given to him by the system through a backdoor. Now, there's no need to worry about Luo Star Spirit leaking the secrets of Qinyang Pet Shop. But what is the Ancient Wood Spirit Realm? Is it some large secret realm? The Ancient Wood Spirit Realm is not a secret realm that is located near the Earth, but a small world that can truly exist independently, with a large number of wood-type beasts living in it. After hearing the system's explanation, Luo Chen asked with some confusion, "This shuttle card means that I can go there for training?" "You're the shop owner, so improving your strength is a byproduct. The main thing is that you can bring back many beasts that are not available on Earth, as well as precious resources." The system's disdainful voice seemed to be saying, "We are businessmen. How can we fight and kill all day long? Even if we fight and kill, it should be with the beasts we have trained. What about this blind box of ancient heritage cards?" As the name suggests, only some beasts that were famous in the ancient times can be called relics. These beasts are all very famous, and their inheritance cards are not something that every beast can easily obtain. After hearing this, Luo Chen's interest in buying soared, but he looked at his current empty balance. "I can only resist the urge to look at these products. Otherwise, it would be too painful to be able to see them but not be able to buy them." System tasks have been refreshed. As Luo Chen expected, after completing that series of tasks, the system task that had not been refreshed for a long time was finally refreshed after he completed all the tasks. Task 1. Make 3 spirit beasts evolve. Reward 200 points and 2 skill crystals. Task 2. Sell 10 spirit beasts. Reward 150 points and 10 energy stones. Task 3. Pass the Star Breeder assessment and be rewarded with 200 points and a mysterious spiritual level beast. Mission 4. Sell a king level beast. Reward 500 points and a bloodline enhancement stone. The new mission seemed to him like an upgraded version of the ferocious beast stage. He had already expected it and was not too surprised. There was a knock on the door. Xiaochen, the person sent by the Feng family for the transaction, has arrived and is outside the door now. It was Luo Yuheng's voice. "Here I come." Luo Chen opened the door of the breeding room and went downstairs with Luo Yuheng, who was holding the Roxiangwan's spirit rabbit at the door. I opened the door with a sign saying temporarily closed and saw an unexpected person standing outside. Lord of the Wind City. His shoulder-length hair was casually draped behind his head, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, which made people who looked into his eyes feel very pressured. The thick beard made him look more mature. "This is a man with a story," Luo Chen commented on him. Looking around the store door and not finding anyone else, Luo Chen had a guess in his mind. "Lord Feng, please come in." Feng Qingyang nodded and walked into the store calmly. Luo Chen followed closely and closed the shop door again. Seeing Feng Qingyang walk in, Luo Yuheng's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he showed understanding. It turns out that Lord Feng is from the Feng family of Liuguang City. Feng Qingyang smiled unnaturally, but did not deny it. Jingjing glanced around the interior of Qinyang Pet Shop, with surprise flashing his eyes. The store has changed a lot from before. From what he said, it seemed that he had been to Qinyang Pet Shop before. Luo Yuheng smiled and shook his head. "I'm old, and I've passed this pet shop to my son. Please take a seat." After the 3 of them sat down in the rest area of the lobby on the first floor, Feng Qingyang was speechless when he heard Luo Yuheng's words. "The minimum lifespan of a king-level beast tamer is 300 years. You're only in your 40s. How can you say you are old?" "Ah, that's right. Maybe it's because I got married early. I feel like I age faster after having kids." Feng Qingyang, who is 55 and still single, doesn't really want to pay attention to Luo Yuheng. He felt that Luo Yuheng was not suitable for small talk, so he decided to get straight to the point. "I'm not very clear about the details of your deal with the Feng family. She said that I will pay 20 million spirit coins, and you will provide a soft, fragrant spirit rabbit." Feng Qingyang was also present at the last auction. He knew very well how important the existence of Roxiangwan's spirit rabbit was to those families, so he did not seem too surprised. It was just that his eyes occasionally glanced at the big rabbit in Luo Yuheng's arms, as if thinking about something. This was this soft, fragrant rabbit, and it didn't seem to be in as good a condition as the last one. Luo Yuheng smiled and nodded. "Since it has been agreed upon long ago, we can start the transaction now. However, We also need to make it clear in advance that the qualification of this rabbit is only good level. It is not as good as the one from the last auction. The previous agreement also stated that the quality of the rabbit cannot be guaranteed. Feng Qingyang scratched his chin and took out his terminal. I need to confirm. Please. Although the networks between cities are not interoperable, they are all local area networks. However, you can make calls across cities, but you'll have to pay high call charges. The call Feng Qingyang made was quickly connected, and a lazy female voice sounded. What's wrong, Qingyang? The qualifications of the Ruxiangjuan spirit rabbit cannot be guaranteed. Do you know this? The female voice on the other end paused for a moment. That's true, but as long as the talent of the spirit is still there, the qualifications don't matter. Feng Qingyang looked at Luo Yuheng inquiringly. Don't worry, I still have this talent skill. After Luo Yuheng's assurance, the female voice sounded from the terminal again. Obviously hearing Luo Yuheng's voice, Master Luo, it's a pleasure to work with you. Lord Feng, it's a pleasure working with you. Luo Yuheng guessed, just by the voice, that this should be Feng Manwu, the wild-level beastmaster of the Feng family. Since Feng Manwu herself had no objection, Feng Qingyang had nothing to say. He hung up the phone, swiped his card to pay, and held this soft and fragrant rabbit in his arms. With such a close contact, Feng Qingyang sniffed the fragrance of Yingri Wanglian rabbit, and suddenly felt that the hidden mental injuries he had suffered in his early years were alleviated. Lord Feng, perhaps you can keep this rabbit with you for a while. It will be very helpful in healing your hidden injuries. Luo Yuheng's words directly confirmed Feng Qingyang's guess. There was a certain light in Feng Qingyang's eyes. Perhaps this beast could not completely cure his mental illness, but if it could cure part of it, he would be able to move forward one step further. He suppressed his excitement, clasped his fists, and thanked Luo Yuheng. Thank you, Master Luo. I won't bother you anymore. Seeing Feng Qingyang wanted to leave, Luo Yuheng did not try to keep him, but sent him to the door. After Feng Qingyang's figure disappeared from his sight, Luo Chen asked curiously, does this city Lord Feng still have any hidden mental injuries? He came to Qingyang City to be the city lord 15 years ago. 15 years ago, he was a king-level 6-star beastmaster. 15 years later, he is still a 6-star beastmaster and has not made any progress. This was very abnormal considering his age and the several king-level beasts he had contracted. Just now, when the Ruxiangjuan spirit rabbit was held in his arms, his mind was experiencing some kind of fluctuation, which told me the reason. He must have suffered some kind of mental injury, which affected his and his beast control's progress. Luo Chen crossed his arms across his chest. Everyone really has their own story. Suddenly I thought of myself. Perhaps my story is even more bizarre than theirs. Luo Yuheng didn't understand what Luo Chen was sighing about all of a sudden, but the melancholy on his face made him look very uncomfortable, so he patted his shoulder and said, let's go and learn the 3 evolutionary routes to pass the star breeder assessment. Luo Chen instantly pulled himself out of his melancholy state. In his previous life, he lived as an orphan until he was 18 years old, and he had only been awake for 2 or 3 years in this life. So although he was nostalgic, he did not have the sense of vicissitudes that was inconsistent with his age. He responded to Luo Yuheng. Oh, okay. Chapter 58 Breeder Assessment. 3 days later, downstairs of the Qingyang City Breeder Association, Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng made an appointment for the breeder assessment on this day. The only difference is that Luo Chen made an appointment for the Fanqing 1-star breeder assessment, while Luo Yuheng made an appointment for the Haoyue 1-star breeder assessment. Starry breeders are divided into 5 stars. 1 star can breed 1 and 2-star beasts. 2 stars can breed 3 and 4-star beasts, and so on, until a 5-star breeder can breed a 9-star beast. Haoyue breeders are divided into lamps. 1 lamp corresponds to a first-level king beast tamer, and then after 9 lamps, a full moon will be formed, corresponding to the ability to cultivate wild beasts, and 1 moon corresponds to 1 star of a wild beast. Until Haoyue, the breeder, became the beastmaster corresponding to the 9 stars of the wild beast. The assessment for trainee breeders is conducted together, but from a star breeder level onwards, the assessment is made based on the breeder's own schedule, and basically any time is acceptable. This method is truly designed for the convenience of breeders. Luo Chen has to give a thumbs up to the person who came up with this idea. After entering the breeder association, I explained my purpose to the very gentle young lady at the front desk. After checking the information on the terminal, the young lady was somewhat surprised to find that both of them had made an appointment for the breeder assessment at the same time. She enthusiastically led the two of them to the second floor and brought them to a room that looked very spacious. Master Fong, 2 people are going to take the breeder assessment today. There were only 3 people in the entire spacious hall. One of them was a man in his 30s who was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed and resting calmly. He must be the Master Fong that the young lady mentioned. There were also 2 boys and girls, about 16 or 17 years old, who looked like apprentices. They were diligently reading thick books, but now they put the books down and looked at the Luo father and son curiously. Master Fong didn't even open his eyes and lazily called out, "Lu Xing, take them to the assessment room." The boy sitting at the table next to him stood up and saw the badge of the 5-star breeder on Luo Yuheng's chest. He felt that it was necessary to remind his teacher. "Teacher, do you want me to take the test for the advancement of Fanqing to Haoyue as well?" "What?" Master Fong, who was originally relaxed and at ease, jumped up from his seat. "Where is the boss?" Only after Master Fong stood up from his seat did Luo Chen see the badge of a 3-star breeder on his left chest. Luo Yuheng looked at Master Fong with a smile. "Master Fong, how are you?" Master Fong obviously recognized Luo Yuheng and said with embarrassment, "How can I be called a master in front of you?" "Master Luo, are you going to try the assessment of Haoyue breeder?" "Yes, I made some progress recently and want to give it a try." "Then I would like to congratulate Master Luo on his success in advance. Come over to Master Luo." As he spoke, Master Fong pointed in a direction with his arm. Luo Yuheng did not move, but smiled and said, "Master Fong, my kid is also here to take the test this time." Master Fong now turned his attention to Luo Chen, who was beside Luo Yuheng. If Luo Yuheng hadn't said anything, he would have thought that this was his assistant or apprentice or something. "Haha, look at me. I was so busy leading Master Luo that I neglected little friend Luo. Lu Xing, take little friend Luo to the assessment room." "Yes, teacher." Seeing that Luo Chen had been arranged, Luo Yuheng followed Master Fong's instructions and went to the left. "Please follow me this way." The young man named Lu Xing took Luo Chen and walked in the opposite direction of Luo Yuheng and the others. It wasn't far from the spacious room, and we entered a slightly smaller room inside. As soon as I walked into the room, I saw a man with a gloomy face walking out of the room. It seemed that the assessment was over, and the result was not very good. After entering the room, Lu Xing pointed to the 7 doors on one wall and said, "You will directly choose a door to enter, then sit on the boulder in the room and enter a meditative state. Then your consciousness will enter an environmental space. Don't panic, there will be a voice to guide you what to do." Lu Xing thought for a moment and added, "As for identity entry, the boulder in the room will automatically confirm your identity information, so you don't have to worry about being impersonated. That's all. Do you understand?" After Luo Chen nodded to indicate that he understood, Lu Xing continued, "Rooms 3, 4, 5, and 7 are still empty. You can choose one yourself, or you can wait for the rooms that are in use." Luo Chen shook his head. What he hated most was waiting. "Let's go with number 7. Lu Xing didn't say anything, but just opened the door for him. "Wait a minute. Unless you open this door from the inside, people outside can't get in." Lu Xing's expression suddenly became a little indescribable when he said this. Although privacy can be well guaranteed, it is still recommended not to do anything weird in there. Luo Chen had a confused look on his face. What else could he do that was so weird? Lu Xing looked at the confusion on Luo Chen's face and felt that he was being a little ridiculous. He urged him awkwardly, "You'd better go in quickly." Even after sitting down on the boulder, Luo Chen still looked confused. After coming to his senses, Luo Chen looked around the furnishings in the room. The space was only about 10 square meters in size, with empty walls. The only thing was a huge rock under his butt. However, the boulder is not hard. It feels very warm to the touch and soft when you sit on it. It does not feel like a simple stone. After sitting cross-legged on the stone for a while, Luo Chen calmed himself down and entered a state of meditation. After Luo Chen entered into meditation, many phantoms of butterflies of various colors suddenly flew out from the huge rock under his seat and surrounded Luo Chen. Luo Chen only felt that his spirit was floating up and up, as if it had reached a height of 10,000 meters in the sky, or as if it had fallen into the abyss underground. Here he seemed to have lost his sense of the space around him. After he finally calmed down, the thick white fog around him made him lose track of where he was. Suddenly, A voice that sounded neither male nor female rang out. Star Breeder Assessment. The examiner is Luo Chen from Qingyang City. His identity has been confirmed. Please choose the beast tamer to be assessed. After listening to Luo Yuheng's explanation of the details of the assessment, Luo Chen did not panic, but calmly said the name of a beastmaster. The fierce beast, the 9-star beast, the flaming lion. As Luo Chen finished speaking, white mist in front of him in his spiritual state rolled around, then condensed together, gradually turning into a similar appearance to Qi Yin before he evolved. Race, flame lion. Level, fierce beast 9 stars. Category, elemental, fire. Status, calm. Qualification, good. Skills, 1. Flame. Yellow level, the flame lion can spit out flames or attach flames to its claws to attack the target. 2. Flame bomb. Yellow level gathers the energy of the fire element to form a fist-sized fireball that can fly towards the target. 3. Flame true body. Xian level consumes a large amount of fire elements and summons a flame true body that is twice its size. 4. Pounce. Yellow level increase your speed for a short period of time. Although he knew that the flaming lion in front of him was fake, the lifelike expression and movements on its face still made Luo Chen feel dazed for a moment. There are some differences between this flame lion and Qi Yin. For example, it has an additional skill, pounce, compared to Qi Yin, and judging from its fur color, it should be relatively old for a flame lion of its level, and it would be more difficult for it to advance or evolve than at its peak. Luo Chen did not intend to let it advance into the Ice Flame Lion King, but evolve it into another more common beast. 10 pieces of iron yang stone. Luo Chen only mentioned one material, and indeed, its evolution this time only required this kind of material. As he finished his words, 10 red stones that looked like they had been burned by fire appeared in front of him. Luo Chen took one of the iron yang stones in his hand. He felt a slight burning sensation, and his mental power clung to the iron yang stone. Not long after, under the tempering of spiritual power, the iron yang stone changed from a solid state to a golden liquid with a hint of red light. Under the guidance of Luo Chen's mental power, these liquids turned into silk threads and attached to the body of the flame lion. These liquid-like substances passed through its skin and were slowly absorbed into its body. After absorbing the first piece, Luo Chen used the same steps to let the flame lion absorb the second piece that he had just tempered. Until the 7th piece, the flame lion had not completely absorbed the liquid transformed from the iron sunstone, and it fell to the ground. Luo Chen knew that it was beginning to evolve. During the evolution process, the hair on the flame lion's body stood straight up, and its fiery red hair looked like it was burning. Luo Chen could indeed feel the high temperature that it continuously released to the outside world. After puffing for a long time, under Luo Chen's gaze, the limbs of the flame lion continued to stretch and lengthen until they grew to almost twice their original size. Originally, Luo Chen had to lower his head to look at it, but now he had to raise his head to see its chin. The only change in appearance is the flame on his back that seems to never stop burning. However, when a person's arm passes through it, if the flame lion does not want to harm, there will be no effect at all. If the flame lion is hostile to it, the flame will turn into a sharp weapon to hurt people. But now it seems that we can no longer call it the flame lion. Race, red flame lion. Level, spirit beast 1 star. Category, fire. Status, satisfied. Qualification, good. Skills, 1. Flame. Yellow level, the flame lion can spit out flames or attach flames to its claws to attack the target. 2. Flame bomb. Xian level gathers the energy of the fire element to form a fist-sized fireball that can fly towards a target. 3. Flame true body. Xian level consumes a large amount of fire elements and summons a flame true body that is twice its size. 4. Pounce. Yellow level increase your speed for a short period of time. 5. Flame armor. Xian level flames spread all over the body to form a pattern of armor, increasing one's resistance to fire skills and being able to cause damage to close targets. After the evolution, in addition to the upgrade of rank, the skill, Flowing Flame Bomb, was upgraded from yellow level to black level. It is unknown how much the power can be improved. A new mysterious level talent skill, Flame Armor, was added. Now it is clear why it is relatively common among spirit beasts. Luo Chen rested for a while, and after his consumed mental strength was restored, he began to say the name of the next beast to be evolved. 9-star Fierce Beast, the Frost Wolf. Chapter 59, Free Trial. The Frost Wolf's fur was generally white with gray, and it was squatting on the ground, almost reaching Luo Chen's waist. Race, Frost Wolf. Level, Fierce Beast 9 stars. Type, Ice Wind. Status, Curious. Qualification, General. Skills, 1. Low temperature resistance. Yellow level frost wolves prefer to live in a lower temperature environment and have a stronger tolerance to low temperatures. 2. Frostblade. Yellow level the frost wolf attaches frost power to its sharp claws, causing frostbite to the target it touches. If the skin is scratched, the frost power will invade the flesh and blood, affecting blood circulation throughout the body. 3. Wind and Frostblade. Xian level frost wolf summons a wind blade wrapped in frost and snow, sweeping towards the target. After reading the information about the frost wolf and finding that it was a common one among the frost wolves, Luo Chen had an idea in his mind. 5 ice and snow fruits, 3 strong grass leaves. Most frost wolves living in the wild are able to find these 2 resources on their own and then eat them to evolve. The breeder simply observed this process accidentally and accelerated the evolutionary process by researching the most appropriate ratio of materials. Similarly, mental power is used to refine the ice and snow fruit and strong grass leaves into juice, and then the 2 resources are gradually mixed under the guidance of mental power. Finally, the liquids mixed in the air to form a milky, white state. Then Luo Chen asked for a small bowl to hold the liquid and handed it to the frost wolf. Fortunately, the simulated beast tamers in this environment were very cooperative. The frost wolf drank the liquid in front of him obediently, without leaving a drop. While waiting for the potion to take effect, Luo Chen somehow remembered what Luo Yuheng had said to him. The frost wolf he had bred before refused to drink the evolution potion no matter what. In the end, it had to be beaten up by its owner before it managed to force the potion down its throat. However, Luo Chen has not yet seen an uncooperative beastmaster. Perhaps he has seen too few beastmasters and has not had the chance to encounter one with a unique personality. As he was thinking this, changes began to appear on the frost wolf's body. Large patches of hair began to fall off, and it looked like it had contracted some strange hair loss disease. The hair fell off very quickly, and in a short while it turned from majestic and powerful frost wolf into a skinny and sick wolf. However, this state only lasted for a short time, and new hair began to grow from under its skin. The original hair was grayish-white, but the new hair was pure white, blending perfectly with the surrounding white mist environment. If it had this kind of hair, it would be difficult to be discovered in an icy and snowy environment. Race, Frost Spirit Wolf. Level, Spirit Beast 1 star. Type, Ice Wind. Status, Happy. Qualification, Good. Skills, 1. Low temperature resistance. Yellow level the frost wolf prefers to live in a lower temperature environment and has a stronger tolerance to low temperatures. 2. Frostblade. Xian level the wind frost spirit wolf attaches frost power to its sharp claws, causing low temperature frostbite to the target it touches. If the skin is scratched, the frost power will invade the flesh and blood, affecting blood circulation throughout the body. 3. Wind and Frostblade. Xian level the wind and frost spirit wolf summons a wind blade wrapped in frost and snow, sweeping towards the target. 4. Snowfall. Xian level the frost wolf summons snowflakes to fall in a small area. 5. Following the wind. Yellow level in this state, the speed of the wind frost spirit wolf increases by 20%. The evolution was successful. The skill Frostblade was successfully transformed into the mysterious level, and 2 new skills were added. It is a pity that no Earth-level skills have appeared. When some excellent frost wolves evolve, there is a small probability that they will comprehend Earth-level innate skills. However, Luo Chen was soon relieved. Everything here was simulated. No matter how excellent the evolved things were, he could not take them away. Maybe the simulation was too real, giving Luo Chen the illusion that he was still in reality. The consumption this time was not as great as before, so Luo Chen's rest time was shorter. 7 stars of Fierce Beasts, Radiant Dog. For the last one, Luo Chen did not choose the evolutionary route of the Beast Tamer Electric Mouse given to him by Professor Luo Yuing. Instead, he chose one of the 3 beast tamers that cannot evolve according to popular opinion, the Glorious Dog, which is called the Nanny Beast Tamer. It is generally believed today that only after reaching the 9-star state, that is, becoming the pinnacle of this stage, Can the beast tamer evolve and reach the next level? Confusing evolution with advancement. However, the evolution route given by the system is not like this. For example, the 6-star ferocious beast, Xinxiang rabbit, can directly evolve into the first-level spiritual beast, Ruxiangjuan spiritual rabbit. It is generally recognized that the reason why glow dogs cannot evolve is because it is almost impossible for them to be cultivated to the level of a 9-star fierce beast. There has never been a beastmaster who tried to evolve the glow dog when it was at the 7-star level. A ferocious 7-star light dog emerged from the white mist. It was slightly bigger than the one Luo Chen had previously raised in the store. 4 pieces of Lioang stone, 3 sunflowers, and 6 pieces of golden jade silk. Luo Chen then stated the materials he needed. An important reason why he evolved the glory dog in the illusion was that these materials were too expensive and were very rare. He felt that the evolution of the beast and the consumption of millions of dollars worth of resources were very disproportionate. Therefore, this fantasy world can be used to practice and see if the evolved beasts are commensurate with the resources they consume. If they're not equal, the worst that can happen is that I won't evolve in reality. If they're far greater, then I will have to look for materials carefully. I hope this fantasy world is really that magical and can simulate the evolutionary path of Glory Dog. Race, Brilliant Dog. Level, 7 stars of Fierce Beast. Department, Light System, Daylight. Status, full of energy. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Light. Yellow level. The energy within the body can be converted into light and radiated from their fur, which can slightly increase the temperature around them. 2. Light shield. Yellow level. The light dog consumes its own stored energy to form a light shield to protect the target. 3. Light healing. Yellow level. The faint light emitted has a slight therapeutic effect. As expected of a nanny-type beastmaster, even at the 7-star level of a fierce beast, Glow Dog still doesn't have an attack skill at its best. Moreover, Luo Chen wondered if this world had given him a back door, as the qualifications of the first 2 beast tamers were ordinary and good. It is probably because no one has ever simulated a glory dog, so this fantasy world took the initiative to simulate a glory dog that is the best in the clan for itself. How to reduce the possible interference in the evolution process of Glow Dog in other ways. This fantasy world is quite intelligent. No matter what the reason was, it would reduce the difficulty for himself. So Luo Chen gladly accepted it. Place the 4 Lioang stones in the 4 directions according to the positions of east, south, west, and north, and then pick up the thin golden jade thread to temper it with mental power. Connect the golden jade threads and the Lioang stone together. There are 6 golden jade threads, and they can just connect every 2 Lioang stones. Then he plucked the petals of the 3 sunflowers and threw them randomly between the 4 Lioang stones. Luo Chen's spiritual power probed into the Lioang stone, guiding the energy inside to circulate between the 4 Lioang stones through the golden jade thread according to a certain rule. Pure golden light emanated from the golden jade thread, and the petals of the sunflower gradually broke into pieces, turning into golden spots of light that floated randomly in the sky above the entire formation. Then, tiny white lines appeared on the Lioang stone, converging a height of half a meter from the formation, and finally formed a ball of light emitting soft light. Luo Chen wrapped the light ball with his mental power and continuously compressed it. During the compression process, the somewhat illusory state of the white light ball gradually became solid. Finally, the energy of the Lioang stone was consumed, and the soft ball of light became the size of a fist, lying quietly in the palm of Luo Chen's hand. Coming in front of the light dog, Luo Chen pressed the ball of light on the sun mark on its forehead. As if it had found a place to live, the ball of light merged into the mark on the forehead of the light dog. Then Glory Dog suddenly fell into a deep sleep, lying on the ground silently, as if he had not even breathed. Luo Chen calmed himself down and said, "Request time to speed up." Chapter 60. Changes in the Fantasy World. The evolution process of Glorious Dog does not happen all at once, and it takes time to digest the power entering the body. The passage of time is accelerating on its body, and correspondingly, changes are occurring everywhere on its body. Its body swelled, and its fur became more golden and brilliant. It was not known whether it was the light it emitted or the bright color of its fur that caused a halo to appear on its side. Luo Chen had been using the Eye of Truth to check the information of Glory Dog. When the information changed, he immediately called a stop. Race, Golden Sun Dog. Level, Spirit Beast 1 star. Department, Light System Daylight. Status, Quiet. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1. Light. Xian level. The energy in the body can be converted into light and radiated from their fur, which can greatly increase the temperature of the surrounding area. 2. Light Shield. Xian level. The Golden Sun Dog consumes its own stored energy to form a solid light shield to protect the target. 3. Warm Sunlight Healing. Xian level. The faint light emitted has a strong therapeutic effect. 4. Light Beam. Xian level. A highly penetrating light beam is emitted from the mouth or the sun mark on the forehead. 5. Illusory Golden Sun. Earth level. Golden Sun Dog releases an illusory golden sun. While the golden sun is present, Golden Sun Dog gains continuous healing, and the strength of its other light-related skills is enhanced. The golden sun will fire a beam of light at enemy targets every 30 seconds. 6. Sun Wheel. Earth level. The two semicircular bone hyperplasias behind the Golden Sun Dog's head will form a sun wheel when necessary and attack the target from a distance through mental control. Luo Chen touched the head of the Golden Sun Dog in front of him, which was the same height as himself, and his fingers touched the two golden protrusions behind its head. The golden color adds a lot of majesty to it. A 1-star spirit beast has 6 skills, and 2 of them are Earth level. I wonder if it's worth the consumption of millions of spirit coins. However, only the Glow Dog with excellent qualifications can evolve into the Golden Sun Dog with so many skills. I don't know how many skills those with ordinary or good qualifications will have. However, Golden Sun Dog is still quite versatile, with skills in defense, offense, healing, and field control, and it would not look out of place in any team of Beastmasters. However, the high price of its evolutionary materials means that this type of beast tamer is not popular among the common people. The assessment has ended, and the qualification has been assessed as excellent. Congratulations on becoming a 1-star breeder. It was the same voice that announced the result of Luo Chen's assessment. Then, before Luo Chen could react, the picture in front of him suddenly shattered, and his consciousness suddenly felt like it was falling. Real world. Luo Chen, who was sitting on the boulder, slowly opened his eyes. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, and it took a while for him to regain clarity. A badge floated out from the boulder beneath his seat, a silver star gleaming on the badge on the blue base. This is the proof of the breeder's identity that records Luo Chen's spiritual aura, the 1-star breeder badge with a special anti-counterfeiting mark on it, ensuring that no one can impersonate your identity. He took the badge in front of him and pinned it on his left chest. Only then did Luo Chen truly embark on the path of a breeder. When Luo Chen got the badge, in the deepest part of the fantasy world. This is an island about a few thousand meters in size, with a lush ancient tree growing on it, and the canopy of the ancient tree covers the entire island. A man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s was sitting under a tree. He had a calm demeanor, and his eyes were closed as if he was meditating on something. There is a halo behind the man's head that is constantly spinning. On his left knee is a butterfly that is constantly changing colors, and on his right knee is a small and delicate 8-legged white jade spider. The man's eyelids moved, and he slowly opened his eyes. Can a radiant dog evolve? And it doesn't need to reach the peak of the ferocious beast stage. His face showed a little more interest. Interesting. He slowly stood up from the ground. As he moved, butterflies spread their wings and flew around him. A white jade spider crawled along his clothes and onto his shoulders. The actions of the two little ones had no effect on this elegant man, as if such actions had been performed countless times. The man's fingers gently stroked the branches of the giant tree behind him. Qingye, do you think you don't necessarily need to reach the 9th level of wild beast to break through? Otherwise, why haven't you been able to break through to the 9th level of wild beast for so many years? Hearing his words, the leaves of the giant tree collided with each other, making a rustling sound, and a slightly old voice sounded. I don't know, you can try it boldly. The man nodded, and the clouds around him suddenly began to roll uncontrollably, much louder than when Luo Chen was taking the test. Various rare materials emerged from the clouds. The flywheel-like wall behind him became larger than the ancient tree. Then it stopped above the ancient tree and began to spin rapidly. Various symbols flew out from the wheel and covered various materials. The first evolution simulation of the ancient star tree begins. If Luo Chen were there, he would be able to hear that this voice was no different from the voice he heard during the test. Various materials are mixed or absorbed by the ancient star tree in a certain order. However, halfway through the process, the branches and leaves of the ancient star tree suddenly withered and died. Its vitality quickly disappeared, and it instantly turned into a dead tree. But fortunately, this is just an illusion world. The death of the ancient tree only means that this time, the evolution simulation has failed, and it has no effect on the real ancient tree. The man's eyes did not fluctuate because of this failure. Instead, he waved his hands lightly, and all kinds of materials reappeared. However, compared with the previous version, a lot of new things have been added, and some parts have been removed. It is obvious that he has improved the formula. The second evolution simulation of the ancient star tree begins. Luo Chen returned to the spacious room along the same path he came from. I found that Luo Yuheng was already there, having a pleasant conversation with Master Fong. How could he come out so early? Did he fail the test? Luo Chen couldn't help but have this thought. As he got closer, without the obstruction of Master Fong's slightly broad back, the silver-white moon badge on Luo Yuheng's chest caught his eyes. Boy, he worried for nothing. The old man really has real skills. Luo Yuheng also apparently noticed the newly baked one-star breeder badge on Luo Chen's chest, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Xiao Chen's assessment is over, so we won't disturb him anymore. Luo Yuheng and Master Fong said goodbye. Okay, young Master Luo is also a natural talent. He passed the test on his first try. I'll see you off. Although Luo Yuheng refused in every possible way, he was still escorted to the door by Master Fong and his two young disciples. Under the envious gazes of Master Fong and his two disciples, Luo Yuheng and his companions felt extremely uncomfortable. They quickly got on the back of Luo Yuheng's other beast, the green rock sea crocodile, and left. Halfway through the journey, Luo Chen received a message push on his terminal. Due to technology upgrades, the assessment appointments for breeders have been suspended from today. Please pay attention to official news on the resumption date. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Luo Chen was a little surprised when he saw the news. This means that they made the appointment in time and successfully passed the assessment before the breeder assessment was suspended. If I were one day later and encountered this technology upgrade, I wouldn't know when I would be able to take the assessment. Unlike Luo Chen, who was just thankful for passing the test in time, Luo Yuheng felt something was wrong. How could a technological upgrade appear at this time, out of the blue? This fantasy world was created by the power of beast taming. This only means that there is a problem with the beast control that constructs the fantasy world. Luo Yuheng can only pray that there will be no major problems with the beast control. Otherwise, it will have a huge impact on the profession of breeder. Chapter 61. The Second Beast of the Spiritual Contract. The first thing Luo Chen did when he returned to the store was to collect the reward for the task. Task 3. Pass the Star Breeder Assessment completed. Reward 200 points can be claimed. A mysterious spiritual beast can be claimed. In the breeding room, Luo Chen received the two rewards together, rubbing his hands and looking forward to what the system's mysterious spiritual level beastmaster would be. In a blink of an eye, I saw a colorful bird, doing nothing, wandering around like a street urchin. An indescribable expression appeared on Luo Chen's face. Perhaps, as long as his personality was not as outrageous as this guy's, it would be fine. After just one glance, Luo Chen hurriedly turned his eyes away, fearing that it would affect his luck and turn the mysterious spiritual beast into the second generation of colorful sound spirit bird. The space in front of Luo Chen was torn open, and a confused beast man fell out from it. It looks like a sea beast, and its body shape is quite similar to that of a whale in its previous life. Its skin surface is smooth and shiny, but although it is a sea beast, it has no scales. However, compared with whales that are often tens of meters long, this little guy looks particularly small, only about 50 centimeters in size. Now, it was staring at Luo Chen with a confused look on its face. Race, Cloud Whale Cub. Level, Spirit Beast 2 Star. Type, Water, Wind, Space. Status, Confused. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1. Mist Rising. Xin level the cloud whale summons mist around itself, which can block a certain degree of prying eyes from mental probing skills and can continuously restore the cloud whale status. 2. Rain in the clouds. Xian level the cloud whales gather water elements to form rainfall, and the cloud whales and the rain gain all-around improvement. 3. Space shuttle. Earth level the cloud whale opens a space rift to go to a place with known coordinates. The distance limit is 100 kilometers, and it takes a long time to accumulate power. 4. Swift windblade. Earth level cloud whale creates a storm like a tornado, and the swift wind is like a knife that can cause a lot of damage. After reading its information, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise. Although it is still a cub, the skill of space travel really surprised and unexpectedly made Luo Chen. Space-type beast tamers have always been extremely rare, and ordinary beast tamers only know about space-type beast tamers from textbooks or materials. Moreover, even if you encounter a space-type beast, it may not possess magical skills such as space travel to save your life. Many of them even have a small space for storing items. Storage bracelets and beast taming bracelets are developed based on this kind of skill. The expensive teleportation arrays between cities are modeled after the skill of space travel. Since the system sent out such a space-type beast, Luo Chen would naturally not let it go. He stretched out his right hand and tentatively reached out to the little head of Cloud Whale. The Cloud Whale, which had been staring at him vigilantly, turned its eyes, which occupied half of its face, and saw a cloud of mist completely covering its body. The energy fluctuations attracted the attention of the wandering, colorful sound spirit bird, which screamed in surprise. "Hi you, manager. Is this the delicacy you prepared for me?" After saying this, without waiting for Luo Chen's response, he pounced towards the cloud. Cloud Whale, which is a 2-star spirit beast, is no match for colorful sound spirit bird, which is a 9-star spirit beast only after being suppressed. After a few puffs from the colorful sound spirit bird, the mist that covered the little Cloud Whale, his body was torn into pieces. The Cloud Whale trembled as it looked at the colorful bird, which was looking at it eagerly, as if it would become its meal in the next second. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen cleared his throat. "Ahem, Kain Linke, wait a moment." After stopping the next move of colorful sound spirit bird, Luo Chen turned his head to look at Yunjing, who dared not move, and forced a gentle smile. "Little Cloud Whale, you don't want to become its food, do you?" Yunjing looked at Luo Chen in confusion, not quite understanding what he meant. Kain Linke, please translate for it. Kain Linke glanced sideways, and it was obvious that he would only translate if there was a benefit. 5 pounds of spirit beast meat. Luo Chen, who had a certain understanding of the nature of the colorful sound spirit bird, immediately proposed his reward. Kain Linke was not greedy and was bribed by the 5 kilograms of spiritual beast meat. It opened its pointed mouth and made a melodious and light sound. After hearing the cry of the colorful bird, the Cloud Whale saw its vicious expression. It was as if it disagreed with becoming the beast of that strange human and was really going to chew and swallow it. He felt like crying, but had no tears. He had been having a great time in the Sea of Clouds, but then he ended up in this strange place out of nowhere. It encountered such a bird-shaped bully and was extremely helpless. After thinking it over again and again, it had to agree to become Luo Chen's beast. Cloud Whale will tell colorful sound spirit bird that it has agreed with a few weak chirps. It agreed. Colorful sound spirit bird said to Luo Chen, who had been waiting. This time, Luo Chen stretched out his palm and placed it on the head of Cloud Whale. Cloud Whale just subconsciously dodged at first. After it reacted, it controlled itself and allowed Luo Chen to successfully touch its head. It was not sticky to the touch, but rather slippery. Luo Chen rubbed his fingers gently on the head of Cloud Whale. The mental power flowed along Luo Chen's palm, entered the mind of Cloud Whale, and then invaded its spiritual core. The spiritual core of Cloud Whale is an endless sea of clouds, which should be the reflection of its previous living place in the spiritual world. The invasion of Luo Chen's mental power caused the sea of clouds to churn uncontrollably. A part of the mental power separated and formed a mental version of Luo Chen in the sea of clouds. This illusory Luo Chen sat cross-legged in the sea of clouds, and waves of special symbols spread out, covering the entire sea of clouds. At this time, the contract was concluded, and Cloud Whale officially became Luo Chen's beast. I heard from Luo Yuheng that there were 2 ways of making beast taming contracts before. The first is the master-servant form, where the beastmaster has absolute control over the contracted beast, and the beast cannot disobey the beastmaster's orders. The second is an equal form, in which the beastmaster and the beastmaster cannot harm each other. Either party can actively terminate the contract, and neither party has the right to restrict the other. I heard that the second one was very popular between the 100th and 120th year of the new calendar, saying that beastmasters also need love and care and cannot be treated like slaves. Therefore, during that period of time, a large number of beastmasters chose equal forms of contracts. But it didn't take long for the disadvantages of this form of contract to emerge. Not to mention whether the beastmen obey the orders of the beastmaster during battle. But in the human world, they cannot suppress their own nature, causing great social unrest. Later, this equal form of contract was directly abolished. Any beast tamer who signed an equal contract with a beast tamer would have his status as a beast tamer revoked once discovered. Of course, most beastmasters will not really treat their contracted beasts as slaves, but I can be very good to my beasts, but I cannot let them really have unlimited freedom. This is also the knowledge that all modern beastmasters will learn from textbooks. Luo Chen seldom went to school, so these were all taught to him personally by Luo Yuan. Leave a part of your mental power in the spiritual core of Cloud Whale, and the rest of your mental power retreats back into your own body. Luo Chen opened his eyes and felt that the connection between himself and the Cloud Whale in front of him was the same as that between him and the little ball of fur. Being able to vaguely feel each other's thoughts, Luo Chen knew that this was a situation that would only occur under the contract. As time goes by, this vague feeling will gradually disappear, and the cooperation between each other will become more and more tacit. If you communicate and train more often, this time will become even faster. The capital of China is one of the 10 great cities and is also the central city of China. The permanent population of the city alone is close to 200 million, so the city was built on a very large scale. Even if you look far away from a high altitude, it is difficult to see even 1/10,000th of its appearance. Not only that, the capital is also the city that utilizes the most space-related skills, and the space it can accommodate is far more spacious than what is seen from the outside world. On a high mountain on the east side of the capital, close to the city, sitting under a lush tree with stars spinning behind him, a man in his 30s opened his eyes. Even though his expression was indifferent, one could still clearly see the joy flashing in his eyes. Sure enough, it doesn't need the 9 stars of the wild beast to evolve. How did that young man find out? The man shook his head and thought that he would give the boy who inspired him a corresponding reward later. Qingya, Wing, Lingji, the 3 of you adjust your states, and you will evolve together tomorrow. Xiaoming, Tianyun, you two should be on guard. The man methodically gave orders to his beast. The several beasts around him did not refute. They always obeyed the man's arrangements. This was a tacit understanding formed over hundreds of years. Chapter 62. War in the Capital. The evolutionary paths of white jade spider and Shirong foundation stone have been deduced many times, and their evolution is a natural thing for Zhuangsheng. Although the evolution of the ancient star tree had been successfully simulated many times in the fantasy world, but in the real world, it was the first time for him to try to evolve when he was still at the 8-star level of beast tamer. So he, who was usually calm and composed, now had a more cautious look on his face. Thousands of materials appeared at an altitude of dozens of meters, and various resources that are rarely seen in the outside world are just inconspicuous scraps among them. The precious light reflected by the rare materials illuminates the sky of the mountain. From afar, it looks like the mountain is radiating colorful rays of light. However, there are no human settlements within 100 miles of this mountain, and the only ones who can see this scene are the beasts raised in the mountains and forests. These beasts also knew the true identity of the owner of this mountain. After seeing this scene, they just sighed at the man's wealth and then went about their own business. Zhuangsheng was doing 3 things at once. He divided the material in the air into 3 parts, and then used his mental power to refine each of the 3 parts. Although tempering them together can indeed demonstrate Zhuangsheng's superb skills, somehow Zhuangsheng's behavior always gives people a sense of urgency, as if he wants to complete the evolution of these 3 beasts as soon as possible. Various materials were rapidly decreasing, and soon 3 balls of liquid of different colors were suspended on Zhuangsheng's left and right. It is hard to believe that only 3 fist-sized balls of liquid remained of the material that just covered the entire sky. After the liquid took shape, One ball flew towards the only ancient tree on the top of the mountain. One ball flew towards the jade-like spider on the shoulder, and the last ball fell onto the huge rock under Zhuangsheng's seat. Zhuangsheng left the boulder and stood aside, quietly waiting for the three beasts to evolve. A light breeze passed through the forest. The sound was not loud, but it swayed the leaves of the trees on the entire mountain. Rustle, rustle. There was a rhythmic sound. Zhuangsheng frowned slightly. Now that you're here, don't play tricks on me. Venerable Zhuangsheng, how are you? The breeze returned to silence, and a light green bluebird with 3 pairs of wings appeared in the sky, 100 meters away. Looking at him, Zhuangsheng paused for a moment, as if he suddenly realized something. Is it the 8-winged blue-winged bird whose wings were broken by Xiaomeng last time? He looked at its wings and added seriously, it should be a 6-winged blue-winged bird now. A human-like distortion appeared on the 8-winged green-winged bird's face, as if it was stimulated by Zhuangsheng's words. Suddenly, a strong voice appeared again. Silly bird, don't argue with him. He wants to delay time. A crack as high as the entire mountain was opened into space, and then a beast that looked like a gorilla carrying a huge rock squeezed out from it. After coming out, it raised a mountain-like stone pillar in its hand high up and smashed it down in the direction of the ancient star tree on the top of the mountain. The glittering, fantasy butterfly gently fluttered its wings, and the people and objects on the entire mountain seemed to become reflections in the water in an instant, becoming a little unreal. The stone pillars as big as a hill passed through the shadows of the ancient star tree and the mountain without causing any damage. This butterfly is really troublesome. Let me do it. An ethereal voice sounded from behind the gorilla. From the space crack that had not yet closed, another beast appeared, floating in the air like a jellyfish. Its head is like a wide canopy, and then there are tentacles that are hundreds of meters long hanging naturally. Some short hairs grow on the slightly transparent tentacles. This jellyfish-looking beast launched an attack as soon as it appeared. The tentacles that were originally hanging naturally suddenly extended 2 of them towards a mountain, and as they approached, they gradually became illusory. It looks like they are in the same state as the ancient star trees that are trapped in illusion. Huan knew that this jellyfish-like beast had also entered a virtual state and could come into contact with the ancient star tree and cause damage to them. So with a flash of light, it came to the path of the 2 tentacles. The light on its body turned into ribbons, and it fought against the tentacles. As more tentacles of the jellyfish joined the battle, Illusion Butterfly could no longer maintain the empty state of the mountain behind it. Seizing this opportunity, the gorilla and the first 8-winged blue windbird that appeared simultaneously launched attacks on the 3 evolving beasts. The stone pillars of the gorilla were suspended directly in the sky, becoming even larger than the mountains below, and then falling down with tremendous force. The 8-winged green windbird summoned a gust of dark green wind that enveloped the surroundings of the mountain. Containing wind blades with terrifying offensive power, it compressed towards the mountain. Not only that, there is another enemy hiding in the dark, because an abyss covering the entire mountain appears below. It seemed as if it was going to swallow the entire mountain, and in fact it was because under some terrifying suction force, the mountain was slowly sinking. Where it meets the mountain, the mantle breaks and a wide chasm appears. Through the gap in the chasm, one can vaguely see a beast that looks like a dragon swimming slowly. Wheel of Fortune and Destiny spread out its body and protected the entire mountain in the center of the wheel. Both the stone pillars above and the surrounding mysterious wind were taken up by it. However, the abyss below was constantly swallowing up the mountain, and it could only pull it as hard as it could to slow down its fall. After this fight, Wheel of Fortune and Destiny could feel that the Beastmaster who was using the abyss below was very powerful, possibly even higher in rank than himself. It is an honor. Even if it costs a huge price, you star beasts are willing to cross over to hinder the evolution of my beast. Hee, we are not here just to stop your beast evolution, but to kill you. As long as you die, it will be worth it no matter how great the price is. 8-winged green-winged bird sounded excited, as if he had seen Zhuangsheng's final fate. Qingling Mountain, the Wild Plains, the Endless Sea, and the Moyuan. Even in crisis, Zhuangsheng remained calm and pointed out 4 locations. A resounding voice came from underground. You were able to discover my origins. What they said is right. You must die. A dragon as black as ink emerged from the ground. There were no eyeballs in its eyes, only two balls of blazing flames. I'm not saying that you beastmen are stupid. I really can't think of any other secret realm beast taming association in this abyss. Abyssal demon dragon. But it's not bad to be able to keep 4-star beasts from this evolution. Haha. The 8-winged green wind bird let out a sharp and noisy laugh, as if it had heard a joke. 5-star beast besieging 2-star beasts. Do you really think you can survive? Are they really 2-star beasts? Zhuang Sheng chuckled. Then, the images around Zhuang Sheng, including the entire mountain, shattered, revealing the real situation inside under the protection of Wheel of Heaven's Fortune. Chapter 63. The Death of the Abyssal Demonic Dragon. The real Zhuang Sheng sat on a flat, round, ancient boulder. The boulder had not changed much from before its evolution, except that some ancient patterns were added to it. The branches and leaves of the ancient tree behind him became oval and full, and they really seemed like tiny stars. It seems that the biggest change is the white jade spider. Its current state is no longer the small and delicate palm-sized one. Instead, it is in a half-human, half-beast state that is almost the same height as Zhuang Sheng. The upper body is a perfect human female body, with a beautiful face and waist-length silver-white hair. The exquisite white jade armor fits its graceful upper body perfectly. In its hands, which are carved from white jade, a white spear is tightly grasped. Its lower body is still the body and 8 legs of a white jade spider. Zhuang Sheng looked at the 3 stunned beasts on the opposite side and smiled. It's 5 against 5 now, very fair. The next moment, the leaves between the branches of the ancient tree trembled, and phantoms of stars fell from the heads of the 3 beasts. The half-human, half-beast spider threw out the spear in its hand. As soon as the spear left its hand, it seemed to instantly cross the distance of time and space and pierce the body of the abyss demonic dragon. The black blood spilled onto the surrounding mountains. In an instant, large tracts of trees died, and the lush mountains began to show a trend of becoming bald. The unknown stone under Zhuang Sheng's feet did not take any action, but just quietly carried out its responsibility of protecting Zhuang Sheng. The 3 beast tamers who were counterattacked by the 2 beast tamers and Wheel of Fortune and Destiny are now really suffering. They were already unable to exert their full strength on Earth, and now that they were evenly matched in numbers, they were already showing signs of being defeated. They now have the intention to retreat, so they fight while retreating towards the location of the space crack. The space crack that stretched across one side of the mountain and was as high as the mountain was opened by the 5th-star beast, and it was also the reason why it had not taken action. Once this cross-border space crack is closed, it will cost a huge price to open it again, and even they cannot afford it a second time. So the 3 beasts fought and retreated, approaching the location of the space crack. Among them, the 8-winged green wind bird was the fastest. Despite being hit by the stars, it managed to arrive near the space crack. It was about to enter the crack, but a feeling of stagnation appeared around it, and in the time near the entire mountain range was cut off from the time elsewhere. No, the 8-winged green wind bird only had time to let out a scream, and then saw everything around it moving backwards. Time was reversed. All material movements reversed along their original trajectories, but consciousness was still preserved. The 8-winged green wind bird that went back to 20 seconds ago looked hatefully at the Wheel of Fortune and Destiny in the sky, as it was the one that caused the time to go back. There is no time to argue with the Wheel of Fortune and Destiny. They don't have much time left on Earth. If they don't retreat, they will be killed directly. Anyway, this time rewind would be difficult to use for the second time in a short period of time, even if it was Wheel of Fortune and Destiny. Therefore, the 3 beasts who were determined to retreat did not stop at all and exerted their extreme speed to rush towards the space crack. The phantom butterfly that was originally fighting with the jellyfish pulled away, its figure flashed, and appeared in the gorilla's dream. Cholera broke out in its spiritual world. The phantom butterfly itself was a beast that excelled in spiritual power. The gorilla's spiritual world was attacked, and its speed slowed down instantly. The half-human, half-beast spider used its hands to cut through space and arrived in front of the space crack 1 step ahead of the 3 beasts. Then he slowly closed his hands in front of the space crack. Under the desperate gaze of the 8-winged green wind bird, the space cracks slowly merged and the rift between heaven and earth disappeared as if it had never appeared. The abyss demonic dragon had a bad temper to begin with, and when he saw that his way back was blocked, he instantly turned around and glared at the calm Zhuangsheng. "Human, I want you dead." A roar that shook the earth. Abyss demonic dragon decided not to suppress its own power anymore, and terrifying demonic flames emanated from every part of its body. Its body is constantly lengthening and growing, and has become larger than the largest beast, the gorilla. A head was like a small mountain, and the flames in the eye sockets flickered and jumped dangerously. But in the next moment, its body suddenly suffered some inexplicable injury, and blood spurted out from all over its body. Except for the mountain under Zhuangsheng's feet, the surrounding mountains, once stained with this blood, began to burn with an inextinguishable devilish flame. Roar! The abyss demonic dragon forcibly suppressed the suppression of itself by the heaven and earth, and an extremely thick and black demonic flame spurted out from its mouth, aiming directly at Zhuangsheng himself. The air was distorted by this attack. 2 leaves from the branches of the ancient star tree behind Zhuangsheng fell down and transformed into tiny stars several dozen meters in size, intercepting the demonic flame halfway. The power of the demonic flame did not weaken as it penetrated the stars, and it still came straight towards Zhuangsheng. The huge rock under Zhuangsheng's feet finally moved, and an ochre-colored stone tablet stood in front of Zhuangsheng, and the terrifying attack of the demonic flame was firmly blocked in front of it. Abyss demonic dragon watched unwillingly as its attack was blocked, but no longer had the strength to launch a second attack. It could no longer withstand the pressure from heaven and earth, and its body shattered into pieces of rotten flesh that fell among the mountains. Although its blood produced burning demonic flames, its flesh seemed to give back to the mountains. The demonic flames were extinguished, and vitality among the mountains flourished again. The 8-winged green wind bird, the gorilla, and the jellyfish were all silent for a moment when they saw the fate of the abyss demonic dragon. How long did it take them to cultivate to become star beasts? The shortest was a few thousand years, and the longest was nearly 10,000 years. I didn't expect that they would end up like this. They're not like those beasts that have made contracts with humans, who can become star beasts in just a few hundred years. So their promotion is difficult, but they also cherish their lives very much. The 8-winged blue wind bird shouted to Zhuangsheng with a trembling voice, "I am willing to surrender." Zhuangsheng looked with some surprise at the 8-winged green wind bird, who was the first to speak harshly, but also the first to admit defeat. "But how can I trust your sincerity?" Zhuangsheng's words were meaningful, because his eyes were looking at the other 2 beasts. The 8-winged green wind bird was also a smart one, and instantly understood what Zhuangsheng meant. So it turned around and faced the gorilla and the jellyfish. "I'm sorry, old friends." The fierce green wind behind him instantly swept towards the 2 beasts. After the gorilla summoned stone pillars to block the mysterious wind, he also understood the current situation. Their way back has been blocked. If they fight now, they will die. If they don't fight, they will be suppressed to death by heaven and earth when the time is up. If they surrender and find a contract with humans, they may have a way to survive. So it also shouted in a very bachelor manner, "I also surrender." 8-winged green wind bird was relieved when he heard its words, but at the same time, he was not sure about the 2 birds beside him. The gorilla is easy to deal with. You could just run away if you can't beat it, but the jellyfish that can switch between reality and illusion is really difficult to deal with. It turned to look at the jellyfish. "Dude, what about you?" The final result was naturally that the jellyfish didn't want to die now, so the 3 of them surrendered unanimously. This makes the abyss demonic dragon, that has turned into minced meat, appear like a joker. Zhuangsheng looked at the 3 beasts with satisfaction, like a chef examining top-quality ingredients. In order to prevent these 3 from really dying under the oppression of heaven and earth, Zhuangsheng asked the ancient star tree to open the entrance to a secret realm on its tree so that they could hide in it. After everything was settled, he looked towards the direction of the capital with a serious face, as if he had crossed an infinite distance in time and space. The head of the Yang family will go to Moyuan to guard personally. The head of the Luo family went to the Endless Sea. The head of the Yu family went to Qingling Mountain. Each of you must kill or capture a star beast, and only when you have 10 wild beasts can you return to Earth. Any objections? 3 different voices were heard from different places in the capital. Obey the order of the elder state. Only a small number of people in the capital could hear Zhuangsheng's voice, because if the news spread, it would surely cause an earthquake-like shock in the capital. The heads of the three top families were actually punished to go to the secret realm to kill beastmen. This was not a small fight, but a real life-threatening one. Qingyang City. No matter how big the earthquake in the capital is, it will not affect Luo Chen for the time being. He is now on his way to the outskirts of Qingyang City with Luo Yuan. Of course, they were not going to the wilderness for training, but to go to the city gate to buy some good things brought back by the hunting team that had just returned from the secret realm. Various resources and capture beasts are all good things, and you might even be able to find something good. This was Luo Chen's first time out of the city since coming to this world, so he couldn't help but feel excited and expectant. Chapter 64. Market outside the city. Luo Chen and Luo Yuan came to the east gate of Qingyang City. Half a month ago, this place had just experienced the attack of tide-calling mermaid. The city wall, which is brand new compared to other places, seems to tell of the fierceness of the battle. The blue-gray city wall is more than 30 meters high, and there's a node every few dozen meters on the wall, covering the entire Qingyang City. The air membrane is stimulated from above. After verifying their identities with the city guards, the two men passed through a passage of more than 20 meters under the city gate. The vision suddenly became clear, and the vast world appeared in front of Luo Chen. In the distance is an endless plain, and further away there seemed to be mountains rising and falling. But the next moment, Luo Chen was attracted back by the noise nearby, and he also saw the market that Luo Yuan mentioned. On one side outside the city gate, there is a huge man-made square surrounded by many simple bungalows with different signs in front of the doors. But more often they choose a suitable location in the square and directly set up a stall, which is a shop. Luo Chen took a quick glance and found stalls selling medicines, shops buying beast cubs, and small stalls selling various rare resources. All of them are related to animal taming business. As Luo Chen and Luo Yuan walked towards the market, Luo Yuan taught Luo Chen some basic knowledge. Most of the people doing business here are from the city's hunting teams. They travel in the wild or between various secret realms all year round to obtain resources. Initially, only the major hunting teams exchanged resources here. Over time, it attracted various businesses in the city to come here to purchase resources directly, which greatly saved the hunting team's time. Therefore, the market became more and more prosperous and finally formed its current appearance. When talking about this, there was a look of reminiscence in Luo Yuan's eyes. Don't we need to collect taxes here? I have to say that Luo Chen's focus is very strange. Luo Yuan's recollection was interrupted, and a helpless look appeared on his face. Perhaps they are charging stall fees. After all, the stability of this market still depends on the presence of the city guards. Let's not focus on this for now. Let's take a stroll in this market first, and then set up a stall to buy beasts. Luo Chen nodded. Okay. Not long after entering the market, a stall selling tamed beasts attracted Luo Chen's attention. 5 beasts were locked in cages, 2 large and 3 small, looking like a complete family. The 2 larger ones had obvious injuries, with blood oozing out from time to time, and it was obvious that they had only received superficial treatment. Moreover, one of them was obviously taking in more air than exhaling, so it probably wouldn't last long. They look very similar to the Siberian tigers in previous lives, but these beasts have 3 protruding bone spurs on their backs. This was observed from the 3 small beast cubs, because the bone spurs on the backs of the 2 larger ones seemed to have been broken by some external force. Race: Bone Spike Tiger. Level: Spirit Beast 4-star. Department: Military. Status: Nearly dead. Qualification: Good. Skills: 1. Pounce, yellow level instant burst of speed, approaching the target. 2. Golden Claw Blade. Xian level the bone spike spirit tiger's claws emit a blade wind that is out of the body, causing damage to the target on the way forward. 3. Hit the weak point directly. Xian level the bone spike spirit tiger, which has excellent hunting experience, can always find the weak point on the target's body. 4. Flying Bone Blade. Xian level the 3 bone spurs on the back of the bone tiger, can leave the body to cause damage to the target, and after the attack, they can return to the back. This skill is quite standard, but what attracted Luo Chen was that one of the 3 little ones had excellent qualifications. If you take it back to Evolve, the Evolve skills may bring you a surprise. Sitting behind the stall is a burly man with well-developed muscles and a thick beard. At first glance, he gives people the impression that he is someone who is not to be trifled with. Boss, how much are these 5 beasts? Zhao Qingfeng, who had been sitting behind the stall board, calmed down instantly when he heard Luo Chen's question. He just replied calmly. Each of the 3 small ones costs 60,000 spirit coins, and the 2 big ones, the one with the serious injury costs 250,000, and the one with the less serious injury costs 350,000. Luo Chen looked at the flesh on his face, trembling as he spoke, and he became distracted unconsciously. Can I get cheaper price if I pack these 5 together? Boy, do you really want to buy them all? Are you kidding me? Luo Chen smiled helplessly. Do you think I'm joking? If the price is right, I will buy them all. Zhao Qingfeng looked at Luo Yuheng, who was not far behind Luo Chen, and understood what was going on. He waved his hand and, if you really want it, a total of 700,000 spirit coins for this family will be enough. Luo Chen rubbed his palms. This price was really much cheaper than selling in the store. Okay, deal. He took out the terminal and transferred the entire amount to Zhao Qingfeng. Luo Chen pointed at the dying bone spur spirit tiger in the cage and shouted to Luo Yuheng, who was not far behind him, Dad, give this tiger a little life. Hearing this, a vine appeared on Luo Yuheng's arm. He came to the cage, and the vines on his arms stretched out their bodies. Then, the branches and leaves at the top secreted a pool of emerald green juice, which slowly dripped onto the forehead of the bone-spiked spirit tiger that was the most seriously injured in the cage. Soon after the juice was absorbed, the tiger's breathing actually stabilized. Luo Chen then used the bracelet on his wrist to scan the tiger family and took them all away. Although he didn't know what the beast on Luo Yuheng's wrist was, he could sense from its aura that it was a high-level spiritual beast. Therefore, Zhao Qingfeng couldn't help but look a little more reserved. There were many combat-type beast tamers, but there were relatively few beast tamers with healing skills. Being able to train a healing beast tamer to this level, his main combat beast tamer will only be more powerful, and he may even be a king-level beast tamer. Regardless of Zhao Qingfeng's cautiousness, after Luo Chen took away the bone-thorn spirit tiger family, he continued strolling along the path in the square. Most of the things here are much cheaper than those in the city, but the quality varies. Even if you are cheated, the seller will deny it as long as you leave the stall. So if you want to buy really good things, it really tests your eyesight. With Luo Yuheng, who seemed like a veteran, they actually purchased a lot of resources to serve as inventory for Qinyang Pet Shop, in case they might need them someday. During this period, a lot of beasts were purchased, but there were still few baby beasts for sale here, and most of them were injured adult beasts. Come to think of it, generally speaking, cubs are more popular with big families because it is a good opportunity for them to develop relationships with the other children in the family. As for these adult beast tamers, new slots will be vacated for them to contract only after the beast tamer's own contracted beast dies in battle. Compared to adult beasts, if there is no rush, most people prefer to raise them from cubs because the habits of wild beasts are difficult to correct in a short period of time. It will cause great trouble when cultivating tacit understanding and cooperation. Even contracted adults prefer to buy tame beasts in the store, which is why the prices of tame beasts here are so low. If they can't sell it, they don't have the resources to keep it, so they can only sell it as edible meat. Of course, this refers to the common beasts. If it is a rare and precious beast, it will still be very popular regardless of whether it is an adult or not. After a rough tour, Luo Yuheng and Luo Chen paid 500 spirit coins to the management office of the market town and obtained the right to use a stall near the center of the market town. Luo Yuheng even bought a big wooden sign and went to the stall to buy it. He wrote buying various beasts on a wooden sign and placed it in front of the stall. The first business came quickly. Not long after the stall was set up, a woman with a strong face came to the stall. He asked, "Will you take in the sea beast?" Luo Yuheng and Luo Chen looked at each other before Luo Chen responded, "Yes, but we want to see what kind of beast it is." The woman looked around before taking out a basin full of water from her bracelet. There's a palm-sized carp in the basin, shining with golden light. Under the sunlight, the golden light seems to be dazzling. Not to mention its strength and skills. Just the appearance of this fish makes people feel rich. How much do you think it's worth? Chapter 65, The Mysterious Egg Again. Race, Golden Carp, King of Beasts. Level, 7 stars of Fierce Beast. Type, Gold Water. Status, Irritable. Qualification, Good. Skills, 1. Golden Armor, Xian-level golden carp attaches a layer of armor with protective capabilities to itself or the target. 2. Golden bloodline. Earth-level, the owner of the golden bloodline can actively endow metals with spirituality. The awakened metal will directly become the follower of the spiritualizer. The amount of metal that can be controlled is related to the amount and level of the golden carp's spiritual power. 3. Water arrow. Yellow level compress the water element to form a water arrow and attack the target within a suitable distance. Golden carp. Carp with metal elements underwater. It's interesting. I don't know if it's difficult to find metal underwater. After reading the information about the carp, neither Luo Chen nor Luo Yuheng showed any strange expression. Luo Yuheng asked calmly, "I have never seen this beast before. Have you asked a breeder to identify it?" The resolute-looking woman hesitated for a moment before answering. "I haven't looked for it yet. I just came out of the secret realm, and it was very difficult to get this beast. Can you give me a price? If it's suitable, I won't ask anyone else." Even without making an appraisal, Luo Yuheng already knew what it was. Look at this beast. The energy strength inside is only about that of a 7 or 8-star beast. According to the general beast price, it is priced at around 100,000 spirit coins. Because of its excellent appearance, there may be some wealthy people who want to buy it as a home decoration. So I will give you a premium of 20,000 spirit coins. Finally, because this beast is not very common, I will give you an additional 10,000 spirit coins. The total price is 130,000 spirit coins. What do you think? In fact, there's one thing that Luo Yuheng did not say. That is, pure sea beasts are not that popular in inland cities like Qingyang City, and the prices often have to be discounted. However, considering that this golden carp is a king of beasts, Luo Yuheng did not mention this point. The woman's eyes lit up when she heard Luo Yuheng's offer. She didn't expect that the carp she casually fished out from a small puddle in the secret realm could be sold at such a high price. She herself is a person who is afraid of trouble. Since someone has already offered a price far beyond her psychological expectations, she has no intention of waiting for an even higher price. "Okay, let's go with the price," he said. Seeing that the woman did not go to ask other stalls, Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng both breathed a sigh of relief. Although there may not be two breeders with the gift of the eye of true knowledge in this market, what if this woman meets another one? She might be sold to someone else. After paying the spiritual coins, the woman with a resolute face gave the basin containing the golden carp to Luo Yuheng and his son. Perhaps the space in the basin was too narrow and the oxygen supply was insufficient, so the golden carp was listless in the basin and didn't care much about its current situation. Luo Yuheng stretched his hand into the water and touched its head. A few weak water arrows hit Luo Yuheng's hand, but did not cause any damage at all. After the stall opened, many small hunting teams brought their injured or disabled beasts to the stall to ask for prices. For some beasts that were not seriously injured, Luo Chen quoted a price based on the situation and purchased a few when both parties felt it was appropriate. However, there were too many repeated types of beast tamers later on, and Luo Chen had to decline the purchase of some beast tamers that were too common. For example, among the ferocious beasts there are frost wolf, electric rat, hound, and so on. Among the spiritual beasts are bone spur spirit tiger, wind-chasing spirit swallow, drilling rock snake, etc. The king beast, no matter how rubbish the king beast is, it would not be sold on this kind of street stall. The large-scale acquisition of beast taming also satisfies some of Luo Chen's little selfish desires. He has finally come to such a colorful world of beast taming. He set a small goal for himself, which was to raise one of every type of beast he had seen to satisfy his hobby as a stamp collector. In your own secret realm, you can see all kinds of beasts, both common and rare. Isn't it a pleasure just thinking about it? By the evening, the bracelets in Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng's hands that could hold beast tames were almost full. Unknowingly, they had acquired more than 100 beast tames and spent nearly 10 million spirit coins. People in the market had already packed up their stalls and left. Luo Yuheng saw that it was almost time, so he and Luo Chen put away their signs and prepared to return to the city. At this time, a young man called out to them, "Wait a moment, I have a beast egg here. Can I take a look at it?" Luo Yuheng stopped what he was doing and looked at the young man who was speaking. The young man was very thin and dressed very simply, but his back was very straight, and he exuded a special vitality. "Okay, take it out and let me see it." The young man carefully took out a round, smooth, grayish-white egg from the backpack behind him. He carefully placed the egg on the stall and signaled Luo Yuheng that he could observe it. It is really difficult to confirm what kind of beast it is just by looking at the eggs because there are too many types of beasts in this world, and many of the eggs laid by beasts are extremely similar, so it is impossible to analyze them just by looking at the appearance. Race, Thousand Tribulations beast. Level, department. Status, incubating. Qualification, skill. It was the same state as the last time I observed Luo Star's spirit. Except for the name, it was full of question marks. There is no way to know more information, but the name also shows that it is unusual. Luo Yuheng glanced at the young man, who was looking at the gray-white egg with concern. You care so much about this egg. It must be of great significance to you. Why do you want to sell it? The young man pulled a bitter smile and said, This egg was left to me by my mother, but I am incompetent and have not been able to hatch it for more than 10 years. Now my first beast is injured. I need spiritual coins to treat him urgently, so I have no other choice but to sell this unhatched egg. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and touched the egg, and the young man was afraid that he would damage the egg without knowing the severity of the problem. Luo Chen was very interested in this egg, Thousand Tribulations beast. The name sounded extraordinary. It just so happened that Lioang didn't have a contract with his second beast yet. If it was hatched, it would be perfect for him. How about 300,000 spirit coins? Luo Chen quoted a price that he thought was relatively suitable. After all, no matter how nice the name sounded, it was just an egg now, and he didn't know what conditions were needed for it to hatch. If the thing hatched turns out to be in name only, he will be the one who suffers the loss. The young man looked a little embarrassed. I wonder if I can add more. My first beast needs 400,000 spirit coins to treat. 400,000 spirit coins was not extremely expensive, and Luo Chen thought it was a decent price to buy this egg, so he was about to agree. Luo Yuheng spoke first. Can you let me see the injuries of your first beast? The young man was a little hesitant, but he had been observing Luo Yuheng and his son here for some time, so he thought that the father and son should not have any ill intentions. So he summoned out his first beast. A bat as tall as a person suddenly appeared in front of the two of them, and Luo Chen was startled by the shadow. The pitch-black bat looks a little ominous, and its body is quite slender. But what is unbearable to look at is that there is a wound across its left wing, as if something had tried to tear its entire wing off. Somehow, Luo Chen suddenly remembered a steel butterfly he had rescued before. The injuries they suffered were too similar. Even though the bat was summoned, it still lay quietly on the ground, breathing weakly. Race, Darkborn Shadow Bat, King of Beasts. Level, Spirit Beast 7 stars. Category, Dark. Status, Dying. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1. Shadow. Xin level Darkborn Shadow Bats prefer to stay in the shadows. In dark environments, their speed and attack power are increased. 2. Shadow Strike. Earth level the darkened shadow bat can shuttle from one shadow to another within a certain range and cause huge damage to the target. 3. Charge Strike. Xin level the darkened shadow bat patiently accumulates strength to prepare for the next attack, doubling the damage that can be caused next time. 4. Shadow Erosion. Earth level darkened shadow bat summons a shadow area in the target area. The summoned shadow area can continuously consume and erode the target, causing corrosive damage to the target. 5. Shadow Chain. Xian level chains that emerge from the shadows, shackle the target, and restrict its movements. Chapter 66 Diagnosis and Treatment. Vines began to grow from Luo Yuheng's arm again, and this time they dripped a few drops of green juice onto the wound of Darkborn Shadow Bat. The emerald green juice turned into long black hair, barely connecting the wings and body that were about to break. However, it was only able to stabilize the serious injuries, and more treatment will be needed in the future. Seeing Luo Yuheng treating Darkborn Shadow Bat, the young man's face was very excited, and he said incoherently, Thank you. Thank you. However, Luo Yuheng frowned slightly. If my guess is correct, the cost of treating this beast is more than 400,000 spirit coins. The young man's face was a little more dejected, and he nodded and said, You are right, but I still have some savings, and I still need 400,000 spirit coins to make up the difference. Luo Yuheng squatted down, put his fingers on the neck of Darkborn Shadow Bat, and withdrew his fingers after a moment. He stood up straight and said to the young man, I don't know if you trust me. If you hand over this beast to me for treatment, I will use the egg as a reward. Now the young man was in a dilemma. He didn't know Luo Yuheng, so he couldn't trust him. However, the skill Luo Yuheng showed that he did have some abilities. However, he couldn't bear to entrust his only beast to someone else. Seeing his worry, Luo Yuheng continued. We have to close the stall and return to the city anyway. You can follow us into our store to get to know the way and prevent us from running away. The young man had a bit of an awkward look on his face, but he still nodded firmly. Right now, nothing was more important in his heart than dark-skinned Shadowbat. He no longer has any family, and it is his only family now. As long as it can get better, it doesn't matter if he suffers or is looked down upon. Luo Chen put the gray-white egg in his hand back into the young man's hand and asked him to keep it well and give it to them after curing dark-skinned Shadowbat. In order to save time on the road, Luo Yuheng summoned the only beast he had a license for, the green rock sea crocodile. None of the three people were fat or heavy. The size of the green rock sea crocodile itself was larger than a small jeep, and it was more than enough to carry 3 people. Don't be fooled by its bulky body and low lower body. Its speed is really amazing. Its 4 legs are deeply embedded in the soil, and when it moves, it seems as if it is swimming in the water, which is extremely smooth. Along the way, Luo Chen also learned the young man's name, Ban Mo. Ban, a rare surname. It was the first time Luo Chen had seen it. After hearing his name, Luo Yuheng asked for some reason, "Do you know Banjai?" Ban Mo's body visibly stiffened, and his voice became low. "It was my father." After Luo Yuheng confirmed the news, he did not ask any more questions, which made Luo Chen scratch his head and ears, like a civet that couldn't eat the melon. But seeing that Ban Mo was in a low mood, he didn't dare to ask more questions. In this way, he arrived at Qinyang Pet Shop in strange silence. Ban Mo looked at the sign of Qinyang Pet Shop with an expression of surprise. "You two are the owners of Qinyang Pet Shop." Luo Chen skillfully opened the shop door and brought Ban Mo into the shop. "You also know our store?" Ban Mo carefully scanned the decoration inside the store and said carefully, "I've heard that the sales style of the store is very unique." Luo Chen always felt that he wanted to say the word weird because of that pause. "Well, there are a few, but my store adheres to the principle of only cultivating high-quality products. So it is inevitable that some supply exceeds demand. I can only open the store like this for now." Luo Chen now has no shame in praising his own store. When a sentence is repeated several times, it actually becomes very natural to continue saying it. Ban Mo smiled and nodded. From the information he read on the internet, it was true that the sales of the beast tamers in this store were quite good, and most of the customers who bought the beast tamers gave them high praise. Moreover, there were several rare beast tamers that appeared in the store, which is why this store is so popular. "Leave Shadowbat to me. I'll take it upstairs for treatment." Hearing Luo Yuheng's words, Ban Mo released Dark Origin Shadowbat from the bracelet, and Luo Yuheng's mental power condensed into a pair of invisible big hands and lifted it up. Then the man and the lifted beast walked towards the 2nd floor. Fortunately, the stairwell was spacious enough so that even the dark-skinned Shadowbat, with its large wings, could pass through easily. Ban Mo looked worriedly at the direction where dark-skinned Shadowbat left, and seeing the sign, "No visitors at the stairs," he finally controlled his steps and wanted to follow. Seeing him standing at the stairs like an idiot, Luo Chen understood his inner anxiety, so he stood on tiptoe and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, my father is a king-level beastmaster after all. Even if he can't cure it, it won't make the situation worse. Come on, sit over there for a while." Ban Mo finally came to his senses and slowly walked to his seat, but he didn't even notice the water Luo Chen poured for him while sitting there. He kept staring at the direction of the stairs. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. How come he was just like an old father waiting for his wife to give birth? Knowing that it was useless to say anything now, Luo Chen simply ignored him. "Summon out the 2 little guys who have been confined in the beast controlling ring for a whole day. Otherwise, they will make trouble." As soon as the little fur ball appeared, it threw itself into Luo Chen's arms. Because it was now too big, Luo Chen's shoulders could no longer hold it. It was sad for a long time because of this, and now the place it has decided to stay is Luo Chen's arms. That is to say, Luo Chen also became a spiritual level beastmaster, and his physical fitness was improved, so he was able to hold it steadily in his arms. The cloud whale even more rudely occupied Luo Chen's head, saying that it was staying on his head, but in fact Luo Chen could not feel its weight at all. because a huge part of its weight is offset by its own suspension. Besides, how heavy can a palm-sized cloud whale be? Luo Chen really dotes on these two little beasts and is not angry at all even though they make such a fuss. The little fur ball looked at the cloud whale that was hovering above Luo Chen's head with some indignation. It climbed up through Luo Chen's arms, then stretched out one of its claws, trying to slap the cloud whale down. However, cloud whale did not give in to it at all. It condensed a water ball and protected itself firmly above Luo Chen's head. The little fur ball's claws poked the outside of the water ball, but failed to break it. Instead, its movement was restricted by a strong elastic force. The little fur ball pressed its entire belly against Luo Chen's face and took turns slapping the water ball with its two paws. However, the water ball remained motionless in the face of the violent storm. Cloud whale looked at the little ball of fur lazily, as if he was powerless to complain about its boring behavior. Luo Chen, who was stuck in the soft fur on the little fur ball's belly, hurriedly lifted the little fur ball away with both hands and said helplessly, "Hey, don't be so grumpy. I'll find you something to eat." Every time the two little ones fight, he will tempt them with delicious food, which always works. Having two beasts competing for one's favor is such a sweet burden. However, balancing the relationship between different beasts is indeed a very profound subject. I heard that after contracting a beast tamer, one can still quarrel with oneself. For example, refer to the two-headed antelope. What's more, these are two different beast tamers. Each of them found different snacks for the two little ones so that they could stay quiet for a while. Ban Mo looked at the interaction between the three of them with some envy, and when he thought of the current situation of dark-inherited shadow bat, he became even more worried. After waiting for about half an hour, Luo Yuheng went downstairs again with Dark Shadow Bat. When going up, Dark-in Shadow Bat was lying down, and when coming down, he walked by himself. However, one of its wings was still drooping limply. As soon as Ban Mo heard the noise at the stairs, he hurried over to check on the situation of Dark-in Shadow Bat. After confirming that it was no longer in danger, he hurriedly thanked Luo Yuheng. "Thank you, Master Luo, thank you." Then he solemnly handed the gray-white Thousand Tribulations beast egg to Luo Yuheng. After Luo Yuheng took the egg, he said, "Although it is no longer in danger, don't use your skills lightly recently. And you still have to come to me every day for treatment in the next few days." Ban Mo naturally would not neglect the treatment of Dark-in Shadow Bat, and he immediately promised that he would come to the store regularly to receive treatment every day. He took out a silver-white card and said, "This is the additional consultation fee, about 400,000 yuan. I hope you don't mind." Luo Yuheng pushed the card back and said with some regret, "City Lord Ban, you have always been a city lord that I respect. You don't need to pay for the consultation. This egg is enough to pay for it." Seeing Luo Yuheng mention his father, Ban Mo was silent for a while and finally put the card back silently. Since his father's death, he has seen too much of the fickleness of human nature, and he never expected that he would be able to benefit from his father's care again. Thank you, Mr. Luo. Chapter 67, Arrangements for Beast Taming. Luo Yuheng waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to be so polite. "It's getting late today. If you don't mind, you can stay in the store for the night. It is said to take one night, but in fact, it is not a big problem for a spiritual level beastmaster to go without rest for 2 or 3 days. A king level beastmaster can go for whole months without rest. So from this aspect, the beastmaster also becomes extraordinary. It's just that humans prefer to carry out activities during the day, and they still habitually need a place to stay at night." Ban Mo bowed deeply and said, "Sorry to bother you then." After Luo Chen prepared some food for Ban Mo, he quietly reminded the colorful sound spirit bird to pay attention to Ban Mo at night. Then he went up to the 3rd floor and placed the beast he had bought today. The space of Quiet Secret Realm is still too small and cannot fully accommodate the hundreds of beasts purchased today. Luo Chen could only place more than 30 beast-level beasts and the Bone Thorn Spirit Tiger he just bought in the Qingyu Secret Realm. The remaining nearly 60 beasts in the Spirit Beast stage were placed in the Stone Spirit Secret Realm. I have to sigh that the Starlight Stone Spirit is too insensitive to the outside world. Even though there are so many lively spirit beasts in the Secret Realm, it still didn't disturb them from their stone state. Perhaps given their long lives, these spiritual beasts are also mayflies in another sense. Starlight Stone Spirit. According to the system, they can generally survive for thousands of years, and those at the king level can even exist for tens of thousands of years. When he knew this lifespan, Luo Chen just wanted to say, it's amazing that he can live so long. It is estimated that even if they contracted a beastmaster, the beastmaster would just be a passerby in their lives. Perhaps a starlight stone spirit could have several beastmasters in his lifetime. If the relationship was deep, it could really serve as the family's foundation and protect the rise and fall of a family for dozens of generations. Since each spiritual level beast had a beast-binding ring on it, Luo Chen basically let them roam freely in the secret realm. Stone Spirit's secret realm is extremely desolate. It only has starlight stone spirits that can survive by relying on starlight. These newly arrived beastmasters cannot completely rely on the extremely rich starlight energy to survive. So Luo Chen had another task in the future, which was to feed the beasts he captured. What made him feel even more tired was that these beasts had different tastes. Some ate meat, some ate vegetarians. The meat eaters were still okay, as they could basically eat any fresh meat that was not too outrageous. Mainly those vegetarian beasts. They won't eat this grass or that fruit. If they eat this food, they will have diarrhea, and if they eat that food, they will not be able to absorb energy. They are really difficult to serve. But I will just have to take care of these beasts today, and I will choose different food for them tomorrow. Watching these free-range beasts find their own living territories and stopping several fights, it seemed that the beasts were finally behaving themselves. Luo Chen returned to the secret realm where Luo Yuheng's cabin existed, quiet secret realm. While Luo Chen was placing those spiritual level beasts, Luo Yuheng had already arranged the ferocious beasts in the Qingyu secret realm properly, and even the injured Bone Thorn Spirit Tiger had received another treatment. It seems that his condition has improved a lot now, and the broken bone spur on his back shows signs of growing back. However, Luo Chen soon discovered the discordant part. The height of Qingyu's secret realm was more than 30 meters, which was indeed enough for humans and beast-type beasts. But now there are more beasts to control, including several kinds of bird beasts. The three new beasts, blue-winged bird, lark, and crowned sparrow, cannot stretch their bodies at all. Luo Chen could clearly see that they were feeling a little depressed. Seeing that Luo Chen's eyes were on the roof and the birds looking up at the sky, Luo Yuheng immediately understood his thoughts. Patting Luo Chen on the shoulder, he said, "Don't worry, leave it to sink." The locking sound that Luo Yuheng mentioned was referring to the Light Cat King. It must be said that Luo Yuheng's ability in naming is indeed much better than Luo Chen's. Unlike the little ball of fur he named Double-Tailed Cat, the later Cloud Whale was called a little thing by him. It is cute, but it would not be appropriate to call it a little bigger. Luo Chen then remembered that he seemed to have not checked Sui Yin's information since he was promoted to a spirit beast, but now is the right time. So he used the Eye of Truth to look over and was observing with great interest the locking sounds of various beast tames in the secret realm. Race, Light Elvis. Level, King Beast 1 star. Department, Psychology. Status, Curious, Leisurely. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1. Air Film. Shin level. A layer of air film formed by energy is attached to the target's body surface, blocking the target from exchanging substances with the outside world. 2. Mental Power. Shin level. The mental power of the Light Cat King is extremely strong. It can leave the body and condense into various physical states, causing interference to the outside world. 3. Spirit of Thought. Earth level. Light Cat King cuts off a portion of his mental power to form cat spirits. These cat spirits will exist as clones of Light Cat King, always surviving in reality. It can inherit a portion of Light Cat King's strength. 4. Spirit Cone. Shin level. The Light Spirit Cat King draws the surrounding spiritual energy to form a cone-like state, which can cause damage to the target. 5. Standing Still. Shin level. When the Light Cat King stays quietly in one place, it will reduce its own presence. 6. Agility. Yellow level. The Light Elvis has a faster reaction ability. 7. Insight. Yellow level. When the Light Elvis observes the target for a long time, it is easier to find the target's weaknesses. The information content of Light Cat King is really long. As a king-level beast with excellent qualifications, it can possess many skills. And you have to know that it has just been promoted to a king-level beastmaster not long ago, and can learn some skills that it could not learn when it was a spirit beast. It was indeed a first-level realm, and the king-level beastmaster was so terrifying. But getting back to the topic, It seems that none of these skills can solve the psychological problems of the three bird beasts. Dad, it's true that Lockdown is excellent, but what does this have to do with those birds? Luo Yuheng, smiled childishly, which was rare for him. He walked to Suyin and muttered something. Luo Chen then saw a small, somewhat unreal kitten running out of Suyin's head. But this kitten looks like a smaller version of Light Elvis. If Luo Chen's guess was correct, this should be the cat spirit mentioned in the skill introduction of Light Cat King. The locked cat spirit shook its body, and then a pair of bird wings could be seen extending from its back, and it directly turned into a winged cat cub. Apparently, this was the first time that Light Cat King used this skill. The kitten walked unsteadily, not to mention flying, which was beyond the scope of a cat. However, these conditions were completely changed after Suyin closed his eyes. He became steady after walking a few steps. Then, a cloud-like ball was formed by mental power, which carried the cat's spirit and taught it to fly. After a while, it could fly quite well. After the cat's spirit completely learned to fly, it revealed its true purpose. It flapped its small, fleshy wings and rushed towards the birds on the roof with its fangs and claws bared. When the birds saw the cat's spirit coming, they fled in all directions in a hurry. Although it is a kitten, these birds in the ferocious beast stage are not stupid. That powerful aura cannot be faked, and they have no desire to resist at all. Luo Chen looked at the cat's spirit chasing the bird around and said with a cracked expression, "This is how to prevent bird from becoming depressed." It's not that Luo Chen was suspicious. It really seemed like he was treating these birds as toys to entertain himself. Luo Yuheng shrugged indifferently. Of course, when these birds are busy, they don't have time to think about other things, so naturally, they won't have any psychological problems. Well, Luo Chen looked at the few bird beasts that were busy running around in the secret realm, and actually felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with Luo Yuheng's approach. It seems that I still have to learn more on the road of being a breeder. Luo Yuheng's behavior not only solved the psychological problems of bird-beast control. Moreover, he even trained the skill of spirit of thoughts of Saint, which gave him a feeling of making full use of it. Chapter 68, Returning the Lui West Star Spirit. After a sleepless night, Luo Chen spent a long time arranging all the beasts. When I came to my senses, I realized it was already the next morning. There was no big problem if he didn't rest for a day. So Luo Chen went straight out of the secret realm and went to the first floor to see if Ban Mo, who was left behind by Luo Yuheng yesterday, was still there. When he walked to the first floor, Luo Chen smelled the aroma of food, which whetted his appetite after being busy all night. Looking at the source of the fragrance, it was coming from the table in the lounge area on the first floor, which was filled with a sumptuous breakfast. Luo Chen looked at Ban Mo, who was sitting quietly at the table, and asked curiously, "Did you buy these?" Ban Mo nodded. "I don't know what you like to eat, so I bought a few more." Luo Chen sat down next to the table without any hesitation and pushed a plate of dumplings in front of him. As soon as you take a bite, the rich juice and the unique aroma of the spirit beast meat burst out instantly, making you unable to stop. Luo Chen ate a steamed bun and said vaguely, "We are not picky at home. Any breakfast is fine." Seeing Luo Chen's satisfied expression, Ban Mo swallowed his saliva. He had already eaten in advance, but now he felt a little hungry again. At breakfast time, Luo Chen habitually opened the terminal and prepared to check if there were any hot news. As soon as I turned on my phone, the screen was flooded with ding-dong messages. Luo Chen took a closer look and found that most of them were news shared with him by his younger brother. This completely aroused Luo Chen's curiosity. How could his younger brother, who seldom watched the news, push news to him? Luo Chen clicked on it and looked at the nearest one. China's network service technology upgrades have been successful. The isolated city era of each city may be coming to an end, and local area networks will return to the internet era. The fantasy world will no longer be used only for the assessment of animal trainers, but will be popularized to every animal trainer in the country. We will usher in a true second world. The National Youth Breeder Competition and the Youth Beast Tamer Competition have been restarted. Who will become the pride of this era? Good news for all civilian breeders. Mr. Zhuang Shenhua has made public thousands of complete evolutionary routes he created personally. Zhuang Shenhua emphasized the importance of patent protection. After the second world, the fantasy world is opened. Breeders can upload their own unique evolution or cultivation methods to the fantasy world. By applying for a patent in this way, if the patent is used by others in the future, a certain fee will be paid to the patent owner. Zhuang Shenghua also said that only the first person to apply for a patent will enjoy patent protection, and if subsequent applicants are duplicates, they will not be recognized by the fantasy world. The Council of Elders passed the new proposal of Zhuang Shenghua. All Chinese citizens have the right to become beastmasters. Anyone over the age of 12 can apply to the local city lord's mansion for a beast of 4 stars or above. Giant city construction plan. China will build a super giant city that can accommodate 1 billion people with the existing 10 upper cities as the center. Luo Chen read the news one by one and wondered if he was being played a prank. How could China suddenly take so many actions overnight? He put down the terminal, looked at Ban Mo, who had a calm expression, and asked tentatively, "Did you watch the news?" Ban Mo raised his eyebrows. His expression still didn't change much. "I saw it." Luo Chen looked at his indifferent reaction and thought that he was reading some normal news about Qingyang City, which was different from the explosive news that Luoyang shared with him. It seems that what Luoyang shared with me was indeed fake. So he picked up the terminal and sent a message to Luoyang. "Chen Luo, you kid, you can still play pranks?" Before Luoyang could reply, Ban Mo seemed to have remembered something and added, "Are you talking about the competition or the second world?" Ah, the terminal in Luo Chen's hand vibrated. Light of Qinyang. Luo Chen glanced at the terminal guiltily. His throat moved, and his voice was a little dry. "Is this all true?" Ban Mo opened his terminal and showed him the official page of Qingyang City Lord's Mansion. These messages are all officially released, so they shouldn't be false. Qinyang Guang, what kind of prank? Light of Qinyang. This was the news announced during the school's morning class, and it was also released officially. Qinyang Guang. The official spokesperson of the Presbyterian Church also read out part of the news. Looking at the accusatory messages that Luoyang kept sending, Luo Chen quickly withdrew his message and replied with received. Pretend that the injustice he had done to Luoyang had never happened. Although the news was true, Luo Chen felt that something was very wrong. Why are so many messages read out overnight? It feels as if time is very urgent. Luo Chen recalled the content of the news he had seen. It seemed that these policies were related to or involved the entire population and the grassroots. Everyone tames beasts, improves the strength of grassroots Chinese residents, selects geniuses, provides resources to cultivate geniuses, and improves high-level combat power. What is all this for? Is a new round of beast control going to break out? He seemed to have heard his father say that the next round of spiritual energy revival was about to come. Perhaps it was related to this? As a newbie in the world of beast taming, I guessed and thought any reason was possible. With a sigh, Luo Chen decided to empty his mind and not think too much. Anyway, he's still a small guy now, so let the other big guys take over first and let him grow up first. Luo Chen finally figured it out, and then he smiled awkwardly at Ban Mo. "Haha, it's really good." Zong zong. There was a knock at the store door. Through the one-way glass, Luo Chen saw Chang Guiheng, whom he hadn't seen for several days. "Oh, I almost forgot. This is also a creditor." However, Luo Chen has now been able to delete the memory of Lui West Xingling in the pet shop, so he can now receive him with confidence. If Chang Guiheng hadn't come the next few days, he would have been planning to send him a message, saying that he had prepared the materials to hatch the eggs. But even if he came, I would still have to say this because in the past few days, Lui West Star Spirit has reached the 7th star of Spirit Beast. He didn't know how much Chang Guiheng knew about the Lui West Star Spirit race, so the signs of being born a long time ago were still easy to see. So after Luo Chen opened the door of the shop, he bombarded Chang Guiheng with all sorts of things. "Brother Guiheng, you've been missing for quite some time recently. Do you remember the egg you asked me to hatch last time? It was the beautiful one. I have been hatching it for several days, but when I went to look for you next door, you were not there. Now that you're finally here, I will go upstairs to pick it up for you." Chang Guiheng was caught off guard by Luo Chen's enthusiasm, but he quickly reacted and said quietly, "Brother Luo, I seem to have told you that if you have anything, you can contact me on the terminal." "Oh, really?" Luo Chen patted his head. "It's not that inter-city communications are too expensive, and we ordinary people have to save as much as possible. You wait here, I will bring the beast down for you." Chang Guiheng had no intention of being unreasonable, and seeing that he was finally willing to hand over the beast to him, he felt a little excited inside, but he still kept a dignified attitude and nodded in a reserved manner. Chang Guiheng looked at the table of breakfast in the store and Ban Mo, who was sitting upright at the table, and nodded as if to say hello. Ban Mo smiled back at him. Neither of them spoke, and the scene was quiet for a while. Soon Luo Chen brought Luo's star spirit out of the secret realm. However, before bringing it out, it was naturally allowed to eat the weakened version of the forget dust flower. Its eyes are now clear, and it has forgotten its experience in the secret place inside the store. It only remembers that it was an egg in Chang Guiheng's place before. How come it is now in the arms of this strange boy and has been successfully hatched? When Luo Chen brought Luo's star spirit to the first floor, it sensed the familiar breath of Chang Guiheng and immediately left Luo Chen's arms. Like a young bird returning to its nest, she threw herself into the arms of the little fat boy Chang Guiheng. Chang Guiheng was also very excited. He lifted up the Luo Xingling and looked around. After confirming that there was no problem, he thanked Luo Chen solemnly. "Thank you, brother Luo, for hatching Luo." Luo Chen didn't care about these verbal thanks. He cleared his throat and said in a businesslike manner, "Ahem, this incubation cost a total of 30 million spirit coins." It seemed that the fat guy was not short of money. If the price was too low, he would suspect something was wrong, so Luo Chen quoted a price that he thought was relatively high. Chapter 69, Young Breeder Competition. After hearing his offer, Chang Guiheng's expression did not change at all. He naturally transferred 30 million spirit coins to Luo Chen and handed all the materials that Luo Chen had told him before to Luo Chen. There were a total of 30 kinds of ingredients, some of which had 3 or 4 of each, neatly placed on another table next to the breakfast table. Luo Chen looked at the materials. A hint of embarrassment flashed across his face. These materials are not particularly precious. Compared with the incubation cost of 30 million spirit coins, they are less than 1/10 of their value. The difficulty lies in the fact that some of these materials are rarely used, some have better and cheaper alternatives on the market, and some are simply hard to find. So it will take some effort to find all these materials. Luo Chen said evasively. The beasts have all been hatched, so these materials are no longer useful. You should take them back. How can I ask the breeder to provide the materials? I spent a lot of effort to find these materials. It would be a waste if they were kept by me. It would be better to let them play their due role on other beasts. Chang Guiheng smiled like a Methriya Buddha. Oh well, Luo Chen finally accepted these materials. After all, there were many different evolutionary routes for him, and he might use them someday. After seeing Luo Chen taking away all the materials, Chang Guiheng remembered the original purpose of his visit today. Luo Chen, are you interested in the upcoming Young Breeder Competition and Young Beast Tamer Competition? Luo Chen recalled that there seemed to be this item in the news he had just read, but he just glanced at it roughly and did not decide whether to participate or not. I haven't thought about it yet. I may or may not participate. How can I not participate? Hearing Luo Chen's thoughts, Chang Guiheng seemed a little anxious. This is a national event. If you get a certain ranking, there will be many generous rewards. It would be a shame if you don't participate. Luo Chen looked at Chang Guiheng's performance and felt very suspicious. You seem to be looking forward to my participation in that competition. Chang Guiheng's body stiffened, and then he pretended to be indifferent and said, "Isn't it because you are a very talented breeder that you even hatch my egg? You will definitely get a good place in the competition. I just don't want your talent to go to waste." Really? Luo Chen stroked his chin with his left hand and looked at Chang Guiheng, who was pretending to be calm with a thoughtful look. "Then I'll think about it." Ban Mo, who had been listening to their conversation, couldn't help but persuade Luo Chen. Small business owners should really give it a try. No matter what the result is, it is a valuable experience. Moreover, in this competition, you can see the methods of many different breeders, which will be of great benefit to the improvement of your breeder skills. After listening to what these two said, it seems that participating in the Young Breeder Competition really has all the benefits and no harm. A series of tasks has been released. Phase 1. Participate in the Youth Breeder Competition and win the Qingyang City Championship. As the manager of a beast taming store, how could he not be famous and put all the talented people of his generation under his feet? Go, young man, and let this era accept your glory. Rewards for the first stage mission. 1 mysterious material and 1 formula for a low-level beast taming physique tempering liquid. Luo Chen ignored the system's somewhat childish descriptions with a frown on his face. The goal was to directly point out the conditions for completing the task, as well as the rewards. The reward is so tempting that I have to participate even if I don't want to. So, he put his hand on Chang Guiheng's shoulder and said with a different tone, "Show me the details of the Young Breeder Competition." What he had read before was a short news report, which did not contain any details. Chang Guiheng was shocked by his sudden change of attitude. After he came to his senses, he found the content that would be published and showed it to Luo Chen. Skipped the bunch of fancy words at the beginning and jumped directly to the detailed requirements at the end. Participation requirements. Chinese citizens with a bone age of less than 30 years old and who have been assessed by the Chinese star breeder. Competition process. Each city will start the preliminaries from August to September, which means that the lower city needs to complete the competition before August 15th. Then the top 3 contestants in the city will be selected and go to their respective central cities for the second round of competition. Correspondingly, Central City also needs to select the top 30 contestants in the city before August 15th. From August 15th to August 31st, the second round of competition will be held in the Central City, and the top 5 will go to their respective upper cities to participate in the third round of competition. From September to October, the third round of the competition will be held in Upper City. More than 80 contestants selected from Central City will compete with 80 contestants selected from Upper City for the final 10 qualifying places. From November to the end of December, the finals will be held in Beijing. The 10 finalists from each city, a total of 100 contestants, will gather in Beijing to compete for the final winner. Rewards. The rewards for the first round of competition will be the responsibility of each lower city. The value of the champion reward must not be less than 1 million spirit coins. The second and third place prizes must not be less than 700,000 spirit coins, and the top 10 should also receive rewards worth more than 100,000 spirit coins. The second round will be organized by each central city. The prize value for the champion shall not be less than 10 million spirit coins. The prize value for the runner-up in third place shall not be less than 5 million spirit coins, and the prize value for the top 20 shall not be less than 500,000 spirit coins. The third round will be organized by each upper city. The prize value for the champion shall not be less than 100 million spirit coins. The prize value for the runner-up in third place shall not be less than 10 million spirit coins, and the prize value for the top 50 shall not be less than 1 million spirit coins. The fourth round will be in the charge of the National Elders Council. The total value cannot be measured in spirit coins, so all breeders are requested to work together. Registration period, July 10th, 2013 to July 15th, 2013. Registration location, Fantasy World. Fantasy World will be available in every city in China before July 10th. Please be patient. Note, the specific time of participation shall be subject to the official announcement of each city. Looking at the series of spirit coin rewards above, Luo Chen was a little dazed. Once these rewards were announced, he was afraid that all the civilian breeders in China would sign up without hesitation. Luo Chen looked at the time. Today was July 5th, and there was still some time before registration, so it was not urgent. After reading all the content, he asked Chang Guiheng to push the article to him before returning the deluxe version of Chang Guiheng's terminal to him. Not to mention that this deluxe version of the terminal feels very different to use. It is extremely smooth and comfortable. Chang Guiheng was in a hurry to go back to sign a contract with Lui West Xingling, so he did not stay in Luo Chen's shop for long. After saying a few words, he said goodbye and returned to the next door of Qinyang Pet Shop. Ban Mo did not leave, probably because he was waiting for Luo Yuheng to treat Dark-in Shadow Bat today. Luo Chen did not see the figure of Darkborn Shadow Bat in the store, and thought that Ban Mo must have called back his bracelet. You can summon the shadow bats outside. After all, it's not very comfortable to wear the bracelet. Anyway, my pet shop is not open today. It is better to be a king-level beastmaster who can not only gain the ability to fly by relying on his own powerful mental power, but also open up a beastmaster space in his own spiritual core. This beast taming space not only provides a place for the beast to rest, but also promotes the recovery of the beast's injuries and energy, making it more comfortable than staying in the outside world. However, the beast taming bracelets, developed by technology, can only provide temporary shelter for the beasts. It is certainly not comfortable and can only provide a barely sufficient place for them to stay. Ban Mo felt a little embarrassed when he heard that, and summoned out Darkborn Shadow Bat. The rich spiritual energy in Chunyang's pet shop did have a good effect on the Shadow Bat's recovery. However, he was afraid of disturbing Chunyang's business in the pet shop, so he took the bracelet back in the morning. Luo Chen instructed Colorful Sound Spirit Bird. 2 guests will come to pick up the beast they have entrusted to you today. Don't forget to return the beast to them after verifying their identities. After making the arrangements, Luo Chen opened the shop door and prepared to go out to purchase food for the beasts in the secret realm. Ban and Mo looked at Luo Chen, who left him in the store with confidence just like he did last night, and felt a little amused. He could only say that this store was really strange, perhaps influenced by the store manager, both in the way the store was opened and in the manager's style of doing things. What's more, the person in charge of doing business and attracting customers in the store is actually a beast man. Chapter 70, talking about business. Arriving at the Chamber of Commerce building, Luo Chen came to the third floor. Because this is the largest store selling beast rations in Qingyang City, with a complete range of products, so Luo Chen doesn't have to run around everywhere. I explained my purpose to the store clerks and handed them the list I had prepared. The clerk who got the list was surprised and called the manager. The store manager was a woman in her 30s who exuded mature charm. She invited Luo Chen to the VIP room and arranged for 4 or 5 store employees to prepare the beast rations he needed. The store manager, Xiao Xinmei, poured a cup of tea for Luo Chen and raised the corners of her mouth. "Sir, does your family run a breeding farm?" Luo Chen took a sip of tea and frowned slightly. It was too bitter, and he still couldn't get used to it. It wasn't as delicious as the one he had at Chang Guihing's last time. Hearing Xiao Xinmei's question, Luo Chen had no intention of hiding it. "I run a beast taming shop." There was a hint of surprise in Xiao Xinmei's eyes. She pretended to casually lift her hair and leaned forward slightly. "So, customer, have you ever thought about having a stable supplier?" This sentence is said in a subtle way with profound meaning. The scent was too strong. Luo Chen waved it in front of his nose uncomfortably and shrank back. "Just talk about business. Don't get so close." When Xiao Xinmei saw that Luo Chen was disgusted with the smell of her, her face turned stiff. "The scent on my body was created by a senior perfumer, which can maximize my charm, but this boy dared to despise it." Cough. Xiao Xinmei sat up straight again, with a hint of resentment unconsciously showing on her face. Luo Chen felt goosebumps all over his body, so he could only look away and continue. "If you supply for a long time, will there be any discounts?" Knowing that Luo Chen didn't like her seductive look just now, Xiao Xinmei resumed her normal business-like attitude. "You just need to send us the list, and we can deliver the food to your door on your schedule, with a 95% or 10% discount, depending on the amount of food. In addition, the quality is guaranteed. If inferior materials are used, we will compensate the customer 3 times the amount of their losses." Luo Chen tapped the table lightly with his fingers. "How much discount can I get on the rations I buy this time?" The customer's consumption this time is 300,000 spirit coins, so he can enjoy a 95% discount. "How much does it cost to get a 10% discount?" "The minimum one-time consumption is 500,000 spirit coins." Luo Chen thought about it and decided, "Okay, let's talk about a long-term business. When you deliver the rations for that month, every month, the store will prepare the ration list for the next month." Although there was a small problem with her charm, the deal was finally done. Xiao Xinmei was delighted and glanced at Luo Chen meaningfully. Maybe this guest. After thinking about this, Xiao Xinmei, who was originally a little depressed, went to prepare the contract happily. Luo Chen looked at Xiao Xinmei and felt a little strange. This woman looked quite old, so why did she act so erratically? When Xiao Xinmei came back, she brought with her a paper contract and the beast rations that Luo Chen needed, which were sorted into categories. Luo Chen first used his mental power to carefully check all the beast rations and found that the quality was indeed as high quality as they said. Only then did they stamp the official seal of Qinyang Pet Shop on the Party A column of the contract. Qinyang Pet Shop. Xiao Xinmei, who was originally signing on Party B's side, exclaimed when she saw Party A's name. Luo Chen was a little surprised why she reacted so strongly. "What's wrong? Is there any problem?" Xiao Xinmei just reacted and blushed because of her previous reaction. "Nothing. I'm just a little surprised that you're here to buy rations on behalf of this store." After a brief explanation, she looked at Luo Chen expectantly. "Are you here to buy rations this time because the store will soon have new beasts for sale?" "The beasts are being nurtured, and it will probably take some time." Luo Chen was telling the truth. Currently, these beasts must be nurtured with spiritual spring water for a period of time, and then undergo a series of training programs prepared by Luo Chen before they can be sold. After all, among the same kind of beasts, Qinyang Pet Shop only sells the best ones. Xiao Xian looked at Luo Chen expectantly. "Can I reserve one now?" Luo Chen rejected her righteously. "Sister, The store is not accepting reservations for Beastmasters at the moment. Please pay attention to the store's official account for news when the time comes. Hearing this, Xiao Xinmei was a little disappointed. For the little boy who is over 12 years old, what kind of contract is suitable for his first beast? Can you give me some recommendations? Luo Chen did not refuse this request. The first beast, as the first beast to accompany the young man, is also a very important beast in shaping the worldview during the young man's growth process. It is best to focus on a gentle character and then consider its potential for development. If conditions are better, choose a beastmaster that has the potential to grow into a king beast. Even if the conditions are not good, you should try to choose a beast that can break through to the spirit beast stage, and then you can change your main battle beast. It will not hinder your own growth. As far as Qingyang City is concerned, the steel butterfly, frost wolf, red flame lion, and silver warhorse are all very good choices. Qingyang City is a lower city after all, and those spirit beasts that can be promoted to king beasts are already the top batch. But after saying this, Luo Chen looked at Xiao Xinmei with some suspicion. He didn't expect that her child was already old enough to contract a beast. That look made Xiao Xinmei very angry, and she spoke with gritted teeth. I'm asking for my brother. Oh, Luo Chen's indifférent attitude instantly discouraged Qiao Xame. She asked without giving up. Your pet shop should have more ferocious beasts for sale next time. Looking back at the several times that Qinyang Pet Shop opened and did business, when it first opened, all the animals it sold were ferocious and low-level beasts. Then there is the situation where high-level and low-level ferocious beasts are sold together. The high-level ferocious beasts are the kind that have never appeared in Qingyang City. Next came the low-level spiritual beasts and the high-level ferocious beasts, and this happened twice in a row. It makes people wonder whether the next time a store is opened, it will directly sell high-level and low-level spiritual beasts and will not sell beasts at the ferocious beast stage. Judging from the store's style of doing things, it is entirely possible. So as a passerby fan of the store, Xiao Xinmei asked this question. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. There is no 100% guarantee. Who knows? But if there are more requests under the official page of Qinyang Pet Shop, maybe it will be available. After all, I heard that the manager of the pet shop is quite fond of his fans. Xiao Xinmei actually seriously thought about the feasibility of doing so, but Luo Chen didn't know that his casual words would cause the official account of Qinyang Pet Shop to be flooded with comments. After leaving the shop selling beast rations, Luo Chen went to the Qinyan Treasure Auction House on the 6th floor to buy some relatively rare resources. Compared to the first time, the second time was much easier. He spent more than 1 million spirit coins to buy the materials he needed. After finishing all his outgoing affairs, Luo Chen took a special car and returned to Qinyang Pet Shop. When we arrived at the store, Ban Mo had disappeared. He must have left the pet store after receiving treatment. However, Luo Chen met Su Muqing, who had been missing for a long time. Not long after she came back some time ago and sent Luoyang to school, she met this mother who seemed gentle on the surface, but was actually very restless. Soon I participated in the exploration of the secret realm again. I had been out for more than 10 days and just came back now. Although there was a hint of fatigue between her brows, she was in good spirits. Xiaochun, not bad, you've gained some weight. Su Muqing affectionately pinched Luo Chen's cheek, which had gained some flesh recently. Mom, how was this trip to the secret realm? Luo Chen asked incoherently, letting Su Muqing pull on his soft flesh. Not bad. Mom is now a 9-star beast tamer. Hey, which of your beasts has advanced? Su Muqing smiled slightly, released the hand that was torturing Luo Chen's cheek, and summoned a large bird with white feathers and wide wings. It turned out to be Hao Yu Quebec. Chapter 71, A Sudden Scramble. Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth to take a look at the information of Hao Yu K and discovered that it had indeed changed from an 8-star spirit beast to a 9-star spirit beast. Maybe after it stabilizes for a while, we could try to break through. Patting the broad wings of Hook, Luo Chen expressed his optimism about it. By then, Qinyang Pet Shop would have 2 king-level beastmasters and would be considered one of the top forces in Qingyang City. Su Muqing had indeed not rested for a long time, so after meeting with Luo Chen, taking a look at Luo Chen's current situation, he went home with peace of mind. After Su Muqing returned home, Luo Chen entered the secret realm and prepared to feed the beast with today's rations. Of course, Luo Chen still added some unique ingredients to their rations, which was the powder ground from energy stones. Because it was the first time, Luo Chen did not dare to add much. More than 100 beasts consumed one energy stone, which was the amount that the little fur ball had consumed in one bite. Then each beast was allocated 1 liter of spiritual spring water. Each beast seemed to be eating with relish, and it seemed that they were very satisfied with the rations allocated to them. However, when delivering the spiritual spring water to the Shurling secret realm, a small incident occurred. The starlight stone spirits that had been acting obediently as big stones, when the other beasts wearing beast binding rings were drinking the spiritual spring water, those that were close to them actually restored their true forms. With a big hand, he launched an attack on the beast next to him. The beast that was quietly drinking the spiritual spring water was caught off guard and was blown away. Then they seized the bowl containing the spiritual spring water in their hands, opened their mouths wide, and poured the spiritual spring water into their mouths. Luo Chen was caught off guard when he saw the series of actions of the starlight stone spirits. It was not until the spiritual spring water that was originally given to the silver warhorse entered the mouth of the starlight stone spirit that he reacted. It can be seen that this silver warhorse is also very confused. It doesn't understand why the stone under its seat suddenly turns into a beast and attacks itself. However, the silver warhorse was not the type to swallow its anger. After standing up from the ground, it glared at the starlight stone spirit, which had just knocked it away with a punch. The silver scales on its body emitted a silver light, and then its head drooped slightly, revealing the silver round shield on its head. After completing the preparatory movements, the 4 hooves began to gallop wildly, and the silver warhorse also created a momentum of thunder. After drinking the spiritual spring water, Starlight Stone Spirit smacked its lips with a feeling of being unsatisfied. When it saw the silver warhorse charging angrily not far away, it reacted in time. It pushed its hands horizontally in front of its body, and then its 5 fingers continued to merge and stretch, and finally turned into a shield-shaped stone more than 1 meter thick. Just as it transformed, the silver warhorse had already approached and quickly collided with it. The silver shield-like head of the silver warhorse collided with the stone shield transformed by the hands of the Starlight Stone Spirit, making a dull sound. Boom! But judging from the results, neither of them could do anything to the other. The two were in a stalemate for a while, and it ended with the silver warhorse taking a few steps back to distance itself. Luo Chen guessed that this should be the result. The silver warhorse is a 4-star spirit beast, while the Starlight Stone Spirit is a 5-star spirit beast. Moreover, Starlight Stone Spirit is good at defense, and Silver Warhorse is not the kind of beast with high burst damage, so it basically cannot break the defense of Starlight Stone Spirit. Race, Silver Warhorse. Level, Spirit Beast 4-star. Category, Gold, Martial. Status, Angry. Qualification, General. Skills, 1. Warhorse Charge. Xian level the Silver Warhorse charges and forms a silver shield in front of its head to protect itself, causing impact damage to targets on the path ahead. 2. Silver Scale Armor. Xian level the Silver Warhorse is protected by scales made of silver metal all over its body and has excellent defensive capabilities. 3. Sprint. Yellow level briefly increase your speed. 4. Silver Tail Thorn. Xian level the Silver Warhorse's tail resembles a scorpion's tail and can cause a sudden attack on the target when fighting an enemy. However, the Silver Warhorse did not give up the idea of attacking. It used its advantage of fast speed to circle around the Starlight Stone Spirit. The tail behind it swayed from time to time, as if looking for an opportunity to attack the Starlight Stone Spirit. However, after going around a few times, the Silver Warhorse was speechless. This Starlight Stone Spirit was made of hard stones everywhere, and there was no weakness to be seen at all. Compared to the Silver Warhorse's inner anger, Starlight Stone Spirit didn't understand its circling movements and changed its hands back. Then, the whole body fell to the ground and turned into a large stone with an extremely smooth surface again, leaving the messy Silver Warhorse alone. Its 2 front hooves stomped on the stone in indignation, but failed to make the Starlight Stone Spirit change back. Luo Chen, who witnessed this farce, was a little confused about whether to distribute the spiritual spring water to other beasts. It is estimated that the spiritual spring water has the same appeal to the Starlight Stone Spirits in other locations, and another battle is inevitable at that time. But after a while, Luo Chen felt relieved again. Seizing food and resources is an essential task for the survival of the beast tamer. Maybe this can promote the growth of the beast tamer. But we have to think carefully and not let those king-level starlight stone spirits get involved. Otherwise, these spirit-level beastmasters will have no chance at all. That would be cultivating competitiveness, which would directly upgrade to a situation of exploitation and oppression. Luo Chen followed his previous memories and came to a location with a king-level starlight stone spirit, then took out 10 liters of spiritual spring water. As expected, the spiritual spring water is attractive even to the king-level starlight stone spirit. A strange rock more than 20 meters high turned into a human-like stone man, which looked at the spiritual spring water in Luo Chen's hand with its eyes wide open. However, sensing Luo Chen's identity as the master of the secret realm, he did not take direct action like the 5-star spiritual level starlight stone spirit that snatched the spiritual spring water from the silver warhorse. King-level beasts generally have very high intelligence and are able to communicate. Luo Chen also knew through the system's reminder that the beasts in the secret realm would never harm him. Therefore, facing a king beast that is currently far beyond his own realm, Luo Chen can still remain calm. He shook the big water ball in his hand that was wrapped by the air membrane of a small fur ball and shouted loudly to the starlight stone spirit in front of him. "These spiritual spring waters are my reward. Can you do me a favor?" Starlight stone spirit lowered his hand from both sides and stopped in front of Luo Chen. Then the broken stones gathered on his palms to form a small stone man as tall as Luo Chen. Now Luo Chen didn't have to tilt his head up to see the face of this starlight stone spirit, which was more than 20 meters tall. The little stone men put their hands together and bowed to Luo Chen without saying a word, although their appearance now imitated that of humans. But it is obvious that it only roughly imitates the appearance, and the inside should still be solid. Seeing that it was listening attentively, Luo Chen continued speaking. "Every day, I provide you king-level beasts with 10 liters of spiritual spring water. You're responsible for helping me take care of the spiritual spring water that is distributed. The 3-star spiritual beasts are divided into a group, and the groups can snatch the spiritual spring water from each other at will. The rest of the groups cannot be interfered with. Do you understand what I mean?" The little stone man, standing in the palm of the boulder, tilted his head as if thinking for a moment. Then, several giant stone hands appeared in the air around them, grabbing several beasts of different levels from different directions. A huge wall more than 10 meters high rose from the surrounding ground, and a giant hand threw several different beasts into the stone wall. Starlight Stone Spirit placed his huge palm in front of Luo Chen, motioning him to stand up, and Luo Chen jumped up. Seeing that Luo Chen was standing firmly, the giant hand slowly rose into the air and reached a height of several dozen meters, allowing him to see the situation inside the giant wall. From Luo Chen's perspective, he found that the giant walls formed a large circle, and inside there was a giant wall extending from the center to the edge of the circle, dividing the internal space into 3 parts. According to Luo Chen's request, every 3-star beast was placed in 1/3 of the circle. Starlight Stone Spirit directly demonstrated with its actions that it understood Luo Chen's meaning. Luo Chen happily placed the spiritual spring water in his hand into its giant hand and said, "Then I'll trouble you to tell the other king-level Starlight Stone Spirits about my request. Thank you very much." Hearing Luo Chen's thanks, the little stone man in the other giant hand waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to thank him, or perhaps meaning that he didn't dare. Putting Luo Chen on the ground, the Starlight Stone Spirit gently squeezed the spiritual spring water wrapped in the air film, and the spiritual spring water was absorbed completely from the palm of its hand without a drop leaking out. Then it walked in other directions, probably to find other king-level Starlight Stone Spirits to convey Luo Chen's meaning. Chapter 72. Hatching Method of Thousand Tribulations Beast. There are only 7 king-level Starlight Stone Spirits in the Stone Spirit secret realm, and the one that Luo Chen found at first should be the most powerful one. Half an hour later, Luo Chen looked at the 7 little giants sitting in a row in front of him, and he still felt a certain amount of pressure. The first one lifted Luo Chen up with its huge palm and was even slightly taller than the stone man. Luo Chen took out 60 liters of spiritual spring water and distributed it to the remaining king-level Starlight Stone Spirits. The Starlight Stone Spirit that was holding up Luo Chen conveyed his meaning to the other Starlight Stone Spirits. After they all agreed and understood Luo Chen's meaning, A movement that swept across the entire stone spirit secret realm began in full swing. No matter where the beasts in the entire secret realm were, they could not escape the pursuit of these king-level starlight stone spirits. Each spiritual beast, whether it is the starlight stone spirit that turned into a big stone or the beast that Luo Chen released, such as the silver warhorse, all of them were thrown into high walls according to their different star ratings. Standing on the wide wall, Luo Chen looked at the different kinds of beasts in the circle in the lower third, as if he was watching a battle in the Colosseum. Seeing that all the beasts were in place, Luo Chen threw 50 portions of spiritual spring water wrapped in air film into each 1/3 of the wall. The number of spiritual spring waters is less than the number of beastmasters. It is destined that some beastmasters will not get any, and it is also destined that some beastmasters will get more than one. So the battle began, various skill light effects burst out, and the scene looked very chaotic. Luo Chen was really worried that some of the beastmasters might die in this kind of fight, so he arranged these king-level beastmasters to keep an eye on the battle situation at all times. If any of them really failed, they would be fished out directly. Looking at the scene of blood spurting out, Luo Chen suddenly remembered something. He ran to the Qingyu secret realm and asked 5 soft and fragrant rabbits that possessed the skill Life Crystal to condense a lot of life crystals for himself and sent them to the Shirling secret realm. There are now 12 soft and fragrant rabbits in Qinyang Pet Shop, which were evolved by Luo Chen over the past few days. The fragrance emitted by these rabbits alone can permeate the entire Qingyu secret realm. It can be said that all the beasts in Qinyu's secret realm are constantly improving their resistance to mental attacks. What's more, the Qinyang Pet Shop now has some precious plant resources. After buying it for the first time, you don't need to buy it for the second time, because soft, fragrant rabbit can be produced continuously. The only pity is that we have not yet obtained the real plant of Lioang grass. Last time, the Qin family only gave it a few leaves, and Yingri Wanglian rabbit has no way to use the Wanling skill on a few leaves. Therefore, Luo Chen has been controlling the number of leaves given to the red blood dragon cypress, causing the red blood dragon cypress to always look wilted. Perhaps the next time, when doing business with the Qin family, Lioang grass can be used as a bargaining chip. Because Luo Chen and Luo Yuheng have always controlled the number of Roxiang Wan spirit rabbit traded, there are only 2 outside the Qinyang Pet Shop. One was the one that the Qin family bought at the auction, and the other was the one traded to Feng Manwu. Luo Chen went to look at the small pond he had dug specifically for the golden carp. It could be said that it was the richest beast in the world. The spiritual spring water that the king beast is interested in and the spiritual beasts are vying for is just its most ordinary living environment. Even the small pond of life was dug for it by light and spirited Elvis, locking sound. In just 2 days, it has reached the 9th star from the 7th star of the fierce beast and will be able to be promoted to a spiritual beast soon. Luo Chen specifically looked at its evolutionary route and found that he could not see anything. It seemed that it still had not reached the opportunity for evolution. This also shows that there will be no bottleneck in its advancement to a spiritual beast, and it will all come naturally. After seeing the golden carp, Luo Chen finally had the mind to study the egg of the 1,000 Tribulations beast that he had obtained. Luo Chen's slender fingers tapped unconsciously on the gray egg, and he couldn't stop wondering what conditions and resources were needed for its hatching. Just like the Luo star spirit, the condition for hatching should be the nearby starlight, or the worship of a starlight beast race. If you are in doubt, you can ask the system, Tongzi, what are the conditions for the hatching of the 1,000 Tribulations beast? If you want to know the answer, please spend 100 points to unlock it. Luo Chen's face was full of question marks. Brother Tongzi, you were not like this before. The system's answer was righteous and awe-inspiring. In order to urge the host to quickly develop the store and make the store famous throughout the universe, this system has been upgraded and optimized. Different questions in the future will cost different points to get the answer. Brother Tongzi, we have known each other for such a long time, there is no need to talk about points in this regard. It was obvious that Luo Chen still wanted a rescue. However, the system unilaterally rejected Luo Chen's rescue. It's better for us to settle the account clearly. Please spend the corresponding points to unlock the answer. Luo Chen looked at the pitiful 200 points on his panel and said with some distress, Okay, 100 points is 100 points, answer it. The system was very calm about Luo Chen's angry attitude. It knew that he just felt sorry for him, and that this was a motivation for him to earn points. The Thousand Tribulations beast, as the name suggests, is a beast that is associated with disasters, but the disasters it brings are not the kind that are brought to other people. Rather, it is a calamity that it must go through in its own growth. This calamity has no fixed pattern and can be burning in fire, blindness, deafness, or even a complete destruction of the heaven and earth. Every time it successfully survives a catastrophe, its strength will grow. Some Thousand Tribulations beasts become gods and ancestors after experiencing countless tribulations, while others are just born and cannot even survive the first tribulation before disappearing into thin air. Perhaps it was because their race was too powerful that they were cursed by God. Therefore, their eggs will experience the first calamity as soon as they are born. It is basically very difficult for them to survive this period. Therefore, 80% of the Thousand Tribulations beasts will die just in the hatching step. The method of hatching, it is quite simple. Find a beastmaster, soak in blood, and sign a contract when it is still an egg. If a beastmaster takes care of it and allows it to survive the first catastrophe after birth, it will hatch on its own initiative. Luo Chen carefully savored the information conveyed by the system. The hatching method was indeed simple, but now Luo Chen was a little conflicted about whether to give this Thousand Tribulations beast to Lioang. Although the Thousand Tribulations beast has great potential for growth, there are too many unstable factors. Especially since Luoyang's own talent is ability inheritance. He can inherit the abilities of the beast. If he also inherited the calamity of the Thousand Calamities beast, would the Thousand Calamities beast still need the Beastmaster to help it survive the calamity? Now, they had to survive the calamity together. Although Luo Chen has the genes of a gambler, he would never gamble with his life. Luo Chen looked at the egg of the Thousand Tribulations beast in his hand and put it back. He would give it to the right person when he met him. Maybe he could give it to a clerk he would recruit in the future. When you become stronger, you can also sell it together with the hatching method. As for Luoyang's second beast, you can look for it later. Golden Carp is a very good one at the moment. With a brother like you around, are you still worried that his beast tamer will hit a bottleneck and won't be able to advance? Thinking of this, Luo Chen felt relieved. By the time he returned to this stone spirit's secret realm, the battles between the beast masters had already ended. Luo Chen asked the king-level Starlight Stone Spirit about the battle situation. It diligently fished out 3 beasts from 3 different levels of beasts. The one that was picked out from the 1 to 3-star spiritual beasts was the speed bird. Perhaps because of its exaggerated speed, it had a certain advantage among them. The one that was fished out from the 4-star to 6-star spiritual beasts was the blue-striped spiritual python. A mere 5-star spiritual beast was able to crush a group of 6-star spiritual beasts. This actually increased Luo Chen's interest in it, and he naturally put it on the key observation list. The one that was fished out from the 7 to 9-star spiritual beasts was the Starlight Stone Spirit. This was a big 9-star spiritual beast, and judging by the fluctuations around it, it was about to be promoted to a king beast. No wonder it was able to overpower all the other beasts and obtain the most spiritual spring water. However, it did not look very well, as there are many injuries on its body. There were also a bunch of seriously injured beastmen lying on the ground outside the field. Luo Chen crushed the life crystal he had taken from the Xiangwan spirit rabbit and gave it to these beast masters to soak in water and let them drink it. Watching their hideous and horrific injuries gradually recovering, Luo Chen had a higher opinion of the skill of the life crystal of the Xiangwan spirit rabbit. On the battlefield, this can be used as a strategic resource. Perhaps the store can add a new item for sale in the future. It's not excessive to price this kind of crystal stone that can save lives at 20,000 yuan per piece. Chapter 73. The fantasy world spreads to Qingyang City. In the next few days, Luo Chen's life was very regular. The morning is my own practice, as well as the training time for Lushian, double-tailed cat, and Taigon, cloud whale. In the afternoon, he would select some of the beasts he had purchased that he would focus on training and nurturing. Evening is Luo Chen's study time. He either learns some key points of training beasts from Luo Yuang, or does his own research and figures out his own way of training beasts. Therefore, Luo Chen's daily schedule is still fully arranged. He is busy from the moment he opens his eyes to the moment he closes them, which is busy and fulfilling. Under such circumstances, with a special training that Luo Chen gave to the two little beastmasters, Luo Chen's overall strength continued to improve, and even his professional knowledge in beastmaster training also improved rapidly. Apart from anything else, at least now it shouldn't be the case that during the breeder competition, I will be the only one showing you a beast tamer's evolution. The breeder competition will assess the breeder's abilities from various dimensions, including the breeder's ability to refine corresponding beast taming breakthrough potions and the improvement of the beast tamer's own abilities. Improving the beast taming strength includes learning new skills, the ability to react during beast taming battles, improving the beast taming wisdom, etc. Today is July 9th. The fantasy world that the residents of Qingyang City have been looking forward to has finally arrived in Qingyang City. Early in the morning of that day, Luo Chen could see that the air membrane of Qingyang City had undergone some magical changes. The air film, which is originally colorless and transparent and can only be noticed by distorting some light, actually contains wisps of flux. Moreover, the most noticeable thing is that the surface of the air film has green veins like those of leaves. It seems magical and mysterious. Fortunately, every Qingyang City resident soon received the message pushed by the City Lord's Mansion on the terminal in their hands. Announcement from the Qingyang City Lord's Mansion. The city's protective air membrane has been upgraded. From now on, every Beastmaster can enter the fantasy world through meditation as long as they are in the city. See the attachment for the meditation method. Also note that entering the fantasy world will consume a certain amount of mental energy, so please do not enter when your mental energy is insufficient. Appendix 1. Luo Chen clicked on Attachment 1 and checked the meditation method. It was indeed very simple. He only needed to run his mental power according to a specific rule to enter the fantasy world. Of course, it was completely different from the last time I took the breeder assessment. At that time, there was no need for any special meditation method. I just needed to sit on a big rock and meditate. However, people say that the technology has been upgraded, so this is normal. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the floor of the breeding room on the second floor of Qinyang Pet Shop, ready to see how this upgraded fantasy world was different from the previous one. After running his mental power according to the method in Appendix 1, Luo Chen had the same feeling as in the previous assessment. The spiritual consciousness continued to rise, and then, as if it touched something, the whole person's consciousness gradually returned. When Luo Chen opened his eyes, he found himself in an empty room. Luo Chen looked around. Isn't this what his shop looked like before the system was upgraded? What's even worse is that there was some furniture in the store before, but now there's not a single piece of furniture left. The store is truly penniless. Luo Chen opened the window from the second floor and looked at the street outside. It really looks exactly like the real thing. Even the position of the street lights is the same. It is a 100% restoration. The difference is that there are very few pedestrians on the streets now, and there is no trace of the bicycle frames parked everywhere. After opening the shop door and walking out, there were gradually more and more pedestrians on the street. Judging from their lively appearance, they should be residents of Qingyang City who had entered through meditation like Luo Chen. However, Luo Chen always felt that something was missing until he saw a golden monkey squatting on a pedestrian, and then he realized that most people did not bring their own beasts in. Only a small number of people are accompanied by beasts. Other Qingyang City residents also noticed this and asked out of curiosity, "How did you bring this beast in?" The owner of the golden monkey also answered in a rather simple and honest way, I just thought that my little golden monkey would come in, and I don't know why it just came in. Is that so? As long as you think about your beasts, they will come in." Luo Chen gently called the two little ones by their nicknames, Little Furballs, Little Ones. Then I was also sketching their appearance in my mind. Luo Chen felt his spiritual core tremble, and the two little spirits appeared beside him. The two of them had no idea what was going on and looked around curiously. Luo Chen brought the two of them back to the shop, ready to study the function of this fantasy world. Boom, boom, boom. A rough onomatopoeia sounded, which sounded like a simulated human voice. "Mr. Luo Chen, I am your exclusive smart butler for the fantasy world. If you have any needs or want to know anything, you can ask me." Luo Chen looked at the fist-sized ball of light that could make sound that suddenly appeared in front of him. Smart butler. Yes. The ball of light swayed up and down, its tone was firm, and it looked vivid as if it had life. The little ball of fur and the little bit both stared cautiously at the ball of light that suddenly appeared in front of them. As long as Luo Chen gives the order, the two will launch a thunderous attack. The word intelligence is naturally not unfamiliar to Luo Chen. After all, it was a common word in the technological world of his previous life. However, this was the first time he encountered this word since coming to this world. Perhaps it's because Qingyang City is a small city outside the mainstream, so it doesn't know much about certain cutting-edge technologies. What can I do in the fantasy world? It has been detected that Mr. Luo Chen is a breeder, so in the fantasy world, you will have two identities and permissions, including the authority of a beastmaster and a breeder. Beast Tamer Authority. The fantasy world allows you to conduct simulated battles, which means you can select a certain beast that has been included in the fantasy world and fight against it. You can also play simulated battles with your friends. Private property is sacred and inviolable. The real estate you own in Qingyang City will also be treated as your private property in the fantasy world. No one else can intrude without permission. Breeder privileges. In addition to having all the privileges of a beastmaster, you also have the privilege to perform beastmaster evolution simulations. However, using this function requires consuming merit points. In addition, communication between cities in the fantasy world is unrestricted, and you can go to the city you want at will. The networks between cities are now connected, and there will no longer be high roaming charges for connections across cities. More services are still under development, so stay tuned. Luo Chen scratched his chin. What is that merit point? Merit points are awarded for contributing to the development of the city, conquering new secret realms, killing or capturing powerful wild beasts, helping the city guards improve their strength, saving Chinese residents, and other behaviors that are beneficial to the development of China. An official exchange library will be launched later, where you can use merit points to exchange for precious resources or beast cubs. In short, there are many ways to obtain merit points, but all of them will be judged by the fantasy world without human intervention. So there is no need to worry about merit points and rewards being appropriated by private individuals. The creator of this fantasy world is really generous. Why does he seem to want to wrestle with the aristocratic families who control most of the power in China? Luo Chen sighed a little. Otherwise, what if he is a national elder? Then can we open a shop in this fantasy world? Yes, individuals or groups who want to open a store can go to the city lord's mansion in each city to buy a scanner, which can scan and identify the items they are going to sell. The scanned items will then appear in the store in the fantasy world. However, a 0.1% handling fee will be charged for items sold through the fantasy world. The high cost of cross-city transactions should be resolved through negotiation between the buyer and seller. Originally, Luo Chen wanted to open an online store like he did in his previous life. But when he thought about the exaggerated distance between cities, the shipping cost might be more expensive than the goods themselves. Suddenly, I felt that online store was not a good idea. He has now begun to consider opening a store in the central city. After all, as his level increases, the level of the system's tasks for selling beastmasters will also increase. By then, Qingyang City's purchasing power may not be able to consume too many king beasts and high-level spirit beasts. This matter needs to be planned early. This fantasy world is nothing more than a 3D version of the online world, with some additional magical simulation functions. Although it has a bit of fantasy style, it is still quite acceptable for him as a time traveler. In addition, a panel appeared in front of him, with a communication area and a personal bank account area, as if all the functions on the terminal were transplanted onto it. It is convenient and efficient, and the most important thing is that you don't have to pay internet fees every month. You only need to consume a little mental energy that can be restored by yourself when entering the fantasy world. This is good news for ordinary people. At this moment, his message interface just prompted that he had received a message. Dear Mr. Luo Chen, you have successfully registered for the Young Breeder Competition. The competition will be held on July 20th, 552 of the New Year's calendar. Please go to the City Lord's Mansion to participate. Qingyang City Lord's Mansion. Chapter 74, talking about cooperation. Luo Chen felt a little surprised when he saw this news. Didn't the previous announcement released by the National Elders Association say that the official competition days would be from early August to August 15th? Why is the competition in Qingyang City Lord's Mansion scheduled so early? When Luo Chen saw the message, the specific competition time should be subject to the official announcement of each city. It is indeed different from what the National Elders Council announced, but the time is a bit too early. Luo Chen complained briefly, but didn't think much about it. Help me check the evolutionary route published by Zhuang Shengwulao. Luo Chen looked at the ball of light beside him. The following content has been found for you. A large screen like the system panel appeared in front of Luo Chen, with a lot of text content on it. The evolutionary path of the golden bird. Golden bird, wonderful song, bird thousand turn, wild songbird. The golden bird can reach the ninth star of a fierce beast at most. When it reaches the ninth star, it uses golden silk and echo stone in a 2-to-1 ratio, and is tempered by mental power and fused into a liquid. Let a golden bird drink 10 milliliters of this drink every day for 10 days, and it will evolve. The meowing bird is a king beast species, and it can evolve again when it reaches the ninth star of the king beast. The prerequisite for this evolution is that the meowing bird reaches the realm of the ninth star of the king beast and possesses a sound skill of at least the earth level. Materials needed for evolution. Echo wall, the flesh and blood of 3 different types of sound-related king-level beasts, and leeching fruit. Every time he ate a kind of flesh and blood, he would eat a leeching fruit immediately afterwards and then release sound skills towards the echo wall. Repeat this 3 times, and if you can withstand the sound skills coming back from the echo wall, there's a high probability that they will evolve. Become a wild-level beast, the 1,000-turn wild soundbird. Luo Chen also saw a detailed description of the method of spiritual tempering, which could be said to be very detailed. The evolutionary route of this golden bird is just one of them, and it can also be regarded as one of the highest levels after advancement. There are many other beasts that can evolve into king beasts or spirit beasts, but Luo Chen does not have time to look at them one by one. It can be said that the contents published by Zhuang Shengwo Lao have occupied nearly a quarter of all current evolutionary routes in China. This is undoubtedly a severe blow to those noble families who have firmly grasped the evolutionary path in their hands. So when the common people were grateful to Zhuang Shengwo Lao, the aristocratic families hated him to the core. Although they know the evolutionary route, civilian beastmasters still need to find breeders to refine materials in order to promote the evolution of beasts. But this is much better than before. At least there is a direction for the evolution of beast taming. It also gives civilian breeders more value in existence. Additional setting. Only the spiritual power of the breeder can effectively refine the materials for the evolution of the beast. The special talent of the Beastmaster can provide bonuses to the beast's combat or growth. After looking at a few more evolutionary routes, Luo Chen discovered that the evolutionary routes his father taught him were also discovered by Zhuang Shengwo Lao. Feeling his body in the real world being slapped, Luo Chen reluctantly withdrew his attention from the ocean of knowledge. The consciousness falls and returns to the real world. Luo Chen opened his eyes and saw Luo Yuheng retracting his hand. "Dad, what's wrong?" Luo Chen stood up, patted his butt, and looked at Luo Yuheng curiously. "Someone from the Lioang group wants to discuss a deal with us. It's related to those special beasts, so you come and listen and make a decision." Luo Yuheng explained the situation slowly and calmly. "Lioang group, talking about business? It's related to his beasts." In an instant, many speculations flashed through Luo Chen's mind. "Okay now." Luo Yuheng nodded and walked downstairs first. "The person is downstairs now." Luo Chen looked at the 2 little guys who had just woken up, patted their heads, let them play on the second floor by themselves, and followed Luo Yuheng downstairs. When I got to the first floor, I saw the 3 of them waiting by the table and chairs in the rest area downstairs. There were 2 men. One of them was Wei Yinsheng, whom Luo Chen was more familiar with, and the other was the big boss of Lioang Group whom he had met at the auction, and his name seemed to be Liang Qiu. The last one was a woman, who was also the auctioneer at the auction that day, Liang Jingxi, the eldest daughter of the Liang family. Seeing Luo Chen coming down, Wei Yinsheng gave Luo Chen a big smile with a friendly expression. Liang Qiu nodded slightly without showing any extra expression, while Liang Jingxi smiled appropriately and subtly as a greeting. It was not until Luo Chen sat down at the last empty seat that the interrupted conversation at the table resumed. "I wonder what Master Luo thinks of our proposal just now." Liang Qiu's words were a little anxious, which was somewhat inconsistent with his serious appearance. "I think what we just talked about is quite important to him." Luo Yuheng's expression was very calm. "You can tell my son directly about what we just talked about. After all, I have already passed this store to him. So when it comes to business, he has the final say." Liang Qiu looked at Luo Chen with some hesitation. "Talk to this greenhorn? Could this be Luo Yuheng's way of rejecting me?" He was too embarrassed to reject me directly, so he asked the young man to do it. So naturally, he had a look of disappointment on his face. "Yinsheng, please talk to this little brother. Wei Yinqing nodded seriously, and there was no contempt on his face even when facing the young Luo Chen. His smooth career advancement only started after he met Luo Chen, so he has always regarded Luo Chen as his lucky star. And now he can even stay by the side of Mr. G. This is the only one in the Lioang group except for the Lioang family, so he will naturally not neglect his lucky star. It's like this, little boss. Our Lioang group wants to discuss a business with Qinyang Pet Shop. I wonder if you're interested in expanding the business to Lioang City. Wei Yinqing took Luo Yuheng's words to heart and asked Luo Chen this question very seriously. Hearing him mention this, Luo Chen really became interested. What do you mean? Seeing Luo Chen's interest, Wei Yinqing's expression became relaxed. Your store will provide some special beasts, like the soft, fragrant rabbit or the starlight stone spirit last time. We are responsible for the subsequent sales and promotion of the beasts. We only take 5% of the final sales fee. The last time we sold the Ruxiangjuan spirit rabbits in Qingyang City, we still took a 7% commission, although there was a reason for using them for advertising. But this time when going to Lioang City, not to mention the labor costs and the cost of the promotional venue, the cross-city shipping cost alone is a considerable amount of money. Therefore, if the final auction price of the beast tamer is not good, they might have to pay a lot more. Lioang City is not as good as our lower city after all. If you can't make a difference by selling the beasts, won't we not even be able to make back the cost of the materials? Luo Chen himself really wants to open a branch in Lioang City, but there is currently a serious shortage of labor in the store. My mother is a combat and adventure enthusiast, and keeping her in the store is undoubtedly a torture for her. My father is obsessed with research, and his previous business was just custom-made, and he didn't run a proper store. My younger brother is still in school, so he doesn't have to worry about it. So before finding a suitable and trustworthy clerk, Luo Chen thought it was a good idea to let someone else do the sales on his behalf. However, the prerequisite is that the partner must have a certain level of strength, and he doesn't want to go through so many twists and turns in the end. After hearing Luo Chen's doubts, Liang Jingxi, who had been silent all the time, opened her red lips slightly. Young boss, our Liang family moved from Lioang City to Qingyang City before, but after all, we still have some network of relationships in Qingyang City. If that doesn't work, you can set a minimum price based on the value of the beast you provided, and then if the selling price is not enough, our Liang group will make up the difference. Do you think this is okay? Liang Jingxi's words can be said to be full of sincerity. It seems that the Liang group attaches great importance to returning to Lioang City, and Luo Chen has some plans in his mind. He nodded to Liang Jingxi. The conditions are good. We can start with a preliminary cooperation. If the first effect is good, we can go deeper in the future. Chapter 75 Evolved Some Rare Spiritual Beasts. After Luo Chen finished speaking, Liang Jingxi and Wei Yinqing looked at Luo Chen in surprise. Even Liang Xiao, who had just felt that the trip was going to fail, had a look of surprise on his face. He fixed his eyes on Luo Yuheng and found that he did not mean to deny it. He opened his mouth and said, "Master Luo, look at this." Before he finished speaking, Luo Yuheng, who understood what he wanted to ask, responded, "He means what Qinyang Pet Shop means. Please ask Mr. Liang to prepare the contract." Liang Xiao's words were interrupted, but he did not show any displeasure. Instead, he showed a friendly expression to Luo Chen. He then instructed Wei Yinsheng, who was standing beside him, quickly take out the prepared contract and let the young boss have a look at it. The changing expressions on Liang Xiao's face made Luo Chen raise his eyebrows in surprise. As the chairman of a group, weren't his micro-expressions a little too rich? He took the contract handed over by Wei Yinsheng, read it, and stamped it to confirm after finding no problems. The contract was in duplicate. Seeing Wei Yinsheng put away the copy from Liang Group, Liang Xiao smiled and looked at Luo Yuheng and said, "I wonder what kind of Beastmaster Master Luo will provide. We can make arrangements in advance. How about 3 7-star starlight stone spirits?" Luo Chen answered for Luo Yuheng. Although high-level spiritual beasts are relatively rare in Qingyang City, they are nothing in Lioang City. We still hope that Master Luo can prepare some king-level beasts. Or, like the royal bee species like the soft, fragrant rabbit from last time. Luo Yuheng was more familiar with the situation in a medium-sized city like Lioang City. In that case, give me half a month to prepare, and you can come back then. Liang Xiao originally came here for Luo Yuheng, the Haoyue breeder. Because even in Lioang City, A wild Haiyue breeder can become a guest of honor for various forces. Within their Lioang group, the highest-ranking breeder is only a 5-star level. The most important thing about this trip is to win over Luo Yuheng to the Lioang family's chariot. Seeing Luo Yuheng speak, Liang Qiu naturally would not refuse, but instead enthusiastically promised. Master Luo, if you have any requests, please feel free to ask us. Master Liang is too polite. In this way, it seems that all the guests are having a great time. The three of them sat in Qinyang Pet Shop for a while, and then took the initiative to say goodbye. After the three left, Luo Yuheng looked at Luo Chen. Have you really decided to expand into other cities? Luo Chen scratched his hair and said, we have to take the first step. Using the Liang group as a channel is just a test. If it fails, it won't be a big problem. Luo Yuheng patted Luo Chen on the shoulder and said, once you have made up your mind, just go for it boldly. For the time being, your father can still stand in front of you. Luo Chen nodded solemnly. There was no need to say too much about the relationship between father and son. Everything was self-evident. Luo Chen returned to the secret realm. Since he was ready to take the first step towards Liuguang City, it was natural that some distinctive beasts would appear. Although his current mental strength was not enough to refine the evolutionary materials for spirit beasts to advance into king beasts, he could still evolve some beasts that had never appeared on the market. This should also allow us to carve out a path in the fiercely competitive Liuguang City. Do it when you think of it. Luo Chen selected 3 beasts that he had been paying special attention to from the Qinyu secret realm. There are 3: blue windbird, crown sparrow, and saber-toothed tiger. Green windbird is only the size of a palm, with green feathers all over its body and a long, thin beak, and looks very delicate. The crown sparrow is slightly larger than the blue windbird, and its height when standing on the ground can reach Luo Chen's knees. The feathers on its body are gray and inconspicuous, but what attracts the most attention is the row of white feathers spread out on its head like a fan. It makes it look somewhat extraordinary. The last one is the mighty-looking saber-toothed tiger. Judging from its appearance alone, it should be considered the strongest of the 3 beasts. Who would have thought that yesterday, such a big guy about 5 or 6 meters long was pinned to the ground and hammered by the green windbird? There are still scars on the white stripes on its side, left by the blue windbird skill. Race: blue windbird. Level: fierce beast 9 stars. Category: wind. Status: restrained. Qualification: good. Skills: 1. Blue wind. Xian level: the blue wind bird stirs up the airflow in the target area to form a blue breeze. 2. Wind blade. Yellow level: the blue wind bird summons a wind blade with cutting ability to attack the target. Evolution route: 1. Blue wind bird, double-winged blue wind bird. 2. Blue wind bird, blue bird. 3. Green wind bird, wind, and fire wing bird. Luo Chen had seen the evolutionary route of green windbird before. The first evolutionary route of green windbird was the most common one. According to the content released, the follow-up seems to be something like 4-winged green windbird, a simple and crude evolutionary route. Luo Chen naturally would not choose the evolutionary route that was already well known in China. His choice was among the latter 2. No relevant information about bluebird and wind and fire double wingbird could be found on the internet. Ever since the fantasy world of China became popular, news and information about various cities could be searched in it, but Luo Chen did not find any introduction to these 2 types of beasts. Bluebird: Luo Chen was quite familiar with its legend in his previous life. It seemed to be a messenger of the Queen Mother, one of very high status and position. However, the evolution from a ferocious beast to a blue bird would not be able to reach the height mentioned in the legend, and the materials on this evolutionary route had not been collected. So Luo Chen simply passed this route. Wind and fire double-winged bird. It sounds like a dual attribute beast. In this world, the more attributes a beast has, the more popular it is, because it means that the beast master can adapt to more scenarios, have more complex skill combinations, and can learn more types of skills. Therefore, Luo Chen still prefers this evolutionary route. Blue bird can only wait until it evolves and then be admired. Lay out the necessary materials: 3 bluebells, 1 red flame vine, and 1 piece of fire pattern ore. According to Luo Chen's experience, the higher the potential of the beast after evolution, the more precious materials are required. If 2 are needed, it is generally a spiritual beast species, and if 3 or more are needed, there's a high probability that it is a king bee species. Moreover, the fire patterned or required for this evolution can be considered a rare material. So Luo Chen is still very confident about the wind-fire double-winged bird after this evolution. Everything was ready, and Luo Chen began to temper the materials. Use your spiritual power to crush the bellflowers with leaves and branches that look like small bells and the red flame vines into powder. After mixing them, apply them evenly on the surface of the fire pattern or rub. A ball of violent flames rose from the fire-marked ore. Chapter 76 Wind and Fire Wingbird. Then Luo Chen's mental power completely enveloped the fire-patterned ore, and the state of the ore gradually changed from solid to liquid under quenching. Then the liquid version of the fire-marked or suspended in the air was pulled into a thin red line. Tiny flames danced on the thin wires, like elves dancing on the steel lock. Luo Chen called out to the blue wind bird who had been waiting on the side. "Come here and open your mouth." Green wind bird widened its eyes, looked at the thin line with flickering flames, and then looked at Luo Chen. That look clearly said, "Are you kidding?" Its eyes rolled around in its sockets, and then it spread its wings as if to take off. But Luo Chen had already seen through its thoughts and shouted, "It's too dry, stop it." So when it had just flown 2 or 3 meters, a shadow appeared above its head, and it crashed into it heavily without having time to break. Caught off guard, the green wind bird was rebounded by the huge force and fell to the ground involuntarily. Enduring the pain, it looked up at the culprit, a whale-like beast the size of a human's head, looking down at it from high in the air. Spirit-level beast tamer. Blue wind bird suddenly felt gloomy. It was definitely defeated. However, it did not want to swallow the fire wire, as it would cost it its life. However, it still has some confidence in its speed and adjusts its posture. A gust of green wind was carried under its wings as it flew at a high speed in another direction. Not long after flying, Blue Windbird felt as if it had passed through a layer of something. Before it had time to think about it, it found a wall made of water elements in front of it. Seeing as it was just a thin layer, the green windbird did not slow down its speed, but even increased it slightly, trying to force its way through. Bang! There was a sound of heavy objects colliding with each other. Luo Chen and Yingri Wanglian couldn't help but grit their teeth when they heard this sound, feeling very painful. Blue Windbird was lying on the water wall, feeling confused as to whether he was really dizzy, as how could he feel that he was lying on the water wall? Wanglian controlled the huge water ball to shrink slowly, and did not stop until it shrank to a diameter of only more than 20 centimeters. Now the blue windbird is lying at the bottom of the water ball. It is really a bird in a cage. Seeing the green windbird lying at the bottom of the water ball, looking up at the sky blankly, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling glad that the bird was okay. He asked Wanglian to open a small hole in the water ball for him, and Luo Chen controlled the thin line formed by the fire-patterned ore and entered the water ball along the small hole. Luo Chen touched Lucien, the two-tailed cat, who appeared beside him out of nowhere. Little fur ball, imitate the fire line into its favorite food. Lucien nodded solemnly, then stared at the green windbird. One of its two tails lit up with a bright light. Suddenly, in the sight of the green windbird, the long line of fire turned into a green spirit insect, falling from the sky, which was its favorite food. Its simple little head didn't allow it to think so much. It happily opened its mouth and bit the green spirit insect, floating in the air. No, why does this green spirit insect taste a bit spicy? Shouldn't it be sweet and fresh? And isn't this green spirit insect a bit too long? Stimulated by its senses and separated from the environment created for it by Lucien, the blue windbird, then discovered that what it was swallowing was the line of fire. It wanted to shut its mouth and refuse the fire from entering its body, but Luo Chen would not agree. He used his mental power to brute force increase its speed. Before the blue windbird closed its mouth, all the fire rays entered its stomach without leaving any trace. The mission was accomplished. Wanglian dispersed the water ball, and the green windbird fell to the ground in a daze. Then it stood up and opened its mouth wide towards the ground, trying to spit out the fire that had entered its stomach. Looking at its busy appearance, Luo Chen couldn't help but complain. "Silly bird, you've already finished eating, isn't that okay? You haven't yet fully experienced the power within your body. If your evolution fails, I will feed you again." Green windbird, its body stiffened, obviously frightened by Luo Chen's threat. It looked around its body and indeed did not find anything burning, but it seemed as if some power was rising within its body. It opened its mouth and spit out a small flame. It was frightened by this sudden change. Nothing was wrong with it outside. So, could it be that something was on fire inside? It's over, it's over. It can't be saved now. It lies on the ground in a mess, ignoring Luo Chen's threats. It is about to die. It is the boss now, who could do whatever they want. Looking at the green wind bird, that changed 800 expressions in such a short while, Luo Chen was quite amused and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What a funny thing it was. But soon, more changes appeared on the body of the green wind bird, and green flames began to emerge between its wings, which matched its green feathers very well. Not only that, its body began to grow wildly in a short moment, until its wingspan reached about 2 meters. The feathers on its body were also changing color. The left wing was still the original green color, but the right wing seemed to be really burning. The color of the rising flames continued to deepen, from green to bright red, and the wings seemed to be burned and turned into a bright red. The color of the feathers on the body also becomes messy, with green and red alternating between them, but in a very regular pattern, giving it a harmonious beauty. Only the head and wings have the same color distribution range, half green and half fiery red. Finally, the bright flames on the wings were finally retracted into the body, announcing the true end of the evolution process of the blue wind bird. Race: Wind and Fire Double-Winged Bird, King of Beasts. Level: Spirit Beast 1 star. Type: Wind, Fire. Status: No love for life. Qualification: Good. Skills: 1. Blue-Black Wind. Xian level: the wind-fire double-winged bird stirs up the airflow in the target area to form a blue-black breeze. 2. Wind Blade. Xian level: the wind and firebird summons a wind blade with cutting ability to attack the target. 3. Big Fireball. Xian level: the fire element condenses into a big fireball and smashes toward the target area. 4. Fire Wind Tornado. Earth level: the fire element and the wind element merge with each other to form a wind tornado with violent force that can cause massive damage in the target area. 5. Wind and Fire Wings. Earth level: when the wings with 2 different attributes flap, strong winds and raging fires are swept out from them, impacting the area in front of the wind and fire wings bird. Evolutionary route. Conditions not met. It is indeed a king bee species. Luo Chen clenched his fists. This guy also has 2 Earth-level skills. I believe he will not be unwelcome even in a medium-sized city like Liuguang City. Even though it had already evolved, the wind and fire double-winged bird still looked as if it had lost its soul, staring blankly at the sky. Luo Chen couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He felt like it was taking advantage of him and still acting cute. So he walked over to it and kicked it twice. Hey, silly bird, you've already evolved. Why are you still lying here? Seeing Luo Chen's face appear in front of it, the wind and fire double-winged bird was so frightened that it flapped its wings slightly and retreated a long distance. Chapter 77 Breeder Competition begins. The retreating body stopped, and then the wind and fire double-winged bird reacted, looked at its intact wings, and felt the new fire element energy in its body. Only then did I realize that I had completed my evolution, and even my brain had become much smarter. It surprisingly releases various skills that appear in its body. Boom! Wind and fire appeared on the grass in front of it. Its power was indeed quite strong, as could be seen from the charred green grass on the ground. Luo Chen looked at this ignorant, fire and wind double-winged bird with a frown on his face, and asked Tai Gan and Lu Xian beside him to teach it the rules in the secret realm. Then Luo Chen no longer paid attention to the silly, wind and fire double-winged bird, and instead turned his attention to the crowned sparrow and saber-toothed tiger. Which one will be the next one to be advanced? On July 20th, 522 of the new calendar, the weather was sunny with temperatures ranging from 26 degrees Celsius to 35 degrees Celsius. Today is the first day of the Qingyang City Youth Breeder Competition. Luo Chen and his 2 sons arrived early. The 3 of them refer to the father Luo Yuheng, Luo Chen, who was participating in the competition today, and Luo Yang, who came to cheer for Luo Chen after hearing the news. The City Lord's mansion is located in the most central area of Qingyang City. There is a huge square in front of it, covering an area of about 3,000 square meters. The place that was a little deserted in the past has now become extremely noisy. The place was filled with people from Qingyang City who had come after hearing the news, and breeders only accounted for a small portion of them. Most of them were beastmasters who came to join in the fun. Today was a competition between breeders, and they rarely saw official breeders on weekdays. Now I can see a breeder of at least the star level competing in front of me. This is such a rare opportunity that I must come and see it in person. Although there's a live broadcast, I always feel that there's a lack of atmosphere. However, the residents who came upon hearing the news were stopped outside the square by the city guards and law enforcement team. Now only breeders participating in the competition and people with invitation letters are allowed to enter the square. Luo Chen showed his identity card and successfully entered the square without encountering any difficulties. The square was deserted, but outside it was a wall of people, as noisy as the sea. Luo Chen looked back, waved to Lioang who was stopped outside, and then strode towards the center. As for Luo Yuheng, he was not stopped. He showed his invitation letter as a judge and walked to the judge's seat on the other side of the square. Through the crowd, Luoyang looked at the two people who were getting farther and farther away from him, scratching his hair in confusion. Why does he feel abandoned? Liang Xiu looked at Luo Yuheng, who was sitting next to him, greeted him, and then looked outside the field. Why don't you let the second young master in? The two families are now in a partnership relationship. Liang Xiu is very familiar with Luo Yuheng's family relationships and even knows everyone's birthday. He didn't communicate with me and just asked for leave, so naturally he didn't get the invitation. Just stay outside. Luo Yuheng showed disgust towards Luo Yang. It was because this guy didn't tell him in advance. Liang Xiu was also a smart man. Hearing the slight punishment in Luo Yuheng's tone, he did not continue the topic and said, "The store in Lioang City has been prepared. We are now promoting several beasts. The auction will start on August 10th next month." A few days ago, Qinyang Pet Shop gave him a big surprise. Not only were there 3 powerful spirit beasts that he had never seen before, but there were also 2 outstanding king beasts. However, according to Liang Xiu's prediction, those 3 spirit beasts alone should be able to cause a certain degree of popularity in Lioang City. This kind of beast is very popular among the children of big families. Master Liang will arrange it. After a pause, Luo Yuheng continued, "I wonder if I can ask for 2 invitations?" "You're not asking for it. What Master Luo is offering is the most valuable item in our auction. You don't need an invitation to go." Luo Yuheng nodded. "Thank you very much." "You're welcome." When Luo Yuheng and Liang Xiu were praising each other commercially, the originally scheduled start time of the game was getting closer and closer until the city lord and an elegant old man entered the venue. The scene finally quieted down a bit. "Dear residents of Qingyang City, dear young breeders, I am Feng Qingyang, the Lord of Qingyang City. Welcome, everyone." Feng Qingyang's prestige in Qingyang City is still quite high. After he finished speaking, warm applause broke out around the square. Feng Qingyang pressed his palm down, and a powerful force swept through the entire audience. People stopped clapping, and even the slightest sound of discussion disappeared. Luo Chen always felt that he seemed to be stronger than the last time he saw him. "The one next to me is the senior of all you young breeders, the breeding master of the 3 lights of the bright moon, and also today's chief judge." This was followed by another round of applause. Feng Qingyang came to Luo Yuheng and introduced him. "Luo Yuheng, Qingyang City's new Haoyue Yijian breeder, a breeder with a bright future and one of today's judges." After introducing Luo Yuheng, Feng Qingyang sat back in his seat. It was obvious that the other judges did not need him to introduce them personally. The young man who had been standing behind Feng Qingyang took over the right to speak. A purple morning glory surrounded his shoulders, spreading his voice to the entire audience. "Mr. Liang Xiu, chairman of Liang Group, a 5-star beastmaster of the royal rank. The king-level 4-star beastmaster and the chief of the law enforcement team, Captain Chang Chao. Royal rank 5-star beastmaster, commander of the city guards, Zhang Qi." After introducing the remaining 3 judges, the man paused and then continued to introduce the rules of the competition. A total of 893 contestants registered for this young animal husbandry master competition, and 890 actually showed up. The rules of the competition are as follows. In this round of competition, a city guard standard beast speed eagle will be provided. Those who can significantly improve the speed eagle's combat power or realm within 3 hours can advance. All the required resources are provided by the City Lord's Mansion, but please pay attention to the resource conversion ratio. If the high-level resources are not upgraded enough, they will be eliminated. After the rules were read out, the 890 contestants were led to different parts of the square, spaced a certain distance apart. A bird-like beast about half a meter in size, with black wings, gray back, and sharp eyes, appeared in front of the city guards who formed a human wall outside the city. There were a total of 890 of them. Each one chose a breeder and then landed quietly in front of them. Now each contestant can check the information of the beast in front of them, and then list the materials they need on the list, and we will provide you with the materials. But the prerequisite is that it is available in the City Lord's mansion and is not abused. Chapter 78, I'll give you a big one. This game started too quickly. Why didn't they follow the process of the previous game? There's an opening ceremony, then a speech, and then the rules are introduced along with the names of various competition sponsors. But there was no procedure here. A few minutes after 8 o'clock, there was just a brief introduction of the judges, and then the competition began. This really caught Luo Chen off guard. The beast-taming world was indeed efficient. Perhaps it was because the City Lord's mansion was fully committed to hosting it, and it was greatly influenced by the City Lord's style. Luo Chen fixed his eyes on the speedy eagle in front of him. Every city guard has one of these beasts. Race, speed eagle. Level, fierce beast, 8 stars. Category, wind. Status, curious. Qualification, general. Skills, 1. Speed, yellow level speed, eagle greatly increases its speed over a period of time. 2. Pounce, yellow level the speed, eagle locks onto the target and pounces on it from a high altitude. 3. Wind wing slash, Xian level the speed, eagle gathers the active wind element energy in front of its wings, causing slashing damage to the target in front of the wings. Evolution route, speed, eagle thunderbird, evolution condition, ferocious beast above 8 stars. Speed eagle, Songling mountain eagle, evolution condition, fierce beast 9 stars or above. There are 2 evolutionary routes. Luo Chen also tried hard to recall how Qingyang City's speedy eagle was improved. After thinking for a while, Luo Chen finally found the information about speedy eagle from a teaching clip of Luo Yuang. Speedy eagle is the standard beast of the city guards because of its large number, easy to raise, and high combat power. However, it can only be upgraded to a spiritual beast, and its evolved form has not been discovered. It seems that the 2 evolutionary routes that I have seen have not been discovered. Since my goal in participating in the competition is to win the championship, making a big splash seems to be a good choice. The conditions for evolving into the Thunderbird were just met. Luo Chen picked up a pen and paper and wrote down the materials he needed on the list one by one. Then he raised his right hand to indicate that he had finished thinking. Feng Qingyang had been observing the whole scene, so he noticed Luo Chen's actions at the first moment. A gentle breeze carried the list written by Luo Chen to Feng Qingyang. After taking a glance at it, Feng Qingyang handed the list to a woman in a black robe who appeared out of nowhere. Looking at Feng Qingyang's actions, he seemed to have some respect for the woman. The woman just glanced at the list, then closed her eyes slightly, and saw a crack in the space appearing in front of Luo Chen. The 3 materials that Luo Chen needed just fell out from inside. He glanced quietly in the direction of the woman. It should be one of the beasts she was controlling that had space-related skills. Just now he almost thought it was a space crack opened by the system. Keep calm and pick up the 3 materials from the ground. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to start tempering the materials. Then a layer of air film was seen rising from around his body, forming a semicircle that enveloped him and the speedy eagle. Looking around, there are already many similar air membranes all over the square, probably to prevent interference between nearby breeders. Sitting under the air membrane, the noisy sounds were completely isolated, leaving only the quiet breathing of Luo Chen and Speedy Eagle. Luo Chen first took out a plant of wind and rain grass from the 3 materials, picked all its branches and leaves, and then ground them into juice. The second material, the echo stone, is a stone generally used to record sounds. Because it can completely record the momentum contained in the voice of the beast tamer, it is generally very popular among sound-based beast tamers. The third material is thunder pattern ore, which is in or that contains some lightning energy. The juice of the wind and rain grass spread in the air, and a moist breath permeated in the air film, accompanied by a small breeze, slowly blowing across Luo Chen's cheek. Luo Chen used his mental power to place the thunder pattern ore in the juice of wind and rain grass, and then stimulated the power inside the thunder pattern ore. The electric snake flickered and tumbled in the emerald juice, but did not disappear as if it was trapped in the juice by an invisible force. Then Luo Chen melted the echo stone into liquid and merged it into the juice of wind and rain grass. The dark brown echo stone liquid and the green wind and rain grass juice, when mixed, became brilliant and the color turned into deep purple. There were also white electric snakes swirling in it, and it didn't look like something that the Beastmaster could drink. Luo Chen patted the head of Speed Eagle in front of him soothingly and said, "It may hurt a little later, just bear with it." Speedy Eagle just tilted its head and looked at him curiously, without any special reaction. Perhaps it could not fully understand the meaning of Luo Chen's words. Of course, this was not originally intended for Speedy Eagle to drink. Luo Chen controlled the purple liquid and evenly smeared it on the surface of Speedy Eagle's body. There was no feeling at the beginning, which might be the main reason why Speedy Eagle did not dodge. After the application was completed, another half an hour passed, and the electric snakes swam freely on the surface of the Speed Eagle's body. The purple liquid also penetrated through the feathers and seeped into its body. Speed Eagle couldn't help but let out a high-pitched scream, but luckily the air membrane blocked the sound. Otherwise, others would think that Luo Chen had done something cruel and inhumane to Speedy Eagle, causing Speedy Eagle to scream like that. However, the sound did not spread out, but the appearance of Luo Chen's Speed Eagle flying up and down in the air film with his mouth wide open still attracted the attention of many people. Hey, look at the boy at position 176 on the left. Could that speed bird have been fed the wrong medicine? Oh my God, seriously, what happened to the bird that caused such a big reaction? You said that this beast was cultivated and died. Does this young man want compensation? Probably. Not likely, but this boy will definitely be hated by the Speedhawk's master. But it shouldn't die. There are so many breeding masters here. Besides, this should be the first time that someone else's beast has been cultivated to death, right? That's true. When you look for a breeder next time, be sure to avoid this boy. Luo Chen could not hear such discussions, nor did it affect him, but a pair of blazing gazes were fixed on him. Luo Chen still had a feeling when he saw a boy of 18 or 19 years old wearing the uniform of the city guards, staring at him intently with anger in his eyes. It seemed as if Luo Chen and he had some irreconcilable hatred. Luo Chen glanced at him curiously, then looked at the Speedy Eagle struggling in front of him, and suddenly understood something. I will give that boy a big smile generously, and you will thank me later. But the young man looking at him understood that even if your beast was abused, what could you do? He was so angry that he almost couldn't help but leave the city guard team if he hadn't felt that Speedy Eagle was not in danger of life at the moment. Even if he had to disobey the order not to leave the team, he had to snatch the Speedy Eagle back from Luo Chen. However, the Speedy Eagle in front of Luo Chen did not suffer torture for long, only about 10 minutes. The feathers on its body were undergoing some kind of metamorphosis. The old feathers fell off, and it became a bald eagle. The bald state appeared for a moment, and then purple feathers grew out from their original place. Compared with the original appearance, the purple feathers all over the body now add a sense of dominance and nobility. There is no major change in its body shape, but its aura is now completely different from before. White arcs of electricity flashed in the two sharp eyes from time to time. Not only the eyes, but also white arcs flashed and appeared when the wings flapped. Luo Chen's Speedy Eagle had undergone such a big change that it instantly attracted the attention of several people on the judges' panel. Even the woman in black, who had been treated politely by Feng Qingyang, looked over with interest. Chang Heng and Luo Yuheng, as the only two breeders on the judging panel, immediately used their eyes of true knowledge to look at the current information about Speedy Eagle. Chapter 79 Patent Application. Race, Thunderbird. Level, Spirit Beast 1 star. Category, Wind, Electric. Status, Survived. Qualification, Good. Skills, 1. Speed, Yellow level Thunderbird greatly increases its speed over a period of time. 2. Pounce, Yellow level the Thunderbird locks onto the target and pounces on it from a high altitude. 3. Wind Wing Slash. Xian level the Thunderbird gathers the active wind element energy in front of its wings, causing slashing damage to the target in front of the wings. 4. Small Thunderball. Xian level the Thunderbird mobilizes the elements of thunder and lightning to form a thunderball, which can cause explosion and electric shock damage after contacting the target. 5. Thundering Sound of War Drum. Earth level the heart of the Thunderbird is like the thunder of a war drum. For a period of time, It can allow itself to exert strength far beyond its own level. Luo Yuheng had already seen Luo Chen evolve into a beastman many times, so he was not too surprised by this scene. Master Chang Hung, next to him, reacted much more violently. He stood up from the stage, stepped lightly on the stone slab, and landed next to Luo Chen's air membrane. Luo Yuheng followed closely behind and removed the air film that enveloped Luo Chen as he fell. Chang Heng's eyes were clearly black and white, and they looked more lively than some young people. He stared at Luo Chen sincerely and asked, "My friend, I wonder if I could examine this imperial beast?" Luo Chen naturally had no reason to refuse. As a judge, this was his job. Asking was just to give himself face. "Master Chang, please feel free to do as you please." After getting permission, Chang Hung came to the Thunderbird and picked it up with his dry hands. Then he searched up and down before putting the terrified Thunderbird down again. The young are formidable. This is a perfect evolution. Chang Hung looked at Luo Chen with admiration, took out a badge, and handed it to Luo Chen. "My friend, you have advanced. I look forward to your next performance." Luo Chen looked at the badge in his hand, which had red characters on a gold background saying Qingyang City's outstanding young breeder. "Will I be promoted if I get this badge?" "Thank you, Master Chang." Chang Hung decided on a qualifying spot without even discussing it with the other judges. However, the other judges would not say anything about Master Chang Heng's decision. Chang Hung then said to Feng Qingyang, who was late behind him, "Lord Feng, the hope of greatly improving the strength of your city guards lies in the hands of this young man. Why don't you put forward some good conditions and fight for it?" Having witnessed the whole process just now and with Chang Heng's advice, Feng Qingyang was able to confirm that this Beastmaster seemed to be quite powerful. The key is that the speedy eagle, which has always been thought to be unable to evolve, has now evolved. This is definitely a huge boost to Qingyang City's strength. Tens of thousands of city guards have such a beast. Not to mention that all of them evolve. As long as half of them do, the surrounding secret realms will become resource libraries for Qingyang City. Qingyang City will also usher in rapid development. Its ranking among the lower cities will rise. In a flash, many thoughts flashed through Feng Qingyang's mind. He looked at Luo Chen and said, "I wonder if the little shop owner can give up this evolutionary route. The city lord's mansion is willing to exchange it for a king beast and 30 million spirit coins." After hearing Feng Qingyang's conditions, Luo Chen lowered his brows and thought for a moment, then shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness, Lord. I'm not going to sell this evolutionary route. However, I will apply for a patent in the fantasy world and make this evolution route public. As long as you pay a certain amount of spirit coins, you can evolve the Thunderbird." Because the competition was open and broadcast live for others to watch, the materials and tempering methods needed for Luo Chen to evolve the Thunderbird had been seen by everyone. He had to apply for a patent even if he didn't want to, but he himself was not so resistant to the patent application, because he has learned in detail how patents are protected now. All beasts in all cities of China are monitored by the air membrane. If a Thunderbird appears, regardless of whether it has evolved according to Luo Chen's method or not, it will be required to pay a patent fee to Luo Chen. If you refuse to comply, there will be penalties such as travel restrictions, account freezing, and banning from the fantasy world. The first thing you do is to actively deduct the corresponding expenses from your bank account. However, this also has disadvantages. If the supervisor himself is not fair, unpredictable harm will occur. It is the most devastating blow to the existing stable order. However, Luo Chen has something in mind and is not afraid of the disclosure of this evolutionary route. This is called throwing a stone to test the waters. If there really is a problem, you can find it out in advance and stop the loss in time. After hearing Luo Chen's answer, Feng Qingyang originally wanted to keep this route completely under the control of the Qingyang City Lord's mansion, but he thought that Luo Chen's evolution route had been broadcast live. Many breeders have already learned how to evolve, so even if I buy this evolutionary route, it seems that I can't cover it up. So the words on his lips took on a different meaning. "How much do you plan to charge for the patent?" Luo Chen was stunned. He really hadn't thought about it yet. He silently calculated the original value of the beast and the estimated value of this Thunderbird, and then deducted the material cost. Finally, a very affordable price was set. "Let's temporarily set the price at 1,000 spirit coins for each evolved Thunderbird. I can give an exclusive authorization to the soldiers of Qingyang City's city guards." The price they need to pay to evolve a Thunderbird is 500 spirit coins. The price is indeed not expensive. If all 30,000 soldiers of the City Guard are evolved, the patent fee will only be 15 million spirit coins. Even if the cost of materials and hiring breeders is taken into account, it is impossible for Qingyang City to evolve all the guards, and they can only select the best ones to evolve first. Feng, Qingyang laughed. Then on behalf of the city guards, I would like to thank young Master Luo for his kindness. After all, Luo Chen grew up in Qingyang City. The stronger the Qingyang City Guards are, the safer the city will be. It is necessary to be generous in this regard. After briefly discussing these things, Feng Qingyang, Chang Heng, and Luo Yuheng returned to the judges' seats on the stage and continued to patrol the audience. However, there was a hint of anticipation on Feng Qingyang's face, and he hoped that there would be another player like Luo Chen appearing next. He really doesn't have too many evolutionary routes. After they left, I advanced to the next level, so this Thunderbird was no longer of any use. Luo Chen patted its head and said, "Go back to find your master." Thunderbird rubbed Luo Chen's palm affectionately, then vibrated its wings, leaving a string of electric arcs in the air, and quickly came to the young man who had glared at Luo Chen before. Seeing that the Thunderbird was in the best possible condition and had a strong aura, the young man looked at Luo Chen with a complicated expression. There was a hint of shame and annoyance in his eyes, but he hadn't thought too much about it. The time for Thunderbird to advance to a spiritual beast had come. He only had time to say something to the two teammates beside him before he hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground to digest this sudden power. The two teammates around him, who were of similar age, looked at him with some envy. It would be great if their speedy eagle could also be assigned to that young boy. The few people behind the young man who had just commented on Luo Chen were now a little hesitant, with very interesting expressions on their faces. Some people even try to make up for it. I told you that there must be some special performances in the process of beast evolution in order to succeed. That's right. Without going through hardships, how can one become an excellent beast tamer? Hey, this is a master. I will look for this master to tame my beast from now on. Look at how beautiful the feathers are after this beast has evolved. After the Thunderbird returned, Luo Chen summoned out his two beasts, Little Ball and Little Bit. After asking the two of them to guard him, he sat cross-legged in meditation and entered the world of illusion. He said to the ball of light that appeared beside him on time, "I want to apply for a patent for evolution." The space for patent applications is ready. The environment of Qinyang Pet Shop around Luo Chen suddenly changed, and he found himself in the same white space where he had been during the formal breeder assessment. A familiar, ethereal voice sounded. "Please select the beast you want to apply for a patent." Speedy Hawk. The white mist in front of him rolled, and a very standard-looking speed eagle appeared. The reason why it is called standard is that it can only be evaluated as ordinary in all aspects of the population, with ordinary wings, height, appearance, mental state, and qualifications. Please select the required materials. Luo Chen reported the materials he needed and demonstrated the evolution process in full here. Speedhawk successfully evolved into Thunderbird. The video of his evolution process will be kept in the patent space. If anyone wants to evolve the Thunderbird in the future, they can check it out at any time. You only need to pay 10 spirit coins to view the evolution process, but a corresponding patent fee will be charged for each Thunderbird that evolves. The patent for the evolution of Speedhawk into Thunderbird has been successfully applied for. The patent holder, Luo Chen, please set a price for the patent. 1,000 spirit coins. Price recorded. Current patent revenue is 0. The patent has just been applied for, so it is normal that the revenue is 0. For the authorization of Qingyang City Guard, the price is set at 500 spirit coins. Luo Chen also entered the half-price discount for the City Guard that he and Feng Qingyang had mentioned. Exclusive discount of 500 spirit coins for the Qingyang City Guards. Recorded. After doing all this, Luo Chen hurriedly returned to the real world from the fantasy world. The competition was nearing its end at this time, and several judges were evaluating the breeding of Speedy Eagle by all the breeders. Because too many combat power improvements cannot be seen from the outside, there are many ways to verify them. Some breeders have allowed the Speed Eagle to learn new skills during this morning, which is relatively easy to test. However, speed, or accelerated skill release speed, etc., are not easy to test. However, since the Qingyang City Lord's Mansion adopts such an assessment method, there will naturally be a special testing method. Master Chong Hung Chong had a green snake appear on his body that was wrapped around his shoulders, but if you look closely, you can see that it is a moving vine. After it appeared, a soft white light emanated from its body, and then in front of the speed eagle being tested, a speed eagle with basically the same appearance appeared. Xingyang City's testing method is very simple, which is to let this created speedy eagle fight with the speedy eagle bred by the breeder. Finally, the degree of training and improvement is determined based on the battle results. Chapter 80 Promotion. Luo Chen, who had just come out of the fantasy world at this time, looked curiously at the strange vines that appeared on Chong Heng's body. Race, Moon Prayer King Vine. Level, King Beast 4 stars. Category, Light, Moonlight, Spiritual. Status, Slightly interested. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1. Falling Jade Moon. Earth level, the Moon Prayer King Vine condenses a phantom of the moon that falls from the sky, causing a dissolving blow to any creature without the Moon Spirit mark in the target area. 2. Moon Spirit Mark. Xian level Moon Prayer King Vine applies Moon Spirit Mark to the target creature, which can reduce the target's energy consumption when releasing skills. 3. Status Inscription. Xian level the Moon Prayer King Vine can remember the current status of a creature, and when necessary, it can summon the engraved creature in the form of a mental phantom to fight the enemy. 4. Gigantuation. Xian level over a period of time. The Moon Prayer King Vine can enlarge its body to 5 times its original size. 5. Whip. Yellow level Moon Prayer King Vine uses its body as a whip to hit the target. 6. Sub-Vine Differentiation. Xian level under sufficient energy conditions. The Moon Prayer King Vine can quickly grow branches, which can be used as materials or take root in the target area to act as a medium for exploring the area. Evolution Path. 1. Moon Prayer Vine Moon Sacrifice Spirit. 2. Moon Prayer Vine Krazi Blood Vine Snake. 3. Moon Prayer Vine Thousand Vine Fantasy Beast. Luo Chen now understood how they evaluated the improvement in the combat power of Speedy Eagle. It should be that the skill engraving was used to record the status of each Speedy Eagle in advance. Then, after the training of the breeder is completed, battles will be held between the beast tamers to determine the extent of improvement in the beast tamer's own combat power. Although it is inevitable that some aspects will not be taken care of, Luo Chen has to say that this method is really one of the fairer ones. However, it should be because he had evolved the Speedy Eagle to the level of a spiritual beast, so the Thunderbird in front of him did not need this step at all and was directly judged to be promoted by Chong Hung. Similarly, Luo Chen also discovered that several breeders were in the same situation as himself. They did not participate in the battle against Speed Eagle, but advanced directly. After carefully observing the Speedy Eagle in front of them, Luo Chen discovered that they should have successfully made it break through and become a spiritual beast in a non-evolutionary way. When Luo Chen was looking at the others, some breeders who had noticed Luo Chen's movements before also secretly regarded him as the most threatening target. The evaluation over there has also ended, and the other breeders who have not yet been issued with the passing medals are becoming a little nervous. They had no idea how many people would be eliminated in the first round, and they became even less confident when they saw those breeders who had advanced Speedy Eagle to a spiritual beast. The result was announced by the young Morning Glory Beastmaster next to Feng Qingyang. In addition to the 6 breeders who have secured their places in advance, number 36, number 90, number 247, number 871, a total of 20 breeders advanced to the next round. Luo Chen and the other breeders who were waiting for the results were a little bit incredulous about what he said. You mean 20? Only 20 people are left out of more than 900 people in the first round? The elimination rate was too high. Not only the eliminated breeders in the square, but also the spectators outside the square burst into applause. However, the expression of the Morning Glory Beast Tamer did not change at all, and it was obvious that he did not care at all about what was being discussed below. At this time, Feng Qingyang stood up and announced firmly, "Today's assessment ends here. The next round of assessment will be held 3 days later, and the location will still be here. I hope everyone will not be late." After saying this, his figure disappeared from the stage, followed closely by Chong Hung. Luo Yuheng left with Liang Xiao. Maybe they had something to discuss. The remaining 2 vase-like judges, Zhang Qi, the chief of the city guards, and Cheng Chao, the captain of the law enforcement team, were responsible for the final evacuation of the crowd. However, Zhang Qi looked very happy, with a smile on his face. Chung Chao, who was standing by, didn't want to see his smug face at all. While directing his subordinates to evacuate the crowd, he thought silently. After finishing this, he went to the city lord to cry and ask him to change the next level of assessment to the standard beast taming of their law enforcement team. After all, their law enforcement team is an elite team. They can't let the city guard suppress them. As Luo Chen was listening to the city guard's instructions to evacuate outside the square, a baby-faced boy in a city guard's uniform came up to him. I said to him carefully, "Thank you." Luo Chen looked at him in confusion, not knowing why he told him this. It was not until he saw the Thunderbird above his head that he reacted and waved his hands. "You're welcome. I'm just trying to finish my game." However, the baby-faced boy dispersed the people around Luo Chen to both sides, took out an item from his storage bracelet, and handed it over. Luo Chen did not answer it, and declined politely, "You're welcome." However, when Luo Chen waved his hand to refuse, the young man took one of his hands, put the item in his hand, and ran in another direction. Luo Chen looked at the young man walking away, shook his head helplessly, and put the wind pattern or back into the bracelet. This thing and the thunder pattern or consumed during the evolution of the Thunderbird are both relatively rare resources in the spiritual stage. They are commonly used material for the speedy eagle to break through to the spiritual stage without evolving. Walking in the direction where I entered the square, I saw Luoyang waving at me. "Brother, you are really amazing. You actually evolved the speed hawk. You have no idea how wonderful the faces of the people around me are. They actually said that you were abusing the beast, and that abuse can cause the beast to evolve. Don't you think they have that ability?" As soon as I arrived next to Luoyang, I heard this kid chattering incessantly. Luo Chen smiled and responded to him. After talking for a while, Luo Yang still didn't see Luo Yuang, so he asked in confusion, "Where's our dad?" Luo Chen opened the terminal and saw the message Luo Yuang sent him. "No need to wait. He has something to do. Let's go back first." "Oh, all right then." However, when I tried to hail a taxi in Luoyang, I couldn't get one for a long time, probably because there were too many people. Luoyang grumbled somewhat dissatisfiedly. "The next beast I contract must be one that can be used as a mount." Luo Chen saw that he couldn't get a taxi. Fortunately, this place was not far from the street where Qinyang Pet Shop was located, only about 10 kilometers away. With the physical fitness of a spiritual level beastmaster, he could just treat it as a walk. "Let's walk back." Hearing Luo Chen's proposal, Luoyang readily agreed. The two brothers paid attention to the pedestrians next to them and walked towards Qinyang Pet Shop. "Xiaoyang, what kind of contract do you want for your second beast?" "I want to contract a beast that can be used as a mount, preferably one that can fly. That would be even better." "Why?" "Qian can't meet the requirements of being a mount." "Oh, forget it. Qian is not known for its speed. It can fight, but its speed for traveling is too average." Luo Chen nodded to show his understanding. "Then is there any beast you like?" Luoyang shook his head in disappointment. Since his father and brother were both breeders, his standards were still very high. Naturally, he looked down upon ordinary beast tamers. "You want a flying horse that can serve as a mount, right? I'll keep an eye on you recently." Luoyang scratched his hair embarrassedly, turned sideways to face Luo Chen. "Brother, it would be better if you could be stronger and look cooler." Luo Chen looked at Luoyang with some amusement, but he could also understand the young man's love of face. Yes, we will try our best to meet these requirements." The sun was scorching at noon in July. The cloud whale gathered a group of clouds above their heads, casting a cool shadow. "Are you participating in a young beast tamer competition? When does the competition start?" No one knows a brother better than his brother. Luoyang's face fell instantly. "Brother, you guessed it right. The competition will start on the first day of August. There are still 10 days left, which should be enough time for me to find a suitable beastmaster for him. Have you discussed this with your family?" "Oh no." Luo Chen guessed that he had secretly signed up and rubbed his head. "What if there is any danger?" Hearing this, Luoyang immediately said, "It won't be dangerous. This time the beast tamer competition is held in the fantasy world. There is no danger at all. In the fantasy world, the battle of mental power would not be dangerous." "Then why don't you discuss it with your family?" Luoyang suddenly became shy. "I'm not afraid that you will disagree and say that I'm delaying my studies." Luo Chen thought about it and considered himself to be very open-minded and would not stop Luo Yang from participating in such a non-dangerous competition. Su Muqing likes adventure himself, so he would not disagree. Luo Yuheng might be the only one who would object, but since Su Muqing and I agreed, he probably wouldn't object too strongly. Luo Chen stroked his chin and looked at Luoyang strangely. So what gave Luoyang the illusion that his family would not agree with him participating in the competition? Luoyang felt strange being looked at by him and asked guiltily, "Brother, is there any problem?" Luo Chen shook his head thoughtfully. Now Luoyang felt even more uneasy. However, after talking along the way, they arrived at the street where Qinyang Pet Shop was located. Chapter 81 Methods of Collecting Materials. The two entered the store, and Luoyang excitedly ran to the training room on the second floor. He took Qi Yin into the skill simulation training room. Luo Chen started skill training for them outside. Usually others were training to tame beasts inside, but they thought of Luo Chen's talent of ability inheritance. You can train him as a beast, there's no problem. Ice Flame Lion King. Qi Yin has now reached the 3-star realm of spiritual beast. So Luo Chen set the corresponding training intensity to ensure that the two will not be unable to resist. Luoyang took great care in cultivating Qi Yin. Its size had grown a lot bigger than the last time he saw it. When it stood on the ground, it had reached Luoyang's shoulders. And now, just by getting close to it, you can feel the coolness penetrating into your bones, the kind that doesn't require air conditioning in the middle of summer. In the skill simulation training room, more types of skills are now recorded, such as fireball, lightning, ground spikes, vine bundles, ground fissures, wind blades, etc., which are performed on Luoyang and Qi Yin in turn. They had to suffer attacks from illusions from time to time, and the two were in dire straits all the time. However, the effect of the training was very obvious. At least the aura of the two people had become much stronger, and many skills could be instantly released. Moreover, it can adjust the strength of its own skills according to the attacking skills, ensuring that more things can be done with the least amount of energy. 2 hours later, the training was over. Luoyang and Qi Yin were lying on the ground in a humiliating manner. In the end, Luo Chen went in and pulled Luoyang out. As for Qi Yin, I'm sorry. He is too big and too heavy. Luo Chen said he can't fish him out. After Qi Yin struggled to get out, he jumped into the cultivation pool on his own initiative. As soon as he entered, the water in the cultivation pool almost overflowed from the pool. However, Qi Yin's attention was not on this now. Instead, he squinted his eyes in ecstasy. His sore muscles felt tingling and comfortable under the effect of the special energy in the pool water. Leaving the man and the beast on the second floor to rest, Luo Chen went up to the third floor alone and entered the quiet and secret realm. Last time, I gave the Lioang group 3 beasts. The wind and fire double-winged bird has very good skills, but unfortunately its body is slender and it is not suitable to be used as a mount. The evolved form of crown sparrow, crown golden sparrow, has a very suitable body shape, but its speed just does not meet Luo Chen's requirements. The evolved forms of saber-toothed tiger, sword-bearing spirit tiger, and golden pattern saber-toothed tiger also do not meet the requirements. Luo Chen inspected the Qinyu secret realm and looked at the names of all the beasts and evolutionary routes there. He shook his head, feeling that there was no suitable one. Luo Chen entered another secret realm, the Stone Spirit secret realm. I want to find a lucky person who meets the requirements among these spiritual beasts. Fortunately, all the beasts in the secret realm were kept together by the king-level Starlight Stone Spirit, so Luo Chen didn't have to look for them one by one. Let the Starlight Stone Spirit place himself on the thick stone wall. Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth to look down at the beasts below. Those beasts that currently have evolutionary paths were selected, and those whose names among the evolutionary paths met Luo Chen's requirements were selected by Luo Chen. Luo Chen asked the Starlight Stone Spirit to rebuild a wall around these selected beasts and release them out. Finally, Luo Chen selected 5 beasts from hundreds of spirit-level beasts, including the Starlight Stone Spirit. Dawn Bird, Silver Warhorse, Golden-Winged Spiritual Butterfly, Miraculous Sounding Bird, and Blue Cloud Spiritual Crane. Among the ones that currently have evolutionary paths in the secret realm, Luo Chen believes that these are the ones that are more suitable to be beasts to tame. However, the materials needed for their evolution are indeed a big problem, and there are even many that Luo Chen has never heard of. Longyang grass, China pine branches and leaves, tough silk, the first rays of morning light, the fire of the rising sun. Luo Chen was a little helpless to complain. What kind of materials are these? How can we collect the first rays of morning light? Can this be used as a material? Since I can't collect these materials in a short period of time, I can only ask professionals to do it. So Luo Chen took out his terminal, edited a message, and sent it to several of his old customers. After doing all this, Luo Chen asked the Starlight Stone Spirit beside him to take good care of the 5 beasts. And he gave his own reward, 10 liters of spiritual spring water. After leaving the Shirling's secret realm, the little ball and the little biddy naturally followed Luo Chen. Although Luo Chen has been honing his abilities as a breeder during this period, he has not neglected the training of the 2 little ones. Double-tailed cat. Lucian has reached the 4-star realm of spiritual beast, which is 1 star higher than Luoyang's Ice Flame Lion King, Qiyan. As for Cloud Whale Taigon, he was already a 2-star spirit beast before the contract, and now, after this period of training, he has reached a 5-star spirit beast, which is higher than Lucian's realm. The 2 advanced so quickly, thanks to the feeding of Luo Chen's energy stones and spiritual spring water, plus the constant soaking in the cultivation pool. Their physical fitness and qualifications were silently improving. Although they have not yet reached perfection from excellent, there are still differences among excellences, and they are undoubtedly among the better ones now. Lucian has learned 2 new skills in the process of growing up. Agility, yellow level the 2-tailed cat, is more sensitive to danger and reacts more quickly. Spirit explosion, Xian level the 2-tailed cat compresses the spiritual energy within the target range, and then explodes to cause damage. As for Taigon, it just added a new one. Colossus, Xian level cloud whale, condenses an illusion of its own body about 50 meters long within the target range. This Colossus can be manipulated to cause impact damage to the target. This skill looks like a low-profile version of Law of Heaven and Earth, but it is also a very good skill among spirit beasts. Luo Chen looked at the empty balance in his points account and couldn't help sighing. It seems that I have to hurry up and complete the system tasks. I originally had 200 points remaining after completing the previous task. However, he spent 50 points to buy the Forget Dust Flower that can erase the memory for Louis West Star Spirit. The remaining 150 points were used to purchase energy stones at a price of 15 points each. Otherwise, the 2 little ones around me wouldn't have improved so quickly. At 8:30 on the second day, Luo Chen entered the fantasy world early. The guests who received his invitation also came as promised. The one who came from the Qin family of Liuang City was Qinzhou. The one who came from the Feng family was Feng Qingyang, the lord of Qingyang City, and he Liang Yu from the He family, and Liang Qing Si of the Liang group. Compared to the king-level beastmasters from the 3 major families, Liang Jingxi from the Liang group is indeed much lower in rank. At that time, Liang Jingxi just felt a little nervous at first, but she regained her composure in an instant. His beautiful eyebrows and eyes were decorated with a perfect smile, and the humility of a junior was evident in his words. The Qinyang pet shop in the fantasy world is no longer the bare-walled place it once was, because Luo Chen has purchased scanning equipment from the City Lord's mansion. The furniture and facilities in the store that can be presented in the fantasy world have been materialized. So after the 5 of them gathered and sat in their seats, while they were looking at each other, Luo Chen spoke out the purpose of today's meeting. I invited you all here today because I have a business to discuss. Luo Chen glanced at the expressions on the faces of several people and saw that they all seemed to be listening attentively. He waved his hands, and 2 soft and fragrant rabbits appeared in his arms. This was also scanned in from the real world. The artificial intelligence of this fantasy world is controlling the 2 rabbits in the fantasy world. Luo Chen showed these 2 rabbits to announce to them that he still had 2 ready-made. Roxiang wants spirit rabbits, so as to add leverage to his next words. As expected, Qinzhou and Feng Qingyang had the biggest reactions, staring intently at the 2 Roxiang wants spirit rabbits in Luo Chen's arms. Liang Yu and Liang Jingxi's reactions were relatively calm, but as they had experienced auctions before, they also knew the value of the 2 rabbits. As for the fact that Qinyang Pet Shop had stocks of Roxiang wants spirit rabbit, they naturally had some speculations. After all, if there weren't many of these family-owned beasts, they didn't believe that Qinyang Pet Shop would be willing to put them up for auction. However, this time, 2 of them appeared together. Qinyang Pet Shop had such a big deal. They took the business that Luo Chen mentioned more seriously. Chapter 82 Farewell. Recently, Qinyang Pet Store needs a batch of materials, but our store has too few channels, and our business is not as big as those of several other stores. So I want everyone to help me collect some materials. The reward is these 2 excellent, soft, fragrant rabbits in my arms. Hearing that Luo Chen really took the soft, fragrant spirit rabbit as a reward, Qingzhou's breathing became heavy, although there was no need to breathe in the illusion world. However, the body's natural habits make everyone subconsciously retain this behavior. Liang sat upright and said calmly, "Mr. Luo, do you want to take one of them as a reward, or both? Besides, it may be difficult for us 4 families to divide it." Luo Chen smiled lightly. The materials this time are hard to find, so naturally, whichever family has collected the most complete materials will give them to those 2 families. But our Qinyang pet shop will not let the other 2 companies go in vain, and is willing to buy all the materials at a price 10% higher than the market price. Furthermore, the 2 beast masters will be given priority to purchase new beasts, which they can use when new beasts are released next time. When Liang Jingxi heard about the right of first refusal, her eyes lit up. The prices of the beasts sold in Qinyang Pet Shop seemed to be good value for money. In the cooperation discussed before, Qingyun Treasure's auction house was just a sales agent and could only take a portion of the amount as commission. After deducting some costs, Qingyun Treasure's auction house actually did not make much money. It can only earn a reputation. If you buy the beasts in the store and then auction them, it will be like the Starlight Stone Spirit. That way, Yinsheng bought last time. Before it was even put up for auction, it was spotted by the son of a big boss in Lioang City, who bought it back at double the price. Later, it was even more convenient for the Liang group to do things in Lioang City, all because of the face of the big boss's son. Therefore, Liang Jingxi knew that she had to collect materials carefully this time. She didn't just expect to get the Ro Xiangwan spirit rabbit, but she had to get the priority purchase right. However, when Liang heard about the right of first refusal, his brows slightly frowned and a hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. The only thing that interested him in the Qinyang pet shop was the Ruxiangjuan spirit rabbit. The priority purchase right was worthless in his eyes. "Mr. Luo, my great ancestor should have made an agreement with the store last time. You changed the conditions without permission and asked us to compete with others. Isn't this inconsistent with the agreement?" Luo Chen thought about it carefully, and it seemed that this was the case, but when he thought of the details agreed upon at that time, Luo Chen laughed again. "We said at the beginning that the buyers should be responsible for the precious materials. These materials are exactly what we need. I promise that if your family gathers all the materials, I will give the beast to your family first under the same conditions. How about that?" Liang raised an eyebrow, obviously not wanting to agree to this condition, but there are already 2 beasts here. Luo Chen's face was serious. "These 2 are kept by the pet store. If the materials are not enough, I'm sorry. We can't evolve new soft, fragrant rabbits for you." Looking at Luo Chen's expression, even though he knew that he was playing rogue, Liang had no choice but to grit his teeth. Luo Chen then looked at the others with a smile. "What do you think? What else can you think? Didn't you see that Liang was humiliated in front of Luo Chen?" Qin Zhou clasped his fists slightly and said cheerfully, "Our Qin family will definitely look carefully for the required materials." Feng Man was soft and fragrant spirit rabbit, is now kept in Feng Qingyang's city lord's mansion. To be clear, this rabbit is not owned by the Feng family, but was purchased by Feng Manhwa herself. The hidden mental injuries on Feng Qingyang's body have been healed much better by the Roxiang of Ruxiangjuan, so he was grateful to Qinyang Pet Shop, and naturally he completely agreed to the conditions proposed by Luo Chen. As for him, sending this list back to the Feng family, whether they try their best or not has nothing to do with him. Anyway, he would search the inventory of the city lord's mansion in advance. If he found 1 or 2 of them, he could give them a Qinyang Pet Shop for free. Feng Qingyang nodded slightly. "I will do my best." Liang Jingxi spoke last. As the smallest family, she had no hope of getting the Ro Xiangwan spirit rabbit, but only wanted the priority purchase right of the beasts in the pet shop. "Young boss, please give a list to our Liang family. We Liang family will naturally try our best to find it." Seeing that the other 3 families had expressed their opinions, Liang closed his eyes, suppressed his anger, said nothing, and just nodded slightly. Seeing his expression, Luo Chen assumed that he agreed and gave them 4 copies of the list of materials in his hand. After the 4 of them looked at the names of the materials on the list, their faces turned a little strange. It seems that even for them, some of the things in these materials are a little strange. But is there any problem? Luo Chen wanted to hear their opinions on these materials. When Qinzhou heard Luo Chen's question, he thought that Luo Chen doubted their strength. Nothing. Although these materials are hard to find, most of them are spiritual resources. You can always find them if you work hard. As for the considerable portion of king-level resources inside, Chinjo was confident that it should not be difficult to obtain. At least he discovered it at the first glance. One of the materials, Lioang grass, is unique to their family. The other three people looked at Chinjo's generous agreement and began to doubt themselves. When did the Qin family become so specialized in materials and resources? You have to know that they have never even heard of the names of the materials above, and a considerable part of them are only found on some king-level beasts. It was not used as a material before, but now it is needed. However, you have to enter the secret realm to hunt to obtain it. However, some people came forward to be the eye-catcher. After all, they couldn't express their true thoughts, so they could only act as a background board and remain silent. Seeing that they had no other opinions, Luo Chen clapped his hands in satisfaction and said, "Then I look forward to your good news in a week." 1 week, time is quite tight. However, Luoyang's first game will be held in 10 days, so we have to let these teams down. After saying goodbye, the 4 invited guests turned into spots of light and disappeared from the store, and Luo Chen also left the store. As soon as he returned to reality, Luo Chen heard Luoyang's voice. "Brother, there's a fat guy downstairs who claims to be your friend looking for you." Friend, little fat boy, a few key words, and a name instantly appeared in Luo Chen's mind, Chang Guiheng. But what did he come to see me for? I had already completed the deal with him. Luo Chen went downstairs somewhat confused and saw Chang Guiheng standing in the store. There was also the Liyue star spirit sitting on his shoulders and pressing his head. Looking at the doting attitude, Luo Chen couldn't help but mutter, could this guy be raising Lu Yuxingling as his daughter? "Brother, Guiheng, I heard from my younger brother that you were looking for me." Luo Chen looked at Chang Guiheng curiously, not knowing why he came. Xiao Guiheng? What a strange name. I don't look that young, do I? Chang Guiheng looked at his fat hands with some worry. Congratulations to Brother Luo for successfully advancing to the next round in the breeder competition yesterday. I watched the live broadcast of that game, and Brother Luo's performance was really amazing. The wonderful thing he mentioned was the smooth process of potion refining. At Luo Chen's age, many breeders would find it difficult to refine a potion, let alone Luo Chen, who had to refine and fuse several materials at the same time. Wouldn't it be the same to say congratulations on the terminal? Luo Chen was too tired to complain. He always felt that the little fat boy's behavior and way of doing things were incompatible with this era. It can be seen from the fact that he calls me Brother Luo, that I call him Brother Guiheng, only because I was led by him. Thank you, it's nothing. After all, this is a small town, and there aren't many outstanding young breeders here. Luo Chen didn't think that he was friends with Chang Guiheng, and his words were full of courtesy and alienation. If we were really good friends, we would have been arm in arm, calling each other, "I am the best in the world," or "Don't forget me when you become rich." However, Chang Guiheng seemed to seldom interact with others, and did not detect Luo Chen's intention to distance himself at all. "Brother Luo, I'm here to say goodbye to you today. I'm going back to Xingyue City soon. So this is why I came here today." Luo Chen didn't feel anything, but just said politely, "Then I wish you a safe journey and everything goes well." Chang Guiheng was somewhat touched and said, "Thank you. This is the property certificate of the store next door. I have transferred it to your name. This is also a thank you for helping me hatch the Liyue star spirit." Luo Chen was surprised by his action. "We have already paid the reward, so this is unnecessary." Luo Chen pushed back the property certificate he handed over. Chang Guiheng did not push him and calmly took it back. Luo Chen's eyes twitched uncontrollably. Shouldn't it be so quick? Shouldn't we be polite to each other? I am participating in this youth beast tamer competition. I think we will meet in the capital. After saying this, Chang Guiheng turned around and walked into a space door behind him that had opened at some unknown time. Luo Chen watched his figure disappear in the space gate and murmured in confusion, "Is he pretending to be stupid in front of me?" Luo Chen came back to his senses and gritted his teeth, determined to pretend again in front of him next time. Chang Guiheng appeared in the Qingyang City Teleportation Array Hall and said to the Liyue Star Spirit, on his shoulder with a smug look on his face, "My performance just now was pretty good, wasn't it? It was enough to show Brother Luo my strong strength and prove that I'm a reliable friend, right?" Liyue Star Spirit nodded in approval. "That's right. Only when you're strong enough will others be willing to be your friend." However, the two of them did not know the rules of friendship between beast tamers, which did not seem to apply to humans. Gritting his teeth and remembering Chang Guiheng's pretentious behavior, Luo Chen saw the property certificate on the cash register and instantly decided to pretend less in front of him next time. Money and other things may not impress other people, but they're very effective for Luo Chen. Chapter 83, the second round of competition begins. The day after Chang Guiheng left, the second round of Qingyang City's young breeder competition began. Luo Chen and Luo Yang arrived at the square in front of the city lord's mansion in time. It was still noisy outside the square, but the isolated square seemed empty. There were at least 900 people in the first round of the competition, but only 20 were left in the second round. It would be strange if the place wasn't empty. There were fewer people in the square, but Luo Chen saw a familiar face. When I was taking the assessment as an apprentice breeder, the invigilator in my classroom seemed to be named Lu Qingyu. I didn't expect that she would also come to participate in the competition and advance to the second round. The little girl felt Luo Chen's gaze, turned around, and saw that it was Luo Chen. She was slightly stunned, then she smiled broadly. Obviously recognized Luo Chen. Luo Chen smiled back and nodded as a greeting. As the sun rose higher, the summer temperature also rose. At the judges' seats on one side of the square, several judges finally appeared. There is no change in the number of judges compared to the first round. However, this time, the mysterious woman in black appeared at the beginning of the game, as if today's game finally got her attention. However, when Luo Chen looked at Feng Qingyang sitting on the judges' panel, he always felt a sense of disconnection. Yesterday, he was his business partner, and today he became his judge. However, Feng Qingyang glanced at him calmly and could not see anything unusual. But he didn't know if it was Luo Chen's illusion. He always felt that Master Chang focused a lot of his attention on him. At 8:30 in the morning glory man next to Feng Qingyang stood up to preside over the start of the competition. I'm very happy that all the breeders can come to the competition on time. Today's competition will be the final round of the Qingyang City Young Breeder Competition, which means that this round will directly determine the final 3 breeders who will represent Qingyang City in the competition. Therefore, I would like to ask all breeders to give their best efforts. The rules of today's competition are as follows. Behind you are the 50 members of the law enforcement team, and they will summon all their beasts in a moment. You can choose all the beasts of one member to cultivate, and the final results of the cultivation will be judged by all the judges. Luo Chen looked behind him and found that there were 50 men and women in uniform standing in the center of the square. Beside each of them, there is a hunting dog with a black back and brown belly. Although it is a dog, it is taller than a human. Standing next to them, there is always an inexplicable sense of oppression. Except for this one, which is considered to be a standard beast that all law enforcement teams have, the rest of the beasts are of different shapes. Some are blue-winged, black-backed sentinel hawks standing on the backs of patrol dogs, or the bone spur tiger, which is even larger than the hound. Or it could be a small mind rat held in the arms of its beast master, and so on. After the breeders looked curiously at the law enforcement team members and their beasts in the square for a while, the morning glory man continued. If you have no questions, you can come forward and make your selection. The materials needed this time will still be fully provided by the city lord's mansion. The competition method for this second round is still very strange. Luo Chen thinks that the person who came up with this competition method is simply a little genius. Letting the breeders participate in the competition will in disguise enhance the combat power of the city lord's mansion. This is absolutely no loss at all. Not only did they complete the competition tasks assigned by their superiors, but they also allowed the breeders to work for free. The breeders were able to make so much money that they had no complaints at all. By the time the Morning Glory youth had finished speaking, those with active minds had quickly come to the side of the law enforcement team members and used their talents to check the information of each beast tamer. When choosing from these 50 law enforcement team members, not only are the training levels of their beast masters different, but they also have certain specialties in their own training directions, so naturally they will choose the ones that are beneficial to them first. Perhaps, judging from the current choices, the assessment has officially begun. This is a test of brain power and eyesight. Choosing the one you want to train from among nearly 100 beasts should be quite difficult for people with a fear of making choices. Young breeders kept shuttling between the beasts of these law enforcement team members, trying to choose the one that best suits their expertise. Luo Chen blended in with these breeders and was not very noticeable. Like other breeders, He looked at the beasts around the law enforcement team members one by one, but the difference was that the other breeders were looking at their qualifications, status, and skills. Luo Chen was looking at their evolutionary routes. He would only pause for a moment when he saw one with an evolutionary route displayed, and would simply skip the ones without one. Scanning them one by one, Luo Chen finally found a beast that interested him. A Chong'er fox, with another pair of ears growing on top of its ears. This beast, named Chong'er fox, is not at all charming, pretty, or cute like other fox beasts. It looks gray, as if it cannot be washed clean, and there is a melancholy temperament in its eyes all year round. Race, heavy-eared fox. Level, spirit beast, 3 stars. Department, phonology. Status, irritable. Qualification, good. Skills, 1. Chong'er. Xian level Chong'er fox can distinguish the smallest noises within an area of 10 miles and is good at eavesdropping on information. 2. Crying sound. Xian level Chong'er fox can make a special noise. The target who hears this sound has a chance of failing to release the skill. 3. Sound imitation. Xian level the Chong'er fox imitates the roar of powerful beasts to scare away the invading targets. 4. Sound barrier. Xian level Chong'er fox sets up a sound barrier around the target, making the target unable to receive sound, while also weakening the impact of sound-related skill effects. Evolution route. 1. Chong'er fox ghost-faced fox. Evolution condition. 9 stars of ferocious beasts. 2. Chong'er fox Yuan Chong'er fox. Evolution condition. 9 stars of fierce beast. After looking around, Chong'er fox is one of the few beasts that can evolve directly. Although there were still several law enforcement team members' beasts that had not been checked, Luo Chen was not going to watch any further. Because after watching further, Luo Chen also knew that it was not much different from the previous beast tamers. However, what mainly attracted Luo Chen's attention was the fox's ugly and cute appearance, and its human-like and melancholy eyes. Luo Chen looked at his beastmaster. How should I put it? They are a perfect match. He is also a melancholy uncle who looks very artistic, with long hair scattered unruly on his shoulders. In addition, like Zhong'er fox, he is unkempt and dresses casually. The way he dresses would be called classic retro style in the era before Luo Chen traveled through time. But the appearance of the beastmaster has nothing to do with me. I want to choose your. Can you let me raise this heavy-eared fox? Before Luo Chen could finish his words, he was interrupted by a burst of urgent words. Luo Chen frowned and looked at this uninvited guest, but still said politely, "Hello, I should have been here first." The uninvited guest was a young man in his mid-20s with a 2-star breeder badge on his chest, which indicated that he was already at least a 2-star breeder. When the young man heard Luo Chen's words, he seemed to have just discovered Luo Chen. "You haven't asked yet to take these 2 beasts away? I was halfway into opening my mouth, but you blocked me back." Luo Chen didn't expect that he would encounter such a disgusting thing during the competition. He looked at the melancholy old man, who had a nameplate with the words Zhao Yiri on his chest, so Luo Chen called out to him in a familiar manner. "Uncle Etienne, can you testify that I was the first to speak?" Zhao Yiri, who had been staring at the sky in melancholy, came to his senses when he heard his own name. "Oh, what did you say? What evidence?" It was obvious that he didn't notice who came to his side first. Luo Chen couldn't help but have a string of black lines on his face. It turned out that he had been standing there for a long time, but he didn't notice it. When the young man next to him saw this, he felt relieved and a look of complacency appeared on his face. "Uncle Etienne, I know the evolutionary path of the heavy-eared fox to the ghost-faced fox. You should let me train your beast. It seems that the current situation is that the law enforcement team members choose the breeder." This scene naturally attracted the attention of the audience outside the venue and the online live broadcast audience. Wow, it's really interesting to see a beastmaster choosing a breeder. Well, what's so strange about this? Breeders have more eyes or legs than animal tamers. Is it weird to choose them? The one above is awesome. I hope you can still be so tough when you meet a breeder. In my opinion, he is just a troll who shouts online and is not worth mentioning. Can you please not incite the breeders and beastmasters to conflict with each other? Why don't we guess who Zhao Yiri will choose? I bet on the long-faced young man with the evolutionary route. I'm still more optimistic about Luo Chen. He even evolved the speed eagle last time, so maybe he could do it today. But choosing Luo Chen is a bit risky. That young man is already a 2-star breeder of the stars. I heard that Luo Chen officially became a 1-star breeder of the stars some time ago. I don't express my opinion. I just eat melons. After the long-faced young man finished speaking, the melancholy Uncle Zhao Yiri's reaction was not as happy as expected. He looked at Luo Chen and asked with interest, "Are you the Luo Chen who evolved the swift eagle?" Luo Chen was a little surprised. Is his reputation so big? Even a law enforcement team knows him. He nodded quietly, acknowledging his identity. "Ich habe 84 Jahre Sound Chung er." The melancholy uncle nodded and said something that surprised the young man next to him. "Okay, then I'll leave my Beastmaster to you." The young man shouted in disbelief. "I can guarantee that I can evolve your heavy-eared fox into a ghost-faced fox. And you chose him?" Luo Chen slapped the young man's finger at him and said coldly, "Didn't your family teach you to keep your claws to yourself when you're outside?" The young man wanted to say something, but when he saw Luo Chen's cold eyes, he subconsciously shrank his neck. I want to see what you can train the heavy-eared fox into." After saying something that was not sure if it was considered harsh or not, the young man went to the other law enforcement team members in a dejected manner. The melancholy Uncle Zhao Yiri looked at the young man and said, Tiske, you only bully the weak and fear the strong. Uncle Yiri, please hand over your two beasts to me." Seeing that Zhao Yiri was slow to respond, Luo Chen had to remind him. Zhao Yiri looked at Luo Chen with deep eyes. "Can you tell me how you will train my two beasts?" "Let me tell you in advance. If they evolve into ghost-faced foxes, forget it. It's not too late for you to find others now." The corners of Luo Chen's mouth rose slightly. Any beastmaster who knew a little about the ghost-faced fox, if he still had feeling for his own beast, would not choose to let his beast evolve into a ghost-faced fox. Ghost-faced fox has an ugly appearance, a shrill voice, and is afraid of the sun and prefers the shade. If these were the only shortcomings, they would not be enough to stop the beastmaster from wanting to evolve this kind of beast. The key is that the evolution of a beast like the ghost-faced fox requires a large amount of inattribute materials, and these materials will cause great pain to the heavy-eared fox during the evolution process. And this pain does not only occur during the evolution process, but will also continue to accompany the ghost-faced fox in its daily life, causing its mental state to be very unstable. Therefore, most of the ghost-faced foxes are also evaluated as having a bad temper and bad behavior. Therefore, most beastmasters would rather their heavy-eared fox not evolve than let it evolve into a ghost-faced fox. Uncle Etienne, if you trust me, maybe the heavy-eared fox has another evolutionary route. After hearing Luo Chen's words, the melancholy uncle was no longer melancholy, but instead revealed a bit of clear stupidity. Zhao Yiri didn't understand and was greatly shocked. He handed over his two beasts to Luo Chen. It was not until Luo Chen led the two beasts, one big and one small, away that Zhao Yiri realized that he seemed to have not told him how to breed a hunting dog. Scratching my head, as long as the heavy-eared fox doesn't evolve into the ghost-faced fox, everything else is actually fine. Luo Chen led the heavy-eared fox and hunting dog to the front half of the square and asked the two beasts to wait by his side for a while. Luo Chen picked up the pen and wrote quickly on the white paper on the stone table. After a while, all kinds of materials had been written on it. After he raised his hand to indicate that he had written down the materials he needed, the white paper was lifted up by the breeze and fell into Feng Qingyang's hands. Green forest grass, white spirit jade, sunny rain flower, black jade mine, two-headed antelope horn, dripping blood tree, double shadow flower. Every time Feng Qingyang mentioned a material, the woman in black would reach into the crack in space and take out a corresponding material. But when Feng Qingyang mentioned the double shadow flower, the woman froze and shook her head slightly in Feng Qingyang's direction. No, it seems that the material of double shadow flower is not in the inventory of the city lord's mansion. Feng Qingyang glanced at Luo Chen, who was waiting quietly in the square. I rubbed my head helplessly. Chiyu, take these materials and ask contestant Luo Chen if the twin shadow flower can be replaced with other materials. Chiyu, also known as the Morning Glory Man, followed Feng Qingyang's arrangements and took over some of the materials that Luo Chen needed. With a few taps, he came to Luo Chen's side like a peerless master in martial arts novels. Contestant Luo Chen, these are the materials you need. Also, the city lord asked me to ask you, does the twin shadow flower have any materials that can replace it? Luo Chen frowned and thought for a moment before answering. Double lotus is also okay. Okay. After getting the answer, Chiyu quickly came to the stands and truthfully reported the alternative materials that Luo Chen had mentioned. Fortunately, there were twin lotuses in the warehouse of the city lord's mansion, so Chiyu was not able to run away again this time. The twin lotus flowers were carried directly by Qing Feng to the stone table in front of Luo Chen. All the materials were available. Luo Chen held his breath and adjusted his mental state to make sure that the mental energy consumed by using the two abilities, Eye of Truth and Evolutionary Deduction, had been replenished. He opened his eyes, revealing a gleam of light. Luo Chen picked out 3 kinds of materials from the 7 on the table: green forest grass, white spirit jade, and clear rainflower. First, use your spiritual power to cut the white jade into 5 equal parts. Then let the Chong'er fox use its 4 paws to step on 1 part each. He placed the remaining portion on his forehead. Although Zhong'er fox didn't understand Luo Chen's meaning, he still did as he was told. Zhao Yiri has now come to a place not far behind Luo Chen and is watching Luo Chen's movements curiously. Zhong'er fox followed Luo Chen's instructions with a serious face. It was so cute and silly that Luo Chen couldn't help but stroke its face. Chong'er fox did not react to Luo Chen's actions, thinking it was a necessary step in the breeding process. Luo Chen used his mental power to refine the petals of the sunny rainflower and the branches and leaves of the green forest grass into juice, and then merged the two into each other. Immediately afterwards, an invisible flame appeared under the 2 pools of liquid. This was the fire of the spirit after half of the liquid was burned away. Luo Chen stopped and let the Zhong'er fox drink the liquid. At the same time, Luo Chen used his mental power to stimulate the pure energy in the 5 portions of white spirit jade. The special energy inside the Bai Lingyu flowed into the body of Chong'er fox from 5 locations. Old hair falls out and new hair grows. The ears are grown side by side. The upper 2 become more slender and the lower 2 become wider. If you don't look carefully, you might think there are 2 slender horns growing on its head. The hair was no longer gray and could never be washed clean, but turned pure white without a trace of other colors, and it seemed to be a little longer than before. Its appearance also fits people's perception of foxes as imperial beasts: elegant, beautiful, and charming. Race: Jade Sound Heavy Ear Fox. Level: Spirit Beast 4-star. Department: Phonology. Status: Waiting. Qualification: Good. Skill: 1. Chong'er. Xian level Chong'er fox can distinguish the smallest noises within an area of 50 miles and is an expert at gathering information. 2. Crying sound. Xian level Chong'er fox can make a special noise. The target who hears this sound has a chance of failing to release the skill. 3. Sound imitation. Xian level the Chong'er fox imitates the roar of powerful beasts to scare away the invading targets. 4. Sound barrier. Xian level Chong'er fox sets up a sound barrier around the target, making the target unable to receive sound, while also weakening the impact of sound-related skill effects. 5. Sound waves. Xian level the Jade Sound Heavy Ear Fox stimulates the sound energy in the form of sound waves. 6. Jade Sound. Earth level ding-dong rings and pendants, the sound of enlightenment. Those who hear this sound will greatly improve their efficiency in learning skills. Evolution route. Not yet unlocked. Chapter 85. Evolution of the Hunting Dog. Zhong'er fox successfully evolved into Jade Sound Zhong'er fox and gained 2 more skills. Luo Chen looked at its Jade Sound skill, which seemed to be a status buff skill and was quite suitable to be used as a teacher. The judges on the stage noticed the changes in Chong'er fox at the first moment. Chang Heng and Luo Yuheng even directly knew all the information about the current Chong'er fox. This was another kind of beast that had never appeared before. Chang Heng stroked the few wisps of goatee on his chin and looked at Luo Chen with admiration in his eyes. All that flashed in Luo Yuheng's eyes was kindness and helplessness. Sometimes, having a child who is too outstanding can also be a problem. The other judges saw that the current Chong'er fox was not the vicious, ghost-faced fox as rumored, but a species they had never seen before. His eyes moved slightly, and he pricked up his ears, wanting to see if the 2 breeders, Luo Yuheng and Chang Heng, could reveal some information. Who knew that only Chang Heng said, not bad, to express his opinion. The 2 of them didn't say anything else, which made the other 4 judges curious but had to maintain their current attitude. Don't mention how sad I feel. Zhao Yiri, who was standing not far behind Luo Chen, looked at the current state of Chong'er fox and murmured in surprise. He actually did it. The rest of the evolutionary route. In the live broadcast of the fantasy world, The peak of barrage sending has already begun because of Chang'e Fox. Within 3 seconds, I want to know all the information about Chang'e Fox now. It's incredible. The heavy-eared fox actually has other evolutionary routes. This isn't 100 times better looking than that ghost-faced fox guy. You actually compared my cute kitsune to the ghost-faced kitsune. Am I the only one who wants to know all the information about this little brother? Heavy-eared fox, hee, looks good, hee. Get that pervert upstairs out of here. Unfortunately, this is a live illusion. I can't use the eye of truth and can't see its current information. However, offline, there are also breeders at the edge of the square who can see the current information of the Chang'e Fox. Some of them transmitted the information of Yuan Chang'e Fox to the fantasy world. Is this jade sound really not a skill of the chosen teacher? It seems that there are people in the fantasy world who have the same idea as Luo Chen. I feel like that melancholy uncle can definitely make money with this skill of the jade sound heavy ear fox. This jade sound heavy ear fox is very good as a support or secondary output. I've never seen that sound wave attack, but the damage of the Shin level skill should still be considerable. I really want a jade sound Chang'e Fox. The disturbances in the outside world had nothing to do with Luo Chen for the time being. He looked at the remaining materials and then at the hound next to him. He sighed quietly, even though his current mental strength far exceeded that of a breeder of the same level. However, he is still unsure about the materials required to refine the spirit beast into a king beast. He chose to meditate and regulate his breathing to adjust his mental strength to the best state, which might increase his success rate. About half an hour later, Luo Chen opened his eyes again and looked at the hound in front of him that was much taller than him. Race, hunting dog. Level, spirit beast 9 stars. Department, military. Status, waiting. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Bite. Yellow level, the hound's teeth have tremendous bite force and can easily tear off muscles from the target. 2. Sensitive nose. Yellow level, the patrol dog uses its own ability to make it easier for itself to identify the target it needs to find from the mixed smells in the air. 3. Pounce. Yellow level, the hound bursts out with rapid force in a short period of time and pounces on the target to the ground. 4. Mark. Shin level, the patrol dog marks the target and increases its speed by 50% when approaching the target. 5. Psychic shock. Shin level, the hound releases its own energy in the form of bullets, causing damage to the target. Evolution route. Patrol hound, law enforcement, golden winged hound. Evolution conditions. The spirit beast has 9 stars and a focused personality. Hunting dog, twin dogs. Evolution conditions. 9-star spiritual beast and strong enough mental power. Luo Chen's sight fell on the remaining materials. Black jade or 2-headed antelope horns, bleeding wood, and twin lotus. These materials are exactly what is needed to evolve into twin dogs. The black jade ore is only the size of a palm. Its color is as black as ink, and it has the luster of jade. The black jade ore and the horns of the 2-headed antelope are ground into powder. The bleeding wood was tempered into a ball of bright red blood. Luo Chen took the lotus and let the hunter swallow a whole, and then the mixed black and gray powder and the liquid refined from the bleeding wood. This is not the end yet. The evolution of a spirit beast into a king beast and the evolution of a fierce beast into a spirit beast are completely different. The energy swallowed in this process needs to be guided by Luo Chen's mental power. Let it be absorbed through a special operating method. If there is no one to teach this process and one only observes from the outside, one will not be able to see anything. This process is also the most critical step. If you're not careful, all your efforts will fail. Luo Chen placed his palm on the forehead of the prone patrol dog, and his mental power entered its body. Then it touches the energy that is constantly growing from its body and rubs it into a thin line, traveling within the body of the hound, as described in the evolutionary route. From the outside, the appearance of the hound was also beginning to change, with streaks of red appearing out of nowhere among its brown and black hair. And beside it, there was a ball of gray mist constantly rolling, as if something was about to come out of it. Luo Chen's mental power had already guided the energy halfway according to a specific pattern, and he felt his mental power being consumed madly. A soft sigh sounded, and Luo Chen clearly felt that his mental strength was not enough to support him to complete the evolution of Patrol Dog. But now the process is halfway done. Luo Chen still wants to persevere and see how far he is from evolving into a king beast. When the evolutionary route had progressed 3/4 of the way, Luo Chen's mental strength was completely exhausted, and he could no longer guide the energy route. In order to prevent the remaining energy from wandering and harming the patrol dog itself, Luo Chen could only guide the energy out of its body. As soon as the energy of evolution appeared in the outside world, it exploded on the ground. Bang! The floor was torn apart by this level of energy attack. Fortunately, with the protection of the air film, all the flying debris were blocked. As for Luo Chen, although he was in the air film, he was not hurt at all by the flying debris, because at this time he was protected by the big water ball of cloud whale and the spiritual membrane of double-tailed cat. With double protection, you'll naturally not be harmed. However, the hound next to it suddenly stopped evolving halfway, which was not only physically uncomfortable, but also mentally tormenting. The gravel hit its body, but seemed not to feel anything. It just looked at Luo Chen with resentment. The Yuan fox, which was also under the air membrane, suffered such an unexpected disaster and could only hide in this narrow space to protect itself from the heavy impact of the rubble. After stopping, he looked at Luo Chen and the hound with some confusion, wondering what they were doing. Chapter 86: Success or Failure. The explosion under the air membrane also alarmed several judges. Luo Yuheng and Feng Qingyang quickly landed beside Luo Chen. The air film was removed, and then a small blue-billed bird appeared on Feng Qingyang's shoulder. Its wings flapped slightly, blowing away the powder and dust caused by the splashing of stones. A person and 4 beasts were revealed inside. Before the smoke and dust cleared, the two had already used their mental powers to scan the situation inside, so they did not show any special expressions. Luo Yuheng rubbed his head. What's going on? Feeling that the attention of more than half of the people inside and outside the square had been drawn to him, Luo Chen said with a guilty conscience. There were some little surprises in evolution. It exploded, and you still said it was a minor accident. Do I still have to praise you for your ability to withstand pressure? But in this situation, Luo Yuheng felt that it was not a good time to educate Luo Chen, so he suppressed these words in his heart and said lightly, "It's good that nothing happened to anyone." Chang Heng, who arrived shortly afterwards, advised with a wise look in his eyes, "My friend, don't be too eager for success and rush into the evolution of the beast in the future. It's better to be more cautious." As breeders, he and Luo Yuheng naturally knew why Luo Chen exploded just now. It was normal for breeders to fail in evolving beasts. However, the consequences of failure should be considered in advance to prevent serious consequences. This kind of explosion should not have happened. Luo Chen nodded seriously, looking like a good boy. "Got it, Master Chang." Looking at Luo Chen's well-behaved appearance, Chang Heng nodded with satisfaction, then turned to look at the hound, still lying on the ground. What he should worry about now is that this hunter won't have any problems. Otherwise, no matter how much he admires Luo Chen, it will be difficult to stop the gossips. You have to know that it is being broadcast live now, and the scene just now will definitely be broadcast live. I don't know what people on the internet will discuss it. Race, twin dogs, fake. Level, spirit beast 9 stars. Department, military. Status, in the process of continuous evolution. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1 bite. 2, a good nose. 3, pounce. 4, mark. 5, psychic shock. 6, twin body. Earth level, the twin dogs condense a second body composed of energy. For a period of time, this incarnation possesses all the abilities of the twin dogs. 7, blood evil. Earth level, the twin dogs rich and vigorous blood and chi form a protective blood evil that can continuously erode the surrounding targets and consume the target's blood and chi. Luo Chen naturally saw the information that Chang Heng and Luo Yuheng saw. However, it is obvious that the evolution was not completely successful. At his current level, it is still a bit difficult to evolve into a complete king beast. But this is not a complete failure. The race of the hound has changed, but its level has not yet been upgraded. And I have also gained new skills, so I can say that I have achieved half of the success. After reading the information about Patrol Dog, Chang Heng looked at Luo Chen in surprise, as if he was surprised at how his little head looked. How is it possible to discover so many evolutionary paths? Chang Heng looked at the other contestants who were still training beastmen. They were all very honest and did not cause as many troubles as Luo Chen. There's no big problem with this beast, but during this period of time, it needs to eat more energy-rich food to promote its better advancement. But my friend Luo, you have contributed a very good evolutionary route to Qingyang City. Although the materials are a little harder to find, compared to a king beast, it is nothing. When Feng Qingyang heard Chong Heng's words, he knew what he was hinting at, and looked at Luo Chen expectantly. Young boss, this. Feng Qingyang didn't seem to realize that he was calling him by his business name. Luo Chen hurriedly said, just like the Speed Hawk, the evolutionary path of this patrol dog is also 50% off for members of the Qingyang City Law Enforcement Team. Feng Qingyang smiled and cupped his hands, praising Luo Chen. Young friend Luo is indeed a rare talent, a pillar of Qingyang City. Seeing that he was getting more and more excited, Luo Chen had no choice but to interrupt him and said, "You are welcome to make some contributions to Qingyang City, City Lord Feng." Luo Chen's mental strength was exhausted and his current state was very weak. Feng Qingyang took charge and arranged for the morning glory man Qiyu to take him to the city lord's mansion to rest. The judges then inspected the competitions of other contestants. Although the results for other people had not come out yet, several judges knew very well that if there were no major accidents, Luo Chen would have already secured a final spot. It was just a matter of ranking. The woman in black on the stage, who had not made any other movements, was playing with a black jade peony in her hand and looking in the direction of Luo Chen with interest. Interesting, this city will actually appear. Such a talented breeder. Should I invest in advance? It's really annoying. The woman's voice was gentle but natural, but I wonder if the face beneath the black veil is worthy of such a pleasant voice. Luo Chen followed Qiyu to the city lord's mansion. This was also Luo Chen's first time to the city lord's mansion. But it doesn't seem to be anything special. It's just houses connected to each other, and after one yard, there is another yard. It's only a few billion bigger than my own home. Luo Chen, who is a money-loving person, looked at the layout of the courtyard and the elegant decoration. Suddenly, I had a short-term goal, which was to build a courtyard that was more grand than the city lord's mansion. When people come to a different world, if they don't make a name for themselves, how can they live up to the title of a time traveler? Qiyu led him into a very spacious and bright room. Not only was the decoration inside exquisite, but the energy activity level was much higher than that of the outside world. It seems that the city lord's mansion should also have other methods to increase energy concentration. However, this concentration cannot be compared with that in Qinyang Pet Shop. After all, Qinyang Pet Shop now has nearly 10 plants of Xianling grass placed in a space of 1,500 square meters. Sitting cross-legged on the low couch, Luo Chen fell into deep meditation to recover his consumed mental energy. Although he is still a one-star breeder now, but in fact, after this period of training, coupled with his own mental strength, he is much higher than the ordinary breeders. Therefore, he should now be considered a 4-star beastmaster in theory. In other words, as long as he has the appropriate knowledge and methods to train beast tamers, he will be able to train beast tamers below the 8-star level. However, it is not possible to cultivate above 9 stars, or evolve the spirit beast into a king beast, otherwise the situation just now will occur. A small explosion or some other problem is possible. When Luo Chen woke up again, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He remembered that it was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he came in. 3 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The competition was scheduled to end at 5:30, and it was almost over. Luo Chen felt that his mental strength had recovered by nearly half. Although it had not fully recovered, at least he no longer felt weak. He was about to return to the square and wait for the results of the game to come out. He did not forget that his original purpose of participating in the competition was to complete the system's mission. I don't know if I can get first place. Luo Chen was a little worried, but he did try his best. If we really don't win the championship, there's nothing we can do about it. Chapter 87 Mu Sin Qingyang. When Luo Chen came to the square again, the game had indeed come to an end. Most of the breeders participating in the competition have stopped, and standing next to them are the beasts they have bred. Luo Chen took a look at the training status of others and suddenly felt more confident. Because from his perspective, it seemed that the changes in so many beasts were basically the same as when they first started. In other words, they did not allow the beasts to evolve or make any major breakthroughs. There were only 2 or 3 people who were still insisting on training the beasts. Luo Chen was really worried that they would not be able to finish within the time limit of the competition. Time passed bit by bit, and 1 minute before the end of the competition, the last breeder finally completed its breeding. Correspondingly, huge changes also occurred in the hound, which lived up to his diligent training for so long. Luo Chen checked the hunting dog, which had grown a little in size, and found that although its race had not changed, its rank had broken through from a spirit beast to a king beast. Luo Chen took a look at the badge on his chest. The 5 stars were shining brightly. He was obviously a 5-star breeder. Luo Chen even had some doubts as to whether this person could already take part in the assessment for the Haoyue breeder. His face does look a bit mature, and he is probably participating in the competition at the upper age limit. To be honest, the age between 16 and 30 is the time when a breeder or animal tamer develops rapidly. A difference of 1 or 2 years in this time will result in drastic changes. Older breeders, with more experience, can easily be much stronger than these teenagers. All the breeders have been trained, and several judges began the final selection process. However, during the selection process, only Chang Heng and Luo Yuheng put forward major opinions, and the other 4 put forward some minor opinions. The woman in black remained a spectator and watched their discussion from the side. The whole process lasted for a full half hour, and they had already checked all the 40 beasts trained by more than 20 breeders. Some of the beasts trained by the breeders caused controversy among the judges, and the judging process took several minutes. However, some beast masters only take a few seconds to judge the beasts. Of course, there is no need to worry that the judges will make wrong judgments. After all, Chang Heng and Luo Yuheng are both Haoyue breeders, and both are king-level beastmasters. The information about these spiritual beasts can still be grasped quite accurately. Chang Heng often deals with the beasts of these law enforcement teams and is very familiar with them. After viewing all the beast tamers, several judges returned to the stage. Now the breeders in the square, the spectators outside the square, and the netizens who were watching the live broadcast room all perked up. Knowing that this was the final crucial highlight, everyone perked up. Thump, 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 the key point is coming. High energy warning ahead. What's the point of being so high? After watching the whole thing, I can tell who will advance in the end. Miss Luo, you must advance. Are you talking about the little girl who was nearly frightened to tears by the hound? Is this the strength of Qingyang City's young breeders? They are far inferior to our Huagang City. Where did this dog come from, barking here? Yes, your Granite City is the best. You are really capable. Why didn't you ask our city lord to support you last time? You didn't come to help us when we were attacked. Ungrateful. For a moment, the entire live broadcast screen was filled with comments like ungrateful. After the final discussion, Feng Qingyang was the one to announce the final assessment results. After a day of training, we have seen the excellent potential of the younger generation of Qingyang City breeders. I believe that Qingyang City will flourish in the future because of you. After all, it is a competition. There will be a judge and a winner in the end. Don't be discouraged if you don't get a good ranking, because maybe the short-term training method is not suitable for you, or maybe you need to accumulate strength for a breakthrough. Who can guarantee that we won't be overtaken by others in the future? Feng Qingyang first gave a long, inspiring speech, then cleared his throat and announced the results of today's competition. The third-place winner is Jiang Yi. In today's competition, she trained a 3-star butterfly to a 5-star spirit beast, and also trained an 8-star hunting dog to a 9-star spirit beast. Hearing his words, a quiet girl in the square below the stage smiled faintly and looked indifferent to the result. The second-place winner is Lu Yunjing. In today's competition, he successfully improved his 9-star hunting dog to the 1-star king beast realm. Lu Yunjing only trained 1 beast today, and he had to work hard to successfully train the hunting dog to this level. As for the other beast, he really didn't have the energy or time to take care of it. Also in the audience, a man with a slightly mature face had a hint of doubt in his eyes, as if he didn't understand why he only got second place. But he quickly concealed his disappointment and smiled indifferently. The winner is Luo Chen. He discovered a new evolved form of the heavy-eared fox in today's competition, the Jade Sound heavy-eared fox. After a pause and thinking about his wording, he continued. There's also an evolved form of the patrol dog, the twin dogs. Although it did not fully evolve today, the species has changed. After a while, it will be able to completely become a king beast. So today's championship is well-deserved for him. Haha, I guessed right, he is the champion. How can he become a champion if he hasn't even achieved complete success? Lu Yunjing has trained a true king beast. Can you tell the difference between one meal being full and the next? This is the evolutionary path that applies to all hunting dogs. This guy is a pervert. He has evolved 3 types of beasts in these 2 rounds of competition. Do you know who he is? The manager of Qinyang Pet Shop. That weird shop? When Lu Yunjing heard Feng Qingyang's words, he realized why he failed in the 2 new evolutionary routes. Even if he evolved both of his beasts into king beasts today, he would still be no match for them. After announcing the results, Feng Qingyang waited for everyone to discuss it before announcing the final reward. Each of the 11th to 20th place winners will receive an encouragement award of 20,000 spirit coins. The reward for 4th to 10th place is 100,000 spirit coins. The 2nd and 3rd place winners will receive the right to select materials worth $700,000 from the City Lord's Mansion treasury. In addition to receiving the right to select materials worth $1 million, the 1st place winner will also receive the blessing of the Mu Xian Qingyang bird. In the first few sentences, everyone's performance was fine, until his last sentence came out, which was undoubtedly earth-shattering. Chapter 88, Spiritual Farmer. Mu Xian Qingyang K. This name is known to every resident of Qingyang City. That is the guardian beast of Qingyang City that children in Qingyang City are taught to know when they are in elementary school. Although for the residents of Qingyang City today, the Muxin Qingyang bird has not appeared for more than 20 years. But it is precisely because the new generation regards it as a legend that everyone is so surprised that they are now blessing the 1st place. Could it be that Mu Xian Qingyang K's injuries have recovered? Wow, it turns out that's not just a legend. I really want to meet this beast that gave our city its name. People looked at Feng Qingyang, who told the news with excitement or expectation on their faces. As a king-level beastmaster, Feng Qingyang could not see what people were talking about on the internet, but he could still hear the discussions of the residents on the scene. In order to calm everyone down, he revealed some information. The Muxin Qingyang bird has been able to stay awake for a long time now, so in the near future, it will be able to successfully wake up from its deep sleep. Perhaps only the old residents of Qingyang City who experienced the catastrophe more than 20 years ago can understand the significance of Mu Xian Qingyang bird to Qingyang City today. Without its contribution, it is hard to say whether Qingyang City would exist today. First, please ask all contestants to come up and receive their respective rewards. After receiving Feng Qingyang's signal, Qiyu began to follow the next process. The material rewards of corresponding value for the top 3 will naturally not be distributed on the spot, but they will be allowed to choose by themselves in the City Lord's Mansion treasury. Feng Qingyang asked Qiyu to take Lu Yunjing and Jiang Yi to select materials, while he turned to Luo Chen. Let him follow me to meet the legendary beast living in Qingyang City, Muxin Qingyang bird. Amid the wailing of online viewers, the live broadcast was directly shut down, leaving them no chance to see Mu Xian Qingyang K at all. After entering the City Lord's Mansion, this time Luo Chen followed Feng Qingyang's footsteps and came to a deeper place in the City Lord's Mansion. This should be a place deeper in the City Lord's Mansion. Luo Chen could see that the number of people patrolling with beasts increased, and most of them were beasts of high spiritual rank. It was not until the 2 of them arrived at a small square inside that Luo Chen looked at the dozen or so light gates placed at regular intervals on the square and widened his eyes in surprise. It turns out that the City Lord's Mansion also has its own secret realm entrance. Then even if the 2 secret realms in my store are discovered, wouldn't it be too abrupt? These secret realms are not like those outside the city. Some of the secret realms here pose very low threats to beasts, and some are very suitable for growing some special materials. Some of them were rewards from above, rich secret places specifically for growing food. All the dangers in the secret realms have been cleared in advance, and now they're all supply bases for resources in Qingyang City. Hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Luo Chen knew that he was explaining for himself, so he thanked him in a low voice. Feng Qingyang brought him to the light gate in the center of the square, which was glowing with turquoise light. Follow me. After Feng Qingyang gave some instructions, he took the lead and stepped in, followed closely by Luo Chen. It was the same feeling as passing through the light gate in one's own store. There was no difference. Luo Chen carefully looked at the internal environment of this secret realm. The first impression Luo Chen had was that the place was full of vitality, with lush plants growing everywhere. Moreover, the different types of plants are obviously planned and are arranged in blocks. Thin paths run through the different plant worlds. Luo Chen could even see old farmers in short sweatshirts moving between the fields, as if they were taking good care of the plants. However, there didn't seem to be many of these old farmers. At a glance, Luo Chen only saw two. Such a large field, can it only be managed by these two people? Luo Chen and Feng Qingyang were quite familiar with each other, so he was naturally not so reserved. So he asked with some curiosity. Feng Qingyang smiled and said meaningfully, "Just the two of them are enough, otherwise it would be a waste of resources." Luo Chen was a little surprised when he looked at the endless fields. There were only two people working on such a large field. Even with the help of the beast tamers, they would not be able to take care of it. Moreover, Luo Chen also discovered many special plants that require careful care. As if seeing the doubt in Luo Chen's eyes, Feng Qingyang grabbed his shoulders and floated to the side of an old farmer. After seeing the true face of the old farmer, he thought he was. Luo Chen realized that he was wrong at first. This is not an old farmer. It is clearly a living beast, but it looks like a scarecrow made of straw. After putting on human clothes from a distance, it really looks like a living person. Race: Spiritual Farmer Scarecrow. Level: Spirit Beast 7 stars. Category: Spiritual Wood. Status: Satisfied, Diligent. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1. Spiritual Farmer. Earth level: The Spiritual Farmer Scarecrow is a natural planter. After getting a plant, he can quickly understand the character of the plant and know how to grow and cultivate it. 2. Spirit of the Farmer. Xian level: The Spiritual Farmer Scarecrow can grow through the process of repeatedly cultivating and harvesting plants. 3. Crop marking. Earth level: Every plant planted by the Spiritual Farmer Scarecrow will be marked with a crop mark. This mark allows the Spiritual Farmer Scarecrow to clearly sense the state of the plant, and within a distance of 10 kilometers, the Spiritual Farmer Scarecrow can reach the marked crop in an instant. 4. Farmer's Hands. Xian level: In order to facilitate the planting and care of crops, the spiritual power of the Spiritual Farmer Scarecrow can condense thousands of dexterous hands to plant or care for thousands of plants at the same time. 5. Seed Germination. Xian level: The Spiritual Farmer Scarecrow scatters seeds, allowing them to absorb energy and grow vigorously in a short period of time. The energy absorbed can be in the form of flesh, blood, soil, spiritual minerals, etc. Evolution Route. Spiritual Farmer Scarecrow Spirit of Sinong. Evolution Conditions. Spiritual Beast 9 stars and has eaten the energy of 9 different plants. After reading all the information, although it is a spiritual beast, it does not have any attack skills, and seed bursting seems to be only half of it. God chose him to be a farmer, but he likes farming, so it seems pretty good. However, it has only one evolutionary route, which is considered rare. When Luo Chen finished reading the information about the beast, Feng Qingyang looked at him with a smile. "Well, after reading it, what do you think?" "I can't really say what I feel. I'm just a little curious. If this beast is not cultivated by humans, it will definitely not survive in the wild. This beast is indeed artificially cultivated, and it is unique to Zhuang Guolao. It is one of the few beasts in his undisclosed evolutionary path." Luo Chen nodded in understanding, so that's how it is. Elder Zhuang Guolao is really amazing. Do you have any inspiration to evolve this beast? Luo Chen pretended not to hear what Feng Qingyang was trying to say, and said with some regret, "I have never seen or heard of this kind of beast before. How can we study its evolutionary path in such a short time? But if Lord Feng can let me take one back, maybe I can figure it out after a while." Feng Qingyang's heart was filled with alarm, and he quickly refused. "For you, the upcoming Central City competition is the most important thing, so don't study these things now." He was really afraid that Luo Chen would lure the Spiritual Farmer Scarecrow in the secret realm away in the name of evolution. You must know that each of these Spiritual Farmer Scarecrows is counted on it, and if one is missing, it must be tracked down. Let's go find Mu Xin Qingyang K first. As if to stop Luo Chen from saying anything else, Feng Qingyang quickly stated his main purpose. An eagle with a wingspan of 7 or 8 meters appeared beside him, and then Feng Qingyang grabbed Luo Chen's arm and jumped onto the eagle's back. "You better sit tight. Our destination is in the sky." Chapter 89 Conditions. In heaven? Luo Chen looked up and found that the sun in this secret realm seemed to be a little bit wrong. It is not as dazzling and difficult to look at as the outside world, but a round ball emitting soft light. However, its halo was blue, and when it fell on the ground, it turned into bright white. So at the beginning, Luo Chen did not notice anything wrong with the sun. So Luo Chen looked at Feng Qingyang and pointed at the blue sun in the sky. "Are you talking about there?" Feng Qingyang followed Luo Chen's finger and looked at the sun. He nodded gently, with a complex emotion in his eyes. "Hold on tight, it's 10,000 meters above the ground." Sitting obediently on the back of the giant bird, Luo Chen even grabbed a few long and tough feathers on its back carefully to ensure that he would not be thrown off. Seeing that Luo Chen was ready, Feng Qingyang squatted down, gently patted the back of the giant bird under his seat, and conveyed some ideas to it. The giant bird received Feng Qingyang's order and spread its wings. The gentle power of wind element swirled between its wings. Without even flapping its wings, the giant bird began to slowly rise into the air, as if circling. As if to take care of Luo Chen, the giant bird did not rise very fast, and it also rose at a relatively inclined angle. There was also a thick wind shield protecting Luo Chen in front of him, blocking the airflow coming from the opposite direction. Race: Blue Cloud Eagle King. Level: King Beast 4 stars. Type: Wind Water. Status: Focused, helpless in taking care of the cubs. Qualification: Good. Skills: 1. Wind Shield. Xin level: the Blue Cloud Eagle King condenses the power of the wind element to form a shield to block airflow or other wind element skills. 2. Claw Attack. Yellow level: the Song Yun Eagle King uses its extremely sharp claws to attack its prey. 3. Wind Blade. Mysterious summons a wind blade to attack the target. 4. Wind Blade Array. Xian level: the Song Yun Eagle King shoots out several wind blade from between its wings to attack the target. 5. Feather Blade Storm. Earth level: the Blue Cloud Eagle King condenses illusory feathers and launches a devastating carpet attack on the area. 6. Wind Walk. Xian level: summon the wind element to wrap yourself, which can greatly increase your speed. Evolution Path. Cannot be viewed at this time. It is a relatively conventional king-level beast, but Luo Chen estimates that this should not be Feng Qingyang's main battle beast, because he heard from his father that he seemed to have become a king-level 6-star beastmaster, and he didn't know if he had made any improvements recently. While Luo Chen was daydreaming, his position continued to rise until he reached an altitude of nearly 10,000 meters. As he got closer to the blue sun, Luo Chen did not feel the temperature around him rise. It was as if the sun only provided light, but not the normal temperature of the sun. Luo Chen was finally able to see clearly what was inside the sun. It can be generally seen that it is a giant bird, and the feathers on its body are blue-green in color, with only a few golden dots on the tip of its beak, the tail of its eyes, and the ends of its wings and tail feathers. Although it is now in a dormant state with its eyes closed and its body curled up, and its entire appearance cannot be fully seen, its quiet and peaceful temperament is already evident. Luo Chen had to admit that this was the most beautiful and graceful beast he had ever seen in the real world. Of course, the two at home are cute, but they cannot be associated with pretty, beautiful, and elegant. As for the colorful sound spirit bird, it is very beautiful even when it doesn't open its mouth, but once it opens its mouth, it is so disconcerting that people can't bear to look at it. Luo Chen suddenly remembered something and tried to use the Eye of Truth to look at the information of the beast tamer. Originally, he was not going to hold out too much hope, but who would have known that this beast actually belonged to the category of king beasts? Luo Chen, a spiritual level beastmaster, was fully capable of checking it out. Race: Woodheart Blue Sunbird. Level: King Beast 9-star / Wild Beast 1-star. Category: Wood Light Sunlight. Status: Dormant, weak, in continuous decline. Qualification: Perfect. Skills: 1. Woodheart. Earth level: a beast with a wood heart will have stronger recovery capabilities, longer life, and additional bonuses when using wood skills. 2. Qingyang. Earth level: Mushin, Qingyang bird summons or transforms into Qingyang. The light emitted by Qingyang can promote the growth of plants or plant-type beasts and can continuously heal injuries. 3. Jade Aura. Xian level: a layer of jade aura covers the target's body surface, which can greatly enhance the target's resistance to energy-type attacks. 4. Seeds of Erosion. Xian level: the wood-hearted blue sunbird scatters seeds, which attach to the target's body surface, then take root into the target's body and absorb the target's flesh and blood to grow. 5. Chimu Domain. Earth level: Mushin, Qingyang bird summons a domain with a certain range. A large number of plants of various colors cultivated by Muxin Xingyang bird will grow in this domain. However, the plants in the domain will become violent and attack the targets in the domain. 6. Wood Heart Blessing. Earth level, the wood heart blue sunbird consumes the stored spiritual wood essence to bless the target, which can greatly enhance the target's mental strength and physical fitness without any consumption. 7. Flying leaves of thousands of flowers. Xian level, the nimble branches, leaves and petals turn into tough weapons to attack the target. 8. Growing in the wilderness. Xian level, wherever the light from the wood heart blue sunbird shines, it can control the target plant to break through the upper limit of its own size. But this behavior will consume the potential of the corresponding plant. Evolutionary route cannot be viewed at this time. When Luo Chen was staring blankly at the information of Mu Xian Xingyang K in front of him, Feng Xingyang nodded slightly to Mu Xian Xingyang K with a solemn expression, and a green feather appeared in his hand at some point, which looked exactly the same as the one on Mu Xian Xingyang K. Lord Xingyang, the champion has been brought here. The feather lit up slightly, and the Muxin Xingyang bird, which had been curled up in the green ball of light, slowly opened its eyes and shook its slender neck slightly. Then the ball of light around it dissipated and turned into a green halo surrounding it, with its wings spread gracefully. The blue tail feathers, which were as long as the body, swayed gently like willow branches. Only when the Mu Xian Xingyang bird fully stretched out its body in front of him could Luo Chen intuitively feel how big it was. He was probably not even as big as a feather on its body. After it stretched its body, Luo Chen heard a soft yet weak female voice ringing in his ears. Are you the most outstanding young breeder of this generation in Qingyang City? Awakened from the beautiful posture of Mu Xian Xingyang K, Luo Chen calmed down and answered in a humble tone. I can't say I'm the best, I just had a bit of luck. Although Luo Chen could not see the face of Mu Xian Xingyang K, from his perspective, he could feel a strong gaze falling on him. Humans love to be modest. Before I bless you, I hope you can agree to one condition of mine. Knowing that this blessing was not so easy to obtain, Luo Chen did not feel disappointed at all. If the conditions were difficult to fulfill, he would just refuse to agree. Please go ahead. The conditions are neither difficult nor difficult. I just want to promise. When you are capable enough, you will train another wild beast that can protect Xingyang City. When he heard the condition, Luo Chen was stunned. He didn't expect it to be such a condition that was not too restrictive. And this condition was not for himself, but for Xingyang City. But didn't Lord Feng say that you were about to recover from hibernation? He's not wrong, but my realm has fallen. My foundation has been destroyed, and it's basically impossible for me to become a wild beast again. Even if I completely end my hibernation, I won't have the same fighting power as before, and I won't be able to protect Xingyang City in the future. Now it is still fluctuating between the 9-star level of the king beast and the 1-star level of the wild beast, but after a while, it will probably fall to the level of the 7 or 8-star level of the king beast. By then, it will be almost the same as Xingyang City's existing top combat power, but it will not be enough to become a foundation. Luo Chen put aside his regret for Mu Xian Xingyang K and spoke with a heavy heart. I agree to your terms. This condition of Mu Xian Xingyang K is nothing to him, but the blessing of Mu Xian Xingyang K is very important to him who needs to grow quickly now. End of chapter 90. Blessing. In this world, unfulfilled promises are the least valuable. So in hearing Luo Chen's agreement, Mu Xian Xingyang K's tone did not change at all. Summon the beast you contracted. It seems that this blessing can be accepted together with one's own beast. Luo Chen's eyes brightened instantly, and the next moment, the two little ones appeared beside him. Before they could figure out the situation, the two little ones suddenly found themselves high in the sky, on the back of a giant bird. Cloud whale. Taigan was fine. He was just a little bit at a loss, but double-tailed cat. Lixian's eyes showed a bit of fear, and his claws were tightly clinging to the hem of Luo Chen's clothes. Luo Chen had no choice but to hold it in his arms to comfort it. The cloud whale floated around Luo Chen curiously, and it was obvious that it had adapted very well. These two little guys are both very good. They are both species I have never seen before. They both seem to have great potential. I'm suddenly looking forward to the day when you can fulfill your promise. After Luo Chen's comfort, Lucien's emotions in his arms quickly stabilized. He took his hand off Lucien's head and motioned it to look at the Mu Xian Qingyang bird opposite. Luo Chen's subtext was to let it evolve in such a beautiful direction in the future. After hearing the words of Mu Xian Qingyang Ke, Luo Chen lifted Lucien's chin upwards, and then he said, "If it can be realized in the future, it will be worthy of today's trust." Muxin Qingyang bird suddenly flapped its wings and circled high above Luo Chen and the others' heads. Then, a blue ball of light appeared at the center of the spiral. When Qingyang falls, you and your beast should not hide, and no harm will come to you. Feng Qingyang took the initiative to leave the back of Yun Eagle King and looked at the ball of light that was slowly falling towards Luo Chen with some emotion in his eyes. The ball of light fell very quickly and soon covered Luo Chen and the two little ones. As for what it felt like, Luo Chen only felt a stream of pure energy entering his body and then nourishing his body very gently. Even the spiritual world was growing very rapidly. The spiritual world that originally only had 3 stars suddenly formed 2 new stars, as if they were free. In other words, Luo Chen's current mental strength has reached the level of a 5-star breeder of the stars, if his beastmaster can successfully break through and become a king beast. With his current abilities, he is fully capable of attempting to take the assessment to become a Haoyue breeder. Looking at the man and 2 little beasts who were completely asleep, a gentle voice sounded, "Take them back." Feng Qingyang returned to the back of Tin Eagle King and expressed his doubts with hesitation. "Is it true that your injury cannot be recovered?" At this time, Mu Xian Qingyang Ke returned to its curled-up posture, as if it was about to fall asleep again, and its words became somewhat distant and long. "Don't bother with me anymore. Use more resources elsewhere. I can still make use of my spare time when needed." After saying this, Mu Xian Qingyang Ke slowly closed its eyes and fell into a deep sleep, and once again became the blue sun in the secret realm. The space became quiet for a moment, with only Feng Qingyang and the Yun Eagle King, who worked so hard as a mouse still awake. It was unknown how long it had passed before Luo Chen's consciousness gradually returned, and he woke up in his body. Flying bed curtains and antique decorations. This is not the style of my own home, nor is it the decoration of pet store. Did I travel through time again? Or did I travel to ancient times? Luo Chen recalled the situation before he fell asleep. At that time, he and his 2 beasts received the blessing of Mu Xian Qingyang bird and fell into a deep sleep. Then I opened my eyes and found myself in such a strange place. Beast taming. Yes, Luo Chen suddenly sat up and saw the 2 little ones lying peacefully beside him and sleeping. Judging from the severity of the situation, he probably won't be able to wake up for a while. However, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 little ones were there, proving that he had not traveled through time. So this is the city lord's mansion? After Feng Qingyang saw that he and the 2 beasts were asleep, he arranged for himself to stay in the city lord mansion. Luo Chen used his mental power to check the current condition of the 2 little ones. After confirming that they were just sleeping and there were no other problems, he put them both back into the beast taming bracelet. Luo Chen opened the antique door and walked out. He now needed to find someone to ask what was going on. Fortunately, he had just walked a few steps out of the door when he saw a person who looked like a cleaning staff. "Are you awake?" Before Luo Chen could say anything, the young female staff member exclaimed in surprise. This person seemed to know him, so Luo Chen asked, "Is this the city lord's mansion? Can you take me to see your city lord?" "Okay, this is the city lord's mansion. The city lord has made arrangements. When you wake up, I will take you to see him. Come this way." As she spoke, the little girl led the way for Luo Chen in front. After walking around for a while, she brought Luo Chen to a spacious and bright house, knocked on the door gently. "Come in." A gentle but slightly majestic voice sounded. The little girl gently pushed open the door and motioned Luo Chen to go in by himself. After entering the house, Luo Chen saw Feng Qingyang sitting in front of a large desk, seemingly dealing with something. He looked at Luo Chen, who came in, and said with a smile, "You are awake. How do you feel now?" On the way here, Luo Chen realized belatedly that his mental strength and physical fitness had been greatly improved. Now the spiritual power in the spiritual world has condensed into 5 stars, and there's even a lot of power left, quietly dormant in the spiritual world, waiting for the right time and then it will continue to nourish the spiritual world. If Luo Chen were to evolve the hound from the competition again, Luo Chen could guarantee that he would not fail due to insufficient mental strength. I feel very well now. Thank you, Lord Feng, for taking me in. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. No, don't you want the champion's reward? Feng Qingyang tried to stop him. Luo Chen then remembered that he seemed to have only received part of the championship reward, and there were still materials worth 1 million spirit coins that he had not selected. Then let me pick out the materials first. In the end, Luo Chen, accompanied by Feng Qingyang, went to the warehouse of the city lord's mansion to select enough materials, and then returned to Qinyang Pet Shop. Looking at the familiar door of Qinyang Pet Shop, Luo Chen felt as if he had not been back for a long time. It was indeed a long time, because when Luo Chen opened the terminal on the road, he found that he had slept for 5 days. It is now July 27th, and it is the time for delivery of materials as agreed upon between me and those companies. If I'd slept a few more days, I would have missed it. It seems that the goddess of luck is still on my side. The door of the shop to the left of Qinyang Pet Shop was closed. It was the shop given to him by Chang Guiheng, but he had not yet figured out how to arrange it. I don't know when the shop on the right changed its signboard and became Qin's beast taming materials store. In just a few days, the streets seemed to have changed a lot. Luo Chen gently pushed open the door of Qinyang Pet Shop. Welcome home, store manager. Chapter 91 Mission Reward. The first floor of the pet shop was empty and quiet. Kain Linke, this guy was not watching the store on the first floor, and no one knew where he'd gone. Luo Chen came to the breeding room on the second floor and placed the 2 little guys who were still sleeping in their respective nests so that they could sleep more comfortably. He turned around and came to the secret realm on the 3rd floor, where he saw his father, as expected. At that time, Luo Yuheng was directing a vine that was twisting on the ground like a giant python to distribute spiritual spring water to the beasts in the secret realm. It seems that during the days since he was in a coma, Luo Yuheng has been the one taking care of these beasts. When Luo Yuheng saw Luo Chen, he first looked at him carefully, then smiled with satisfaction. The blessing is over, and the condition looks good. Luo Chen smiled and nodded. Very good, I am now 90% sure that I can evolve a king-level beast. Luo Yuheng was stunned. So fast. This kid is about to catch up with him. Thinking of his terrifying ability to evolve and tame beasts, he should be about to surpass me. Where's the face of an old father like me? Luo Yuheng's expression was determined, and he called back the vines that were working hard. Roman, come back. Hurry up and practice. Then he turned to Luo Chen and smiled. Since you are here, the rest of the work will be left to you. After saying that, he turned around and left without mercy. Luo Chen looked blankly at Luo Yuheng disappearing in front of the wooden house, and then looked at the ladle handed to him by Roman. He sighed deeply and could only work hard to water the Qingyu grass in the secret realm with spiritual spring water. But after working for a while, Luo Chen suddenly remembered something, put down the ladle in his hand, and shouted, Kain Linke, if you don't come out to work, you won't have any spirit beast meat to eat for the next week. The colorful sound spirit bird, who was resting quietly behind the cabin in the pure and secluded secret realm, suddenly heard Luo Chen calling his name. And those threatening words gave me a sudden chill. The big devil is back? Now, the colorful sound spirit bird was no longer sleepy and was busy flapping its wings. I came to the place where the sound came from. It turned out to be Luo Chen who came back. When he came to Luo Chen, he flattered him and said, Boss, I have looked even more graceful after not seeing you for a few days. Now that you are back, what can I do for you? Seeing this guy's good attitude, Luo Chen was too embarrassed to threaten him with harsh words. Go and distribute today's spiritual spring water to the beasts that didn't get any. Colorprint Spirit Bird looked at the water in the spirit spring pool, then looked at the beasts and nodded hurriedly. Okay, I'll do it right away. Why is this guy so nice now? What did Kain Linke experience during the days when I was away? Seeing that it was about to get busy, Luo Chen added, Don't forget about those things in the stone spirit secret realm. You know, I know. Why does it have a sense of the Grand Chamberlain in it? Luo Chen shook his head to get rid of this outrageous idea from his mind. From his perspective, he even saw that many Qingyu grass had been able to evolve, and he could accomplish this task if he had time. Seeing that everything in the store was normal, Luo Chen felt relieved and returned to the cultivation room on the 2nd floor. It has been such a long time, but I still haven't received the reward for completing the task. The first stage of the series of tasks, when the Qingyang City Youth Breeder Competition and be rewarded with a mysterious material and a formula for a low-level beast taming liquid. At this point, the task is shown as completed and the reward can be claimed. Mysterious material. I want to see for myself how mysterious it is and what the formula of the low-level beast taming medicine is. The next moment, Luo Chen chose to receive the reward. The same space crack appeared, and this time, the items inside were placed steadily on the table. The feeling was completely different from the first time, when he just threw the items away, like throwing away garbage. The corners of Luo Chen's mouth twitched silently. Why was there still discrimination? There are 2 items as rewards. One is a bright red grass with a strange shape, which looks like a bird spreading its wings and ready to fly. The other one is an ordinary jade slip. Unfortunately, the Eye of Truth could not be used on the material, and Luo Chen could not recognize what material it was. So he asked the system without any shame, "What material is this? But I'm just introducing this material. You shouldn't charge me, right?" Hearing the doubt in Luo Chen's words, the system wanted to roll its eyes at him. "No, this is phoenix bloodgrass, an extremely precious material. Its function is generally used to stimulate the phoenix bloodline of bird beasts, or to give bird beasts this bloodline." When he heard the word phoenix, Luo Chen's eyes instantly brightened up. "Isn't this specially prepared for his mother, Su Muching?" Luo Chen asked the system in a suspicious tone. "You are not monitoring my life, are you? Otherwise, how do you know that I want this material? How is that possible?" Hearing Luo Chen's doubt, the system seemed to become a little uneasy. "You are slandering me. In that case, let's change the material as a reward." "Are you kidding? Now that this thing is in Luo Chen's hands, how could he take it back and replace it?" Luo Chen quickly grabbed both items in his hands, but the phoenix blood grass felt burning in his hands, and he could even feel liquid flowing between its roots, stems, branches, and leaves. "Just a joke, please leave." Luo Chen notified the system arrogantly. Luo Chen took the phoenix bloodgrass and planted it next to the spiritual spring in the Qingyu secret realm. In a blink of an eye, most of the spiritual spring water was absorbed by it. Its branches and leaves became more upright, as if they were flying freely in the air. Luo Chen looked at the phoenix bloodgrass and immediately decided to reduce the spiritual spring water quota for the other beasts in half. For the sake of his mother's beast, he had to make the other beasts suffer a little more. At this time, the colorful sound spirit bird who came to fetch water again looked at the phoenix bloodgrass beside Luo Chen, widened its eyes, and the water scoop in its mouth fell to the ground with a click. It ran to the phoenix bloodgrass like a pervert, drooling on the ground. Luo Chen quickly covered its mouth and warned it sternly, "Stay away from this phoenix bloodgrass, or I'll pluck your hair and drink chicken soup with it." Then Luo Chen stared at the colorful sound spirit bird until it nodded, and then he released the hand that was covering its mouth. "That store manager, I won't eat it all. Just give me 2 leaves occasionally." As color-printed spirit bird said this, his eyes widened and he tried hard to act cute. You know what? When this guy tries so hard to act cute, it's really hard to resist. After all, he has an appearance that conforms to human aesthetics. However, Luo Chen, who knew its temper well, shook his head and firmly rejected it. "It's absolutely impossible to get the original strain, but I will let the Ruxiangjuan spirit rabbit try to see if I can copy some. If I can, it will be enough for you to eat." Hearing Luo Chen's answer, Kain Link's expression turned gloomy. "Manager, you are directly rejecting me. How can that little rabbit copy such a high-level plant?" "I don't care. There's only one plant in the store right now. If a leaf is missing, I'll hold you responsible." Kain Link nodded dejectedly. Luo Chen was really worried about the colorful sound spirit bird, so he ordered it. "Without the permission of the store manager, you are not allowed to eat, damage, or approach the phoenix bloodgrass." Kain Link's eyes widened in disbelief. "Manager, do you really not trust me?" In response, Luo Chen nodded indifferently, and then Luo Chen sat cross-legged next to the phoenix bloodgrass, and it seemed that he had no intention of leaving in the short term. Chapter 92, Material Delivery. Luo Chen then took out another reward issued by the system, a jade slip that looked very ancient. Low-level beast taming physique refining potion. It's quite difficult to pronounce. After placing the jade slip on his forehead, Luo Chen opened his eyes again after a while. Isn't the low level defined by this system a bit too high? How come the king beasts and beasts below the king beast realm are defined as low-level beasts? It seems that Qingyang City is like a novice village in the game, and I am a newbie who has not even left a novice village. However, the description of the medicine formula seems very powerful, and the key is that the materials are not difficult to find. According to China's latest regulations, guidelines for the classification of resource spiritual objects, it seems that most of them are first and second level spiritual objects. This criterion is divided according to several aspects such as resource scarcity, application, energy concentration, and acquisition method. For example, what can be obtained from ferocious beasts will be directly classified as first-level spiritual objects. The materials on the spiritual beasts are classified as second-level spiritual objects. The materials obtained from beasts are the easiest to classify, but for plants, it is much more difficult to classify. However, the fantasy world has an identification function, and controversial materials can be directly handed over to it for identification, which is relatively unified and standardized. Just do it if you want to. Since he is energetic enough, Luo Chen collected the materials for refining the medicine from the store warehouse. It took half an hour to make about 500 milliliters of the mixture. Luo Chen wanted to find a test subject in the secret realm, and the first thing he saw was the colorful sound spirit bird that was guarding the phoenix blood grass after finishing its work. But this guy is in a sealed state, and we don't know what realm he was originally in. Will this medicine work on him? Never mind, this thing can speak and can clearly express its experience of using it, so I'll give it a try first. Akwi, come here. Luo Chen waved to Kain Linke with a smile. After hearing Luo Chen's greeting, Kain Linke finally woke up from its pig brother state and looked at Luo Chen in confusion, somewhat puzzled. Manager, what do you want me to do? Why are you asking so many questions? I won't hurt you. Come here quickly. Luo Chen still had that kind of expression on his face. Kain Linke came to Luo Chen doubtfully and couldn't believe that this was the same person as the ferocious boss just now. Seeing that the store manager is so kind now, I will take the opportunity to ask him for a few leaves of phoenix bloodgrass. Will he agree? The colorful sound spirit bird, who was immersed in beautiful fantasies, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his body, as if 10,000 ants were tearing his skin. Hey! Only then did it realize that Luo Chen was smearing a red, sticky liquid like chili sauce on its body. Enduring the pain in her body, colorful sound spirit bird asked in a trembling voice, Manager, what are you doing? I just coveted the leaves of the phoenix bloodgrass. The bird's life shouldn't end. Don't worry, this is the potion I worked so hard to make. It can improve your physical fitness. How does it feel? Colorful sound spirit bird endured the pain of being bitten by thousands of ants and tried hard to feel whether it had any effect on the growth of its physique. It does work, but it's very weak. But it's not a spiritual beast to begin with. It's just sealed to this realm. I am still a weak store manager now, but if the potion I make can have some effect on it, that means it is already a very powerful medicine. Manager, the effect is very obvious. It can definitely greatly improve physical fitness. It's just that the side effects are a bit too great. Ouch, that hurts so much. Luo Chen took out a small notebook and wrote down the first user's feelings in full while he was thinking about it in his mind. Would using fire pepper instead of phosphorus fire fruit have such side effects? Well, next time I can search online to find out where I can find this spiritual object. But if the effect has not been reduced much, you can actually use it now. After all, there is nothing wrong with going through some pain if you want to become stronger. Moreover, this can also improve the beast's resistance to pain. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was a good idea. Thus, this version of the physical fitness enhancement medicine prepared for all the beasts in the pet shop was finalized. In the afternoon, Luo Chen prepared another 3 liters of medicine. Then he took some time to visit the fantasy world and applied for patents for the evolutionary routes of twin dogs and jade sound heavy-eared fox. Moreover, the price of twin dogs for other people is 10,000 spirit coins each, while for members of Qingyang City Law Enforcement Team, the price is 50% off, 5,000 spirit coins each. The spiritual beast evolves into a king beast. This route seems to be quite cheap. However, the pricing for the evolutionary route of jade sound heavy-ear fox is the same for everyone, priced at 1,000 spirit coins. You should know that an ordinary king-level beast costs more than 1 million spirit coins, but Luo Chen also charges patent fees, so it is reasonable for him to make money without doing anything. However, just after he applied for patents for 2 evolutionary routes, The white light bulb beside him reminded him that the system had been updated. It turns out that the breeder's evolution route has been patented and 2 new rankings have been added here. The first one is the ranking of the number of patents, and there's no doubt that Zhuangsheng is the first. The second one is the total patent sales ranking list. The first place is not Zhuangsheng, but a person named Tang Haolang. The light bulb also said that every once in a while, any breeder who made it to the leaderboard would receive a corresponding reward. It seems that this policy is to encourage more breeders to apply for patents using their own evolutionary routes. However, Luo Chen looked at his 2 lonely evolutionary routes, and then looked at the ranking of 99.99 plus. Well, it didn't even make it to the list. However, his first patent, the one that evolved from Speed Eagle into Thunderbird, has already sold 532 copies. The profit received was 253,650 spirit coins, which is the amount received after deducting the 5% handling fee. By this calculation, Qingyang City's city guards should have evolved 530, and there are 2 that were evolved privately. But no matter who evolved it, as long as there is income, it feels really good to make money while lying down. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock in the evening, which was the date and time agreed upon by Luo Chen, the 3 companies in Lioang City, and the Lioang group for the transaction. Luo Chen arrived at the fantasy world 5 minutes in advance, and then the other 4 families accepted Luo Chen's invitation one after another and appeared in the Qinyang pet shop in the fantasy world. After everyone was seated, Luo Chen got straight to the point and said, "How is everyone collecting materials? I've been looking forward to today for a long time." Luo Chen looked at the 4 people present with an expectant look. "Then let's start with Lord Feng." Feng Qingyang paused, as if he did not expect that he would be the first to speak, but he immediately got into the state and told the Feng family about the material collection situation. Of the 132 materials on the list, the Feng family has collected a total of 110, including the 3rd-level spiritual objects Longyang grass and Albizia julibrissin. Among the 2nd-level spiritual objects, except for the 3-element stone and silver star grass, all the others were found. After hearing this, Luo Chen was satisfied, but he looked at Qinzhou next to Feng Qingyang without any expression. Luo Chen clearly noticed that after listening to Feng Qingyang's introduction, Qinzhou's expression inadvertently showed a hint of joy. Qinzhou put his hands on the table and said confidently, "There are 132 kinds of materials on the list, and our Qin family has collected a total of 123 kinds. Among them, the Albizia julibrissin. Except for a few kinds, we have all the others." From just a few short sentences, perhaps only he knew how much effort the Qin family had made during this period of time to collect these materials. The Qin family dares to enter the secret realm that the Feng family and the He family dare not enter, and the Qin family dares to kill the beast that the Feng family and the He family dare not kill. As long as the family can have one more soft and fragrant rabbit, it is totally worth paying some price now. Luo Chen looked at Qinzhou, who was full of confidence. "Mr. Qinzhou, I hope that the materials provided by the Qin family will be some original plants, not replicas of the spirits." Luo Chen naturally would not ask for a copy of the familiar spirit, because it could only be used once and would not allow the rabbits in his shop to cast the familiar spirit again, which greatly reduced its significance to him. Qinzhou's face froze. It was obvious that Luo Chen had guessed right. There really was a replica of the Ro Xiang Wan spirit rabbit among them. But they only have 1 rabbit, so there shouldn't be many of this type, no more than 2. Thinking of the Qin family's characteristics, I'm afraid this, Longyang grass, must be one of them. Qinzhou apologized. "I need to contact my family." "Mr. Qinzhou, please do as you please." Then Qinzhou's figure was seen disappearing in the store. Luo Chen looked at the representative of the He family, Liang. Originally, his expression was a little gloomy after the first 2 companies made their announcements, but he saw some minor incidents happening in Qinzhou. A bit of confidence suddenly appeared on his face. Based on his understanding of the Qin family, they valued the Longyang grass so much that they would probably find it difficult to agree to Luo Chen's conditions. But even if they agreed, there would be no problem. He believed that the conditions proposed by the He family would be difficult for Luo Chen to refuse. Chapter 93, Transaction Completed. So when Luo Chen looked at him, Liang spoke with full confidence. "Young boss, our He family is willing to offer 2 evolutionary routes for spiritual beasts to advance to king beasts as bargaining chips for this transaction." Although his expression was very confident, But the other three people present were looking at Liangyu with something to say. Could it be that the He family hadn't paid attention to the news about Luo Chen recently? Using evolutionary routes as bargaining chips, how many evolutionary routes has Luo Chen introduced so far in the competition? There are probably 3 or 4 new ones. In addition, with the addition of some unseen beasts that he once sold in his store, who knows if they were evolved by him? You're talking to a breeder like this about trading the evolutionary path of some unknown king beast, but it is really not as valuable as rare materials in his eyes. Luo Chen did not refuse immediately, but asked curiously, I wonder which 2 beasts are the evolutionary routes that Mr. He mentioned? Liangyu ignored the strange looks from the other 2 people from Qingyang City sitting at the table. One is the path for the giant forest python to evolve into the giant forest python king, and the other is the path for the wild bee to evolve into the wild bee queen. Little boss, as long as you master these 2 evolutionary routes, it'll be a great benefit for your future assessment as a how-you breeder and for your store's future business. Good thing? I don't think so. Qinzhou's rough voice suddenly sounded. Seeing how confident he was when he came back, it seems that he communicated well with his family members. Everyone in Liuang City knows that the guts of the giant forest python are a rare resource. Apart from the ones raised by your He family, there are basically no wild ones left. This evolutionary route is no longer of much use to anyone other than your He family. Qinzhou sat down in his seat calmly, glancing sideways at Liangyu sitting opposite him. It seemed as if he looked down upon the He family. You! Liangyu first glared at Qinzhou, who was trying to sabotage him, then turned to Luo Chen and explained, Young boss, as long as this transaction is successfully completed, our He family will start relevant cooperation with you on the giant forest python, and the other evolutionary route we provide will definitely not be a problem. TSK. Before Luo Chen could say anything, Qinzhou sneered. There is nothing wrong with this route, but apart from the research value of this type of beast, basically no one will choose this evolutionary route. Because among the evolutionary routes published by Zhuang Shenghua, the wild bee has a free and better evolutionary route, which is to evolve into the blood-evil silver scale bee. Liangyu, do you recognize this? After hearing Qinzhou's words, Liangyu's face turned pale and blue. Luo Chen took in the expressions of the 2 people and knew that what Qinzhou said was true. So he gave Liangyu a perfunctory fake smile. Mr. He, please tell me how many kinds of materials you have collected this time? Liangyu closed his eyes and said somewhat disappointedly, There are 52 types of second-level materials and 15 types of third-level materials. Of the 132 materials, only 67 have been collected, which is just over half. Is this the strength of the He family in Zhongchen? Even Liang Jingxi's expression revealed a bit of weirdness. Luo Chen did not show any emotion about the result, but turned to Liang Jingxi. Miss Liang, it's your turn. Okay, little boss. Our Liang group has collected 82 types of second-level materials and 25 types of third-level materials, a total of 107 types. Luo Chen also didn't expect that the Liang family could collect so many types of materials. I can only say that it is indeed worthy of being a family that still has some connections in Liuang City. It is much stronger than any big family in Qingyang City. The smile on Luo Chen's face became visibly sincere, and he nodded at Liang Jingxi. The Liang family does have a certain foundation, and I am really optimistic about the subsequent cooperation with the Liang family. Cough, cough. Qinzhou coughed twice and looked at Luo Chen eagerly. Luo Chen smiled helplessly and followed his meaning to ask, what was the result of Mr. Qin's discussion with the family? Qinzhou's face was a bit serious. Boss Luo, our Qin family agrees to exchange all the original plants, but we have a condition. Oh, Mr. Qin, please speak. Well, the Lioang grass we traded to the pet shop can only be used in Qinyang Pet Shop. Please ask Qinyang Pet Shop not to sell the Lioang grass to other pet shops. Oh, to prevent the family's unique rare materials from leaking out, Luo Chen understood their mentality. Anyway, he had no intention of making any profit for the store through this material. He was just considering the red blood dragon, Cypress, in the secret realm. So there is no doubt that Luo Chen agreed to the Qin family's condition without much consideration. Then the result is obvious. The Qin and Feng families provided more materials, so they got the right to exchange for 2 soft fragrant rabbits. The Liang family and the He family also collected a lot of materials. In addition to buying them at the market price, my Qinyang Pet Shop also. The two families will also have the priority to purchase the next time the store sells Beastmasters. However, the Lioang family provides more materials, so they will have priority in selection. Do you have any objections? Qingzhou nodded vigorously and excitedly, looking like he had no objection. Feng Qingyang was relatively calm. Perhaps because the rabbit was given to the Feng family, he did not have too many emotional ups and downs. Although she did not obtain the ownership of Roxiang Wanling rabbit, Liang Jingxi has achieved her original goal and is now visibly happy. However, Liang Yu stood up from his seat with a gloomy face. Boss Luo, let's end our deal here. Without waiting for Luo Chen to reply, his figure turned into a piece of broken starlight and disappeared from the spot. Luo Chen blinked his eyes. Are all the people in the He family so arrogant? The Qin family was the one that was most at odds with the He family, so Qingzhou had no psychological pressure to add insult to injury, and said, most members of the He family are selfish and good at flattery. If it weren't for the Qin family's image in Qinyang Pet Shop, Qingzhou could have said something even more unpleasant. Luo Chen shook his head and stopped paying attention to him. Anyway, the materials collected by these three families basically covered all the materials he needed. Basically, it wouldn't be a big problem if one of the He family's materials was missing. Then I hope you can bring the materials to the store for trading as soon as possible. Okay. After the three agreed, they said goodbye and left the shop. Luo Chen also left the fantasy world and returned to the second floor of the real Qinyang Pet Shop. Now I have basically gathered all the materials I need, and I can evolve the beast soon. Chapter 94, Prelude to Evolution. Early the next morning, Luo Chen received a message from Qingzhou saying that he had arrived at the door of his shop. Looking at the time, it was exactly 8 o'clock. Luo Chen could only sigh that the Qin family was quite efficient. Fortunately, he did not go home yesterday and stayed in the store, so he could go downstairs immediately. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a while. I opened the shop door and saw Qingzhou standing outside. He should be wearing clothes for going out into battle, as the leather seemed to have strong defensive capabilities. And coupled with his somewhat resolute face, there really is such a bleak and solemn feeling. The creaking sound of the door opening interrupted Qingzhou's thoughts. Boss Luo. Good morning. Luo Chen first greeted everyone and then invited Qingzhou in. This was Qingzhou's first time entering Qinyang Pet Shop, although their Qin family had already bought the shop next to the pet shop. But he never had the chance to visit, and the main reason was that since he came to Qingyang City, Qinyang Pet Shop had not really opened. Compared with the fantasy world, the interior space of the real Qinyang Pet Shop is much larger, because the fantasy world does not use any space skills to expand. Moreover, Luo Chen only scanned part of the facilities in the store. It's not that the fantasy world cannot expand its space, but this function requires payment, and it's not very cheap. Walking to the rest area, Qingzhou looked at the tables in front of him and directly took out the materials collected by the Qin family. The J boxes were neatly placed on 3 tables. Luo Chen used his mental power to scan it, and found that the numbers were indeed correct. He nodded with satisfaction. Wait here for a moment. I'll go get the rabbit. After saying that, Luo Chen turned around and went upstairs. Hearing Luo Chen's words, Qingzhou clenched his hands excitedly. Their Qin family was finally going to get the second, Roxiang Wan spirit rabbit. Soon Luo Chen walked downstairs, holding 2 rabbits with crystal diamonds on their earlobes in his arms. Although the 2 rabbits look like the same species, the difference between them is obvious at a glance because of their different sizes and the number of crystal diamonds on their earlobes and paws. Luo Chen handed the slightly larger rabbit to Qingzhou and said, "This soul-loving rabbit for your Qin family is a 4th-level soul beast with good qualities. The other one is a 1st-level soul beast with good qualities." Qingzhou understood that the other soft and fragrant rabbit belonged to the Feng family. The difference in the levels of the beasts they tamed was probably due to the different quantities of materials provided by the 2 families. Although the Qin family has no shortage of resources and materials for training beastmen, Qingzhou still appreciates this kind of thoughtfulness. He did not put the rabbit back into the beast-taming bracelet, but held it in his arms. The contrast of a muscular middle-aged man holding a delicate and cute little rabbit was quite big. Boss Luo, the family is still waiting for me to return and report, so I'll take my leave first. Seeing that he was eager to go back, Luo Chen did not try to keep him and sent him out the door. Then Luo Chen saw Liang Jingxi, Feng Qingyang, and a somewhat unfamiliar young man on the street. After seeing Qingzhou off, Luo Chen welcomed the three people who came later into the store. First, he put the materials sent by Qinzhou back into his storage bracelet. And then Luo Chen looked at the three people, but he was looking at the young man who seemed a little strange. Luo Chen saw that he seemed to have followed Feng Qingyang here, so he asked politely, "Who is this?" "Oh, he is Feng Li Xiao, the representative sent by the Feng family. He is considered the most outstanding one of this generation in the Feng family." This young man looked to be around 26 or 27 years old, but the energy fluctuations on his body were already that of a king-level beastmaster. It seemed that he was indeed gifted. Well, it could also be the result of strong support from family resources. However, we cannot deny his own excellence. After all, a king-level beastmaster can be created entirely by piling up resources. But above the wilderness level, both talent and resources are indispensable. Being able to be trained vigorously by the Feng family, he has the potential to become a wild-level beastmaster. "Hello, Luo Chen." Feng Li Xiao did not call him boss, but called him by his name seriously. "Hello, Feng Li Xiao." After introducing the newcomers, Feng Li Xiao and Liang Jingxi also handed over the materials they collected to Luo Chen respectively. Correspondingly, Luo Chen gave the one-star spiritual beast, Roxiang Wan Spirit Rabbit, that he had prepared long ago to Feng Li Xiao. As for Liang Jingxi, after Luo Chen paid the corresponding 11 million spirit coins, he told her that he would inform her in advance when the beast was for sale. After the deal was reached, the two talents said goodbye and left. After closing the shop door, Luo Chen entered the quiet secret place with the bracelet filled with materials. First, the plant materials were given to dozens of rabbits raised in the secret realm, and after they were allowed to cast their spells, the original plants were collected and put into the warehouse. Thinking that the Luoyang Young Beast Tamer competition was about to begin, it would be better to solve the problem of his second beast first. Luo Chen selected the necessary materials and then came to the Stone Spirit secret realm. Seeing that the several beasts he had specifically asked the king-level Starlight Stone Spirit to take care of were in good condition, Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. "Take your time with the 5 beasts. Now that I have enough mental strength before accepting the blessing, I could only support the evolution of 2 beasts a day, but now I can fully support the evolution of 5 beasts. Let the Starlight Stone Spirit catch the Dawn Bird, which is dark blue in color and have a long light blue feather on its forehead, and bring it in front of itself. Race, Dawn Bird. Level, Spirit Beast 5-star. Department, Optical. Status, Relaxed, Helpless. Qualification, Good. Skills, 1. Dawn Light. Xian level Dawn Light is also called the Light of Hope. It is the first ray of light that breaks through the dawn and can dispel some negative states on the target. 2. Morning Sun. Xian level the Rising Sun. The morning bird simulates the light of the morning sun, illuminating its surroundings. It has a great restraining effect on shadow skills and enhances some light skills. 3. Light Feather. Xian level. Light feather condensed from light energy, controlled by the Dawn Bird to pierce the target. Dawn Bird is considered to be a kind of auxiliary type of beast in the evaluation of beasts, because although they have offensive skills, but as for the hurt, I can only say that those who understand it understand it. Its evolved form, Dawn Bird, although a spirit bird, is a true king bee species and can break through to the king beast level without any bottleneck. And because of its elegant and beautiful appearance and the rare beast with healing skills, it is very popular among beast masters. This evolutionary route has always been controlled by the Yu family in the central city of Chidori City. However, the Yu family only sells 10 Shiguang spirit birds every year, so this beast has always been in short supply. But today, what Luo Chen is going to evolve is not the Dawn Bird, but the other side of light, representing the last ray of darkness in the night. Dark Night Bird. Chapter 95, Evolution. First level spiritual object, 5 stalks of fluorescent grass. Second level spiritual objects, black jade, ore, and black spiritual sand. Third level spiritual object, branches and leaves of starry night vine. These are all the materials needed for the evolution of Dawn Bird. Fluorescent grass, as its name suggests, emits faint fluorescence from its branches and leaves, which looks quite beautiful. However, this plant is indeed very common and can be seen everywhere in Moyuan's secret realm without light, so it is rated as a first-class spiritual object. Luo Chen's mental power covered the 5 fluorescent grasses and then extracted all the fluorescence from the plants. The fluorescent light gathered together, as if forming a tiny nebula. Luo Chen's mental power spread out the fluorescent light, turning it into a thin veil that covered the surface of the morning bird's body. Starry night vine itself is a wild beast. If it were its trunk, it would naturally be classified as a fourth-tier spiritual creature, but the branches and leaves on its surface would be downgraded to a lower tier and can only be considered a third-tier spiritual creature. Luo Chen refined the branches and leaves of the starry night vine into a liquid state and let the dawn bird drink it all. The last two types of ores were crushed into gravel by Luo Chen, and after mixing, they drew a complex and strange pattern on the ground. Luo Chen let the dawn bird stand in the center of the pattern as if some ancient ceremony was being held. The pattern was activated by Luo Chen, and a dark shadow spread up from the pattern under the feet of the dawn bird, completely covering it. The real evolution process begins. The evolution process is not very fast. After all, in order to turn from light to darkness, the body of the dawn bird must be slowly transformed. While waiting, Luo Chen focused his attention on the other two bird beasts. He pointed with his hand, "Catch that blue-backed, white-bellied Qingyun spirit crane for me." Starlight Stone Spirit did as he was told. Luo Chen had not originally planned to evolve the Qingyun Lingi, because now it has already evolved from the Qingyun crane of the ferocious beast level. The only way it could evolve further was to become a king-level beastmaster, which went against the original intention of evolving a beastmaster for Luoyang. However, the store did lack a beastmaster for transportation. This Qingyun Lingi was already the most suitable means of transportation before it evolved. Luo Chen was looking forward to its performance after the evolution. Race: Azure Cloud Crane. Level: Spirit Beast 9 stars. Type: Wind Water. Status: Cool and self-contained. Qualification: General. Skills: 1. Qingyun. Xian level Qingyun crane summons 2 square meters of Qingyun, which can carry people and things and go up to the sky. 2. Wind Shield. Yellow level Qingyun crane holds up a wind shield for the target to resist the wind flow in front. 3. Cloud and Rain. Xian level Qingyun crane summons blue clouds in the target area, bringing a burst of rain. 4. Wind Blade. Yellow level summon Wind Blade to attack the target. 5. Strong Wind. Xian level summons a gust of wind to attack the target. Apart from having the ability to serve as a mount or transport goods, its other performances can only be described as mediocre among spiritual beasts. Therefore, Luo Chen did not plan to use it as a backup for Luoyang's second beast. It should be good to use it as a means of transportation in the store in the future. Second-level spiritual objects: Wind and Rain Grass, Clear Water Lotus Leaves. Level 3 spirit item: Green Manta King's Meat. Its evolution process is relatively simple, which is to use the meat of the Green Manta King, along with the other 2 ingredients to make it a delicious meal. Thinking back, when Luo Chen first saw this method of evolution, he was stunned for a long time. I don't know which genius discovered such a bizarre way of evolution. It's really unexpected, but he definitely couldn't be from Earth. In any case, he had never seen the evolved form of Qingyun Lingi in China. This evolution method is simple, but not that simple. There are strict requirements on the time and amount of adding materials. Otherwise, it will easily fail to evolve. Half an hour later, Luo Chen smelled the fragrant green stingray king fish soup in the pot and almost couldn't help but scoop out some for himself. Place it in front of the Qingyun Linke, indicating that it can enjoy it. Although it still appeared reserved and self-respecting on the surface, Luo Chen had already seen through its information that its state had become one of desire. However, the whole process of eating is still very elegant, like a noble gentleman who has enjoyed a good upbringing. Soon the whole pot of fish was eaten by it, and its eyes narrowed slightly, as if it was savoring the delicious taste, or as if it was drowsy after being full. Originally, it was only as tall as Luo Chen's waist, but it was growing rapidly. After a few minutes, it became a head taller than Luo Chen. The feathers on its back were turning completely white, leaving only a green mark like smoke passing across its back. When it moves, the green mark on its back will flow like smoke, which is very vivid. Race: Blue Smoke Flowing Cloud Crane. Level: King Beast 1 star. Type: Wind Water. Status: Satisfied. Qualification: Good. Skills: 1. Blue Cloud. Earth level: the blue smoke and cloud crane condenses a blue cloud within 100 square meters. The blue cloud can change its shape at will, and it can continue to exist in the outside world after it is condensed for the first time. 2. Windshield. Xian-level Qingyun crane holds up a windshield for the target to resist the oncoming airflow. 3. Cloud and rain. Xian-level the blue cloud crane summons blue clouds in the target area, bringing rain. 4. Gale blade. Earth level hidden in a violent wind is a wind blade with even more terrifying cutting power. 5. Green smoke. Xian-level the curling green smoke can block the prying eyes of detection skills. 6. Speedy flowing clouds. Earth level Qingyun flowing cloud crane greatly increases its own speed and Qingyun's speed, and when encountering obstacles it can disperse like flowing clouds and reunite. Evolution route. Not unlocked yet. Luo Chen took a look at the current information of green smoke flowing cloud crane and found that it was still not suitable as a combat-type beast because its offensive skills were too simple. But it seems to be a good courier. Although blue smoke flowing cloud crane is not his own beast, even the Beast King cannot fully understand what humans mean now. However, this problem did not stump Luo Chen at all. He brought the colorful sound spirit bird from the Qinyu secret realm to the Shurling secret realm. After promising 5 kilograms of spirit beast meat, Kain Linke agreed to act as a translator. Let blue smoke and flowing clouds crane display the blue cloud to the maximum extent. The blue cloud spreads out 3 or 4 meters above the ground. In Luo Chen's view, the blue cloud looks like a cloud island on the land. Luo Chen even went up to feel the hardness of Qingyun. Although it was soft under his feet, it was very hard. It did not fall down as he had imagined because it did not land on the solid ground. Intent on measuring Qingyun's maximum carrying capacity, Luo Chen asked the Starlight Stone Spirit beside him, who was nearly 100 meters tall and weighed several hundred tons, to stand on it. It has to be said that this is an Earth-level skill. Even if a giant monster, like the Starlight Stone Spirit, stood on it, Qingyun was not broken at all. There was no problem at all for Luo Chen to let blue smoke flowing cloud crane control the rise of blue cloud, and to perform extreme speed flowing cloud at the same time. After taking such measurements, Luo Chen decided to arrange green smoke and flowing clouds crane to be the store's car and truck under the jurisdiction of colorful sound spirit bird. Although on the surface now, colorful sound spirit bird is one major realm lower than green smoke flowing cloud crane, but this will not be a problem in the near future. And now, the colorful sound spirit bird is still sealed. According to Luo Chen's estimation, this guy should be a wild beast or a star beast. Otherwise, it would be a shame to show his arrogant attitude when I first met him. The Qingyun skill of blue smoke and flowing cloud crane had just been tested here, and the dark shadow of the black curtain covering the dawn bird on the other side gradually faded away. It seems that the evolution process of dawn bird has finally come to an end. Chapter 96, Evolution 2. When all the dark colors faded away, what appeared in front of Luo Chen was a bird representing the mystery and elegance of the night. Its dark blue feathers have been eroded by the power of the shadow, just now, making them even darker and deeper. But as it moved and its feathers moved, a lonely dark blue flashed across its body. On its back and broad wings, you can see dots of white fluorescence, like eternal stars twinkling under the black night sky. Especially the tail of the long feathers on its forehead, adorned with a strange gem as bright as a star, which firmly attracted Luo Chen's attention. Even the Starlight Stone Spirit, next to it, looked at the gem with great curiosity. The rich starlight power on it gave it a very familiar feeling. Race: Night Dark Spirit Bird. Level: Spirit Beast 6 star. Category: Dark Light Starlight. Status: Curious Exploring. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1. Night. Earth level wherever the night bird stands is the night. It can control a certain range around it, forming a night environment and prohibiting the appearance of light and daylight elements. 2. Darkest Hour. Xian level the dark bird causes all targets to become blind for a certain period of time, and this state can affect the mind. 3. Shadow Erosion. Xian level after the night dark bird causes effective damage to the target. The wound formed will retain the power of shadow and continue to cause continuous erosion to the target. 4. Exploding Stars. Earth level the night dark bird leaves stars wherever it passes by or in the process of attacking a target. The stars will attach to the target they come into contact with, continuously exposing the target to the night dark bird. The stars will also continuously draw spiritual power from the target and explode when they have enough energy. 5. Shadow Ring Blade. Xian level the night dark bird can summon multiple ring blades formed by the power of shadow to attack the target from a distance. Evolution route. Not unlocked yet. If the dawn bird is more inclined towards support and treatment, the evolved dusk bird is now completely moving towards the direction of control and assassin. It's going in the completely opposite direction. However, after taking a complete look at the skills of Midnight Dark Spirit Bird, Luo Chen can only say that it is excellent, extremely excellent. This skill seems to be much more powerful than some king-level beastmasters. However, this beast doesn't seem to be very suitable to be a mount-type beast, and it doesn't fully meet Luoyang's requirements. It would be better to evolve the remaining 3 beasts and let him choose for himself. The one that came out this time was our old friend, the Silver Warhorse. Luo Chen looked at its information and found that it was basically no different from before. Then it selected the materials it needed for evolution. First level spiritual object, 4-leaf clover. Second level spiritual object, golden jade silk. The remaining materials could barely be classified as second-tier spiritual objects, because all it needed was a feather from one of hundreds of different spiritual tier bird beasts. In most cases, it cannot even be considered a spiritual creature. The evolutionary process feels like growing up by eating food from many families. Luo Chen used golden jade threads to string together all the feathers of different sizes and colors to form the shape of a pair of wings. Place a handful of 4-leaf clovers in front of the Silver Warhorse and let it eat them all. To be honest, even if Luo Chen is a breeder, he doesn't know what role the 4-leaf clover plays here. Is it to increase the luck value? Luo Chen controlled his mental power and moved back and forth on the wings formed by hundreds of feathers. Then he saw that the feathers, which were originally of different shapes and sizes, were quietly changing. Every feather turned into a rainbow of colors. The smaller feathers became larger, and the oversized feathers became smaller. It's as if the properties of all the feathers were evenly distributed. Then, this wing, which was not very big compared to the size of the Silver Warhorse, fell on the back of the Silver Warhorse. New bones and flesh seemed to have grown at the joints of the wings, tightly connecting them to the body of the Silver Warhorse. The wings, which originally seemed very small, slowly grew and expanded after absorbing the power from the Silver Warhorse's body, and gradually grew into a size that matched the Silver Warhorse's huge body. Compared with the original Silver Warhorse, it seems to have only a pair of colorful wings that can fly. Silver Warhorse twisted his neck backwards and looked at the extra wings curiously. Then, as it controlled itself, its wings flapped gently, and its entire body swayed as it flew upwards, but it seemed that the first one was not able to control it well. After swaying twice at a very low altitude, it flipped over with a bang and fell on its back. Luo Chen was amused by its behavior, and then checked its current information. Race, colorful winged war scale horse. Level, spirit beast 5-star. Type, wind, gold, martial. Status, distressed, wanting to fly high. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Warhorse charge. Xian level the colorful winged warhorse charges and forms a silver shield in front of its head to protect itself, causing impact damage to targets on the path ahead. 2. Silver scale armor. Xian level the colorful winged war scale horse is protected by silver metal armor plates all over its body and has excellent defensive capabilities. 3. Colorful wings wind. Earth level the colorful wings war scale horse flaps the wings behind it to break through its own speed limit and can control whether to leave a long rainbow bridge. Other beasts or humans passing through the long bridge will increase their speed to twice their own, but cannot exceed the current speed of the colorful wings war scale horse. 4. Silver tail thorn. Xian level the tail of the colorful winged war scale horse is similar to a scorpion's tail. When fighting an enemy, it can launch a surprise attack on the target. 5. Wind piercing. Xian level control the wind element to form a sharp wind cone that penetrates the target's body. Evolution route. Not unlocked yet. Luo Chen looked at the information and felt that the colorful winged war scale horse was the most suitable mount for the current beast. It not only possessed extreme speed, but also had a certain combat power. Luo Chen felt the nearly half of his remaining mental power, and then looked at the remaining 2 beasts. Meowing spirit bird and golden-winged spirit butterfly. Qingyang City Number 1 Middle School. After today's beast taming practical instruction class ended, Lioang carried the small school bag that he had packed long ago. He had already asked his teacher and director for half a month's leave to prepare for the upcoming Qingyang City Youth Beast Tamer competition. Today, Luo Chen sent him a message, asking him to go back and choose his second beast. Now he is very eager to return home. However, not long after he left the classroom, he was surrounded by several boys and girls who looked like they were looking for trouble. Chapter 97 Silent Words in Deep Voice. Luoyang looked at the four people who surrounded him, and the corners of his mouth twitched silently. Boss Luo, have you been a bit unkind lately? The little red-haired one of the four complained. As soon as these words came out, the posture of looking for trouble took on a different flavor, with quite a bit of resentment in it. Seeing that the remaining three people were looking at him with dissatisfaction, Luoyang apologized quickly. I'm sorry, I've been a bit busy at home lately. I'll go out of town with you guys after I finish the competition. Contest, a naive girl exclaimed. Isn't it the Young Beast Tamer competition? The girl's exclamation was so loud that it attracted strange looks from the students passing by. Seeing this, a more cold and beautiful woman next to the naive girl quickly covered the girl's startled mouth with her hand. The cold and beautiful girl pulled the naive girl towards her side to prevent her from making any surprising moves so that she could stop her in advance. Luoyang nodded helplessly, which was considered a positive answer to the question raised by the girl. All right, Boss Luo, you can actually participate in the Beast Tamer competition. Let us see what your Qi-Yin looks like now. The red-haired boy said this because the minimum requirement for registering for the Youth Beast Tamer competition is to own at least one spiritual level beast. Just based on this condition, more than half of the Beastmasters who met the age requirement in Qingyang City have been eliminated. Luoyang looked around and decided to meet the requests of his friends. He motioned for them to stand further away to leave space in the middle. Then he released the now huge Qi-Yin from the bracelet. After Qi-Yin came out, he lay down on the ground obediently according to Luoyang's instructions. However, Qi-Yin had changed so much from his previous appearance that several of his friends were afraid to recognize him for a moment. Is this Qi-Yin? The red-haired boy swallowed hard and asked in disbelief. Luoyang nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's it. Oh my god, this is such a huge change. But what type of beast is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Indeed, the difference between this and the previous fiery red appearance is too great, and they have always heard that Luoyang Qian will evolve into a red flame fire lion. So I have some understanding of the appearance and skills of the red flame fire lion, but I didn't expect that Qi Yin is now dressed in ice blue, which doesn't match the red flame fire lion at all. And there is a cool feeling around it, which is quite comfortable in this summer. Luoyang didn't mind revealing some information to his friends. Its current species is the Ice Flame Lion King, a beast that has never appeared before. Of course, you haven't seen it before. The innocent girl exclaimed with starry eyes. Boss Luo, you have also become a spiritual level beastmaster. Together with Sister Shining, we now have 2 spiritual level beastmasters on our team. Next time we leave the city, we can go to places farther away. Listening to the girl's longing speech, Luoyang responded with a smile. Okay, after my game is over, I will accompany you out of the city. Qiao Xining grabbed the girl who was about to jump for joy and said to Luoyang, since you're going to participate in the competition, your training must be very intense recently, so we won't bother you. Luoyang put Qian back into his bracelet and waved goodbye to the 4 people. Okay, see you after the game. Watching Luoyang disappear from her sight, Qiao Xining had a feeling that the relationship between him and the other 3 of them was just like their separation today, drifting further and further apart. Only the silly girl Wang Xinyue is still looking forward to the next hunting trip out of the city. Qiao Xining touched Wang Xinyue's head. Perhaps the optimist would be happier. By the time Luoyang returned to Qinyang Pet Shop, it was already around 7 in the afternoon, but it was still bright in the summer evening. Following the message sent to him by his brother Luo Chen, Luoyang went directly to the Stone Spirit's secret realm on the 3rd floor. Luoyang came to the Stone Spirit's secret realm relatively seldom, so a smaller, Starlight Stone Spirit was arranged at the entrance of a secret realm to lead the way for him. When he arrived in Luoyang, Luo Chen had already evolved all 5 beasts. Now the 5 beasts of different shapes are staying obediently in front of Luo Chen, waiting for Luoyang to finish his selection before Luo Chen makes other arrangements for them. Elder brother. From a distance, Luoyang saw Luo Chen sitting cross-legged on the ground. He and Qi Yin ran towards Luo Chen. However, Qi Yin was still faster, but this time it did not rush into Luo Chen's arms like before. Instead, it excitedly circled around Luo Chen, rubbing him gently from time to time, really like a big cat. Luo Chen patted Qi Yan's head and took out an energy stone to feed it. Qi Yan has now reached the level of a 4-star spirit beast. It seems that the growth rate of the king bee species in the spirit beast realm is still very fast. After Qi Yan swallowed the entire energy stone, Luo Yang finally arrived. After looking at Luo Chen, he said, "Brother, there is no problem with you accepting the blessing, right? No, this is not a good thing. Who knows, maybe I, your brother, will become a king-level beastmaster before you." Luo Chen pointed his finger at the 5 beasts not far from him. "Which of these 5 beasts do you like better?" That crane is now a king-level beast, so don't consider it. The remaining 4 are for you to choose from." Luoyang looked at the 4-winged beasts, his eyes revealing a look of confusion. "I have never learned about these beast taming in class, nor have I seen them in any reports, which means that these are new forms evolved from my own brother. How to choose this?" Seeing the confusion in Luoyang's eyes, Luo Chen smiled mischievously, and then took the initiative to introduce him the information of each beast. This first one is the night dark spirit bird. Its aptitude: this 3rd bird with blue wings and dark green back is the quiet voice bird that evolved from the wonderful voice bird. Race: silent and calm bird. Level: spirit beast 6-star. Department: phonology, psychology. Status: silent. Qualification: good. Skills: 1. Silent words. Xian level locks the target so that it cannot speak. 2. Silent sound. Earth-level sound waves are prohibited from propagating within the skill's casting range. 3. Stagnation. Xian level the target who is stared at by me, Yin Chenin K, for a long time will be locked by his mind, and the speed of moving or releasing skills will be slowed down. 4. Word spirit sword of swift sound. Earth-level me, Yin Chenin K, uses the word spirit technique, and the sound waves condense into a sword to stab the enemy. 5. Word spirit dead. Xian level you can use your own sound skills repeatedly without consumption. Evolution route. Not unlocked yet. This last one is the evolved form of the golden-winged aura butterfly. Chapter 98, Beastmaster's Choice. Race: thousand-eyed butterfly. Level: spirit beast 5-star. Department: spiritual department, light department. Status: scattered. Qualification: excellent. Skills: 1. Spiritual pupil. Earth level can see through the illusions cast by other beasts and can more easily see the weaknesses of other beasts. 2. Psychedelic eyes. Earth level, there are many eyes made up of special patterns on the wings of the thousand-eyed butterfly. When needed, these eyes will open in front of the target, causing the target's mind to fall into the illusion of reincarnation and difficult to wake up. 3. Phosphorus powder. Xian level, the thousand-eyed butterfly flaps its wings to produce a huge amount of phosphorus powder, which can adhere to the target's body surface and cause corrosive damage. 4. Super energy beam. Xian level, the thousand-eyed butterfly emits an energy beam through the central pupil of the eye on its wings. 5. Faint light. Yellow level, the thousand-eyed butterfly controls the energy of light elements and emits a faint light on its body surface. Evolution route. Not unlocked yet. Thousand-eyed butterfly. Just as its name suggests, its wings are densely covered with eyes, made up of strange patterns. Even if it doesn't use any skills, just staring at its wings for a long time will make your mind seem to be brought into a psychedelic world by those eyes. Its body looked much smaller compared to the other beasts, and when its wings were spread, they were only the size of Luo Chen's entire upper body. After introducing the 1,000-pupil butterflies, Luo Chen looked at Luo Yang. "Which one do you like better? What do you think?" Compared to Luo Chen's relaxed expression, Luo Yang now had a complicated expression and was in agony. Every beast was good, and he really wanted them all. Looking at Luo Yang in front of him, his eyes lingering among several beasts, and from time to time he fell into a state of trance and thought, and he did not make a decision for a long time. Luo Chen did not urge him. After all, the Beastmaster would be his future partner in the fight, so it would not be a problem to give it more consideration. However, compared to powerful skills, Luo Chen still hopes that he can choose a beast tamer with a better personality. After all, it is quite easy for him to improve his beast tamer. "Xiaoyang, why don't you spend some time alone with each beast, and then tell me your decision?" Luoyang looked in the direction of the 4 beasts, then nodded and said, "Okay," letting him get along with the beasts. Luo Chen leaned comfortably on the soft flesh on Qi Yan's belly and chose to receive the reward for completing the task. Task 1. Make 3 spirit beasts evolve. Completed. Reward 200 points. Already received. 2 skill crystals can be collected. Seeing that his points had increased from 0 to 200, Luo Chen smiled with satisfaction, and then collected the other 2 skill crystals. 2 skill crystals of different colors were thrown to the ground through the space crack that appeared, and Luo Chen picked them up from the ground with his mental power. After getting it, 2 completely different messages came to my mind. Golden Shield. Xian level gathers the energy of gold and light elements to form a shield that absorbs damage caused by the target. When the damage borne by the shield reaches the upper limit, it will explode and cause damage to surrounding targets. Learning conditions. A beast of the spiritual level or above that possesses both gold and light attributes. Time stop. Earth level anchor an area in advance. Upper limit of Earth level is 1,000 square meters. And then in the following time, be able to control the flow of time in the area to stop for half an hour, increasing or decreasing the duration depending on the strength of the energy fluctuations in the target area. Learning conditions. Beastmasters above the king level of the time system. Seeing the information about the second skill crystal, Luo Chen was a little surprised. Was he lucky? Gave me the time-related skill crystal? But I don't think I've ever seen a time-related beast tamer in my store. I was just excited for a moment. Although time-related skills are good, they are of no use to me now. I'll just put them in the warehouse and let them collect dust. Luo Chen looked at the 2 remaining tasks in the system. Task 2. Sell 10 spirit beasts. Reward 150 points and 10 energy stones. Mission 4. Sell a king-level beast. Reward 500 points and a bloodline enhancement stone. Before going to Lioang City to participate in the competition, I have to complete them all. Luo Chen was half lying like this, thinking about things, and fell asleep unknowingly. When he opened his eyes again, he found Lioang lying beside him, with his head resting on Qian's soft belly just like him. However, he did not sleep, but instead stared at the deep and vast starry sky in the stone spirit's secret realm. Have you finished choosing? Luo Chen's voice awakened Luoyang from his deep thought. He turned his head to look at Luo Chen, and his eyes regained clarity. Yeah, I've chosen it. What did you choose? There was some curiosity in Luo Chen's eyes. He really wanted to know what Luoyang's choice was. Luoyang waved his hand towards the starry sky, and then it seemed as if he saw a star falling from above in the vast starry sky. As he got closer, Luo Chen saw its full appearance. Its entire body is dark blue in color, with stars dotted on its back feathers and wings. At the end of the long feathers on its head, there is a gem as bright as a star, gently floating in the air. It turned out to be his first evolved midnight dark bird. Think about the conditions that Luoyang proposed at the beginning: being able to fly, being able to serve as a mount, having high combat power, and looking cool. This dark spirit bird knight meets all the requirements. The ability to fly is the most basic, and all 4 beasts can fly. It can serve as a mount. Although the midnight dark spirit bird is not as good as the colorful winged war scale horse in this regard, its size is more than enough to carry Luoyang alone. And the most important thing is that its combat power should be the highest among these 4 beasts, with 2 attack-type Earth-level skills. As for the cool looks, I can only say that each of the beasts has its own merits. Dark spirit bird in the night is mysterious and elegant. Colorful winged fighting scale horse is cool and handsome. Quiet and silent bird is quiet and elegant, and thousand-eyed butterfly is charming and dangerous. In fact, no matter which one, judging from the appearance alone, it is in line with human aesthetics. Watching Luoyang make his choice, Luo Chen stood up from his half-lying position. Since you have made your choice, I will give you the colorful winged war scale horse as your exclusive mount. Huh? Luoyang jumped up from the ground in surprise. You're going to give me that horse too? Luo Chen looked at Luo Yang's surprised expression, clapped his hands, and said confidently, "Of course it's true. Anyway, if you don't make a contract with it and just use it as a beast to tame while traveling, it's completely enough to just use the beast taming ring to control it normally." The next second, Luoyang gave Luo Chen a bear hug. "I love you so much, brother." Luo Chen held his hands stiffly and slowly patted Luoyang on the back. Although I cannot accept this more open way of expressing love. But seeing that Luoyang has really become as sunny as a little son in the past few months, I am still quite relieved. Chapter 99, Battle Between Beast Tamers. August 1st, 552 in the new calendar. The Qingyang City Youth Beast Tamer competition will also be held today. However, unlike the Young Breeder competition, the Young Beast Tamer competition will be held in the fantasy world. Perhaps it is somewhat dangerous for Beastmasters to fight each other, so this fighting method is adopted in order to protect the Beastmasters. Or perhaps it was because there were too many Beastmasters participating in the competition. Although there were age and level restrictions for the participants, there were still more than 10,000 Beastmasters participating in the competition. Therefore, only in the fantasy world can a suitable venue be created to hold many games at the same time, saving an inestimable amount of time in terms of efficiency. Moreover, the intelligence system of the fantasy world can directly act as a judge, and fairness can be fully guaranteed. As it was Luoyang's first game, Luo Chen naturally had to go and watch it. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Luo Chen's spirit entered the fantasy world. The landing point was still the cramped space of Qinyang Pet Shop. He summoned out the little ball and the little one at the same time. Now, both little guys woke up yesterday. After waking up, the little ball of fur reached the level of an 8-star spirit beast, while the little one reached the level of a 9-star spirit beast. Although the combat power of the two little ones is not yet the top one in Qingyang City, they should be among the first-class ones. Luo Chen said to the light ball intelligence beside him, "Search for Qingyang City Youth Beast Tamer Competition. We have found one relevant copy and 673 live broadcast rooms. We have found 796 relevant news items and 672 entries." After thinking about it, Luo Chen chose to enter the relevant copy. As soon as he entered this place, called a copy, Luo Chen heard a noisy sound pouring into his ears. Luo Chen narrowed his eyes, and after a few seconds, his stiff body gradually became familiar with the noisy environment and slowly relaxed. He turned his head left and right, looking at the environment he was in. His position should be in an audience stand similar to that of a stadium, with about 1 meter between the audience seats on the left, right, front, and back. This distance should be considered quite loose. Luo Chen now looked towards the center of the stadium. On the wide platform, there were densely packed figures standing. This should be the beast tamer participating in today's competition. However, there is another advantage of this fantasy world. Luo Chen can zoom in, even though he is in the back half of the stadium's audience seats. But you can still move your perspective to the center of the stadium and watch the scene inside up close. Not long after, Feng Qingyang and his morning glory assistant appeared at the venue. The other two judges also looked familiar: Zhang Qi, the commander of the city guards, and Cheng Chao, the captain of the law enforcement team. However, Chang Heng and Luo Yuheng did not attend as judges today, but perhaps this type of competition does not require judges. The intelligence of the fantasy world alone is enough to determine the winner of the game. Feng Qingyang's figure appeared in the center of the screen for all the viewers. This should be the authority of the copy creator. Today's Beast Tamer competition looks very lively, and we welcome all the residents of Qingyang City to come and watch the heroic appearance of the new generation of good men in Qingyang City. Without going into details, my deputy Qi Yu will announce today's competition rules and procedures. After saying that, Feng Qingyang's figure on the screen was replaced by Qi Yu, whose shoulders were clinging to morning glories. Next, I will announce the rules of today's competition. We will adopt a one-on-one elimination system. Each Beastmaster will be paired up in pairs to fight in a ring, and the winner will advance to the next round. Each person will play 3 rounds today. A total of 11,571 players will be eliminated, leaving 1,653 remaining. I also ask every player to take every game seriously. In addition, for the efficiency of the competition, all contestants' competitions will start at the same time. Audiences can search for the numbers of their favorite contestants to watch their wonderful performances. The competition will then officially begin. After Qi Yu finished speaking, the contestants who were standing quietly and waiting for arrangements suddenly disappeared from the audience's view. Then a number of miscellaneous light balls appeared in the field. Luo Chen adjusted his view and saw that the players had turned into small human figures and appeared inside. Luo Chen had no choice but to search for Luoyang's competition number 7756, and then his perspective changed, and he came to the inside of one of the small light balls. This was a relatively small stadium with only a few spectators inside, and Luo Chen happened to be one of them. To say it is smaller is only relative. The fighting stage where Luoyang stands is still 2,000 square meters in size. The field was a neat square, and Luoyang was standing on the left side of the battle stage. The teammate matched by the system for him had not yet appeared. Luo Chen waved towards the stage, testing whether Luoyang could spot him. As luck would have it, Luoyang was also observing his environment and happened to discover Luo Chen's figure. He excitedly waved in the direction of Luo Chen, indicating that he had discovered him. At this moment, a voice that could not be distinguished between male and female echoed in the competition venue. The opponent has been matched. Please get ready, player 7756. Luoyang hurriedly summoned Qi Yan, and the man and the beast stood 2 meters apart, cautiously staring at the opponent who was about to appear on the opposite side. There were simultaneous fluctuations on the battle stage and in the audience seats, as if the battle spaces of both players were merging. Standing on the left side of the arena was a chubby little guy about 1.3 meters tall. He looked like he was only about 11 or 12 years old. Luoyang looked at the fat boy opposite him with a look of surprise. He really couldn't have imagined that his first opponent would be such a little kid who seemed to be still in junior high school or elementary school. When Fatty saw Luoyang and Qi Yan appearing opposite him, he quickly summoned his own beast. The moment he saw the beast tamer, Luo Chen recognized what kind of beast tamer it was: Wind Frost Spirit Wolf, the evolved form of Frost Wolf. This Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf seems to be well-fed and has already reached the level of a 2-star spirit beast. Judging from the age of this little fat boy, his family should be quite well off. Race: Frost Spirit Wolf. Level: Spirit Beast 2-star. Type: Ice Wind. Status: Focused. Qualification: Good. Skills: 1. Low temperature resistance. Yellow level: the Frost Wolf prefers to live in a lower temperature environment and has a stronger tolerance to low temperatures. 2. Frostblade. Xian level: the Wind Frost Spirit Wolf attaches frost power to its sharp claws, causing low temperature frostbite to the target it touches. If the skin is scratched, the frost power will invade the flesh and blood, affecting blood circulation throughout the body. 3. Wind and Frostblade. Xian level: the Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf summons a wind blade wrapped in frost and snow, sweeping towards the target. 4. Snowfall. Xian level: the Frost Wolf summons snowflakes to fall in a small area. 5. Following the Wind. Yellow level: in this state, the speed of the Wind Frost Spirit Wolf increases by 20%. Perhaps little Fatty had been taught something by his family, and the moment he summoned the beast, he ordered the Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf to run towards Luoyang. He stood where he was and summoned his second beast. It was a plant-type beast. As soon as it appeared, it fell on the ground in front of him, then took root and grew. Its tightly closed petals slowly opened, revealing its beautiful posture. Race: Healing Lily. Level: 7 stars of Fierce Beast. Department: Light Department, Life Department. Status: Nervous. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1. Healing Light. Xian level: Healing Lily emits light that has the ability to heal wounds, allowing them to heal quickly. 2. Lily Shield. Xian level: the Healing Lily consumes its own life energy and summons a layer of Lily Shield on the target's body surface, which can absorb some of the attacking damage and convert it into life energy with healing effect. A healing auxiliary beastmaster, and in Luo Chen's opinion, although this Healing Lily is a ferocious beast, it is much more precious than the Wind Frost Spirit Wolf. He didn't quite understand why this little fatty's family was able to find the Healing Lily contract for him, but it was not his first beast tamer. Chapter 100, Strange Talent. After the Healing Lily took root and grew, it used the Lily Shield skill on the Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf that was running on the field. Although it is called a shield, the skill is reflected on the body of the Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf as a layer of illusory lily petal-like pattern slowly flowing on its body surface. Qi Yan, the 5-star spirit beast beside Luoyang, glanced at the Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf that was running towards him quickly. When the two were less than 200 meters apart, Luoyang no longer cared that he was bullying the smaller one. 2 fist-sized flame bombs quickly formed beside Qi Yan, then drew long blue tails of flame and shot towards the Wind Frost Spirit Wolf at high speed. When the flame bomb was about to hit him, the Frost Spirit Wolf used his own go with the wind skill and then quickly rushed forward short distance. The flame bomb brushed past its back and hit the ground behind it, forming a large piece of ice crystals on the ground. Although it adjusted its speed in time, the parts hit by the flowing flame bomb still left large scars. The dark blue hair was burned by the unknown flame, and the exposed skin showed signs of frostbite. The lily shields from various parts of its body gathered at the wound on its back, transforming into a bright light to heal the wound. However, the gap in levels was quite large, and he could no longer continue after only recovering a small part of the injuries. At this time, with only an exchange of skills, Wind Frost Spirit Wolf felt the huge gap between himself and the beast on the opposite side. Fortunately, it is an ice-type beast and has a certain resistance to the low-temperature damage caused by the red flame. The damage is not as terrible as it looks. It turned its head to look at the little fatty behind it, with snowflakes falling around it. Then it rushed towards Luoyang with a huge wind and frost blade. Seeing it turn its target towards Luoyang, Qiyin opened his mouth and roared, then condensed more, flowing flame bombs, and smashed them down on its way forward. Little Fatty clasped his hands together, and after his strange movement, the flesh and blood on the back of the wind and frost spirit wolf squirmed and formed the shape of a lily. This lily is exactly the same as the healing lily in front of Little Fatty. No, perhaps it can be said that it is that healing lily, because the healing lily that had taken root in front of Little Fatty has disappeared. Luo Chen, who was standing off the field, looked at this strange scene with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Is this the talent of a beast master? It is really bizarre that two beasts of completely different species can be brought together in this way. Luoyang on the field also had a look of interest in his eyes, because he felt that the momentum of the opponent's Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf had increased a lot, and it had probably reached the level of a 4-star spirit beast. This little fat boy has some interesting talents. Qiyin, use your ice flame true body and end this quickly. Qiyin nodded, and then the ice blue flames on his body surged, and a 4-meter-tall ice flame lion king, composed purely of ice flames, appeared on the scene. Every step it took left a thick layer of icicles on the field. Even Luo Chen, who was sitting in the first row of the audience, could vaguely feel the horrifyingly low temperature. The now strange-looking Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf collided with the ice flame true body without fear. Although every attack would leave deep scars on the body of the Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf, the healing lily on its back would flash with light, and these wounds would be healed immediately. This combination really does combine the advantages of both beast taming methods ingeniously. However, Qiyin licked his claws and then pounced on the Wind Frost Spirit Wolf that was fighting with the Ice Flame True Body. This was its charged attack, and its claws hit the healing lily on the back of the Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf hard. The force of this attack was too terrifying. The body of healing lily was torn into pieces by the sharp claws and fell to the ground from the back of Wind Frost Spirit Wolf. Perhaps the two now have the same senses. The Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf let out a suppressed and painful roar, and for a moment it collapsed to the ground, unable to move for a long time. The attack was successful, and Qiyan's eyes revealed a dangerous look. He walked towards the Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf that was lying limp on the ground. Player 6672 surrenders. Player 7756 wins. Please take a break and continue with the next game in 15 minutes. Before the system's announcement ended, the little fatty opposite Luoyang and the Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf on the ground had already turned into phantoms and disappeared. It seemed that the moment Xiaopang surrendered, the connection between the two Venus was cut off. Looking at the little fatty with a shuddering expression before he disappeared, Luoyang could only say sorry silently in his heart for letting a young child witness such a bloody scene. Once he gets on the field, he will face his opponent with all his strength, no matter who is on the other side. Moreover, this is a fantasy world and will not really have any impact on him. As for the psychological aspect, since you have chosen this path, you will have to face these things eventually. If you cannot accept them, it only means that you are not suitable to be a beastmaster fighting outside. When the little fatty on the opposite side completely disappeared, the audience he brought with him, who seemed to be his family, also disappeared. Now, there are only a few spectators left in the field. Luoyang rode on Qiyan's body and came to the edge of the venue. He waved to the sitting Luo Chen through a layer of glass-like membrane. Brother, I won. Luo Chen thought about it and decided not to dampen his enthusiasm. Not bad, very good, but you still have to be careful in the next two games and don't capsize. Luo Chen was telling the truth. Sometimes, although the beasts contracted by a beastmaster were not very good, when combined with the beastmaster's unique talents, unexpected results would often appear. Just like the little fatty just now. By fusing the talents of two beasts, The combat capabilities of the two beasts can be improved, and they can even fight with the king bee species, Ice Flame Lion King, for several rounds. 15 minutes passed quickly, and Luoyang rode Qi Yin back to the center of the field on his left. This time, a young woman appeared on the opposite side. There are two beasts accompanying her. One is a butterfly-shaped beast emitting a cold light, and the other is a 3-star spirit beast, Bone-Spiked Spirit Tiger. Luo Chen focused his attention on the butterfly-like beast. Race: Golden Blade Butterfly. Level: Spirit Beast, 3 stars. Department: Gold. Status: Focused. Qualification: Good. Skills: 1. Body of Steel. Yellow level. The Golden Blade Butterfly is covered in steel and possesses great strength and toughness. 2. Golden Flywheel. Xian level. The Golden Blade Butterfly spreads its wings, rotates its body into a flywheel, and attacks the target. 3. Gold and Silver Powder. Xian level. Gold elements form fine powder. If the target has wounds, the powder will enter the blood through the wounds and cause negative effects such as poisoning to the target. 4. Gold Blade. Xian level. A gold blade formed by gold elements, with a certain destructive power. It turned out to be the regular evolution of the steel butterfly, the Golden Blade Butterfly. Chapter 1:01 Advance to the next round. Luoyang looked at the two 3-star beasts on the opposite side, and his eyes became focused. The 1-star difference between spirit beasts is actually not that big. It's just that they have more energy in their bodies and better physical fitness. But these can be easily defeated by skills, or the tacit cooperation between beast tamers. So even when the woman saw Qi Yin, whose race she didn't recognize at all, and whose realm was obviously higher than her two beasts, she was not panicked at all. I haven't seen it before, so I'll just try from distance. And judging from the situation, the other side has only summoned one beast, so I'm still very confident after calculating this way. Without further ado, the young woman shouted, "I'd get 300 meters closer to the other side and use the golden claw blade to launch a tentative attack." The bone-spurred tiger, named Ada, nodded, then rushed towards Luoyang. Luoyang narrowed his eyes and had no intention of summoning his second beast. Instead, Qian also rushed towards the bone-thorn spirit tiger and was closing the distance very quickly. Golden claw blade and flame bomb collided in the air first, causing a small-scale explosion. The height of bone-thorn spirit tiger is about 2 meters, while Qian is even bigger, almost 2.5 meters. After the two giant beasts came into contact, the strange icy flames on Qi Yan's body surged, and the temperature around him dropped. Bone-Spiked Spirit Tiger moved away slightly, obviously not wanting to engage in close combat with Qi Yan. The bone spurs extending from its back emitted a cold light under its control and stabbed towards Qi Yan's neck. The expected scene of blood splattering did not occur. Qi Yan rolled on the spot to avoid the sudden attack. However, the bone spur was obviously controlled by mental power, and it stabbed towards Qi Yan's weak part relentlessly. As Qi Yan dodged, the illusory flames on his body became solid and spread from his body to the ground. With it as the center, the ice-blue flame quickly spreads around, and the thick ice ridges on the ground announce its terrifyingly low temperature. Bone Spur's spirit tiger saw that the situation was not good and wanted to stay away from Qi Yan, but Qi Yan's hornet counterattack had already been sounded, so how could he give up? It leaped a very long distance and arrived in front of the bone-thorn spirit tiger, and the ice flame spread from under the feet of the bone-thorn spirit tiger. Although it did not spread to the body of the bone-spiked spirit tiger, the extremely low temperature under its feet was transmitted to its entire body through the soles of its feet. Unable to stay any longer, bone-thorn spirit tiger immediately made its own judgment. The low temperature coming from the surface seemed to be affecting its reaction and movement speed, and the circulation of energy even felt sluggish. It wanted to stay away from the frozen area on the ground, but would Qi Yan let it do as it wished? The ice on the ground not only did not affect it, but it made its speed even faster. Before the bone-spiked spirit tiger could react, it came to the side and pounced on it fiercely, causing the bone-spiked spirit tiger to lie on its side on the ground, with deep scars on its back that could be seen to the bone. The young woman watched as the bone-thorn spirit tiger fell into a slump and did not bring the golden blade butterfly to provide assistance. But at the very beginning, she and the golden blade butterfly were approaching towards Luoyang. Now that Luoyang has no other beast to protect him, it is a good time to take action. So the wings of the golden blade butterfly spread out, turning into a rotating golden flywheel, and rushed towards Luoyang with a sound of breaking through the air. The distance between the two was only 100 meters, which was just a blink of an eye for the flywheel transformed by the golden blade butterfly. 10 meters, 5 meters, 2 meters. When there was 1 meter left, Luoyang finally made a move. He quickly bent down, causing Feiluan's attack on his neck to miss completely. Luoyang then turned over and supported himself with one hand, raised his head, and looked at the young woman rushing towards him, muttering, "Bullying the weak with the strong? You don't know my talent yet." The next moment, with his hand supporting the ground as the center, an ice-blue flame spread on the ground, and the scene under Qi Yan's feet also appeared in Luoyang. This sudden change forced the young woman to stop rushing forward. Although she didn't understand what was happening to Luoyang, she would not miss the good opportunity of seeing Luoyang being left alone. She retreated quickly without any special movement. The golden flywheel that returned to Luoyang's back suddenly increased to twice its original size. The wheel, which was originally only half the size of Luoyang's body, is now approaching the size of Luoyang's entire body. Luoyang could feel the sound of something breaking through the air approaching from behind him, so he had to give up the idea of chasing the young woman and roll to the side to avoid another cut from the golden flywheel. Click! However, the ground where he originally stayed was damaged, leaving a deep gully, which was enough to show the terrifying attack ability of the golden flywheel. Luoyang took a look at the golden flywheel that was rising from the ground with difficulty, put his hands together, and a humanoid body twice Luoyang's size, made entirely of ice flames, appeared. This flaming true body fearlessly grabbed the golden flywheel, transformed from the golden blade butterfly, with its own hands. Although it had become twice as large as before due to the young woman's Beastmaster talent, it was still hammered back into its original form of the golden blade butterfly by the ice flame's true body. Seeing that golden blade butterfly was suppressed by Bing Yin's true body, Luoyang looked at the young woman who was getting farther and farther away from him. "I'm sorry." Then 4 or 5 flame bombs formed behind him, chasing the young woman as if they had eyes. The young woman dodged 1, 2, but the remaining 3 were unavoidable. The flame bombs hit her body, and in addition to the huge impact, she also felt a chill that penetrated deep into her bones. The young woman felt her whole body frozen, and she fell to the ground, unable to move. Golden Blade Butterfly was elbowed by Bing Yin's true body and fell from the sky, his life or death unknown. The Bone Thorn Spirit Tiger, on the other side, also had multiple wounds on its body and was now being stepped on by Qi Yan with a weak breath. At this point, all of the young woman's beasts, including herself, no longer had the strength to fight. Contestant number 3325 has no more strength to fight. Congratulations to contestant number 7756 for advancing. Please take a break. The next game will start in half an hour. As the system announced, the young woman and her 2 beasts disappeared from the battlefield. Luo Chen looked around the audience and felt that there seemed to be more people watching the game. It seemed that with Luoyang's victory in 2 consecutive games, his fighting process finally received more recommendations. There were also some viewers who took the initiative to stay with Luoyang after the young woman was defeated. Luo Chen could vaguely hear the discussions of the people around him. Why did the girl's golden blade butterfly suddenly grow bigger? I remember that the golden blade butterfly and the bone thorn spirit tiger don't have related skills. Hehe, this is very simple. That should be her talent as a beastmaster, size growth. It can make her beasts expand in size within a certain period of time. If you ask me, her talent is suitable for contracting some large-sized beasts. Unfortunately, there are still few such beasts in Qingyang City. Don't you think this boy named Luoyang is even more outrageous? Why was he able to use his skills just now? And I have never seen his beast tamed before. You're not surprised by anything you've seen. There are so many beasts. Can you guarantee that you've seen them all? That skill might be performed by the second beast hidden in his body, but it just didn't show up in front of us. Indeed, this is very possible. I have never seen a talent that can use the beast control skill. After resting for half an hour, Luoyang faced his third opponent. This time's opponent was even weaker than the one in the second match. After the 2 fights, Qi Yan easily resolved the battle by himself. Today's 3 rounds of matches have all ended, and Luoyang has successfully advanced to the next round with a perfect record. Luo Chen was not surprised by this result. After all, the opponents he encountered in the early stage were not very strong. Moreover, Luo Chen didn't believe that the system would not consciously stagger some players with higher combat power in advance. Perhaps the competition 3 days from now will require Luoyang to show some real strength. But in these 3 days, Luoyang himself will also grow rapidly under his own cultivation. Even in the absence of a king-level beastmaster, Luoyang has the ability to win the championship. Chapter 1, O2 Qingyu Grass Evolution. After the game, Luoyang successfully advanced to the game 3 days later. Luo Chen's spiritual consciousness left the fantasy world and returned to reality. Reality, the second floor of Qinyang Pet Shop. When Luo Chen opened his eyes, he saw Qi Yin, who was extremely excited, Luo Yang, who was trying to be calm, and the Midnight Darkbird, who was a little uneasy in the shop behind them. Seeing the two people's excitement, Luo Chen pointed to the skill simulation room next to him and said in a faint voice, "Why don't you two go in and calm down?" Sure enough, Luo Chen's threat worked. Not only Luo Yang, but Qian also calmed down immediately. God knows what kind of life they have been living these days. This skill simulation room is definitely the place where they have spent the longest time in these days. Although they are growing very fast, the strength of the skills simulated in the skill simulation room seems to have no upper limit and will always be stronger than theirs. This resulted in them being in a passive position. "Brother, I just had a match today, and I'm exhausted. How about taking a day off?" Luoyang put forward his suggestion somewhat weakly. Seeing that he did look a little depressed, Luo Chen nodded and agreed to his suggestion. "That's fine. You can make your own arrangements today." Luoyang made an okay gesture to Luo Chen and then put away the two beasts beside him. "Okay, brother, I'll go out today." Listening to the dong 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 sound coming from the stairwell, Luo Chen smiled helplessly. I don't know what this kid is doing in such a hurry. Since Luoyang was not training for the time being, Luo Chen left the breeding room, selected some materials in the warehouse, and came to the quiet secret realm. 3 of the Qingyu grass have reached the standards for evolution, and Luo Chen plans to evolve them today. The main reason is that netherworld materials are also difficult to find here, so their evolution has been delayed for a long time. Luo Chen took out 3 materials in total. A piece of black hair that was constantly twisting as if it had life, a pitch black energy stone, and a palm-sized leaf with strange patterns. The names of these 3 materials are the black hair of the second-level spiritual creature black-haired banshee, the netherworld energy stone, and the leaves of the ghost leaf grass. According to a specific method, Luo Chen divided the essence of the 3 required materials into 3 equal parts. They were integrated into the soil where the 3 plants of Qingyu grass grew respectively. The performances of the 3 plants of Qingyu grass were almost the same. First, their surfaces emitted a faint green light. Then, pitch-black lines formed on their broad branches and leaves that resembled those of gladiolus. What was even more bizarre was that those lines seemed to have life. It kept twisting and changing its shape, and the scene seemed a little weird. While waiting for the Qingyu grass to evolve, Luo Chen took the time to pay attention to the current situation of other beasts. Golden carp still stayed in the small spiritual pond specially prepared for it by Luo Chen. It did not disappoint Luo Chen's care and has now reached the 3-star realm of spiritual beast. Relatively speaking, its upgrade was quite fast, but Luo Chen still hadn't discovered its evolved form. After it became a spirit beast, it did have a few more information skills. Race, golden carp. Level, spirit beast, 3 stars. Type, gold water. Status, free, leisurely, growing rapidly. Qualification good. Skills, 1. Golden armor. Xian level golden carp attaches a layer of armor with protective capabilities to itself or the target. 2. Golden bloodline. Earth level, the owner of the golden bloodline can actively endow metals with spirituality. The awakened metal will directly become the follower of the spiritualizer. The amount of metal that can be controlled is related to the amount and level of the golden carp's spiritual power. 3. Water arrow. Yellow level compress the water element with high intensity to form a water arrow and attack the target within a suitable distance. 4. Rapids. Xian level change the flow rate of an area of water. 5. Bubble. Xian level, the golden carp spits out a huge bubble that allows non-aquatic creatures to breathe normally underwater. 6. Golden tail. Xian level, the tail of the golden carp is composed of various metal elements that it comes into contact with. It is extremely hard. When necessary, it can not only be used as a weapon of attack, but also as a shield of resistance. Evolution route. Not unlocked yet. As expected, Luo Chen still did not see the evolutionary path of golden carp. However, the size of the golden carp has grown too much now, and the small pond that was dug for it seems a bit cramped for it. It's time to move it to the stone spirit's secret realm to live. After all, the space there is large enough to dig a bigger pool for it, and there is also ready-made labor. The egg of the thousand tribulations beast remained the same as before, placed next to the pond like a strangely shaped stone. Because it is hard enough, no beast would mess with this egg. Luo Chen looked at it twice and found that it was still the same, so he didn't pay any more attention to it. He turned around and looked at the other beasts that were roaming freely in the secret realm. Even though Luo Chen did not specially train them, their levels were sufficient in the energy-rich environment of the secret realm. In addition, they are provided with spiritual spring water to drink every day, and their realm is also growing rapidly. Many of them have reached the bottleneck state, which is the level of a 9-star ferocious beast. The next step is for them to either break through the bottleneck themselves, or evolve or break through normally to the level of spiritual beasts. Or, with the help of the breeder Luo Chen, they can become beastmasters of a more powerful race through different evolutionary routes. Luo Chen discovered that the condition that limited the use of his abilities was actually the speed at which he could collect materials. After Luo Chen walked around and came back, Qingyu grass had also evolved. Its current appearance is a bit strange. Its originally broad branches and leaves seem to have been cut in half by something, becoming slender and long. In addition, there are some tiny black runes flowing on it. When you see this plant for the first time, it is easy to think of it as some kind of moving insect. At the second glance, whose hair was thrown on the ground. The third eye is it, damn, they're such strange plants. Race, ghost hair rune grass. Level, spirit beast 1 star. Category, netherwood grass. Status, adapting. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Whip, yellow level. The ghost hair rune grass uses its tough and slender branches and leaves to whip the target. 2. Phantom phosphorus. Xian level phosphorus powder is attached to the leaves of the ghost hair rune grass. When the phosphorus powder is attached to the target's body, it will continuously invade the netherworld chi and have a negative effect on the target, corroding the body and consuming energy. 3. Strangulation. Xian level. The branches and leaves of the ghost hair rune grass continue to extend, aiming at the target's body. The thin and tough branches and leaves can easily strangle the target's skin and flesh. 4. Rune curse. Earth level. The ghost hair rune grass will imprint the runes on its branches and leaves on the body surface of the target it touches. If it is not expelled, the curse will invade the target's flesh and blood until it reaches the target's spirit. The effect of the curse is that the mental activity level decreases and the upper limit of the energy contained in the body is halved. Evolution route. Not unlocked yet. When Luo Chen saw the current information about Qingyu grass, he couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. Did he evolve a darker beast? How do you see this kind of curse-type skill being a standard feature of villains? However, the beast taming skills cannot be simply defined as good or evil. After all, it has a lot to do with the beast tamer who uses it. Anyway, this skill is very powerful. Luo Chen is confident enough that this kind of beast will be popular when it appears in the market, even though it is now an immobile plant-type beast. It only costs a little to find a breeder to learn the skill of rooting, which can largely offset its shortcomings. Rooting, Xian-level plant-type beasts can take root and grow in a very short time in suitable soil. As long as this skill is learned, the Beastmaster will be able to put the plant-type Beastmaster back into his bracelet. Summon it again during battle to fight for you. Luo Chen watered them with some spiritual spring water and had already made up his mind that 2 of them would be used as merchandise for the next opening of Qinyang Pet Shop. Chapter 103 Xingyuan. In the depths of the ocean of the universe, there's the place where light is extinguished. Rumor has it that this is the burial place of stars, an eternally lonely star abyss. A humanoid creature with 12 pairs of wings, covered in white holy light, appeared. If Luo Chen were to see this, wouldn't this be the legendary angel? The strange man looked at the dead silence in front of him, and a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Then a huge pair of wings that could cover the planet opened behind him, and a torrent of countless feathers was seen emitting from the wings. The feather torrent that could easily pierce the earth into a sieve did not even create a single wave in front of Xingyuan. It was swallowed up completely by Xingyuan without reservation. Suddenly, a powerful wave of life came from the dead silent star abyss, and the terrifying and ancient beast seemed to have awakened from its slumber, as if its rest was disturbed. The next moment, the entrance to the Xingyuan was violently torn open, and a dark and vast claw poked out from the interior of the Xingyuan. This claw was so huge that it seemed that even the entire earth was just a toy in front of it, and this man was just a mustard seed in front of it. As the claws extended, the surrounding space was distorted. The stars that were about to be pulled into the abyss of stars suddenly exploded in front of the claws. With just a forward movement, and without using any skills, the space near it was distorted, as if it could not withstand its power. However, facing such a horrifying attack, the 12-winged angel man's expression did not change at all. The peaceful holy light turned into a ball of light, which enveloped him tightly. Then his body seemed to turn into a phantom bubble, as if it was not in this space. The claws passed through his body without causing any damage. As if seeing that this attack did not work, the claw returned from another place. But this time some kind of black gas emanated from between the scales of the claw, which looked terrifying and ominous. At this time, the man's expression finally changed, and he hurriedly stated his purpose. "Your Majesty, Xingyan, I have no choice but to disturb your slumber this time. The ancestral star has revived and risen again. I hope your Majesty will unite with my lord to seize the good fortune together." The man who looked like a 12-winged angel, his voice was transmitted in the empty universe around him through some special wave. Although his voice was not loud, the man was certain that the person he wanted to talk to heard what he said. Sure enough, the claw did not move further, but stopped, as if thinking. After a while, two extremely bright lights shot out from the depths of the eternally dark star abyss, as if two stars were ignited in it. Immediately afterwards, an extremely huge head emerged from the interior of the star abyss, and the two shining stars were its two eyes. Its head is like a horse's head, but it is covered with black scales and has antlers like a dragon's head. However, its head is too big, and it is difficult for ordinary people to see its entire appearance. Even if they use their full vision, they can only see one or two scales. A huge voice sounded, "Who is your master?" Hearing the huge dragon head asking its master, the man's eyes revealed a bit of fanaticism. He is the loving Father, the embodiment of light, the source of love and kindness, the master of the angel family, and his honorable title is God. God? I've never heard of it. What a strange name. In which era did he rise? Hearing the dragon head's nonchalant words, the man's eyes showed anger, but thinking of the task his master had given him, he had no choice but to endure. Arose in the 5th era, the barbaric era. Hearing this, the dragon head's eyes showed even more disdain. You are just a newly risen emperor. How dare you discuss cooperation with me? When the dragon head uttered the last sentence, a large amount of black gas suddenly appeared around the man with 12 wings. The sacred ball of light that enveloped him suddenly became bumpy, as if he would be eroded along with it in the next second. The man gritted his teeth and said, "Xingyuan Emperor Dragon rose in the 4th epoch of the Songhai era. He was once a member of the Azure Sea Dragon clan. In order to evolve, he did not hesitate to slaughter the entire clan. As a result, the Azure Sea Dragon clan has become extinct." Xingyuan Emperor Dragon moved his eyes. Although it was a small movement for him, it caused a lot of fluctuations in the surrounding space. Your master knows quite a bit. Although he said so, Xingyuan Emperor Dragon did not seem angry. Instead, he stopped the black energy from invading the man, as if he finally became interested in the cooperation he mentioned. Not only that, my lord once came from the ancestral planet, and he knows more about how to land on the ancestral planet in advance or find the location of the ancestral planet. All of this will be shared with you as long as you cooperate with the Lord. How do we cooperate? Xingyuan Emperor Dragon stretched out another claw from Xingyuan. This time it was really interested. My lord invites your majesty to go to heaven and discuss matters with the other your majesties. Isn't your master too cautious? Why does our ruined ancestral star need so many people? There was a bloodthirsty light in the eyes of Xingyuan Emperor Dragon. Not only us, but many more forces have set their sights on Zuxing. If we don't want to be eliminated early, we can only expand our own team. What's more, the native beast masters of Zuxing are growing rapidly. If you don't want to become the beast they control, you can only exterminate the human race in advance. Star Abyss Emperor Dragon. The slender body slowly stretched out from the star abyss. Its claws casually pinched a planet that was still emitting faint light and threw it into its mouth. Then, he licked the corner of his mouth with satisfaction, his eyes looking at the wings behind the 12-winged man. It had been a long time since he had tasted the body of a heavenly star realm man. Do it as soon as you think of it. Xingyuan, Emperor Dragon, never suppresses his desires. Its body suddenly shrinks and becomes more than 10 meters in length. Then he stretched out his claws and pulled the wings off the 12-winged man's body. The man still had no ability to resist the shrunken star abyss Emperor Dragon, and could only watch as the 12 wings representing his identity in heaven entered the mouth of the star abyss Emperor Dragon. "Your Majesty," the man shouted through gritted teeth. "What's wrong?" Xingyuan, Emperor Dragon, cast a curious look at him. "Hiss." The man suppressed the pain and forced a stiff smile. "It's nothing, as long as your Majesty enjoys the meal. You guys are really suitable for food. When you get to heaven, you must ask your God for some. I'm tired of eating these stars every day." The man who lost his wings remained silent. He pretended not to hear what Xingyuan, Emperor Dragon, said, and asked carefully, "Your Majesty, can we set off now?" The Xingyuan, Emperor Dragon, became smaller and coiled on top of the man's head. "Let's go." It was as if he was treating the man as a mount. The man secretly hated the situation, but his face showed no emotion. Instead, the wings that had been torn off his back grew back. Sensing that the Xingyuan Emperor Dragon had no intention of tearing off his wings this time, the man gently flapped his wings, cutting through the space and disappearing into the depths of the universe. Chapter 104, Upgrading Course. On August 2nd, Luo Chen asked Qin Yanlun to take him to the City Lord's mansion. Sitting on the 2-meter square blue cloud, it is soft and comfortable, which is really amazing. When they arrived at the gate of the City Lord's mansion, a familiar-looking girl came up to them. She first looked at blue smoke flowing cloud crane in surprise, and then said to Luo Chen respectfully, "Mr. Luo Chen, please follow me." Luo Chen jumped down from the blue cloud and asked with a relaxed look, "Did Lord Feng tell me why you invited me today?" The girl shook her head silently. She led the way for Luo Chen in front and said, "But now in the study, Master Chong is here too." Master Chong? Chong Hung, the highest-ranking breeder currently known in Qingyang City, turning left and right. Because of the girl's presence, no one came to question them along the way. Soon they arrived at their destination. The girl pointed to a 6-story building in front of her that was blue and white. "This is it." In Qingyang City, where 3-story buildings are everywhere, a 6-story building can indeed be called a tall building. This is the library and training room inside the City Lord's mansion. "We're going to the training room on the 4th floor now." As they spoke, the two of them confirmed their identities with the guard at the door and went up to the 4th floor via the elevator. The two entered the training room with the address 401. The interior space was very large. It seemed that room 401 alone occupied an area of at least 2,000 square meters. Boom, boom, boom. The girl knocked on the door, and the person who opened the door for them was also a familiar face. Luo Chen still remembered his name, Lu Yunjing, the runner-up of the young breeder competition. Seeing the familiar faces, Luo Chen guessed that the third girl named Jiang Yi should also be invited. Lu Yunjing seemed to have expected Luo Chen to come. He nodded at Luo Chen expressionlessly, but beneath his calm face was a look of inquiry and complex emotions. Then he moved aside to make room for Luo Chen to enter the training room. The girl sent Luo Chen to the door and left on her own initiative. Luo Chen waved to her and expressed his gratitude. Entering the training room, Luo Chen indeed saw Jiang Yi, Feng Qingyang, and Master Chong Hung in the center of the classroom. Luo Chen and Lu Yunjing came to Jiang Yi one after another and sat facing Chong Hung. Because the entire training room was empty and there were no tables or chairs, the 5 of them sat on the floor. Feng Qingyang saw Luo Chen arriving as promised, with a smile on his face. "I'm sure you have guessed the reason why I called you 3 here today. After all, the 3 of you are participating in the competition under the name of my Qingyang City, so it is only natural for our Qingyang City to provide some support for your competition. That's why we held the competition 10 days in advance. In the next few days, Master Chong will teach you about being a breeder. The required materials will be provided by the City Lord's mansion. I hope you can gain some inspiration and improvement." Seeing that the 3 people with different expressions understood what he meant, Feng Qingyang said to Luo Chen, "Luo Chen, even if your father is also a Haoyue breeder, you should listen carefully to Master Chang's lessons. You may gain more from multiple verifications. Luo Chen's face was full of question marks. Did he look like a problem student? However, Feng Qingyang's original intention was good. After all, Luo Chen was the youngest of the three and was extremely talented. He defeated all the older people and won the championship. It is easy to develop a spoiled mentality, and the verbal instructions are actually for Luo Chen's own good. Upon hearing that Luo Chen's father was also a Haoyue breeder, Jiang Yi's pretty eyes revealed a hint of surprise, while Lu Yunjing's eyes revealed a kind of relief. Knowing that Feng Qingyang was doing this for his own good, Luo Chen could only touch his nose and respond, "Okay, City Lord Feng." Seeing him behaving so well-behaved, Feng Qingyang felt that he was now like an 18-year-old boy who had just reached adulthood. When he was doing business, he was indeed a little old. Feng Qingyang turned to Chang Heng and said, "Mr. Chang, I'll leave these three to you." Chang Heng waved his hands, as if in a hurry to drive Feng Qingyang away. "Leave the people to me, and remember to send the materials." "Okay, just arrange anything for Shaodai." After saying that, Feng Qingyang left the 401 training room. After Feng Qingyang left, only Chang Heng, Luo Chen, Lu Yunjing, and Jiang Yi were left in the huge training room. The scene seemed relatively quiet for a moment. Chang Heng looked around and then broke the silence. "You are all the best in Qingyang City, and I don't think I can teach you too many useful things. Sometimes learning too much will suppress your talent for exploring the unknown. In the next few days, we will start from the beast taming evolution route announced by Mr. Zhuang Guolao to train your abilities. Strive to enable you to successfully master at least 2 evolutionary routes from spiritual beasts to king beasts. There's a big difference between an evolutionary breakthrough and a non-evolutionary breakthrough. The last time Lu Yunjing participated in the competition, he made the hound break through and become the king beast without any evolution. But it is obvious that the beasts that have undergone evolutionary breakthroughs are often much stronger than those that have not undergone evolutionary breakthroughs, because the beasts that have undergone evolutionary breakthroughs are not only physically stronger, there will also be more racial innate skills. Although skills can be learned, there are too many restrictions on learning skills, and those learned after birth will not be as easy to use as those that are innate. Today, we will try to evolve a 9-star bone spike spirit tiger into a king beast, the bone blade tiger king." After saying that, Chang Heng stood up. Only then did Luo Chen notice that there were several cages covered by curtains behind him. Chang Heng tore open the black canvas that blocked the light and vision, revealing the 3 bone spike spirit tigers inside. These bone spur spirit tigers are much larger than the one Luo Chen raised in the secret realm. Even if they're lying on the ground and taking a nap, they're about the same size as an adult cattle. Race: bone spike tiger. Level: spirit beast 9 stars. Department: military. Status: napping. Qualification: excellent. Skills: 1. Pounce, yellow level instant burst of speed, approaching the target. 2. Golden claw blade. Xian level the bone spike spirit tiger's claws emit a blade wind that is out of the body, causing damage to the target on the way forward. 3. Hit the weak point directly. Xian level the bone spike spirit tiger, which has excellent hunting experience, can always find the weak point on the target's body. 4. Flying bone blade. Xian level the 3 bone spurs on the back of the bone spike spirit tiger, can leave the body to cause damage to the target, and after the attack, they can return to the back. 5. Tiger roar. Yellow level the bone spurred spirit tiger emits a menacing roar that can intimidate some beast tamers with fragile spirits. Evolution route. 1. Bone spur spirit tiger bone blade tiger king. Evolution conditions: spirit beast 9 stars, and 3 bone spurs are intact. 2. Bone spurred spirit tiger bone winged flying tiger. Evolution conditions: spirit beast 9 stars, and the length of the bone spur is at least 1.5 meters. Luo Chen looked at the second evolutionary route of bone thorn spirit tiger thoughtfully. "You 3 each choose one. Who goes first?" Chang Heng looked at the 3 young men with a smile. In fact, the temperaments of the 3 bone thorn spirit tigers are almost the same. Only one has excellent qualifications, while the other 2 are good. The 3 young men looked at each other and fell into an odd silence, because after all, they were not familiar with each other, and none of them liked to stand out. Chang Heng didn't urge them either, but just watched the strange atmosphere between the 3 people with a mysterious smile. There was a longer silence after the silence. Finally, Luo Chen couldn't stand the quiet atmosphere anymore and took the initiative to suggest, "How about we draw lots?" Hearing his suggestion, the other two's eyes suddenly lit up and they nodded in agreement. Everyone agreed with Luo Chen's proposal and numbered the 3 bone spur spirit tigers, from left to right, 1.2.3. The number of that excellently qualified bone thorn spirit tiger is 1. He took out 3 pieces of paper from the bracelet, wrote the corresponding numbers on each piece, and then Chang Hung acted as the notary. He wrapped the 3 pieces of paper with his mental power, and any mental intrusion would be discovered by him. This time, adhering to the principle of women first, Jiang Yi was asked to make a choice first. She randomly picked one from the 3 slips of paper. Then, according to the order of age, Luo Chen was the second choice, and finally Lu Yunjing, the oldest of the 3. Unfortunately, Jiang Yi drew number 3, Luo Chen drew number 2, and the final choice, Lu Yunjing, got the only one with excellent qualifications, the bone thorn spirit tiger. However, the 3 of them had no complaints. After all, the choice was made in a relatively fair way. Seeing that they had made their choices, Chang Hung smiled and placed 3 identical copies of the materials in front of them. In the process of evolving Bone Spike Spirit Tiger into Bone Blade Tiger King is described in detail. Use your spiritual power to refine the 3rd-level spiritual object, Qianing Bone, into a liquid state. Then add the 2nd-level spiritual object, Zen Forest Water, and gold and silver powder. Boil it at a high temperature of 650 degrees for half an hour, and after cooling, the potion will be formed. At this point, Chang Hung stroked his beard and continued. The first step of the evolution has been completed. The second step is to understand the internal structure of the bone spike spirit tiger. Then, we follow this fixed route and provide timely guidance after they swallow the potion, so that they can successfully break through. Chang Heng's mental power turned into a bright blue, and he drew the image of a bone thorn spirit tiger in the void, and then a thin purple thread shuttled between the different acupoints of the bone thorn spirit tiger. Chang Hung uses this easy-to-understand form to help them understand how to direct energy. After repeating it twice, first, you should probe your spiritual power into the body of the bone spike spirit tiger and run it along this route. Only if you can persist throughout the whole process without making any mistakes or omissions in the path, you could try to formally evolve. Chapter 105, Being Fleeced, Unhappy. Luo Chen and the other 2 followed Chang Heng's request and used only their mental power to travel between the various acupoints in the body of the bone thorn spirit tiger. This simple simulation seemed quite easy to Luo Chen, because he quickly completed it according to the route. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that the 2 friends who were simulating at the same time as him were still facing this bone thorn spirit tiger, with their eyes closed, looking as if they were trying hard to keep their mental power running. Luo Chen frowned quietly and thought to himself that according to his estimation, Lu Yunjing could cultivate the hunting dog to the level of a king beast. Based on his mental strength, it shouldn't be so difficult, at least when running the simulation. Could it be that there is something I haven't noticed? In other words, the benefits of traveling through time are not only higher mental strength, but also some other hidden benefits. Chang Hung saw that Luo Chen opened his eyes early and did not seem to be exhausted much, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. I haven't seen this little guy for a few days, but with the blessing of the Mu Xian Qinyang bird, his growth is beyond my expectations. He walked to Luo Chen's side and asked, "Is the simulation completed?" Luo Chen blinked and finally nodded in acknowledgement. Chang Hung pointed at the materials in front of him and said, "Then you should refine these materials according to the steps first, and then try to evolve the bone spike spirit tiger." Luo Chen had no objection. He strictly followed the steps of refining materials that Chang Hung had just mentioned, and the whole process was very quick. Feeding the refined potion into the mouth of the bone thorn spirit tiger in front of him, the process went very smoothly, perhaps because Chang Hung was watching him the whole time. Then Luo Chen used his mental power to guide the energy contained in the potion to flow within the body of the bone thorn spirit tiger, according to the trajectory just simulated. As the energy was absorbed, changes quickly appeared on the bone thorn spirit tiger. The most obvious are the 3 bone spurs on the spine, which become flatter along the direction of the body and become sharper on the front side. From a distance, it looked more like there were 3 machetes placed on its back with the blades facing upwards. The changes in other parts of the body were not so obvious, but the explosive power hidden in his body and the aura around him became much stronger. Race, Bone Blade Tiger King. Level, King Beast 1 star. Department, Military. Status, full of energy. Qualification good. Skills 1 pounce. 2. Golden Claw Blade. 3. Hit the weak spot. 4. Flying Bone Blade. 5. Tiger King's Might. Xian level the Bone Blade Tiger King awakens the Tiger King's domineering aura, which can have a mental deterrent effect on other beasts. 6. Extinction Slash. Xian level the 3 bone blades on the back of the Bone Blade Tiger King, follow a certain operating pattern, and continuously pursue the target. 7. Giant Bone Blade. Earth level the 3 bone blades merge into a larger bone blade with stronger attack power and destructive range. Evolution Route. Not unlocked yet. Ever since he became a breeder, Luo Chen could basically complete the evolution of the beast in one go as long as his mental strength allowed. But the evolution process of other breeders is often accompanied by failure. So in some cases, breeders who have not grown up are also a waste of money. At some point, the other 2 friends had already come out of the simulation and were now looking at the beast in front of Luo Chen with surprise. There was a hint of dejection in Lu Yunjing's eyes, as if something called fighting spirit had been worn away. Jiang Yi's feelings were not that complicated. She just looked at Luo Chen with some surprise, as if the champion Luo Chen was more powerful than she had imagined. You succeeded in 1 try. That's really great. It seems like you're a natural breeder. You're free to do whatever you want after this. Yinjing Yi, if you 2 have any questions about what happened just now, you can ask me now. Luo Chen's outstanding performance made Chang Heng decide to let him perform on his own and turn his teaching focus to the other 2 poor students. Seeing that Chang Heng no longer cared about him, Luo Chen looked at the Bone Blade Tiger King in front of him, feeling a little hesitant. The materials and the beast were all provided by the City Lord's mansion, so the ownership of this evolved beast obviously would not belong to him. In addition, the City Lord's mansion is also aimed at teaching, so obviously they will not pay for their own feeding. So I'm being fleeced again, and as expected, he would continue to be bullied in the next few days. Thinking of this, Luo Chen felt sick. How did he become Feng Qingyang's free labor? However, the initiative of whether to evolve or not is still in my hands, although I feel that if I pretend to evolve and fail, Chang Heng will be able to see it at a glance. Or maybe I won't come tomorrow. Luo Chen thought silently. On the morning of August 3rd, the second round of the Youth Beast Tamer competition went on as usual. There are only 1,653 players today. If they play 2-on-2, 1 player is bound to be eliminated. It's a pity that Lioang doesn't seem to be that lucky one. Now standing opposite him was a man with a full beard and a slightly weathered look. Unlike others who had 2 beasts in battle, he only had 1 beast standing beside him, just like Lioang. The beast was a kind of ape, nearly 3 meters tall when standing upright, with a sturdy body and a ferocious appearance. At this moment, it was holding a big stick and glaring at Qi Yan, who was beside Luoyang. Luoyang looked at this beast he had never seen before and became secretly alert. Luo Chen, who was in the audience, took a quick glance with his eye of truth and quickly learned the information about the monkey beastmaster. Race, giant spirit ape. Level, spirit beast 7 stars. Department, military. Status, excited, eager to try. Qualification good. Skills, 1. Giant strength. Xian level the strength possessed by the giant strength spirit ape far exceeds that of spiritual level beasts. 2. Mastery of sticks. Xian level the giant spirit ape has a more outstanding talent in using stick weapons. 3. Mount high pressing down. Earth level the giant ape leaps high into the air and smashes down hard, causing impact damage to the target center area and shock damage to enemies on the edge. 4. Gigantism. Xian level able to increase one's body size in a certain proportion. 5. Solid skin. Xian level the skin of the giant ape is more solid and has stronger defense. Evolution route. Not yet unlocked. After the game started, neither Luoyang nor the bearded man on the opposite side launched an attack immediately. Instead, they looked at each other for a while. The ferocious, giant spirit ape first increased in size to twice its original size, becoming a small giant nearly 5 meters tall. It leaped high into the sky, and its terrifying bouncing ability left a small, deep pit where it stood up. It was not until it reached a height of 100 meters that it was seen falling rapidly towards Luoyang and Qi Yan. Chapter 106, Big Guy. When it just grew bigger, Luoyang became alert, but he didn't expect this guy to jump up. Looking at the direction where the big guy was falling, Luoyang realized that something was wrong even though he didn't know any information about the monkey beast. Without considering the idea of catching the falling body of the big guy, Luoyang and Qi Yin rushed towards the bearded man opposite them as the edge of the competition venue was right behind them. The man and the beast were also very fast, and they escaped from the attack range of the giant ape's mount pressure skill before the gen ape fell. It was visible to the naked eye that a deep pit had been smashed into the place where they were originally standing. This main attack was dodged, but the subsequent shock waves spread out in all directions with the giant spirit ape as the center. The simulation of this venue is very realistic, and the sand and gravel on the ground are also blown around by the shock wave. Caught off guard, Luoyang and Qi Yin, who were running towards the Luo Sao man, were knocked to the ground by the shock wave that appeared from behind. Pooh! Luoyang spat out the sand and gravel in his mouth. He had just gotten up and suddenly felt an earth-shaking movement. Through the thick dust, Luoyang vaguely saw a giant ape rushing towards them. Through the perception of the contract, Luoyang could sense that Qi Yin was now on his left side. He covered his mouth and nose with his hands and shouted in a muffled voice, "Qi Yin, use your true body to fight together." The next moment, a lion nearly 5 meters tall with a cold glow appeared beside him. In the reflection of the nearly 3-meter-high dust and flying sand, the flaming true body of the ice flame Lion King looks like a king looking down on the world. Luoyang also displayed his flaming true body, but the human-shaped flaming true body was only 3 meters tall and looked a little thin compared to the other two beasts. The first to fight were Qi Yan's flaming true body and the giant spirit ape. The two collided fiercely with huge momentum. After just the first collision, Qi Yan's flaming true body was knocked back more than 10 meters, while the giant spirit ape only retreated 1 step. In terms of strength, Qi Yan was at a great disadvantage. However, white frost appeared on the chest and arms of the giant ape, the parts of the body where the two had just touched. Obviously, the giant ape was also affected, but it didn't seem to be a big problem. Giant ape patted his chest and looked at the neck of the red flame true body, as if he was thinking about how to tear it apart. The next moment, it rushed over again quickly. Feeling the vibration of the ground, Luoyang couldn't help but feel a pain in his teeth, but he still controlled his humanoid flame body to block the progress of the giant spirit ape. It was said to be blocking, but it was just using his arms to hug the strong waist of the giant spirit ape. Feeling that he was blocked by something, the giant spirit ape looked down at the humanoid flame body with a puzzled look. Although I don't understand where this humanoid dwarf came from. Giant ape really hated the cold feeling on its body, so it raised its hands high and then smashed them hard on the dwarf's back. Looking at that thick fist, if it hits the ground, it will probably create a big hole. Qi Yin, who had recovered, was not prepared to compete in strength with the big fool, but instead condensed a flame bomb the size of a head around him. The fist of giant ape finally landed on the back of Luoyang Flame's true body. However, the feedback from the fist made the giant ape stunned for a moment, because it felt like its fist was passing through a layer of gauze. But if there was no entity, how could this dwarf stop his steps? Before the giant spirit ape could figure out the problem, Luoyang's flame body shattered with a loud bang, and sparks exploded in all directions. Some of them fell on the body of the giant spirit ape. Its hair was used as ignition, and a layer of extremely low-temperature flames ignited along its body. More splashes hit the ground, turning it into a layer of ice. The thick layer of ice almost made it impossible for the giant spirit ape to stand. Qi Yin also aimed at this opportunity, and dozens of flame bombs condensed around him successfully hit the giant spirit ape. Just as the giant spirit ape was about to be taken down by Luoyang's series of counterattacks, a layer of golden light emerged from the body of the giant spirit ape. The flame attached to its body was isolated and then extinguished. Luo Chen, who was standing by the field, could see clearly that this strange golden light was definitely not caused by the giant spirit ape, as skill Solid Skin. The skill Solid Skin can only enhance its ability to withstand blows and physical defense, which is more like a passive skill. That strange golden light could isolate the flames attached to the surface of the body. Yes, it could isolate them. This ability is like a layer of isolation cover covering the surface of the giant spirit ape, very similar to the spirit membrane skill of the little furball. At this time, because the ground was covered with ice, all the dust had dissipated. Luoyang turned around and looked at the bearded and weathered man, and sure enough, he saw that he was also covered with a layer of solid golden light. The name of this Beastmaster's talent seems to be called Golden Bell Cover. However, the giant spirit ape at this moment looked very miserable from the outside, with its fur being bumpy and with many ice spikes hanging from various parts of its body. It looked at Qi Yin and Luoyang fiercely, and its fists turned into iron hammers, smashing down towards Luoyang fiercely. Surprisingly, the target of attack changed from Qi Yin to the little guy Luoyang. Although the momentum of the attack was fierce, the speed was much slower. It seemed that the low-temperature environment around it had a great impact on its movements. The bearded man standing outside the battlefield saw the movements of the giant spirit ape, and also discovered that the speed was not right. He frowned secretly and approached the edge of the battlefield calmly. Luoyang easily dodged the seemingly swift attack from the giant spirit ape with 2 consecutive jumps. However, the giant spirit ape seemed to have identified Luoyang and followed the direction Luoyang left, smashing him all the way. The ice on the ground was shattered by his fists. However, it did not notice that white ice crystals appeared on its feet and even calves, and its movements became slower. Out of the corner of his eye, Luoyang spotted a bearded man approaching him. His eyes rolled, and a mysterious smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he jumped to the side of the bearded man. The bearded man didn't expect that Luoyang had noticed his movements and was about to dodge to the side to distance himself from Luoyang, who knew that the next moment a fist bigger than his upper body appeared in front of him. The scene that follows is so tragic that it needs to be blurred. The giant spirit ape finally felt that his fist hit the target, but before it could be happy, its figure disappeared from the field the next moment. His Beastmaster was killed by his punch, and his spirit body disappeared, so the summoned Beastmaster also disappeared as expected. Player 365 was killed. Congratulations to player 7756 for advancing to the next round. Please take a break. The next game will start in 1 hour. It was not until the system's announcement sounded that Luoyang and Qi Yin leaned against each other, looking exhausted. It seems that this big guy, giant spirit ape, still causes them a lot of trouble. Luo Chen, who was watching from the audience, shook his head helplessly. Until now, this kid still refused to summon the Midnight Darkbird to fight. Was he thinking of using it as his last trump card? I have to say, my younger brother is able to keep his composure so calm. Luo Chen has to look at him with new eyes. It seems that Go Dao's army has added a new member. An hour later, Luoyang's second game of the day began, and his opponent appeared in front of him. However, when he saw the Beastman beside his opponent, Luo Chen was dumbfounded. Isn't this the Starlight Stone Spirit, sold from his brother's shop? At the same time, he began to doubt his luck today. Why were the opponents he was fighting against today all big guys? It was really not a pleasant experience. Chapter 107. Reveal your trump card. The Beastmaster of Starlight Stone Spirit is a young man who looks about the same age as Luoyang. When he saw Luoyang and the Ice Flame Lion King beside him, there was a look of surprise on his face. He didn't know whether he was surprised at Luoyang's young face or at the Ice Flame Lion King, a beast he had never seen before. Luoyang felt the power of the Starlight Stone Spirit opposite him, which was almost at the level of a 6-star spirit beast. In this game, Luoyang still has a certain advantage in terms of information, and he is very familiar with what skills the opponent's Starlight Stone Spirit has. Unless the boy taught the Starlight Stone Spirit new skills after buying it from the store, but given the Starlight Stone Spirit's slow personality, learning new skills is a very slow process, and the probability of this happening is not high. However, the combat capability of Starlight Stone Spirit should not be underestimated, so Luoyang and Qi Yin directly use the skill Ice and Fire spreading across the prairie. Prepare to block off your own half directly. Looking at the strange flames spreading on the ground under the feet of Ice Flame Lion King and Luoyang, Fang He, the Beastmaster of Starlight Stone Spirit, did not understand what the opponent's skill was used for. But this skill obviously meant occupying the field, so he naturally had to intervene. He touched the ankle of the more than 30-meter-tall Starlight Stone Spirit, and a faint sky blue thread connected him and the Starlight Stone Spirit. Then no one knew how the man and the beast communicated. The Starlight Stone Spirit stood up and slowly turned into a huge boulder, and then its appearance changed again. The whole body became square, but there were 6 wheels made of stone on each side. From the outside, it looks a bit like a chariot. On the front of its front, there are more than a dozen stone spikes, which would definitely be unbearable if hit by them. Starlight Stone Spirit transformed into the form of a chariot, and then rushed towards Luoyang and Qi Yin at a very fast speed. The distance of 2,000 meters passed in a flash, and the speed of Starlight Stone Spirit continued to soar, like a prehistoric beast, using its hard body to crash into it. Even the ice layer formed by ice and fire under its feet was crushed by its weight and did not affect its movements at all. Luoyang jumped onto Qi Yan's back, and Qi Yin accelerated and jumped to the side to avoid the horrific impact of the stone chariot. But in the next moment, the chariot transformed by Starlight Stone Spirit actually quickly controlled its own speed and inertia. He turned around and continued to chase after Qi Yin. The chariot was moving too fast, and Qi Yin could only keep changing his direction to avoid the pursuit of the Starlight Stone Spirit. The ice on the ground broke into small pieces during the chase between the two, and the temperature seemed to get even lower. Luoyang sat steadily on Qi Yan's back. He turned around and looked at the Starlight Stone Spirit that was chasing him relentlessly. He kept rubbing out flame bombs in his hands and throwing them at Starlight Stone Spirit. It did hit the target, but the effect was not great. It just left some white prisms on the surface of the chariot, and the damage to this Starlight Stone Spirit was almost zero. Qi Yin, however, did not want to be hit by the Starlight Stone Spirit at all, because he had seen the hardness of this guy's body in the Stone Spirit's secret realm. If you confront it head-on, you will definitely not be able to bear it. Close combat. Luoyang ruled out this option from the beginning. If he fought this guy in close combat, he didn't know when his arm would turn into a big knife or a mace. Qi Yan's flesh and blood body cannot withstand such destruction. Ice Flame True Body can actually come into contact with it a few times, but I can only use this skill to block the big rock for a while. A 3-meter-tall humanoid, Ice Flame True Body, jumped down from Qi Yan's back and rushed towards the speeding chariot. The two collided violently. Click! There was a crisp sound of something breaking. Looking carefully, the humanoid Ice Flame's true body only blocked the Starlight Stone Spirit chariot for a moment before being shattered into pieces. Starlight Stone Spirit passed through the body of Bingyin's true body, and a thin layer of frost adhered to the surface of the chariot, as if the chariot was coated with a layer of silver car cover. Luoyang looked at this scene with a mysterious smile on his face. The ice flames on the ground and the ice flames on the surface of the chariot seemed to echo each other, and more ice flames appeared on the wheels of the chariot. Due to the interference of these ice layers, the speed of the chariot inevitably slowed down. Qi Yin, go in the direction of that Beastmaster. Luoyang's purpose is very simple. First, to get rid of this big guy temporarily, and then target the Beastmaster himself. Fang Yi saw Qi Yin change direction and face him. His face looked slightly stern, and a hint of nervousness appeared involuntarily. As a result, the blue thread between him and the Starlight Stone Spirit became clearer. Boom! Qi Yin had just run out of the ice field when he felt something breaking out from under the ground. Before Luoyang could think about it, a vine several meters thick broke out from the ground in front of Qi Yin. Then, with unparalleled power, he lashed down at Qi Yin's back. Race, 1000 Tough Vine. Level, Spirit Beast 4-star. Category Wood. Status, Focused Excited. Qualification Good. Skills, 1. Entanglement. Yellow level. The body of the 1000 Tough Vine extends and grows, wrapping itself around the target's body. 2. Whip. Yellow level. Qianren Vine extends its body and whips the target. 3. Prostrate. Qian level. Qianren tongue hides its body under the ground and launches a surprise attack when the target approaches. 4. Wild Growth. Qian level. Qianren Vine consumes a large amount of energy to make itself grow rapidly to several times its original size in a short period of time, and its own physical strength increases accordingly. 5. Skynet. Qian level. Qianren Vine grows vines and branches on its body, weaving them into a skynet filled with energy to encircle the target. Evolution Route. Not unlocked yet. Almost subconsciously, Qi Yin used the Ice Flame True Body. The ice flame on his body suddenly expanded, and then a lion-shaped Ice Flame True Body, more than 5 meters tall, appeared above his body. The thick vines whipped the Ice Flame True Body, only extinguishing some of the flames. But the vines themselves were also attached to the ice flames and turned into fuel and burned. The vine was also very quick and straightforward, directly detaching this section of the vine from the main trunk, thus preventing the spread of the fire. After passing through the obstruction of the 1000 Tough Vine, the Starlight Stone Spirit behind him broke free from the restriction of the ice layer. At the same time, Luoyang saw a huge rock rapidly taking shape above his head, and more vines sprouted from the ground nearby. The only path left behind by these vines and boulders was the chariot formed by the starlight stone spirit that rushed over. Luoyang sighed softly. This was almost the most critical situation he had faced since he started participating in the competition. It seems that I still have to reveal some of my cards? He closed his eyes gently, and an invisible wave echoed throughout the venue. Suddenly, all the light seemed to be absorbed by something invisible, and the sky became dark. People outside the field could not see what was happening inside, but Fang He and his two beasts who were fighting against Luoyang inside could feel an unknown existence that had covered their eyes with a layer of black cloth. They were all blind, and this was not just simple blindness, because even the eyeless thousand-tuft vine temporarily lost its perception of the outside world. 1. Night. Earth level wherever the night bird stands is night. It can control a certain range around it, forming a night environment and prohibiting the appearance of light and sunlight elements. 2. Darkest hour. Xian level the night dark spirit bird causes all targets to become blind for a certain period of time, and this state can act on the mind. Call out. Then there was a sound of breaking air in the venue, and Fang He felt something sharp piercing through his chest. Then it was dawn. Fang He regained his vision and looked confusedly at Luoyang, who was surrounded in the middle. Then he looked down and saw a big hole in his chest pierced by an unknown attack. There was a confused murmur in the meeting hall. What is that? Then there is his figure, as well as the thousand-tuft vine and the starlight stone spirit, along with the boulder that is about to fall. Everything disappeared in an instant. Congratulations to contestant number 7756 for winning the game. Please take a rest. Your last game of the day will be held in an hour. Until the system announcement sounded, a burst of noise suddenly broke out from the quiet audience. What's going on? Why did it get dark just now? Hey, why is the game over? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? Is there a bug in the fantasy world? I want to report that there is something shady going on in this competition. After several rounds of competition, there are fewer and fewer players left, so there are more and more spectators watching the game in Luoyang's live broadcast room, or the competition venue. There must be at least 10,000 people watching, and the scene just now really caused them deep confusion. Family members, what do you think? Was that some kind of beast taming skill? Some careful viewers did not rashly question the outcome of the game. But did any beast appear just now? The sky suddenly turned dark just now, so we couldn't see any beasts appear. However, an experienced editor has edited the video of the competition in Luoyang and sent it to the video module, wanted to inquire about what is going on. There are also many more titles that are exaggerated just to gain some traffic. Are you in a desperate situation? Watch me turn off the lights and kill you. The mysterious beast appeared and helped me turn the tables. Watch me attack in the dark. After Luo Chen's reminder, Luoyang realized that the scene of his previous game had become a small hit on the video website. He said that more spectators were pouring into his competition venue. He originally thought it was because half of the contestants were eliminated after another round. The remaining audience came in on their own initiative, which was much more than I had imagined. Now that he knew the real reason, Luoyang was a little speechless. Your opponent should now know part of the cards that you have been keeping secret. So fortunately, I did not summon the Dark Bird of Night, but only used my own skills. Even if these spectators had some guesses about the skills he had just displayed, there was no breeder to observe his nighttime Dark Bird. Not all the information has been leaked, and half of his cards are still kept. This should be considered good news. Chapter 108 Skeleton General died before the mission was completed. The break time passed quickly, and more spectators flocked to the competition venue in Luoyang. It can even be said that the audience seats in Luoyang accounted for almost half of all the spectators. Luo Chen was sitting in the front row, and he actually felt like he was dreaming back to the first day of the competition, when he entered the main venue of the Youth Beast Tamer competition for the first time. Luoyang's last battle of the day is also the battle for 414 players to advance to 207. The Beast Tamer competition selects more contestants than the breeder competition. The top 10 contestants from the lower city can represent their respective cities to go to the middle city to participate in the competition. There are 7 more places than the number of breeders, but considering that the number of Beastmasters participating in the competition is basically 20 times that of breeders, the ratio going to Central City makes the competition seem even more intense. Amid curious, exploratory, and expectant gazes, Luoyang finally welcomed his third game of the day, and his opponent finally appeared on the other side of the fighting stage. However, the opponent in Luoyang's competition this time is a familiar face in Luo Chen's eyes. It was Zhang Jing, who had bought Qingyu grass in his store many times. He was also the eldest son of Zhang Qi, the city guard of Qingyang City. Zhang Jing and Luo Yang had naturally met several times before, but the distance between them was more than 2,000 meters, so it was not convenient to reminisce. He looked around again. Wow. If you didn't know, you would have thought this was the venue for the final competition. Why are there so many spectators? Zhang Jing was stunned by the exaggerated number of spectators at first, but he naturally did not think that these spectators came for him. Although his two netherworld beasts were indeed rare in Qingyang City, he had actually been conservative in all his previous battles. Not only did it take a long time, but I also had to try my best to defeat my opponents every time. As someone like me, I shouldn't receive too much attention. But if he came here because of the young man opposite, then it would make sense. This Luoyang seems to be the younger brother of the manager of that store. Could it be that the people who came here were because of his beast? Zhang Jing suddenly had this guess and thought it was very reasonable. The beasts in that store were all very magical. Perhaps there was some special feature that attracted so many visitors. This, Zhang Jing sighed softly. It's going to be a tough battle next. However, he did not think that he would fail. After all, he was much older than Luoyang, and his beast was a very special one. A skeleton that was almost the same height as him slowly appeared beside him. The skeleton exuded the luster of white jade and did not make people feel scary. Instead, it looked like a perfect work of art. Race, Skeleton General. Level, Spirit Beast 6-star. Category, Netherworld. Status, Confused. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1. Summon skeletons. Xian level Skeleton General can summon a limited number of skeleton minions to fight for him. After the skeleton minions are shattered, they can be reassembled into their original appearance after a certain period of time. 2. Bone Blades. Xian level the Skeleton General can continuously generate bone blades and penetrate into the target area. 3. White Jade Bones. Earth level the Skeleton General's entire body is made up of white jade bones. He is not afraid of most energy attacks of the same level and also has great resistance to physical attacks. 4. Bone Shield. Xian level the Skeleton General holds a shield in his left hand, which has strong defensive capabilities. 5. Bone Sword. Xian level the Skeleton General holds a sword in his right hand. The sword is extremely sharp and can even cut through energy shields. 6. Fire in the Bones. Xian level the Skeleton General can control the fire in the bones and mix it into his own attacks, posing an unexpected threat to the enemy. Evolution Route. Not unlocked yet. Since he estimated that Luoyang might be the most threatening opponent he had ever encountered, Zhang Jing was ready to use all his strength from the start. The body of Skeleton Young General emanated a white, lustrous luster, and then one skeleton phantom after another appeared around it and Zhang Jing. Looking at the number of those phantom figures, there were nearly 50 of them. During the process of Skeleton General summoning skeleton soldiers, Luoyang was already sitting on Qi Yan's body and was running quickly toward Zhang Jing. It seemed that he wanted to quickly close the distance between them. More than 50 skeleton soldiers were completely solidified and lined up to guard Skeleton General and Zhang Jing. Luoyang and Qi Yan had also successfully crossed half of the field. He looked at Zhang Jing, who was surrounded in the center, and smiled broadly. Then the next moment, the sky suddenly turned dark, and Zhang Jing and Skeleton General were covered with a curtain called blindness. There was a sensational uproar from the audience. He is coming. He is coming. He is bringing the night with him. Wow, you really do keep turning off the lights. Quick, quick, quick. Did anyone record the screen just now? Did you see its beast appear? This is just a sneak attack. This isn't fair. Go get the light beast tamer. No matter how noisy it is off the field, the two opponents on the field can't hear a thing. Now the entire venue is dark, with only the faint fluorescence of the skeleton boy being relatively obvious in the darkness. But even if there was a faint light, the man and the beast were deprived of their sight, and now, even in bright daylight, they still couldn't see anything. Then, a whoosh sound of breaking through the air was heard. Skeleton Young General reacted very quickly and raised the bone shield in his left hand to block Zhang Jing. Ding dong. There was a crisp collision sound, and the bone shield seemed to have blocked some sharp weapon. Puff! Unfortunately, the bone shield only protected the key parts of Zhang Zheng's body, and his arms and thighs were still cut by the sharp weapon. What's even more terrifying is that it seemed as if something entered Zhang Zheng's body along the injured part. His wounds were festering rapidly all over, and the energy in his body became stagnant and slow. 3. Shadow corrosion. Xian level after the night dark spirit bird causes effective damage to the target. The wound will retain the power of shadow and continue to cause continuous erosion to the target. Zhang Zheng, who originally thought that he would never fail, had a bitter smile on his face. Luoyang's trick really caught him off guard. Moreover, in the following period of time, even if Luoyang stopped attacking, as long as it dragged on, he would definitely lose without the beast tamer for treatment. The feedback I got from Skeleton Boy was that he couldn't see anything. It seems that the opponent has a very powerful skill that deprives him of vision. Even a beast without eyes like Skeleton General can be deprived of its perception of the outside world. Now he and Skeleton General can only fly around like headless flies. Zhang Zheng didn't expect that he would fail today. He sighed and shouted before the sound of breaking air sounded again. I give up. As soon as these 3 words were spoken, the shadow ring blade that had just condensed around Luoyang turned back into shadow and disappeared. The darkness in the venue slowly faded away and light returned. Zhang Zheng and Skeleton Boy's eyesight also recovered, but unfortunately Skeleton Boy has not yet exerted its original strength. Contestant number 25 surrendered. Congratulations to contestant number 7756 for advancing to the next round. The competition will be held in 3 days. Please attend on time. The system's announcement sounded on the battle stage and in the audience seats. The audience was silent for a moment, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Awesome! The game ended in less than a minute. Fuck! I've been watching all the matches in Luoyang, and the time keeps getting shorter. It's too dark, I can't see anything. I strongly suggest that the system can show the game footage in bright light. This is a good proposal. I agree. At this time, Zhang Zheng did not leave the fighting stage immediately. He still stood in the center of the skeleton soldiers, with the skeleton generals beside him holding the shield in front of him. This posture was maintained for a long time, and it seemed that without Zhang Zheng's arrangement, Skeleton Boy would continue to maintain this posture. However, at this time, there were already deep wounds on Zhang Zheng's legs caused by a sharp weapon, so deep that the bones could be seen. It can be seen with the naked eye that black gas is attached to the surface of the wound, causing the scope of the wound to continue to expand. Zhang Zheng's face was pale, and he looked like he wouldn't be able to stand in the next second. He looked at Luoyang, who was not far away from him, and said, "Your beast control and talent are both very impressive." As Luoyang's opponent, he could clearly feel that Luoyang did not summon his second beast, but simply used his own talent. So even if there are many curious breeders in the audience, after this battle, they still won't be able to get any information about his beast control. Luoyang showed an unnatural look on his face and scratched his head. You'd better leave the illusion world as soon as possible. This wound is not pleasant. It's not comfortable indeed. There's a terrifying feeling as if all 5 senses are drifting away from me as time goes by. He nodded without saying anything else. Zhang Zheng and the skeleton team beside him turned into phantoms and disappeared on the battlefield. In today's match, Luoyang successfully advanced to the next round with a perfect record, which can also be said to be the top 207. In just 2 days of competition, 13,017 people have been eliminated. This efficiency is really terrifying. Although many of these Beastmasters are just trying to take advantage of the situation and are here to join in the fun, when their numbers increase, there are still many powerful players. Luoyang looked at the lively audience around him, shrank his neck, and made a prompt decision to log off. After Luoyang confirmed his promotion, Luo Chen withdrew from the fantasy world earlier than Luoyang. Luo Chen sent a message to Liang Jingxi on the terminal. He decided to fulfill his previous promise today. Chapter 109, Fulfilling the Promise. Boom, boom, boom. Liang Jingxi stood in front of Qinyang Pet Shop and knocked on the door expectantly. At this time, there was still a sign in front of the store that said, "Restocking, temporarily closed" in large letters. Click. The shop door was quickly opened from the inside. What appeared in front of Liang Jingxi was a flying spiritual bird with colorful feathers of red, yellow, blue, green, and purple. It turned out that it was a beast that opened the door for him. This was the second time Liang Jingxi saw this bird with beautiful feathers. Even though his family was in the business of royal beast auctions, and he had seen many royal beasts that were hard for ordinary people to see, he still couldn't tell what species this bird was. However, since it is in this store, and it seems to be performing some kind of work in the store, then the rarity of this beast must be extremely rare. When Liang Jingxi was looking at Kain Linke didn't like the way Liang Jingxi judged its own value, so it shouted loudly, "Manager, they're the young girl standing outside the door. Should we let her in?" A young man's clear voice came from inside the door. "Let her in. Also, you are speaking uncivilized, so today's spiritual beast meat will be deducted." After hearing Luo Chen's response, Kain Linke moved away from the store door. Then it howled in great distress. "Manager, how could I be uncivilized? She is just a little girl. And according to your human aesthetics, this age can't be considered an old woman, right?" Huh. There seemed to be a sound of something heavy falling in the store, and then it fell into an eerie silence. It was the first time for Liang Jingxi to be frivolously called a little girl by a beastmaster. She walked into the store from the door, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and then saw Luo Chen, who sent her a message today. He was now sitting in a seat in the rest area facing the store door. The frivolous bird just now was now closing its mouth and gently beating Luo Chen's legs with its wings. But looking at those rolling eyes, it is clear that they reveal an emotion called unwillingness. Especially after seeing Liang Jingxi coming in, his eyes revealed deep dissatisfaction. "Ms. Liang, the beasts in the cages on the first floor of this store are all beasts that will be sold. The information and price of the beasts are posted outside the cages, and you can choose one yourself." Liang Jingxi covered her mouth and chuckled. "I've been looking forward to the imperial beasts in the store for a long time, and I must choose carefully today." Luo Chen did not comment, and replied with a smile, "These beasts should satisfy you, but the price is also quite attractive." Liang Jingxi glanced around the store gently. Just from a quick look, she had already seen many new beasts. And with the previous beast, Taming, as a guarantee, she naturally would not doubt Luo Chen's words. So she walked towards the cages on both sides of the store with full anticipation. The store fell into silence for a moment, with only the crisp tapping sound of her high heels hitting the floor. She looked at the beast in the first cage, which was a plant-type beast. Liang Jingxi frowned slightly. If it is not a healing-type beastmaster, unless the plant-type beastmaster has the skill rooting, its value below the king beast realm will be discounted to a certain extent. The ground inside the cage was covered with a thick layer of snow, and a snow lotus the size of a wash basin was located in the center of the cage. Its petals are intricately overlapping and half open. The outermost petals are as white as snow, and the color becomes lighter towards the center, with the petals in the center being almost transparent. Even though it is in this small space inside the cage, it still maintains a dignified and beautiful posture, like a goddess sitting on a snowy mountain. Race: Ice Snow Lotus. Level: Spirit Beast 6-star. Category: Ice. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1. Falling Snow. Yellow level Ice Lotus forms snowfall in a small area. 2. Snow Lotus Statue. Earth level the Ice Domain. Snow Lotus creates its own ice and snow statue using ice and snow around itself. The created Snow Lotus statue will continuously absorb the surrounding heat to create a low-temperature environment. At the same time, the Snow Lotus statue can self-destruct and cause damage when needed. The Ice Domain Snow Lotus can exchange positions with the Snow Lotus statue. 3. Ice Spikes. Xian level sharp ice spikes are formed from the ground within a certain range of the body. 4. Frost Invasion. Xian level lowers the temperature in the target area and has a negative impact on all targets, including reducing movement speed, increasing energy consumption, causing frostbite and dizziness. 5. Snow Lotus Shield. Xian level isolates the impact of ultra-low temperature on the shield owner and is immune to the impact of Ice Domain Snow Lotus attack skills. 6. Ice Domain. Earth level the Ice Domain Snow Lotus forms an ice domain with a thick layer of ice on the ground within 1,000 square meters. The cost of the Ice Domain Snow Lotus's various skills is halved in the Ice Domain, and the effects are enhanced. Because this information was handwritten by Luo Chen, there is no status or evolution path. Liang Jingxi looked at the last Ice Domain skill of Ice Domain Snow Lotus in disbelief. She must have seen it right. This was the domain type skill that led to the threshold of wild level beast taming. Although this is an Earth-level skill, its introduction seems unremarkable. However, domain-type skills are the key for a king-level beastmaster to break through to a wild-level beastmaster. Countless beastmasters and beastmasters are stuck at this threshold. But can a spiritual beastmaster really comprehend domain-type skills? Liang Jingxi unconsciously had doubts. Although its skill description contained the word domain, and the description looked very similar to domain, Liang Jingxi still urgently needed a result. Manager Luo, is the ice domain skill of your ice domain, Snow Lotus, really a domain-type skill? Liang Jingxi's voice became a little trembling because of excitement. Luo Chen heard the voice and looked over curiously. Yes, what's the problem? Perhaps Luo Chen's tone was too calm and indifferent. Liang Jingxi had to confirm again. It is the domain where the king beast breaks through the most critical skill of the wild beast and comprehends at least one domain-type skill. Luo Chen placed the book in his hand on the table in front of him and answered confidently and naturally. Yes, Ms. Liang, I am sure it is the domain-type skill you're talking about. This, are you willing to sell this kind of beast? Liang Jingxi swallowed the rest of her words in time. If Luo Chen really stopped selling because of her words, then she would have no place to cry. She clenched her palms, forced herself to calm down, and then looked at the price of Ice Domain Snow Lotus, 3.5 million spirit coins. It is much more expensive than many king beasts, but it is very reasonable for a beastmaster with domain-level skills, even if it is only a spirit beast at present, and will face the threshold of becoming a king beast in the future. But it already has domain-level skills at the spirit beast stage. Are you still worried that it won't be able to break through to become a king beast? The spending amount Liang Xiu set for her was 12 million spirit coins, which was already the maximum amount of liquid funds that the Liang group could take out. Because they are now urgently preparing for the auction in Lioang City, and they also need to set aside some funds to maintain the operation of the group. In fact, 12 million spirit coins is already a lot of money. You should know that the monthly income of a spirit-level beastmaster in Xinjiang City is only about 2 to 5,000 spirit coins. Ordinary people and beast tamers get even less, 1,000 or 7 or 800 spirit coins. However, even with these spiritual coins as wages, they can still live a pretty good life in Xinjiang City. Therefore, the purchasing power of spiritual coins in this world is still quite strong. Liang Jingxi was the only one choosing in the store, so she didn't have to make her decision right away. So she suppressed her emotions and decided to wait and see the other beasts before making a decision. After all, the 12 million spirit coins still need to be utilized to the maximum extent possible. She took out a small notebook from a ring-like storage device on her finger and wrote down the price of the first beast, Ice Domain Snow Lotus, and its most significant advantages. Then he moved his feet and looked towards another cage 3 or 4 meters away. The beast in this cage is a plant-type beast. Liang Jingxi's mentality at this time is completely different from when he first entered the store. The plant-type beasts in this store seem to be very unusual. This time she chose to check the beast taming information posted outside the cage first. Race, Lily of the Valley. Level, Spirit Beast 5-star. Department, Life Science. Qualification good. Skills, 1. Medicinal fragrance. Earth level, I have a magical medicinal fragrance that can cure all diseases. The aroma of the medicinal lily of the valley can eliminate most diseases in the target and restore the body to its best condition. 2. Regenerating flesh. Earth level, the branches, leaves, and petals of the medicinal lily of the valley can be used as medicine to heal physical defects and regrow broken limbs. It is only effective for species below the spiritual level. 3. Life supply. Xian level, extract the life energy from other creatures to supply the target. 4. Life shield. Xian level, when the target receives life treatment that exceeds the upper limit, a shield will be formed to block damage for the target. 5. Withering. Xian level, lily of the valley connects to a target and then makes it wither at the same time as itself, losing the same amount of life energy. After reading the information about this beast tamer, Liang Jingxi's face was full of surprise. She cherished this pure, healing type of beast tamer. There are 5 skills in total, 4 of which are related to healing or protection. It is common sense among beast tamers that pure healing type beast tamers are rarely encountered in the wild, because they simply cannot survive. This kind of beast is generally bred by human breeders, but the beast's instinct for survival prompts them to develop some offensive or self-protection skills. Therefore, the healing beast tamers on the market are not only impure, but most of their healing skills are not very good. The medicinal lily of the valley, in front of him, relying on the growing flesh alone, is basically enough to defeat all beasts of the same level. If it were to advance to a king beast capable of treating king-level species, it would definitely be a sought-after creature in Central City. After all, apart from breeders, the most respected profession is doctor. Now Liang Jingxi couldn't judge the value of medicinal lily of the valley and Iceland snow lotus. After all, one is a domain-type skill, which will reduce many barriers when breaking through to become a wild beast. One is a healing type of beast tamer that can regenerate severed limbs. Liang Jingxi couldn't make a comparison, so she could only look at Luo Chen's bid. After all, the difference in price between the two could show the value of these two beasts in the eyes of Luo Chen, the breeder. Medicinal Lily of the Valley, priced at 4.2 million spirit coins. Liang Jingxi looked at the price of this beast and patted his chest. It was 700,000 spirit coins more expensive than the Ice Domain Snow Lotus. It seems that in Luo Chen's eyes, the price of this Lily of the Valley is much higher than Liang Jingxi imagined. Chapter 110 King Beast, How to Sell It. Liang Jingxi's mood had already changed several times after just looking at the two beasts. Although both of them are plant-type beasts, what should they do? Liang Jingxi did not make a rash decision. She calmed herself down and wrote Medicinal Lily of the Valley in her own notebook. She walked deeper into the store with even greater anticipation than at the beginning. The next beast she controlled was the Starlight Stone Spirit, but this one also had excellent qualifications and was at the level of an 8-star spirit beast. However, its price is much cheaper than the previous two, only priced at 1 million spirit coins. However, its remarks column is marked with the shortcomings of this beast tamer, which is slow to advance. Perhaps this is the main reason why this beast tamer is sold at a cheaper price, because the performance of this beast tamer in the beast tamer competition was very eye-catching, and it should not be priced at this price. In the cage further back, there is another plant-type beast. The surface of its branches and leaves is covered with strange runes, and sometimes the leaves will even shake strangely. The cage it lives in is darker than that of other beasts. The two cages in a row were filled with this beast called Ghost Hair Runegrass. The 3-star spiritual rank 1 in front, with excellent qualifications, is sold for 1.3 million spiritual coins. The 2nd-star spiritual beast at the back, with good qualifications, is priced at 850,000 spiritual coins. Liang Jingxi shook her head quietly. She was not sure whether this kind of beast would be welcomed by the wealthy families in Lioang City. However, the price was relatively cheap, and it was a rare species. She could buy one and try it. Then I went further back and finally saw a proper animal-type beast tamer, a butterfly beast tamer. 1,000-pupil butterfly. Liang Jingxi softly read out the name of this beast. After reading its skill introduction, Liang Jingxi said that she was numb. Even this seemingly normal butterfly-type beast had 2 Earth-level skills. Liang Jingxi also recorded this beast in his own little notebook. He said that his mental acceptance ability is now very strong, and he will be able to remain calm no matter what kind of beast he encounters next. Liang Jingxi stared at the beast in the cage in front of him in a trance, and couldn't help wondering in his heart, could there be such a small, elephant-like beast? The beast in the cage in front of him had a standard elephant appearance, but was only about 30 to 40 centimeters long and more than 20 centimeters tall. The skin is brown in color with deep lines crisscrossing it, as if the thick earth is draped over it. Race, savage elephant. Level, spirit beast 7 stars. Category, earth. Qualification good. Skills, 1. Brute strength. Xian level the savage elephant is born with immense strength and can carry or pull objects that far exceed its own weight. 2. Hard skin. Xian level the skin of wild elephants is thick and has strong defensive capabilities, which can help them resist external damage. 3. Ground crack. Xian level the savage elephant causes the ground in front of it to crack into a crack that is 20 meters long, 10 meters deep, and 5 meters wide. 4. Ground spikes. Xian level the savage elephant causes the ground under the feet of the target area to bulge, condensing into hard ground spikes to attack the target. 5. Earth synchronization. Earth level the savage elephant communicates with the earth beneath its feet through its soles, absorbing the power of the earth beneath its feet, and can quickly restore its lost physical strength and energy. The information of this barbarian elephant does not seem as strange as the previous beasts, but compared to most of the beasts outside the store. Any beastmaster that has earth-level skills is still very valuable, because it is relatively easier for this type of beastmaster to break through and become a king-level beastmaster, and they are also more powerful than other beastmasters. Liang Jingxi was just very confused about the size of the barbarian elephant, because according to the description of its skills, the size of this beast shouldn't be so small, right? However, she glanced at Luo Chen lightly and chose to suppress her doubts in her heart. Compared with the other beasts in the store, this barbarian elephant was not so attractive to her. Even though the price of this savage elephant is only 800,000 spirit coins, their auction house will naturally choose the most precious one so that they can earn enough value. Then, Liang Jingxi saw the dawnlight bird, quiet words bird, and golden-winged light butterfly. Until the end, she looked at the beast in the last cage and swallowed her saliva in a very ungraceful manner. Because in her opinion, all the beasts before her were not as good as this one. This is a true king beast, and the price it is sold at is so high that she cannot afford it even if she uses all her money. Race, Sun and Moon Wolf King. Level, King Beast 1 star. Category, Light Daylight, Light Moonlight. Qualification, Perfect. Skills, 1. Sun Shadow Body. Earth level, choose your own state according to the external environment. In the Sun Shadow Body state, all skills or physical attacks caused by yourself will have a burning effect. 2. Moon Shadow Body. Earth level, choose your own state according to the external environment. In the Moon Shadow Body state, your own speed is greatly improved, and you can continuously recover your lost energy. 3. Sun Disk. Xian level, gather the sun's energy into the sun disk and attack the target. 4. Moon Wheel. Xian level, gather the moon wheel containing moonlight energy and attack the target. 5. Sun and Moon Pupils. Xian level, the left pupil condenses moonlight, and the right pupil condenses sunlight. Light beams of 2 attributes are emitted from the eyes, causing penetrating damage to distant targets. 6. Wolf King's Power. Xian level produces pressure on creatures of the wolf species, reducing their attacks on itself by half. 7. Sun and Moon Rotation. Earth level field skill. The Sun and Moon Wolf King opens a sun and moon rotation field of 1,000 square meters. In this field, an illusory moon and an illusory sun will appear at the same time. All places illuminated by the moonlight are within the perception of the Wolf King. The Wolf King's mental strength is greatly enhanced, and the Wolf King can control the high-hanging moon toward the ground, continuously launching moon blades to hit targets. In places where the sun shines, the Wolf King can control the sun hanging high in the sky to drop the sun fire to the ground and attack the target. The Wolf King can also gain the bonus of the sun's power and continuously recover his physical strength and injuries. A king beast, and a king beast that has domain skills, is a more precious existence than the ice domain Snow Lotus. But when Liang Jingxi looked at the price column, she found that there was nothing written on it. She did not hold back this time, and could not wait to ask Luo Chen, who was sitting at the table. Manager Luo, how do you sell this Sun and Moon Wolf King? Luo Chen gently put down the book in his hand and put on a smile. Ms. Liang, how about we discuss business again? Chapter 111, Stardust. Stars. Business? Liang Jingxi was slightly startled. That's right. I'm entrusting this king beast to your Qingyun treasure auction house. I wonder what kind of measures you will take for me. Auction. Liang Jingxi suddenly thought of the grand auction of Roxiang Wan's spirit rabbit last time. She knew very well in her heart that if the Sun Moon Wolf King with his domain skills could be sold at their Qingyun treasures auction house, it would definitely instantly make the house famous and reverse the auction house's current embarrassing situation in Lioang City. In that short moment, her mind was full of thoughts. Finally, she calmed down and looked at the smiling Luo Chen. Manager Luo, for this king beast, we can decide not to charge any handling fees and treat it as our last treasure. How about that? Luo Chen had already anticipated Liang Jingxi's condition, but he wanted more than just these. In addition to these, I have one more condition. That is, in the remaining 7 days, you must use the slogan I set to promote this beast tamer. Liang Jingxi suddenly had a bad feeling. What slogan? Qinyang Pet Shop has commissioned Qingyun Treasure Auction House to sell a rare king-level beast, the Sun and Moon Wolf King. Sure enough, Liang Jingxi knew that the same routine as that of Soft Fragrance Rabbit appeared. He still uses Qingyun Treasures Auction House to advertise his own pet shop. But now, Liang Jingxi feels that this condition is not very difficult to accept because Qingyun Treasure's auction house is in urgent need of treasures like Sun and Moon Wolf King to sell in their auction house. Without much hesitation, Liang Jingxi smiled and nodded. I accept this condition on behalf of Qingyun Treasure's auction house. That's the best. Happy cooperation. Liang Jingxi also smiled and nodded. Happy cooperation. Ms. Liang, it took you so long to choose. Have you chosen a good beast? After discussing the matter of Sun and Moon Wolf King, Luo Chen curiously asked Liang Jingxi about her choice of beast. In fact, Luo Chen hoped that she would buy all the beasts so that he could avoid the trouble of opening a store and facing the huge flow of people. But it's just a thought here because the price of the beast man he sold this time is still quite high, and I believe that the Lioang group does not have so much liquid funds to absorb it all. Manager Luo, I'm going to choose these beasts. Liang Jingxi handed her little notebook to Luo Chen, on which was written the name of the beast she wanted to buy. Iceland Snow Lotus, 1 plant, 3.5 million spirit coins. Medicinal Lily of the Valley, 1 plant for 0.2 million spirit coins. Shiguang Spirit Bird, 1.25 million spirit coins. Ghost Hair Rune Grass, 1 plant, 1.3 million spirit coins. Silent Bird, 1.4 million spirit coins. The total price is 11.65 million spirit coins. After confirming that Luo Chen had finished reading the content of the small notebook, Liang Jingxi chuckled and said, Manager Luo, how about we round it up? I'll give you 12 million spirit coins, and you can give me the golden-winged spirit butterfly at a lower price. Golden-winged luminous butterfly is the most common beast in the shop. It has no earth-level skills, and its qualifications are only good quality. Originally, Luo Chen wanted to let this guy be an ornamental spiritual creature in his secret realm, but this guy has a bit of special personality and is a particularly combative type. It was kept in the secret realm and was causing trouble every day. Although it was now at the 8th spiritual level, Luo Chen only priced it at 600,000 spiritual coins and planned to sell at a discount. Now Yang Jingxi's proposal is naturally in line with Luo Chen's wishes, as long as this restless, golden-winged spiritual butterfly can be sold. But of course he couldn't show too much joy on his face. He nodded with a serious attitude. You're a big customer. I will give you a discount at a low price. A bright smile bloomed on Liang Jingxi's face. Thank you, manager. If you have any beasts you want to auction in the future, please contact Qingyun Treasure's auction house. We will not only give you the most favorable auction conditions, but also auction them at a price that satisfies you. Okay, next time for sure. Although Luo Chen's words sounded a bit strange to Liang Jingxi, she did not think about it too much, but sincerely thanked Luo Chen again. Hearing Liang Jingxi's sincere thanks, Luo Chen felt a little embarrassed and touched his nose. He took the beast that Liang Jingxi had chosen out of the cage. Seeing the beast coming out of the cage, Liang Jingxi was somewhat surprised to find that their size had changed a lot compared to when they were in the cage, right? This cage was also given space-related skills. Liang Jingxi shook his head slightly. This pet shop was too wealthy. Now, she seemed to understand why the savage elephant looked smaller. Forgot about the last extra and chose an elephant to try. Maybe the generous manager Luo would agree. When Liang Jingxi arrived, it was just past noon, but when she left the store, it was already evening. When Liang Jingxi left contentedly with the 6 beasts she had purchased, Luo Chen looked at the cages which were now mostly empty. He also brought out many similar beasts that were taken away by Liang Jingxi from the secret realm to fill the vacancies in the cage. However, no second Medicinal Lily of the Valley and Sun and Moon Wolf King appeared. There are still some in the secret realm now, but the number is not large, so Luo Chen decided not to sell them for the time being. Suddenly, Luo Chen saw the shop next to him that Chang Guiheng had left for him. To be honest, he had no idea how to make use of this shop. I don't know whether this store can be counted as a store bound to the system. It seems that I have rarely heard the voice of the system recently. System, call the system. The dull system voice sounded. I'm here, go ahead. The store next door also theoretically belongs to me, so can I include it in the scope of bound stores? This operation can only be completed when the store is upgraded next time. The system gave a very respectful explanation. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. Now the store area could be expanded a little more. Star Moon City. As one of the 10 largest cities in China, compared with the elegance, grandeur, and prosperity of the capital, is more beautiful and peaceful. The beast tamer competition in Xingyue City is held at night because the breeder competition is held during the day. Chang Guiheng's figure appeared in the fantasy world and entered his own fighting stage. He had just stepped onto the fighting stage when the audience began to cheer as if they had been rehearsed. There were people from the Chang family whom he knew, as well as many strangers he didn't know. Judging from their expressions, they thought he was very famous in Xingyue City. He is indeed famous, but his fame is in the capital, not in Xingyue City where his family is from. The Chang family has put in a lot of effort to maintain their relationship with him. In fact, they don't need to be so cautious. As long as they don't do anything wrong, he will be willing to protect the Chang family in the future, even though his relationship with them is not close. Today is the 5th round of the competition. Compared to the millions of contestants in Xingyue City, the competition has just begun. In the previous 5 competitions, he only used one beast, which was Luo Star's spirit. Compared to when Luo Chen first handed it to him, the skills and information of Luo Star's spirit have undergone tremendous changes. Race, Luo Star's spirit. Level, King Beast 2 star. Category, light, starlight, moonlight. Status, relaxed. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Starlight Pendant. Xian level Luo Star spirit summons starlight to infuse into the target's body, healing the target's injuries in a short period of time. 2. Starburst. Earth level Luo Star spirit throws stars at the target area and detonates them when needed. 3. Moon attracts stars. Earth level the Luo Star spirit blesses the target with a star, allowing the target to draw on the power of starlight and change and enhance their physique. 4. Moon summoning technique. Earth level the Luo Star spirit summons the moon to appear, enhancing itself in all directions, and can emit moonlight from the moon to attack the target. 5. Bathing in the brilliant light together. Xian level Luo Star spirit designates a target and bathes in the brilliant light together with itself, instantly replenishing the consumed energy and applying the brilliant light state to itself and the target. Skills and attacks can reduce the energy in the target's body. 6. Starry Field. Earth level Luo Star spirit summons a field around him, changing the sky into a group of shining stars. Stars will fall from the sky from time to time, and different stars have different effects. Causes damage and negative effects to enemy targets, and causes healing, energy recovery, and status enhancement, speed increase, reaction ability improvement, etc. to friendly targets. 7. Stardust. Earth level, when the dust of stars disperses like smoke, it will absorb the surrounding energy or elements, making it difficult for other targets to obtain energy replenishment from the outside world. Chapter 112 Qianzi. At this time, Luo Star Spirit was sitting quietly on Chang Guiheng's shoulder, like an exquisite little figurine. His opponent appeared on the opposite side, but looking at the 2 beasts beside him, they were only at the spirit beast level. After the game started, Luo Star's spirit pointed in the direction of the man and 2 beasts on the opposite side, and a star fell from above their heads. Then, before they could react, it exploded with a loud bang, like the most beautiful fireworks. Chang Guiheng won a complete victory. The opponents he met today were all at the spirit beast level, so he basically killed them all in one move. After the game, his consciousness slowly withdrew from the fantasy world. In the process of withdrawal, he could clearly feel, in the deepest part of the fantasy world, there were eyes watching him through layers of barriers. Perhaps this mysterious gaze already existed when he just started the game. It was only at the end of the game that the owner of this gaze made him feel that he was being watched. Chang Guiheng sat in a luxuriously decorated villa, wondering absent-mindedly, who was the owner of that gaze? Uncle Qian? Uncle Lu? Manhwa? Or was it his father's master, Grandmaster Zhuang? He shook his chubby head, but still couldn't figure out the answer to this question. He didn't think about it any further. After all, it was most likely one of these people, the one he trusted the most. The voice of the smart butler sounded in the villa. Master, someone is looking for you at the door. Do you want to have a conversation? A trace of thought flashed across Chang Guiheng's eyes. Who would come to his villa to find him so late at night? Please answer it. After Chang Guiheng agreed, a virtual screen appeared in front of him, showing the real-time image outside the villa. In front of the spacious villa, several young men appeared, but the youngest among them should be 4 or 5 years older than Chang Guiheng. However, although some of these people looked familiar, Chang Guiheng only knew the name of the man, surrounded in the middle. Chang Qingzuan, this is his name. He is the son of the head of the Chang family in Xingyue City. In terms of seniority, he is also his cousin. It's just that he doesn't stay in the Chang family all year round, so I'm not very familiar with him. Brother Qingzuan, is there something wrong so late? Chang Guiheng's voice sounded at the door, but he was still sitting in the study. After hearing Chang Guiheng's voice, everyone who was talking around Chang Qingzuan fell silent. Chang Qingzuan also had a friendly smile on his face. Brother Heng, it has been several days since you came back to Xingyue City. I haven't taken you around Xingyue City properly. Today, Master Jiang Yu will hold an exchange meeting among breeders in Luoyan Pavilion. I have obtained a few seats as an auditor. I still remember that you were most interested in these when you were a child. Do you want to go and have a look today? You can also get to know more friends in Xingyue City. Friend? Hearing this word, Chang Guiheng suppressed his desire to refuse. Before leaving, the master seemed to have said that his personality was too introverted and that he needed to make some friends. Okay, please wait a moment, cousin Qingzuan. The people in front of the villa door waited for a while before Chang Guiheng appeared at the door of the villa. Seeing that it was just a little fat guy who made them wait for so long, one of the people behind Chang Qingzuan couldn't help but complain. How noble! You made all of us wait for you. Chang Guiheng was a little confused when he heard the sarcasm and thought to himself, I didn't ask you to wait for me. I don't even know who you are. However, Chang Qingzuan's expression turned stern. Qingmu, what nonsense are you talking about? This is our brother. He just went out to study for a few years when he was young. Now he has returned to the family and is our brother. How can you say such hurtful words? The young man named Qingmu came to Chang Guiheng with his head lowered, full of shame. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I just waited a little too long. Also, I'm not very happy about losing the game today. I hope you don't mind. The tone of the apology was sincere. Chang Qingzuan also advised, Qingmu is still young, and what he said was just an unintentional mistake. I hope Brother Heng doesn't mind. A naive younger brother, a protective brother who is gentle and humble. These two characters quickly became established in front of Chang Guiheng. But they knew too little after all. They didn't know that there was a kind of beast in this world that could understand people's hearts. The doubts of Chang Qingmu were indeed genuine, but they came from jealousy. He was jealous that Chang Qingmu had an unknown origin, but could live in a separate, oversized villa in the most central area of the Chang family's residence. Chang Qingzuan's scolding was not real scolding. He was just acting in front of me. What he wanted deep in his heart was to establish a good relationship with me, and then improve his influence among his father and elders, and prevent me from competing for the position of head of the Chang family. These thoughts may not have any impact on you, but when you know that their every move has an ulterior motive, you always feel uncomfortable. Ever since he signed a contract with Qianzhe Fortune Wheel, he has seen too many people approaching him with ulterior motives. All their little thoughts will be told to themselves through the Qianzhe Fortune Wheel. So he doesn't really like to interact with people. He prefers to talk to people who don't know him. Only when there is no conflict of interest will he have no ulterior motives. Perhaps this is why he seems rather lonely nowadays. It was a wrong decision to follow his father's path again. The Chang family is no longer the same Chang family, and he is no longer the breeder Chang Qingyuan who had nothing back then. Under the influence of his father, he has already walked ahead of too many beastmasters. Chang Guiheng looked at Chang Qingzuan in front of him with clear eyes and put on a distant smile. Cousin Qingzuan, I suddenly found that I have some things to deal with, so I won't go today. Let's make an appointment next time. After saying this, he bowed his head slightly, expressed his apology, then turned around and walked back into the villa. Chang Qingzuan's expression froze. He looked at Chang Guiheng's figure disappearing at the door and said unwillingly, Okay, Cousin Guiheng, you take care of the rest first. I'll take you out for a walk next time. After the door of the villa was closed, Chang Qingzuan gave Chang Qingmu a fierce look. However, he did not do anything else in front of Chang Guiheng's villa. Who knows whether Chang Guiheng is still paying attention to the front of the villa. The good image that his cousin has just established still needs to be maintained. Then he took a few people away, and the area in front of the villa became quiet again. Chang Guiheng did not show any sense of loss when he returned to the villa. After all, this kind of thing had happened too many times since he was a child. It's already difficult to affect his mood. Qianzhe Fortune Wheel and Luoyu Star Spirit appeared beside him at the same time. However, they did not appear from the beast taming bracelet, because a beast tamer who has reached the king level will open up a beast taming space in his body. This space is specially used to store beasts, and it is also very suitable for the growth of beasts. Therefore, if it were not for their personality reasons, most beasts would prefer to stay in the Beastmaster's beast space. Race, Chinza Fortune Wheel. Level, King Beast 5-star. Department, Time Department, Destiny Department. Status, Tranquil. Qualification, Peerless. Skills, 1. A glimpse of destiny. Earth level through the deduction of the existing timeline. A glimpse of what may happen in the future. 2. Accelerated aging. Earth level accelerate the time on the target, causing a significant reduction in its lifespan. 3. Good fortune. Earth level a person favored by luck and hated by bad luck. 4. Reappearance of the past. Xian level Qian Zhe fortune wheel can reenact what happened in the target area within a period of time. 5. Shield of time. Earth level Qian Zhe fortune wheel uses the power of time to form a shield, sharing the damage inflicted by the target and extending it to different time points to share the damage. 6. Past body. Earth level Qian Zhe fortune wheel summons a past self to assist in combat. 7. Multiplication. Xian level increase or decrease your body size exponentially. 8. Qian Zhe, heavenly level 1,000 kinds of blessings. The Qian Zhe fortune wheel blesses the target and permanently generates one of the positive bonuses to the target, including but not limited to physical fitness improvement, energy increase, aptitude improvement, comprehension increase, bloodline improvement, skill effect upgrade. Chapter 113, 9, Spiritual Bodies. In human history, it is August 5th, 552 in the New World Calendar. A quiet and secret place. Luo Chen sat next to the spiritual spring, looking at the two little ones in front of him, chuckled and asked, "Which of you two will go first?" The little guy and the little ball looked at each other, then stepped back a little, their expressions showing that they were humble. It was the first time that Luo Chen saw the two little ones having such good understanding with each other, and he couldn't help laughing, but it wouldn't work if neither of them wanted to come first. "How about we play a game of roll call?" Without waiting for the two little ones to agree, Luo Chen pointed his finger between the two and said, "Call the soldiers and generals. Whoever is called today will evolve first." When he said the last word, Hua, Luo Chen's hand was pointing at the little fur ball. Luo Chen came to the little cat Xiao and stroked the fluffy hair on its back. "You came first, Mao Xiao." Then Luo Chen looked at the little guy who had floated behind him at some point and was secretly watching the little ball's joke from behind his shoulder. "And you, after the little fur ball, it's you." To be honest, it is understandable that the little fur ball is somewhat resistant to evolution. After all, its last evolutionary process was not very good. But why is this little guy, Cloud Whale, unwilling to do so? Could it be that he doesn't quite understand the meaning of evolution and wants the little fur ball to explore the way ahead of him? Luo Chen recalled the materials needed for the evolution of the little fur ball and took them out from the bracelet one by one. The third-level spiritual objects are Lingwei grass and blending flower, and an energy stone containing each single element. These 10 energy stones alone cost Luo Chen 150 points, and now he only has 50 points left. Lingwei grass looks very much like a dog's tail or a wolf's tail. The hybrid flower blooms simply, with only 5 petals of different colors blooming on it, and no other branches or leaves. The Lingwei grass and the blending flower were refined into juice at the same time, and the little fur ball drank it all. Then 10 energy stones with different properties were placed around it in a circle. Then Luo Chen's spirit guided the energy of these energy stones, which turned into thin silk threads and flowed into the body of the little fur ball. The colors of the threads formed by different energy stones are also different. 10 completely different colors are filled around the little ball of fur. The light shines on the little ball's fluffy white hair, turning it into colorful colors. For Luo Chen, the evolution process of the little fur ball is much more difficult than the last time he evolved the Bone Blade Tiger King in the City Lord's Mansion. Not only do you have to control the balance of 9 different energies, but you also have to guide these energies to run along a fixed route. This process lasted for about half an hour. Now, the colored energy threads have formed a colorful tail, which is turned into light and shadow and attached to the tail of the little ball of fur. Then, as time passed, the third tail of the little fur ball gradually solidified, as if it had turned into a real tail and appeared at the tail of the little fur ball. Race, 3-tailed cat king. Level, King Beast 1-star. Department, Spiritual Department, Elemental Department. Status, Curious. Qualification, Perfect. Skills, 1. Spiritual Membrane, Xian level. 2. Cut off the tail to survive, Earth level. 3. Tail of Spirit. Earth level, one of the three-tailed cat king's tails. This tail possesses pure spiritual power and can form substantial spiritual power to interfere with the outside world. It can also invade the target's spiritual world and launch a spiritual attack. 4. Tail of illusion. Earth level, one of the tails of the three-tailed cat king. This tail can create illusions in the outside world and interfere with the target. 5. Tail of elements. Earth level, one of the tails of the three-tailed cat king. This tail can control the power of elements and can be used to perform skills with elemental attributes. 6. Dexterity, yellow level. 7. Spiritual explosion, Xian level. 8. 9. Spirit body. Earth level, this skill can only be used by those who have the elemental tail. The three-tailed cat king can control the energy of any one or more elemental attributes to penetrate his whole body, making himself a pure elemental state so that he can use the enhanced version of the attribute skill. When using this skill, the skills of the other two tails cannot be used. Evolution route, not unlocked yet. Under the curious gaze of the little fur ball, its evolution process has been completed. It looked back at the colorful tail growing between its two tails. He ran to Luo Chen, tickled his knee, and motioned for him to look. Luo Chen smiled and nodded. I saw it. Our little fur ball is really awesome. It has gained two skills at once. This elemental tail looks very powerful. It is not only powerful, it can be said to be one of the top Earth-level skills. After all, because of this tail, the little fur ball can control all elemental attributes at the same time. It is simply developing in the direction of omnipotence. 10 elemental attributes: light, dark, electricity, wind, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, ice. The evolution process of the little fur ball consumed too much of Luo Chen's mental energy. He could only rest for a while before he could evolve the tiny cloud whale. However, the feedback that the little fur ball had evolved into a king beast also arrived in time. Abundant energy poured into Luo Chen's body, and the world seemed to have undergone some special changes in his eyes. At the same time, a mysterious space was opened up in his spiritual world. Luo Chen's consciousness probed into it and found that it was empty and there was nothing. However, he had a feeling that as long as he wanted, he could use his mental energy to create something in it at any time. The next second, the little ball of fur suddenly appeared in this space. It looked around curiously and then ran freely in this space. It could also be said that it was floating casually because there was no solid ground here. Luo Chen tried to use the mental strength that had just been restored due to his upgrade to create a suitable home for the little fur ball in this beast-taming space that belonged exclusively to it. Then the environment in the space changed rapidly according to Luo Chen's thoughts. The ground was formed under his feet, covered with green grass suitable for cats to run. Then came the bright sunlight, filling the 2,000 square meters of space. But the next moment, Luo Chen felt a sharp pain in his head, and the mental strength that had just recovered was completely consumed again. It seems that setting up the beast-controlling space really consumes a lot of mental energy. After lunch, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Luo Chen felt that his mental strength had been completely restored. Coming back to the Qingyu secret realm, the little guy looked at Luo Chen curiously. Now it has been looking forward to its own evolution process for a long time. It is really envious of the little fur ball for having a new colorful tail. It also wants to have it very much. Now the little cloud whale naively thinks that through its evolution it can grow a beautiful tail or turn its skin into colorful colors. Vaguely sensing the little guy's inner thoughts, Luo Chen smiled helplessly and did not explain to it. After all, a cooperative little cloud whale is always better at evolving than one that resists in its heart. Chapter 114, Covering the Sea. Luo Chen patted the little one's head gently, and then took out the materials that had been prepared long ago. The third-rank spiritual objects are the sea spirit pearl, the Canghai Mingyu, and the sky-splitting feather. When the little one saw the round sea spirit pearl and the Canghai Mingyu emitting a deep blue light, his big eyes lit up. After finally taking out the long sky-splitting feather, the little one looked at Luo Chen in confusion, as if wondering why there was only one. Shouldn't there be a lot of things placed on it? Feeling the little one's bizarre thoughts, Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. One is enough, you don't need to grow wings. Evolutionary route. Cloud whale, swift cloud whale. Cloud whale, covering the sea. Luo Chen held the sea spirit pearl in his hand. As energy invaded, brighter and brighter light emanated from it. The deep blue is the color of the deep sea. The bright jade of the vast sea was crushed into sand and dust, and transformed into bright spots of light that swirled and floated around the cloud whale, as if surrounding a field of eternal stardust. The fine fluff on the sky-splitting feathers also fell off piece by piece, and then stuck to the surface of the cloud whale, just like the sand and dust from the Shanghai Mingyu. The sea spirit pearl turned into a ball of pure light and flowed from Luo Chen's hand into the little one's body. The process of evolution began. As time passed, the little one's body grew bigger and bigger. It has changed from its original body length of several dozen centimeters to its current length of about 3 meters. Its dark blue skin gradually emerged after the light faded, with ripple lines flowing on it that symbolized the ocean. The little guy watched Luo Chen getting smaller in his eyes. After a while, he realized that it was his own body that was getting bigger. Then he opened his innocent eyes and looked at Luo Chen with a little confusion. "Little one, you have grown bigger and stronger. Race, sea-covering cloud whale. Level, king beast 1 star. Type, wind, water, space. Qualification, perfect. Skills, 1, clouds and mist rising Xian level. 2, rain in the clouds Xian level. 3, space travel earth level. 4, swift wind blade earth level. 5, big water ball Xian level. 6, colossus Xian level. 7, azure sea earth level. The cloud whale summons an illusory sea around itself, which can gradually invade the real world as time goes by. 8, unlimited growth. Earth level. The sea-covering cloud whale breaks through the upper limit of the race's size and can grow its size without limit. 9, portable space. Earth level. The cloud whale possesses a stable portable space that can hold living things, which can gradually expand as the cloud whale grows. 10, overturning the sea. Earth level. The cloud whale overturns the entire sea area, and the positions of all targets in the blue sea will be forcibly converted. Evolution route. Not yet unlocked. This time of evolution, the little one's changes are greater than those of the little furball. Not only are there 4 new skills, but they are all Earth-level skills. However, the change in appearance still gave me a strong sense of separation. Because before it was a tiny one that I could hold in my arms, but now is a small giant that I can lie under me. Moreover, this skill of unlimited growth seems to be going further and further on the path of the behemoth. Perhaps in the future, it will be able to cover a city with its body just by stopping. Luo Chen thought of a certain scene and even had some small expectations. However, under the curious gaze of the little one, Luo Chen quickly came back to his senses. "Little one, let me see your portable space skill." The little guy closed his eyes gently, as if sensing something. Then a crack suddenly opened in front of Luo Chen, which was very similar to a space crack. There was no light inside the crack. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Luo Chen threw in a few brightly glowing light stones. This time I could see it more clearly. The light stone was floating quietly in the space, and the surrounding area it illuminated was empty and empty. After probing his mental power into it, Luo Chen came to the conclusion that the size of the space should be 3,000 cubic meters. It is neither big nor small, but it is more than enough to hold all the items in the warehouse of Qinyang Pet Shop. After the inspection, Luo Chen was very satisfied with the results of this evolution. The little fur ball's elemental tail can do many things and can control the power of various elements. It can serve as its main battle beast in the future. The little guy can play many roles, including control, holding the field, and running away. Boom! There was a vibration in the spiritual space, and a beast taming space exclusively for the little one was also opened up. Luo Chen's spirit observed the 2 beast taming spaces and discovered that although the 2 beast taming spaces were adjacent in the spiritual world, they were not connected. But while observing, Luo Chen suddenly had a feeling that he could merge the 2 beast-controlling spaces to form a larger space. He did it as soon as he thought of it. In his opinion, the 2 children should live together and cultivate a good relationship. Under Luo Chen's control, the membrane separating the 2 adjacent beast-taming spaces gradually disappeared, and then the spaces merged together and became a little larger. Luo Chen really felt a little tired. He opened his eyes and saw the 2 little ones chasing and playing, so he threw them directly into the beast-taming space in the spiritual world. Let them get familiar with their new home first. Qinyang Pet Shop. Dear new and old customers, after a period of hard work, hardship, sleepless nights, and brainstorming by the store manager, we have cultivated our pets. There are new beasts in the store. Come and see if there is any beast you like. Do you like the majestic and secure Starlight Stone Spirit? Or squatting in the corner, secretly cursing others? Lao Lu Selection, Ghost Hair Rune Grass. Or maybe the Barbarian Elephant is extremely powerful and can pull goods, the natural choice for workers. There is also the elegant symbol of love and light, the Sunlight Bird. If worst comes to worst, we still have Silent Bird, which can make the enemy more silent than you, and Thousand Pupil Butterfly, which can make the target constantly reincarnate in an illusion. The quantity is limited. Customers in need can rush to buy it as soon as possible. Note, the sale of the beast will be held at Qinyang Pet Shop in the fantasy world. Interested customers are welcome to come here to purchase. After more than a month, new content was released on the official account of Qinyang Pet Shop. However, before this news was released, Luo Chen renovated the Qinyang Pet Shop in the fantasy world. After spending about 1 million spirit coins, the Qinyang Pet Shop in the fantasy world now has an area of 2,000 square meters, large enough to accommodate more guests. Luo Chen also scanned the information of the beasts he was going to sell into the Qinyang Pet Shop in the fantasy world, so that what they saw was not their compressed bodies in cages, but their original size. Not only that, the selling method has also been improved, that is, a special auction format. Luo Chen entered the lowest selling price for each beast, and then every customer who came in could bid based on the original price. During the 3-day sales period, the beast will be bought by the customer with the highest bid. Obviously, this sales method has improved the first-come, first-served sales method, so that even if there are customers who really want to buy, they will not miss out on their favorite beasts because they are too late. The beasts sold in this way should also be cherished by their beast masters. After all, they bought them at a high price. This message from Qinyang Pet Shop has been sent, and every fan who follows Qinyang Pet Shop in Xinjiang City has received the message push. Zhang Zheng, a fanatic of the nether beast taming, and Wei Yansheng, whose career path has soared due to Qinyang Pet Shop. Liang Jingxi is organizing the Qingyun Treasures Auction in Lioang City. Even Chang Guiheng, who was far away in Xingyue City, entered the fantasy world as soon as possible, wanting to find out what kind of rare beast Luo Chen had evolved this time. However, he probably cannot buy them all this time. Although he has the ability to do so, this time Luo Chen not only sets the rule that the highest bidder wins. It only supports home delivery or self-pickup in Xinjiang City. Moreover, under the same account, you can only bid on 3 beasts. However, scalpers or buyers of certain beast tamers cannot be eliminated. In addition to making money and completing the system's tasks, Luo Chen actually also wants these beasts that have evolved through his hands to have a good home or to realize their true value, rather than becoming an ornamental collection or research item in some wealthy family. Chapter 115. Universe Spiritual Cultivation Method. And there's another advantage of the Qinyang Pet Shop in the fantasy world. That is, it does not need waiters. All service problems can be solved by an artificial intelligence in the fantasy world. After all, the fantasy world is not real, so there's no need to worry about any safety issues. The announcement of the opening of Qinyang Pet Shop was released on the evening of August 6th. After 8 o'clock in the morning on August 7th, Qinyang Pet Shop in the fantasy world allowed strangers to enter. As soon as they were allowed entry, large numbers of customers appeared in the store. Some customers came in through the main entrance from shops outside on the street, while others were teleported directly into the store from other places. Soon the number of people in the store reached the store's upper limit. Fortunately, the store manager in the fantasy world directly chose to divert the customers. The following customers were diverted to the clone store of Qinyang Pet Shop. This is equivalent to dividing all customers into different servers, so as to accommodate more customers. So even though there are many customers in the store now, it is still a reasonable upper limit and people don't feel particularly crowded. This ensures a good customer experience. Early in the morning, Chang Guiheng entered the shop opened by his friend who lived far away in Xinjiang City. Avoiding other people, Chang Guiheng discovered many beasts he had never seen before. After looking at all the beasts one by one, Chang Guiheng felt his hands itching and wanted to buy one. What should he do? He suddenly felt that Luo Chen's rule that each beastmaster could only bid for 3 beasts at most was aimed at him. Luo Chen, who was watching the real-time images of more than 20 clone shops on the second floor of Qinyang Pet Shop in the fantasy world, was reminded by the housekeeper's assistant. Your friend Chang Guiheng sent a new message. Please check it. Luo Chen called up the panel representing the address book, then clicked on Chang Guiheng's avatar, somewhat puzzled as to why he suddenly sent him a message. Chang Guiheng, Chun, as your friend, don't I get any discounts when I buy beasts? For example, can I bid for 2 more? Luo Chen looked at his message and felt a little amused. It turned out to be because of this. Chun Luo, I'll invite you over later. Let's have a face-to-face talk. Then Luo Chen sent an invitation to Chang Guiheng, inviting him to enter the Qinyang pet shop where there were no other customers. Luo Chen came to the rest area on the first floor and sat down. Soon, the familiar figure of the little fat man appeared on the first floor of the store. Long time no see. Come and sit down. Luo Chen warmly invited Chang Guiheng to sit down. How could he not be enthusiastic? This little fat guy was not only his biggest customer before, but also gave him a property as a gift. Luo Chen decided to consider him as a friend. System, do you think of him as a friend? You are just greedy for his money, and he can buy your beast and let you complete the mission. You are despicable. Luo Chen chose to unilaterally block the system. When Chang Guiheng came here, his expression seemed to relax a little. Aiken, I won't bid for all of your beasts. How about I just buy one of each? It seems that Chang Guiheng is still thinking about those beasts he has never seen. The first thing he said when he came up was that he wanted to use the back door with Luo Chen to get the permission to buy a few more. It is naturally impossible to change the rules of the store. Although Chang Guiheng's identity is mysterious and he is a wealthy man, the store is not short of sales. Few people in Qinyang City can afford the king beasts, but there are still many people who can afford the spirit beasts, especially the high-end and rare beasts like those sold in Qinyang Pet Shop. Looking at Chang Guiheng's disappointed eyes, Luo Chen shook his head firmly. Of course the rules cannot be changed, but as a friend of the store manager, you don't have to buy from the store in the fantasy world. How about buying from me instead, so as not to occupy the quota of the beast masters in the store? After understanding Luo Chen's words, Chang Guiheng's expression turned from gloomy to bright. Okay, thank you very much, Aiken. Well, give me one of all the beasts for sale this time, and I will buy it at the final price that the beasts in the shop sell for. Luo Chen, who originally wanted to buy it at the original price, swallowed his words silently. Rich people are willing to pay more, so as a poor person, I should not be so generous. After all, what they save may be more than what I earn in a year. Moreover, the cost of materials needed to evolve the beast is becoming more and more expensive. With the wide variety of materials, Qinyu's secret realm has now almost become a place dedicated to raising Ruxiangjuan's spirit rabbit. Okay, then I'll pick one of each type of beast for you. But you're in Xingyue City now. How are you going to get the beast? Let me make it clear first, I don't offer door-to-door delivery. Don't worry, Aiken. I will send someone to get it. You could just hand the beast to him when the time comes. Hearing that someone would take it, Luo Chen nodded in relief. However, this would mean that the number of beasts he had in the Stone Spirit's secret realm would be much less. It seemed that he would have to choose the time to evolve another batch. How was the recent competition? After talking about beast taming, Luo Chen casually asked about Chang Guiheng's competition. It's not a big problem. I think there is still a good chance of making it to the top 10 finals in Beijing. Aiken, what about you? I have entered the competition in the central city of Flowing Light City, but I don't know the strength of the breeders in other cities, so I'm not sure. I can only take it one step at a time. There's no problem. Chang Guiheng suddenly said in a firm tone. Aiken's talent as a breeder is unique even in a big city like Beijing. If he can perform well, there will be no problem in advancing. Seeing the serious little fat boy, Luo Chen suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, so he laughed. Then I'll take your good words. I've never been to the capital. It would be great if I could go there once. Chang Guiheng seemed to remember something, and a book materialized in his hand and handed it to Luo Chen. This is a spiritual training method my master once gave me. You should be able to use it. Judging from Chang Guiheng's serious expression, it seems that this book on spiritual training is also a very precious thing in his eyes. Universal Spiritual Training Method. Looking at the name on the cover of the book, Luo Chen was stunned. The name looked quite domineering. He flipped open the paper to check the contents inside, and suddenly the book turned into a stream of information and crashed into Luo Chen. At that moment, Luo Chen's mental power suddenly became infinite, and the stars in the entire universe seemed to have turned into dust spots around him, rotating around the center of his only universe. At that moment, his spiritual body seemed to have become an all-pervading existence between heaven and earth. With a single thought, he could overturn and destroy the galaxies, or revive them all. The boundless vastness and immensity made him sink into it. "Wake up!" Suddenly, a young man's voice sounded in his ears, like a wake-up call, awakening the deaf. Luo Chen's consciousness withdrew from the state of controlling everything, and then he became the most ordinary star in the universe, trying hard to absorb the surrounding starlight and the free energy in the void, and growing slowly. That star is Luo Chen's spiritual consciousness. Where does this vast universe exist? Could be outside the earth. And who was that male voice that woke me up just now? Unable to figure it out, Luo Chen could only put this doubt in his heart for the time being. Just now, Luo Chen has already learned this so-called universe spiritual cultivation method. Moreover, Luo Chen could clearly feel that this method of spiritual cultivation was much stronger than the soul tempering method he had used before. As his mental power continued to grow, Luo Chen suddenly thought that the little fat man seemed to still be in his shop. He quickly came out of this state of practice and returned to the store, only to find that the fat man had left. But he did leave a message for himself. "Chang Guiheng, please don't spread this spiritual cultivation method to others." Seeing that the message was sent an hour ago, Luo Chen quickly replied to his message. "Chen Luo, I won't say much, and I will definitely not leak the cultivation method." After just 1 hour of practice, Luo Chen already felt that his mental power had reached the strength of a king level 3 or 4-star beast master. It is enough to see the horror of this practice method. How can I repay the little fat guy? Otherwise, I will help his beast to evolve for free in the future. Chapter 116, Sunlight Spirit Bird. As soon as he entered Qinyang Pet Shop, Zhang Jing looked around the place and then glanced at the other beasts that were being sought after by others. He didn't stop until he spotted the deep dark blue ghost hair rune grass, with mysterious runes on its branches and leaves. There are 3 ghost hair rune grass side by side here. The first one is just of good qualifications, a 2-star spirit beast status, and is priced at 850,000 spirit coins. The 2 at the back both have excellent qualifications, but the one in the middle is at the level of a 5-star spirit beast, and the other is at the level of a 3-star spirit beast. The former is priced at 1.45 million spirit coins, and the latter is 1.3 million spirit coins. Looking at his own small treasury, Zhang Jing suddenly felt that it would be good if he could buy one of them now, let alone buy 3 at the same time. In a flash, he gave up the decision to buy all 3 at once, set his sights on the one in the middle, and entered a price of 1.45 million. He really hated this 3-day bidding method of buying, because he walked in the moment the store door opened. If he had followed the previous purchasing method, he would definitely be able to take this ghost hair rune grass home. But now I still have to go through 3 torturous days. I just hope that other people will be less interested in this ghost hair rune grass. But if you think about it carefully, you will know that this is impossible because beast masters with curse skills are also very rare, and they will definitely interest many people. He now only hoped that the price would not be too outrageous, so that he could buy one of the 3. However, things did not go as planned. After he entered his bid, the price in front of the cage of 3 ghost hair rune grass jumped rapidly. 1,470,000 spirit coins, 1,500,000 spirit coins. Do you have to be so outrageous? It's just a spiritual beast. Wouldn't it be better to save the money and buy King Beast? After taking a look at his own small treasury, Zhang Jing felt that he really needed to find some external help, so he hurriedly logged off from the fantasy world. There is no rush to compete for prices, as there are still 3 days left for bidding. The most important thing at the moment is to raise money. As the patriarch of the Zhang family, his father's small treasury should be able to support him to buy one of the ghost hair rune grass as his second beast. Wei Yinxing also entered the shop. He looked at the Qinyang Pet Shop in the fantasy world with nostalgia in his eyes. When I first went to Qinyang Pet Shop, I was just trying my luck. Who knew that one day, he not only bought a Xianling grass that could fully serve as a treasure at the Qinyan treasure auction. Moreover, the store manager later commissioned an item for auction, which was the soft and fragrant rabbit as the finale, which completely overshadowed the last king beast. It also attracted people from the 3 major families in Lioang City to scramble for it. It was also from that time on that his status in the Lioang group rose rapidly. He has now been transferred to Lioang City and works under Liang Jingxi. However, when he thought of the soft and fragrant rabbit, he thought of the ferocious beast 7 stars fragrant rabbit that accompanied his daughter at home. Although many people have already guessed that Yingri Wanglian rabbit, evolved from Xianxiang rabbit. However, the other breeders really had no idea how to evolve it, what materials were needed, and most difficultly, how to train the Xinjiang rabbit to the level of a 9-star ferocious beast. Since Luo Chen did not apply for patents for those beasts that had not evolved in public, they naturally had no idea. After Wei Yinshan finished his reflections, he looked at the high prices of these beasts and sighed quietly, even though his current salary was much higher. However, I am unable to afford these beast tamers which cost millions of spirit coins, so I can only support them. Lu Qingyu entered the fantasy world with his granddaughter Lu Qingyu. After all, he had promised her that he would carefully choose a second beast for her. Although he was a breeder, his talent was limited after all, and he had not cultivated any powerful and unique beasts. It was only after Zhuang Guolao disclosed the evolutionary routes of many beast tamers that his own breeder rank was greatly improved. He was just promoted to a 4-star breeder in the starry sky some time ago. After all, this Qinyang pet shop was opened by the champion of the Qingyang City Youth Breeder Competition, and he was the invigilator for Luo Chen's assessment to become a breeder. I didn't expect that the breeder's level has surpassed mine. Seeing the various beasts in the store that he had never seen before, Lu Qingyu's eyes were full of amazement. He whispered to Lu Qingyu, who was looking around curiously beside him. Take a closer look to see if there's anything you like. The various attributes of the beasts here are very good. Any one of them is much better than what you buy outside. Lu Qingyu walked to the cage of the Dawn Lightbird and said in surprise, "Isn't this the Dawn Lightbird that could only be evolved by the Yu family in Qinyao City?" Lu Qingyu seemed to be interested in beautiful bird beasts. Since the information in the whole of China was shared, she had checked out many famous bird beasts in China. Obviously, Shiguang is one of the more famous ones. However, she never expected that the Dawn Spirit Bird, which was said to be unique to the Yu family in Thousand Bird City, would one day be encountered in their Qingyang city. Race, Dawn Lightbird. Level, Spirit Beast 6-star. Department, Light System Daylight. Status, Relaxed. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1. Dawn. Xian level Dawn is also called the Light of Hope, the first ray of light that breaks through the dawn. It can dispel some negative states, dizziness, weakness, etc. on the target. 2. Morning Sun, Xian level the rising sun. The dawn bird simulates the light of the rising sun, illuminating its surroundings. It has a great restraining effect on shadow skills and enhances some light skills. 3. Light Feather. Earth level light feathers condensed from light energy, when fully exerted, can form large feathers that fall in the target area, causing continuous attacks on the target. 4. Light of Recovery. Xian level the target enveloped by this light can recover from external injuries. 5. Light Spirit. Earth level the light spirit bird consumes its own energy to condense the light spirit, which attacks the target until the light spirit's energy is exhausted. Even though Lu Qingyu knew that Shiguang was the beast of the Yu family in Qinyao City, she was not very clear about the detailed information of Shiguang. Now that I have checked it out, it is worthy of its reputation. This beast tamer is actually an offensive character and has certain auxiliary capabilities. It can eliminate some negative states, and the 2 Earth-level skills are both very powerful offensive skills. Unfortunately, Lu Qingyu didn't know that this Dawn Spirit Bird was much better than the one sold by the Yu family in Qinyao City. After all, not every Dawn Spirit Bird could possess 2 Earth-level skills. "Grandpa, I want this Dawn Bird." Lu Qingyu tugged at Lu Qingyu's sleeve, signaling him to focus his attention on the Dawn Spirit Bird while he was watching the 1,000-pupil butterfly. "Okay, my dear granddaughter, you want this Dawn Bird, right? Let Grandpa see how much it costs. 1,500,000 spirit coins." Lu Qingyu's face trembled uncomfortably. However, he always adhered to the principle of doing what he said, and he endured the pain and input 1.51 million spirit coins. However, this price is still worth it here because the Shiguang in Qinyao City has only 1 Earth-level skill and is sold at about this price. But the bidding would naturally not end quickly. The price in front of the cage of Shiguang's Spirit Bird quickly shook upwards to 1.55 million spirit coins. Lu Qingyu raised the price to 1,555,000 spirit coins, but the numbers on the price panel also jumped quickly, and it was another 1,665,000 spirit coins. However, that unknown enemy seemed to be mocking and provoking Lu Qingyu. If you raise the price by 5,000, I will raise the price by 50,000. Luo Chen's unyielding nature was also aroused. He took out all his coffin book today and didn't believe that he could not buy this beast. As a relatively sober person, Luo Chen knew that it was still a long time before the bidding ended, so there was no need to get so excited now. She gently pulled Luo Chen's sleeve and said, "Grandpa, it's still early. There's no need to bid like crazy now." However, the old man's stubbornness came up. He shook off Luo Chen's arm and said angrily, "Old man, I've never been so angry since I became a breeder. Can't I buy this beast with my savings as a breeder?" Luo Chen silently withdrew her hands. When her grandfather was angry, she decided not to try to persuade him anymore. Otherwise, she would end up getting into trouble. But anyway, I will be the final beneficiary. When my father asks me about it, I can say that I did try to persuade him, but he just didn't listen. Opening the screen recording and seeing that her performance was perfect, Luo Chen nodded silently. Seeing the old man bidding enthusiastically, she went to check other beasts with peace of mind. Chapter 117, Spiny-backed Turtle. As a young breeder, Luo Chen prefers beautiful beasts when choosing beasts. Thousand-eyed butterfly is beautiful, but that kind of beauty always gives people a sense of danger. So after reading its information, Luo Chen was a little surprised. However, he does not think that this beast is better than the Shiguang Link. However, quiet voice bird and golden-winged spiritual light butterfly attracted her attention more. The former has blue wings and a green back, and is quiet and independent, just like a silent and elegant lady. The latter's golden wings fluttered and its spiritual light flashed, like a priceless treasure. Both of them are in line with Luo Chen's aesthetic. This was the first time she had seen Moyuan Chenin K, so she would not comment much. However, she had seen many golden-winged radiant butterflies, but this one seemed to have a very magical skill. Race: golden-winged aura butterfly. Level: Spirit Beast 5-star. Category: Gold, Light, Sunlight. Status: Board. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1. Golden Wing Slash. Xian level: the golden-winged butterfly flaps its wings and emits a golden energy to slash forward. 2. Spiritual Light Wave. Xian level light rays are emitted from the antennae of the golden-winged spiritual light butterfly. 3. Golden Light Shield. Xian level: the golden-winged spirit light butterfly gathers the energy of gold and light to form a shield, absorbing the damage caused by the target. When the damage borne by the shield reaches the limit, it will explode and cause damage to the surrounding targets. 4. Phosphorescent Bomb. Earth level: the more energy consumed, the more powerful the phosphorescent bomb is. It can cause a lot of damage when it explodes and has a blinding effect. Blinding. In this state, you cannot observe the surroundings with your eyes, and some eye-related skills are restricted from use. 5. Flash. Xian level: the golden-winged spiritual light butterfly controls its entire body to emit strong light, while its body temperature rises rapidly. If she remembered correctly, the golden-winged brilliant butterfly she usually saw only had 4 skills. They are Golden Wing Slash, Spiritual Wave, Phosphorescent Bomb, and Glimmer, respectively. And the golden-winged brilliant butterfly, Foresail, actually has 5 skills. If she guessed correctly, the 5th skill, Flash, is the upgraded version of Glimmer. Glimmer. The golden-winged spiritual light butterfly controls its own body parts to emit a faint light. It completely turns this somewhat useless skill into one that looks very practical. Moreover, that golden shield is really very useful, combining protection and output, which greatly improves the survival rate of the golden-winged spirit butterfly. The price is 1.1 million spirit coins, which is much cheaper than Shiguang Linke. Perhaps it is because it has one less Earth-level skill than Shiguang Linke. However, since I have already chosen the Dawn Spirit Bird, I can only give up this golden-winged spirit butterfly. On August 9th, the Qingyang City Youth Beast Tamer competition reached its most critical moment. Because in the previous competition, most of the contestants had been eliminated, leaving only the final 20. In other words, there is a high probability that the final 10 contestants who will represent Qingyang City to participate in the competition in Lioang City will be selected today. Fantasy World. 20 contestants and all the spectators watching the competition appeared in the same venue. Feng Qingyang and all the judges also appeared at the same time. It seemed that there were some things to be announced in this final selection. First of all, congratulations to all the contestants who have made it to this stage. We have gathered all of you here today to announce the rules for the final stage of the competition. In order to ensure the fairness of the game and avoid game failures caused by absolute attribute restraint, the rules of the final stage of the competition were changed to the point that the remaining 20 contestants would each have to play one round against the remaining 19 contestants. The winner gets 1 point, the loser gets no points, and the final ranking of the competition is determined based on the points. If the two have the same score, the ranking will be determined by the outcome of the match between the two. Do you have any objections? Luo Chen, who was sitting in the audience, listened to and understood the rules and thought that this format of competition was indeed fair. Because up to now, the strength of the contestants is actually not much different. If every two of them have a match, the champion who comes out victorious will convince everyone. However, the bad thing is that there are more competitions to be held, and the contestants will be more tired. Feng Xingyang saw that none of the 20 contestants in the venue had any objections and nodded in satisfaction. If there are no objections, the competition will begin immediately. Each player will play 5 games today. Please be ready, players. As he finished speaking, all the players returned to their own exclusive arenas. 20 large screens appeared in the main venue. Audience members can choose to stay in the conference venue to watch on the big screen, where they can choose to enter the exclusive venue of their favorite contestants and watch in person. As a staunch supporter of his younger brother, Luo Chen naturally chose to enter his exclusive venue to watch and cheer him on. Soon, the opponents of each contestant were arranged, and the 20 large screens in the main venue were reduced to 10. The competition venues of the two rival players gradually merged. Lioang sat on Qian's back and looked seriously at the players standing opposite him. As the competition progresses, the number of participants is decreasing, so each contestant has more or less understood the other contestants. Some even studied the game videos of other players so that they would have a better idea of what to expect when they meet their opponents. Among them, Luoyang is perhaps the one who has been studied the most. Although his second beast has never appeared, all the information about Qi Yan has been completely exposed through the investigation of some breeders. Even if he didn't have any information about his other beast, he could still make a rough guess based on the performance of some of its skills. Jiang Cheng, Luoyang's first opponent today, is someone who has carefully studied Luoyang's tactics. The moment he saw Luoyang, he ordered the spiny-backed tortoise beside him to release its guardian turtle shell. Then he saw a gray-brown but somewhat transparent tortoise shell covering the top of his head and the head of the spiny-backed turtle, forming an all-round protection. Race, thorny-backed turtle. Level, Spirit Beast 7 stars. Type, Earth System Water System. Status, Serious. Qualification Good. Skills, 1. Guardian Turtle Shell. Xian level the spiny-backed turtle creates a huge tortoise shell-shaped shield around its body to protect the target. 2. Earthquake. Xian level causes earthquakes in the target area. 3. Swamp. Xian level the water and earth energies in the target area converge to form a swamp. 4. Thorny back. Xian level the spikes on the back of the thornback turtle can be actively fired out to strike the target. 5. Tough barrier. Xian level the spiny-backed turtle itself has extremely strong physical defense capabilities, and many physical attacks cannot break its defense at all. As Jiang Cheng expected, Luoyang turned off all the lights the second he appeared. Then there was the sound of whoosh breaking through the air, and the attack of Dark Knight Ringblade arrived as expected. Relying on this old trick, Luoyang has directly advanced from the top 414 to the current top 20. Basically, no player can last long enough for him to make a second move. But it is obvious that Jiang Cheng is no pushover to be able to advance to the top 20. His spiny-backed turtle is indeed very strong in defense. This has nothing to do with the skill rating, but whenever the guardian turtle shell is about to be punctured, there will be a continuous input of energy to repair the tortoise shell. Luoyang realized that he might not be able to break through the defense of the guardian turtle shell for the time being. Chapter 118 Blazing Fire Raccoon. Luoyang took advantage of the cover of night and approached Jiangcheng at a very fast speed. But after resisting Luoyang's first round of attacks, Jiangcheng's second beast appeared beside him. A ray of bright fire flashed across the night sky, illuminating the view around Jiangcheng. The second beast that appeared had round ears, a small square face, and fiery red hair all over its body. One could tell at first glance that it was a cat. Race, Fire Raccoon. Level, Spirit Beast 6 star. Category, Fire. Status, Cautious. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1. Fire breathing. Xian level the fire raccoon gathers energy and breathes out flames from its mouth. 2. Flame body. Xian level the blazing fire raccoon attaches the energy of the flame to its own body surface, causing damage when it comes into contact with the target. 3. Flowing fire. Xian level summons a continuous stream of flowing fire in the target area to attack the target. 4. Big fireball. Xian level the size and temperature of the big fireball are related to the amount of energy invested by the fire raccoon. 5. Spirit fire seed. Xian level the blazing fire raccoon leaves a fire seed in the target area, which can continuously explore the information of the area and then return the information to the blazing fire raccoon. And because this second beast was summoned later, it was not affected by the darkest hour. Lioang and Qian came to the side of the guardian turtle shell and were illuminated by the fire on it. Then the fire raccoon jumped away from its original place, leaving a bright and continuously burning fire in its place. Jiang Cheng raised his lifeless eyes, turned towards Luoyang, and said with a smile, "I found you." The spikes on the shell of the spiny-backed turtle detached from its back, then pierced through the darkness, passed through the guardian turtle shell, and accurately shot towards Luoyang and Qian. Not only that, Jiang Cheng finally got this opportunity, so he would naturally launch his strongest attack. Firefox has a high level of skill proficiency. Not only is there a huge fireball forming in front of it, but it can also multitask by dropping streams of fire on Luoyang's head. Seeing that the opponent had taken the initiative to attack, Qian no longer suppressed the surging energy in his body. A bright blue light burst out from its body, and the temperature around it was dropping rapidly. The surrounding environment was illuminated a little brighter, and now the audience could finally see the two fighting parties clearly. A 5-meter-tall blue flame lion protected Luoyang's head, using its back to block the falling flames from above. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound like ice and fire meeting each other continued to ring out. Moreover, a large number of flame bombs quickly condensed around Qian's body to intercept the spikes of the spiny-backed turtle that was rushing towards him. When the two met, a terrifying explosion sounded in the air. Boom! Due to the impact of the collision between the two, a crack appeared on the guardian turtle shell, but this crack was quickly repaired with the energy replenished by the spiny-backed turtle. Luoyang's eyes lit up as he looked at that. He patted Qian's back and signaled it to hold on here for a while. He jumped off Qian's back, then trotted a few steps to the front of the crack. Then, before he could make any other move, a terrifying fireball quickly hit him. Qian's true flame form quickly stretched out its huge mouth and swallowed the fireball whole. Then the extremely high temperature and the extremely low temperature met, and Qian's true flame form could no longer be maintained and turned into strands of ice-blue flames that dispersed in all directions. Simply before the final explosion, Qian controlled his true flame body to disperse the force upwards and around, while consciously bypassing Luoyang under him. So Luoyang was not affected too much. Luo Chen looked at the crack in front of him that was about to close and hurriedly summoned a fire giant more than 3 meters tall. He stretched out his hands and held the crack tightly, then suddenly pulled it outwards, forming a gap that was large enough for one person to cross. Luoyang jumped directly into the middle of the crack. As soon as he landed, he felt a burst of fire coming towards him. It turned out that the fire raccoon had its mouth open and the fire was coming out of its mouth. Luoyang could only crouch down and roll to the other side to avoid it. However, the fiery raccoon did not intend to let go of this beastmaster who had fallen into its trap easily. The fire on its body became brighter, and the whole beastmaster looked more like a moving fireball. It got on all fours and chased Luoyang relentlessly. This terrifying temperature emanated from its body. If it only used one claw, Luoyang would be burned by the flames before it even touched him. Luoyang looked at the fire raccoon that was chasing after him with a sly smile in his eyes. A dim starlight was left under his feet, but it was covered by the bright firelight on the fire raccoon and could not be easily discovered. Luoyang jumped back a long distance, and when the fire raccoon landed at the place where he had been before, he said softly, "Explode." Then, for some unknown reason, a bright light burst out from under the feet of the blazing fire raccoon. Bang! A huge explosion sounded, and the fire raccoon was hit by the sudden explosion under its feet, and the whole beast was directly knocked over. It then crashed into the inner barrier of the guardian turtle shell and fell to the ground, It's life or death unknown. Luoyang looked at Jiang Cheng, who was only a dozen meters away from him, and the shadow ring blade in his hands instantly condensed. Through the spirit fire seed, left by the fire raccoon, Jiang Cheng can still feel the surrounding scenes. Boom, boom. The ground suddenly began to shake irregularly. Caught off guard, Luoyang quickly lowered his center of gravity and steadied his body. Then Luoyang felt the ground beneath his feet becoming soft, and his feet were slowly sinking. Luoyang stared at the shadow ring blade that he condensed with his remaining energy. This time he must hit the target, otherwise he would have no choice but to summon out the midnight dark spirit bird. He stared at Jiang Cheng not far away and threw the shadow ring blade in his left hand. The shadow ring blade, which was pitch black with a cold glow, turned in an arc, bypassed the spiny-backed turtle in front of Jiang Cheng, and rushed towards Jiang Cheng's face. However, when Jiang Cheng saw this scene, a mysterious smile appeared on his face, as if he was not the one who was about to be hit. Luoyang, it's my turn to attack now. The voice came from behind Luoyang. It was unknown when Jiang Cheng appeared behind Luoyang, where the fiery raccoon was. There was no trace of Jiang Cheng behind the spiny-backed turtle, only a fire fox lying quietly on the ground. Spiny-backed tortoise, which had never moved since the beginning of the game, began to rush towards Luoyang. Luoyang seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, sinking deeper and deeper, and there was no way he could get out in a short time. If this spiny-backed tortoise were to charge down, the outcome of this match would probably be decided immediately. However, Luoyang did not seem panicked. Is this your talent? Shape-shifting. Luoyang smiled gently. I've been prepared for this move of yours. You probably won't be able to use it a second time in a short period of time. Then he stretched out his right hand, which had been clenched tightly, and a smaller, shadow ring blade suddenly shot out and shot straight into Jiang Cheng's face. Now Jiang Cheng had no room to hide. A crack appeared on his face, and then he fell straight backwards. This spiny-backed tortoise also turned into smoke and disappeared a second before it hit Luoyang. Congratulations to the Luoyang player for winning, currently with 1 point. Please take a break and wait for the next opponent to finish his match. In the first game, Luoyang won. Chapter 119, Two Snakes. The rest didn't last long before Luoyang's second opponent appeared. This is a hot young woman with flamboyant red hair that reveals the character of its owner. The leather jacket and leather pants perfectly outline her beautiful figure, and this close-fitting outfit also allows her to move more conveniently. However, what attracted the audience and Luoyang's attention more was the slender snake with fiery red patterns wrapped around her body. The snake's head was triangular in shape, and it seemed as if two sharp horns were about to grow out of the top of the head. Race, fire snake. Level, spirit beast, 8-star. Type, fire poison. Status, focused. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Fire breathing. Xian level the fire snake will spit out fire energy that has been compressed to the extreme from its mouth, which can cause a lot of damage. 2. Explosive fireball. Xian level a small fireball condensed from fire energy that can explode after reaching the target. 3. Fire poison. Xian level the fire snake will add fire poison to its other skills. Even if it does not cause substantial damage, the fire poison will slowly penetrate the target's skin. 4. Poisonous miasma. Xian level poisonous miasma is emitted from the scales of the fire pattern spirit snake. This poisonous miasma is slightly toxic and will gradually increase in toxicity over time. As soon as Chun Na entered the venue and saw that her second opponent was Luoyang, her face couldn't help but frown. She really didn't want to meet Luoyang so early. She had to wait for others to play a few games with him and force Luoyang's second beast out before targeting him. If we meet him now, I really am not sure of winning. Night fell again, and Luoyang's shadow ring blade attacked her body. In fact, Luoyang's set of skills is the most effective and useful because it can be used when the opponent has not reacted yet. If there is no effective defensive skill, even if Luoyang's level is higher, he will die directly. However, it is not easy for a Beastmaster to reach this stage. A round shield that looked like snake scales appeared around Chen Na. Isolate Luoyang's first round of attack. However, afterwards, Luoyang and Qi Yin simultaneously used their true flame body, carrying a certain distance and accompanied by a large number of flowing flame bombs to attack fiercely. Luoyang wanted to use this set of fierce attacks to eliminate his opponent directly. Chen Na is now unable to see, and the second beast appears beside her, also a snake beast. But this one is much bigger, and its size alone makes it more than 10 meters long. Its body coiled up, protecting Chun Na inside. Race, miasma snake. Level, spirit beast 9 stars. Category, poison. Status, alert. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Spirit insect deterrence. Shin level, wherever the miasma snake goes, all insects will be frightened and obey its orders within 1,000 meters. 2. Miasma. Shin level, the miasma snake can absorb or release poisonous miasma and exist in this miasma environment for a long time. Even if it does not breathe, the miasma will penetrate into the body from the surface of the body, thus poisoning people or beasts. 3. Venomous fangs. Shin level, the miasma snake attaches a deadly poison to its own fangs, and this venom can easily corrode steel. 4. 100 Snakes Festival. Shin level, the miasma snake uses its energy to transform into a large number of servant snakes to attack the target. 5. Snake Scale Barrier. Shin level, the miasma snake uses its scales to form a barrier to resist unknown attacks. Evolution Path. Miasma snake king. Miasma snake 1000 illusion dragon. Since its appearance, the surrounding miasma has become thicker under the cover of darkness. However, after Luoyang's fierce bombardment, the snake scale barrier did not seem to be that strong and was directly destroyed. The rest of Luoyang's attack fell on the miasma spirit snake outside Chen Na, and the extremely low-temperature spiritual flame fell on it. In just a moment, all kinds of frostbite appeared on the huge body of the miasma spirit snake, as well as scars caused by being torn by Qi Yan's true flame body. In this encounter, the misery snake was seriously injured and its body became limp. However, Luoyang discovered that his actions seemed to be affected to a certain extent and became a little slow. The black night dissipated, and although the day had brightened, the audience's vision was still limited and they could not see clearly what was happening on the field. Because at some point, the venue was also covered by thick smoke. The fire-patterned spirit snake, coiled on Chen Na's body, could not sense the surrounding environment and could only spit out extremely high-temperature flames towards the direction with the lowest temperature. What a coincidence! It was exactly where Luoyang and Qi Yan were. Qi Yan was less affected by the poison than Luoyang. It jumped in front of Luoyang and spit out low-temperature flames from its mouth, starting to fight against the fire-patterned spirit snake on the opposite side. Qi Yan's current level is a 6-star spirit beast, which is 2 levels lower than the fire-patterned spirit snake on the opposite side, but its flame quality is higher. Therefore, the battle between the two beasts now seems to be evenly matched, and neither can do anything to the other. However, with the misery snake falling and the fire-patterned snake being replaced by Qi Yan, Luoyang, who still has a certain degree of mobility, becomes the key to determining the outcome of the game. Feeling a little dizzy, Luoyang shook his head vigorously to get rid of the urge to sleep. However, the weakness all over his body seemed to make it impossible for him to even muster any strength. This is poisoning. An idea suddenly flashed through Luoyang's mind. The next beast he must contract is one that can heal, detoxify, and provide shields. Otherwise, it would be too difficult to guard against this poisonous beast. Trying hard to maintain the last bit of clarity, Luoyang summoned out the dark spirit bird, which had been eager to try for a long time. Hey! A high-pitched cry sounded in the center of the venue. It seemed to be announcing the arrival of a powerful beast. The audience outside the field only saw a blurry bird-like beast about 4 or 5 meters long flying up in the field. Then bright starlight lit up in Chen Na's half. The bright light pierced through the surrounding miasma and smoke, and even blinded the audience in the front row for a short time. Then the system announcement sounded. Congratulations to the Luoyang player for winning. Now he has 2 points. Please take a rest and wait for the next game to start. Watching a game, the audience in the stands have never felt so aggrieved. They have watched several games in Luoyang, but it was either dark or foggy. The game was over before they could figure out what was going on, and the viewing experience was extremely bad. Oh my, that's boring. I strongly suggest that the skills special effects be removed. You can't see anything clearly. What the hell is going on? Did Luoyang's second beast finally show up in this match? Is there any information about it that any breeder on the scene has observed? What the hell? It's all gray and I can't see anything. I can only vaguely see that it's a bird-like beast. Hey, since his other beast has appeared in this game, We will definitely be able to see its true appearance next. Just wait. The little brother is so handsome. I'm a fan. Oh, my sister now lost. Lioang, you are so cruel. You can even do that to a young lady. Go die, you licker. The game is over, and the audience is talking loudly. There may be some restraint in the live broadcast, but those watching the video are not so restrained, and the words they say are much wilder. After the game, Luoyang's negative state disappeared. He was now sitting in the grass on the battlefield in a trance, and the dark spirit bird of night was taken back by him early. The feeling of being poisoned was indeed very unpleasant, and he really didn't want to experience that feeling of weakness again. Luo Chen looked at Luoyang, who seemed a little absent-minded, and smiled helplessly. It seemed that this poisoning experience still had a certain impact on his brother. But it's better this way. Next time I'll be prepared in advance. After all, the beasts I will face in the future will be all kinds of strange and varied. He couldn't observe the information of each beast tamer in real time, so he would inevitably be caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the beast tamer skills. In theory, a breeder is more suitable for beast taming battles, but China does not encourage breeders to personally participate in battles. Firstly, the talent of the breeder himself has a positive effect on the beast taming during combat, just like Luoyang's inherited ability, which enables him to have the ability to tame beasts, and both his survival ability and combat ability are very strong during combat. The second reason is that breeders are valuable and are the key to the advancement of more animal masters. China will not want them to take risks. In this beast tamer competition, breeders are strictly prohibited from participating. This is probably because they are afraid that breeders will go astray and fall in love with fighting. Chapter 1: 20 Rewards and Beast Taming Improvement. In the next 3 rounds of games, Luoyang won all the games. Among them, they encountered a beast tamer with a light, moonlight attribute, and the midnight dark spirit bird finally made its debut in front of all the audience. As soon as it made its debut, its elegant appearance and powerful combat capability instantly captured the hearts of a group of audiences. Its skill information was also observed by breeders and made public on the internet. But now it is the final round. If he still keeps Dark Spirit Bird as a trump card, he might capsize here. Because compared to other Beastmasters, Luoyang's 2 beasts are one a 7-star Spirit Beast and the other a 6-star Spirit Beast, which are a bit low in level. However, with the excellent Earth-level skills of the 2 Beastmasters and the talented Luoyang Beastmaster, they are often able to turn danger into safety and ultimately win the game. On the first day of competition, Luoyang scored 5 points. It was around 4 in the afternoon when it ended. After the system announced that he had won the game, Luoyang quickly exited the fantasy world. After opening his eyes, he ran straight from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor and came in front of Luo Chen. "Brother, how was my performance today?" At this time, Luo Chen had just come out of the fantasy world. He understood that this child wanted to gain recognition from his family, so now he had to give him positive feedback. It was great, especially the counterattacks in the first 2 games, which were really exciting. Luoyang scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly, but he began to sigh again in an instant. But now the night dark bird has been completely exposed. The competitions in the next few days may not be as easy as they are now. The exposure of information will allow others to take targeted precautions. Unless your strength is superior to all other players, it doesn't matter even if the information is exposed. But now Luoyang obviously has not reached the level of being the best among all the players. However, although it is a bit difficult, he still has some confidence in his own ability. Having won all 5 games, his chances of entering the top 10 are already very high, unless he loses all the following games. However, Luoyang believes that he is not that bad yet. "Give me your 2 beasts." Luo Chen patted Luo Yang's shoulder. Luoyang looked at Luo Chen with sparkling eyes and said excitedly, "Okay." 6 o'clock in the afternoon is also the time when the final bidding for the beasts sold in Qinyang Pet Shop in the fantasy world ends. The time is now 5:30, and Zhang Jing is now almost always guarding the ghost hair runegrass. For fear that someone else might pick the peach in the end, the current price of ghost hair runegrass is 1.63 million spirit coins. Zhang Jing also entered a price of 1.65 million, but did not click OK for a long time, just to prevent someone from bidding at the last second. Time passed by minute, and Zhang Jing's expression did not relax at all. The closer it was to the end of the period, the more he had to hold his ground. With 1 minute left on the clock, the price of ghost hair runegrass really started to jump, and someone wanted to take advantage of it. Zhang Jing cursed fiercely under his breath. He looked at the time, and when there were only a few seconds left, he clicked the last column to confirm. He just didn't believe that anyone would pick his peaches even though the price was so much higher than that. As soon as 6 o'clock arrives, the prices of all beast tamers are directly locked by the intelligent system of the fantasy world, and all beast tamers can no longer increase the prices. After seeing the final price, some beast masters who were attacked in the last few seconds felt extremely regretful, while others who succeeded in the attack showed joy on their faces. Zhang Jing looked at the price of the ghost hair rune grass in front of him, which was exactly his own 1.65 million, and a look of joy and excitement appeared on his face. His second beast finally found its destination. At the same time, Luo Chen also received the sound that the system task was completed. Task 2. Sell 10 spirit beasts completed. Reward 150 points can be collected. 10 energy stones can be collected. Luo Chen sat on a huge stone transformed from a starlight stone spirit and immediately chose to receive the reward. He was very curious about the difference between the energy stones rewarded by the system and the energy stones bought in the store. If there was no difference, it would be better to exchange them for equivalent points. Even in the secret realm, the 10 energy stones rewarded by the system also cut through the space and came in front of Luo Chen. Luo Chen reached out and picked up one of them. It felt icy cold to the touch. It should be an ice energy stone. Soon Luo Chen discovered the difference between these energy stones and those purchased in stores. The energy inside seemed to be more abundant and purer. Moreover, Luo Chen also felt a rather strange active quality inside it. Based on his experience as a breeder, it seemed to be able to stimulate some potential within the beast body. System, what is the difference between this energy stone and the one purchased in the store? That's a huge difference. This is a mid-level energy stone. Not only is the energy inside it richer, it can also stimulate the ability of the beasts with corresponding attributes to control the element, and there is a chance that their skills will be upgraded. There are 10 energy stones with one each of different elemental attributes. Luo Chen took out the ice, fire, dark, and light elements. This was an unexpected surprise, as it could directly upgrade Luoyang's 2 beasts. It seems that the plan of using the beast tamer's physical fitness enhancement fluid to improve them first, and then letting other spirit-level beast tamers feed them with skills can be postponed. Luo Chen called Luoyang's 2 beasts to his front, and then each beast received 2 energy stones of corresponding attributes. Let them swallow the energy stone directly. The energy in this energy stone is very mild. Even if the energy contained in it is strong, it will not cause any harm to the beast. Not long after taking the energy stone, the 2 of them began to feel visibly sleepy. After finding a comfortable position, the 2 of them fell asleep on the floor. After looking at it for a long time, the system finally couldn't help but speak. The energy contained in the intermediate energy stone is something that the king beast cannot absorb all at once. Do you want to let these 2 sleep for a whole year and make your brother miss the game tomorrow? Luo Chen recalled that the little ball of fur had eaten an energy stone. Although it had been sleeping for a long time, it didn't mean it would sleep for a year. Is the energy inside this intermediate energy stone so terrifying? You are right. The energy in this intermediate energy stone is enough to wake them up and turn them into top-level, king-level beasts. The system confirmed it again in Luo Chen's mind. Luo Chen's face froze. It was over. He had good intentions, but ended up with a bad result. If we really let them sleep for a year, then the flowers will be gone. So, system, do you have any way to save it? In desperation, Luo Chen could only seek help from the system. There is a way, but it depends on whether you are willing to give it up. What do you mean? Luo Chen was a little confused. That is, I can teach you a spiritual sealing technique, but it costs 50 points to purchase it. The familiar smell came, and it turned out to be the same system that only cares about money. Luo Chen looked at the balance on his panel and saw 200 points, which would cost a quarter of his balance. System, can you please negotiate a friendly price? For example, 20 points. Make a deal. The system's agreement was really too decisive. Luo Chen, who was about to have a fight with him, was stunned. Was he being tricked by the system? Luo Chen suddenly felt a little unsure. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth helplessly and let the system deduct the corresponding points. Then a piece of information appeared in his mind out of thin air. This method is to use mental power to lock the excess energy in the beast's body into a fixed space, and then open a small opening. Let the energy slowly nourish the Beastmaster at a level that the Beastmaster can bear. The principle of the method is not difficult to explain, but it places high demands on the mental strength of the implementer. Fortunately, Luo Chen's mental power has now reached the king level, and its quality and strength are stronger than those of ordinary king-level breeders. He successfully locked up the surging energy in the bodies of the two beasts, leaving only a tiny opening so that they could slowly absorb it every day. The two beasts did not wake up for a short time after the energy was locked. This was because Luo Chen had retained some extra energy in their bodies. Let them both absorb it tonight, and I believe they will be able to achieve a great improvement tomorrow. At least it's not a problem to reach the next level. Chapter 121 Heading to Lioang City. On August 10th, at 7 o'clock in the morning, Luo Chen brought the Dark Spirit Birth Knight and the Ice Flame Lion King out of the Stone Spirit's secret realm. Now they have indeed improved a lot, and have all reached the level of 8-star spirit beasts. Luo Chen returned them to Luoyang. Xiaoyang, come on in today's game. I won't be there to cheer for you. Luoyang had just felt the status of the two beasts and was excited. When he heard Luo Chen's words, he asked in confusion, "Ah, brother, are you busy with something?" Luo Chen nodded. "I'm going to go to Lioang City to attend the auction and see if there are any rare materials for sale." Luoyang felt a little disappointed, but he also knew that his brother had awakened his talent as a breeder since he woke up. The future will only get busier, but because of Luo Chen's sobriety, I'm becoming more like a child. So he nodded firmly. "Okay, brother, just go ahead and wait for my good news." Luo Chen didn't have anything to pack, so he got on his own exclusive vehicle, green smoke flowing cloud crane. Sitting on the comfortable seat formed by the white clouds, Luo Chen squinted his eyes comfortably and arranged. Let's go to the center of the teleportation array. The blue smoke and flowing cloud crane, in front of the white clouds, chirped softly, flapped its wings gently, and took Luo Chen to the destination it mentioned. The teleportation center is not too far from Qinyang Pet Shop. The main reason is that there are too many intersections in the city, and some time is wasted waiting for traffic lights. 10 minutes later, green smoke flowing cloud crane brought Luo Chen to the destination. The building that appeared in front of Luo Chen was basically no different from the high-speed rail station in his previous life. Perhaps the difference is that there's an exclusive passage for the Beast Tamer's vehicle, and whatever passage and entrance it is larger. Luo Chen didn't even need to get off the Baiyan vehicle. After entering through the Mount Passage, he passed an intersection and was stopped by a sweet-looking young lady in uniform. "Excuse me, sir, which city are you going to?" "Lioang City." "Okay, the fee for a pass through Lioang City is 50,000 spirit coins. It's really expensive." Luo Chen complained silently in his heart. But these really don't mean anything to him now, after he pays the money. The young lady handed over a card and said, "Here is your pass. The next teleportation to Flowing Light City will start at 7:45. If you miss it, you'll have to wait for the next one an hour later." Luo Chen arrived early, so he was able to catch the opening of the next teleportation array. Otherwise, he would have to wait. Arriving at the waiting area, Luo Chen temporarily put away green smoke and flowing clouds crane. After waiting for a short while, we were notified to enter the teleportation array and prepare to be teleported. Luo Chen followed the guide's instructions and stood in the center of a huge disc. When you're being teleported later, you will feel dizzy or uncomfortable. This is normal. Please be patient, and the feeling will disappear soon. The guide confirmed that all the passengers were in place, made the usual announcement, and then walked to the periphery of the disc and started tapping on an instrument to control it. Luo Chen's vision was blocked by the back of the instrument, and he could not see clearly how it was operated. And then not long after, the various runes under his feet lit up in azure, as if they were filled with energy. Luo Chen suddenly felt a strange sense of imbalance coming from under his feet. Then the surrounding vision and space became blurred. When the scene became clear, Luo Chen found that the external environment had changed drastically. Is this Lioang City? Compared to the scattered passengers in Qingyang City, this place was already bustling with people even though it was early in the morning. There were densely packed heads everywhere. Luo Chen shrank back uncomfortably, walked out of the teleportation array, and followed the indicator light next to him. Walking to the passage with Mount passengers, Luo Chen summoned the blue smoke flowing cloud crane in this extremely wide passage. I hurriedly urged it to leave this noisy environment. Luo Chen's mount mixed in with a group of strange-looking mounts. He didn't know if it was Luo Chen's illusion, but he always felt that the beasts next to him were intentionally or unintentionally avoiding his green smoke flowing cloud crane. He scanned the area with the eye of truth and discovered that most of the mounts here were spiritual beasts or ferocious beasts. As for the beasts at the king beast level that served as mounts, apart from himself, he had not found a second one here. At that moment, he understood something in his mind. It must be these beasts that sense the aura of the king beast, green smoke flowing cloud crane, so they dodge subconsciously. But it's better this way. At least the environment around me has become more relaxed. Luo Chen asked blue smoke and flowing clouds crane to transform the white clouds behind him into the shape of a carriage, blocking the secret gazes of others. Lioang City is much larger than Xingyang City, and there is a maximum speed limit in the city, so it will take some time to reach the destination. The tall buildings on both sides of the street are much taller than those in Xingyang City. They may be quite novel in the eyes of other people in the lower city, but to this time traveler, they are just that. Why not take this time to have a good rest? At 8:30, blue smoke and flowing clouds crane chirped softly, reminding Luo Chen that they had arrived at their destination. Luo Chen opened his eyes, and his mind withdrew from the illusion world. He had just watched a game in Luoyang. Luoyang's performance today was even more courageous than yesterday, and he finished the game faster than yesterday, so he could relax and participate in today's auction well. Luo Chen stepped down from the sedan chair formed by white clouds, looked around, and found that the surrounding environment was unexpectedly good. This place is not part of a busy city, but rather quiet, and just across the street is the famous bustling commercial street, which would be said to be extremely convenient. I guess the Lioang group must have put in a lot of effort to acquire such a piece of land here. When the green smoke and flowing clouds crane stopped at the door of the Qingyan Treasures auction house, a smart guy had already come towards Luo Chen. Looking at this majestic, handsome, and graceful beast that served as their mount, they thought that its owner must be of extraordinary wealth. The only reason to come here is to attend the Qingyan Treasures auction they're holding today. So, just as Luo Chen stood on the ground, a handsome guy came up to him and said, "This noble man, I guess you are here to attend the auction, right?" Luo Chen nodded and handed over the invitation he had received. When the guy saw the invitation card handed over by Luo Chen, his eyes brightened even more. 5 green clouds stood above the invitation card, which made him definitely a VIP among VIPs. "Please come this way, sir." The guy guided Luo Chen to the 3rd floor and took him to the box numbered 001. Then Luo Chen was greeted by 2 very beautiful waitresses who had just entered the box not long ago. Liang Jingxi, who got the news, hurried over. "I'm late, and I didn't come to greet you in person. I hope you can forgive me." Liang Jingxi directed the waiters behind him to place various spiritual fruits and spiritual foods on the table in the box. "I just arrived too. Manager Luo's beast is our trump card today. Our auction house will have to rely on Manager Luo's support in the future. These spiritual fruits are also considered rare treasures. Manager Luo can appraise them." "Okay, can you give me a list of today's auction order?" Hearing Luo Chen's request, Liang Jingxi was slightly puzzled, but the auction was about to begin, and this was not a confidential matter. Go get one from Manager Luo." Taking the list of auction items in his hand and taking a quick glance at it, Luo Chen nodded slightly. There were indeed many rare treasures among them. Even without the support of their own beasts, they can still become a little famous, but it would be difficult for them to gain more fame. After staying for a few minutes, Liang Jingxi looked a little embarrassed. "Manager Luo, I still have a few guests who need to be greeted in person. Just tell them if you need anything." "Okay." Luo Chen nodded. He was not the kind of person who was nosy, nor was he willing to trouble others. Similarly, he did not like strangers to bother him. Liang Jingxi bowed slightly, then stepped out. Luo Chen waited in the box for about another hour, which was about 10 o'clock. The auction that the Lioang group has been planning for a long time is finally about to begin. This is also the first official appearance of the Lioang family's return to Lioang City. It can be said that success or failure depends on this one move. Dear guests, welcome to take the time to attend today's Qingyun Treasures auction. Liang Jingxi appeared on the auction stage, and her soft voice spread throughout the venue through some kind of beast taming skills. Chapter 122, Medicinal Lily of the Valley. When Liang Jingxi appeared on the stage, The auction announcing the Lioang family's return to Lioang City officially began. Many people came to today's auction, including the families that the Lioang family used to have connections with in Lioang City, and there were also many noble people that the Lioang family had never met before. The beast we're selling today is something that has never appeared before. If you're interested, don't be stingy with your money. Liang Jingxi raised her hand gently, signaling the waiter to bring up the first item. The cage looked to be about 1 person tall and was covered with a layer of red curtain, which should also be specially made. Blocking out all prying mental forces, Liang Jingxi walked gracefully to the side of the cage and tugged at the red cloth. The true face of Mount Lu under the red cloth was revealed. A lily of the valley, more than 1 meter tall, planted in a flower pot, is quietly blooming alone in the cage. At the same time, detailed information about Lily of the Valley appeared on the big screen behind Liang Jingxi. The sound of swallowing saliva was heard in unison on the first floor of the hall. Beast masters with pure healing properties were rare. Moreover, the skill, mushroom regeneration, that can regenerate severed limbs is unprecedented. Just based on this skill, its value is much more precious than many king-level beasts. Although this skill of its is only effective against species below the spiritual rank, it is not too difficult to train a beast tamer with earth rank skills to the king rank. I believe that by then it will also be effective against king-level species, and its value will naturally double. Liang Jingxi stood beside the cage and took a look at the expressions of the guests below the stage, after confirming that everyone had almost digested the information about this imperial beast. She opened her red lips and said, "Medicinal Lily of the Valley. The starting price is 1 million spirit coins, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spirit coins. The bidding starts now." After she finished speaking, no one started bidding immediately. The atmosphere in the entire venue was a little strange, as if something was being suppressed. When Liang Jingxi saw this situation, she was not panicked, but just raised her eyebrows slightly. The price column on the big screen behind her changed immediately. Guest number 765 bids 1.5 million spirit coins. 1.5 million spirit coins for the first time. Liang Jingxi smiled slightly and quoted the price. The atmosphere in the venue was finally ignited, and the price was pushed up in an instant. 2 million spirit coins, 2.5 million spirit coins, 3.5 million spirit coins. In less than 2 minutes, the price tripled. The speed of bidding in the hall also slowed down. Liang Jingxi glanced secretly at the boxes on the 3rd floor. Could it be that Lioang City has changed a lot recently? This type of healing beast tamer is no longer popular among the big families. From the beginning to the end, no one in the box on the 3rd floor participated in the bidding, but many guests on the 2nd floor participated in the prize competition. 5 million spirit coins. Suddenly, a huge price jump appeared on the big screen behind Liang Jingxi. At least now the price has exceeded the original cost of purchasing the beast, and Liang Jingxi's smile was somewhat sincere. Guest number 40 bids 5 million spirit coins. 5 million spirit coins for the first time. There are only 10 private rooms on the 3rd floor, and they are reserved for the 10 most precious guests of Qingyun Treasures Auction House. These guests are either from large families or are themselves wild-level beastmasters. Guests numbered 11 to 100 were all on the 2nd floor. These guests were considered to be the old-established royal-class beastmaster families in Lioang City or other lower cities. The remaining guests in the lobby on the 1st floor are sent to some famous teams or businesses. If they are interested, a few people can come to participate. If you're not interested, there is nothing wrong with giving the invitation to other people you know. Therefore, Liang Jingxi had some idea about the financial resources of the guests on the 2nd and 3rd floors. As for the 1st floor, which was a mixed crowd, she had no idea of their backgrounds. Luo Chen sat in box number 1, which had the best view, and watched the fierce competition for Medicinal Lily of the Valley. While eating spiritual fruit, he watched the live broadcast of his younger brother's game in the form of video. Now Luoyang has won 2 consecutive victories. It is now halftime, so he turned his gaze back to the bidding venue with great interest. The 2 waitresses serving in the box looked at each other calmly and instantly understood each other's thoughts. This mysterious guest is really strange. He is actually interested in the beast tamer competition in the lower city. However, they did not dare to make any other moves because the worst of the other 9 boxes on the 3rd floor were all occupied by people from the wild beast family. And since this young man was arranged to stay in box number 1, His identity and background must be very terrifying. If you make him unhappy, you may not be able to survive even in this Lioang city. Not knowing what the two waitresses had imagined about their identities and personalities, Luo Chen was in a good mood and circled a few items on the auction list with a pen. Please help me keep an eye out for the times when these items appear, and wake me up when the time comes. The two waitresses looked at each other and whispered yes. In an unfamiliar environment, Luo Chen naturally would not trust others absolutely, so he summoned both the little ball and the little dot to guard him. The spirit enters the world of illusion. The fight for Lily of the Valley is still going on, but now the protagonist has moved from the second floor to the third floor. 6,100,000 for the second time. There is only one Lily of the Valley at present. It is extremely valuable. Interested customers should not give it up easily. The screen on the big screen jumped again, directly from 6.1 million to 6.5 million. The smile in Liang Jingxi's eyes could not stop flowing out. Box number 4 is offering 6.5 million spirit coins. This is the first time. Are there any guests who would offer a higher price? He Liangyu and He Liangshu from the He family of Liuguang City were in box number 9. They couldn't help frowning as they looked at the price that was once again suppressed. He Liangyu looked at the other people in the box and asked doubtfully, "Have you found out who was in box number 4? A prettier-looking girl shouted excitedly, "I know. That's the Sun family from the Medicine King family." Sun family. He Liangyu murmured unconsciously. The girl agreed with He Liangyu and nodded. It's the Sun family that has 3 wild-level beast masters. I just don't know if the person in this box is from their main family. But I think that no matter they are the head family members or not, they will not give up this purely healing type of beast tamer easily. After all, the first beast tamer of all the members of their Sun family must be a healing type of beast tamer. This beast is of great significance to them. And in terms of financial resources, I am afraid that Brother Liangyu's He family cannot even compare with their branch family. Although the girl was telling the truth, He Liangyu and He Liangshu both looked a little unnatural. However, the girl was not a member of their He family after all. She only came here to take advantage of their invitation, and her status was not someone they could afford to offend. So He Liangyu smiled and made his expression more natural. Sister Qingwei is right. It seems that our He family can only withdraw from this competition. Suddenly, the beautiful girl smiled sweetly. Brother Liangyu, I have money here. You can borrow any amount up to 20 million. You just need to write an IOU. Thinking of the fate of those who borrowed money from the girl in the past, He Liangyu's eyes suddenly shrank, and he quickly refused. No need, Sister Qingwei. Our He family doesn't really want this beast. Fisk, all right then. If Brother Liangyu needs anything, be sure to find me. Of course, of course. Finally, this medicinal lily of the valley was bought by the Sun family in box number 4 for 6.5 million spirit coins. In box number 4, a veiled girl breathed a sigh of relief after confirming the ownership of Lily of the Valley. The pair of eyes that were revealed also had a faint smile on them. When the medicinal lily of the valley was carried into the box, she couldn't wait to sign the contract. But after he came to his senses, he sighed softly, and now he had finally become a well-behaved member of the Sun family. However, if the beast is Lily of the Valley, it seems to be quite good as well. Chapter 123. The King Beast Appears. The first beast to appear was such a top-notch item, which made everyone extremely interested in the items that would appear next. In fact, in order to attract more guests, Qingyan Treasures Auction did reveal a lot of information about the auction items, such as the last one, the Sun and Moon Wolf King. Except for Luo Chen, it is estimated that all the other guests in the box on the 3rd floor came for the Sun and Moon Wolf King. Some other special beasts were also exposed, but this medicinal lily of the valley was definitely not among the previous revelations. Perhaps this is one of the other mysterious items previously promoted by Qingyun Treasures Auction House. Taking advantage of the high atmosphere in the venue, Liang Jingxi asked the waiter to bring out the second item. This second lot is also a beast, and its name is Shiguang Linke. It is a well-known beast in Qianyao City. I believe everyone has a certain understanding of its information. The ones auctioned today are only of excellent quality, which are much better than the good quality ones from Chidori City. However, although this Shiguang Linke is a relatively famous beast in the eyes of many people, in order to prevent some people from not knowing much about it, its detailed information also appeared on the big screen behind Liang Jingxi. After a while, Liang Jingxi continued, The starting price of a Shiguang Linke is 1 million Ling coins, and each bid increase must not be less than 10,000 Ling coins. The bidding starts now. However, during this auction, the guests in the 10 boxes on the third floor did not participate in the bidding, as if this kind of beast was not worth their while. However, some guests on the second floor and in the lobby were bidding for this Dawn Spirit Bird, and it was finally sold for 2.1 million spirit coins. The next lot is a package of 3 third-level spiritual objects, Lioang grass, for sale. However, I need to let everyone know that these 3 Lioang grasses have lost their ability to reproduce. Those who are interested can participate in the bidding. If Luo Chen was awake, he would know clearly that these plants of Lioang grass were the products of the soft, fragrant spirit rabbit, S-spirit, because there were obvious broken spirit crystals of the same type as the soft, fragrant spirit rabbit on the branches of Lioang grass, indicating their origin. But even so, it did not offset the enthusiasm of everyone at the auction for Lioang grass, because there has always been such a rumor that Lioang grass can make the beast have dragon blood. Those who already have dragon blood can purify it, and those who don't have it can absorb the dragon energy for a long time and increase the probability of having dragon blood when they evolve. Therefore, many noble families have long coveted this Lioang grass, which is rated as a third-level spiritual creature, but is actually rarer than many fourth-level spiritual creatures. Sure enough, as soon as the bidding started, the price soared rapidly from 1 million upwards. However, these have little to do with Luo Chen, who is watching the Lioang game. But his mood is rather complicated now, because now Lioang has met the toughest opponent in the entire competition. Luo Chen looked at the beast beside that person, and his eyes couldn't help but frown, because this person's beast seemed to have a great inhibitory effect on the nighttime dark spirit bird. It was a pot of lotus held in the arms of the young man opposite. It was now shining brightly, as if it was going to tear apart the deep night cast by the dark night bird. Race: Golden Lotus of the Sun. Level: Spirit level 9 stars. Category: Light, Daylight Wood. Status: Disgusted. Skills: 1. Nayang, Xian level under the sunlight. 1 can recover faster and slowly heal injuries. 2. Scorching Sun Rain. Earth level, a large amount of light element energy gathers into the shape of high-temperature raindrops, which hit the target area after charging. 3. Yingri Wanglian. Earth level Yingri Wanglian itself is generous and bright, becoming the sun on the earth, dispelling the surrounding darkness and suppressing targets with dark attributes. 4. Taking Root. Xian level, the golden lotus of reflection in the sun, quickly takes root and absorbs strength. 5. Light Blade. Xian level, the golden lotus of the sun, emits a light blade condensed from the energy of the light element from between its petals. From the beginning, the young man directly changed the golden lotus reflecting the sun in his arms into a small sun, spreading its light all over his half of the court. However, this restraint seems to be only relative, although the equivalent of golden lotus of reflection in the sun is higher. However, after all, the skill introduction of Midnight Darkbird also has a prohibited entry for light and daylight. As time passed, it could be seen that the area formed by dusk was still expanding, but the young man was not panicked when he saw this scene. It seems like we need to show some real skills. Qingyang City still has some talented people. Following his whisper, the second beast that had never appeared beside him since the start of the game finally appeared beside him. It is also a bird-like beast, but its body is very huge, and its feathers are a mixture of brown and azure. Luo Chen looked at this beast and suddenly remembered where his sense of familiarity came from. Isn't this beast basically similar in appearance to Feng Qingyang's Song Yun Eagle King? Could this young man be a member of the Feng family in Lioang City? Luo Chen used the Eye of Truth to check the information of the second Beastmaster and saw its name and realm. It was indeed the Song Yun Eagle King, and its current level was at the level of a 2-star king beast. Luo Chen looked at Luoyang on the field worriedly. It might be difficult for Luoyang to win the championship. It's a pity that Luoyang met this young man at an inappropriate time. Even if it was one day later, he would be confident that Luoyang could defeat him. Luo Chen closed his eyes and sighed quietly. Maybe this is the legendary Murphy's Law. However, Luoyang is still young, and it seems that experiencing the feeling of failure is very important for his future growth. Luo Chen could only comfort himself in this way. After Song Yun Eagle King appeared, He looked with sharp eyes at Luoyang and his two beasts hiding in the dark night. It seemed that nothing in this deep night could escape his gaze. He let out a high-pitched cry, unleashing his aura as a king-level beastmaster without reservation. As soon as this aura appeared, both Luoyang in the field and the audience watching the game off the field clearly realized that this was definitely not something a spiritual beast could possess. The second beast summoned by the young man turned out to be a king beast. Many people were stunned. What does the king beast mean? It is the top combat force of Qingyang City. In Qingyang City, he was the kind of person who could do anything he wanted, but now he appeared in the young beast tamer competition. Where did this young man come from? Why have I never heard of him in Qingyang City? No matter what the audience thinks or says, Luoyang was the one who directly bore the brunt of this momentum. He gritted his teeth, but his eyes revealed a stubborn determination not to admit defeat. The young man opposite Luoyang was slightly surprised to see that Luoyang did not admit defeat and surrender directly and touched the back of the Songyun Eagle King in front of him. Use Featherblade Storm to end the game immediately. Songyun Eagle King nodded humanely, flapped his wings, and flew towards the place where light and darkness met. Then it spread its wings towards Luoyang, and illusory feathers continuously shot out from between its wings towards Luoyang and his two beasts. These illusory feathers covered and locked every inch of space around Luoyang, leaving him with nowhere to escape even if he wanted to run. Luoyang gritted his teeth and realized that he had no choice but to bear it. The dark spirit bird of the night spread its wings gracefully, and then a large number of shadow ring blades continued to condense in front of and behind it, and its expression quickly became wilted. However, the number of shadow ring blades was still far less than the overwhelming Featherblade Storm. A casual attack on a king-level beast was something that the beast could not catch up with even if it used up all its spiritual power. However, Lioang did not think that he could intercept all the feather blades by relying solely on these shadow ring blades. Then he and Qi Yin simultaneously cast True Body of Flame, protecting Luoyang, Qi Yin, and the dark spirit bird of night that had returned after launching the shadow ring blade under their bodies. Luoyang let out a sigh of relief. He didn't know if these three lines of defense could survive these feather blades. Chapter 124, Starry Night, Sacrifice to the Stars. The dense Featherblade Storm collided with the equally large number of shadow ring blades, and not only the sound of crackling was heard. Moreover, the aftermath of the collision caused the grass and soil on the ground to fly up. However, the shadow ring blade only blocked a part of it, and the remaining Featherblade Storm continued to rush towards Luoyang's position. Qian's true flame body raised its head and looked at those feather blades, and then the flames around it burned even more vigorously. When the feather blade approached its body, some kind of ice crystal appeared, as if it was frozen by the low temperature. However, more feather blades penetrated directly through the body of the flame true body, turning it into a sieve. However, the number of visible Featherblade Storms was also rapidly decreasing, and Luoyang's flame true body, which he condensed, served as the third layer of defense. Finally, he completely blocked the remaining feather blades before they dissipated. Tsang Yun Eagle King only released one skill, which almost made Luoyang and his beast taming methods have to be used repeatedly before they could resist. The young man on the opposite side, who was suspected to be from the Feng family, looked at Luoyang, who blocked his skills, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. I advise you to admit defeat. You guys are having such a hard time resisting this wave of attacks. The young man kindly reminded Luoyang. Luoyang stood between Qi Yin and Dark Nightbird, looking at him stubbornly. There is no word like surrender in my Luoyang dictionary. I want to see for myself the difference between a spirit beast and a king-level beast, and see if it's really as big as the legend says. The young man shook his head speechlessly, wondering in his heart why this guy was so stubborn. Well, as you wish. This time, the Tsang Eagle King carried wind blades around him and flapped his wings to rush towards Luoyang. It seems that even if it is now a king beast, it cannot use the Featherblade Storm continuously. However, the power it exerted was no weaker than the pressure of the Featherblade Storm just now. Dark Spirit Bird of the Night lowered its head and rubbed against Luoyang's body, then walked towards him without fear. The fall of Tsang Eagle King is like a sharp sword of heavenly punishment. Dark Spirit Bird of the Night rushed forward, the stars behind its head emitting a clear light. Against the backdrop of the night, It looked more like stars swimming upstream. However, all the spectators could feel the indomitable and resolute momentum contained in Xingzi. When the two were about to touch, the originally dim, star-shaped feathers between the wings of the night bird suddenly shone brightly. At the same time, it seemed to correspond to the brilliance of the dark night bird. On the dark sky of Luoyang, densely packed stars suddenly appeared at the same time, casting countless rays of light and enveloping the dark spirit bird of the night. The momentum of dark spirit bird of the night increased greatly, as if it had received some kind of magical blessing. A large number of illusory stars appeared behind it, facing the wind blades around Songyun Eagle King. In an instant, the sound of explosions around him was endless, and the wind blades were dispersed by the stronger waves. The impact energy of the star explosion hit the body of the Songyun Eagle King, but did not cause any effective damage to it. The two beasts just collided and fought in the air. Although the dark spirit bird suddenly became more powerful, it was still struggling to fight with the Songyun Eagle King. He suffered more damage than Songyun Eagle King. Luoyang took a deep breath, seized the opportunity, straddled Qian's body, and rushed towards the young man opposite. The young man looked at the dark night bird, fighting with the Songyun Eagle King in a strange way, not quite understanding why this bird suddenly became so much stronger. However, seeing Luoyang rushing towards him, wanting to take the opportunity to deal with him, the Beastmaster, he smiled softly. The gap between the king rank and the spirit rank is huge. After saying this, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, and then his whole body floated gently into the sky. Luoyang looked at the young man who was getting farther and farther away from him, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. This was too shameless. Shadow Ring Blade continued to condense in his hand and shot towards the young man. However, the effect of these attacks was not very great, even though a few of them approached the boy. It will also be offset by the light blade emitted by the golden lotus of reflection in the sun in his arms. Apparently, the Songyun Eagle King would not give Luoyang too much time to pursue him. It turned around cleverly and abandoned the Mei dark spirit bird that was fighting against it. Then he turned and headed towards Luoyang, and the wind blade arrived before his body. Puff! There was the sound of wind blades penetrating into flesh and blood. Luoyang widened his eyes and patted Qian under him. Qian slowly stopped running and then slowly lay down. The wind blade attack of Songyun Eagle King was indeed too strong. Several wind blades entered Qian's back and exploded inside his body. The injuries on the outside look minor, but the body is actually riddled with holes. Luoyang closed his eyes. There was still a big gap between him and the king beast. He looked at the Songyun Eagle King, that was growing bigger and bigger in his pupils, and smiled silently. The stars in the night sky seemed to become more numerous and brighter, and Luoyang's eyes were as bright as stars at this moment. When the claws of the Songyun Eagle King reached towards Luoyang's chest, Luoyang not only did not dodge, but instead hugged the sharp claws. Songyun Eagle King had a face full of question marks, and he suddenly felt that something was a little wrong. However, the distance was so close that it had no time to react. A dazzling light burst out from Luoyang's body. Then two explosions were heard simultaneously in different locations. The 2,000 square meters of the battlefield were bombed into a devastated state, and the ground was severely plowed. The audience outside the stadium also suffered from temporary tinnitus. Fortunately, this was a fantasy world, and they would not bring any harm back to reality. Otherwise, these spectators would be in big trouble and make themselves sick from watching the game. Because of this, Luo Chen was not too concerned about his brother's safety. As for the psychological trauma of self-explosion, he could only deal with it after he returned. What he was thinking about now were the two skills that Dark Bird suddenly realized, as well as Luoyang's final choice. 6. Starry Night, Earth-level domain skill. The Dark Night Bird makes a certain area fall into a Starry Night. Under the Starry Night, the Dark Night Bird's own combat power is enhanced, and it can continuously recover its own consumption. It can also let the stars rain down star beams to cause damage to the target under the Starry Night. 7. Sacrifice to the stars. Earth level, the Dark Bird sacrifices itself to the stars, causing explosive damage to the area far beyond its own realm and strength. When Songyun Eagle King was chasing towards Luoyang in the end, Mei Dark Spirit Bird also changed its target and chased after the young man. Although the boy was a king-level beastmaster, His flying speed was still not as fast as that of a real beastmaster, so it easily caught up with the boy. However, the young man was not panicked at that time, because he was confident that the golden lotus of reflection in the sun beside him could protect him. Who knew that dark spirit bird of night just came to his side at the last moment and used the newly learned skill, sacrifice to the stars, at the same time as Luoyang. The explosion was far beyond the spiritual level, causing the Yun Eagle King and its beastmaster to suffer such a degree of impact that no trace was left of them. Therefore, we can only wait for the system's decision on the outcome of this battle. However, the system's voice did not sound for a long time, and it seemed that it was also making a judgment on the outcome of the game. Perhaps the system was seeking help in a more advanced direction. After a while, the system's voice finally rang. In this match, no player survived, so the two players are ruled a draw. Both players will receive 0.5 points each. Please take a break and look forward to the next game between the two players. A draw? This seemed to be a good result for Luoyang. After all, the opponent had a king beast. Sir, the next item is the material you need for the auction. The girl's respectful voice seemed to come from the sky. Luo Chen knew that the item he wanted to bid on was about to come on the market, so the waitress next to him was calling him. Luo Chen took a last look at Luoyang, who had just reappeared in the fantasy world, shook his head, gave up the idea of sending a message, turned around, and exited the fantasy world. The next item to be auctioned is a rare spiritual fire, a top-level, third-level spiritual object, Bone Cold Flame. For guests with special needs, don't miss out on the bidding. The starting price is 600,000 spirit coins, and each bid increase must not be less than 10,000 spirit coins. Chapter 125, Speculations about Identity. After several rounds of auctions, the atmosphere in Qingyun Treasure's auction house has become increasingly heated. This is because the few beasts sold previously have never appeared before and have excellent skills and qualifications, so they are worth selling at this auction today. Although it is a spiritual beast, it is still worth bidding for at this auction. So when this third-tier spiritual object, Yingri Wanglian, appeared, many people started bidding directly. However, the price on the screen was still increasing by tens or 20,000. Suddenly, an amount of 1 million appeared on the big screen, and the bidder column showed box number 1. The scene was eerily quiet for a moment, because no one expected that the guest on the third floor would take action. Moreover, he is the guest of box number 1, whose identity is the most mysterious. Didn't you see that the guests in other boxes have no interest in this kind of material? However, the true value of the Yingri Cold Flame is about this price, and it is not worth offending a mysterious guest because of this material, so no one participated in the bidding for a while. The customers on the first floor always felt that this time, Liang Jingxi shouted those 3 confirmations faster than for other items, as if she was impatient to confirm the ownership of this item. So under such a strange situation, the Yingri Cold Flame was taken into Luo Chen's pocket. In the next few times, Luo Chen made purchases only for materials and spiritual objects, but he never made any purchases for the Beastmaster. As a result, some customers began to speculate about his identity. In box number 9, the lively and beautiful girl touched her chin and guessed. Have you found out the identity of the person in box number 1? This question was addressed to a man who looked like her follower beside her. The young man in uniform clasped his fists and responded. I'm not sure what his identity is, but he came from outside the city. He looks like a young man who has just reached adulthood, but he is riding a king-level beast. With a king-level beast as her mount, the girl's face clearly showed a hint of thought. Looking at his actions these few times, he must be a breeder. Maybe he's a visitor from another city. Liangyu expressed his guess on the side. The girl was full of curiosity. How do you know he didn't buy it for his relatives or friends? Liangyu looked a little embarrassed. Sister Qingyue also has a point. Seeing that Liangyu was in an awkward situation, the girl acted as if she was unaware. She nodded and actually felt that Liangyu's initial speculation made sense. Box number 2 is reserved for the City Lord's mansion. Even if that young man came from another medium-sized city, he would definitely not be more distinguished than the people in the City Lord's mansion of Lioang City. Either this person came from the upper city, which made the auction house think that he was more noble than the City Lord's mansion. Either this person has a huge favor to the auction house, which is the foundation for their foothold in Lioang City. In other words, these beast masters who have never appeared outside came from the person in box number 1, or the forces behind that person. The girl stroked her chin, her eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm going to meet him. The man who looked like an attendant beside her hesitated. Miss, the city lord said that you should be more honest recently and not provoke people of unknown identity. The girl waved her hands nonchalantly. Don't worry, I'm just going to make new friends, not to fight. What can go wrong? The follower looked helpless, knowing his young lady's temper, so he stopped trying to persuade her. He could only prepare to contact external aid at any time. He couldn't let his young lady suffer in his own city. The items were presented one by one. Before I knew it, I had reached the third to last item. The item presented for auction this time was just an egg. The egg is a dark crimson in color. Just by looking at it, one can smell the bloody smell in the air. There are also dark purple-red patterns on it, which looks extremely mysterious. Luo Chen used his talent to look. Race, blood demon. Level, department. Status, incubating. Skill. After seeing the name, Luo Chen frowned slightly. Just the name alone suggested that this beast tamer was not one that was easy to get along with. The name of this beast egg is Blood Demon, but our breeders at Xinyan Treasures Auction House have tried every possible method, but have not been able to successfully hatch it. I have no choice but to put it up for auction, hoping it can meet its destined person and be successfully hatched. The starting price is 1 million spirit coins, and each bid increase must not be less than 10,000 spirit coins. Eggs from blind boxes, always attract the interest of many people. Even if they don't need it, there are many people who buy it as a collection. So the bidding for this egg was quite fierce. Luo Chen also participated in the prize competition with great interest. The eggs could not be hatched. For him, or rather, in the system, it was impossible. He wanted to see what kind of beast was hatched. The price soared quickly, and when it reached 2 million, there were only a few companies left to compete. In addition to box number 1, where Luo Chen is staying, box number 3 and box number 9 are also currently underbidding. 2,720,000. The girl controlled the price input device in front of her and entered another number before asking the follower behind her. Is the person in box 3 from the Breeders Association? Yes, ma'am. After getting this answer, she threw the price input device aside and said boredly, in that case, let them fight out. In box number 1, Luo Chen saw that the price had reached nearly 3 million, and the people in box number 3 were still bidding relentlessly. He also put down the price input device. In his opinion, this price was already higher than the price of this egg of unknown origin, and it would be unwise to continue bidding now. In the end, this mysterious egg was bought by box number 3 for 2.93 million. The second to last item was also from Luo Chen, and it was the Ice Domain Snow Lotus. The reserve price for Ice Domain Snow Lotus was set at 3 million spirit coins, but it did not affect the enthusiasm of all bidders at all. This is a beast that has domain skills. Even if it is still just a spirit beast now, it means that it may be possible for it to enter the wild level in the future. Especially those king-level beast taming families on the second floor. The bidding was the most frantic, since they cannot compete for the last king beast that has domain skills. There is still great hope for this spiritual beast. However, it is obvious that the noble families on the third floor also have such an idea. There is a high probability that they will not be able to get the last king beast, so it is better to take this spirit beast first. If I can succeed, today I won't return empty-handed. 5,370,000 spirit coins. 5,800,000 spirit coins. Maybe different people have different views on the value of beast taming. In Luo Chen's eyes, perhaps the medicinal lily of the valley is more precious. But when arriving in the central city, it was obvious that the price of this Ice Domain Snow Lotus was much more precious in the eyes of those aristocratic families. It was not until the price reached 7 million that the rate of increase in price slowed down. Apparently, this price has been enough to calm down these noble families. After all, after obtaining this beast, it will still take a long time to cultivate it. Besides, no one can predict what the future will hold. If the beast suddenly dies, all their family's money will be wasted. 7,200,000 spirit coins for the first time. Liang Jingxi slowly glanced at the audience. It is unheard of that a spirit beast can master domain skills. This kind of talent will not necessarily stop at the level of wild beasts. Everyone must seize the opportunity. 7,200,000 spirit coins for the second time. The guests in box number 6 who paid this price, listening to Liang Jingxi's slow tone, now almost wanted to pinch her neck and make her speak faster. Just when Liang Jingxi was about to say it for the third time, the price of the big screen jumped again, and a look of joy appeared on Liang Jingxi's face. The guest in box 2 bid 7.3 million spirit coins. This is the first time. The people in box number 6 were obviously not ready to give up and directly offered a price of 7.5 million. After another round of crazy bidding, the guests in box 6 had no choice but to give up. When it comes to competing in strength with the City Lord's Mansion, the Chung family really cannot compete. In the end, the City Lord's Mansion could only take down the Ice Domain Snow Lotus for 7.9 million spirit coins. However, as the second-to-last lot was auctioned off, the final big prize was finally about to come on stage. Basically, all the distinguished guests on the third floor were initially attracted by the promotional news of the Sun and Moon Wolf King, but who knew that there were indeed many items that interested them at the auction. So the Lioang group did gain a lot of fame, but they're still confused about what this Qinyang Pet Shop is. This Sun and Moon Wolf King was entrusted by Qinyang Pet Shop to Qingyun Treasure Auction House for sale, but there is no such store in the entire Liuguang city. However, the only 3 that knew about it did not advertise this Qinyang Pet Shop. In fact, it came from Qingyang City, the lower city of Liuguang City. The Feng family is not involved in the matter and is prepared to watch calmly. The Qin family did not want people to know that this store had the more magical Roxiang Wanling rabbit. This beast was for sale. The He family simply didn't want to mention Qinyang Pet Shop. The figure of Sun and Moon Wolf King appeared on the stage, and its information also appeared on the big screen behind it. Although the information about the Sun and Moon Wolf King had been publicized in advance, it was still a mystery when this beast actually appeared in front of them. They still couldn't help but breathe more lightly. The Sun and Moon Wolf King, a king-level beast, is a completely new species of beast that no one can find any information about in the fantasy world. Perfect qualifications for the 7 skills are Earth-level skills, and one of them is a domain skill. I believe you know its value better than me. Liang Jingxi came to the side of the cage and patted it gently. The Sun and Moon Wolf King, in the cage, opened his eyes and glanced at her gently, then lay down comfortably, obviously not interested in her. Without further ado, the reserve price is 5 million spirit coins, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spirit coins. The bidding begins now. Chapter 126, The Unruly Lady. 10 million spirit coins. Just at the beginning, the price was raised to an extremely high level by the guests in box number 5 on the third floor. This extremely high price directly excludes guests from the first and second floors. It's not that there are no guests on the first and second floors who can come up with so much money, but if they really come up with so much liquid funds at once, they would have to suffer heavy losses, and their energy to resist risks would be directly reduced, so putting all their efforts into taking down this beast might not be a good thing for them. The emergence of this kind of beast tamer means that only the wild beast families in Liuguang City can compete, or official organizations, such as the City Lord's Mansion or the Breeder Association. In box number 9, He Liangyu looked at the appearance of this king-level beast, and an unnatural look flashed across his face. He already had some guesses. Could this be the beast that Liang Jingxi bought with a priority purchase right from Qinyang Pet Shop? But didn't Qinyang Pet Shop only sell spiritual-level beasts before? He had also seen Master Luo from their shop, who had just been promoted to Haoyue breeder. Could it be that the He family really took a wrong step before? Such thoughts flashed through He Liangyu's confused mind. The lively girl stood up and walked freely in the box. Your He family wouldn't be interested in the Sun and Moon Wolf King, right? But as far as I know, the person sent by the City Lord's Mansion is Qi Zhengshu, who is in charge of finances. Compared with the City Lord's Mansion, you probably have no hope. But if Brother Liangyu is willing to borrow money from me, that may not be the case. Even if it is the City Lord's Mansion, we may not be defeated. How about it, Brother Liangyu? Do you want to borrow some? I can give you some time. The girl came closer, and He Liangyu stepped aside calmly. Since it is the Lord of the city who wants this beast, our He family will naturally not participate in the competition. We are just here to show our support. There is no need to borrow money. Seeing that He Liangyu refused to lend her money no matter what she said, the innocence on the girl's face disappeared, and she sat back on the sofa on the other side of the box. That's boring. Uncle Lu, help me keep an eye on the door of box number 1. When the people inside come out, remember to notify me. Yes, ma'am. In just a short while, the auction price of the Sun and Moon Wolf King outside has reached 18 million spirit coins. For these noble families, Every additional wild beast means a change in the structure of Lioang City, which can earn more profits for the family and protect the family's long-term prosperity. Now they think that even if this Sun and Moon Wolf King cannot be successfully trained into a wild beast, it must remain in their own hands and cannot be owned by other families. Box number 5 is offering 19.3 million spirit coins. Are there any customers willing to pay a higher price? My City Lord's Mansion offers 20 million spirit coins. This voice came directly from box number 2. As soon as the voice came out, the whole place fell silent. For people in the middle and lower cities, the title of City Lord's Mansion is still very useful, even for those from aristocratic families. Perhaps it can be said that the City Lord's Mansion is used to a large extent to restrict the aristocratic families. Otherwise, the lives of ordinary people would be even more difficult nowadays. The City Lord's Mansion bids after the price reaches a certain level, which is to give face to the auction house and show that this is not a blatant robbery. It is also a signal to all the families to stop. The City Lord's Mansion wants this thing. The City Lord's Mansion is so domineering. Sure enough, after the man in box number 2 spoke, the guests in the other boxes did not raise the price even though they were unwilling. Liang Jingxi on the stage sighed quietly, and after announcing it 3 times as usual, he announced that this final Sun and Moon Wolf King belonged to the guest in box number 2. After the ownership was announced, the door of box number 2 was opened, and a man who looked quite young jumped down from the second floor and personally went to the stage to take away this Sun and Moon Wolf King. Luo Chen looked at the man's performance and didn't say anything. Since he came to Central City, he had to abide by the rules here. Fortunately, the eating habits in the Lioang City Lord's Mansion were not that bad, and the price was a little higher than Luo Chen had expected. After collecting the materials and other things he had bought at the auction on the table, Luo Chen sent a message to Liang Jingxi on the terminal, then opened the door of the box and prepared to leave. At the elevator entrance, an uninvited guest stopped him. "Pretty little brother, where are you from? Do you want me to buy you a drink?" Luo Chen looked at the beautiful girl in front of him, but the word hooligan came out of his mouth, and his brows twisted unconsciously. "Hello, we don't know each other. Please make way." "No, little brother, you won't suffer any loss if you accompany a lively little girl like me for a drink." Luo Chen was almost amused by the persistence of this little gangster. "If you do this again, I will call the law enforcement team." However, Luo Chen was not going to cause any more trouble here. He just wanted to get rid of this girl of unknown origin in front of him as soon as possible, so he could only bring out the law enforcement team to intimidate her. But the girl obviously didn't buy it and stretched out her hand to him. The daughter of the Lord of Lioang City, Zhou Qingwei. "Little brother, can I meet her now?" After a second of silence, Luo Chen stretched out his hand and lightly held the girl's hand. "But why should I believe your one-sided statement?" Zhou Qingwei smiled slyly. "I don't think anyone dares to pretend to be the daughter of the city lord in Lioang City." Luo Chen crossed his arms over his chest, looked him up and down, and spoke with a tone full of suspicion. "But your behavior is indeed not something the city lord's daughter would do." Zhou Qingwei didn't care about Luo Chen's sarcasm at all. Instead, she looked around. "Are you sure you want to tangle with me about this?" Luo Chen looked around, seeing the curious glances of the departing guests, and rubbed his brows with his hands. "Miss City Lord, please lead the way. Come with me." After leaving the auction house, Zhou Qingwei took Luo Chen for a few steps and came to a restaurant that looked quite elegant. We asked for a private room and ordered some food that looked expensive. After there was no one around, Luo Chen looked directly at the girl opposite him. "Miss Zhou, what do you want to talk to me about? Can you tell me now? If I say that I have no purpose and simply want to get to know you, would you believe me?" Luo Chen shook his head. "Miss Zhou, you are joking. We are all very busy. Why waste time on such boring things?" However, Zhou Qingwei wrinkled her small nose, sniffed gently in front of Luo Chen, and then waved her hand. "I smell an old man's scent on you. Do you really have to be so mature?" Luo Chen's heart sank, and he closed his eyes lightly. "If Miss Zhou really has nothing important to do, I will take my leave now." After saying that, he pretended to get up and leave. "Wait a moment." Zhou Qingwei slammed the table to stop him. "Okay, I just want to know, where are you from? Why is your position in the Qingyun Treasure Auction House even closer than that in the City Lord's Mansion?" Luo Chen narrowed his eyes. "Perhaps I have a right to refuse to answer these questions, Miss Zhou. Even if Miss Zhou is considering the safety of Lioang City, You can't treat me as a prisoner before I do anything to harm Lioang City, right? Zhou Qingwa choked. She didn't expect that Luo Chen, who came from another city, would be so disrespectful to him. I just asked you your name, but you were so unwilling to answer? You are too stingy as a man. Luo Chen smiled indifferently. If Ms. Zhou asked sincerely, I might answer a few questions, but this bossy attitude is really unpleasant, so I don't want to answer. Then he gave a slight fist bump and said goodbye. After saying that, he didn't even bother to look back at Zhou Qingyue's wide-open eyes and walked out of the store. Luo Chen left in a cool manner, but Zhou Qingyue was very angry. Uncle Lu, send someone to follow him and see which city he is going to. Then she gritted her teeth and whispered, just wait for me. Qingyan Treasure's auction house. Liang Jingxi arrived at box number 1 and was told that Luo Chen had left. Then one of her female assistants handed her her private terminal, and she saw the message sent by Luo Chen. Luo Chen. Chen Luo, I have something to do at home, so I'll take my leave now. You can transfer the money directly to my account. Finally, congratulations on the success of the auction. When Liang Jingxi saw Luo Chen's message, she put on a sincere smile. Liang Jingxi, the success of this auction is entirely due to the strong support of Manager Luo. I hope Manager Luo can continue to support us in the future. The money has been transferred to the store manager's account. Please check it. Thump, thump, thump. Liang Jingxi walked gracefully to the office area behind the auction house. Father, are you looking for me? Liang Xiu extinguished the cigarette in his hand on the porcelain cup. Have all the distinguished guests been sent away? Liang Jingxi nodded. Compared with the noise in the auction hall, this office area was too quiet, even a little depressing. The success of today's auction announced that the Liang family had changed its identity and re-entered Lioang City, but this was only the first time. If there are no items matching this auction in future auctions, then the Qingyan Treasures auction will be nothing more than a flash in the pan. So Liang Xiu has not completely relaxed yet. Jinger, what do you think of Luo Chen? Liang Jingxi slowly sat down in the seat next to him. He is gentle and talented, and is a person you can make close friends with. Liang Jingxi expressed his views pertinently. So do you think he might be a good match? The goods in Qinyang Pet Shop are the basis for Qingyun Treasure Auction House to continuously produce such treasures. But after all, their relationship with Qinyang Pet Shop is just a cooperative one and not a long-term partnership. Therefore, as long as a long-term cooperation can be established, it might be a good choice to let your daughter marry him. But in this process, Liang Xiu subconsciously ignored his daughter's thoughts. Liang Jingxi's face turned pale. Father means. That's right. Luo Chen is considered a leader. His father is a Haoyue breeder, and he himself is the champion of the Qingyang City Breeder Competition. How can my daughter look down on such a person? Chapter 127 mission has been updated. Hearing this, Liang Jingxi smiled softly. My father seems to have got it wrong. It shouldn't be a question of whether I am willing or not, but whether others are willing or not. My daughter could sense that Luo Chen had no such intentions. Liang Xiu didn't care. A young boy who has just reached adulthood may not be able to understand it. Once he knows the taste, he will be unable to stop. Disgust flashed in Liang Jingxi's eyes, and her tone became a little cold. Father, it's better not to make assumptions about others, so as not to end up making things worse and ruining the relationship we have worked so hard to maintain. As for Luo Chen, my daughter will do her best. Haha, my good daughter, be more confident in your charm. Your father is waiting for good news from you. The smile on Liang Xiu's face was so dazzling to Liang Jingxi. Father, I'm leaving now. Gotta. When the red solid wooden door was closed, there was a dull sound. Liang Jingxi's eyes were slightly red. In this family, I have never been free in the past and now, but she hopes not in the future. Looking back at the door behind her, she took out the terminal in her hand and sent a message. Liang Jingxi, Manager Luo, will you accept the commission to train beasts? It was already evening when Luo Chen rushed back to Qinyang Pet Shop. When I opened the store door, there was still no one on the first floor, but I saw quite a few customers coming in and out. These are the customers who have successfully purchased the beast tamers in the fantasy world. They came to the store today to pick up the beast tamers they purchased. However, under the care of Colorful Sound Spirit Bird, these guests did not cause any trouble, and they received their own beasts in an orderly manner. The most important thing is that there are not many people, so it doesn't look messy. Just when Luo Chen wanted to go upstairs to see Luoyang, the sharp-eyed, colorful sound spirit bird called out to him, Manager, There's a weird guy in the rest area over there who says he's here to see you. The rest area was being used today, with quite a few people sitting there in groups of 3 or 4. It seems that the customer who received his own beast did not leave immediately, and no one knows why he is staying there now. Although there were many people, Luo Chen still spotted the strange man mentioned by Colorful Sound Spirit Bird at the first sight. Compared with the normal people around him, this man looked really strange. He was wearing a robe that covered his entire body, and his face was completely hidden under the hood. He exuded a gloomy aura. The consequence of this strange dress was that there was a large empty space around him. Luo Chen walked to his desk and tapped it lightly. I heard from my clerk that you were looking for me. The man in the robe raised his head slightly. A scrutinizing look came out from under the hood, and then a hoarse voice sounded. I'm here to buy a beast. Buy a beast? Sorry, the current beasts in our store are sold out. If you really want one, you can follow the official account and wait for the next batch. The hood moved, and Luo Chen felt that the person under the robe should have shaken his head. It was Master Chang Guiheng who asked me to come. He told me to come directly to you. Luo Chen suddenly realized and wondered why Chang Guiheng sent such a weird person. Then wait here for a moment. I'll go up and get the beast he wants. Manager, please. Luo Chen went up to the 3rd floor and entered the stone spirit secret realm. He packed the beast that Chang Guiheng needed for him in a storage container, then went to the 1st floor and handed the 2 bracelets to the strange man. Here, all the beasts Guiheng wants are here. Unlike the hoarse voice, the hand extended from under the robe was extremely delicate and smooth, and to Luo Chen it looked like the hand of a young man. The green, jade-like fingers took the 2 bracelets into the robe, and a hoarse voice sounded. Yes, that's right. Just as Master Chang Guiheng instructed, the money has been transferred. My lord, you are waiting for me. I will leave now. Okay, bye. After saying goodbye, casually, Luo Chen went upstairs again. According to his guess, Lioang should now be in the quiet and secret place on the 3rd floor, because when he passed by the 2nd floor just now, he checked both rooms and did not find Luoyang. He was not in the Shiling's secret realm either, so he could only be in the Qingyu's secret realm. As expected, after entering the quiet and secret realm, Luo Chen saw Luoyang lying next to the spiritual spring. He was now leaning in Qi Yan's arms, squatting beside the spiritual spring, occasionally lowering his head to drink a sip of the spiritual spring water, looking relaxed and at ease. Luo Chen shook his head helplessly. It was a pity that he had been worrying in vain. Luoyang didn't seem to have any problems, so he felt relieved, walked to the spiritual spring, patted Luoyang on the shoulder, and sat down next to him. On the pillow of Qi Yan's soft belly, there appeared another handsome boy's head. Luoyang opened his confused eyes and saw that it was Luo Chen who woke him up. He instantly perked up. Brother, are you back from work? Luo Chen rubbed his head gently against Qi Yan's soft abdomen and sighed comfortably. Yes, I watched 2 of your matches today. They were pretty good. You were able to fight a king beast to a draw. Luoyang smiled embarrassedly. It's all thanks to Qingming, who suddenly realized 2 new skills at the last moment. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to achieve the goal of returning together. Tell me, what does it feel like to self-destruct? Hearing Luo Chen's curious question, Luoyang instantly felt his scalp full of black lines. He didn't want to answer, but seeing that Luo Chen was really curious, he could only slowly recall the painful experience. In fact, I didn't feel anything too much. I just felt a flash of light in front of my eyes, and then it went dark. It didn't hurt. Perhaps the pain of my body being torn into pieces hadn't reached my mind yet, and I had already lost consciousness. Or maybe the pain has exceeded the body's threshold, so it is automatically blocked. Anyway, I ended up falling into a lonely and dark night, but it didn't take long before I woke up in reality. As long as there's no pain, that's fine. I'm just worried that the child will develop some psychological trauma. Luo Chen nodded. Although it was a competition in Luoyang, he felt a sense of urgency. In his eyes, his own child is not much worse than others, and he absolutely cannot let his child be outdone because of his level of beast taming. So his mental power quietly released part of the energy stone to the 2 of them. Sure enough, the 2 fell into a deep sleep again. Luoyang looked at the 2 who suddenly fell asleep, especially Qingming, who was sleeping while standing up, and was a little dumbfounded. Brother, what happened to them? Don't worry, just absorb some energy, and tomorrow you'll be able to improve a lot more. Although he didn't know what kind of training method this was, Luoyang decided to trust his brother and didn't ask any more questions. Okay, since you don't have anything to do here, your brother, will go and get busy. Luoyang nodded. Then I'll go to the skills simulation training room to practice as well. Luo Chen nodded, but then he remembered something. You and Qingming should not use the skill of offering sacrifices to the stars. You never have to risk your life. Okay, bro, I got it. Seeing Luoyang leave, Luo Chen took out his terminal to check the messages. When he saw the message from Liang Jingxi, he became interested. Chen Luo, if you have time, you can bring the beast to my shop and let me see it. If I'm interested in beast control, I can give it a try. After replying to the message, Luo Chen opened his system panel and collected the reward for selling the king beast. Task 4. Sell a king-level beast completed. Reward 500 points issued. A bloodline enhancement stone to be claimed. At present, Luo Chen's points balance has reached 700 points, and some of the more expensive items can finally be purchased. But what interested him more now was the bloodline enhancement stone. He rubbed his hands and chose to receive it. Soon, an ordinary little stone crossed the space crack and slowly fell in front of Luo Chen. Bloodline enhancement stone. When worn on the body, it can subtly enhance the bloodline of the beast. Luo Chen remembered that his mother happened to have a bird-tamed beast, Hayuke, so he kept it for it to use and see if it could be upgraded to have bloodline like the phoenix. Luo Chen put the bloodline enhancement stone away carefully, planning to give it to his mother when she came back next time. System tasks have been refreshed. Please check the new tasks as soon as possible. Luo Chen reopened his system panel and curiously checked the newly refreshed tasks. Task 1. Sell 3 king-level beasts, reward 200 points, and expand the existing secret realm's internal space tenfold. Task 2. Accept requests from different customers regarding the breeding of imperial beasts. Depending on customer satisfaction and the degree of cherishment of the breeding imperial beasts, rewards will be distributed after system evaluation. Mission 3. Evolve 3 different king-level beasts. Reward 500 points and a 3rd-level secret realm. Task 4. Daily tasks are activated. If the daily turnover reaches 1 million spirit coins, 100 points will be awarded, can be obtained repeatedly every day. Series of tasks. Young man, you have won the Qingyang City Breeder Competition, but you should not stop climbing. Winning the Liuguang City Breeder Competition will reward Qinyang Pet Shop with an upgrade to level 2, 2,000 points, and the store manager will reach the level of a 9-star King Beast. Level 2 Shop. The shop's pet is restored to the level of King Beast 9 stars. A new pet is added, and the Pet Shop Branch Authority is opened. This time a mission has more content and seems more difficult, but the rewards for each mission have also become more attractive, especially the 4th task. It seems that the system is dissatisfied with his arbitrary way of opening stores, so it came up with such a task to urge him to open stores every day. There is no other way. The temptation of points is still quite strong. Not to mention that the energy stones used in daily consumption require a large amount of points to buy. For example, I haven't bought the shuttle card to the Ancient Wood Spirit Realm for 550 points or the blind box of the Ancient Relics Heritage card for 1,000 points. This daily task of earning points is extremely important to me. He had to go back and think about what items were suitable to sell so as to achieve a daily sales volume of 1 million spirit coins. Chapter 128, Songling Ancient Tree. Luo Chen looked at the Ancient Wood Spirit World shuttle card in the system store. He had been curious about this thing for a long time. Now that he has enough points, he is determined to give it a try no matter what. System, buy me a shuttle card to the Ancient Wood Spirit Realm. 550 points were deducted by the system, and a card made of unknown material appeared in Luo Chen's hand. In the center of the card is a giant tree that occupies the entire card, outlined by strands of silk threads. The 2 sides of the card were exactly the same. Luo Chen looked at it over and over again, but couldn't notice anything from the card. He had to carefully ask the system in his mind first. System, I can use this card to enter the Ancient Wood Spirit World. There won't be any danger to my life, right? System, no, you can think of it as another fantasy world, but I will bring back everything you gain from it through special methods. Luo Chen was relieved. Is it the same as the fantasy world? Can I take my contracted beast with me? Yes, otherwise you are powerless. How can you survive in the Ancient Wood Spirit World? But even if you take those 2 with you, you won't live long. The system's blatant mockery made Luo Chen speechless. Even though he was now a king-level being, he was still cannon fodder in the system's eyes. How do I use this? Use your spiritual power to cover the card and activate the Ancient Wood. The system paused for a moment, then chose to remind Luo Chen, an ancient with spirit world shuttle card can only be used once. Whether you choose to withdraw or come back because of death, this ancient with spirit world shuttle card will be consumed. Luo Chen held the ancient with spirit world shuttle card in front of him. Don't panic, it's just 550 points. I can still afford to waste it. Now I'm going to travel. Ever since he could earn points through daily tasks, Luo Chen could finally say this openly. His mental power clung to the card, and then he saw the ancient tree on the card light up inch by inch. Luo Chen's consciousness seemed to pass through a door and come to the upper level of time and space. He saw the distorted space constantly retreating around him, and the stars going through a cycle of extinction and rebirth as time passed. I don't know how long it took, but Luo Chen felt his physical body again. When he opened his eyes, the world around him had changed. Luo Chen calmed down and looked carefully at the space he was in. Luo Chen pushed aside the branches that blocked his sight and found that his vision was a little high. I seemed to be on a tree trunk, but the branches of the tree were so wide that I thought I was on flat ground at first. Luo Chen glanced around slowly and found that the surroundings were relatively quiet and there didn't seem to be any danger. It seems that the system is relatively reliable and has not put me in any dangerous place. Just like in the fantasy world, the two little ones were successfully summoned out here. The little fur ball sat on the little one's back, looking around curiously with his eyes, but there was no doubt in his expression. It seems that the two little ones often enter the fantasy world. This time, they may have come to the fantasy world as well, but the environment has changed a lot. Luo Chen patted the two little ones' heads and said, "You two treat this place as an unknown secret place. There may be terrible dangers at any time, so we must be careful next time." Seeing that the two little ones nodded cautiously and understood the meaning of his words, Luo Chen continued to look around. First, I looked up at the sun in the sky. Wow, there are 3 of them here, 1 red, 1 green, and 1 white. The 3 suns formed a tripod, casting all their light down. Then Luo Chen stood on the ancient tree and looked into the distance. In addition to discovering various green branches and leaves that stretched as far as the eye could see, he also discovered that the heights of the surrounding ancient trees were not consistent. They also have different appearances. Some are straight up into the sky, and some are crooked as if they are imitating other animals. Of course, there are more than just plants here. Luo Chen also saw various birds and monkeys flying or jumping among the trees occasionally. Everything seemed peaceful until Luo Chen suddenly noticed that a reddish-brown vine shot up into the sky and pierced through a bird. The bird turned into dry bones in an instant, and Luo Chen suddenly realized that this place might not be as peaceful and safe as it seemed. Luo Chen held onto the branches with his hands and used his gift of the Eye of Truth to look at the towering ancient tree on which he was standing. The bad news is that nothing can be seen. It is very likely that this ancient tree is far beyond the limit of Luo Chen's current observation, which means that it should now be at a level above the wild beasts. The good news is that even though I've been standing on it for such a long time, it has no desire to attack. Perhaps this ancient tree is a relatively gentle and non-aggressive type. Luo Chen came to the edge of the branch and looked down, but the view below was also blocked by the dense branches and leaves, and he could not accurately judge how high he was from the ground. I guess even if I landed on the ground now and looked at the surrounding trees, it would still be pitch black without any sunlight. It's better for me to stay at this altitude, be cautious, and move slowly. Luo Chen casually picked the branches and leaves in front of him, and then quietly put them into the storage bracelet. However, Luo Chen's actions seemed to have not attracted the attention of the ancient tree at all. Luo Chen did not dare to pick too many, so he stopped after picking a few pieces. Then he looked at the nearest tree, which did not look very tall. Fortunately, I can finally see its information this time. Race, Songling Ancient Tree. Level, Wild Beast 3 stars. Category Wood. Status, Dormant. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1. Rooting Xian level. 2. Whip, Xian level. 3. 10,000 leaves and thousands of flows. Earth level, the ancient Songling tree controls the branches and leaves on its body to sweep over the target. 4. Konoha shield. Xian level, the ancient Songling tree condenses a protective Konoha shield on the outside of the target's body to protect against energy or physical damage. 5. Guardian spirit. Earth level, the Songling ancient tree will contract up to 3 different species as its guardian spirits. It will protect the growth and reproduction of the guardian spirits, and the guardian spirits will also guard its safety. 6. Tsangling fruit. Earth level. The Tsangling ancient tree will produce a batch of Tsangling fruit every once in a while. The Tsangling fruit has a high probability of awakening new talents and skills in other beast tamers. It is effective for all beast tamers of the wild level and below, and a beast tamer can only take it once in its lifetime. 7. Thousand Tree Prison. Earth level. A domain skill. The ancient Tsangling tree causes the trees in the target area to grow rapidly. Tough vines and trees will grow in the Thousand Tree Prison from time to time to attack or bind the target. 8. 10,000 Leaves Falling. Earth level. Withering and flourishing in an instant. The ancient tree causes the wood elements in the target area to fall silent. Except for its own, the effects of all wood skills of all trees are halved. 9. Wood Spirit Liquid. Xian level. The ancient Tsangling tree secretes a therapeutic juice from its branches, which can greatly enhance the activity of the target body and repair wounds. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva and looked at the fruits faintly visible between the branches of the Tsangling ancient tree. Seeing that there were so many of them, he thought that if he took 2, it would not wake up the Tsangling ancient tree. Then, Luo Chen looked back at the ancient tree behind him. The one next to him looked very similar to the one next to him, and they should belong to the same race. So, where's the fruit of the ancient tree under me? Will it be more effective? Luo Chen patted the tiny head of the cloud whale covering the sea and pointed at the fruit of the ancient Tsangling tree. Then, she made a series of arrangements in her mind, and then looked at him inquiringly. Luo Chen, do you understand? The little guy nodded firmly, indicating that he understood all of Luo Chen's arrangements. The little guy shook his body and slowly shuttled between the branches and leaves of the Tsangling ancient tree, trying not to make any sound. The distance between the 2 ancient trees was not very far. The little one quickly came under the oval-shaped fruit and looked around like a thief. After not finding any danger, the little guy condensed a wind blade and cut towards the branches connecting the Tsangling fruit and the ancient tree. Rub. A sound like the collision of metal and stone was heard. The stem was much harder than imagined, and the tiny wind blade did not succeed in cutting it open. An emotion called stubbornness appeared in the little guy's eyes, and at the same time, a larger wind blade condensed and cut fiercely at the roots. This time it finally worked, the stem finally broke, and the little guy took the fruit into his own personal space. The corners of the little guy's mouth raised upwards, a silent smile appeared on his face, and he rushed towards another fruit not far away. In this way, the little one shuttled between the branches and leaves, enjoying harvesting fruits one by one. But the good times did not last long. The ancient trees that had been picked seemed to be awakened by the noise of the fruits disappearing. Suddenly, long branches emerged from among the lush green leaves and whipped towards the little guy. Chapter 129. The Ancient Emperor. Fortunately, even though the little one was absorbed in picking fruits, he still remembered Luo Chen's instructions and remained vigilant. The space shuttle skill that was prepared in advance was released before the branches hit him, and then the little guy instantly returned to Luo Chen's side. The branch where Luo Chen was standing was not far from the Tsangling ancient tree that was harmed by the little guy. Moreover, for a beastmaster at the level of a wild beast, this distance should be reachable in seconds. For some reason, the branch of the Tsangling ancient tree stayed not far away. It was clearly less than 100 meters away, but it did not dare to get any closer. Luo Chen patted the trunk of the ancient tree beneath him and said, "Thank you." Looking back at the branch waving in the distance, Luo Chen shouted to the 2 little ones, "Leave." Looking at the direction it was leaving, it was clearly the north of the Tsangling ancient tree. The branches under Luo Chen's feet were more than 10 meters wide, so there was no problem at all sitting on them and running and jumping. Besides, Luo Chen is now at the king level and can completely consume the energy in his body to fly. It's just that Luo Chen himself is a little afraid of heights, and his sense of direction is not very good, so he is not used to flying. Right now, the tiny sea-covering cloud whale is still small, only 2 meters wide. When it grows bigger, it can serve as a mount when blue smoke and flowing clouds crane is not around. This branch was very long, and Luo Chen couldn't find its end for a while. When Luo Chen was leading the 2 little ones on the branches of the towering ancient tree, at the end of the ancient tree's crown far above the sky, there's an ancient throne formed by green vines, and on it sits an old man with a weathered face. He slowly opened his eyes. There was no distinction between pupils and whites in his eyeballs, but instead they were a verdant green, as if the vitality of all things was bursting out from them. However, although it was far above the sky, the figures of Luo Chen and his two beasts were reflected in its two eyes. The outsider has appeared. Is a new era about to begin? Suddenly, a younger voice came from under the throne. My lord, would you like me to capture him? There were three figures standing under the throne, one man and two women. The man who spoke had green hair and green eyes, and had translucent wings behind him. No need. I'm afraid he would rather die than let you catch him. A ray of green light suddenly appeared in the hands of the old man sitting on the throne, and an object that looked like a seed could be vaguely seen wrapped in the rich light. The old man continued, send a weaker wild beast to drive him off the giant spiritual tree, and let him get the seed by accident. Remember to find someone with better acting skills. After saying that, the seed in the old man's hand floated in front of the green-haired man, who looked at the old man in shock. He knelt on one knee in the hall, made of wrought tan wood. My lord, why did you give the seeds of the ancient tree of life to a foreign race? I beg you to take back your decision. The other two figures who looked like women also knelt down and said, We beg you, Lord, not to let the seed of life flow out. Well, my clan, the ancient tree of life, has lived in this ancient tree spirit world for 2 epochs. The races outside may have long forgotten the reputation of my clan, but this spiritual world cannot support more ancient trees to survive, so even if they live longer, they can only linger on. Now that people from outside the world have appeared, it means that the coordinates of the spiritual world have been exposed. I'm afraid we can no longer hide in this era. In this case, we can only plan ahead. But this alien is only a small king. I'm afraid he can't take on the responsibility of taking care of the seed of life. The old man, sitting on the throne, looked at the young man with a respectful and sincere attitude. Katamu, you are only 50,000 years old now, right? My lord, Kadam is 53,241 years old. That's right, you're still a child. You have never experienced the last era, and you don't know that humans have beastmasters. The rise of each era must begin with the revival of the beastmaster's ancestral star, and end with the extinction of its ancestral star. The young-looking man looked puzzled. It took you 50,000 years to reach the heavenly star realm. If you had a talented beastmaster come, maybe they could have brought you to your current level within 1,000 years. The young man's pupils shrank, and he exclaimed in surprise, This is impossible. Katamu, nothing is impossible. A beastmaster has appeared in the ancient wood spirit world. Perhaps this is the time for the ancient trees of life to reproduce once again. The prosperity of the race requires a gamble. It's just a seed. If it meets the wrong person, it will be extinguished from now on. We will be able to find it back after we fight our way out again in this era. If we can't fight our way out, this is still a ray of hope. Go ahead, kid. The young man, named Katamu, carefully held the seeds in his hands and lowered his head towards the old man. Yes. Luo Chen walked on the branches of the ancient tree and felt something was wrong. It was too quiet around him. If this ancient tree does not allow any living creatures to approach, would I be suddenly attacked if I were to walk on the tree in such a swaggering manner? Thinking of this possibility, Luo Chen controlled his body and floated up shakily. Then he let the little one fly below him to block his vision, and prepared to no longer move forward along the direction of the tree trunk, but to head in another direction. But at this moment, a sound of fighting suddenly came from Luo Chen's head. Before Luo Chen could react, a green object hit Luo Chen's shoulder. Feeling the pain, Luo Chen looked at the culprit who fell on the little guy. Looking closely, it seemed to be a seed emitting green light. Luo Chen controlled his body and slowly fell down, picking up the seed from the confused little guy. Such a rich energy. Luo Chen looked up again in the direction where the seeds fell, and 2 fighting figures came into his sight. Suddenly, the 2 fighting parties seemed to find that the protagonist they were fighting for had settled down, and the 2 beasts with different appearances looked in the direction of Luo Chen at the same time. Then he decisively abandoned his opponent and rushed towards Luo Chen. Now that something has come into his hands, Luo Chen naturally would not choose to return it. He and the little fur ball pressed on the little one's body at the same time. Little guy, hurry up and use space travel. The little one also realized the urgency of the situation and used all his strength to display his skills, and the speed of display was much faster than when he usually practiced. The space began to fluctuate and overlap, and their figures disappeared on the spot. When they reappeared, they were already 1 kilometer away. This short distance allowed the two warring parties to quickly draw closer. One of the two beasts is human-like, and the other is bird-like. It could be said that the humanoid beast arrived in front of Luo Chen in an instant. Luo Chen's eyesight was enough to even see the panic that flashed across its eyes. Panic? Luo Chen was also a little puzzled. Why would this obviously wild-level beastmaster panic in front of him? Without thinking too much, Luo Chen hurriedly took out the seeds that the little one had put away, and then smiled at the man with green hair and transparent wings who was standing not far in front of him. "Are you looking for this? Here you go." As he said that, Luo Chen threw the seeds away from him. The green-haired man's body suddenly stiffened, and the next moment his body honestly chased after the seeds. Then, a green dragon head followed closely behind it, and a beast that looked like a western dragon with broad wings also chased after it. Chapter 130, The Tsangmu Elf and the Jade Dragon. Watching the two beasts chasing the green thing, Luo Chen asked Xiaobutian to take it and the little ball away in another direction. It is still safe for the time being, so Luo Chen lets the little guy accumulate energy and travel a longer distance through space. Only then did Luo Chen carefully look at the information of the two beasts that had just flashed by. Race, Tsangmu Elf. Level, Wild Beast 1 star. Category, Wood Life. Status, Anxious. Qualification, Perfect. Skills, 1. Flourishing Forest. Xian level the wood, elves control the rapid growth of wood plants. 2. Prison of Wood. Xian level the wood, elves control the tough trees to form a cage to cover the target area. 3. Greenwood Arrow. Xian level the greenwood elf draws the spiritual bow and shoots a long arrow condensed for wood energy to attack the target. 4. Heart of Wood. Earth level Heart of Wood can provide the beast tamer with extraordinary recovery capabilities and can increase its affinity for wood elements, allowing it to cast skills more quickly. 5. 10,000 Arrows. Xian leveled at Tsangmu Elf consumes a large amount of energy and condenses a large number of spiritual arrows equivalent to the power of Qingmu arrows at the same time, which strike the target area. 6. Tsangmu. Earth level an illusory Tsangmu tree appears around the Tsangmu Elf to protect itself. The Tsangmu tree can withstand most attacks, and after absorbing more attacks, the Tsangmu tree will become more solid. After the Tsangmu is completely solidified, part of it will break into a shield surrounding the Tsangmu Elf, and the other part will turn into thousands of energy bombs, attacking the target under the control of the Tsangmu Elf. 7. Hymn of Life. Earth level the Tsangmu Elf's prey, and pure life energy will come from the void to bless the target, heal injuries, or enhance life. 8. Son of Life. Earth level a child cared for by the ancient Tree of Life, who has extraordinary talent in learning wood-related or life skills. And after being killed, the killer will passively inflict the hatred of the ancient Tree of Life and may encounter unknown dangers. The information of the beast with the emerald dragon head is not much different from that of the humanoid elf. Race, Jade Dragon, Pseudo-Dragon. Level, Wild Beast 1 star. Type, Wood Earth. Status, Speechless. Qualification, Perfect. Skills, 1. Jade Body. Earth level the Jade Dragon can turn its entire body into jade, thereby increasing its resistance to most energy attacks, and its own hardness will also be increased accordingly. 2. Carved Jade Statue. Earth level the Jade Dragon condenses a jade statue of its own appearance in the target area. It can then transcend time and space to learn about the situation around the jade statue, or possess the statue. The jade statue will periodically emit green light with therapeutic effects to the surroundings. 3. Giant Wooden Spikes. Xian level summons giant wooden spikes from the ground, causing penetrating damage to the target area. 4. Jade Scale Armor. Xian level Jade Dragon can attach scale armor to the target's body surface that can resist damage. 5. Crown of Thorns. Earth level he who wears the crown must bear its weight. The Jade Dragon creates a crown of thorns on the target's head, which continuously damages the target's physical appearance while suppressing the target's spirit and energy. 6. Emerald Dragon's Breath. Earth level the Emerald Jade Dragon spits out Dragon's Breath, which turns any target that comes into contact with the breath into an Emerald Jade statue. 7. Bite, Yellow level. 8. Earth Harmony Xian level. The fight between the two wild beasts was not something Luo Chen could get involved in at the moment, and it looked like neither of them was easy to mess with. It was clear from the aftermath of the battle, crashing into the surrounding trees, that those ancient trees, which were obviously no lower in rank than the two beast masters, did not dare to fight back at all. However, before Luo Chen and his two beasts left, Luo Chen's face turned dark, because the two wild beasts were fighting and came to his head again. And from time to time, emerald green blood was spilled, making it look much more tragic than the previous battle. The emerald green object, the protagonist that the two beasts were fighting for, happened to fall towards Luo Chen. Time and again, these two wild beasts really thought they didn't dare to take this thing. It's okay, just die. Anyway, this time, by traveling through the ancient wood spirit world, I was able to obtain something that the two wild beasts were fighting for, so it's not a loss at all. Luo Chen put the items into his storage bracelet, and the next second, the little guy who had been prepared for a long time took him and the little ball away from the spot. The two beasts that were fighting fiercely in midair sensed that Luo Chen had left the ancient tree. The two looked at each other and then separated instantly, as if the fierce fight between them just now was an illusion. Far above the sky, a smile appeared in the eyes of the old man sitting on the throne. People are the most suspicious, and they often don't take things that are given away for free seriously. Only what they snatch back is good stuff for them. Perhaps because the distance traveled through space was too far, Luo Chen's brain froze for a moment. After a while, he rubbed his head and looked around, but did not see the two wild beasts. He let out a light breath and looked carefully at the surrounding environment. Only here did Luo Chen feel the vibrant atmosphere, because there are obviously more and more moving beasts around, including birds flying in the sky, beasts crawling on the ground, and fish swimming in the lake. However, what made Luo Chen feel relieved was that the majority of the beasts around were king-level beasts, and there were not many wild beasts. Moreover, most wild beasts look like trees that don't like to move. The two little ones beside him are both at the level of king beasts, and for the time being, there are no beastmasters who will take the initiative to provoke him. So the place where I just landed must be special. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen a wild beast at a casual glance. Luo Chen looked at the tree next to him, which was more than 100 meters tall, straight, but had few branches and leaves. Its leaves were strangely shaped, like sharp swords hanging between the branches. This is the most common tree in this area, and there is basically one every 100 meters or so. Race, swordwood. Level, spirit beast 7 stars. Category, wood gold. Status, growing. Qualification, good. Skills, 1. Sword shadow. Xian level Jinmu can condense sword shadows around him to attack the target. 2. Sword body. Earth level sword would can absorb different metal elements, undergo body transformation, and grow spiritual swords with different attributes between its branches. 3. 10,000 swords. Earth level the spirit swords on Jianmu's body can be controlled by Jianmu to fight the enemy. 4. Sword Qi. Xian level the sword wood itself is like a sharp sword, which can stimulate the Gongjin Qi beside the body and strangle the target. After reading the information about sword wood, Luo Chen couldn't help but admire it. This is a good thing. He looked at the little guys and fur balls around him. With just one look, the two little ones understood Luo Chen's inner thoughts. Then the 3 tails of the little fur ball swayed gently, and a big hand formed by mental power went straight to the root of the sword tree. Swordwood sensed the danger and immediately activated the Gongjin energy, causing the few sharp swords on the branches to fall off at the same time and chop towards the giant hand. However, the effects of these skills are basically minimal, and they're simply unable to stop the big hand formed by the mental power of the little ball of 3-tailed Elvis. The giant hand grabbed the root of the sword tree and pulled it upward fiercely. Then, the sword tree was forcibly pulled out from the ground along with its roots. The moment it was caught, the little guy used a weakened version of Swift Wind Blade on it. Only after its body was covered with scars and it had no ability to resist did he put into his own personal space. After successfully collecting the first plant, Luo Chen turned his attention to the large area of sword trees around it. He waved his hands, called the 2 little ones, and rushed towards the one closest to him. Chapter 1, 31 Seeds. After catching more than 10 sword trees, using the same method, Luo Chen gave up the idea of continuing to kill these sword trees. In this forest formed by sword trees, a large open space appeared. Just when Luo Chen took a short break, he suddenly felt that the surrounding environment had become strangely quiet for some reason. At the same time, the feeling of hair standing on end came from the surface of the body, which was a warning from the body to Luo Chen. Subconsciously, Luo Chen jumped to the side. Boom! There was a sudden explosion where Luo Chen was originally standing. When the smoke and dust cleared, the thing inside that caused the scene was revealed. It was a bronze sword with traces of rust on its surface. Its hilt was still trembling slightly, as if it was about to be pulled out of the ground and continue to attack Luo Chen. Seeing this situation, Luo Chen didn't know what was going on. The young one was caught, and the old one came. The little guy floated beside Luo Chen, patted his shoulder, and motioned him to look up at the sky. Luo Chen looked up at the sky as it meant, and almost blurted out, "Fuck." The overwhelming iron swords of various shapes, as if with some kind of plan, were covering the direction of Luo Chen. Compared with the spiritual level swordwood, this is the real 10,000 swords flow. Luo Chen said nothing, and pulled the little ball of fur around his body to form a giant shield made of various elements. Little guy, quickly use the space shuttle 10 kilometers to the right. Little fur ball, hold on first. The little one nodded, and the fluctuations of space were transmitted from its body. The torrent formed by the iron sword was getting closer and closer to Luo Chen and the others. After a while, the group of iron swords in the front had come into contact with the giant elemental shield formed by the little ball of fur controlling the tail of elements. Rub. Some iron swords were bounced away by the giant elemental shield, but the continuous flow of iron swords soon caused cracks to appear on the giant elemental shield. Some iron swords slipped through the cracks and entered the interior of the giant elemental shield. These slippery fish were deftly caught in the giant's spiritual hand condensed by the little fur ball's spirit tail. As the crack gradually widened, the giant elemental shield finally couldn't hold on and shattered into pieces. The subsequent torrent of iron swords had no more obstructions and rushed down towards the three people. However, there was no trace of Luo Chen and the two little ones under the broken elemental shield. The subsequent tens of thousands of iron swords hit nothing, and densely packed iron swords were stuck on the ground, as if a tomb of 10,000 swords had formed here. But soon, these iron swords began to tremble in unison at a certain frequency, and as the first iron sword took off, all the iron swords returned along the same path they came. Luo Chen had just woken up from the dizziness of traveling through space, and he felt another shadow above his head covering him. Now Luo Chen no longer worried about whether he was afraid of heights or not. He put the little ball of fur into the beast controlling space, dragged the little guy with him, and flew out of the shadow. Fortunately, the shadow was not descending quickly. Luo Chen, who had just escaped from the shadow, had not yet had time to breathe a sigh of relief when he was suddenly enveloped by a burst of light. He did not even have time to react before he and the little one were annihilated in the world of the ancient wood spirit world. Xiaoyang's star tree shook its crown, and it seemed that something was swept by the light it emitted. However, since it cannot even resist the warm sun rays, it seems that there is nothing to worry about. Without paying attention to such a small episode, many light balls like little suns suddenly fell from Xiaoyang Xingmu's body. Smash it towards the ancient war tree on the opposite side that looks like a tree man. Raising the view, the place where Luo Chen had just teleported to was actually on a tragic battlefield. There are war tree men that are human-like but about 1,000 meters tall. There are Xiaoyang star trees with balls of light flying through the treetops, and there are bloodthirsty demon vine that is dripping with blood. There are creatures flying in the sky, running on the ground, swimming in the water, and more. There are all kinds of plant beasts, which are constantly fighting here. Judging from their appearance, they are from different races, and perhaps no one knows what they are fighting for: survival or elimination. In such a battlefield, king-level beastmasters are cannon fodder, wild beasts are soldiers, and star beasts are the real main force. No wonder Luo Chen was hit by someone else's unintentional skills and turned into ashes as soon as he entered the battlefield. Luo Chen's appearance did not cause even a ripple on the battlefield. Qinyang Pet Shop, Shiling's secret realm. Luo Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. There was a deep confusion in his eyes, as if he had not yet realized why he suddenly came back. He must have avoided the black shadow that fell from the sky. Luo Chen rubbed his head and asked in a slightly tired voice, "System, what happened just now?" Obviously, The location you teleported to was not very good. You landed on a battlefield in the ancient wood spirit realm, and were hit by the aftermath of the battle, and then returned here. Luo Chen twitched his mouth speechlessly. He didn't expect that he had arrived at a battlefield. Why was the place he appeared in so lively? It turned out that there was a war going on. However, even though he was the only one who was affected, Luo Chen still gritted his teeth and asked, "Whose skill hit me?" Zhaoyang Starwood. "Okay, I understand." Luo Chen stood up and stretched his limbs, then asked casually, "What time is it now?" August 12th, 9 a.m. There was a flash of thought in Luo Chen's eyes. His trip to the ancient wood spirit world took him nearly 2 days. Summoning the two little ones from the beast taming space, Luo Chen asked the little one to take out the harvest from the space. 15 spiritual grade beast taming sword trees, dozens of songling fruits, and leaves of beast taming plants of unknown type. There are many types of these leaves. Basically, Luo Chen would quietly pick some when he saw some tall trees. But most of them are picked up from the ground, because some tree-type beasts look really hard to deal with. The only ones he dared to attack were the spiritual-level beast swordwood, but the swordwood he captured seemed to be in an underage state. Because Luo Chen discovered that farther away from that piece of sword tree, the rest of the sword trees were nearly 1,000 meters high. Could it be that the place where I landed was really the hatching area of Jimu's cubs? Finally, the little cloud whale covering the sea took out the last item from the space, the seed-like thing that was emitting green light. Through the glowing green light around it, its body seemed somewhat ordinary, but when Luo Chen's spirit explored its body, an old and ancient aura came to his face. After looking for a long time, Luo Chen still couldn't find any plant bee seeds that were exactly the same as it among the existing ones in China. In the end, Luo Chen could only seek help from the system. System, what is this? 20 points. Luo Chen unilaterally blocked the system and silently complained, "Miser." Then he unblocked the system and said in a friendly tone, "Okay, tell me now." After the points balance on Luo Chen's panel changed from 150 points to 130 points, the system was satisfied and explained to Luo Chen the origin of this thing. This is the seed of the ancient tree of life. Plant it and cultivate it with the right resources, and you can get an ancient tree of life. Is the ancient tree of life a beast or just a rare resource? Of course it's a beast. Luo Chen showed confusion on his face. If it is a beast, why are the two wild beasts fighting madly for it? Are they going to raise it and eat it later? No. Although it is a beast, it is more useful than many precious resources in the growth of the beast. Especially for the life-type or wood-type beasts, it is like a sacred object. Okay, then how do we cultivate it? Plant it directly in the secret realm. Yes, but you need to provide it with a large amount of life or wood resources. Maybe it will sprout one day when it's happy. Luo Chen's face was full of question marks. I provide it with resources, but it has to be happy before it can sprout. This is really treating oneself as the ancestor. Luo Chen curled the corners of his mouth, dug a small hole of more than 20 centimeters where he was standing, buried the seeds in it, and then poured some spiritual spring water into it. He clapped his hands, and then seemed to be talking to himself or to the seeds of the ancient tree of life. This is all I can offer you. Whether it will sprout or not depends on your luck. After doing all this, he made a mark at the place where the seeds of the ancient tree of life were planted, then turned around and left the stone spirit's secret realm. If he remembered correctly, today seemed to be the last day of the Luoyang competition. Since he is back today, I have to go and see it anyway. Fantasy World. When Luo Chen entered the competition venue in Luoyang, his new battle had just begun. It just so happened that Luoyang's opponent in this round was an old acquaintance of Luo Chen, Ban Mo, the young man who used the egg of the Thousand Tribulations beast to heal his own beast. Unexpectedly, he also participated in the beast tamer competition and even made it into the top 20. Luo Chen looked at Luoyang's points, 17.5 points. It seemed that this should be his last game. I looked at Ban Mo's points again. It was 10 points. Although it didn't seem very high, if this was the last game, he would definitely be able to advance to the top 10. Although Luo Chen knew Ban Mo, he had never met Luo Yang, so the two did not know each other. Floating behind Ban Mo was still his Darkborn Shadow Bat, but compared to when he first saw it, it was now at the state of a 9-star spirit beast. I don't know if he has contracted new beast during this period. If he achieved such a result with just one Darkin Shadow Bat, It only shows that his fighting skills are quite terrifying. However, Luo Chen was not too worried about Luoyang's game, because in just 2 days, the two beasts beside Luoyang had reached the level of 9-star spirit beasts. 2 against 1, and the Midnight Dark Spirit Bird has a new awakening skill, even if Ban Mo has contracted 2 beasts. Luoyang still has a great chance of winning. Chapter 132, Qingyang City Young Beast Tamer Competition ends. The battle began. Luoyang did not turn off the lights in the stadium, as it did before. I don't know if it was because it was the last game. In order to take into account the viewing experience of his fans, he adopts a head-on combat method. However, Luo Chen guessed that it was most likely because Luoyang noticed that Ban Mo's beast on the opposite side was also of the dark type, and it should have the same amplification effect on it in the dark night, so he did not turn off the lights in the entire venue. Luoyang did not create a shadow area, but Ban Mo, Luoyang's opponent, took the initiative to summon 2 shadow areas around himself and Luoyang. This shadow area is different from the darkness summoned by the Night Dark Bird. It is more like a drop of black ink falling into clear water, spreading out. Although he was able to take away most of the light, it's not that he couldn't see, but everything seemed gray. The moment the shadow area appeared beside them, Luo Chen and Qi Yin ran to the other side, leaving Qing Ming to deal with it alone. Sure enough, the next moment, the dark shadow bat, beside Ban Mo, directly shuttled into the shadow on Luoyang's side. Before it launched an attack on Luoyang, Qing Ming, who had been waiting in the shadows, attacked it. Luoyang looked back at the 2 beasts that were fighting fiercely, and Qing Ming had a clear upper hand. Luoyang pointed to the shadow, where Ban Mo was. Qiyin, charge. Qiyin's speed was much faster than in the previous few days. He reached the destination of 1,000 meters in almost half a minute. When the Darkborn Shadow Bat saw this, he took Qing Ming's attack, and then used Shadow Attack to return to the shadows on Ban Mo's side. And its wings, wrapped with a huge amount of shadow power, rushed towards Luoyang on Qi Yan's back. Roar! Qi Yan roared, and his true body formed by ice flames appeared in front of him. It was too hasty after all, and the flaming body was cut in half by the shadow power on the wings of Darkborn Shadow Bat. However, most of the shadow power was consumed, and the remaining attack was directly blocked by Qi Yan. Luoyang chose a suitable time to jump off Qi Yan's back, condensed a flaming true body, and then controlled it to enter the shadow area. Squeaky. As soon as the true flame body entered the shadow area, non-stop sounds began to emanate from its surface. Luoyang could sense that it was the power of shadow that was eroding the true body of fire. So I need to hurry up and find Ban Mo himself. Not long after the true body of fire entered the shadow, Qing Ming also rushed over, and then rushed into the shadow area without slowing down at all. At the same time, its tail left behind stars that twinkled with faint starlight in the area it passed through. Boom! Not long after Qing Ming left, these beautiful stars produced an explosion of incredible power. Every time a planet explodes, the energy forming the shadow area becomes a little thinner and the shadow area becomes brighter. The sizzling sound on the surface of Luoyang Flame's true body became weaker and weaker. When a vague outline appeared in the shadows, Luoyang forced a smile and said, "I found you." Qing Ming also changed the direction of his flying and rushed straight towards the blurry shadow. A faint sigh came from the shadows. "I give up." It was as if the pause button was pressed on the field, and then all the skill effects dissipated, and the 2 warring parties and their beasts returned to the way they were at the beginning. Ban Mo chose to admit defeat, and the winner of this match is Luoyang, who gets 1 point. The current points are, Ban Mo has 10 points and Luoyang has 18.5 points. Please wait for the remaining players to finish their games for the final ranking. There was silence for a moment in the audience, and then there was an earth-shaking cheer accompanied by various strange beast roars. Yes, that's right. You can summon your own beast when watching the game. If the competition were held in reality, this would naturally not be allowed because the beasts vary in size, making it too difficult to arrange seats. Moreover, different beasts are natural enemies of each other or have different habits, so it is easy for them to fight with each other. However, it is different in the fantasy world. Even the most bizarre beasts can be summoned, so if you don't leave the city, the fantasy world is also a very good place for beasts to relax. The next moment, the players on the field, along with all the spectators in the venue, were teleported back to the conference venue where the start of the game was originally announced. There are already more than a dozen contestants waiting on the stage, and it seems that their competition will end earlier than Luoyang and Banmo. There were more spectators in the conference hall, and the scene was even more noisy, as if everyone was in an excited state having just finished watching a game. Less than half an hour later, the rest of the contestants appeared in the competition venue one after another. Some have happy expressions on their faces, while others are dejected. There's a clear difference between the expressions of failure and victory. However, there were also a few players who had calm expressions on their faces even though they lost the last game, because they were confident that they would be among the final 10 players based on their previous points. For example, Mo, Feng Qingyang, and several other judges appeared on the podium in the venue one after another. At this moment, he had a smile on his face. After 12 days of continuous competition, the Qingyang City Youth Beast Tamer competition finally decided the best batch today. Next, I will announce the 10 contestants who will represent Qingyang City to participate in the competition in Liuguang City. Feng Qingyang looked around the huge venue, paused for a moment, and then continued. They are Feng Lingyu and Luo Yang, who are tied for first place, with 18.5 points each, as well as Zhang Yunke with 16 points, Chen Yuro with 14 points. Feng Qingyang then said 10 names in succession. Luo Chen paid special attention and found that Ban Mo was indeed on the top 10 list. After all the rankings were announced, and they were asked to gather at the City Lord's Mansion on August 14th, the competition was basically over. Of course, there was also the final awards ceremony, but Luo Chen was not very interested in these and simply left the competition venue. He came to the Qinyang Pet Shop in the fantasy world, registered the information of a beast in the store, and then began to edit his own announcement information. Qinyang Pet Shop. Hello, dear customers. Qinyang Pet Shop is here with good news. Starting today, Qinyang Pet Shop will start selling daily beast products. The number of daily beasts will vary from 1 to several, so please pay attention to the announcements in the store in a timely manner. The bidding time is from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. If you have a favorite beast, please participate in the bidding in time. The item for sale at Qinyang Pet Shop today is the 7-star spiritual beast, Jade, Sound Heavy-Eared Fox. Beastmasters who are interested can come to the store and buy it. After editing the message, Luo Chen checked to see if there was any problem and chose to send it. So all the fans who followed Qinyang Pet Shop received such a push from Luo Chen. Many fans who were still attending the award ceremony immediately chose to leave the venue and went to Qinyang Pet Shop to see what was going on. Although there is only one spirit beast for sale in Qinyang Pet Shop today, the popularity is just as great as when the shop first opened in the fantasy world a few days ago. After arranging everything, before Luo Chen had time to rest and observe the business situation in the fantasy world, he was awakened by a harsh sound coming from the real world. Mr. Store Manager. Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes and looked at the colorful sound spirit bird that was howling at the top of its lungs in front of him. The deliberate sound it made gave Luo Chen a headache. I had some doubts as to whether this guy was taking the opportunity to retaliate against me, which was why he was shouting at the top of his lungs. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and quickly and accurately grabbed the mouth of the colorful sound spirit bird, stopping it from howling any further. Tell me, what's the matter? Colorful bird flapped its wings a few times, and its eyes rolled around twice, then looked towards the center, forming cross eyes. The meaning was clearly to let Luo Chen let go of his hand. If you make this kind of ghost-like howling sound again, I will make you unable to speak for the next month. In response to Luo Chen's threat, Kain Linke could only nod with a frustrated look. Only then did Luo Chen loosen his grip on Kain Linke. Colorful sound spirit bird obviously also took Luo Chen's threat to heart. After its mouth was free, it did not dare to speak loudly at all, for fear that Luo Chen would suddenly punish it by keeping it silent for a month. Master Store Manager, there's a human female downstairs looking for you. She said she has an appointment with you in advance. Luo Chen could even hear the breath sound caused by it speaking in a low voice. Did we make an appointment in advance? Could it be that I almost forgot about it? Luo Chen walked in front, and the colorful sound spirit bird followed closely behind him, but did not chatter nonstop like before. The pet shop was not open at that time, so the figure, the only woman in red on the first floor, was particularly conspicuous. Ms. Liang, did you bring your beast? Liang Jingxi looked at Luo Chen's figure slowly walking towards the stairs, with a hint of excitement in her eyes. Manager Luo, I have brought my 2 beasts with me. I will show them to you to see if they meet your standards. after saying that two beasts of different shapes appeared beside Liang Jingxi, and both of them were very small in size. The one on the left is a butterfly-type beast, purple-blue in color overall. As its wings flap, purple light falls from between its wings. Chapter 133, Purple Lightning Butterfly and Poisonous Spirit Spider. The purple butterfly is only the size of a palm and looks very fragile. Race, Purple Lightning Butterfly. Level, Spirit Beast 9 stars. Category, Lightning. Status, Looking. Qualification Good. Skills, 1. Electric Arc. Xian level. The purple lightning butterfly emits high-voltage electric arcs through its tentacles. 2. Thunderball. Xian level. After a short period of charging, the purple lightning butterfly launches a thunderball towards the target area. 3. Lightning Clothes. Xian level. Gathers a large amount of lightning elements to form a layer of lightning gauze clothes, which can isolate the influence of some lightning skills and can diffuse the lightning energy on the body when the target touches other objects, causing certain damage. 4. Purple Lightning Whip. Xian level. Condenses a long whip formed by purple lightning, which can attack the target under the control of the purple lightning butterfly. 5. Lightning Flash. Xian level. Control the body to emit extremely bright lightning. Evolution Route. 1. Purple Lightning Butterfly, Purple Hell Lightning Butterfly. 2. Purple Lightning Butterfly, Yingyang Double Wing Butterfly. 3. Purple Lightning Butterfly, Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly. When he saw the evolutionary routes, Luo Chen's eyes lit up. This seemingly fragile little butterfly actually had 3 evolutionary routes. This did arouse Luo Chen's interest, but when Luo Chen looked carefully at the materials needed for the 3 evolutionary routes, a look of surprise appeared on his face. However, he put the thought aside for the time being and turned to look at the other beast beside Liang Jingxi. This beast is even smaller than the butterfly just now. It is a spider-like beast that is only the size of a palm. However, the skin on its body is light red, which makes it look a bit weird, or as if it is highly poisonous. Race, Poisonous Spider. Level, Spirit Beast 9 stars. Category, Poison. Status, Attachment. Qualification, Excellent. Skills, 1. Poisonous Spirit Thorns. Xian level. The poisonous spirit spider condenses spirit thorns containing toxins. After causing damage to the target, it will invade the target's body. 2. Binding Web. Xian level. The poison spider fires a binding web of silk toward the target, restricting the target's movements. 3. Corrosive Mucus. Xian level. The poisonous spider spews out mucus with extremely strong corrosive effects from its mouth. 4. Silk Spinning. Xian level. The poison spider can move quickly by spinning silk into the distance and then pulling its body. 5. 10,000 Spiders. Earth level. The poisonous spiders condense into small spiders that can automatically find targets to attack. The small spiders can explode on their own, leaving behind corrosive mucus. Evolution Route. 1. Poison Spider Red Spider King. 2. Poison Spirit Spider White Jade Spider Mother. Compared to the Poison Spirit Spider that looks tough, Luo Chen prefers the Purple Lightning Butterfly that looks weak. Maybe it's because Luo Chen is a little afraid of spiders to some extent? Ms. Liang, I just observed that both beasts can evolve, but there are 2 evolutionary routes. One is to follow the known evolutionary route and evolve into their existing known evolutionary forms in a regular manner. The other is to take a gamble and evolve towards a form that has never appeared before, but compared to the existing form. It's hard to predict which is better or worse. Liang Jingxi, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, was still wondering whether Luo Chen would agree to her evolution commission. But what Luo Chen said was not about the evolution commission at all, but rather about what kind of evolution it would become. All of a sudden, Liang Jingxi fell from one trouble to another. Seeing the uncertain expression on Liang Jingxi's face, Luo Chen did not rush to urge her. Instead, he sat in his seat and drank tea calmly. This was the first time that Luo Chen drank the tea produced in his own store. It was a bit bitter and had no sweet aftertaste. Was the tea in his own store so unpalatable? No wonder I saw them only take a sip and never touch the teacup again. After a moment, Liang Jingxi's expression became determined, and it seemed that she had made a decision. Manager Luo, I still have confidence in your ability, so I want to try a new evolution form. Luo Chen smiled silently. Now that we have made our choice, let's talk about the reward first. The purple lightning butterfly will cost 3 million spirit coins, and the poison spirit spider will cost 1.7 million spirit coins. Besides that, I need you to help me find a way to buy the purple lightning butterfly. After all, the evolution of beast tamers is different from the direct sale of beast tamers, so the price will be relatively cheaper. However, this is also a very spiritual fluctuation. It varies greatly with the preciousness of the evolved beast and the value of the materials required. Manager Luo, materials? Liang Jingxi asked hesitantly. These spirit coins already cover the cost of materials. After hearing Luo Chen's answer, Liang Jingxi breathed a sigh of relief. If the materials were not included, the price of this evolution would indeed be too expensive. Even if those long-established masters were asked to evolve, they would not charge this price. However, it seems that there is no master in Lioang City who specializes in the evolution of purple thunder butterfly. So it is not entirely a good thing that beastmasters are too rare. If they cannot evolve naturally, it will be difficult to find specialized breeders. If the evolutionary route of purple thunder butterfly belongs to Mr. Zhuang Walao, it would be easy to use one of the evolutionary routes announced by him. He could find a well-known Haiyue breeder and wait for a while before he could get in line. But this purple lightning butterfly and poison spirit spider are neither of them. Her father has assigned her too many tasks, and she is unable to spare the time to go to other cities to evolve the two beasts. Even when she came to Luo Chen's place, she still found an excuse to avoid Liang Xiao. I don't know. When will Manager Luo be able to complete his evolution? Luo Chen thought for a moment before answering. Tomorrow. Just come and get it tomorrow. Time passed quickly, and Liang Jingxi's eyes brightened. If his beastmaster only disappeared for one day, it would be easy to fool Liang Xiao. She touched her two beasts with her hands, communicated with them for a while before saying goodbye to Luo Chen. I'll leave these two to Manager Luo. I'll come back tomorrow. Luo Chen nodded and sent Liang Jingxi to the store door before returning to the store. Looking at the two small beasts stuck together, he felt like a villain. Luo Chen patted the colorful sound spirit bird and said, send them both to the Qingyu's secret realm, feed them some spiritual spring water, and keep them in the best condition. I will evolve them at night. After staying in the store for a long time, Kain Linke has become accustomed to being assigned tasks by Luo Chen at will. It was seen speaking some language that Luo Chen couldn't understand to the purple lightning butterfly and poison spirit spider, and then it took the two little guys to the stairwell. Luo Chen estimated that Luoyang should be finished by now, so he went to the second floor. Sure enough, Luoyang is now packing up and getting ready to go out. Where are you going? When Luoyang heard Luo Chen's voice, he put on his half-put-on shirt. He jumped over excitedly. Brother, you're awake. Isn't this a reward from the City Lord's mansion? We need to go to the City Lord's mansion to claim it. I'm going there right now. Then you go first. Okay, brother, wait for me to come back. Luoyang's hurried voice came from the door. Luo Chen smiled silently. After all, he was still a 16-year-old boy and always looked energetic. Chapter 134, White Jade Spider Mother. It is a quiet and mysterious place, and the outside world is now filled with stars. But it has no effect on the quiet and secret place. The environment here is still slightly dim, just like the brightness at dusk when the sun sets. However, it does not affect people's vision at all, and Luo Chen has planted a lot of fluorescent grass around the quiet secret realm. The soft light dotted on the grass adds a dreamy atmosphere. Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the lawn, covered with fluorescent grass. In front of him were Liang Jingxi's two beasts, which looked much more comfortable now that they were familiar with the environment. Luo Chen gently waved at the poison spirit spider, signaling it to evolve first. Poison spider was crawling on the green grass. Against the green backdrop, the red color on its body seemed to become even brighter. Luo Chen took out the evolution materials he had prepared for it and placed them in front of it one by one. The third-level spiritual object, white jade bone, bones refined from the spine of the king-level beast. The mother nest of the crystal ants, a third-level spiritual creature and a king-level beast-controlling species. The petals of the second-level spiritual object, the sunlight golden lotus, the sunny and rainy flower. Luo Chen looked at the poison spirit spider that was no bigger than his palm and twitched his lips. Every evolutionary material here was larger than its body. These four materials are mixed in a fixed order and appropriate proportions and refined into a ball of liquid the size of a head that emits a gentle glow. Luo Chen picked up the poison spirit spider from the grass with some disgust and then threw it into the liquid accurately. Through the translucent liquid, one can see the poison spider floating up and down inside, and the red color on its body is gradually fading away. It was as if the red color had been washed away, revealing the jade-like crystal skin and shell inside. Luo Chen's mental power probed into the liquid, guiding them to transform the internal body of the poison spirit spider. The whole process lasted about half an hour, and the entire body of the poison spider turned into the color of white jade. Its size has also expanded nearly 5 times. Compared with its poisonous appearance just now, it is undoubtedly much more pleasing to the eye now. Even Luo Chen, who always hated spiders, thought it looked somewhat good. Race: White Jade Spider Mother. Level: King Beast 1 star. Category: Life Light Earth. Status: Gentle Miss. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1. Binding Net Xian level. 2. Silk Spinning Xian level. 3. Mother of 10,000 Spiders. Earth level. The existence of the White Jade Spider Mother is a species. It can consume a certain amount of life energy to give birth to a large number of White Jade Spiders. White Jade Spider is a beast tamer that can grow normally, but it cannot be contracted by any beast tamer without the permission of the White Jade Spider Mother. 4. Mother's Nest. Earth level. The Mother's Nest is built by the White Jade Spider Mother and the White Jade Spider. The Mother's Nest not only serves as a place for their species to survive, but also has a super strong protective function that can protect the White Jade Spider Mother and her cubs. 5. Crystallization. Earth level. The White Jade Spider Queen emits light towards the target area, and the illuminated target will slowly transform into a crystallized state. 6. Life transition. Pseudo. Earth level. The White Jade Spider Mother allows the target to undergo a life transition in a short period of time, that is, temporarily evolve into another form. Evolution route. Not unlocked yet. Luo Chen looked at the information about White Jade Spider Mother and was slightly stunned. This was the first time he saw a beast that had a subordinate race in the true sense. Moreover, its skill of Life Leap also made Luo Chen very curious. Was this beast tamer stealing the breeder's job? Crouching in front of the head-sized White Jade Spider Mother, Luo Chen asked curiously, "Can you give birth to a White Jade Spider for me to see?" The Poison Spirit Spider, which has evolved into the White Jade Spider Mother, has now greatly improved its intelligence and can of course fully understand what Luo Chen means. Luo Chen only saw a thick milky white light gathering in the mouth of the White Jade Spider Mother, and then a rich life energy fluctuated. An egg as white as jade and emitting a crystalline luster was spit out from its mouth. So this is how birth is done. Luo Chen thought that he would have to go through a series of operations, such as pregnancy, but he didn't expect the process to be quite simple. Luo Chen gently poked the palm-sized egg and asked curiously, "How long will it take for it to hatch?" White Jade Spider Mother looked at Luo Chen intently with its small green bean-like eyes, and suddenly it lowered its head as if it was sighing. Then, rich life energy gathered in its mouth and enveloped the surface of the eggs. After a while, a crack was torn in the insect egg from the inside, and a small spider that looked like it was made of white jade crawled out from it. Luo Chen looked at the trembling little spider that was still unable to stand steadily, then looked at the White Jade Spider Mother, and could not help but nodded. They were indeed his biological children, and looked like they were cast in the same mold. Race: White Jade Spider. Level: Fierce Beast 5 star. Category: Earth. Status: Newborn Thin. Qualification: Good. Skills: 1. Crystal Armor. Xian level. The White Jade Spider has a layer of crystal-like armor formed by earth elements attached to the surface of its body. 2. White Jade Thorns. Xian level. The White Jade Spider condenses sharp white jade thorns. 3. Spiritual and Tough Silk. Xian level. The White Jade Spider spits out tough spider silk to bind the target or strangle it. Evolution route. Not unlocked yet. Luo Chen gently tapped the little White Jade Spider that was still unable to stand steadily and asked the colorful sound spirit bird to pass it a few drops of spiritual spring water in case this little guy was really born with deficiencies. Of course, Luo Chen was once again amazed at the diversity of the beast taming skills. Right under his nose, there was no need to go through a series of mating and reproduction processes. Just like the creator creating something, simply by using her skills, the white jade spider mother created a small, white jade spider for herself. He shook his head slightly and asked the colorful sound spirit bird to take the white jade spider and its child to a farther place, so as to prevent the evolution of the purple thunder butterfly from scaring the newborn little creature. Luo Chen looked at the purple thunder butterfly that had been waiting for a long time. Today, it was the protagonist that he had been looking forward to evolving the most, because the materials it consumes are not only expensive, but also very special. Third level spiritual objects: purple spiritual jade, purple smoke cloud, and space energy stone. Second level spiritual objects: double shadow flower, 3-element stone. As if performing some kind of ritual, Luo Chen arranged 12 3-element stones, 3 pieces of purple spirit jade, and a space energy stone into a special pattern on the ground. Then Luo Chen summoned purple smoke from the space. Although it was intangible and looked like broken smoke, it was somehow always bound together. From a distance, it looks like a flowing cloud of smoke. Luo Chen placed the purple smoke cloud above the pattern made of several stones, and then restrained it with his mental power, and then said to the purple lightning butterfly, "You can enter the purple cloud now." Purple lightning butterfly circled around the purple smoke cloud for several times before tentatively entering the smoke. As it entered, the patterns formed by the stones on the ground seemed to be stimulated by something, and light representing energy flowed between them. Then it enveloped the purple lightning butterfly in the purple smoke. Luo Chen's mind was highly concentrated at this time, constantly guiding these energies of different attributes to flow in the body of the purple lightning butterfly. And every once in a while, you need to feed it a petal of the double shadow flower. Perhaps the evolution of this purple thunder butterfly should be the most difficult evolution that Luo Chen has encountered so far. Chapter 135: Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly. The overall purple color of purple thunder butterfly did not change much, but as it absorbed energy, its body became a little bigger. The purple or red patterns of varying shades on its body became more gorgeous, as if it was constantly radiating some hazy purple light into the surrounding space. It makes it like a beast in a dream, rather than something that can exist in reality. The body, in the middle of the wings, also became more slender. At a certain moment, Luo Chen seemed to see a beautiful figure appearing in the middle of the wings, replacing the insect body of the purple thunder butterfly. However, it only appeared for a short moment. Luo Chen always thought that he was distracted by the purple phantom light around it, and his vision was a little blurred. Race: Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly. Level: King Beast 1 star. Department: Lightning Department, Spirit Department, Destiny Department. Status: Thinking. Qualification: Perfect. Skills: 1. Precognition: Earth level spy on the target's fate in the next period of time. The person being spied on cannot surpass the Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly by 1 major realm. 2. Destiny anchoring: Earth level anchor the target's state. In the next period of time, the target can be rolled back to the state at the time of anchoring. 3. Purple lightning: Xian level the Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly summons purple lightning to attack the target, which causes double lightning damage when it lands on the target and explodes. 4. Purple Cloud King's Edict: Earth level Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly selects a target to issue an edict, temporarily granting some of her own attributes. The target in the Purple Cloud King's Edict state will dispel all negative states imposed on it. 5. Zixiao: Earth level the Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly turns the sky into purple clouds. Purple clouds can drop purple mist and rain. Wherever the rain curtain covers, it will continuously erode the target's spirit. Targets that cannot resist the erosion will become puppets of the Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly. 6. 10,000 Butterfly Shadows: Xian level the Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly summons the phantoms of thousands of purple butterflies to protect her or attack the target. 7. Goddess: Pseudo-heavenly level, a phantom of the goddess appears behind the Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly. After the goddess descends, she cannot be controlled by the Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly, but will actively protect the Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly. Evolution route: Not unlocked yet. Luo Chen looked at the Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly, which was now as big as his upper body. In Luo Chen's opinion, its final evolved form was actually worth the materials consumed. However, The only thing that puzzled Luo Chen was that there's clearly no skill related to space in the end. So why did he need to consume a space energy stone? Could it be for the last skill, to summon the goddess across space and space? But in an instant, Luo Chen felt that his imagination was a little too outrageous. If there really is a goddess, why would she cast such a glare on this tiny, king-level, beast-controlling butterfly? However, although this goddess is a pseudo-heavenly level skill, there are too many uncontrollable factors. Luo Chen feels that it is not as useful as the first 6 skills of Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly. However, at critical moments, it may have miraculous effects in saving lives, and no one can say for sure. I looked at the time, and it was already 6 o'clock in the morning on August 13th. Luo Chen estimated that Liang Jingxi should be here soon, so he did not stay to watch some of the skill effects of Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly. He is now looking forward to Liang Jingxi bringing him news about the purchasing channels of Purple Thunder Butterfly. After all, he is now more looking forward to its other evolved form. The materials needed are even rarer and more precious than those required to evolve the Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly. So on the morning of this day, Luo Chen went out and bought some breakfast. Looking at Lioang, who was also sleeping soundly in the store, Luo Chen ignored his resentment and woke him up to accompany him on the first floor to enjoy a stomach-nourishing breakfast. While eating breakfast, he observed Luoyang's 2 beasts, both of which had reached the level of 9-star spirit beasts. If I go to Liuguang City to participate in the competition, my level will definitely be far inferior to that of some of the children from aristocratic families. So Luo Chen naturally couldn't sit idly by and watch his younger brother being used as experience points. Fortunately, both beast tamers were on the verge of a breakthrough, so Luo Chen was not left with nowhere to start. Boom, boom, boom. Come. Looking at the figure who opened the door and came in, Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Liang Jingxi to come so early. Perhaps it can also be said that she did not leave Qingyang City at all yesterday. I didn't expect Miss Liang to come so early. Would you like to have some breakfast together? A rare look of embarrassment appeared on Liang Jingxi's face. She also knew that she was indeed a little anxious for coming to the pet shop so early. He slightly shook his head at Luo Chen's invitation to have breakfast together. Manager Luo, I'm sorry to bother you so early. Here are 2 purple lightning butterflies and the contact information of the store that sells these butterflies in Biyuan City. 2 purple lightning butterflies with beast binding rings appeared beside Liang Jingxi, along with a piece of paper with a number on it. Ms. Liang, you are so thoughtful. Wait a moment. I will bring your 2 beasts down. Liang Jingxi nodded, and her right hand, which kept touching her hair, revealed that her heart was not as calm as she looked on the outside. Luoyang, who was still in a daze, suddenly came to his senses after Luo Chen walked up the stairs. Ms. Liang, why are you here? Liang Jingxi only then noticed Luoyang, who had been lying on the table. Knowing that this is Luo Chen's younger brother, Liang Jingxi smiled and explained. I'm here to pick up the beast I asked your brother to evolve. Luoyang looked a little doubtful, but he didn't quite understand the situation, so he just nodded and kindly invited Liang Jingxi to take a seat. Then you take a seat first. Luoyang picked up a steamed bun with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. I might as well eat alone and wait at a nearby table. The atmosphere won't be so awkward. Not long after, Luo Chen returned to the first floor, accompanied by 2 beasts that Liang Jingxi could not recognize. Liang Jingxi stood up from her seat excitedly. Through the connection of the contract, she could confirm with absolute certainty that the 2 beasts beside Luo Chen were the ones she had given to him yesterday. It may also be that the distance was close enough, and the feedback of the 2 beasts evolving into king beasts also successfully came to Liang Jingxi. Liang Jingxi had to stop himself from moving towards the 2 beasts and instead closed his eyes to accept the energy descending from the void. However, the actions of Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly and White Jade Spider Mother did not have the slightest effect, but instead they came to Liang Jingxi's side faster than the other. It seems like a rare scene of cowherd and weaver girl is being performed. However, they were very tactful and did not disturb Liang Jingxi's current state of receiving feedback. Instead, they flew around her or stayed at her feet, as if they would feel at ease when they smelled her scent. Luo Yang, who was standing by, saw this scene and asked curiously, Brother, is she advancing to the king level? Luo Chen nodded. You should also hurry up and eat, and then adjust Qi Yin and Qing Ming to the best condition. I will evolve them later. Otherwise, as the younger brother of the manager of Qinyang Pet Shop, you yourself have not reached the king level. I don't know whether others will laugh at you or at me." When Luoyang heard Luo Chen's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. He grabbed a few steamed dumplings from the plate with one hand, then called Qi Yin and Qing Ming and ran upstairs. "Brother, I'm full. The two of them, and I'll be waiting for you in Qinyu." Only Luo Chen was left standing there with a frown on his face. It didn't take Liang Jingxi long to advance to the king level, and she soon opened her eyes. Moreover, just now, she had learned the current skill information of her two beasts through the contract. Now she was so excited that she didn't know what to say, because the current situation was so much better than she had expected. In the end, thousands of words were reduced to two simple words: "Thank you." Luo Chen waved his hand. "You're welcome. You've paid for it too." Liang Jingxi shook his head gently. "Manager Luo, I know that the rewards I paid are far less than the value of these two evolved beasts. So just consider it as a favor I owe the store manager. If the store manager needs anything in the future, I will do my best to repay him within the law." Liang Jingxi's serious tone made Luo Chen feel a little uncomfortable. Well, our deal is done. If it's nothing important, I have other things to do." With Liang Jingxi's intelligence, how could she not see that Luo Chen was feeling uncomfortable and wanted to get rid of him in a hurry? "I see that Manager Luo's store is short of staff, so it's a little troublesome to collect materials or buy other beast cubs. Why don't you leave such tedious and errand-running tasks to our Qingyun Treasures auction house?" Liang Jingxi's words instantly attracted Luo Chen's attention. Luo Chen thought about it and realized that he really had no interest in these tedious things. Outsourcing to a force with a certain manpower base, such as Qingyun Treasures auction house, seems to be a good choice. Luo Chen smiled softly. "If it's outsourcing, I have many options. Why must it be your Qingyun Treasure auction house, or the Liang family?" Liang Jingxi said softly, "Because I can guarantee the loyalty of the Liang family. As long as the store manager supports me to become the head of the Liang family, then I am willing to let Qingyun Treasures auction house become a subsidiary of Qinyang Pet Shop." Luo Chen now had a new respect for Liang Jingxi. He had to say that this woman looked like a vase, but she was actually very ambitious. "Well, how should I put it? You have good taste. I hope Miss Liang can think carefully about this. After all, this is a decision that affects the rise and fall of the family. Let me put it this way. I will go to Lioang City to participate in the breeder competition soon, and will stay in Lioang City for half a month. During this period, Ms. Liang will give me a definite answer after thinking it over. Then, let's stop here for today." After saying that, Luo Chen waved his hand and walked towards the second floor. Liang Jingxi stood there in a daze for a long time before he put the two hugely transformed beasts into the beast controlling space, then opened the shop door and walked out. However, there was a certain determination in her back, like a female general about to go to the battlefield. Chapter 136 Hunting Team. On the morning of August 14th, Luo Chen and Luo Yang came to the Qingyang City Lord's Mansion together. Today is the day when the 3 breeders and 10 animal tamers who have emerged victorious from the competition in Qingyang City will go to Lioang City to participate in the competition. In the square in front of the City Lord's Mansion, many young or teenage beastmasters were standing in groups of 3 or 4, bidding farewell to their families. Luo Yuheng did not come to see them off, because he had already gone to Lioang City a few days ago, and they would meet there in the future. Luo Chen glanced at the crowd, then pulled Luoyang straight to Ban Mo, who looked a little lonely. "Hi, we meet again." Luo Chen's questioning words awakened Ban Mo from his deep thought. He looked at Luo Chen and forced a stiff smile. "Good morning, Manager Luo." It seems that Ban Mo is the only one who still calls himself by this name. Luo Chen pretended to ask casually, "I don't know. Have you contracted a second beast now?" Ban Mo's smile was somewhat helpless. Since he had spent all his money on treating the shadow bats last time, he now had no extra money to buy a new beast. "Not yet." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. He had naturally expected this result. To be honest, the pet egg that Mr. Ban placed in our store last time has not found a suitable owner yet. I wonder if Mr. Ban is still interested in it now. When Ban Mo heard Luo Chen mention the pet egg, his face showed a hint of excitement. He looked at Luo Chen sincerely. "Manager Luo, what are the conditions?" It seems that although Ban Mo is a man of few words, he is very sensible. "The conditions are not that difficult. All you need to do is wait until Mr. Ban finishes his competition and work for Qinyang Pet Shop for a while. Can you tell me in detail what exactly we're going to do? There was some concern in Ban Mo's words. It's a good thing to be cautious. Asking this way means that he is also moved. Qinyang Pet Shop wants to form its own exclusive hunting team. You're the first person I asked. You were a hunter before, so there's no need for me to explain to you the work content of the hunting team. In addition to a fixed monthly salary of 10,000 spirit coins, each time the hunting team enters the secret realm, they can receive an additional reward of 10% of the hunting value. In addition, if a beast chooses to evolve in Qinyang Pet Shop, it can be discounted by 20%. 10,000 spirit coins a month. This salary level is absolutely rare in Qinyang City. What's more, every time you enter the secret realm, you can get an additional share. Banmo's face was obviously tangled. Even if Manager Luo took this reward to Lioang City, I'm afraid those spiritual-level beastmasters would line up to compete for it. Even if he recruited a king-level beastmaster who was not very powerful, it was not impossible. Why would you choose a beastmaster like me, who only has one spiritual beast? Luo Chen raised his left arm and placed it on Luoyang's shoulder. Luo Chen has grown a lot taller in the past 2 or 3 months. Now he can easily put his arms on Luoyang's shoulders without having to stand on tiptoe. In other words, I estimate that I am only about 5 or 6 centimeters away from being as tall as my younger brother, who is 185 centimeters tall. I believe in fate. Qinyang Pet Shop naturally has its own standards for recruiting people. We may not be interested in those who are strong, but we are very interested in those who are special. For example, I am very interested in your talent as a beastmaster. Ban Mo looked at his hands, then sighed faintly. Manager Luo, I agree to your terms. Luo Chen took his arm away from Luo Yang's shoulder and then extended his right hand towards Ban Mo. Then, the Qinyang hunting team welcomes you as the 3rd member. The 3rd one? Who are the other 2? Ban Mo was a little curious. Didn't he just say that he was the 1st one? Right in front of you. I am the 1st, my brother is the 2nd, and you are naturally the 3rd. Before Ban Mo could say anything, Luo Yang was surprised and asked, "When did I join?" Luo Chen glanced at him, and the meaning of that look was self-evident. After a casual eye contact, Luo Yang was the first to back down as expected. "Okay, I'm the 2nd one to join, I forgot he..." Luo Yang reluctantly said goodbye to all his former high school friends one by one in his heart, saying that he would probably have the chance to take them out of town to play a few times in the future. "Sneak out. My brother is so busy he won't notice." Ban Mo watched the interaction between the 2 brothers with envy in his eyes. "Okay, I hope you can give me more advice in the future." Although Ban Mo is the oldest, his level of beast tamer is not. Yesterday, Luoyang successfully advanced to the king-level beast tamer with the help of Luo Chen. Therefore, in the current team of 3, only Ban Mo is not a king-level beastmaster. Luo Chen summoned the sea-covering cloud whale and took out the 1,000 Tribulations beast egg that had been stored in the store for a long time from its personal space. It was still in the same gray appearance as before, and Luo Chen placed it in Ban Mo's arms. The egg that had been lost for nearly 2 months was finally found. Ban Mo couldn't figure out the complicated emotions he was feeling inside, whether he was more happy or missed it more. However, I don't know how to hatch this egg, so I can only treat it as a souvenir to remind me of the past. I'd better find a 2nd beast tamer contract as soon as possible. Otherwise, I am afraid I won't be able to stay in the hunting team of Qinyang Pet Shop for long. Who knew that at this moment, Luo Chen suddenly spoke up. "By the way, I have already researched the method for hatching your egg. I will give it to you for free as a welcome gift for your first time joining the hunting team." Then Luo Chen told Ban Mo the name of the egg, how to hatch it, its advantages and disadvantages in growth. After listening to Luo Chen's detailed introduction, Ban Mo let out a sigh of relief and thanked him solemnly. He felt even more grateful to Luo Chen. If it weren't for Luo Chen, he probably wouldn't have been able to hatch this beast in his lifetime. However, even after learning that the beast tamer egg had particularly serious flaws, it did not stop him from hatching it and making a contract with it. After all, this should be one of the few things his parents left for him in this world. But now is not a good time to hatch it. Ban Mo suppressed his excitement and placed the pet egg in the necklace in his arms. Luo Chen reminded him that he must be called when he hatched the baby. Luo Chen really didn't want to miss the scene of the birth of the beast. Ban Mo would naturally not refuse Luo Chen's request. After all, in such an incubation scene, the presence of a breeder was extremely reassuring. Some more time passed. A bird-like beast that was larger than the airplane in Luo Chen's previous life fell from the sky and landed in the square in front of the city lord's mansion. Chapter 137: Departure for Lioang City. The brown feathers, the huge wings with a wingspan of 100 meters, and the power of wind and thunder that emanates from its body from time to time all indicate its power. Feeling the aura from it, all the spiritual level beastmasters present could tell that it was a king beast. Race: Wind and Thunder Giant Eagle. Level: King Beast 3 stars. Type: Wind Lightning. Status: Waiting. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1. Wind Control. Xian level: The Wind Thunder Giant Eagle controls wind energy and greatly increases its flying speed. 2. Thunderball, Xian level. 3. Wind Shelter, Xian level. 4. Wind Blade, Yellow level. 5. Gale, Xian level. 6. Insight, Xian level: The Wind and Thunder Giant Eagle has a stronger insight and can discover the weaknesses of its prey and predict the target's movement trajectory. 7. Load Carrying Capacity, Xian level: The Wind Thunder Giant Eagle can carry more heavy objects on its body while its own flying speed is only slightly affected. Evolution Route, not unlocked yet. Just as Luo Chen was observing the information of the giant eagle, a figure jumped down from the back of the Wind and Thunder Giant Eagle. It was Feng Qingyang's assistant, Qiyu, who always had a morning glory beast on his shoulder. He spoke softly, his voice ringing directly into your ears. Everyone, it's getting late. Our breeders and animal tamers, please get on the giant eagle's back and set off now. Hearing his words, the young beastmasters who had been waiting for a long time hurriedly said goodbye to their families. They jumped onto the back of the Wind Thunder Giant Eagle one after another. This height of several dozen meters was quite simple and easy for the spirit-level beastmasters to jump up. Luo Chen clapped his hands and said to the two people beside him, "Let's go too." After he finished speaking, he did not jump up like the other beastmasters, but flew up slowly and lightly. Lioang, who was beside him, followed closely behind him. Only Ban Mo looked at the two people's actions and jumped up in embarrassment. Compared to the thrilling feeling of jumping and landing on the giant eagle's back, the gentle way in which the Luo Chen brothers landed on the giant eagle's back obviously attracted more attention from the Wind and Thunder Giant Eagle. There was even one person who made such a loud noise when he fell that the Wind and Thunder Giant Eagle turned around and glared at him fiercely. Only this silly-looking, strong young man thought that it was his special performance that attracted the giant eagle's attention. Feng Qingyang, who was waiting on the back of the giant eagle, saw surprise in Luo Chen and Luo Yang's eyes. It seemed that they had not expected that the two brothers had now both been promoted to king-level beastmasters. But later on, he showed a look of delight, as if he could now look forward to the competition in Lioang City more. Of course, there must be many king-level beastmasters among the young men from Lioang City who are participating in the competition, so how far Luoyang can go remains to be seen. But Luo Chen is different. He almost evolved into a complete king-level beastmaster when he was at the spiritual level, and now he has advanced to the king level, so Feng Qingyang has great expectations for his next performance. As for why Feng Qingyang is so looking forward to it, it is because the better the results of the beastmasters or breeders in his city are in the competition, the more resource support the city will receive. Seeing that everyone had already found a good position on the back of the Wind and Thunder Giant Eagle, Feng Qingyang shouted, "Deshang, let's go." Deshang should be the name of the Wind and Thunder Giant Eagle. It cried towards the sky and then flapped its wings to fly high into the sky. During the process of rising into the air, a layer of slightly blue cover enveloped the broad back of the Wind and Thunder Giant Eagle, completely covering everyone on its back. Although the scenery was constantly receding, the people on their backs could not feel the slightest bit of air movement. "Brother, are we going to leave the city? Instead of taking the teleportation array, are we going to fly from outside the city to Lioang City?" Luo Chen nodded. "That should be the case. Maybe it's to let us see the current situation outside the city." Outside the city? What is the scene outside the city now? Perhaps it is difficult to feel it just by describing it. You have to go and see it in person and experience it to truly know it. Although he left the city several times, he always stayed not far from the city and never left the city far. Moreover, when Luo Chen went to other cities for medical treatment when he was a child, He always took the teleportation array and would never see the scenery outside the city. Looking at the excited expressions of the other Beastmasters and the two breeders, perhaps this is not only the first time for the Luo brothers, but also the first time for them. Soon the giant wind and thunder eagle arrived at the city gate. The city guards who received the order did not try to stop it. They opened a large enough hole in the air membrane guarding the city to allow the giant wind and thunder eagle to pass successfully. After leaving the city and seeing the vast world in the distance, it seemed as if my mind had become a little broader. For the young boys and girls who have lived in the city for a long time, everything they see in the wild is new. Wow, that mountain is so high. That lake is so beautiful. Suddenly, a big mouth popped out from the lake and swallowed the elk-like beast that was drinking water on the shore. However, all this happened very quickly, and the beast in the lake did not reveal its full appearance, only a ferocious-looking head. The distance was too far, and Luo Chen couldn't use the eye of truth to see its detailed information. The girl who was just exclaiming at the beauty of the lake suddenly cursed. Fuck, that beast tamer is awesome. Even Ban Mo, who had been silent the whole time, couldn't help but look at the slightly unrestrained girl with a strange look. These little episodes passed quickly. It was only later in the journey that they truly experienced the dangers of the wild. There is a whole lake with tens of thousands of golden lotuses reflecting the sun, growing in it, and among them there are also a large number of their evolved forms, royal lotus reflecting the sun. There are also mysterious forests shrouded in mist and swamps filled with miasma. In the end, I didn't know how many mountains I'd passed, how many lakes I'd crossed, and how many forests, grasslands, and deserts I'd passed through. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, a towering city in the distance came into view. At this time, the excitement had faded away and the drowsy boys and girls finally regained their spirits. However, they were always on the edge of a cliff, and it took them another hour or so before they finally got close to the outer city of the central Lioang city. The outer wall of this city is much higher than that of Qingyang City, nearly 500 or 600 meters. As far as the eye can see, there are only quaint green wall tiles with numerous scratches and traces of various bombardments. Standing on the city wall, you can feel the vicissitudes left by the years and countless hardships. Wind and thunder giant eagle slowly landed outside the city, and Feng Qingyang brought everyone down from its back. I walked to the end of the line and lined up obediently. Outside the city gate, one can see several long queues of people waiting to enter the city, and these queues all have a certain solemn and murderous aura. At first glance, it was a hunting team from the city coming out to hunt in the wild. In such a comparison, the young boys and girls led by Feng Qingyang stand out particularly in such a team. However, Feng Qingyang was very calm and composed, and the other young boys and girls also tried their best to hold their heads high and chests out, trying their best to show the style and appearance of Qingyang City. The line was long, and the entry into the city was very fast. Under the wide city gate, there was a layer of green light curtain, which would scan everyone entering the city. Luo Chen secretly speculated that this should be an inspection measure within Lioang City. Everyone in Qingyang City entered the city without any hindrance. Then everyone boarded the Wind and Thunder Giant Eagle again and went to the hotel that Feng Qingyang had booked in advance. The city is also extremely huge. Not only are there passages for running on the ground, but there are also paths for flying beasts in the sky. After entering the hotel, Feng Qingyang gave them some careful instructions and then let them go and move around freely. Late at night, in room 305 where Ban Mo is, Luo Chen and Ban Mo stood opposite each other. Luo Chen spoke quietly. "Shall we start now?" Ban Mo looked a little nervous and expectant, but he still nodded firmly. "Good." Chapter 138, Liang Family Meeting. Ban Mo extended his hand to dark-inherited Shadowbat. Darkened Shadowbat slowly stretched out his sharp claws and then gently scratched his hand, leaving a shallow wound on Ban Mo's hand. Ban Mo clenched his palms, and then large amounts of bright red blood dripped down his palms and fell onto the grayish-white egg. Before it slid down, it was absorbed by the eggshell itself. As the blood was absorbed, bright red patterns appeared on the grayish-white surface of the eggshell, covering the entire surface of the eggshell from top to bottom. Crack! With a crisp sound of cracking the egg, a small head popped out from the seemingly hard eggshell. The small head looked square, with fine hair growing irregularly on it. "Tisk!" The voice came from Luo Chen. To be honest, this little guy didn't look very good. and was even a little ugly. The little guy first looked around, then continued to hit the eggshell with the body below the neck. Click, click. Crisp sounds rang out one after another, and then the entire eggshell shattered, revealing the full appearance of the little guy inside. In keeping with its unattractive eggshell, the fur on its body is a mixture of gray and white, making it look quite ordinary. Apart from its hair, its entire appearance is quite similar to that of an abandoned pug in the countryside, and it looks quite pitiful. Race: Thousand Tribulations Beast Cub. Level: Fierce Beast 3 stars. Department: Mystical Department. Status: Newborn Panic. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1. Thousand Tribulations Body. Earth level: every time it suffers a tribulation, it will undergo a leap in growth and give birth to corresponding skills. 2. Tribulation of Weakness. Xian level: the first tribulation that the Thousand Tribulations Beast experiences. The physical fitness of the Thousand Tribulations Beast is reduced by half, and any disturbance may threaten it with death. The Thousand Tribulations Beast can use this skill to impose this state on other targets. Evolution route: not unlocked yet. Seeing that the little guy was really pitiful, Luo Chen took out some spiritual spring water from the space, put it in a bowl, and placed it in front of it. The rich energy of the spiritual spring water attracted the little fellow to come closer. He put his mouth into the bowl and drank it in small sips. One of the people on the scene was a breeder, and the other was a beastmaster who had a contract with the Thousand Tribulations Beast. So both people can clearly know its current information. It seems that the Thousand Tribulations Beast can no longer be of assistance to you, at least in the short term. Instead, you need to pay attention to its condition frequently to prevent it from suddenly dying. Although Luo Chen's words were unpleasant to hear, they were indeed the actual state of the Thousand Tribulations Beast. Luo: Boss, do you know how long its first calamity will last? Ban Mo looked at the Thousand Tribulations Beast drinking water in small sips with a face full of worry. Seeing how weak it looked, he was really afraid that it would fall into the water and choke to death if it wasn't careful. The first calamity doesn't last long, as short as 1 month, or as long as 2 or 3 months. Okay, thank you, Boss Luo. Luo Chen stood up, stretched, said goodbye, and returned to his room. The participants from Qingyang City arrived relatively early, reaching Liuguang City on the evening of the 14th, and had just enough time to rest for a day on the 15th. It also allows these young boys and girls to stroll around Liuguang City. However, Luo Chen was not interested in these, so Lioang, who had hit a wall with Luo Chen, turned around to find another teammate in his hunting team, Ban Mo. However, Ban Mo was worried about the condition of the Thousand Tribulations Beast, so he rejected Luoyang's invitation. Luoyang was speechless after hitting a wall repeatedly. In the end, he went to the more prosperous areas of Liuguang City to hang out by himself. Master, the young lady invites you to a meeting in the meeting room. A weatherman's voice came from outside Liang Qiu's door. Why did she suddenly ask me to attend a meeting instead of coming to see me in person? Liang Qiu's voice revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Well, the young lady also invited other elders from the family to go with her. As for what it was, the young lady did not tell us. The old man's voice outside the door did not fluctuate at all. He just conveyed Liang Jingxi's words truthfully. Squeak. The door opened from the inside, revealing Liang Qiu's figure. Let's go. Liang Qiu's voice was flat and without a trace of emotion. However, he sensed a hint of something unusual, which made him, the head of the Liang family who had held a high position in the Liang group for many years, feel vaguely that something was out of his control. He narrowed his eyes slightly, somewhat curious about what could have happened that would cause his eldest daughter, who was always well-behaved and obedient, to call this family meeting without informing him in advance. Although the Liang family is not a large family with a deep foundation, the hall used for family meetings is still built in a very grand and luxurious manner. At this time, all the members of the Liang Family Elders Council were sitting around the luxurious long table made of antique bronze and mahogany. Liang Qiu stepped into the hall, and when he looked towards the main seat, he saw a person he had never expected. He was a white-haired old man sitting at the head seat at the long mahogany table. He was just sitting there, but there was a special rhythm flowing around him. Everyone who enters the hall will always notice him first. Now he closed his eyes slightly, as if waiting for something. Sitting on the right side of this imposing old man was his eldest daughter, Liang Jingxi. The seat on the old man's left was left empty, and it seemed to be reserved for himself. Liang Xiao did not observe the other family members too much, because even with his eyes closed, he could tell who was sitting in those seats. He walked a few quick steps, came to the old man's side, and spoke softly. "Father, how did you come out of seclusion? Did you make a breakthrough?" Hearing Liang Xiao's voice, the old man slowly opened his eyes, revealing a gleam of brilliance. He did not answer Liang Xiao's question, but said, "Since you are here, please take a seat." The old man had accumulated prestige for a long time, so Liang Xiao didn't dare to say much and sat quietly in the seat reserved for him. "Everyone is here, sir. Let's start." Liang Jingxi nodded gently, then opened her red lips slightly. "Today, I have called you all to attend the family meeting despite your busy schedules to announce something. The election for the clan leader will be held today, and I, Liang Jingxi, intend to compete for the position of clan leader. You are all called together for a vote, and the candidate is between me and my father Liang Xiao." As soon as Liang Jingxi said this, all the Liang family members who were sitting quietly in their seats were shocked. Some of the excited ones even asked questions out loud. "Liang Jingxi, do you know what nonsense you are talking about?" Liang Xiao clenched his hands and his pupils shrank slightly. It was obvious that he was also deeply shocked by Liang Jingxi's words. "I wonder what I, as the clan leader, have done to harm the clan that would allow my daughter to compete with me for the position of clan leader." Chapter 139, A Loving Father and a Filial Daughter. The Liang family members on both sides of the long mahogany table also turned their eyes to Liang Jingxi, obviously wanting to find an answer. And why did Liang Jingxi suddenly have such an idea? Liang Jingxi stood up from her seat slowly, her face calm and composed. "Since becoming the clan leader, my father has indeed not made any major mistakes. But compared to a stable clan leader, the Liang family now needs a clan leader who is more capable of pioneering and enterprising. If I become the clan leader, our Liang family will not only be able to gain a firm foothold in Liuguang City, but also be able to expand our business to other cities." After hearing Liang Jingxi's confident words, Liang Qiu burst into laughter as if he had heard a funny joke. "Ha, little girl, how could you know the depth of the water in a medium-sized city? Do you really think that you can control the fate and rise and fall of the Liang family just by being in charge of an auction?" Although Liang Xiu was speaking to Liang Jingxi, he couldn't help but secretly glance at his father, the previous head of the Liang family, Liang Lin. In his opinion, Liang Jingxi was just a young girl and posed no threat at all, but his father, who was sitting in the main seat, should not be underestimated. If he wanted to take over the position of the head of the family again, then he naturally had no chance of winning. But if he supported Liang Jingxi, then the situation would be a little precarious. Although Liang Jingxi's words sounded high-sounding, they were just for the old hands of the Liang family. If they were really asked to choose, they would never choose Liang Jingxi, who had only been handling family affairs for a few years. Well, how should I put it? Still lack of prestige. "Girl, you can't impress them just by talking big. Show them your own beast." Liang Jingxi never thought of impressing these people with words alone. She smiled slightly, and two beasts, one purple and one white, appeared above the long mahogany table. "Uncle He, please take a good look at the information of these two beasts." Purple Sky Goddess Butterfly cast a trail of purple phantom light and slowly flew to the side of the first middle-aged man on Liang Xiu's left-hand side, as if to make it easier for him to observe carefully. Liang He, a king-level 3-star beastmaster and Haoyue 1-star breeder, is also the strongest breeder in the Liang family. In some ways, his status is even equal to that of the head of the family. Liang He nodded gently towards Liang Jingxi, then used his talent to look at the information about the purple sky goddess butterfly. However, although the message from this butterfly was not very long, it made him more and more frightened the more he read it. In the end, he even stood up from his seat, no longer able to maintain the indifferent expression he had maintained since the beginning of the meeting. He kept murmuring precognition, pseudo-heaven level. It was the first time for the rest of the Liang family to see Liang He with such an out-of-control expression, and they immediately became very curious about the two beasts summoned by Liang Jingxi. Feeling the curious gazes of the others, Liang He took a deep breath and then confirmed again that he had not read the information about this beast incorrectly. His mental power connected to a device on the long mahogany table, and then a small screen rose in front of the seat of each member of the Liang family. A string of characters appeared on the screen, and the content was exactly the information about the purple sky goddess butterfly that Lioang he had just seen. Silence. Everyone who saw the message fell into a strange silence tacitly. Even Liang Xiao, who was originally full of confidence, fell into a temporary daze after reading the message. After a while, Liang Xiao suddenly came back to his senses. Brother He, did you see it wrong? Liang He looked at Liang Xiao, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. I have confirmed it. It is correct. Uncle He, there's still one here that we haven't checked yet. Liang Jingxi pointed at the white jade spider mother and gave Liang He a warm reminder. Liang He glanced at Liang Xiao quietly, then sighed inaudibly, and then looked at the white jade spider mother. Then he transmitted the information he saw to everyone's small screen. It also has a perverted skill. If a breeder has such a beast, it will definitely be an excellent help when studying new evolutionary routes for the beast. Liang He looked at the white jade spider mother with a hint of desire in his eyes. This was definitely the dream beast of all breeders. My father has been in office for more than 60 years and has enjoyed the family's top resources, but now he is still at the level of king rank 4 stars. It is too difficult for such strength to lead the Liang family back to glory. And I, Liang Jingxi, am 30 years old, a king level 1-star beastmaster, and I have these 2 special beasts. It won't take long for me to surpass the current clan leader. In addition, as long as I become the clan leader, you won't have to worry about the items for the next Qingyun Treasures auction. Because I have made an agreement with the manager of Qinyang Pet Shop, he will release some of the beasts for sale in our Qingyun Treasures auction house. No matter what choice you make, I think you will make the wisest decision in your heart. After the episode with the 2 beasts, those in the Liang family who held certain power had begun to hesitate, and Liang Jingxi also put forward such a condition. They all came from Qingyang City, so how could they not know that the products of Qinyang Pet Shop must be of high quality? The last auction was a complete success thanks to the beasts provided by Qinyang Pet Shop. Because the last cooperation was only one time, they have been running back and forth looking for items for the next auction during this period of time. However, there are very few items that meet the standards, and now they have only found a few. If Qinyang Pet Shop agrees to continue the cooperation, then the Liang family's pillar industry, Qingyun Treasures Auction House, would not be a flash in the pan in Lioang City. And now Liang Jingxi has 2 such powerful beasts, so they know what choice to make. Let's start voting now. I'm voting for Seer. Father, Liang Xiao looked at his father in disbelief. Xiao Xiao, family is the most important thing in everything. Liang Lin said earnestly. Liang Lin has stayed at the 9th star of the king level for too long, and his life is almost coming to an end. Liang Jingxi's purple sky goddess butterfly gives him some hope. The hope of breaking through the wild level. And if he waits a little longer, maybe the store manager who supports Liang Jingxi will grow up and be able to cultivate wild beasts. Now he is unwilling to give up any hope. Starting from a main seat, the Liang family's deliberative members began voting as usual. I vote for Miss Liang. Ms. Liang. Master Liang. As Liang Lin looked around the room, relying on his prestige as the old patriarch, even the council members who were bribed by Liang Qiu's private favors had to cast their votes for Liang Jingxi. By the time the last vote was cast, Liang Qiu's face had turned ashen. 14:6. Liang Jingxi won. Okay, from now on, the position of the head of the family will be handed over to Seer. You should hand it over as soon as possible and complete it today. After the voting was completed, Liang Lin announced the final result, then left the conference room without looking back after saying a few words. Liang Qiu stood up from his seat with a gloomy face and said to Liang Jingxi with a fake smile, "My dear daughter, let's go and transfer the power. Whatever I want to do in the future, I still have to rely on my good daughter." Liang Jingxi seemed not to hear Liang Qiu's secret sarcasm and smiled sweetly. A daughter won't assign too much work to her father and will definitely give him some free time. Chapter 140 Opening Ceremony. Early in the morning of August 16th, all the contestants from Qingyang City who came to participate in the competition followed him and took a bus-like means of transportation from Lioang City to the city center. However, this bus has flying capabilities, and overall the experience is quite novel. The bus stopped in front of a dome-like building in the city center. Getting off the bus, Luo Chen looked at the building, which was several hundred meters high. Could it be that the competition would be held inside? Then he shook his head slightly. The breeders' competition was possible, but the Beast Tamers competition should still be held in the fantasy world. Otherwise, few players would be able to persist in this high-intensity, multi-round competition. Compared with the spectators who were queuing up at the main entrance of the building to enter, Luo Chen and his friends took another contestant channel, which saved them the trouble of queuing. The identities of all the candidates participating in the competition from Qingyang City were confirmed at the entrance, and then a special beast tamer tested their bone age. Then they were each issued an identity plate so that they could use it to enter and exit the venue in the future. They did not encounter any difficulties. A staff member was responsible for receiving them and leading them into the venue. After walking through a long corridor and turning a few corners, the staff opened the door of a room for them. Lord Feng, this is your Qingyang City's exclusive lounge. It is now time to enter the venue. The opening ceremony will officially begin at 2 p.m. Please be on time. If you're not familiar with the venue, you can always ask the staff for directions. As if worried, the staff member took out a floor plan of the venue and handed it to Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang took the floor plan and the staff member said goodbye and left. Kids, I need to tell you about today's schedule. At the end of the opening ceremony, which starts at 2 p.m., there will be an entrance ceremony for contestants from various cities. So when the time comes, don't run around, just follow me and enter. The opening ceremony may take a long time, and we don't know what time we can enter. Everyone must be prepared at all times and look their best. When the entrance space is large enough, any beast under 100 meters in size will be allowed to be summoned, but you must control your beast well. There are many wild-level beastmasters watching this ceremony on the scene. Losing face will be a small matter, but it will be a huge loss if the beastmaster is killed because of this. That's all I have to say. Now let's adjust ourselves in this lounge. Compared to before, Feng Qingyang was more talkative today and seemed much more friendly, so a lively boy asked, Lord City Lord, do you know what the rules of the competition are? The competition is about to begin, and we don't know anything yet. At present, the official of Lioang City has not announced the process of the competition. I think it will be announced at the end of the opening ceremony. But don't worry, it's basically the same anyway. A beastmaster can't escape fighting, and a breeder can't escape raising beasts. Feng Qingyang didn't know any more information, so everyone in Qingyang City could only wait for the competition to officially begin. The lounge is quite large. I don't know if it has been expanded using space skills. Anyway, it is nearly 500 meters long and has everything you need. There are sofa seats for resting, a dining table that can accommodate 20 people for dining together, and several single beds for people to rest are placed against the wall on one side. There was nothing to do for the time being, so the people of Qingyang City could only disperse in groups of 3 or 4, waiting for their entrance ceremony to begin. The wait lasted until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It must be said that Lioang City attaches great importance to this competition. The performance alone lasted 3 hours. Feng Qingyang took a final count of the number of people before leading the contestants from Qingyang City out in high spirits, ready to show off the talent of Qingyang City's young people at the venue. However, at the same time, the doors of the rooms along this corridor also opened one after another. The people coming out of each room were almost the same. A middle-aged or young man who looked a little more mature, accompanied by a dozen young boys and girls. Luo Chen looked at them silently and thought to himself, it seems that these are the contestants from other cities. Luo Chen also saw Feng Qingyang nodding and greeting the leaders of other cities, looking quite familiar with them. But now is obviously not a good time to chat and reminisce. Under the guidance of the staff, each team entered the passage in an orderly manner according to a certain sequence, and then came to the entrance on one side of the square to wait. From this position, one can hear the thunderous cheers coming from the audience, and the voice is the host. This time, Lioang City's Young Breeder Competition and Young Beast Tamer Competition will have participants from Lioang City and its 10 subordinate cities. Let's welcome them with warm applause. The queue waiting at the inner entrance of the hall finally started to move. The contestant coming towards us now is from Red Sand City. The team moved forward slowly, and the Qingyang City team only entered the venue after more than 10 minutes. The roaring sound in the arena was like a tsunami pouring into the ears. This was undoubtedly the most emotional thing that could arouse the Beastmaster. Seeing the teams in front of them summoning their own beasts, several young men and women in Qingyang City could not hold back and summon their own beasts. All of a sudden, the distance between the teams had to be widened. Fortunately, there were no large or particularly terrifying beasts in the Qingyang City team. In the team that entered in front of them, someone directly summoned a king-level beast called the Titan, which was about 100 meters tall. However, the patrol area is large enough, with a width of 1 kilometer on both sides. Looking up, you can't see the edge, so there's no problem at all if the beast is bigger. Even Lioang, who was beside Luo Chen, excitedly summoned the Ice Flame Lion King, which had now evolved into a king beast, although the race had not changed. However, its skills have undergone tremendous changes, and even its body size has grown to about 10 meters. Race: Ice Flame Lion King. Level: King Beast 2-star. Type: Ice Fire. Status: Excited. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1. Ice Flame, Xian level. 2. Realm of Ice and Fire, Earth level, a domain skill. The Ice Flame Lion King summons an area covered by ice and fire in the area around itself. Within the domain, the cost of releasing skills by the Ice Flame Lion King is reduced, and the strength is greatly improved. In the domain, an Ice Flame true body composed of ice and fire will appear every once in a while and launch an attack on the enemies in the ice and fire domain. 3. Blazing Flame, yellow level. 4. Flowing Flame Bomb, Xian level. 5. Ice Flame True Body, Earth level. The Ice Flame Lion King consumes a large amount of energy to summon a true body that is 5 times the size of its own body. And the summoned true body does not need to be controlled by the main body and can fight the enemy on its own. 6. Fire Devourer, Earth level. 7. Ice Domain Flowing Fire, Earth level. The Ice Flame Lion King summons a steady stream of fire rain within the target area of 1,000 square meters. The fire rain falling from the sky will continuously strike the target area. Evolution route, not unlocked yet. However, what relieves Luo Chen now is that fortunately Luoyang did not summon his other 2 beasts, otherwise the information of his beasts would have been exposed before the game even started. Luo Chen is not a beast tamer and does not need to participate in the competition, so there's no need to worry about the leakage of any beast taming information. However, Luo Chen still did not summon his 2 beasts, because the 2 little ones' skills and races were too special. To avoid unnecessary trouble, just go through the whole process by yourself. When the Qingyang City team was halfway there, the noise in the stadium suddenly became even louder. Luo Chen looked back and saw a large team slowly entering from the entrance of the venue. The team in front of them, who was being introduced at this moment, was extremely embarrassed because now was their moment to make their debut. Although the cheers were extremely loud now, they were for another team behind them, which made everyone in their team look unhappy. Even Zhou Yun, the mayor of Liuguang City who was watching the ceremony on the rostrum, looked a little unhappy. He asked in a somewhat indifferent tone, "How did you arrange the time?" An official from the city lord's mansion, who was smiling and observing the Liuguang City team entering the venue, broke out in a cold sweat when he heard Zhou Yun's question. "City lord, this is my fault. I didn't arrange the time properly. Please punish me." Zhou Yun didn't look at him, but just said quietly, "Your salary for the next 3 months will be reset to 0, and you will be given a major demerit this year." The official bent his body slightly and said in a very respectful tone, "Yes." At the same time, he cursed himself inwardly, knowing that City Lord Zhou Yun was very concerned about his reputation. So he used tricks to let Liuguang City appear early and then suppress the other lower cities. But he forgot that City Lord Zhou Yun hated the behavior of using power to bully others and achieving success. This time he was flattering the horse and hit the horse's leg. The teams continued to move forward, and after 20 minutes, all the participating teams stopped in a huge square. Of course, Liuguang City occupies the most central position, and the other participating teams from the lower city are arranged on both sides with it as the center. Luo Chen paid close attention to the number of participants from Liuguang City, excluding the team leader in front. There were more than 130 contestants in total, which seemed to be the total number of contestants from the lower city. Moreover, there were far more king-level beast masters here than in all the lower cities combined. Luo Chen even saw the badges of Haoyue breeders on the chests of several boys and girls. Luo Chen suddenly realized that he still didn't have time to take the assessment for the Haoyue breeder. These people reminded themselves that they could take time out to take part in this assessment. Chapter 141 Breeder Competition Opening. Now, please invite the mayor of Liuguang City, Mr. Zhou Yun, to give a speech. Zhou Yun's face appeared on the screen, and the audience who had been in the midst of a carnival gradually regained their composure. As the lord of Liuguang City, I warmly welcome contestants from all subordinate cities to participate in the competition. In addition, I wish you all can achieve satisfactory results in the nearly half a month of competition. I won't say any more. I will just announce the rewards for the champion. The reward for the first place in this beast tamer competition will be a king-level beast, the Sun and Moon Wolf King. Don't underestimate this king-level beast. It has domain-level skills, and I'm sure it will satisfy you. The champion reward for the breeder is to choose 3 4th-level spiritual materials from the warehouse of the City Lord's mansion. Next, I will announce the rules of the competition. Of course, the City Lord will not come in person to announce the rules, and the picture on the screen returns to the 2 hosts. Okay, thank you for the encouragement, Lord City Lord. Next, please pay attention to the rules of this competition. For breeders, there are a total of 60 contestants in this competition. In the competition they will participate in will be a proposition test. A propositional exam means that there will be a fixed topic in each competition, and the breeders need to answer it within a limited range. And finally, the answers will be scored by a special judging panel. In the next 10 days, there will be 10 games. No player will be eliminated during the game, and the sum of the points from the last 10 games will be the player's final score. Finally, the rules of the breeder competition will be sent to you in paper form later. Another female host next to her continued. The rules of the Beastmaster battle competition are as follows. There are a total of 200 Beastmasters participating in this battle. In the first 5 days, each player needs to participate in 10 random battles every day, and each victory will earn 1 point. The top 20 players in the final points will advance to the next round. The second round of the competition will last for a week. All contestants will be sent to the king-level secret realm for hunting. In the end, all the contestants' gains in the secret realm will not only belong to themselves. Furthermore, all resources obtained in the secret realm and the king-level beasts captured during hunting will also serve as the basis for the final ranking. Today's opening ceremony ends here. Next up is the first match of the day for the animal trainers. All animal trainers, please leave in an orderly manner. All breeders, please follow the guidance of the staff and gather at your respective competition venues. As the host finished speaking, staff members suddenly appeared from nowhere and joined the teams from various cities. Lioang said to Luo Chen, who was standing on Qian's back, "Brother, I'm leaving now. Come on." After replying with a word, "Okay," Luo Chen slowly floated down from Qian's back. As a large group of beast tamers slowly left, only 60 participating breeders were left in the center of the huge venue. Luo Chen and 2 other breeders from Qingyang City, Lu Yunjing and Jiang Yi, arrived at the competition venue under the guidance of the staff with kind smiles. This is the most central part of the entire venue. Each contestant is assigned a 300 square meter square stage covered with a layer of air membrane. After entering the square stage, the noise is isolated outside. If you ignore the heads and cameras outside, you can quickly immerse yourself in your own state. Luo Chen discovered that there is absolutely nothing in the air membrane now. However, there is a king-level Beastmaster standing quietly on each platform. It is not known whether he is acting as a referee or perhaps for emergency rescue. Good evening, my dear friends. I am the chief examiner of the breeder competition, Tang Su, and also the president of the Lioang City Breeder Association. I will announce today's examination questions next. The audience watching the show naturally saw the speaker on the big screen, but a 3D figure of the speaker appeared in front of each contestant on the square stage. He was a man who looked extremely young and handsome, but the vicissitudes in his eyes and tone made Luo Chen feel a little bit out of place. The man named Tang Su continued. The topic of the first day's competition is also simple, which is evolution. Next, more than 100 9-star beasts will appear in the venue. You need to choose one of your choice and make it evolve. Finally, our 12 judges will give scores based on the evolved beast's race, skills, and rarity. While Luo Chen was still considering how those ferocious beasts would appear in such a large venue, it would be a waste of effort to catch them. But it was obvious that Luo Chen was overthinking it because a square platform of 500 square meters rose from the open space on the other side, and inside there were various beasts sitting or standing. On their chests or backs, there are number plates representing their numbers. Luo Chen found many familiar faces among them, as well as some special beasts that even Luo Chen had rarely seen before. This is not a good thing for ordinary breeders, because it is difficult for them to evolve the beast tamers they have never seen before in a short period of time. If they cannot evolve it, how can they get the scores from the judges? It is better to choose the more common ones at this time. Only by successfully evolving can you get a guaranteed score. Apparently, There were many breeders who had the same idea. The next moment, the king-level beastmaster standing beside the breeders on the platform flew towards the platform. Judging from the posture, it is obvious that he's going to get the beast selected by the breeders. Luo Chen understood in his heart that the beastmaster standing next to him, like a wooden stake, had such a function. He used his mental power to slowly scan the beasts again, watching some common or relatively powerful beasts being picked up by other beastmasters. Luo Chen then said to the cold-faced beastmaster who had been standing there, "Please bring the beast number 35 here." The man glanced at Luo Chen, then nodded silently, and flew away lightly with his feet. After more than 10 seconds, he flew back with a beast that looked like a big rooster in his hand. Luo Chen thanked him and took the beast. Luo Chen then glanced at the other platforms. "Do you also need the materials?" The man still didn't speak, but just nodded. "Okay, 2 pieces of second-level spiritual object, fire pattern, ore, and 5 ounces of gold and silver sand. 10 branches and leaves of the first-level spiritual object, red leaf vine. That's all." A tablet-like object appeared in the man's hand, and he input the materials Luo Chen needed into it. After a while, a stone table rose up on the square platform, and on it were placed the materials that Luo Chen needed. Luo Chen returned to the stone table and complained silently in his heart that this looked much more formal than when he was in Qingyang City. Luo Chen looked directly at the captured rooster-like beast. At this moment, the rooster was glaring at him, as if it wanted to attack him when he was not paying attention. Race, angry chicken. Level, fierce beast 9 stars. Department, military. Status, enraged. Qualification, good. Skills, 1. Sharp claws. Yellow level, the angry chicken will hang in the air for a short time, and then attack the target with its claws. 2. Fury. Yellow level, the furious chicken enters an angry state, during which its speed and reaction speed increase by 10%. Evolution route. Raging chicken, angry chicken. Angry chicken, armored chicken. Angry chicken, fire-crowned pheasant. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Angry chicken is a widely known evolutionary route, but although it is a spiritual level beast, it is not very popular. Because of its violent temper, unstable mood, and the fact that it often loses its temper and makes enemies everywhere, this type of beast is about to be put on the Beastmaster's blacklist. If you evolve along this route, you'll get points, but they will definitely not be very high. The second evolutionary route was also discovered by other Beastmasters, but it was not the public one, but was controlled by the Feng family in Liuang City. In terms of combat power, it's pretty good. However, this time Luo Chen chose the third evolutionary route that had never appeared before, which is the one with a good name, Fire-Crowned Pheasant. Luo Chen flicked the head of the angry chicken. Then when it flapped its wings and flew up, wanting to attack with its claws, he slapped it to the ground, knocking it unconscious. Luo Chen's violent scene was naturally seen clearly by some of the spectators watching the game on the field. Ah, how can this handsome young breeder be so violent towards the beast? Ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. This angry chicken deserves to be punished. It even wanted to attack the breeder. TSK. This breeder must be from downtown. He actually chose this kind of angry chicken that has no future. Could it be possible that he could evolve into the armored chicken that the Feng family has? That's a heavily armored tank. His materials are so strange. They don't look like the materials needed to evolve into an angry chicken. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the audience. It turned out that someone in the competition had already completed the evolution of the beast tamer. It had only been 10 minutes since the start of the game. This speed is indeed too fast. Master Tang Lingyun is really amazing. He evolved the woodhorn deer into the 100 grass deer so quickly. This is a rare beast with healing skills. Ah, Master Lingyun, I want to give birth to a baby for you. The comments of a fanatical fan crossed out. By Chao Lu, I want to have it. At this time, Luo Chen had just begun to prepare for evolution, melting the required materials in a liquid state one by one. Then mix them together in a certain proportion and look at the angry chicken that fainted on the ground. Luo Chen took out a syringe. Under the light, the tip of a needle was shining silvery white. Which method is absorbed the fastest? Of course, it is blood vessel injection. Luo Chen found a blood vessel and injected all the liquid filled with gold, silver, and gravel into the body of angry chicken. As expected, this method of absorption is the fastest, and soon obvious changes occurred in the body of angry chicken. I don't know if it was due to fighting with other beasts, but the feathers on his body were missing in several places. But they slowly grew back. Moreover, the feathers, which were originally dull in color, also became bright red. A flame that seemed never to go out rose from the comb on its head. Its body had grown from its original size, reaching Luo Chen's knees to now reaching a little above his thighs. Race, fire-crowned pheasant. Level, spirit beast 1 star. Category, fire. Status, sleeping. Qualification, good. Skills, 1. Rage crown. Xian level. The fire-crowned pheasant has a bad temper. This skill is triggered under the effect of rage. All skills gain a blessing effect, and attack skills cause double damage. 2. Fire breathing, Xian level. 3. Brocade feather. Xian level. The fire-crowned pheasant condenses a huge brocade feather. When this brocade feather is present, it can produce a ring of fire around it from time to time. 4. Sharp claws. Yellow level. The fire-crowned pheasant briefly hangs in the air, then attacks the target with its claws. Seeing the information about the evolved fire-crowned pheasant, Luo Chen frowned unconsciously. It was impossible that this evolved fire-crowned pheasant would have a violent and irritable personality like the angry chicken. In this case, the score of this competition may not be too high. Luo Chen scratched his head helplessly. It seemed that he had failed this time. Could it be that he had started off badly? Chapter 142, Scoring Items. However, since the beasts had evolved, Luo Chen handed them over to the cold-faced beastmaster on his platform. The beast was handed over to him, and he was asked to take it to the judge's seat. Although the breeders' competition does not have cool combat effects and exciting confrontations. However, the evolution of the beast from one form to another also deeply attracted the attention of the audience, and some viewers even kept switching the main perspective of each contestant. Like a badger in a melon field, he wanted to take a look at every player's game. The time it took Luo Chen to evolve the Beastmaster was only medium. He waited for about 3 hours before the evolution process of the other breeders was completed one after another. The first day's assessment was generally not that difficult. After all, the breeders were carefully selected from their respective cities, so there were no cases where the requirements of the questions were not met. As soon as this was over, the scoring process began at the judge's desk. Because of the requirement of being entertaining, not only will detailed information of each beast tamer be displayed on the stage, but there will also be dedicated beast tamers communicating with these newly evolved beast tamers and asking them to demonstrate the effects of their beast tamer skills. The first one to appear was the Bi'e Cang deer. It looks somewhat similar to the Sika deer in Luo Chen's previous life, but the patterns on its body are patterns of different plants, and its 2 horns seem more like they are made of wood. Race, Bi'e Cang deer. Level, Spirit Beast Level 1. Category, wood. Status, cautious. Qualification, good. Skills, 1. Lush grass. Xian level. The herb deer infuses rich wood energy into the bodies of plants, allowing them to grow rapidly in a short period of time. 2. Herb liquid. Xian level. The herb liquid condenses on the antlers of the herb deer. The herb liquid has a highly effective hemostatic and repairing effect on skin injuries. 3. Konoha flying knife. Xian level. A large amount of wood energy condensed into a flying knife-like leaf that can cause damage to the target. 4. Wood leaf shield. Xian level. Wood grain shield formed by wood energy, which has a certain protective effect on the target. If you look at it from the screen, its information appears on the left side of the screen, and on the right side is its current live broadcast. Bi'e Cang, I don't know when the environment under my feet turned into a grassland. The 2 front hooves of the Bi'e Cang deer were seen to be gently lifted up and then dropped down, and a layer of soft green light waves spread out from its front hooves to the surroundings. The area was only about 10 square meters, and then the grass on the lawn grew wildly, and in less than a moment it was close to its belly. A crisp cry came from its mouth, and first a layer of shield with soft green light condensed around it. Then 2 arc-shaped flying knife-shaped leaves about half a meter long appeared. Following the instructions of a beastmaster nearby, he controlled 2 Konoha flying knives and slashed towards the open space not far ahead. Bang! A slightly dull sound was heard, and the Konoha flying knife left a deep mark on the open space. After doing all this, Bi'e Cang Lu has demonstrated 3 skills. There is still 1 skill of Bi'e Cang liquid, which seems to have not been demonstrated due to some restrictions. However, the judges' scores have been revealed, and the final score is 408 points. Luo Chen frowned slightly. He couldn't understand this score. If this was not based on a 100-point system, could it be that the full score was 500? While Luo Chen was still thinking about how the judges would score, the next moment the scoring categories appeared on the screen. Offense, 72 points. Defense, 75 points. Treatment, 82 points. Control, 43 points. Quality, 70 points. Rarity, 66 points. Luo Chen thought silently. If one of the 6 aspects is full marks, the judges are really rigorous in giving scores. If this is the case, it is estimated that the next beast taming will not get full marks because it is difficult for a spirit beast to have outstanding performance in the first 5 aspects. As for the last level of rarity, I wonder if I can give full marks if it is a beast tamer that has never appeared before. Sure enough, when it was the next Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf, his turn, the score was only 348 points, not even reaching the passing line. The good level, Wind Frost Spirit Wolf, is rated as follows. Offense, 78 points. Defense, 50 points. Treatment, 20 minutes. Control, 85 points. Quality, 80 points. Rarity, 35 points. Logically speaking, Frost Spirit Wolf has no healing skills, so it should have scored 0 in this category, but the judges still gave it 20 points. Is it sympathy points or a guaranteed score for a certain item? But the next moment, Luo Chen shook his head. Given the strictness of the judges, they would not give a minimum score of 1, which was obviously a face-saving score. He was more inclined to believe that this score was given because of the self-repairing ability of the Wind and Frost Spirit Wolf's body. Sure enough, none of the other beast tamers scored 0 in any item, probably because it has no offensive skills, but can use its body to charge and bite, so there are also points for the purely auxiliary beast taming attack, although not high. Soon it was the turn of the fire-crowned pheasant, evolved by Luo Chen. The appearance of this novel beast always attracted the interest of many people. As usual, fire-crowned pheasant demonstrated its skills to the beasts in front of it. The next step is the scoring phase, and Luo Chen is also looking forward to what score the judges will give to fire-crowned pheasant. The scores for each item appeared one after another on the big screen. Offense, 80 points. Defense, 45 points. Treatment, 25 minutes. Control, 85 points. Quality, 75 points. Rarity, 95 points. Total score, 405 points. Luo Chen could understand why the scores for defense and treatment were so low, but he was really curious about how the quality score was judged. Could it be that personality is also a factor in the evaluation? Otherwise, this score seems a bit low to Luo Chen, because judging by its physical fitness, the energy in the fire-crowned pheasant's body is definitely much stronger than that of most of the beasts he had seen. However, Luo Chen looked at another large screen that was always on and served as a scoreboard, and his ranking position was rising all the way. It didn't stop until it reached the second place. What was noticeable was that the screen not only had the contestant's name and current points, but also the city he came from as a suffix. So when the name Luo Chen and the 3 big words Qingyang City behind him appeared in the top 3 positions, it caused an uproar in the audience. It seemed as if he couldn't believe that such a front position would be occupied by a breeder from the lower city. However, only half of all the beasts have appeared, and some of the beasts evolved by the talented breeders in their Lioang city have not yet appeared. They firmly believed that Luo Chen's ranking would soon be suppressed, so they were not too panicked. As the scores of each beast tamer were released, the rankings on the scoreboard continued to change, but Luo Chen still firmly held the second place. When even the audience had given up hope, Luo Chen's ranking finally dropped 1 place. Not only Luo Chen, but even Tang Lingyun, who had firmly held the first place, dropped 1 place. The person who reached the top was also from Lioang City. His name was Xieling Wang, and his score was the highest so far, 416 points. It is 11 points higher than Luo Chen and 8 points higher than Tang Lingyun. Xieling Wang's ascent to the top created a small climax in the venue, and then the scores of all the beast tamers appeared. The top 3 rankings have not changed. First place, Xieling Wang, 416 points. Second place, Tang Lingyun, 408 points. Third place, Luo Chen, 405 points. Fourth place, Qin Linger, 400 points. When the game ended, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. But it's not too late. The Beastmasters battle will be held tomorrow during the day, and the breeders' competition will be held in the evening, so it doesn't matter if the game starts later now. When Luo Chen returned to the lounge, Luo Yang came up to him immediately and said worriedly, "Brother, are you okay? It's just the first game, and we lost a few points. It's not a big deal." On Luo Chen's way back, others were congratulating him on his good result of getting third place in the first round. Only Luoyang had great confidence in him, thinking that he should not have only this ranking. Luo Chen patted Luo Yang's shoulder and said indifferently, "Do you think I, your brother, care about you? Don't worry." In the interval of talking, Luo Chen saw Ban Mo standing behind Luoyang with an embarrassed expression. Luo Chen thought about it and knew why he had that expression. He originally wanted to congratulate himself, but after hearing Luoyang's words, he was probably in an awkward situation where he didn't know whether to congratulate him or not. Luo Chen waved his hand indifferently and said to the two of them, "You still have a game tomorrow, so go back and rest now and strive for victory tomorrow." Luoyang puffed out his chest and promised, "I will." Ban Mo put away his embarrassed expression and showed some helplessness on his face. "Captain, please don't make it difficult for me. My current strength is good enough to win 5 games tomorrow." Luo Chen looked at Ban Mo and smiled. "Tomorrow night, after my game is over, come to me with your shadow bat." Ban Mo's face was filled with hesitation. "Captain, are you going to train my beast? Will this have any impact on you?" Luo Chen spread his hands. "That won't happen, but the cost of the beast evolution will be charged to your account. I'll give you a discount of 2 million spirit coins and deduct it from your salary." Ban Mo's eyes revealed deep gratitude. When he heard that Luo Chen deducted his salary, he had no objection, but said excitedly, "Okay, thank you, Captain. No need to thank me. Just work hard in the future, and that will be your reward." Chapter 143, Ironclad Soldier Ants. Woo! The long-awaited Beast Tamer battle is about to begin. Let's cheer to our heart's content. Along with the noisy background noise of the audience, a host voice with a more infectious voice was heard. After another round of cheers, the host, who was also dressed in a more fashionable outfit, continued to shout. This time, the battle between Beastmasters will take place in the fantasy world, but the audience on site don't have to worry, because the venue will have a live 3D projection of the more exciting competition. Even if we don't enter the fantasy world, we can still personally experience the wonderful performances of the players. Compared with yesterday, all participating Beast Tamers now have a separate platform. Each Beast Tamer has his eyes closed and sits cross-legged on the platform. It is obvious that his consciousness has entered the fantasy world. Luo Chen did not go to the competition venue, but stayed in the hotel, his mind entering the fantasy world. He went straight to the Lioang City Young Beast Tamer competition and a live broadcast of contestant Luoyang. When Luo Chen entered the competition venue in the fantasy world, there were already a large number of spectators in the audience seats. Luo Chen could also see them waving small flags with the words Qingyang City and Luoyang written on them. It seems that most of these spectators are from Qingyang City, and Luoyang, as one of the champions of Qingyang City, naturally enjoys the favor of most of the Qingyang City audience, so there are quite a few spectators watching Luoyang's competition. Luoyang stood quietly leaning against Qi Yinzhan, waiting for his opponent in the first match to appear. Luoyang didn't have to wait long, and the opponent, randomly matched by the system, soon appeared opposite him. Qisha City, Zhang Qing, a 9-star spiritual beastmaster. Luoyang was slightly stunned by the man's opening remarks. After reacting, he followed his own sentence pattern and introduced himself. Qingyang City, Luoyang, a king-level 1-star beastmaster. After listening to Luoyang's introduction, Zhang Qing, who had been smiling, was no longer happy at all. From a distance of more than 1,000 meters, he bowed to Luoyang, and his voice sounded sincere. "Brother Luo, please show mercy." "Brother Luo?" Luoyang looked at the bearded man opposite him, then subconsciously touched his cheek. "Did he look big? Since we are your opponents, we should do our best." Luoyang's answer made the man pale, and he had to grit his teeth and summon both of his beasts. He really didn't expect that he would be so unlucky to meet a king-level beastmaster in the first game. Moreover, he was from the same lower city as him. So why wasn't their Qisha City the strongest among the 10 lower cities? Why is there such a big gap between me, the champion of Qisha City, and the champions of other cities? While his thoughts were racing, 2 beasts appeared beside him. One of them looked like a scorpion, but it was big enough with a body length of 1 meter. The most eye-catching thing was the long scorpion tail behind it, which was almost longer than its body. The other one was a fist-sized brown ant. Judging from the cold light on its body, It looked like it was wearing a suit of tightly protective armor. Race: giant-tailed scorpion. Level: spirit beast 9 stars. Category: Earth. Status: cautious. Qualification: good. Skills: 1. Scorpion sting. Xian level: the giant-tailed scorpion uses its tail to attack the target. 2. Stealth. Xian level: the giant-tailed scorpion will sneak its entire body into the ground. This skill consumes less energy and is more concealed when used in a quicksand environment. 3. Land desertification. Xian level: the giant-tailed scorpion turns the surrounding land into quicksand. 4. Giant pincers. Xian level: the giant-tailed scorpion uses energy to condense a huge pincer to attack the target. 5. Silence. Xian level: the giant-tailed scorpion can hide its life fluctuations very well. Evolution route: giant tail scorpion, giant tail scorpion king. Giant tail scorpion shining star scorpion king. Giant tail scorpion sand spirit scorpion king. Regardless of how they fight, Luo Chen is very interested in the 3 different evolutionary routes of this giant-tailed scorpion. Race: ironclad soldier ant. Level: spirit beast 9 stars. Department: gold. Status: ready to try. Qualification: excellent. Skills: 1. Iron armor. Xian level: the body of the iron-armored soldier ant is protected by thick iron armor, which can effectively block most of the damage. 2. Golden sand. Xian level: the armored soldier ants condense golden sand, and the tiny iron filings have extraordinary destructive power. 3. Enormous strength. Xian level: armored soldier ants possess extraordinary strength. 4. Golden spirit shield. Xian level: the golden elements condense into a shield. 5. Golden sandstorm. Earth level: the armored soldier ants manipulate large amounts of golden sand to form a storm with extremely strong damage. Evolutionary path: armored soldier, ant war soldier ant. Armored soldier and mechanical soldier ant. This ironclad soldier ant, which looks even smaller than the claw of the giant-tailed scorpion, turns out to be Zhongqing's main battle beast. Unlike the battles between beastmasters in Qingyang City in the fantasy world, where the battle begins as soon as they meet, the competition in Lioang City only officially begins after the system makes an announcement. It wasn't long after Luo Chen finished reading the information about the 2 beasts that the system's voice rang out. Attention, both sides. The match is now officially starting. After hearing this voice, Luoyang changed from his casual leaning posture to a fighting posture ready to go. Qian first moved his limbs slowly, then suddenly increased his speed, almost turning into an afterimage, and rushed towards Zhongqing opposite him. When it reached the center of the venue, flame bombs had already begun to condense around it. It was also a mystical level skill, and when Qi Yin, who was now a king-level beastmaster, used it, both the speed and the strength of the flowing flame bomb were greatly improved. Soon, Qi Yin arrived in front of Zhongqing. When the system announced the start of the game, Zhongqing had already ordered the 2 beasts to activate their heavy protection. Except for the place where he is standing now, the rest of the place is already in a state of quicksand, which is to prevent Qi Yin from approaching. Then the iron-armored soldier ant held up a thick golden spirit shield to block in front, and a layer of golden sand spread around it, as if it wanted to take the opportunity to counterattack. However, Zhongqing and his beastmaster had no experience fighting against king-level beastmasters and did not understand how big the difference was between king-level and spirit-level beastmasters. Qi Yin stood at the edge of the yellow sand terrain, and several flame bombs beside him smashed over mercilessly. The flame bomb, with an ice-blue flame tail, first hit the golden spirit shield of the armored soldier ant. Bang! Dark blue sparks flew, and the oval-shaped golden spirit shield, protecting the armored soldier ant, began to crack, and then turned into golden fragments and shattered in the air. Just one flame bomb made the golden spirit shield completely ineffective. Then came the second one, which hit the iron-armored soldier ant directly. Frost condensed on its brown and black body surface, and then a painful groan was heard. The ironclad soldier ant fell completely to the ground. It was unknown whether it fainted or was killed on the spot by the extreme low temperature. Qi Yin looked at Zhongqing, who was still left on the opposite side, and the giant-tailed scorpion, who had disappeared. He immediately threw all the 4 remaining flame bombs at Zhongqing. Just after launching the flame bomb, Qi Yin suddenly felt a slight dull pain in the sole of his foot. He looked down and saw the giant-tailed scorpion that disappeared from his sight. Now its huge tail was stuck in the sole of its foot, but unfortunately, it didn't even pierce Qi Yan's fur. Qi Yan raised his paw and dropped it towards the giant-tailed scorpion. The world suddenly became quiet. Even the Beastmaster Zhang Qing was turned into an ice sculpture with a terrified expression under the attack of flowing flame bomb. Zhang Qing has lost his fighting ability. Luoyang wins this match. The result of such a game was naturally not surprising. Qi Yan returned to Luoyang. Such a game process did not even consume much energy for him. The gap between the king-level Beastmaster and the spirit-level Beastmaster is still too huge. It is simply a leap in life level. Even if only using the mysterious level skills, one can kill a group of spirit beasts in seconds. Only after he successfully advanced to the king-level Beastmaster rank did Luoyang realize that he was able to tie with Feng Lingyu because of a lot of luck. It was said to be a random battle, but Luo Chen, who had been watching from the sidelines, keenly felt that the officials of Liuguang City were deliberately staggering all the king-level Beastmasters. Because in the 5 matches in the morning, there was no scene of any battle between king-level Beastmasters. But at the opening ceremony, Luo Chen could feel that among all the contestants, there were definitely no less than 20 king-level Beastmasters. In the end, only 20 contestants can advance to the finals. If there are no special circumstances, the spirit-level Beastmaster is destined to be the runner-up in this game. Moreover, several king-level Beast Tamers are destined to be eliminated early. If the king-level Beast Tamers are not allowed to meet each other for a long time, and all the king-level Beast Tamers are undefeated, it is obviously contrary to the rules. So, it is bound to happen that the king-level Beastmasters will meet, probably in the second half of the competition. Without having to wait until the second half of the game, in the 10th game in Luoyang today, he finally met the first opponent of the day who was worthy of his true treatment. Liang Shu, from the He family in Liuguang City, a king-level 3-star Beastmaster. Luoyang looked at the young man opposite him who had a sinister expression. For some reason, he made him feel very uncomfortable. Luoyang, Qingyang City, a king-level 1-star Beastmaster. However, although he didn't like the opponent opposite him, Luoyang still introduced himself. Moreover, the opponent from Liuguang City was definitely different from the other opponents he had met before today, so he needed to treat him seriously. Thinking of this, Luoyang was ready to summon his other beast at any time. Liangshu looked at the only beast beside Luoyang and chuckled. Boy in the lower city, do you have any other beasts? Hurry up and summon them, or you will have no chance later. Having said that, Liangshu didn't really think that Luoyang could use a second king beast, because in his opinion, it was already a great honor for Luoyang from the lower city to own one king beast. How could he possibly own a second one? He shook his head, and 2 beasts of different shapes appear beside him. Chapter 144, Green-Scaled 2-Headed Snake. A beast that also looks like a lion, but its appearance is very different from Qi Yan. Its body is covered with a layer of golden black armor. Its body is slightly smaller than Qi Yan. What's more special is that it has a 3rd vertical pupil between its forehead, making its face look somewhat ferocious. Race, 3-eyed armored lion king. Level, king beast 2-star. Category, gold light. Status, arrogant, contemptuous. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Body armor. Xian level the 3-eyed armored lion king has armor all over his body to protect him, and the 3-eyed armored lion king can actively add a layer of armor to other targets. 2. Spirit eye laser. Xian level the 3rd eye on the forehead of the 3-eyed armored lion king can emit a powerful laser attack. 3. Golden ring blade. Xian level the 3-eyed armored lion king launches a ring blade formed by metal elements from the armor on its body to attack the target. 4. Laser beam. Earth level the 3-eyed armored lion king raises the barrel from behind and fires a powerful laser beam at the target area. 5. Breaking delusion. Xian level the 3rd eye can see through illusions and see the truth of reality. 6. Steel claws. Xian level the soles of the feet are wrapped in special metal elements, and the steel claws have special shield breaking power. Evolution route. Not unlocked yet. Luo Chen looked at Liangshu's skills and frowned quietly. Although he was a king beast, he only had 1 earth-level skill. Could this be the real situation of beast taming in the outside world? Moreover, the He family is a large family in Liuguang City, so beast tamers with earth-level skills are extremely rare. This was one of the few times that Luo Chen saw other king beasts from the outside world, so he inevitably had a higher understanding of the other beasts of evolutionary routes detected by the system. Luo Chen looked at the other beast beside Liang, which was also a king beast. It just looked a little strange because there were two heads, one purple and one blue, on a green snake tail. It is not very big, only about 2 or 3 meters in size. Compared with Qi Yin or the three-eyed armored lion king, it is considered to be relatively small. Race, green-scaled, two-headed snake. Level, king beast 3 stars. Type, poison, water, wind. Status, waiting for an opportunity. Qualification, excellent. Skills, 1. Poisonous smoke. Xian level, the green-scaled, two-headed snake spews out poisonous smoke from its purple head. 2. Green-scale snake venom. Earth level, every attack of the green-scale two-headed snake that causes damage will inflict a layer of green-scale snake venom mark on the target. When the venom mark reaches 5 layers, it will explode, causing massive damage while prohibiting the target from using energy-consuming skills. 3. Water pattern spirit seal. Xian level, the green head of the green-scaled two-headed snake spits out a spirit seal. When this spirit seal is present, it can continuously increase the concentration of water elements in the environment. 4. Silent water prison. Earth level, the water prison, condensed from the green head of the green-scaled two-headed snake, can trap the target for a long time. 5. Spiritual synchronization. Xian level, the spirit of the green-scaled two-headed snake is naturally strong and has a stronger resistance to mental skills. Evolution route. Not unlocked yet. In terms of skills, this green-scaled two-headed snake is much more powerful than the mighty-looking three-eyed armored lion king. But unfortunately, Lioang may not know the information about the two beasts on the opposite side. I just hope he can be more cautious now. In terms of age, Lioang is still just a student who has not completed high school. Most of what he has learned in textbooks are some knowledge of taming beasts at the fierce and spiritual levels. He has basically not been exposed to the knowledge of taming beasts at the king level. Even if I'm interested and have learned a lot about it privately, the information about beast taming is so vast that it is impossible to remember too much. So it was normal that he had never seen the two beasts the man in front of him had. But fortunately, Liang didn't know any information about Luoyang's beasts. So in this respect, the situation is the same in both cases. The game starts now. The system announced belatedly. Qi Yin, who was beside Luoyang, roared at the sky as soon as the system's voice ended. The ice blue flame seemed to have life, spreading from its body to the surroundings. The icy yet beautiful blue covered the grass beneath your feet. Transparent ice crystals rose from the ground, and above them, you could see blue flames dancing like elves. In an instant, most of the entire competition venue fell into a beautiful world of ice and snow. Among them, the 10-meter-tall, ice-flame Lion King. Qi Yin has become the only king in this area. The ice-blue flames around it became more vigorous, and in the distance, a taller, ice-flame Lion King was about to take shape. This is the effect of Qi Yin's domain skill, ice and fire domain. The scene is indeed magnificent. Although Liang is a playboy, he still has some experience in combat, and his two beasts are not weak either. Looking at the large blue ice area in front of him, he also realized that the beast on the opposite side might not be as easy to deal with as he imagined, especially the lion that was about to solidify into a larger one, which made him dare not delay any longer. Damn it, Kuangjia, you go deal with the lion on the opposite side head-on. Qinglin, you use the poisonous smoke to assist on the side and find a chance to attack Luoyang. After hearing Liangshu's order, his two beasts did not hesitate at all and stepped into the extremely low temperature, ice and fire realm. The huge temperature difference when entering the realm of ice and fire was so great that even the three-eyed armored lion king couldn't help but shiver, but the green-scaled two-headed snake performed better. At least from the outside, it didn't seem to have any major problems. However, the two snake heads of the green-scaled two-headed snake could not stop complaining in the spiritual world. Qing 2, oh my god, this is not a place for snakes. I want to sleep. Z2, idiot, don't sleep. Hurry up and find the Beastmaster on the opposite side and kill him. With the entry of the two beasts, the blue flames that could be seen everywhere in the ice and fire realm seemed to have life, jumping on the ground and surrounding the two beasts. However, the two beasts were king-level beasts after all, so this level of attack had no effect on them. They just shook their bodies and shook off the blue flames, without even breaking the natural defense of their skin. Three-eyed armored lion king did not have as rich inner activities as green-scaled two-headed snake. After rushing into the territory, it rushed towards Qi Yin with quick steps. At the same time, a dark muzzle appeared on its back, and terrifying energy fluctuations came from it. When it was about 500 meters away from Qi Yin, the laser beam that had been accumulating power on its back suddenly burst out. A ray of light, as thick as an adult's arm, carried unparalleled power and was aimed directly at Qi Yin. Qi Yin was not afraid at all. He opened his mouth and a thick ice-blue flame spurted out of it, meeting the laser beam in midair. However, the laser beam was still strong enough, and the flame spewed out from Qi Yin's mouth only blocked the beam for a moment. The laser beam rushed towards Qi Yin fiercely. At this moment, a huge claw fell from behind Qi Yin and hit the laser beam. A deep hole appeared on the ice crystal claw that was pure with blue flames. Correspondingly, the laser light was continuously consumed and could not penetrate through the claw. Qi Yin, who was free, looked up at the sky. An invisible wave spread from his body, as if corresponding to it. The sky also turned blue, and then a layer of dark blue clouds appeared, and then pieces of fire fell from the sky to the ground. It was just like rain, except that what fell now were balls of fire the size of Luoyang's palm. The ambient temperature seemed to be even lower. Let's put it this way, the green-scaled two-headed snake timidly took back the water-pattern spirit seal that it had just spit out. Because the surrounding water element energy was abundant, correspondingly, the water elements turned into ice chips and fell down, and were not controlled by the green-scaled two-headed snake at all. The ice flame true body, which was about 20 meters tall, jumped lightly and arrived in front of the three-eyed armored lion king. With ice flames on his claws, he slapped the three-eyed armored lion king. Green-scaled two-headed snake glanced at three-eyed armored lion king, who was fighting hard with ice flame true body, and ignored it. Instead, he carefully dodged the falling fire from the sky and nimbly wandered towards Luoyang's location. As the distance got closer, a hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of its two heads. Realizing that the distance was about right, its purple head spewed out a large amount of purple smoke, which spread into the surrounding environment. Then its speed suddenly increased, and it wanted to rush forward and strangle Luoyang, the fragile beastmaster, with its strong physical fitness. But before it could get close, another sturdy claw slapped it in the way, so quickly and accurately. Before he passed out, green-scaled two-headed snake couldn't figure out why that big guy, who was fighting with crazy armor, suddenly appeared in front of him again. Qi Yin looked at the green-scaled two-headed snake that had fainted under the feet of the second, ice flame true body, and curled the corner of his mouth in disdain. The first, ice flame true body, was condensed from the ice and fire domain, and the second ice flame true body was naturally condensed from its own ice flame true body skill. Although the ice and fire realm is now also condensing a new ice flame true body, the speed is not that fast. Liangshu watched as the green-scaled two-headed snake was knocked unconscious by the huge flaming lion that suddenly appeared, and the three-eyed armored lion king on the other side was also in a tough fight. This discerning man could tell that he was at a disadvantage. His two beasts were not as good as one of someone else's, which was far too much for his self-esteem to accept. He cursed angrily, trash. Then he looked at the red flame on the opposite side, and the newly appeared ice flame true body, walking towards him, took a deep breath and closed his eyes. It seems that he can only use his trump card. He absolutely cannot lose to a kid from the lower city. When he opened his eyes again, there were no pupils or whites in his eyes, but they were covered by a layer of emerald green light. A pine tree with an ancient appearance and unique shape appeared behind him. Chapter 145 Annihilation. Along with it appeared an extremely strong aura, and the hair on Liangshu's forehead moved without wind, blowing the loose hair on his forehead into the air. Another king beast showed up. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a descendant of the noble family of Liuguang City. The people who came down to the city have no way to compare with others. Luo Chen sighed softly. For the first time, he wanted to take the initiative to do something. The world shouldn't be like this. Ordinary people without resources, despite having talent, have no way to obtain a suitable beast to tame her and thus bring out their talent. Moreover, it is not enough to just work hard. The aristocratic families have already monopolized too many resources. Perhaps the state elder Zhuang Sheng wanted to change the situation, so he published most of his ordinary beast evolution information. As for some rare evolutionary routes that have not been announced, Luo Chen also has some vague speculations. With most of the resources being monopolized by the aristocratic families, even if they were announced, ordinary beastmasters would not be able to obtain the corresponding resources for evolution. Even if they were announced, it would only further enhance the strength of the aristocratic families. While Luo Chen was still thinking in his mind, Liang on the battlefield looked at Qi Yin and Ice Flame True Body coming toward him and grinned. "People from the lower city, let me show you my talent." He stretched out his hands towards his two beasts, and then tiny pieces of light emerged from the bodies of the two beasts out of thin air. The exhausted, three-eyed armored Lion King became even larger and was almost level with the Ice Flame True Body, which was nearly 20 meters tall. Not only that, its combat power has been greatly increased, and it can actually suppress the Ice Flame True Body in the opposite direction. The unconscious green-scaled two-headed snake also woke up slowly. There was a faint sign of a third head appearing between its two heads, and there were faint white patterns on the green scales on its body. The aura on its body was also very different from before. Wind appeared to flow around it, blowing the surrounding ice blue flames away. In a short period of time, the momentum of the two beasts changed dramatically. Their previous performance was still at the level of 2 stars in the King-class beast taming stage, but now they are fully capable of reaching 4 stars. It must be said that this improvement is extremely terrifying. According to Luo Chen's speculation, Liangshu's talent must be able to temporarily enhance the beast's combat effectiveness. In fact, Luoyang is not difficult to defeat. As long as we can drag on for enough time and wait for this situation to pass before launching a counterattack, our chances of winning are still very high. However, the difficulty lies in whether Luoyang can sustain this state while facing the attacks of the 3 beasts. Luo Chen, who was watching the battle in the audience, looked at the third pine tree-type beast behind Liangshu. Race: Crane Spirit Green Tough Pine. Level: King Beast 3 stars. Type: Wood Spirit. Status: Silent. Qualification: Excellent. Skills: 1. Light Spirit Barrier. Xian level Crane Spirit Qing Ren Song summons a barrier covering a large area in the target area. 2. Crane Spirit. Earth level Crane Spirit King Ren Song can absorb the spiritual energy of a large number of crane beasts by killing them to nurture a crane spirit. The crane spirit has independent skills related to the skills of the crane beasts it devoured. 3. 10,000 pine needles. Xian level shoot pine needles to hit the target. 4. Gathering spirits. Xian level gather the spiritual energy within a certain range around you. 5. Spear infusion. Earth level Crane Spirit Qing Rinsong infuses a large amount of spiritual energy into the target's body, temporarily increasing its combat power. 6. Old Tree Roots. Earth level the root system of the Helling Qingren pine is extremely large and complex. It can cover a large area and can break out of the ground to attack at any time. Evolution route. Not unlocked yet. Crane's Spirit. The description of this skill is a bit strange. Luo Chen felt a little curious. But the next second his curiosity was satisfied. Because on the strong branches of the Helling Qingrun pine, a tall white crane suddenly appeared. As soon as it appeared, it flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Then, its entire body was filled with light, and it turned into a small sun, falling towards the direction of the red flame. Although the crane was summoned as a creature and might not even have its own intelligence, the power of its attack was no weaker than that of the other 2 beasts. Well, now Luoyang and Qi Yin will be facing the attack of 4 beasts. This time, even Luoyang frowned unconsciously. The Beastmaster from Liuguang City was really tricky. It seemed that it would be difficult to win without showing some real skills. Luoyang closed his eyes slightly and murmured softly, "You are not the only one with the talent of a Beastmaster." When he opened his eyes again, they were covered by 2 balls of ice blue flames. And then the ice blue flames continued to spread from his body to the surrounding area. The ice and fire realm belonging to Luoyang was unfolded based on the red flame skill. The ice blue flames around him became more numerous, and behind Luoyang, an illusory ice flame true body gradually took shape. At the same time, the ice domain flowing fire in the sky became more dense, and when it fell down, it could often cause considerable damage. On the other side, as the crane spirit gradually approached, flowing flame bombs continued to condense around Qi Yin, and blue flames that seemed to be real also appeared on its body and claws. Then it first leaned over, then jumped high and pounced on the falling crane spirit. Bang! After a huge explosion, Qi Yin flew backwards and then slid a long distance on the ground. However, the crane looked rather miserable, with half of its wings torn off. To say it was tragic seemed a bit wrong, because it was not a physical entity after all. A beam of green light from crane spirit green tough pine shot over, and the wings were reconnected and became intact. Qi Yin got up from the ground, with a speechless look in his eyes. Time had passed long enough, and its third, ice flame true body, also appeared, and beside Luoyang were two human-shaped ice flame true bodies who were fighting with the green-scaled two-headed snake. Sizzle. A piercing sound came from under the ground. Thick tree roots broke through the ground like tentacles. 2, 3, or 4 meter thick tree roots swept towards Luoyang and Qi Yin respectively. Caught off guard, they had to dodge in a hurry. Where the tree roots were pulled out, the ice on the ground shattered and dust flew, leaving a mark 2 or 3 meters deep. Before they could rest, not only did the thick tree roots that had just fallen come back again, but 2 more tree roots emerged from the ground. Luoyang and Qi Yin had no choice but to keep dodging, and the ice flame true bodies also abandoned their opponents and came towards them. This panicked dodging made Luoyang feel suffocated. He suddenly stopped and looked at the tree roots that were whipping him from different directions. The 2 eyes suddenly changed color. One turned pure white, and the other turned pure black. A Tai Chi yin-yang pattern extended from under his feet and then continued to expand. Luoyang crossed his hands and placed them horizontally, then rotated them up and down. The yin-yang diagram under his feet also rotated rapidly, and the speed of rotation increased. The black and white area under my feet seemed to blend into each other, becoming a dead gray. The gray area became larger. Luoyang raised his hands upwards, and gray mist spread out from the picture under his feet and hit the 2 tree roots. Under the gaze of countless spectators, the encounter between the two did not make any sound, but in the eyes of the audience, it was more shocking than any sound. The tree roots were lightly swallowed by the gray mist. It is not quite accurate to say that they were swallowed, because apart from the places where they touched, the roots farther away were annihilated into powder. It was as if it had been crushed by a blender. But this is not the end. Luoyang looked at the other 2 beasts and slowly took a step forward. As he moved, the gray disc with a diameter of more than 10 meters under his feet also moved with him, and a thick gray aura swayed behind his back, making him look like a world-destroying demon lord. He first looked at the 3-eyed armored lion king, then looked at the green-scaled 2-headed snake, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He spread out his hands. A small Tai Chi ring appeared on one of his hands, and then he threw both hands in the direction of the 2 beasts. The Tai Chi circle then enveloped the 2 beasts. Luoyang's move made the 2 beast masters who noticed the movement here scared to death, and they ran away. And the ring chased them relentlessly. Luoyang threw out 2 Tai Chi rings and ignored them, while he kept a close eye on Liangshu. His body floated up from the ground, with a large gray circle following closely under his feet. The target he saw on the path was Liangshu and the Helling Kingrinsong behind him. During this period, the crane spirit wanted to stop it, but after being touched by the black mist, it was directly annihilated and there was no possibility of recovery. Liangshu looked at the demon king who was ready to kill anyone, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Who could tell him what was going on with this kid who came down from the city? How can such an effect be achieved without the Beastmaster taking any action? If this is his talent, it would be too abnormal. Although he wanted to surrender, the pride of the He family as a native of Central City did not allow him to do so. Then, thousands of pine needles from the pine tree behind him shot towards Luoyang, and more than a dozen tree roots instantly emerged from the ground. This time, Liangshu used all his means. It's no use. Luoyang sighed softly, as if he felt sorry for such a good technique. Then 2 butterfly wings, one black and one white, appeared behind him. He took a step forward, bypassing all the skills that Liangshu used to tame the beast, and came directly in front of Liangshu. Looking directly into Liangshu's incredulous eyes, he gently raised his right hand in front of him. Then Luoyang uttered 2 words softly, which spread throughout the quiet meeting place. Annihilation. Chapter 146, Yin Yang Double-Winged Butterfly. The boy's voice was clear, revealing an unquestionable authority. Thick gray fog rushed towards Liangshu from behind him. Then, under the gaze of all the spectators, Liangshu and the crane's spirit green and tough pine behind him were completely annihilated under the impact of the gray mist. In the end, Luoyang won the game as expected. This result was not beyond Luo Chen's expectations. Ever since he used the skill, Yin-Yang double-winged butterfly, the outcome of this game had been determined. Luo Chen couldn't help but recall the information about the Yin-Yang double-winged butterfly. Race, Yin-Yang double-winged butterfly. Level, King level 1 star. Department, Space Department, Mystical Department. Status, Wisdom. Qualification, Perfect. Skills, 1. Breaking the air. Earth level, the Yin-Yang double-winged butterfly vibrates its wings, breaking through the void to reach any position within sight. 2. Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. Pseudo-heavenly level, the wings of the Yin-Yang double-winged butterfly rush out, and the Yin and Yang Qi converge to form the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram. Protection of the Yin-Yang diagram. When this diagram exists, a layer of shield will be formed on the outside, and the energy attack will be dispersed to various parts of the shield to weaken the attack. Energy of annihilation. In the Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram, the Yin and Yang energies converge and transform into a state of annihilation, from which emerges the energy of annihilation that can dissolve matter and energy. 3. Yin-Yang rotation domain. Pseudo-heaven level, the Yin-Yang double-winged butterfly unfolds a domain with a range of 1 kilometer. In this domain, the Yin-Yang double-winged butterfly can convert the energy attack that has been launched into another attribute, and it can redefine the concentration of each element in the domain. 4. Yin butterfly. Earth level, the Yin-Yang double-winged butterfly transforms itself into the Yin butterfly. In this state, it is isolated from physical attacks and is in a virtual state that cannot be touched by physical matter, but it cannot avoid attacks from mental or curse skills. 5. Yang butterfly. Earth level, the Yin-Yang double-winged butterfly transforms itself into a Yang butterfly, which isolates it from mental attacks and is in a state that can distort the mind but cannot avoid physical and energy attacks. 6. Yin and Yang. Earth level, Yang Qi heals the body, while Yin Qi heals the mind and can repair damage to the target in a short period of time. 7. Yin/Yang wheel. Shin level, a wheel made of pure Yin/Yang energy that can cut the target and cause a lot of damage. This skill will be enhanced when used in Yin/Yang butterfly state. Evolution route. Not unlocked yet. Yin-Yang double-winged butterfly is indeed the most satisfying beast he has evolved so far, combining excellent abilities such as attack, guarding, healing, and self-protection. Even though it is still at the 1-star king-level beastmaster level, Luo Chen is still full of confidence that Luoyang can win the Liuguang City Championship. After all, Luoyang has 3 king-level beastmasters with domain skills. Not only in the middle city, Luo Chen believes that there are probably few beastmasters in the upper city who have such excellent beastmaster configuration as Luoyang. Luoyang doesn't have to worry now. The next person to worry about is Luo Chen himself. After all, in the first game, he only got 3rd place, which seemed like a bad start. Time passed, and soon it was the evening of Luo Chen's breeder competition. At this time, the lights in the competition venue were bright. Luo Chen stood on the familiar square stage. The cold-faced man was still the referee next to his square stage. This time, Luo Chen looked at the nameplate on his chest, Cheng Yuan, a very simple name. After a brief opening speech, the host on the big screen finally announced today's competition/assessment topics. Today's competition is titled Cultivation and Growth. The competition will be held in the fantasy world. We will provide 100 types of spiritual beasts commonly seen in Liuguang City. Each breeder will have half an hour to select and choose materials, and then 3 hours to cultivate them. Finally, the system will make a judgment based on the difference in the various values before and after the beast is tamed. Breeders should note that the evaluation does not rely solely on the difference before and after breeding. Instead, according to the formula, the final score equals the sum of all values after cultivation plus the sum of all values before cultivation plus 0.0005x the spirit coin value of the material. I also ask all breeders to carefully choose the beasts they train and the materials they need. Luo Chen thought about it carefully and realized that the purpose of this test was not only to test the breeder's training ability. And the most important thing is to test the conversion efficiency of the materials, that is, the degree to which the beast's combat power is improved under the same materials. As for how the formula was calculated, Luo Chen, a math idiot, couldn't see any problem with it, but after being researched by the bigwigs in Liuang City, there shouldn't be any problem. Thinking of this, Luo Chen sat down cross-legged, adjusted himself into a comfortable posture. Then his consciousness slowly sank, and he entered the fantasy world according to a special meditation method. After entering the fantasy world, Luo Chen did not appear in Qinyang Pet's shop this time, but appeared directly in the conference hall of the fantasy world. The similar environment made him suddenly think that he was in a real competition venue. However, the virtual panel that appeared in front of him and a naked intelligent butler floating beside him let him know that he had indeed come to the fantasy world. Cards representing different beasts appeared one after another on the screen in front of Luo Chen, and Luo Chen could also actively adjust the star level of the beast. Then Luo Chen adjusted from the 1-star spiritual level to the 9-star spiritual level. Luo Chen looked at these different types of beasts, some of which he was very familiar with. For example, Frost Spirit Wolf, Red Flame Lion, Golden Blade Butterfly, Silver Warhorse. There are also many that Luo Chen has never seen, such as Red Flame Vine, Black Jade Spirit Rat. Luo Chen looked through them carefully, and finally he chose one from the ones he was familiar with, the Golden Blade Butterfly. As for the level of the spirit beast, let's say it's a 9-star spirit beast. If combat power is to be improved, what could be a greater improvement than from one level to another? Luo Chen sat cross-legged, and just like when he took the breeder assessment before, he spoke out the materials he needed one by one. 12 red sun mulberry leaves, a 3rd-level spiritual object, 5 honeysuckle flowers, and 3 silver bell grasses, a 2nd-level spiritual object. The feedback from the fantasy world was very timely. As soon as Luo Chen finished speaking, the materials he needed appeared before his eyes one by one. However, Luo Chen vaguely remembered that this function of the fantasy world should be charged, and these fees should have been paid by the officials of Liuang City. Golden Blade Butterfly slowly and intelligently stayed in front of Luo Chen, like a quiet little girl waiting for Luo Chen to refine the materials. Pick off the silvery white, bell-like branches and leaves of the silver bellgrass. As the branches and leaves shake, you can vaguely hear the melodious sound of silver bells echoing. But when you listen carefully, it seems as if it is just an illusion. Luo Chen took off dozens of bell-like branches and leaves from the 3 silver bellgrasses. Then he used his mental power to float these leaves in the air, shaking them continuously in the air according to some special rules. A ringing sound that seemed to be able to penetrate into a person's heart rang out. This sound wave was confined by Luo Chen to a certain range and enveloped the side of the Golden Blade Butterfly. The Golden Blade Butterfly, which had been quietly lying on the ground, seemed to be touched by something. It fluttered its wings and slowly flew into the air, then danced up and down around the bells. As it danced, the sound of metal clashing could be heard softly, echoing with the sound of the bells, as if it had become a beautiful symphony. The lights above the venue shone on its metallic wings, reflecting layers of colorful light. When the Golden Blade Butterfly danced, Luo Chen separated a part of his mental power and covered the other 2 materials. The red sun mulberry leaves caught fire out of thin air, leaving 12 drops of golden liquid in the air. The honeysuckle also turned into a mixture of gold and white. Luo Chen did not hesitate at all and mixed the 2 liquids. For drops of red mulberry leaf juice, 3 drops of honeysuckle juice, 5 drops of red mulberry leaf juice, 2 drops of honeysuckle juice, 3 drops of red mulberry leaf juice. Following this pattern, the Golden Blade Butterfly will swallow all the liquid. Slowly, changes occurred on the body of the Golden Blade Butterfly. First, silver patterns slowly appeared on the wings that were originally pure gold, and in the very center of the wings, a silver bell was engraved. And next to the silver bell are 3 red rings that look like small sunstones, which look ancient and mysterious.